The campus beauty Li Wenjing asked Jiang Chu to throw his head away. So you're the simp Jiang Chu. This bag was a gift from me to her. 20,000 yuan in LV. Have you heard of it? Forget it. I can't be bothered wasting words on a loser like you. She's already my woman. Stay away from her from now on. Ching, let's go. I told you I'd take you to the big house I'm renting. We keep running into idiots here. Song Ching walked away without looking back, her arm linked with the tattooed man. Jiang Chu stood frozen in place. An exquisite bag slipped from his hand and fell to the ground unnoticed. It was a gift he had earned over 2 months of summer work to give her. He had even eaten instant noodles for a month to save up. Overwhelmed by the blow and physical exhaustion, he finally collapsed and fainted. Jiang Chu, wake up. Stop being depressed. The girl you can't let go of already belongs to someone else. Who was calling his name? Wasn't he already dead? Why did that voice sound so familiar? A wave of intense headache struck, forcing Jiang Chu to clutch his head with both hands. Memories of his previous life played back rapidly in his mind. Chiodai, yesterday at the construction site, I carried 3 bags of sand in one go. My coworkers asked why I was so strong. With tears in my eyes, I asked myself, yes, why am I so strong yet I can't bear the weight of missing you? Let's break up. What does it matter if you only earn a few thousand a month? My man Mingji drove a Mercedes to pick me up. So what if she's stringing me along? She only does it because she loves me. Why doesn't she string along anyone else? Wangxi, I'm telling you, I'm never going to be a simp again. From now on you walk your single plank bridge, and I'll hold it steady from below. Take your time, don't fall. It was cold at night. I thought nobody was on the street, but the moment I stole a battery I got caught. I tried to resist, but the police said stay put and don't move. I immediately gave up resisting, because I remember you once said you like honest people. Is sincerity the ultimate killer move in pursuing girls? After years of being a simp, he finally at 30 found a woman willing to marry him along with her whole family. But on that day in front of the entire village, she suddenly demanded an extra 300,000 yuan in bride price, or she wouldn't marry. That day his family members were so angry, they were hospitalized. A simp who simps till the end has nothing left. Full of regret and shame, he went to seek his own death, leaping from a great bridge, swearing if there were a next life, he would never be a simp again. Jiang Chu, you're awake. That's great. Jiang Chu, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. A girl in black stockings and a short skirt walked past beside him. His eyes instantly widened. Holy crap. Is the underworld actually white? What nonsense are you spouting? What underworld? What white? Ah, pervert. Freak. The girl screamed and fled while covering her skirt. Xianghua suddenly understood something. Damn it, Jiang Chu, how could you not call me over for this kind of good thing? Jiang Chu sighed. Then his expression turned a little dim. No, wait. It should be that I had to die to meet you again. He was his own college classmate and best brother. They had stayed in touch after graduation. They had fought together. He had even taken a knife for him. They could truly be called brothers, bonded through life and death. But one year there was news that the factory owned by Xianghua's family had gone bankrupt. The whole family was hounded by debt collectors to the end of the road and sought their own death. When Jiang Chu heard the news, he rushed there like a madman, but didn't make it in time to see them one last time. He often thought of it with deep sighs. Xianghua looked down at his own body, his face full of displeasure. Damn your uncle, I'm the one who's dead. Then he sighed again. I tell you, degrading yourself for a worthless woman like Song Qingqing. Is it worth it? Song Qingqing. Jiang Chu paused slightly. Such a familiar name. That's right. This seemed to be the first girl he had simped for from high school all the way through college. To pursue her, he gave up his admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. Knowing she had applied to this ordinary first-tier university, he resolutely changed his own application. It almost drove his family mad with anger. Yet at that time he firmly believed everything he did was worth it. Jiang Chu, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Unlike you, I have such good grades. I just want to study hard and get into a good university. Jiang Chu, are you stupid? Making such a huge sacrifice for me. It's not worth it. University may allow dating, but I still want to study hard and find a good job in the future. My birthday is in a few days. You're not allowed to give me a gift. Last time you gave me that bag, I did like it, and I was happy, but after all it wasn't an LV. Until that evening, Jiang Chu personally saw Song Qingqing kissing a rich second-generation guy named Zheng Hao from another school under the trees on campus. He fainted on the spot. Isn't this the exact same situation as back then? Could it be that he truly had been reborn? Ding. Host Jiang Chu successfully reborn. Hong system binding. Binding successful. Hint, spend over 999 yuan on a goddess with appearance score 90 or above to unlock the system and begin a wonderful life. System. Holy crap, I'm also a man with a system now. Jiang Chu laughed excitedly out loud. He looked around again to confirm he had returned to his 3rd year of college in 2010. He had truly been reborn. Jiang Chu, did you get too shocked? Damn it, I'm going to smash that guy's head open and avenge you. Xianghua said, rolling up his sleeves and about to charge forward. Stop, Xianghua. Jiang Chu hugged Xianghua directly in his joy. To hell with that Song Qingqing. Let her go to hell. I'm never going to be a simp again, haha. Xianghua's face was blank with confusion. Was Jiang Chu having a mental breakdown? After laughing wildly, Jiang Chu felt dizzy again. Not good. He was too hungry. The two soon arrived at an outside late-night stall and ordered a portion of fried noodles with a bottle of beer. The moment it was served, Jiang Chu wolfed it all down. Where can I find a 90-point goddess? After looking for a good, while he found several girls whose looks were pretty enough to be called department flowers, yet their scores were only in the 80s. This is way too hard. Just then a commotion came from a cosmetics shop not far away. You've already opened the product, and now you tell me your wallet is gone. No way. You have to pay, or I'm calling the police. Jiang Chu looked over. At the register stood a girl, long, straight black hair reaching her waist beneath a baseball cap, a delicate melon-seed face, and alluring pink lips. A loose white t-shirt couldn't hide her striking figure. As the saying goes, anyone whose toes you can't see when looking down can be called a top-class beauty. This was the best among top class. A slender willow waist that could be held in one hand. Though wearing long denim jeans, her perfectly slim figure was obvious. White ankle socks and a pair of Converse sneakers. She looked a little at a loss. None of the boys around stepped forward to help her. Ding. Compatible target detected. Li Wenjing. Age 20, height 170, weight 53, appearance score 90, power bank 0, favorability 55. The campus beauty, Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu scanned the crowded night market and spotted a stunning 90-point beauty. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xianghua's arm and said, "Xianghua, lend me 1,000 yuan first. Your money's all been spent on bags, right?" "What? I don't have that much cash on me." Xianghua panicked. Jiang Chu skillfully reached into Xianghua's left pants pocket and pulled out a thick wad of cash. Xianghua's eyes went wide in total shock. "How the hell did you know I had exactly 1,000 yuan here?" Jiang Chu didn't answer, stood up, and walked straight away. "Hey, you took all my money. How am I supposed to pay the bill? You still have 124 yuan in your shirt pocket." Xianghua reached into his shirt pocket. "No way." He pulled it out and checked. "Holy crap. It's really exactly 124 yuan. Even I didn't know that. How did you figure it out?" By the time he finished asking, Jiang Chu was already gone. "Hey, wait. Where are you going?" "Boss, check please." Xianghua paid the bill, then turned around to look for Jiang Chu. "Holy crap. Is that the second campus beauty, Li Wenjing? That's the Ice Queen campus beauty who's cold as ice to every guy on campus. Are you out of your mind?" Xianghua hurried to chase after Jiang Chu. "Boss lady, I really lost my wallet. Can I go back and get the money to pay you?" "No way. How do I know you won't just run off? Get a classmate or friend to pay for you." "My friends aren't on campus right now." "Then I'm calling the police." Li Wenjing's delicate brows furrowed. She looked around hopefully for any acquaintance or anyone willing to speak up for her. But disappointment washed over her. Every face around her was either coldly indifferent or watching the scene like entertainment. Despite being the renowned campus beauty, not a single person stepped forward to help. Why isn't anyone helping her? "Why don't you go then? That's the Ice Queen beauty, Li Wenjing." "So what if she's the Ice Queen beauty? Dude, are you for real or just pretending?" "I heard several rich second-generation guys tried to chase her, sent her gifts one after another, and she slapped them right back in the face on the spot. You think you can handle that? Now you get it right. So why don't you go?" "Hee, I was just saying. Where would I get that kind of money?" The crowd shook their heads like rattles. "So what if she's the campus beauty?" "Campus beauty doesn't mean she can take things without paying. Don't think I won't report this." The shop owner had already pulled out her phone to dial. "Wait. I'll pay for her." A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. The newcomer was well over 180 centimeters tall, but quite skinny, with messy hair that had a leaf stuck in it, wearing a work uniform with a shop advertisement printed on the back, clearly just returning from a part-time job. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Chu. Holy crap. There's actually someone who doesn't fear death. Who sent such a brave general? Just look at this guy, total broke loser. But he's never heard about the Ice Queen campus beauty's terror. Get ready for a good show. I bet the campus beauty will reject him for sure, then slap the money right in his face. Inside, Jiang Chu was actually quite nervous. He had rushed over without thinking. He didn't expect the other person to actually be the renowned campus beauty and the legendary ice beauty, Li Wenjing, at that. After all these years, he was only now recalling many things. Rumor had it she never interacted with the opposite sex, was cold and arrogant toward every guy, rejected all her pursuers, and brutally slapped them in the face. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go all in. If he wasn't afraid of death, what was there to fear? The shop owner didn't care about any of that. As long as someone paid, it was fine. Reporting to the police wouldn't be good for her either. "You said you'd pay for her?" "Yes, how much?" 750 yuan. 750. Jiang Chu frowned. This wasn't even 1,000 yuan. But what excited him was that the Ice Queen campus beauty behind him hadn't rejected him. This greatly boosted his confidence. But to everyone else, his expression just looked like he had no money. No money, but trying to act big. Rushing to pay the bill. Does he really believe this will get the campus beauty's attention? Who is this guy? Wearing work clothes, hair like a chicken's nest, and he dares to approach the Ice Queen campus beauty. Absolutely hilarious. Look at his red face. I can even smell the alcohol. Sure enough, liquid courage makes cowards bold. When the brain heats up, people do anything. This guy's definitely drunk. I bet he can't pull out money to pay. If he does, I'll call him daddy. The crowd jeered from all sides, waiting to watch the show. Except for Xiang Hua, who had just arrived. He knew Jiang Chu really did have money in his hands. But that was his money. Using his 1,000 yuan to chase after the campus beauty, and the Ice Queen campus beauty, Li Wenjing at that. He's gone crazy. That bottle of liquor was way too expensive. His heart was bleeding. What Jiang Chu didn't know was that Li Wenjing had been stunned the moment she first laid eyes on him. It's actually him. Her gaze was full of complex emotions, surprise, memories, gratitude. Li Wenjing affection 5. Jiang Chu saw the system notification that her affection suddenly increased by 5. He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed inside. This was the famous Ice Queen campus beauty. He'd thought raising her affection would be hell-level difficulty. He never expected it to come so easily. At the same time, he was again curious about how such high initial affection had come about. Do you actually have money to pay or not? The shop owner said impatiently. Jiang Chu's eyes casually swept the shelf beside him. He spotted a price tag of 250. Isn't this just enough? He didn't bother reading the long string of English he couldn't understand. Anyway, this was a women's shop, so the price should be about right. Without thinking, he grabbed that item and slapped the wad of cash on the counter with his other hand. Exactly 1,000. Take it. The shop owner took the money, licked her fingers to count it, then immediately beamed with joy. Not bad, young man. This Annie has a good eye for you. The students around started buzzing. Holy crap. Going to such lengths to get the campus beauty's attention. This guy must be more than just drunk, his brain must have hemorrhaged too. Whatever, he actually paid up. Where's that guy who said he'd call him daddy? Shit, trying to run. Hurry up and call him daddy. Xiang Hua's 180+ centimeter height intimidated the 160 centimeter guy who wanted to run, freezing him in place. Xiang Hua grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back with one hand. I was just joking around. Joke your ass. My brother is someone you can joke with. Hurry up and call him, or I'll deal with you. Under Xiang Hua's intimidation, that student muttered a tiny daddy. The crowd burst into laughter. Only then did Xiang Hua let him go. Haha, that felt great. That 1,000 yuan was totally worth it. But Jiang Chu just stood there in a silly grin because he was excitedly listening to a sound that rang again in his mind. At the same time, he could see a light screen appearing in his consciousness. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the system. The system is named Hong, powerful beyond imagination, capable of generating all things. Spending on goddesses with appearance scores above 80 can earn you points. When their affection reaches 90, you can obtain attribute points. The current system level is ton. The points earned can only generate money. Attribute points can strengthen your own attributes or be used to purchase items from the system shop. When you obtain 5 goddesses with affection above 95, the system will automatically upgrade to Meng, unlocking more system functions. Jiang Chu. Age 20. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 68 kilograms. Appearance 90. System points 1,000. Attribute points 10. Ding. Your current points are 1,000. You may generate corresponding money according to the prompt. Jiang Chu immediately followed the instructions. Buzz, the Huawei phone given as a freebie for topping up phone credit, suddenly vibrated. Jiang Chu quickly took out his phone and saw a text message. Your bank account has received 1,000 yuan. Please check. He stared intently at the phone screen, not expecting it to actually work. It was a 1100 ratio return. His breathing quickened, heart raced, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He thought of all those who had looked down on him, and now they would have to acknowledge him. After years of being overlooked, today I rise. Jiang Chu laughed inwardly, barely able to suppress the smile on his face. Are you all right? Li Wenjing asked with gentle concern. He's fine. Probably just overly hungry, and now a bit drunk from the drink, Xiang Hua said, covering his eyes as he tried to drag Jiang Chu away. It was too embarrassing. It took Jiang Chu a while to calm down. After all decades of frustration, and now he had not only been reborn, but also obtained this incredible system. It was a miracle he hadn't gone crazy. Wow, I thought you were really going crazy, Xiang Hua said, patting his chest in relief. Young man, here are your things. The shop owner handed over a bag, her eyes smiling meaningfully. You really know women. This is a newly imported product with the latest superwave technology. Especially for a beautiful girl like her, it's a daily essential. Everyone who uses it loves it. Here you go, all packed. What's so good? I want to see too. A nearby girl immediately went to the shelf to grab the same product, thinking she was also a beautiful girl that the shop owner mentioned. Isn't this a facial massager? It's quite normal, her boyfriend muttered beside her. She immediately blushed and put it back lightning fast. How rude. What is it? A group of people immediately gathered around, and after seeing it they burst into laughter. Only Jiang Chu, still immersed in excitement and nervousness, was completely unaware of the commotion. He held the bag with both hands and handed it to Li Wenjing. Here, you're welcome. Gosh, he actually dared to give it. Do you think she'll be mad enough to throw it in his face? Of course. Paying for the campus bell is one thing, but giving her that thing is just asking for trouble. I wonder if there are any customer review photos or videos. Xiang Hua turned away, unable to watch. It's over. I can't save you now, bro. Under everyone's wide-eyed gaze, Li Wenjing reached out and took the bag. Jiang Chu saw her slender jade-like fingers, beautiful beyond words. Unlike some girls who have manicures, they were naturally pink and soft. Her face showed no displeasure, but instead a hint of shyness. Thank you for helping me out. Oh, it's nothing. To be able to. I mean, it's fine, I have plenty of money. Jiang Chu cursed inwardly. After decades of being a sycophant, it had become a habit, and he almost blurted it out. Xiang Hua clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Plenty of money, my foot. That money was mine. What campus bell? That's just what others call her. She hadn't noticed what Jiang Chu had just bought. Her attention had been on him ever since he appeared. Jiang Chu hadn't looked closely before, but now facing Li Wenjing he was stunned. She was indescribably beautiful, slender willow eyebrows dark and clear, pupils a straight nose soft, and full cherry lips smooth and delicate cheeks, and a flawless fair complexion. All these features were perfectly assembled on a pure and ethereal face, complemented by an irresistible charm. This made Li Wenjing lower her head shyly, a bit embarrassed. Gosh, the campus bell actually took it and didn't blow up. Right, and I saw her blush. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. The ice-cold campus bell. Li Wenjing actually accepted a gift from a boy, and of all things that, and she didn't scold him, but even looked shy. Gosh, I get it, one of them shouted, immediately drawing the attention of the onlookers. It must be that the campus bell likes that thing but is too shy to say it, and that guy happened to buy it for her, so he won her favor. That makes sense. After all, everyone has their own needs. Why didn't I think of that? Seems plausible. That's why she blushed. If it were me, I'd be embarrassed too. Gosh, if I had known, I could have bought it for her too. Boss lady, I want one too, 250 yuan. Darn, you're fast. Boss lady, I want one too. A crowd rushed to buy, and the shop owner was delighted. That product had been gathering dust for half a year, but now that the campus bell had taken one, it became a hot item. Hello, classmate Li Wenjing, I also want to give you a gift. This is a small token of my appreciation. The first boy who grabbed one was quite handsome. He confidently handed the item to Li Wenjing, and to make it more obvious, he took it out of the bag and held the box. Li Wenjing was immersed in joy, but suddenly interrupted, feeling displeased. It was a stranger, and more importantly, Jiang Chu was right in front of her. Her expression instantly turned cold. She saw the product box cover, a normal facial massager, but the boy's unpleasant expression angered her. How dare he treat her like that? She took the box and firmly handed it back to him, her expression icy. The whole place fell silent. Why didn't you say anything when he gave it to you? The boy, on the verge of tears, picked up the box from the ground and ran out, utterly humiliated. Even when he got back to his dorm, he couldn't understand why he was rejected. The other boys who were still buying swallowed hard. This was too harsh. Gosh, boss lady, I want a refund. Me too, refund. Jiang Chu was also startled by the ice-cold campus bell's presence. She truly lived up to her reputation. Thank you. Can I have your phone number? I'll pay you back when I get the money. Li Wenjing's attitude changed dramatically. She instantly smiled, her eyes showing anticipation. The people around heard that the campus bell was asking for his number, and their faces showed envy and jealousy. They wished they could confront Jiang Chu right there. Okay, my number is 1XX. I've noted it. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Everyone was astonished, as if they had misheard. The ice-cold campus bell was asking a boy out. What is the world coming to? Of course. I'm busy tomorrow morning. Let's talk after I wake up naturally. Everyone was shocked again, gritting their teeth. Could the excuse be any more lame? The boys wished they could go up and beat that pretentious guy. Li Wenjing hadn't expected her first time asking a boy out would be gently declined. With a hint of disappointment, she still smiled. Then I'll call you tomorrow. I have something to do. Bye. Watching Li Wenjing's departing figure, Jiang Chu sighed softly. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with the campus bell? Xiang Hua asked. Jiang Chu shook his head, then nodded. He had sworn never to be a sycophant again, but that didn't mean he didn't like beautiful women. And she was the campus belle. In his past life, he had been a devoted admirer for decades without even a kiss. This time he resolved to be a good partner, giving every beautiful girl a warm home. It's a pity only 1,000 yuan. If only there were more. Why didn't I bring my card? Why did you only have 1,000 yuan? Gosh damn you, I'll strangle you. You have the nerve to say that. Using my money to woo the campus belle, my heart is bleeding. By the way, how did you know the campus belle would like that thing? What thing? Jiang Chu looked confused. You don't know what you picked up? Jiang Chu went to the shelf to see what he had grabbed. His face changed dramatically. Oh no, this is bad. In Modu, at a private basketball court, a 3v3 tournament was underway. The player in blue jersey number 24 was a handsome boy in control of the ball. He wore a white headband, was about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and muscular build. Their opponents were 2 black men and 1 white man, all around 1.9 meters. On the sidelines, a group of beautiful girls and even older women were cheering enthusiastically for the boy. Su Kuan, you're the best. Su Kuan, I love you. In the court, Su Kuan executed a beautiful shoulder fake and sudden turn to deceive the defending black player, then drove past the free throw line, leaped into the air for a dunk. Another black player jumped to block, but Su Kuan's strong arm powered the ball down for a dunk. Score. Kuan dunked. The girls on the sidelines let out excited cheers, their eyes full of admiration. Su Kuan is so handsome. So cool. A man in sunglasses and a black suit raised his phone to call Su Kuan. As soon as Su Kuan left the court, someone immediately took his place. What kind of players did you hire? They call themselves the best defenders. Laughable. Su Kuan took a bottle of Maishan mineral water worth over 1,000 yuan from the man and poured it into his mouth, not caring that most of the water spilled out. What's the matter? Young Master Kuan, we just got a call. Li Wenjing allowed a boy to pay for her and accepted a gift from him. I've had someone look into him. He's a nobody, a sycophant from a farming family. You bother me with such trivial matters. What threat can a farmer's brat be? By the way, what gift did she accept? I can buy the same to please her later. Speak up. Stop dawdling. Stop dawdling. Yes, young Master Kuan. That gift is something women use for. What? That country bumpkin actually dared to ruin what belongs to me, Su Kuan. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Su Kuan's face turned green with rage upon hearing this. Arrange my transfer immediately. I won't wait until she graduates. Li Wenjing is the cherished daughter of the Li family patriarch, one of the 3 great families of Magu. I can't understand why she would hide her identity to attend such an ordinary university, but she must be mine. However, young Master Kuan, as the future heir of the Su family, your elders will surely not agree with you going there alone. It's a remote and backward place with difficult people, and they'll certainly restrict your funds once they find out. None of my concern. I only need half a semester. I don't believe I can't win her over in that time. Keep my presence and identity secret. No one must discover Li Wenjing's true background. If other great families get involved, I'll be at a disadvantage. Also, she detests rich second-generation heirs the most. I will completely captivate her with my capabilities. In the future, the entire Li family of Magu will belong to me, Su Kuan. Understood. I will arrange it right away. After Su Kuan left, the man transferred 500,000 to each of the 3 foreign agents, who smiled with delight. Ha, you really are something. You took that thing instead of anything useful. I'm dying of laughter. Xianghua had been laughing nonstop the whole time. Jiang Chu could only stare in exasperation. They had been fortunate enough to encounter a campus beauty with naturally high favorability, but things were likely going south by now. Fortunately, the system had successfully activated, giving him his first bit of capital. Do we have any money left? Jiang Chu suddenly asked. Xianghua paused. We still have 80. What do you want to do? Give it here. Hey, give it back. Outside the school gate, Jiang Chu watched the steady flow of students coming and going. He noticed that most female students rated between 50 and 60. Girls scoring above 80 in appearance could be considered campus beauties at school. He had waited a long time before spotting just 1 or 2. Earlier, when approaching Li Wenjing, he had simply charged forward without overthinking it. Now, however, he felt a bit hesitant. After all, years of inferiority could not be shaken off overnight. Most importantly, he only had 80 points on hand. Several times he had even walked right up to them before backing down. Jiang Chu, what exactly do you want to do? Damn it. In his past life, he had groveled for over a decade, losing all dignity and self-respect. What was there to fear? Now that he had become wealthy beyond measure, approaching girls was actually an honor for them. He should take matters lightly and face any challenge head-on. Hey, beautiful. Jiang Chu enthusiastically greeted a striking girl who had scored 80 points, but she brushed him off without a second glance. Go away. Hello, may I ask, would you like to grab a late-night snack? My treat. Get lost. Hello, student. If you can spend these 80 yuan within 10 minutes, all the things you buy will be yours as a gift. Really? Here, take the money. The girl ran with her best friend to a street stall, and each bought something. All right, we have spent it all. Good, the items are yours now. Thank you very much. Thank you for the gifts. Xianghua stood nearby, dumbfounded, a look of complete confusion on his face. What the hell? You used my 80 yuan just to give things away. Jiang Chu shook a finger gently. Wrong. More accurately, they were gifts for the goddess. 80 points could be exchanged for 8,000 yuan. It felt incredibly satisfying. You are something else. Speaking of which, you used to get embarrassed just seeing a sow. Today, you not only helped the campus beauty, but also dared to approach a stranger goddess. Did you eat Liang Jingru's pills? So didn't you see I was hesitant at first? Then I told myself worst case is being rejected, and after that it might not even be remembered. What is there to fear? What if you remember and meet again? I have already thought it through. I will tell her we are destined to cross paths. Awesome plus. At this moment, a mocking voice came from beside them. Oh, look who it is. Standing at the school gate collecting handouts, hilarious. Jiang Chu, are you? Jiang Chu turned his head at the sound. A girl with a high ponytail. Her doll-like face carrying pure and endearing eyes. Wearing a black short dress. With long legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. her figure graceful and elegant. Yet something about her seemed underdeveloped. Even after all these years, he recognized her at once. Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing. Age 20. Height 164. Weight 45. Appearance 80. Power bank 1. Affection -20. He did not expect Song Qingqing to also have an 80-point appearance rating. But thinking about it, she had been the third most popular girl in high school. After entering university, she had gone to the arts college, which had the highest concentration of beauties. So she no longer ranked prominently. What was a power bank? The -20 affection rating made him sneer. He had groveled for so many years, investing so much effort. Yet he was worse than a passing stranger. Even a dog fed with money would wag its tail for its owner. Ding. System has detected a qualifying target. No way. Was the system suggesting he bind with Song Qingqing to improve her affection? That was impossible. In this life, it would never happen. Not even if it meant giving up all his points. Watch enough. Zheng Hao roared angrily from the side. Jiang Chu, however, looked at Song Qingqing with calm detachment. It was Xiang Hua who could not hold back first. Damn it. You are that scumbag, aren't you? What did you say? Looking to die? Zheng Hao barely finished his words before he was taken down by Xiang Hua in just a few moves. Zheng Hao clutched his face, curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. Xiang Hua clapped his hands and scoffed. Is that all this guy has? All empty posturing. They were in a place where few people passed by, and since it was late at night, no one had noticed what was happening here. Jiang Chu remained completely composed throughout the whole process. Xiang Hua was still the same Xiang Hua, over 1.80 m in height. And since childhood, he had trained under his uncle who served in the military. So ordinary people were no match for him. His only flaw was his impulsive temperament. In his past life, Jiang Chu had fought numerous battles for him. This time around, Jiang Chu made a decision. As long as he lived a good life from now on, he would never treat this brother unfairly. Song Qingqing, standing nearby, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. After regaining her composure, she hurried over to check on the tattooed man. Brother, how are you, alright? Are you hurt? Then she turned and walked toward Jiang Chu, frowning, an angry expression on her face. Jiang Chu, I know you have feelings for me, but you cannot do something so despicable. What kind of friends do you keep? Actually resorting to violence. I am extremely disappointed in you. If this had been Jiang Chu from his past life, he would have immediately apologized, pleading and catering to her, worried that Song Qingqing was upset. But now, smack. A slap fell on Song Qingqing's face without mercy. Her disheveled hair fell across her face, and 5 distinct finger marks appeared clearly. Who gave you the right to speak ill of my brother? Jiang Chu said coldly. Song Qingqing clutched her stinging cheek, her expression full of shock. For him you actually hit me, eh? Are you even worthy of being compared to my brother? If you dare speak ill of him again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Song Qingqing, affection 5. What the hell? Was Song Qingqing twisted? Did being slapped increase her affection? Xiang Hua beside him was equally bewildered. Having known Jiang Chu for so long, he understood how much Song Qingqing meant to him. For her sake, he had even argued with Jiang Chu before. But now, after only a single criticism from Song Qingqing, Jiang Chu actually slapped her directly. He could only admire how manly his friend had become, moved to his core, regretting that his 2 strikes earlier had been too gentle on that tattooed guy. Song Qingqing's brows furrowed tightly. She looked into Jiang Chu's cold gaze, as though all the kindness he had shown her over the years had been nothing but an act. This made her feel somewhat unwilling to accept it. She forced a pained expression, looking fragile and pitiful. Jiang Chu, when did you become this kind of person? How could you be like this? Jiang Chu's expression was cold. Keep pretending, he thought. In his past life, he was repeatedly deceived by this woman's innocent gaze. Let's go. Now he couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance at a woman like Song Qingqing. Xiang Hua hurriedly caught up with Jiang Chu, who had already walked away swiftly. Song Qingqing observed Jiang Chu's resolute demeanor and thought smugly, just keep pretending. You clearly can't let go of me, you're just too proud to admit it. In 2 days, no tomorrow, you'll come back begging for my forgiveness. However, that expression on Jiang Chu's face just now did seem somewhat manly, unlike his previous hesitancy. But so what? A nobody is still a nobody. You remember this. I'll get someone to deal with you. Only after they had walked away did Zheng Hao dare to boast. Song Qingqing then remembered there was still an ATM lying on the ground. She hurried back to comfort him, but was shoved away by Zheng Hao. Get lost. I can get up myself. I'm really pissed off now. We'll talk about buying that bag tomorrow when I'm in a better mood. Song Qingqing looked left and right, saw no one, then pulled Zheng Hao to a corner and crouched down beside him. Walking back to the dormitory, Jiang Chu was filled with mixed emotions. Seeing the familiar buildings and the memory-laden campus paths, he couldn't believe that he had been reborn like the protagonist of a novel. Dormitory 302, Building 11. Before he even opened the door, he heard voices from inside. Ultra kill. Wow. Brother Jing is awesome. Spectre is invincible. Of course. If that idiot hadn't gone AFK, we would have won already. Hurry up and push the tower, they don't have buyback. You 2 idiots, you didn't wait for us. Xiang Hua complained as he pushed open the door. The familiar dormitory came into view. Jiang Chu couldn't help but shout, "Sons, your father is back." Whoa. What are you talking about? Brother Jing, keep pushing. Jiang Chu is too cocky, I'm going to get him. Xiao Yi threw off his headphones and stood up pretending to be angry as he lunged at Jiang Chu. Xiang Hua also attacked from behind. The two of them quickly hoisted Jiang Chu onto the bed. Whoa, you guys have no martial ethics. Time for the rice treatment. Haha, wait for me. How can I miss out on the rice rolling? Lu Jing couldn't resist joining the fray. I am your father. Still talking tough, huh? For a moment the dormitory was filled with laughter. That night Jiang Chu lay exhausted on his bed. He had a dream. In the dream, he possessed billions in wealth. The women who had previously rejected him all came back to him, each wearing elegant and fashionable attire, their graceful figures and shapely legs vying for his attention. My, I only made a small billion today. Too little. Don't be angry, sir. Anger is bad for your health. Let me get you something to cool down. Daddy, have some fruit. These grapes were just airlifted in. They're delicious. Brother, this seafood was shipped from the Antarctic. It's completely unpolluted. Please try some. Jiang Chu felt a bit lightheaded. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, he was awakened by a phone call. He saw it was an unknown number and was almost annoyed. Who is it? Oh, good morning. Did I wake you? It was an incredibly beautiful female voice, somewhat familiar. May I ask who this is? I'm Li Wenjing. We met last night. Jiang Chu immediately woke up most of the way. Damn, it can't be that she's calling to confront me about that thing, can it? What's the matter? He asked nervously. Do you have some free time later? I want to pay you back and also treat you to a meal. Sure, I have time. No need to pay me back. Just treat me to a meal. Great, he was just thinking of finding a goddess to spend money on for cashback. My best friend will come too. Do you mind? Is she as pretty as you? No, I mean sure. Her name is Mo Yutong. She's even prettier than me. Mo Yutong. What, you haven't heard of her? Sounds vaguely familiar. They agreed on a time and place. After hanging up, he lay back down. A campus bell was proactively inviting him. In his past life, he would have jumped up in excitement. But from his experience of being a sycophant to various women, if you agreed to meet at 10, you'd rush over at 9:30 for fear of being late, only for them to arrive at 10:30, or even later, depending on their looks and their interest in you. He wondered if he could continue the dream now that he was asleep. All that anticipation was suddenly cut off. He tried hard, but couldn't fall asleep. Forget it, he thought about how to increase her favorability and what excuse to use to spend money on her. He didn't get up until it was almost time, found a clean set of clothes, felt okay, and then went out. He would just pretend to have been waiting for a long time when he arrived. However, he still needed to go somewhere first. Even though he had a text notification to be cautious, he took his bank card to the ATM and checked the balance. Seeing that there was indeed 100,000 yuan, he couldn't help clenching his fist in excitement. Payment was not as convenient back then, so he withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash in multiple transactions, put it in his backpack, and wanted to withdraw more, but was limited. You see, in 2010, not many college students could carry 20,000 yuan in cash, especially in the Fruit Province. At worst, he could still use a card. On the other side, Li Wenjing had actually arrived 10 minutes early. For this, she had been complained about by Mo Yutong. Wenjing, it's been 20 minutes, and that guy still hasn't come. He's not standing us up, is he? Making 2 campus bells wait for him, he sure has a lot of face. Maybe he had something come up. Let's wait a little longer. Li Wenjing was inviting a boy for the first time, and it was Jiang Chu. She was also worried that he might not come. If it weren't for you being my bestie, I would have left long ago. Plenty of people asked me out. Alright, I know you're the best. Look, he's here. Li Wenjing waved happily. Jiang Chu saw them from afar and thought to himself, oh no. Man proposes, God disposes. A proper campus bell actually came on time. That shouldn't be. All kinds of excuses raced through his mind. At the same time, he marveled. Today, Li Wenjing was still dressed conservatively. A pink SpongeBob loose t-shirt, but her figure was well proportioned. She wore tight ripped jeans that accentuated her long legs, and her exposed skin was fair and delicate. Her silhouette was quite graceful. Beside her stood a girl of similar height, with a high ponytail. Her face was quite attractive. An oval face, bright eyes, fair and delicate skin, and delicate earrings. However, she seemed impatient. Her style was completely different from Li Wenjing's. She wore a white crop top that showed a bit of midriff, and her skin was as fair as a newborn's. Her figure was modest, but still noticeable. She crossed her arms, which accentuated her form. She wore a black miniskirt and high heels, revealing long, perfectly proportioned legs. Her skin was smooth and fair. No wonder he had heard that among the 5 campus belles, Mo Yutong had the most beautiful legs. Seeing her now, it was indeed true. If she wore black stockings, she would captivate countless boys. Mo Yutong. Mo Yutong, age 20, height 171, weight 53, appearance 87, power bank 0, favorability -10. He had learned last night that on the campus bell ranking, Jimingshi was first, Li Wenjing second, and Mo Yutong third. How could her appearance score be 3 points lower than Li Wenjing's? So you're Jiang Chu. I thought you'd be wearing makeup when you came out. Turns out you're just average. And you made us wait so long. Mo Yutong looked Jiang Chu up and down. Although he was dressed neatly, none of his clothes were branded. Her face clearly showed a hint of contempt and disdain. Mo Yutong favorability -5, -15. Gosh, it's already dropping at the start. Later when shopping I'll try the power of money. Mo Yutong was rumored to be a materialistic girl who wouldn't spare a glance at ordinary rich heirs. Her aloof demeanor and disdainful gaze made it clear that he had been relegated to the category of a mere loser in her eyes. He had intended to get a haircut, but in Nan City virtually no barber would open before 10 o'clock. He couldn't very well do it himself. Li Wenjing quickly tried to ease the awkwardness. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Mo Yutong. She's also a campus belle, isn't she beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Jiang Chu had prepared a host of excuses, but none proved necessary. Money-oriented was fine. With this system he was only afraid she wouldn't squander enough. Mo Yutong was somewhat irritated. Wasn't she ranked third among the campus beauties? At least a class full of boys pursued her, yet this guy was so perfunctory. Mo Yutong affection -5. It dropped again. Indeed, in front of a materialistic girl without any real strength, mere praise was useless. She would only think you were a sycophant. If you go out with us, won't your girlfriend be upset? Li Wenjing asked cautiously. I don't have a girlfriend. Jiang Chu answered without hesitation. Mo Yutong turned her head and pursed her lips, thinking it would be strange if someone like him had a girlfriend. Aren't you always fond of that song Qing? Not at all. She's not even 1/10 as beautiful as you. Jiang Chu spoke truthfully, but it made Li Wenjing extremely happy. Li Wenjing affection 5. Just a compliment could raise it. He decided to give more compliments in the future. Beside him, Mo Yutong looked astonished. Was this her best friend? The ice-cold campus belle who never associated with the opposite sex. It was just a favor of lending 1,000 yuan, not 10 million. Why was she so happy? The car is here. Jiang Chu hailed a taxi and unceremoniously took the front passenger seat. He must not let them become too wary. He would be more generous when spending money. Their destination was Chaoyang Square, the city center with various department stores, a pedestrian street, and a food street. In the car, even without turning around, Jiang Chu could clearly feel 2 pairs of scrutinizing eyes occasionally cast at his back. There were also whispers. He looked out the window, his mind filled with thoughts about the tremendous changes that would occur in the next decade or so. The distance was not far, but it took half an hour to arrive thanks to the city's roads being perpetually under repair. As if the moment work stopped, many would lose their jobs. Jiang Chu paid for the taxi, and seeing the 14 points credited to his account, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The system had become sentient, even enforcing a split. At Nan City department store, many big brands occupied the first 2 floors. As soon as they entered, the girls walked into a shop. He followed, and upon reaching the doorway saw a dazzling array of colorful items that made one's mouth water. Victoria. Good heavens. This was really starting strong. All women's lingerie. From afar he could see Mo Yutong's smug expression, and Li Wenjing looking uneasy, saying something to her. Yutong, why did you drag me in here? How can Jiang Chu, a guy, be comfortable coming in? What? Didn't we agree yesterday to look at lingerie? Mo Yutong thought to herself. She was deliberately targeting him. If he didn't come in, that was fine. Let him taste the feeling of waiting. By the way, what's gotten into you today? I've never seen you interested in any guy. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to someone like him. I don't see what's good about him. He's not handsome nor rich. You know the boys chasing you at school are probably more than those chasing me, enough to fill 2 classes. Yutong, don't talk about Jiang Chu like that. Li Wenjing's expression instantly turned cold as she spoke with displeasure. Mo Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. Her best friend was actually contradicting her for a guy she had just met, and she placed the blame on Jiang Chu. Oh, what a coincidence. I can even run into that sycophant who chases after you. A voice sounded beside him. Jiang Chu turned his head and saw Song Qingqing holding Zheng Hao's arm. This time she didn't even greet him, her contempt undisguised. Zheng Hao wore a smug expression, but his face was still swollen from an incident yesterday, which made Jiang Chu couldn't help but want to laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? He cursed, but wincing as the agitation seemed to strain his facial muscles, causing him to cover his face with his hand. Brother, how are you? Okay? Song Qingqing showed concern, then looked at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, a guy standing at the entrance of a women's lingerie store, is simply inappropriate. I've known you for so long, but I never imagined you could be so vulgar. You wretch, never seen lingerie before. I know exactly what the girl you like wears underneath. Zheng Hao glanced at Song Qingqing as if having avenged a great wrong, feeling quite pleased. If you're not going in, don't block the way, idiot. After taking 2 steps inside, Zheng Hao froze, staring straight ahead. It turned out he had spotted Mo Yutong and the others. In comparison, Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing were campus beauties, far surpassing Song Qingqing in both figure and appearance. Zheng Hao directly pushed Song Qingqing aside, smoothed his hair, held his head high, and walked over with a pose he thought was handsome. He was clearly going to make a move on them. Beside him, Song Qingqing also looked at Mo Yutong and the others, a hint of unfriendliness flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chu saw all this and couldn't help but find it amusing. Hello, isn't this Mo Yutong, the campus belle of Shi University? And this is... Although they were from different schools, Jiang Hao had long heard of Mo Yutong's fame. This kind of money-oriented beauty was perfect for him. As for the girl beside her, who was even more beautiful than Mo Yutong, he couldn't recall her name at the moment. Though her figure wasn't as sexy as Mo Yutong's, her curves drew his gaze for a long time, completely missing the disgust in Li Wenjing's eyes. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Hao. People give me face and call me Brother Hao. I'm from M University. My family runs a company worth tens of millions. Nice to meet you all. Not bad, Mo Yutong said with a slight smile, having immediately noticed that Jiang Hao's clothes were all branded. Jiang Hao was immensely pleased, but unfortunately the girl beside him remained cold and didn't even glance at him. I dare not take credit. That's all my family's hard-earned money. I'm still a student, and my family usually gives me a monthly allowance of 20 to 30,000 yuan. Mo Yutong's eyes widened even more. Then she said pitifully, I only get a little over 1,000 a month. Buying a bag is something I can only dream of. Haha, you're so funny. Things in this store aren't cheap, are they? I'm just browsing. How could I afford anything? Mo Yutong said listlessly. Jiang Hao puffed out his chest and waved his hand grandly. Meeting his fate. Pick any set you like, I'll pay. Really? That's wonderful. Seeing Mo Yutong's forced smile, Jiang Chu knew she didn't care about that amount of money. Thinking back to his past life, he had been easily impulsive. A simple ice cream treat from someone made him think they had feelings for him, and a casual compliment made him willing to do anything. In reality, it wasn't true love, but all tricks. Song Qingqing was picking out lingerie. She liked all of the sexy and alluring types. Because Jiang Chu was nearby, she deliberately held up pieces with both hands to examine them, as if oblivious to Jiang Hao's actions. Jiang Chu actually noticed her occasionally casting unfriendly glances from the corner of her eye, though she concealed them well. This showed Song Qingqing's little schemes. Even if she treated Jiang Chu like a dog, she would still occasionally dangle meat in front of him to keep him craving. Unfortunately, Jiang Chu's attention was now only on the two campus beauties inside. He had originally planned to let them choose and then pay himself, but now Jiang Hao had suddenly butted in to treat them, which would mean losing his commission. Trying to steal his opportunity. No way. Without hesitation, he stepped into the women's lingerie store, a place he had never entered before. However, Song Qingqing, whom he wanted to ignore, suddenly blocked his way. Jiang Chu, are you planning to pay for me? Let me tell you, Brother Hao will buy it for me. You don't need to. Jiang Chu was almost amused, wondering which eye of hers made her think he intended to pay for her. But then he recalled how often he had done such foolish things in his past life. He decided to ignore her, yet she stepped sideways to block his path. Jiang Chu, I know you like me, but we are simply not meant for each other. Jiang Chu sighed, furrowing his brow with impatience. Please step aside. I've long stopped liking you. Song Qingqing was taken aback. She never expected Jiang Chu to say such words. Playing hard to get with me. You're still too green. In the distance, Li Wenjing's eyes lit up. You think using those aggressive tactics to make yourself look cool will catch my attention? Don't be so childish. Jiang Chu felt a surge of frustration. How could he have ever been smitten with this fool? The commotion drew the attention of the shop assistant. Seeing Jiang Chu in cheap clothes and the two strikingly beautiful girls nearby, she assumed he was a persistent admirer bothering them. With a cold expression, she said, This is a women's lingerie store. If you don't need anything, please leave and stop disturbing our customers. Jiang Chu's brow furrowed even deeper. Song Qingqing turned her head away, pretending not to know him, remaining silent. In the distance, Jiang Hao watched Jiang Chu's predicament with barely concealed glee, his expression almost dancing with joy. He deliberately lifted his chin, wearing a look of arrogance and contempt. Mo Yutong, meanwhile, was watching the drama unfold. The atmosphere in the store grew tense. Jiang Chu could have claimed he was with Mo Yutong and the others, but they were hardly acquainted. If he spoke up and they denied it, he would only be more embarrassed. What should he do? Pull out the 20,000 cash he had and show off? That would be a desperate move, far too low class. People would think he had lost his mind. Just as he was at a loss, Li Wenjing strode quickly toward him, wordlessly taking his arm and declaring in a cool tone, Jiang Chu came with me. What right do you have to throw him out? Everyone present was stunned. The shop assistant, who had been about to speak, swallowed her words indignantly, thinking such a loser with a girlfriend this gorgeous. Truly a case of a cabbage being rooted by a pig. But she was just an employee on a wage. No matter how annoyed she felt, she couldn't actually drive a customer away. She gave a cold snort and walked off with a stiff face. Song Qingqing's face turned ashen. She knew Li Wenjing well, the iceberg school beauty whom many wealthy young men pursued, sending flowers and gifts only to be rejected. Li Wenjing's beauty surpassed hers, and her figure was a crushing blow to Song Qingqing's own insecurities. Song Qingqing had always harbored resentment, knowing her only shortcoming was that area. As for Jiang Chu, he had always been her devoted follower, someone she could summon or dismiss at will. Seeing him now so close to the campus bell was unbearable. Even if she discarded a worthless thing, no one else should take it. Jiang Chu was astonished, recalling a saying, even if you are not handsome or wealthy, if you are surrounded by stunning women, it creates an inexplicable attraction for other women. Some would be curious, others jealous. A man pursued by a beauty more beautiful than them must have extraordinary qualities. Even if they don't like him, they want to win him over. That's the competitive nature of women. In the distance, Jiang Hao wore a pained expression, as if he had tasted something foul. If not for Mo Yutong beside him, he would have cursed aloud. Just moments ago, Li Wenjing had ignored him, and now she was clinging to that fool. Mo Yutong quietly walked up to Li Wenjing and whispered, "Wenjing, what are you doing? That brother Hao is a rich second generation, even wealthier than the ones I've met before." "I don't care." Jiang Chu was equally bewildered by Li Wenjing's sudden closeness. The fragrance that came with her, the pressure on his arm, made his heart flutter. This was an unexpected bliss. "Jiang Chu, is this your so-called liking for me? So you've secretly found someone else all along?" Song Qingqing clenched her fists and shouted. Jiang Chu glanced at her, frowning deeply. "Like you? With you, even a phone screen protector might get bubbles." He then remembered that smartphones hadn't yet emerged, and the screen protector sellers hadn't started their stalls. "Don't understand. I mean, you're a pair of aces, and I can't play them." He deliberately glanced at Song Qingqing's chest. If she didn't get it, she was truly dull. Giggle, giggle. Li Wenjing couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. The iceberg school beauty's rare smile left Jiang Chu mesmerized, while Jiang Hao nearly exploded. Why should a loser like him earn the favor of the campus belle? "You." Realizing the insult, Song Qingqing was enraged. Li Wenjing's laughter only made her more furious. "What are you laughing at? So-called iceberg school beauty. Just a cheap slut acting all high and mighty. Who knows how many men she's been with." Li Wenjing had never heard such venomous words. Her smile vanished instantly. Mo Yutong, who was nearby, heard it as well. Her expression darkened, and she had already taken a step forward, her hand raised. Just then a sharp sound rang out. A resounding slap landed on Song Qingqing's face faster than her own hand could have moved. It stunned her, and everyone present was left in shock. "How dare you speak of her that way?" Jiang Chu's voice was icy. His hand felt sticky, but looking down he saw a layer of foundation. He wiped it off on his pants, powder falling to the floor. You hit me." Song Qingqing couldn't believe it. She had been struck twice in 2 days, the mark from yesterday's slap hadn't even faded, so she had worn heavy makeup. Now Jiang Chu had hit her again, the boy who had adored her for years. Had he found the campus belle, and now looked down on her? Song Qingqing's eyes were filled with anger and confusion as she stared at Jiang Chu. He was equally perplexed but had increased again. What was she trying to do? Beside him, Li Wenjing turned her head slightly to look at his profile. In that moment his features seemed so sharp and defined. Her large, sparkling eyes glistened, whether with infatuation or happiness. Unconsciously she held his arm tighter. This made Jiang Chu inwardly exclaim that he could hardly bear it. Li Wenjing's approval increased. Jiang Chu was overjoyed. This gesture was truly worthwhile. "Brother Hao, your girlfriend has a rather foul mouth." Mo Yutong's expression also soured. Li Wenjing was her best friend. Who was Song Qingqing to speak ill of her? She wouldn't tolerate such insolence. No, Qingqing was just speaking in anger, as she didn't mean it. It's all that loser's fault. Jiang Hao's eyes twitched with irritation. Everything had been going smoothly, and he had already started fantasizing about a blissful encounter with Mo Yutong. But then Song Qingqing lost her temper, criticizing Jiang Chu instead of just focusing on the matter at hand. She then dragged Li Wenjing into it, and naturally all blame fell back on Jiang Chu. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Hao felt a surge of aggression, but he noticed that Jiang Chu was half a head taller than him, and his sharp gaze seemed even more intimidating than Xiang Hua's from yesterday. The memory of the pain in his face and stomach from the previous fight still lingered. He decided to bide his time. If he couldn't win through force, he would do so with wealth, a domain where he could easily crush the other. "Brother Hao, he hit me. You have to stand up for me." Song Qingqing threw herself into Jiang Hao's arms like a wounded kitten. "Mean words," Mo Yutong muttered under her breath. "A grown man who resorts to hitting women. Lucky you never got into Qingbei, you'd only disgrace your parents." Jiang Hao scoffed. "Qingqing, let's not stoop to the level of this country bumpkin. Pick anything you like here, I'll cover it." "Great, thanks, Brother Hao." Song Qingqing instantly forgot the pain of the slap. "Aren't you two a couple?" she sneered, turning to the other side. "If you're so capable, buy her something too. What a guy who can't even afford lingerie still thinks he can date." She had just seen the prices here. Most items cost several hundred, even over 1,000. She knew Jiang Chu's monthly allowance was barely that much. Jiang Hao was regaining his pride through money. "By the way, Qingqing, I recall you mentioned his parents are just farmers, right? Can he even afford 500 a month for living expenses?" "Wenjing, don't be fooled. Being with someone like him might mean you have to pay for his meals." "None of your business," Li Wenjing replied coldly, yet she still didn't let go of Jiang Chu's hand. "Compete in money." Jiang Chu found it almost laughable. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He only prayed they wouldn't give up too quickly. With his system, he couldn't wait to see their faces fall. He turned to Li Wenjing beside him. "Wenjing, this Victoria's brand is quite nice. Since we're here, why don't you pick out a few sets too?" "Huh?" Li Wenjing was taken aback. What did Jiang Chu mean? He wanted her to buy lingerie as well. Could it be? "Sure, but everything here seems to be A cup. Too small." Who would wear such tiny sizes? I think there's something for me further inside. I'm about an E, I believe. Jiang Chu barely suppressed a smile. Li Wenjing's teasing was absolutely delightful. It was hard to imagine that the famously aloof campus belle could have such a playful side. Mo Yutong was less restrained as she burst into laughter, especially when she saw the gritted teeth of Song Qingqing across the aisle. She was almost slapping her thigh. I'll just wait and see if you have to let a girl pay for you. Yutong, my offer still stands. Pick anything you like, and I'll cover it. Sure, thank you, brother Hao. Mo Yutong's eyes curved into crescent moons. While browsing lingerie, everyone had their own thoughts. Zheng Hao returned to Song Qingqing's side. After she selected 2 everyday sets, she deliberately walked over to the specialty section, picked up a bright red lace set and a black lace set, and held them up to her figure. Zheng Hao nodded and leered, charmed by Song Qingqing's innocent, vulnerable appearance. A seemingly good girl, but actually two-faced. Worried about being seen by Mo Yutong and the others, he quickly put on a straight face. Jiang Chu had to admit that Song Qingqing knew exactly how to manipulate people. Even he couldn't help but imagine her wearing those seductive outfits. But no, he must stay calm. In the future, he could even hire a dance troupe if he wanted. A mere Song Qingqing was nothing. Jiang Chu turned his head and casually surveyed the various lingerie styles in the store. A dazzling array of everyday, wear romantic sets, black lace, embroidered red and white lace. There were also minimalist designs, butterfly-shaped sheer mesh, and even single-string styles. All sorts of unique, alluring designs. Truly the hallmark of Victoria's. Mo Yutong whispered to Li Wenjing, "Look at him with that wolfish expression, staring at everything. And are you out of your mind? Are you planning to pay for him yourself? These are pieces worth hundreds." Li Wenjing's response was resolute. "I can't let Jiang Chu be humiliated in front of everyone. Just leave me alone. You're going to drive me crazy." Mo Yutong pouted and shot a resentful glance at Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong's favorability decreased by 10. Though she spoke softly, Jiang Chu heard every word clearly. A wave of gratitude washed over him, but he reminded himself he was destined to save countless women, and his resolve must be firm. Li Wenjing held a set of white lace with embroidery and a pink translucent set. Suddenly she turned around. "Jiang Chu, which one do you think looks better?" Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. "You're asking me?" "Yes, take a look." Li Wenjing held the 2 bras in front of her generous figure. The lingerie itself was alluring, and now it was in the hands of the exquisite campus belle. If she were to wear them. Jiang Chu swallowed hard. "You are beautiful no matter what you wear." "Who is beautiful?" "They both look good, but I can only choose one. Which one should I pick?" Not far away, Zheng Hao's neck was craned, his eyes straining, but Jiang Chu's body perfectly blocked his view. He missed the chance to see those elegant curves, and his hatred for Jiang Chu grew even more intense. Jiang Chu thought for a moment. "Don't worry. Take both sets, and also the ones you picked earlier. I'll pay for all of them." From nearby, Zheng Hao burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, pay for everything. That's some big talk. If you can outspend me today, I'll crawl out of this store on my hands and knees." "If you lose, you crawl. Are you brave enough?" "Jiang Chu, if I were you, I'd slip away quietly before embarrassing yourself further," Song Qingqing said with utter contempt. "Hey, he's a rich second generation. You're obviously going to lose." "Don't ask for trouble," Mo Yutong said, without even looking at him. "Have you no shame? You're clearly bullying him. And is that money really earned by you? It's from your family." Li Wenjing was furious. "Fine. I accept your challenge. Don't back out later," Jiang Chu said with a hint of excitement, though it was mostly feigned. Inside, he was overjoyed. He had planned to spend a lot anyway. His cards were all aces, and the other guy had just doubled the stakes. How satisfying. "Jiang Chu, how can you?" Li Wenjing was incredulous. "It's fine. Just go ahead and buy whatever you want. I might not lose after all." "Ha ha, everyone heard that. I didn't force him." Zheng Hao hadn't expected Jiang Chu to agree. What a fool. He couldn't wait to see Jiang Chu crawl out of the store in disgrace. "Qingqing. Hee, I know, brother Hao." Song Qingqing also felt a wave of relief. Such a wonderful opportunity was rare. Not only could he frustrate those who annoyed him, but he could also buy so many pieces of Victoria's lingerie. Without hesitation, he took whatever he liked since it wasn't his own money, so he felt no pain at all. The saleswoman thought to herself, let them compete, as long as they buy she would get commission. She knew exactly whom to serve, now warmly attending to Song Qingqing, while occasionally making subtle remarks to belittle Jiang Chu. On the other hand, Li Wenjing just stood by watching without making a move, still thinking Jiang Chu had no money and didn't want him to compare. Jiang Chu looked into her eyes and said, "Wenjing, trust me, okay?" Li Wenjing held his gaze for a long moment, seeing confidence and determination. She nodded and chose to believe. Jiang Chu didn't notice her shyness, his mind solely on getting her to pick more sets. "Pick more of what you like. Don't worry, I'll pay for everything." "All right then." Li Wenjing took down the few sets she had been eyeing. "You're really going to infuriate me," Mo Yutong said, unable to understand how her best friend could trust this loser. Jiang Chu turned to Mo Yutong. "How about you? Would you like to pick a few sets?" "My treat." "No thanks. I can't afford to pay for you." Seeing her complete indifference, Jiang Chu simply smiled. Her disbelief was understandable. He would have to gradually demonstrate his capability. Hey, have you two finished picking? We've been waiting here for ages. Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing had only just arrived, impatient to see Jiang Chu lose. Jiang Chu called the saleswoman directly. Excuse me, I'll take all of these. The saleswoman looked surprised. But Li Wenjing still felt a little worried, but Jiang Chu's gaze assured her it was fine. The saleswoman's face showed reluctance, but with surveillance cameras in the store, she dared not act improperly. She had to fetch new items from the stock and pack them. She thought to herself that when he couldn't pay, she would mock him thoroughly. Soon, all their selected items were placed on the counter. It must be said that Song Qingqing was quite bold, directly picking 5 sets, all priced over 1,000 each. Zheng Hao felt a pang of pain. Her figure, aside from the 2 lingerie sets he considered worthwhile, the other 3 daily sets seemed a waste of fabric at such prices. But to save face, he had to win. Brother, how didn't you just say you'd pay for me? Look, I don't want much, just 3 sets. You won't be stingy, will you? Mo Yutong said with a slight flirtatious tone. Of course not. Just 3 sets, a piece of cake. Earlier it was just 1 set, but now he was being treated as a fool. However, he couldn't show it now and would deal with it later. Then thank you, Brother Hao. Let's exchange QQ numbers and phone numbers later. Haha, sure. At last he had gained something. Having contact information meant progress. Both were adults, so Zheng Hao was delighted. How much for both of them together? Let me pay the bill. Hello, after the discount the total for them is 9300. Hearing that, Zheng Hao felt another pang of pain. His monthly allowance was only 1000, and his claim of 2000 to 3000 was just bravado. His daily expenses for showing off were already high, so he didn't have much left. He pulled out a card to pay, not even bothering to see how much Jiang Chu's total was, thinking Jiang Chu was just bluffing and couldn't possibly have that much money. Charge it. No response. What's wrong? Charge it, Zheng Hao said with a frown. The saleswoman looked awkward. I'm sorry, this store just opened, and we haven't installed the POS machine yet. Can you pay in cash? What the heck? Zheng Hao was stunned, then burst out angrily. Are you kidding me? Over 10,000 yuan worth of items, and I can't use a card. Who carries that much cash? You. With a sharp sound. Before he could finish, Jiang Chu took 2 stacks of cash from his bag and placed them on the counter with a slap, directly contradicting Zheng Hao's words and making him swallow the rest. Check, please. Include both of theirs too. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. POS machines weren't yet fully miniaturized that year, so a glance at the counter told everything. Seeing that Zheng Hao only had 2 pockets, he surely hadn't brought much cash. So he was certain to win. Besides, even if Zheng Hao could swipe a card, he wouldn't be afraid. Shocked. Petrified. Everyone stared fixedly at the 2 stacks of money, especially Zheng Hao, whose face flushed red, unable to speak for a long time. Can I pay a? Oh. The saleswoman came to her senses and began to calculate. She glanced at Jiang Chu, her gaze no longer contemptuous, but apologetic and ingratiating. The commission was back. Great. Jiang Chu, how did you happen to carry so much cash? Li Wenjing's previous worry vanished, replaced by excitement. Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu up and down with surprise, thoughts unknown. After the discount, the total is 12000. The saleswoman began counting and then checked the bills with a machine. The clicking sound was like a series of slaps on Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing's faces. Brother Hao, what about the things I picked? Song Qingqing asked cautiously, which instantly irritated Zheng Hao. Damn it. You asked me. Do you have cash? If you do, pay for them yourself. Song Qingqing turned her head in resentment, especially when she saw Li Wenjing holding a pile of items with a look of admiration and adoration toward Jiang Chu. It enraged her. She thought if only she had known Jiang Chu had so much money, she wouldn't have turned against him so hastily. How about I pay for yours too? Jiang Chu wore a deliberately provoking smile as he looked at Song Qingqing. Sure. Song Qingqing was about to accept excitedly when Jiang Chu was taken aback. He was just being sarcastic. How could this even increase her favorability? Thanks, but no thanks. Song Qingqing saw Zheng Hao's face turn green and immediately stopped herself. Li Wenjing's favorability increased by 3, Mo Yutong's by 10. Why did Li Wenjing's increase only by 3? Mo Yutong's sudden increase of 10 favorability toward him. Was it the power of money? So I've paid 1200 here. Your total is over 9000, and you can't pay. Doesn't that mean I win? Jiang Chu said triumphantly. The other man's face turned ashen, teeth clenched. After a long moment, he reluctantly said, this doesn't count. This lousy store doesn't even accept cards, and it's not like I don't have money. It's unfair. We need to find a store that can swipe cards to compete again. How can you be so shameless? Are you trying to renege? Li Wenjing scolded with a cute but fierce tone. The saleswoman turned to look at Zheng Hao with contempt and muttered under her breath, looks decent but broke and still arrogant. What a waste of my effort. Zheng Hao almost lost his temper again. Yutong, how about we exchange QQ numbers first? He was met with a cold glare from Mo Yutong. He hadn't even bought anything and still had the nerve to ask for her QQ. The veins on Zheng Hao's forehead bulged. Knowing she could not argue her way out of this situation, she turned a blind eye and continued to stubbornly shout, "Jiang Chu, just tell me. Do you dare to compete again?" Jiang Chu also straightened his posture, wearing an expression as though he had taken the bait. "Fine. If you want to compete, let us compete. You choose the store this time, and do not come up with all sorts of excuses after you lose." Zheng Hao was overjoyed that he had agreed, for otherwise it would have been quite difficult to leave. "Wait, this is not fair," Li Wenjing said. "You clearly lost, and Jiang Chu has already spent over 10,000 here. To ask for a rematch again is truly shameless." Zheng Hao's little scheme being spoken aloud made him somewhat embarrassed. "It is fine. If we restart, I will make him climb until he is truly convinced." Zheng Hao looked down on him. "Just keep pretending. That 20,000 of yours, who knows if you stole it from home? But since you want to suffer, do not blame me. Let me show you what a wealthy person truly is like." "Oh, is that so? Who will win, and who will lose remains to be seen." The more Jiang Chu looked at Zheng Hao, the more amusing he seemed. How considerate this fellow was, practically offering his face to be slapped. Jiang Chu opened the system and saw the 120,000 points returned, immediately chose to exchange them, and soon received a text message notifying him of the transfer. He was simply delighted. At this rate, reaching the peak of life was only a matter of time. This time Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing walked ahead, knowing Jiang Chu still had only a few thousand in cash, so they chose a store where items exceeded 10,000. An LV specialty store. Jiang Chu smiled with self-mockery. In his past life he had dealt with this brand far too often. Those green tea girls might speak beautifully at first, but in the end they would always lead to places like this. In his previous penniless days he would shrink back and feel fear just seeing it from afar. But now with the system, he humphed inwardly. Let us see whether he could trample this brand into dust. "Qingqing, have you not always wanted that new style bag? Today I will satisfy your wish." "Wow, I only mentioned it casually, and I did not expect, brother, how to keep it so carefully in mind. You are truly so good to me. But that style is quite expensive. I am with you because you are kind, and you already gave me one before. I really can do without this one." Zheng Hao sneered inwardly. She spoke as though it were all genuine. If an outsider heard, they might truly believe Song Qingqing was an affectionate and loyal person. But Zheng Hao was no fool. He had seen many women like her. Still, since he was competing against that guy, he would let her enjoy this small advantage now and compensate later with other gifts. Song Qingqing was thrilled inside. The brand name lingerie she had just discarded was regrettable, but compared to a handbag it was nothing. She loved bags above all else. Last time Zheng Hao had bought her a bag worth 20,000, and she had thrown herself into his arms without hesitation. This new style was worth nearly 40,000. If she truly obtained it, she would have to thank Jiang Chu. Haha, she could not resist casting a provoking glance back at Li Wenjing. So what if it is just a few sets of underwear? Brother Hao bought me an LV new style bag. No matter how nice your underwear is, can you possibly wear it outside? Speaking, Song Qingqing could not wait and pulled Zheng Hao into the store. But after a few steps, Zheng Hao stopped her at the doorway. He looked down and said, "This floor is too clean." "Ah, tisk. Oh, sorry. I have a slight cold and tend to produce phlegm. Someone will probably wipe it clean shortly." Before leaving, he cast another glance at Jiang Chu, looking self-assured as though victory were certain. He puffed out his chest and strode in proudly. Disgusting. Li Wenjing was utterly disgusted with Zheng Hao, and even Mo Yutong wrinkled her delicate brows. Jiang Chu remained motionless outwardly, but inside, he was laughing joyfully, wondering who would end up doing the cleaning. Inside, the shelves were primarily filled with handbags dazzling to the eye. "Wenjing, come quickly. This is the bag I mentioned to you before." Mo Yutong was equally excited upon seeing the bags, and quickly forgot what had just happened. A bag cures all ailments. This was absolutely true. No woman could resist the temptation of a handbag. She pulled Li Wenjing's hand and ran over. "It is truly beautiful, especially suited to you." "Really?" Although she had kept her composure in the lingerie shop, encountering the bag broke through her restraint. She lifted the bag to her chest, stood on tiptoe with both feet together, her high ponytail bouncing up and down. Her excitement was impossible to conceal. "Yutong, if you give me a chance, I will buy this bag for you. What do you say?" Zheng Hao put his hands in his pockets and wore an air of arrogance, as though a bag worth over 30,000 were a trivial matter in his eyes. Mo Yutong's expression instantly brightened, yet she pressed her lips together and smiled. She understood what those words implied. A single bag to win her over. Was he being too naive? There had been many rich second-generation heirs who wanted to give her bags, but those men were just like Zheng Hao, shrewd and calculating. Some even demanded private rooms before making purchases, as if they took her for someone so cheap. That said, she genuinely loved this bag, but thinking of the few thousand in her card, which included her living expenses, she could not help but feel a deep sense of loss. "I like this one." Li Wenjing picked up another bag from the side, her eyes full of undeniable fondness, though she did not show the same excitement as Mo Yutong. "You have excellent taste. This model is the newly released Petite Series handbag from this year, arriving only yesterday. It suits you beautifully." A beautiful female sales assistant wearing white gloves recommended with a smile. And these styles are also the latest arrivals. Please feel free to look around. She then presented several more to Jiang Chu. This salesgirl surprised him slightly. Most people would have driven him away with such attire, yet she treated him equally. Her attitude was commendable. He could not help but glance at her a few more times. An oval face with a high ponytail radiating cuteness with a hint of shyness, her uniform and black stockings outlining a graceful figure. Though not comparable to Mo Yutong or Li Wenjing, the system displayed her score as 75, which was quite good. Her name tag read, Trainee Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling. How could you take out the bags so carelessly? Would you pay for them if they got damaged? A woman in a similar uniform, also with a good figure, approached quickly from a short distance, her face stern and clearly displeased. Sister Zhang. Zhao Xiaoling looked like a child who had done something wrong, somewhat at a loss, yet she still managed to argue back. I saw he was with them, so. So what? You serve anyone who walks in. With your attitude, you still want to become permanent staff. Exactly, Xiaoling. You should listen to Sister Zhang. Not everyone can be treated as a customer. He needs to have the financial ability first. Wu Li, the sales associate serving Zheng Hao, and the others spoke, while occasionally casting seductive glances at Zheng Hao. Her appearance was ordinary, but her behavior was evident. Zheng Hao's tail seemed ready to reach the sky, barely containing his laughter. He waved his hand grandly and said, just this one. Wrap it up for me. Very good, sir. This bag is 30,000. Please proceed to the counter to swipe your card. Song Qingqing was beyond delighted. With this bag, she would surely make her roommates and friends extremely envious when she returned. Wu Li's eyes widened in joy. She and Zhao Xiaoling had joined at the same time, both during their probation period. But Zhao Xiaoling was more attractive, and whenever customers arrived, they often pushed Wu Li aside and insisted on being served by Zhao Xiaoling. Wu Li had held a grudge ever since. Now she had already sold one bag within a short time, and 3 more would meet the standard for permanent employment. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoling had been scolded by Sister Zhang and served only a poor guy, so her performance for the day would surely be nothing. You are Zhao Xiaoling, right? How much more performance do you need to reach the standard for becoming permanent staff? Zhao Xiaoling paused, stunned. This boy, who looked even younger than herself, suddenly asked her such a question. Still short of 1,000 in revenue. Wondering why he was asking that, Jiang Chu did not answer her, and instead glanced at Li Wenjing. What do you think? Do you like it? Li Wenjing assumed he was merely making casual conversation. I do like it, but I'm only looking. It's fine as long as you like it, I'll cover the cost. No, Jiang Chu, I understand your family's situation. You've already spent quite a bit, and that person was simply being unreasonable. There's no need to engage with them. I won't be buying it anymore. Let's go. Go. Jiang Chu grew suddenly anxious. These were bags worth tens of thousands each. How many points would that yield? And she was just saying, let's leave. Hold on, Wenjing, to be honest, I come from a wealthy family. I have money. More than enough. Li Wenjing covered her mouth with her slender hand and chuckled softly. Jiang Chu, you really know how to joke. You almost make it sound believable. Come on, if Wenjing doesn't mind, stop pretending. If you don't have money, just admit it honestly. Nothing bad will come of it. A single bag here costs at least 20 or 30,000. It's perfectly normal if you can't afford it. Mo Yutong occasionally cast flirtatious glances toward Zheng Hao, delighting him greatly. Tell you what, Wenjing, I genuinely want to gift you a bag, and I can see you really like it. Could you let me have this one time? If I truly cannot pay for it, we will leave together, alright? But, watching the earnest intensity in Jiang Chu's eyes, Li Wenjing felt a surge of warmth. Alright then. Then I'll take that one. The bag Li Wenjing pointed to was the least expensive in the store, for she remembered Jiang Chu still had a stack of cash on him, which combined with her own should have been sufficient. 10,000. An older model, Jiang Chu thought. Why did she have to save money for him? Beside him, Zheng Hao could no longer contain himself and slapped his thigh in amusement. Ha ha, after all that deliberation, you chose something over 10,000. Tough luck. That's probably your family's entire yearly food budget, isn't it? TSK. Buy the bag as a gift, and you'll be eating dirt afterwards. Jiang Chu, if I were you, I wouldn't buy it. 10,000 yuan is more than your family could earn in a year of farming. Song Qingqing did not forget to add her own sting. Yutong, I know you fancy that bag. It's only over 30,000. If you agree to my little request, I'll give it to you. Really, would you consider it? Zheng Hao had no concern about Song Qingqing's jealousy, for he knew she was only after money. Now that he had bought her a bag, she should understand her place and not interfere with his plans. Mo Yutong's heart trembled with desire, but she could easily guess what kind of request he meant. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. There was no way out. If this was how it had to be, he would have to reveal his true hand. He beckoned to Zhao Xiaoling. Hello, could you come over for a moment? She approached. Jiang Chu pointed to the bag Li Wenjing had mentioned. This one? You wish to purchase this one? No. What I mean is, besides this one, I will take all 5 of the newest styles. Everyone present was utterly stunned, frozen in place, as if they had misheard. Their faces bore deep disbelief. You want all of them? Those 5 alone add up to 283,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaoling stammered. Jiang Chu was somewhat surprised. She calculated quite quickly. That's correct. Take them all. Swipe my card. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? There's no need to buy so many. And where would you get so much money? Li Wenjing grew anxious, assuming Jiang Chu was acting on impulse. Her hand unconsciously clutched his arm. To her surprise, Jiang Chu simply turned his head and gave her a gentle pat on the head with his other hand. Looking into her eyes, he spoke in a soft yet steady voice. I want to buy them because you like them. If you happen to like every bag in this store, I would buy them all. How could I buy more if I don't want to earn points? Li Wenjing stood, dazed, overwhelmed with emotion, her cheeks flushing crimson all the way to her ears. Li Wenjing affection 3. It went up again another 3 points. Why was Li Wenjing so different from others? Simply praising her worked. Jiang Chu felt excitement rising within him. It seemed he would need to praise her more often in the future. Ha ha ha, you are absolutely ridiculous. Buying them all. 28000 yuan. Stop pretending. Do you even have the money? You don't have a single penny. Zheng Hao laughed uproariously, slapping his thigh. Xiao Shaoling, consider this carefully. This person is obviously here to cause trouble. Wu Li sneered contemptuously. Among those present it was Sister Jiang, the one who had just insulted Jiang Chu, who wore a serious expression. She narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him from head to toe. She had long cultivated a sharp eye for reading people, and this ordinarily dressed young man before her seemed so remarkably calm. But if he truly had the means to purchase all 5 bags in one go. In just a few seconds her mind raced through many possibilities before she reached a decision. Shaoling, just pack these up for this customer. Ah, very well. She then gestured politely. Please follow me to the counter to complete the payment. Zhao Shaoling could not understand why Sister Zhang, who had been so dismissive moments ago, had suddenly changed her attitude. Wu Li also looked bewildered, but then something seemed to occur to her, and her expression turned cheerful. This was likely an attempt to teach Zhao Shaoling a lesson. Let her learn that a person like that was not worth engaging with, and a reminder might do her some good. After all, this was 28000 yuan. How could a student possibly produce such a sum all at once? All eyes turned toward the checkout counter. Card payment. Yes. After a few quick movements, please enter your password. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly and let out a soft sigh. Only 28000 yuan, too little. But he could not reveal too much at once. He would proceed gradually. Still pretending. Soon you will claim the card is broken and cannot be swiped. Just wait. Zheng Hao sneered. Beep. Payment successful. Ka. The receipt printed automatically from the POS machine, proving the payment had gone through. Although she had prepared herself, Sister Zhang still opened her mouth slightly in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chu. She immediately flashed a flattering smile, relieved that she had not completely offended him earlier. Welcome, sir. Please sign here. Young sir, you are so generous to your girlfriend. In all the time I have worked in this store, you are the most generous customer I have ever seen. Your girlfriend must be overjoyed. And you are both so handsome and elegant. Truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, this older woman knew exactly how to praise. As long as it was not excessively extravagant, she would compliment endlessly. Jiang Chu felt a slight sense of elation. This was the effect of wealth. The others were utterly stunned, so much so that the store fell into complete silence. The payment had truly succeeded. Somehow several female customers had drifted into the shop during the commotion. Good heavens, this person must be a super rich heir. He just gifted 5 bags at once. And they are all the latest styles, my absolute favorites. I wonder if he is still looking for a girlfriend. He is incredibly handsome. Forget 5. If he could give me even 1, I would belong to him tonight. Did you notice? His clothes are very understated, his hair low-key yet distinctive. Especially when he swiped his card, he did not even blink. Wow, he is absolutely stunning. Enough, you all. Look at the 2 beautiful girls beside him. They have both elegance and grace. What dream are you making here? No. For such a perfect young man, just imagining being with him in daily life would be wonderful. Beside him, Zheng Hao's face had turned a sickly shade of green. 28000 yuan. This was impossible. How could someone like him possibly swipe that amount? Had he lost? Even if he swallowed his pride and grabbed a few more bags, now he did not have that kind of money. 28000 yuan. Not 28 cents. Soon someone will have to wipe. The words he had boasted earlier echoed mockingly in his ears. Do I really need to crawl out of this door? Song Qingqing looked at Jiang Chun again, her eyes gleaming. So he was not a desperate simp after all, but a hidden second-generation rich kid. He was filthy rich, yet pretended to be poor in front of her all this time. The most he ever spent on gifts for her was 1,000 yuan, and now he casually threw 28000 at a designer bag for another girl. Enough to buy an Audi or a BMW. The bag in her hand suddenly lost all its charm. How infuriating. If only he had told her sooner. Forget having a girlfriend. If she had known, she wouldn't have hesitated for a single second. She would have agreed to anything. No, she couldn't give up. Jiang Chun had pursued her for years after all. His heart surely still held feelings for her. No matter what, she had to take back everything that belonged to her. Song Qingqing had already brushed Hao Ge completely out of her mind. Favorability toward Jiang Chun surged by 60 points. When Jiang Chun saw the number rocket upward, he could hardly believe it. This was the terrifying power of money. But so what? He currently had zero interest in Song Qingqing. He would even consider spending money on her a waste. Manager Zhang hurried over this time with an overly warm smile. I'm terribly sorry, handsome sir. My attitude earlier was unacceptable. Please forgive me this once. To make amends, here is a VIP card. All our chain stores nationwide offer a 5% discount. Jiang Chun was slightly impressed by Manager Zhang's ability to read the room. He accepted the card. It's fine, I don't hold it against you. Also, I think Zhao Xiaoling provides excellent service. Surely she has enough performance points to become a full-time employee now. Absolutely, she's more than qualified. I've always believed in her. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also genuine. I'll process her full-time application right away. We truly welcome you back anytime, sir. Zhao Xiaoling beside them was already grinning from ear to ear. She cast an extremely grateful look at Jiang Chun. Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know if I would have passed my probation. Having a boyfriend like you, your girlfriend, must be the luckiest girl in the world. Li Wenjing blushed and lowered her head slightly. They weren't officially boyfriend and girlfriend yet, and Jiang Chun awkwardly scratched the tip of his nose. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Li ground her teeth, her expression dark. How could this happen? How could Zhao Xiaoling be so extraordinarily lucky to meet a rich second-generation heir who spent 2,000 in one go? Sir, here are your bags. Give them to her. Li Wenjing took the stack of shopping bags. They were not particularly heavy. Are you really giving all of these to me? Li Wenjing's face showed surprise. She had originally planned to treat Jiang Chun to a meal today. Instead of eating first, and then shopping, he had just bought her over 2,000 yuan worth of designer bags. The happiness was coming too suddenly, leaving her a little overwhelmed. Mo Yutong, standing nearby, no longer wore her usual look of hostility and disdain. The Jiang Chun before her was clearly a young man, with virtually unlimited potential, as a second-generation rich heir. In fact, she felt a twinge of jealousy. None of the wealthy boys who had pursued her had ever spent 2,000 in a single outing. And so far he had not made a single request in return. Now she noticed that he actually had a rather handsome face, stood well over 1.80 m, dressed modestly, without flashing wealth, and even his hairstyle had a distinctive flair. Li Wenjing's favorability increased by 3. Mo Yutong's favorability increased by 25. Jiang Chun was stunned. Mo Yutong's favorability was rising at an unusually fast rate. Yet strangely, Li Wenjing seemed far less affected by the monetary display. After all, it was 2,000 yuan. Even with a system backing him, he himself could barely withstand such spending. And yet she only gave him 3 points, less than when he had merely complimented her a few times earlier. Mo Yutong's response, however, matched expectations. The rumors were true indeed. Jiang Chun, I'd like to ask your opinion. I want to give this bag to Yutong. She is my closest best friend, and she has always coveted it so much. Of course, the bag is yours, give it as you wish. Wonderful, thank you. Li Wenjing was delighted and immediately handed over the bag Mo Yutong had been eyeing without hesitation. Yutong, I know you have wanted this bag for a long time. Here, it's yours. Thank you, Wenjing. We're sisters. Don't mention it. Mo Yutong, holding the bag in her hands, could barely contain her surprise. She had wanted this bag for so long, and today her wish had finally come true, even without paying a single cent. She cast a grateful glance at Li Wenjing, but her gaze lingered longer on Jiang Chun, who had by now become the undisputed center of attention in the store. She bit her glistening lower lip, her expression complicated. What was it about this young man that drew her in so irresistibly? Her heart raced. And when she saw the look of pure happiness in Wenjing's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Chun, she had to admit, she felt a sharp pang of sourness. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Chun's cold voice suddenly rang out. At the entrance, Zhang Hao was dragging Song Qingqing, attempting to slip away unnoticed. But Song Qingqing seemed unwilling, lagging behind, and repeatedly looking back. Caught by Jiang Chun, Zhang Hao found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place, his humiliation turning to rage. Jiang Chun, what exactly do you want? What do I want? You were the one who proposed the bet. When you lost the first round, you claimed your card wouldn't work. I let you choose which store to go to. Now you've lost again. What, trying to back out? It was 10:30, the mall at its busiest hour, crowds everywhere. Making him crawl out of the door in public like that. Besides, the spot of saliva he had spat earlier was likely still there. There was no way. Zhang Hao ground his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Fine, kid, remember this. I will absolutely never do something like that. If you have the courage, try to stop me. He turned and grabbed Song Qingqing, striding away. Cheating on a lost bet, absolutely shameless, Li Wenjing muttered under her breath. But Song Qingqing's mind was consumed with how to win Jiang Chun back. 2 steps in her hand slipped from Zhang Hao's grasp. He glanced back instinctively, and precisely at that moment his foot landed squarely on the puddle of saliva. Combined with the slick tiled floor, he lost his balance and went sprawling face first, landing directly in the mess. Are you kidding me? Song Qingqing was dumbfounded. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. A group of onlookers gathered near the entrance, pointing and laughing. Zhang Hao scrambled up in embarrassment and dragged Song Qingqing out of the store as fast as he could. Jiang Chun, I won't let you get away with this. Ha, that's what you get for breaking your own promise. Mo Yutong had unconsciously shifted to stand by Jiang Chen's side. Li Wenjing covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Jiang Chen merely shook his head and smiled. He had long known someone like Zheng Hao would not easily honor a promise, but he hadn't expected quite this twist. His main goal today was simply to spend money. The favorability from Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong was an unexpected bonus. And he realized something important: getting along with a so-called goddess was not nearly as difficult as he had once imagined. If you feel afraid, the reasons are simple. Either you are not handsome enough, or you are not rich enough. If you are shy, insecure, and afraid to meet someone's gaze, there is only one cause: not enough money. Yes, look at those tycoons worth millions or billions. They wear slippers and tank tops and still charm goddesses. Were they handsome? No. Even those with ordinary looks found beautiful women competing for their attention. Why? Because they had money. Enough money meant enough confidence. Let's go. It's not yet time for dinner. We'll continue browsing. Sounds great. Li Wenjing clearly looked delighted. Sir, I forgot to mention, we offer complimentary delivery within the city. Would that be useful to you? What a wonderful service. Of course they would take it. Li Wenjing initially tried to decline. It wasn't that heavy, but Jiang Chen said it would be inconvenient carrying everything while shopping further, so she finally agreed. Jiang Chen's thought was practical. He planned to buy even more things. If they skipped purchases simply because they couldn't carry the bags, that would be a tremendous loss. Li Wenjing meanwhile thought he was considering her comfort, and her heart warmed with gratitude. Li Wenjing's favorability increased by 1. Later, walking along the corridor, Mo Yutong deliberately positioned herself between them simply to stay closer to Jiang Chun. She would occasionally initiate conversation, but Jiang Chu only answered with brief replies, his mind clearly elsewhere. This only deepened Mo Yutong's curiosity. She was convinced he was an ultra-wealthy heir, completely unlike the affluent young men she had encountered before. Those who, after spending a little money, would boast about their family fortunes, drop hints, and even become handsy. Now, seeing that he paid her no particular attention, it only stirred her possessiveness. Jiang Chu truly did not know how to respond. She was probing about his family background, but his parents were simple farmers. How could he explain that? He could only make up excuses to brush it off. Afterwards, the three of them visited various luxury brand stores: Gucci, Chanel, Hermes. From belts to shoes, from accessories to skincare products, at every store they passed, Jiang Chu enthusiastically urged them to go in and shop. Li Wenjing initially declined, but Mo Yutong pulled her inside, each time speaking well of Jiang Chu, saying, "I think he likes you. How could you let down his sincerity?" When she said this, even Mo Yutong felt a hint of envy, while Li Wenjing was genuinely delighted. Jiang Chu watched the points increasing steadily, though he felt a bit frustrated. Although they kept shopping, Li Wenjing was clearly trying to save him money. He wanted to buy in bulk, but she showed slight disapproval, and the favorability rating dropped by 3 points on the spot. This left him puzzled. Eventually, he agreed to buy only a moderate amount, and Li Wenjing nodded happily, restoring the favorability. Jiang Chu sighed. After visiting several stores, they had spent only 2,000 Chinese yuan. Nevertheless, when converted to money, the points were worth tens of millions at least, making him a multimillionaire. His heart stirred with excitement, something he had never dared to dream of in his past life. Mo Yutong, favorability 10. Finally, they arrived at a high-end clothing store. Wenjing, leave aside what we bought earlier. You must get several sets of clothes. You have the fewest in the dormitory. And don't you want to look beautiful in front of him? Mo Yutong whispered the last part into Li Wenjing's ear. Li Wenjing could not refute it, and even wore the sweet smile of a girl in love, accepting gladly. Mo Yutong's eyes once again showed a flicker of curiosity. Then I'll buy 3 sets, and you must not exceed that number. Jiang Chu's money doesn't grow on trees. Fine, fine. Mo Yutong gave Jiang Chu an okay gesture, meaning, I've helped you, now it's your turn. Jiang Chu secretly gave her a thumbs up, which made her playfully proud. While Li Wenjing went into the fitting room with a dress, Mo Yutong happened to come out from another one. She was now wearing a white ultra-short pleated skirt, its hem well above the knee, so that a slight bow would reveal a wonderful view. Mo Yutong, with her back to him, struck various poses in front of a full-length mirror. There was no denying her physique was truly exquisite, a slender waist and graceful curves. That skirt swayed precariously, as if a sudden gust of wind could lift it. Jiang Chu's attention was fixed on Mo Yutong's stunning long legs, unaware that she was secretly observing him in the mirror. Suddenly, she bent over as if to adjust her shoes. Most people would simply crouch, but she kept her legs straight, demonstrating remarkable flexibility, a testament to her dance training. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in surprise, and he nearly gasped. In that moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of black. She had done it on purpose. Just then, Li Wenjing emerged from the fitting room, instantly drawing Jiang Chu's gaze, and a hint of guilt crept in. But soon his eyes were fixed on her, and he took a deep breath. She was simply breathtaking. Before, her style had been quite conservative, so many details had gone unnoticed. Now she was wearing a pink off-shoulder crop top and white shorts, her skin flawless, smooth, and fair, glistening softly under the light. Her exposed shoulders and delicate collarbones were exquisite. Coupled with her unique aura, she looked like a princess. Even the other women in the store were mesmerized. The store manager exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, you look amazing in this. Far more beautiful than any celebrity. The last time I met an heiress of a listed company, she didn't have your elegance. One might think you were a princess." Li Wenjing smiled shyly and stuck out her tongue playfully, utterly adorable. "Jiang Chu, do you think it looks good?" "Yes, it's absolutely beautiful. You look like a celestial maiden descended from heaven. And the shoes on your feet are also lovely, perfect for you." Jiang Chu was telling the truth. He had always thought the system's rating was off because compared to Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing, the former was slightly more attractive. If Mo Yutong was 87 points, Li Wenjing should be 88. But now seeing her hidden figure in this outfit, 90 points, seemed absolutely right. Really, Li Wenjing was overjoyed. Jiang Chu had noticed the new shoes she had changed into, proving that he paid close attention to the details about her. Li Wenjing favorability 1. Although Li Wenjing's legs were not as long as Mo Yutong's, they were still exceptional. Smooth and radiant with perfect proportions, straight, yet with a gentle, graceful fullness. Wearing short socks, even her exposed feet were delicate and fair with a hint of bone structure, making him steal another glance. "See, Wenjing, I told you. You usually dress so conservatively, but your figure is even better than mine. Look, someone's eyes are almost popping out." Mo Yutong couldn't help but compliment her, though a trace of envy flickered in her heart. She had just used a little trick to catch Jiang Chu's attention, but now he was entirely focused on Li Wenjing. "I think this set is also nice, I'll go change." Li Wenjing happily went back to the fitting room. Mo Yutong bit her lip, walked up to Jiang Chu, and whispered, "You were practically drooling over Wenjing. Come on, tell me, how do I look in this? Do you like it, eh?" "Oh, it's pretty." Jiang Chu turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes, feeling guilty. "You were staring at my legs just now." "No, I wasn't. And you peeked at my white, didn't you?" "No, it was clearly black." He realized he had been tricked when he saw the sly gleam in her eyes. "You boys are all perverts." "Don't worry, I won't tell Wenjing," Mo Yutong said with a hint of triumph. Jiang Chu was caught off guard. Was she trying to blackmail him? "Say whatever you want. You did that on purpose, and I can also say you were trying to seduce me." Mo Yutong was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so unfazed. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I was just joking. Do you like my legs? I bought a few pairs of black stockings. Tonight at 9:30, I'll be taking a walk alone at the Yearning Pavilion." Her sultry voice was filled with teasing. Was she not clearly inviting him? Gorgeous long legs plus black stockings, and she was a campus beauty. The thought was incredibly alluring. He had a slight weakness for legs, and in his past life Song Qingqing's appeal was largely due to her long legs, which compensated for her lack of curves above. Now Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong each possessed exquisite long legs that far surpassed Song Qingqing's. Mo Yutong's in particular were beyond compare, resembling those of a trained gymnast or dancer, long, straight, firm, with a hint of energy, free of any excess flesh. Even her feet, visible through her shoes, were delicate and perfectly arched. If he could see Mo Yutong in black stockings, she would be the epitome of beauty, a flawless vision that would captivate anyone on the street. "What are you two chatting about? Look at this. How does it suit me?" Li Wenjing wore a red silk dress with a halter neck and a cinched waist, a high slit revealing a glimpse of her elegant leg. Paired with high heels, her entire demeanor was elevated like a young lady of noble birth. A beautiful person indeed looks good in anything, and Jiang Chu sincerely complimented her a few times. Li Wenjing was delighted, and even Mo Yutong looked on with a hint of admiration. Jiang Chu then realized that although Mo Yutong had mentioned before that Li Wenjing seemed to have little money on her, and he had assumed she came from an ordinary family, the feeling she gave him was not simple. Just her demeanor and the composure she showed when he paid for things didn't match a typical family background. Because Jiang Chu himself came from a farming family without the system, even if he earned 10,000 a month, he wouldn't be so calm. Moreover, it was quite rare for two top campus beauties to be close friends, especially for someone like Mo Yutong, who was materialistic. Having such a competitor by her side should be disadvantageous to her. "Jiang Chu, try on these clothes." "For me, eh?" Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing in surprise. "Yes, don't always think about buying for us. You should treat yourself well too. This is my first time picking out clothes for a boy to see if they fit." Jiang Chu nodded thoughtfully and took the clothes into the fitting room. Mo Yutong, standing nearby, seemed lost and thought, her gaze shifting between Li Wenjing and the fitting room. "Well, not bad. The figure is quite good, and Wenjing's taste is as excellent as ever." Mo Yutong's eyes brightened when she saw Jiang Chu after changing clothes. His whole temperament had transformed significantly. She hadn't expected that the hidden super-rich second generation was also a handsome potential. That Song Qingqing must have been blind. "I didn't expect it to fit so perfectly, even better than if I had picked it myself." Jiang Chu's compliment made Li Wenjing lightly purse her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. "Hello, I'll take all of these," Jiang Chu said directly to the two shop assistants, who stood frozen for a long time, not reacting. "All of them." Yes. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong were already used to Jiang Chu's extravagance, while the shop assistants were thrilled with excitement. The total came to over 100,000, and the commission alone would equal 2 months of their salary. After packing, there were a pile of big and small bags. Fortunately, these big brand stores offered home delivery service for large purchases, which saved them a lot of trouble. It's getting late, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to hot pot. Li Wenjing said, her face beaming with happiness. Mo Yutong was also in high spirits, patting her stomach and declaring she was ready for a feast. Only Jiang Chu wore a slightly bitter expression. After spending so little money this morning, even a workhorse couldn't be this slow. Alright, you two go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Okay, what soup base do you like? Anything, just order the most expensive, lobster abalone shark fin. Li Wenjing smiled. I asked about the soup base. Oh, the soup base. Spicy please. Then we'll go up first. The third floor of the mall was the dining area. The reason Jiang Chu said he needed to go to the restroom was that he had spotted a jewelry store not far away. Why hadn't he thought of this before? He wanted to try buying something himself first, then give it to Li Wenjing and the others to see if the system would recognize the purchase. Arriving at the Zijufu jewelry store, Jiang Chu was predictably ignored. None of the shop assistants came to talk to him, but he didn't mind. It saved him the trouble since he wanted to browse on his own. He quickly scanned all the items, finally fixing his gaze on a pair of necklaces. They were 2 diamond-studded white gold dolphins chasing each other, priced at 200,000. That was one of the more expensive items in the store. The other pricier items were jade bracelets, but wearing one on a college student would be a bit inappropriate. So he decided on these. Miss, could you show me this one? Jiang Chu called out. A few shop assistants glanced over, their eyes showing disdain, and from their lip movements it seemed they even scoffed before turning away, pretending not to see. Finally, a busy young assistant noticed and rushed over without hesitation. Her action drew sneers of mockery from the other assistants. Sorry, the store is busy and I couldn't get to you immediately. My apologies. Jiang Chu looked at the assistant, who was sweating profusely. The other assistants were either fawning over well-dressed customers or playing on their phones. Only she seemed genuinely busy. Are you sure this is the one? The young assistant could hardly believe it. This was one of the most expensive items in the store. But she still took it out and laid it neatly for Jiang Chu to see, introducing the necklace as Heart of the Ocean. The 2 dolphins surrounded a heart-shaped space, making the name quite fitting. I'll take it. Please wrap it up. And those 2 bracelets as well. Huh. The assistant was stunned. You said you wanted. That will be 260,000 in total. He paid by card directly. As he left, the shop assistants who had mocked him were filled with regret, watching the young assistant jump for joy with envy. He then went to the Omega store and picked out 2 watches. I'll take these 2. The shop assistant hadn't even reacted. Bought. Yes, swipe the card. In just a few minutes, another 160,000 was spent. As Jiang Chu put the items into his old black backpack, the assistants were still in shock. Oh my god, I didn't even notice him at first. A watch worth over 100,000, and he didn't blink an eye. No hesitation at all. Yeah, even when I buy cabbage at the market, I have to pick and ask if I can get a discount. Did any of you get his phone number? No, but it's on the receipt. Add it quickly. Upstairs in the restaurant, Jiang Chu spotted their table from afar. It was undeniable that the 2 campus beauties together drew covert glances from everyone around, men and women alike. As he walked past, he could hear a table of people discussing Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong. Look, both are stunning. They seem like college students. Wow, I like the one on the left. That figure. Hee, I like the one on the right. Those legs. Mister, why didn't you say there's no girl you can't get? These college girls are the easiest to handle. I bet I can take them to a hotel tonight. Jiang Chu walked over and sat opposite them, immediately feeling a dozen sharp gazes boring into him, along with faint murmurs of disdain. What took you so long? We've already eaten a lot. I had some things to take care of which delayed me a bit. Then eat quickly. I've cooked all these for you. I've also cooked some for you. Jiang Chu looked at his bowl piled 3 stories high. There was no room left. This was some. Thank you. I'm hungry too, so I won't hold back. Seeing Jiang Chu unhesitatingly pick up the carefully prepared food and enjoy it with relish, Li Wenjing's face lit up with a happy smile. Just then, an uninvited guest arrived. A young man who looked about 27 or 28, with a center-part hairstyle, gold-rimmed glasses on a high-bridged nose, a white-fitted shirt, black trousers, and a gold watch. Dressed like a successful businessman, he extended his right hand, deliberately turning the watch face up to reveal the prominent Rolex logo. Seeing that the trio's gazes had shifted to the watch, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Hello, sorry to intrude. My name is Wang Hai, general manager of Heidi Company. I came here for dinner and saw your celestial beauty. I couldn't help but want to get to know you too. Sea King. Jiang Chu blurted out. What's a sea king? Mo Yutong asked, puzzled. Oh, it's a kind of promiscuous marine creature. A soft laugh escaped Li Wenjing, and the sight of her beauty, capable of making fish sink and geese fall, stunned everyone around, including Wang Hai. Then he realized the remark was mocking his promiscuity, hitting a sore spot. His face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing. Young man, do you think you are being humorous? My annual income is over $1 million. A single month's salary exceeds your entire year's living expenses. What do you have to compare with me? You can't even afford to treat a girl to a meal, and a woman has to foot the bill. As a fellow man, I am truly ashamed of you. Do you still harbor fantasies about them? Let me make this clear, stop dreaming. Any ordinary employee at my company is far superior to a loser like you. Beautiful women are meant to be cherished, not degraded by someone like you. Do you understand? I don't understand. Please continue. Jiang Chu maintained an attentive expression, which caused Wang Hai to pause slightly. One of his companions chimed in, President Wang is absolutely right. A nobody like him daring to pursue such a stunning woman is like a toad lusting after swan meat. It's truly laughable. Our President Wang became a general manager at such a young age, earning over $1 million annually. Before long, he might even ascend to CEO. He can provide these two beauties with anything they desire. What about you? After graduation, you might end up crawling back to us begging for a job. Ha! The group, apparently associates of Wang Hai, had somehow migrated to the adjacent table and were openly mocking Jiang Chu. Wang Hai grew even more arrogant. Boy, you obviously don't know what luxury brands are. Look at what those women are wearing and carrying. LV, Gucci, Chanel. Any single item is well beyond your reach. Even if you went 4 years without eating or drinking throughout college, you still couldn't afford it. What gives you the audacity to sit beside them and share a meal? Jiang Chu glanced down at his outfit in mild bewilderment. Li Wenjing had picked it out for him earlier, styled as usual in an understated manner. No wonder the ignorant man failed to recognize it. But Li Wenjing was another matter entirely. Was he disparaging her taste, especially in front of someone she harbored feelings for? Her expression grew increasingly cold, revealing the depth of her irritation. Mo Yutong had initially been impressed by Wang Hai's accomplishments at such a young age. But when he boasted about earning $1 million annually, she turned to Li Wenjing and asked, How much did we spend this morning? Around 600,000, Li Wenjing replied. That's still a bit short. We should have spent more. Mo Yutong spoke casually, somewhat dissatisfied. However, Wang Hai and his companions froze on the spot. Especially Wang Hai, who narrowed his eyes and began calculating. He knew women could be materialistic. He had dealt with many before. Most could be won over with a few thousand in gifts, and the rare handful might require a bag costing tens of thousands. But these two, speaking of 600,000 so casually, made his claim of $1 million annual income seem inadequate, since his actual earnings depended on company performance. Perhaps they were deliberately inflating the figure to scare off the poorer suitor. After all, they shared a class history, so outright confrontation might be difficult. That had to be the reasoning. With this conviction, Wang Hai regained his confidence. Over 600,000 in one morning, wow. Only President Wang could handle a woman like that, right, President Wang? Exactly, President Wang. This is barely a drop in the ocean for you. Did you hear that, poor boy? Those words were meant for you. Over 600,000 in a single morning. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't scrape together that amount. I really don't understand how you have the nerve to sit here and eat. One after another they chimed in, thoroughly pleased with themselves. Jiang Chu wore an expression of helpless resignation. Yes, just over 600,000 in the morning. That struck a chord within him. It was far too little. Converted, it amounted to only about 70 million, still short of his small goal. Ha ha ha, feeling ashamed now. Realizing you're not worthy of her. Be sensible. You're still young. Work hard after graduation, and perhaps in a few decades you'll reach President Wang's current standing. Enough. Li Wenjing could no longer contain her anger. I invited them. I decide whom I treat. You are not invited. Leave and stop disturbing our meal. My apologies. I simply got carried away. I intended to give this young man a lesson in real-world social dynamics that universities never teach. Honestly, it's for his own good. Ambition is not bad, but one must not be overly idealistic. After all, that money belongs to his family, doesn't it? I happened to pick up a small gift at Zhou Jewelry earlier. Consider it a meeting present for knowing two such lovely ladies. Wang Hai wore a confident smile. Of this outcome was exactly what he had anticipated. Since he had interrupted their meal, he retrieved 2 prepared gift boxes and placed them on the table, opening them to reveal 2 exquisite gold bracelet designs, modern, youthful, and quite impressive. This time, determined to show off in front of his subordinates, he had splurged considerably. In the past, he would never have offered gifts worth tens of thousands at first meeting, those were reserved for later stages. Now he felt overwhelmingly confident. His gaze swept between the 2 women's expressions, and soon disappointment set in. One glanced briefly, then looked away, her expression consistently cold, bordering on disdain. The other appeared somewhat interested, her eyes widening slightly, but she promptly looked across at Jiang Chu as if gauging his reaction. What was happening? These bracelets cost over 10,000 each. Though not particularly precious or worth mentioning, they represent my sincere intentions. Please accept them. At that moment, Jiang Chu spoke. Indeed, not particularly precious. For someone claiming $1 million annual salary offering trifles like this, I wouldn't want them either. You brat. Wang Hai erupted in fury, nearly losing control. The way Jiang Chu sat with his leg crossed casually swinging, exuding such an arrogant air provoked him deeply. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart on the spot. Who do you think you are daring to look down on our President Wang? His mere first meeting gift is worth tens of thousands. What do you have? Only that sharp tongue of yours. Exactly. Someone who can't even afford to buy a meal for a girl has the audacity to despise President Wang's gift. If you've got any substance, show us something real. Ha! And don't pull out some cheap street market junk or a handmade trinket claiming that sentiment matters more than price. Don't make us lose respect for you. One after another they threw provocations at him deliberately, trying to enrage Jiang Chu while closing off any escape route. The intent was unmistakable. They wanted to force a price comparison. Li Wenjing and the others understood perfectly. All morning Jiang Chu had been shopping and paying for everything. He certainly didn't have any gifts on him. The expensive items purchased earlier had been sent directly to the school by the store. Even if he had brought them, no one would believe it. They couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Jiang Chu, there's no need to compete with someone like him. We don't want his gift. Compared to what you gave us, his offering is worthless. Li Wenjing spoke without offering Wang Hai any courtesy, leaving him seething with resentment. Indeed, President Wang's gift is worthless. As for him, he doesn't even have that. Jiang Chu seemed to recall something suddenly. Speaking of gifts, I was starving when I returned earlier and was too focused on eating. When I came back from the restroom, I wandered into a shop, saw something quite nice, and decided to buy it as a present for you. I wonder if you'll like it. He reached into his worn black backpack and withdrew several small bags from within. Oh, by the way, I didn't even get a chance to look at the name of that shop. What a coincidence. It's the same as yours, Zijufu. Jiang Chu, you went and bought us gifts. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong both wore expressions of anticipation. Wang Hai tried to maintain a gentlemanly smile, but the corners of his mouth twitched as he clenched his teeth. Why did they not even glance at the gifts he had given? Is that so? The same, Zijufu. Their shop has items ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Yours cost a few hundred or tens of thousands. Wang Hai turned his head, feigning disdain, but the corner of his eye kept watch on the scene, hoping they would open a box of something worth a few hundred so he could mock them. But the next moment he was stunned. The three exquisite boxes were opened one by one. First, two bracelets. Also gold, but these were clearly twice as thick as his with larger ornaments attached. Being a frequent buyer of such items, he could tell at a glance that each bracelet was worth at least 20 to 30,000. When the last larger box was opened, it drew gasps of admiration from the two young women, and even Wang Hai and his followers were dumbfounded. Isn't that the heart of the ocean? It's supposed to cost 200,000. One of them blurted out, then realizing his mistake, quickly glanced at Wang Hai's face. True enough, his complexion had turned from pale to green. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Are these two necklaces? They can even be combined like this. Jiang Chu, you're so thoughtful. Did you give one to each of us because we're best friends? I just happened to see them and thought they were nice. I wasn't sure if you'd like them. Like them? Of course we do. We absolutely love them. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing put on their necklaces. Already campus beauties, they now looked even more radiant. They admired each other, showering praise. Jiang Chu, how do you choose such perfect gifts? They're gorgeous and suit us perfectly. There are two more gifts. More. Anticipation shone on Mo Yutong's face. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes. Everyone watched as Jiang Chu took out two square, beautifully wrapped boxes from his black backpack and opened them. These are also a pair I bought for you. I hope you like them. Wow, Omega watches. Mo Yutong's face lit up with excitement again. She took one and put it on Li Wenjing's wrist, instantly elevating her aura. So beautiful. I felt we had everything, but something was missing. It was a watch. Jiang Chu, you were so attentive. Li Wenjing affection 3. Mo Yutong affection 10. While they were all delighted, Wang Hai was left out. He couldn't leave, yet staying only deepened his embarrassment. Earlier he had mocked them for having no gifts. Now they not only had gifts, but ones that were tens of times more expensive than his chain given so casually. How could he show off now? His gifts had been pushed to a corner, pale in comparison even to the bracelets, let alone the 200,000 yuan heart of the ocean and the watches. Wang Hai tried hard to maintain a smile, but it was stiff. Just then a fly wandered into their view, landing precisely on the gifts Wang Hai had placed on the table. It proudly wiggled its rear and rubbed its hind legs together as if mocking him openly. Jiang Chu waved his hand, startling the fly into the air. How they say flies like to land on garbage. Boss Wang's gifts are made of gold. How lacking in discernment. If I had a swatter, I would definitely swat it away. Puffed hee. The two campus beauties couldn't help but laugh like silver bells. Wang Hai's face turned a deep red with anger. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, looking at Jiang Chu with a dark gaze. Kid, don't get too cocky. Just because you have a little money doesn't mean much. My annual income could buy 2 sets of these things. I forgot to tell you, Boss Wang. We bought things worth several $100,000 this morning, but he paid for everything. We didn't spend a single cent of our own. Mo Yutong delivered the final blow. Wang Hai nearly choked on his frustration, stumbling as he bumped into a chair. Fortunately, his followers quickly steadied him. Boss Wang, are you all right? You're finished. Do you know who Boss Wang is? He's the third prince of the Wang group. Offend him, and you'll suffer the consequences. Let go of me. Wang Hai pushed his aides aside, his eyes cold. Very well. Remember this. Don't come crawling to me begging for mercy when the time comes. Let's go. After Wang Hai and his group left, Jiang Chu continued eating hot pot, as if nothing had happened, but his mind was racing. The Wang group. He had heard of it in his past life. One of the 8 major conglomerates in Fruit Province, ranked 6th in strength. The executives of the Wang group were all haughty, and their methods were known to be ruthless. They were particularly involved in construction with their own team of builders. In the decade of real estate boom that followed, they would propel the family to the top of the 8 great families, a force not to be underestimated. It seemed that having money alone was not enough. He needed to improve his own strength quickly. In a world where survival favored the fittest, money was important, but so were power and status. One's own ability must never be weak. In times of crisis, only oneself could save oneself. The fastest way to achieve this, given his current resources, was to use attribute points. He had to meet the system's requirements as soon as possible. Despite the minor incident, they continued enjoying their meal. Li Wenjing happily paid the bill. They had classes in the afternoon, so they took a taxi back together. We're going back to class now. Go ahead. At the school gate, Li Wenjing gave Jiang Chu a radiant smile over her shoulder, leaving him captivated for a long moment. Jiang Chu checked the points he had received. A total of 26000. The system was indeed generous, giving gifts to goddesses counted toward the total. This brought him one step closer to his small goal. Time to go have a chat with Tony the barber. Building 11, room 202, girls' dormitory. Before Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong even opened the door, they heard excited screams and chatter inside. When they pushed the door open, 2 figures in loose pajamas pounced on them. Wow, you're finally back. Spill it. All these brand name items. Whose rich sugar daddy did you land? Li Wenjing looked around the dormitory. Every available space was filled with items. They hadn't expected the deliveries to arrive so quickly. No wonder Chen Meili and the others were so excited. I can't take it anymore, let me sit for a while. I've been shopping all day, and I'm exhausted. Me too, my legs are sore. Li Wenjing cleared a chair and sat down, a happy smile on her face. Mo Yutong kicked off her shoes, revealing her delicate feet in boat socks, and slipped into her slippers. Ah! A scream startled the 2 who had just returned. What's wrong, Lele? Why are you shrieking like that? What do I see? A LV bag, and it's the latest model. Quick, let me see. Me too, me too. Chen Meili and Zhang Yunla snatched the bag off Mo Yutong's shoulder, turning it over and over in their hands, exclaiming in admiration, unwilling to let it go. This filled Mo Yutong with immense satisfaction and strengthened her resolve to win Jiang Chu over. He had given her such lavish gifts for no reason. He must have feelings for her even if he hadn't shown it. Alright, Wenjing has several more. Go look at hers. What? Where is it? The 2 girls turned their heads in unison, their eyes scanning around Li Wenjing as if searching for prey. The items must have just arrived. They had not yet noticed them until they saw the 4 bags with the LV logo on the bed. They lunged forward in the same motion. Their families were not particularly wealthy, but each bag was worth over 50,000 yuan, along with many other luxury items from brands every girl dreamed of owning. Seeing them all laid out before their eyes, how could they not be excited? Only when Li Wenjing agreed to let them borrow the bags did they finally calm down before immediately pouncing her with a barrage of questions. Oh my god, don't tell me you 2 have been taken care of by some wealthy patron out there. Sugar daddy, what are you thinking? How could we do something like that? They knew Li Wenjing's character well, but Mo Yutong was different. They looked at her in unison, making Mo Yutong feel rather embarrassed. It was true. She had once said that if a wealthy man were willing to support her and met her standards, she might consider it. This mindset came partly from her family situation and partly from certain toxic ideas she had absorbed. She believed money was the most important thing. Although many wealthy second-generation heirs, and even some older men, had tried their best to get close to her, she was not naive. She knew they were merely playing around, and she still valued her principles. Stop guessing. Yutong is not that kind of person. Jiang Chu gave these to us. After Li Wenjing said this, she quickly covered her mouth with her delicate hand, but the 2 gossip-loving girls would not let it go. Their eyes curved into mischievous arcs. Who is Jiang Chu? I've never heard you mention him before. Exactly. I've known you for so long, and never heard you mention a single boy. Which wealthy family's son is he? He's so rich. You should introduce him to us. The 2 girls kept pressing one after another, eventually forcing Li Wenjing to reveal everything. Since they would find out sooner or later, she might as well tell them now. No way he's from our school. How have I never heard of him? That doesn't make sense. He's not even in the top 10 of the campus heartthrob list or the wealthy heirs list. You're kidding us, right? Yeah, I haven't heard of him either. That was when Mo Yutong spoke up. Normal. With the way he carries himself, he could walk right past you on the street, and you wouldn't even give him a second glance. It was truly unbelievable. Jiang Chu had seemed like an ordinary guy at first, but it turned out he was so wealthy. Even she had misjudged him at first glance. He was actually a low-key super heir. Don't say that. Actually, brother Jiang Chu is quite handsome, you just haven't seen him. Li Wenjing said this and immediately realized she had slipped up, hurrying to stop herself. The other three did not find anything unusual about it. Mo Yutong simply assumed Li Wenjing was talking to the two girls. She spread her hands and said, handsome. He's rich, I'll admit that, but if he's handsome, then every boy at school would qualify. Wenjing, I really don't understand what you see in him. Mo Yutong felt a bit nervous when she said this. Yutong, if you don't want that bag, you can give it back. Li Wenjing put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. He handsome, he's handsome, definitely handsome. That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready, class is about to start. At the school gate stood a young man tall at 1.82 meters, wearing a fitted white shirt, gray dress pants, and polished leather shoes. His posture was upright, hands in his pockets, gazing up at the towering school gate. His distinctive hairstyle, a neat side part favored by Peng Yuyan, paired with his clean face and confident gaze, made him appear absolutely magnetic. Many girls passing by couldn't help but cast glances his way. Who is that guy? He's so handsome and has such great presence, I love it. Yes. I've never seen that hairstyle before. Boys can look this handsome too, oh my god, I really want a boyfriend like that. He's literally a male god from a novel come to life. Girls who were already quite pretty found their admiration level spiking, and he couldn't help but sigh again. Being handsome was indeed a natural advantage of built-in charm. His lips curved into a confident smile. This hairstyle was something that would only become popular in later years, favored by many idol actors. In this era, when many still wore flashy and over-the-top styles, it was like a dimension-lowering strike. Yes, this man was Jiang Chu. He had spent 300 yuan teaching the barber hand by hand, and even the stylist praised the result. Striding confidently into the school, wealth and good looks brought unquestionable confidence. Era looked quickly, that handsome guy just entered our school. Right, could he also be studying here? Why have I never heard of such a handsome guy at our school? A girl with an unflattering face sneered dismissively. Handsome. He's wearing no branded items at all. I think Wu Shaoqian is much handsomer. The campus heartthrob title isn't earned for nothing. Besides, he's not only handsome, but also from a wealthy family. If I could be his girlfriend, I'd be satisfied. Wu Shaoqian. Jiang Chu thought of someone from his past life, who ended up behind bars. Building 5, a room 301, boys' dormitory. Who are you looking for? Xiang Hua sat in front of his computer, hands still raised with his gaming headset, looking completely bewildered at the person walking in. Lu Jing and Xiao Yi shared the same expression. Holy crap, Jiang Chu. Otherwise who? Wow, this hairstyle is fire, let me touch it. Xiang Hua immediately threw down his mouse and keyboard and rushed over. His computer screen showed his teammates furious. F your AFK during a team fight. Stop playing or get the F out. We were protecting you and you just go offline, damn it. Jiang Chu had no idea what reckless thing Xiang Hua had done to provoke such fury. Don't touch it. My head can be severed, but my hairstyle cannot be messed up. What's all this stuff on my bed? He saw several bags placed on his bed. Didn't you order these to be delivered? Why, you're doing well now buying branded stuff. Picking them up, he saw they were all clothes. He suddenly remembered the things Li Wenjing and the others had bought. Why were there also things for him? Had Li Wenjing secretly picked some out for him? Now he understood why the loyalty points from his shopping hadn't all been refunded. At the time he hadn't thought much about it, but now it made sense. By the way, speaking of money here, Jiang Chu took out a stack of 100 yuan bills and handed them to Xiang Hua. Holy crap, 5,000 yuan. Didn't I only lend you a little over 1,000? The rest is a gift for you. Did you win the lottery for 5 million? Well, you could say that. Just take it. Awesome, then I won't be polite then, haha. He took out those clothes. They were all casual wear. After trying them on, every piece fit perfectly. Li Wenjing really had a good eye, even knowing his size better than he did himself. In the past, he had always gone shopping alone and never bothered to remember sizes. Damn, I've never worn branded clothes before. Pick a set, it's yours. For real. Take it back if you don't want it. I'm an idiot if I turn down free stuff. After a shower, he found Xiang Hua had washed and hung up all the clothes, saying this way he wasn't getting everything for free. Jiang Chu let him be. He had spent the whole day shopping and was exhausted. He had never accompanied girls shopping before. Even with Song Qingqing, he had simply run to buy whatever she wanted without much thought. Back on his bed, he checked his phone and saw several text messages. Song Qingqing had sent over a dozen. What did she want now? Jiang Chu, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings. You still have me in your heart, don't you? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Are you angry with me? Jiang Chu, you've always been good to me these years. I've kept it in my heart. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Jiang Chu sneered, thinking he was no longer the same person who would grovel before them. He skipped it directly. Next one. Li Wenjing, if you have no classes this afternoon, have a good rest. Thank you for all the gifts you gave us today. I'm very happy. Mo Yutong, thank you for the gift, brother Jiang Chu. I really like it. At 9:30 tonight at Xinyan Pavilion, I might drop by if I have time. I'll wear something nice. In his previous life, he would have eagerly replied with a long message. But now he had no time. He had spent money and given gifts, and it was only natural for the recipient to express gratitude. Xinyan Lake, a popular evening dating spot for couples. Every university has some corners with dim or no lighting and many hidden nooks. Those places often become dating havens for college students where they engage in romance, kissing, and other intimate activities. Also, as a seasoned fawning admirer, he could see that Mo Yutong's words carried many implications. Clearly she wanted to invite him, but she found another excuse. She only said she might drop by if she had time, so it wouldn't seem forced. And even if she stood him up, he couldn't complain since she hadn't promised to come. But Jiang Chu believed that Mo Yutong would definitely come because she saw money in him. If it had been a fawning admirer, he might have been excited for nothing. And then Mo Yutong could make up some excuse to explain, and he would be moved thinking she cared about him. Otherwise, why would she explain? All he needed to do now was get a good sleep. As for any dates, he would deal with them after waking up. At around 5 in the afternoon, a phone call woke him up. When he picked it up, he was quite annoyed to see it was Song Qingqing. She had never called him before. At most, she would send a message. If one eagerly replied, even after sending a dozen messages, she would only respond with 1 or 2 words like or oh. This time Jiang Chu directly hung up and continued sleeping. But the phone kept ringing several times. Setting it to silent mode was troublesome. When it rang again, he answered and said with irritation, "What is it? Why keep calling? Have you no end?" At that moment, a timid female voice came from the other end. "Sorry, Jiang Chu, did I disturb you?" Hearing that it was Li Wenjing, Jiang Chu's tone instantly softened. "Oh no. I've been getting spam calls just now, so I didn't realize it was you." "I see. I thought you were angry with me. What do you want?" "Well, I'd like to invite you to dinner later, just the two of us. I wonder if you're free." "Dinner? Just the two of them? That was great. Another chance to spend money and increase her affection points." At this moment, Xiang Hua's loud voice came from downstairs. "Hey, you're awake. We're almost done with this round. What time are we leaving? You promised to treat us to a big meal. You've already made plans with friends." "Ah, yes. I'm treating my roommates to dinner tonight, so." "It's okay. I'll invite you another day." Li Wenjing's voice sounded a bit disappointed. If it had been the Jiang Chu of his previous life, he would never have missed such a good opportunity. But now his choice was to go out to eat with his brothers. "Let's go, my sons. Dad is treating you to a feast." Li Wenjing affection won. Even this. His rejection still increased her affection. "So did Jiang Chu agree to have dinner with you?" Mo Yutong asked with concern, but a hint of delight flashed in her eyes. He made plans with his roommates to go out for dinner. That guy is really something. You're the campus beauty. Inviting him to dinner is such an honor, and he actually refused. "Yeah, right. Wenjing, if I remember correctly, this is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to ask a guy out. He's so unworthy. Does he think giving some gifts makes him special? There are plenty of people who like you." The two roommates spoke indignantly. Mei Xiao and the others are right. You're not really falling for him, are you? Someone who can casually give gifts worth hundreds of thousands is definitely a super rich second generation. Guys like that are usually playboys. Just accept the gifts, but don't get emotionally attached. "I know, don't worry. I'm not overthinking it." "That's good." They went to the most expensive restaurant, ordered the priciest dishes, and even had mitai, which they had never tasted before. Although there were no reward points, Jiang Chu didn't care at all, because he was dining with his brothers. It lasted until 9 o'clock. Since everyone had plans for the evening, they didn't drink too much. Gosh, those two go on dates every night, but they never seemed to produce a child. Xiang Hua pointed at the two figures walking away and grumbled. "I'm the one who cares about you, keeping you company, a single dog. By the way, didn't you say you went on a date with a junior named Wang Wei last night? She even treated you to ice cream. From the photos, she looks pretty good. No need to keep me company. She's here. I'm off. You should find someone too, single dog." "Huh." In the distance stood a cute girl in a Lolita-style dress, carrying a doll-shaped backpack. Jiang Chu remembered that an authentic dress like that would cost several thousand. He worried that his brother might encounter the same kind of manipulative girl as he did. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and the system didn't display the girl's information. As Xiang Hua left, he didn't forget to taunt him. Jiang Chu stood there speechless in the wind. "You?" Ding dong. Then his phone notified him of a message. It was Song Qingqing again. What did she want? She sent a multimedia message. When he opened it, he was stunned. There were several photos of Song Qingqing in elegant attire, striking various graceful poses. They were quite captivating, but also a clear attempt to entice him. "Jiang Chu at D. How Grand Hotel Room XXX, I'll be waiting for you." Jiang Chu cursed under his breath. Wow, Song Qingqing really knows how to play this. He felt a surge of excitement, but managed to control himself. "You used to ignore me, but now you can't afford to look down on me." Now that he had barely shown his wealth, she was already throwing herself at him, even booking a hotel. Did she think she could win him back that easily? Impossible. Although he was determined to undertake a great and arduous task, he would inevitably face various temptations. He would bestow countless affections upon many goddesses, but he wouldn't accept just anyone, certainly not Song Qingqing. Oh, what a small world. What, the two campus beauties from the day? Got rejected, huh? Jiang Chu didn't expect to run into Zheng Hao here. Zheng Hao spoke with an air of confidence, remarking on Jiang Chu's neat appearance in a rather mocking tone. Jiang Chu raised the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Take a look at what's above your head. What is it? Look for yourself. Zheng Hao followed his gaze. Zheng Hao then realized he had been outwitted. Jiang Chu took out his phone and showed him the photo. Take a good look. Zheng Hao stared at the screen in disbelief. His expression shifted from shock to frustration. He reached out to grab the phone, but Jiang Chu pulled it back quickly. Dihao Grand Hotel Water Bedroom. Zheng Hao muttered, his jaw tightening. Song Qingqing. I wonder why she refused to meet me tonight. I'll make sure she regrets this. With a furrowed brow, Zheng Hao turned and walked away, decisively heading straight for a taxi. Jiang Chu shook his head, not caring what happened next. He simply blocked Song Qingqing's contact information. Revenge felt good. Feeling tired from the day, he decided to go back and take a shower. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong had both prepared early. They showered, changed into nice outfits, and applied light makeup. Li Wenjing wore a fitted white t-shirt and jeans, while Mo Yutong chose a black top paired with a short pleated skirt and black stockings. Both looked wonderful, drawing admiration from their roommates. Yutong, are you going out? Yes. Wenjing, you too? Oh, I'm just heading to the library. The two exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. After leaving, they walked in different directions. Mo Yutong thought to herself that as long as it wasn't about finding Jiang Chu, she was confident he would come to the agreed location tonight. She planned to have a slow meal first and arrive around 9:30, letting him wait a little longer. So many boys had waited for her for hours without complaint. Tonight, dressed as she was, even 30 minutes of waiting would make him feel fortunate. She imagined his reaction, seeing her, certain he would be captivated. Outside the boys' dormitory entrance, a beautiful girl stood with a calm, yet slightly shy expression. She was a stunning sight, and passing students could not help but glance her way. Isn't that the ice-cold campus beauty, Li Wenjing? Is she really here alone? Could she be looking for someone? Isn't she always distant toward the opposite sex? Whoever gets to spend time with her must be lucky. If I knew who it was, I'd be jealous. Maybe she's here to see Lu Zixiang, that wealthy guy who admires her deeply. But he doesn't live in this dorm building. He has a double room elsewhere. Oh. Li Wenjing approached and stopped a boy who was trying to avoid attention. Startled to be addressed by the campus beauty, he grew nervous and avoided eye contact. Excuse me, may I ask where Jiang Chu from Class 3 Communications Engineering, Grade 2008 lives? You're looking for Jiang Chu. I'm in the same class. He's in. Thank you. You're welcome. After Li Wenjing left, the boy jumped up excitedly. Being spoken to by the campus beauty felt like a dream. Her presence made everything seem brighter. Inside the dorm, Jiang Chu had just finished showering. Wearing loose shorts and holding an umbrella, he was about to step out when his system chimed. A notification appeared. Song Qingqing's affinity increased. He wondered what was happening when the door opened. Welcome back. Did you pick up milk tea for me? His words trailed off as he saw Li Wenjing standing at the doorway instead of his roommate. She froze upon seeing the scene before her. Jiang Chu quickly averted his eyes and unfolded his sun umbrella to cover himself. Li Wenjing covered her face with her hands. I didn't mean to see anything like this. I didn't see anything. Jiang Chu realized the awkwardness of the situation. He hurriedly put on the clothes he had laid out, glad they were already dry in the warm weather. He noticed Li Wenjing peeking through her fingers and found it somewhat amusing. It's okay, you can look now. I didn't expect you to come in so suddenly. Li Wenjing lowered her hands, her cheeks flushed. I should be the one apologizing. I was so eager that I just came over without thinking. Why did you get your hair cut this afternoon? It looks great. Really? I think so too. Does this shirt fit well? I only guessed your size roughly. It fits perfectly, better than anything I've bought myself. Thank you. After getting dressed, Jiang Chu ran a hand through his hair and tilted his head slightly, a confident smile on his face. Li Wenjing's eyes softened as she watched him. Another affinity increase notification appeared. Jiang Chu felt a hint of satisfaction, though the gain was modest. He wondered if it would become harder to build affinity over time. Why did you come to the dorm to find me? Oh, I wanted to personally thank you for the gifts you gave me. The excuse sounded rather forced, but Jiang Chu didn't press it. You mentioned wanting milk tea earlier. Shall I treat you? Li Wenjing's eyes lit up with anticipation. Her fingers nervously twisted together, a hint of worry crossing her expression as she waited for his response. All right, wait for me. I need to change my shoes. On the campus pathway, a young man and woman strolled side by side, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Big news. They say that's the Ice Queen campus belle, Li Wenjing, and she's out walking with a guy. Could he be her boyfriend? I bet she's always had a boyfriend. Probably a long-distance relationship, which is why she keeps her distance from other guys at school. Who is that guy, though? He's quite handsome, and all his clothes look designer. Must be from a wealthy family. A girl gushed with delight. Jiang Chu felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. In his past life, no one would have spared him a second glance. It seemed money truly did make one walk with more confidence. At the milk tea shop near the campus gate, Jiang Chu ordered. Boss, one signature milk tea. What would you like to drink? Just lemon water, thank you. Fortunately, there was an empty table by the window on the second floor. The two sat facing each other watching the bustling crowd below. A gentle breeze lifted Li Wenjing's dark hair, revealing her delicate collarbone and smooth fair shoulders that shimmered softly under the warm lighting. She suddenly lowered her hand slightly, her brows furrowing ever so gently. From his angle, Jiang Chu caught a glimpse that made him momentarily breathless. What's wrong? Did a mosquito bite you? Yeah, probably on the way here. It's nothing. Wait here for a moment. Jiang Chu remembered there was a pharmacy nearby. He returned quickly with a bottle of cooling balm, struggled for a moment with its stubborn lid, then handed it to Li Wenjing. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Affection level increased. Jiang Chu was secretly thrilled. Jiang Chu, do you ever find me too cold? Not at all. Confused by the sudden question, Jiang Chu recalled the initial affection points he'd noticed. Have we met before? Li Wenjing paused, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she pressed her lips together. You guess. She clearly had no intention of answering. Jiang Chu didn't press further. He was focused on spending money and building goodwill anyway. The two chatted casually about other topics. Somehow Li Wenjing grew curious about Jiang Chu's middle and high school days. He shared several embarrassing stories from his past which made her laugh, a truly breathtaking sound that left a lasting impression. A couple entered and took the table beside them. The girl turned to her companion and said, Look at them. Learn from that. Why can't you be more humorous? You're as stiff as a piece of wood. Jiang Chu glanced over and noticed the girl was quite lovely. A round-faced, large eyes, twin tails, and a sweet Lolita-style dress adorned with a bow. Her figure was elegant with long, slender legs paired with white knee-high socks and black round-toe shoes. A system prompt appeared. Josini. Age 18. Height 166 centimeters. Weight 45 kilograms. Appearance 85. Affection 10. A notification sounded. The system confirmed his progress toward earning attribute points. Could this be the newly crowned campus belle everyone was talking about? Ranked 5th among the beauties, she was a freshman junior. The boy accompanying Josini appeared to be a freshman as well. Handsome, around 170 centimeters tall, though somewhat slender and timid. After being scolded, he showed no sign of annoyance, only lowering his head to offer a quiet apology. When Josini's gaze lingered on Jiang Chu, the boy shot a wary look in his direction. Jiang Chu noticed this and couldn't help but smile. To think he'd attract the jealousy of a young man like this. Senior sister Li Wenjing. Is that really you? Josini beamed, her eyes curving into crescents as two small fangs peeked out. She gave a light hop on her toes. Undeniably adorable. Good evening, Junior Josini. Though they were from different years, they belonged to the same department and shared the title of campus beauty, so they were naturally acquainted. Good evening, Senior. Josini's eyes sparkled. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? I've never seen him around before, and I saw him rushing to the pharmacy to buy cooling balm for you. He's so considerate. No, I'm just an acquaintance of Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing glanced at Jiang Chu, a hint of shyness and awkwardness appearing on her face. Hello, Senior Jiang Chu. I'm Josini. A slender porcelain hand extended forward, a Hello Kitty bracelet dangling delicately from her wrist. Hello. Under the watchful gaze of the boy beside her, Jiang Chu gently clasped her hand and released it. Not out of fear, but simply as a matter of courtesy. Then I won't disturb your time together. With a giggle, she skipped back to her seat and softly scolded the boy again, who could only continue apologizing. This reminded Jiang Chu of his former self. Someone who used to be equally cautious and timid, always worried about saying or doing the wrong thing and being disliked. He now believed that approach only drove people away. Being more carefree and genuine was far more effective. However, once someone was deeply invested, it was difficult to extricate themselves. Only they could make that change. A notification chimed once more. Another MMS arrived, this time from an unrecognized number. Sipping his lemon water, Jiang Chu opened it. An image slowly loaded and nearly made him spit it out. It was a photo taken from above, showcasing incredibly elegant legs and high heels and black stockings, utterly captivating. The message read, Jiang Chu, I've arrived. Do I look nice? It was from Mo Yutong. Recalling the message she'd sent earlier, Jiang Chu checked the time. It was 9:30. Jiang Chu, is something wrong? Do you still have somewhere else to be? Li Wenjing noticed the subtle shift in his expression. Oh no, I'm fine, cough cough. Caught off guard, he choked on his drink. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, cough cough. After a while he recovered. It's getting late. Shall we head back? As they left, the campus gate remained lively. Several luxury cars, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, were parked nearby, some with water bottles or drinks placed on their hoods, a silent signal known to those in the know. Jiang Chu paid it no mind. Walking alongside Li Wenjing, they drew occasional attention from drivers. Suddenly, he spotted someone familiar, a girl in a white Lolita dress carrying a small doll bag. Wasn't that the person his friend Xianghua was dating tonight? She cautiously scanned her surroundings, then approached a Mercedes and slipped into the back seat. An older man sat in the driver's seat. As soon as she entered, they shared an intimate moment before the car pulled away. Jiang Chu's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Li Wenjing asked. Nothing. Let's go. Fewer people lingered on the campus pathway now. They were close to Li Wenjing's dormitory building, approaching a dimly lit stretch bordered by tall trees. Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing suddenly stopped, turned to face him, and looked up into his eyes with her large expressive gaze. Didn't you ask me tonight if we knew each other before? Jiang Chu waited for her to continue. Do you remember the braces girl? Braces girl. It's the braces girl from the neighboring class when you were in junior high school. Speaking of which, that time the braces girl was being bullied and mocked by a few people, and you stepped in to fight them. However, in the end, you were the one who ended up worse off. Li Wenjing hid her hands behind her back as if recalling the past vividly, and couldn't help pursing her lips to suppress a smile. Jiang Chu sank into recollection. It seemed there really was such an incident in his junior high days. He had suffered quite a bit then, and even got a scolding from his parents with a stick when he got home. It had always remained fresh in his memory. You're not going to tell me that you are. I am her, that braces girl. Jiang Chu was momentarily speechless. No wonder he had 55 favorability when he first met Li Wenjing. Before him was a goddess-level beauty, and thinking of that chubby braces girl in junior high, he could hardly believe they were the same person. But Jiang Chu knew that some girls who seemed unremarkable in junior high or high school after growing up and dressing up would definitely make many boys regret not having discovered these hidden gems. Also, he suddenly realized that Li Wenjing was rumored to never associate with the opposite sex. Could it be because of him? How could that be? He had just happened to pass by and stand up for her. Besides, it had been so long. No, it couldn't be. Jiang Chu. You were the first boy I've ever wanted to get to know since I grew up. Do you think I'm pretty? Yes, pretty. Li Wenjing was very happy. She crossed her hands in front of her waist, shyly, swaying her body side to side. Suddenly, she stepped forward, rose on her tiptoes, lifted her chin, closed her eyes, and quickly pecked Jiang Chu on the cheek. I'm going back, bye-bye. After saying that, she hurriedly ran off, turned back to look at the stunned Jiang Chu, let out a giggle, and walked away happily. Li Wenjing favorability 5. Wow. Jiang Chu felt as if struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. He had been kissed by the school beauty. That feeling, soft and moist, the lingering fragrance, the exquisite beauty, the perfect figure. This was the school beauty that countless boys dreamed of, but could never win, yet now she had taken the initiative to kiss him. It was within reach. No, he couldn't fall into this. He carried a system needing to achieve 5 goddesses satisfaction above 95 to unlock the next level. Clearly, he had to be a charmer. A gallant gentleman. It was just the beginning, he must stay calm. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Who was calling? He took it out and saw it was Mo Yutong. He quickly hung up and noticed she had sent 4 or 5 messages earlier. Why are you taking so long? I'm angry if you don't reply. Jiang Chu, there are so many mosquitoes here, I've been bitten many times, whimper whimper, oh no. It was 10 o'clock. That Mo Yutong, she wouldn't be foolish enough to wait there, would she? After thinking for a moment, he decided to go check. Just after he left, from a corner, not far away, a clenched fist and a pair of displeased eyes emerged from the darkness. School beauty Li Wenjing, does she really like me? See you in Lake, one of the dating spots on campus. Even at this hour, couples could still be seen holding hands and whispering. Jiang Chu looked from afar at the dim lake pavilion. There was no light there, but he could still tell that no one seemed to be there. It seemed Mo Yutong, not seeing him, must have left long ago. And indeed, how could a school beauty wait for him for so long? Just as he was about to turn, a figure suddenly emerged from the lake pavilion that had been empty moments before. The lower half was hidden with flowing black hair and exquisite features. Just the silhouette told him she was a beauty. How could it be Mo Yutong? Still here? He walked over and saw that it was indeed her. By the faint light in the distance, he could see she was wearing a white fitted shirt with a black tie, a short pleated skirt, black heels, and stockings. He had intended to admire the view a bit longer, but then noticed her shoulders rising and falling with rapid breaths. It seemed she was quite upset. Why are you still here? Suddenly hearing someone speak, Mo Yutong raised her beautiful face and looked at the newcomer with wide eyes. Her eyes lit up. There was actually such a handsome guy in school, and he was wearing designer brands. That bastard had stood her up, but she would settle with him later. Flirting with this handsome guy in front of her wouldn't be bad. Your pickup line is too old school. Huh. This guy actually didn't recognize him. Well, it was dark, and he was backlit by the distant light. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He sat down directly beside her, catching a scent different from Li Wenjing's. At this hour, what is a beautiful girl like you doing here alone? Could it be that you're waiting for your boyfriend? As he said this, out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Chu could see her small jade-like hand clenched tightly, and her pretty face twitched slightly. She was clearly suppressing her emotions. He couldn't help swallowing. He hadn't promised to come for sure, had he? Mo Yutong said with a hint of displeasure. Yes, I'm waiting for someone. But the agreed time has passed. I guess that person fell into the lake and drowned. Wow. Jiang Chu awkwardly rubbed his nose with his finger. This girl was fierce. Should he leave? Why do you look familiar to me? Mo Yutong's big eyes then scrutinized him carefully. She almost jumped up from her seat. Oh, you're Jiang Chu. Hey, it's me. How did I become more handsome? Mo Yutong looked utterly incredulous. This was completely different from the sloppy, casually dressed Jiang Chu from the daytime. They were the same person. Suddenly she recalled what Wenjing had said earlier. Actually, brother Jiang Chu is quite handsome. This was more than just handsome. His stylish hair, confident eyes, and a unique aura that ordinary college students lacked. Among all the people she had seen on campus or outside, whether it was the campus heartthrob Wu Shaoqian or those wealthy young masters, none could compare to this Jiang Chu. And on top of that, he had been so generous today. He was clearly a super wealthy heir. Wasn't he exactly the perfect match she was looking for? Mo Yutong's eyes gleamed as if she wanted to devour Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong, favorability 10. No. But then she remembered that she had been stood up by him for so long tonight and bitten by mosquitoes. She absolutely couldn't give him a good face. For a rich heir like him, she had to play hard to get to win him over. Her gaze instantly softened, then turned cold. Why are you only here now? It's been an hour and a half. And there are so many mosquitoes here, I've been bitten more than a dozen times. That was not an exaggeration. The South was home to surprisingly large insects, even mosquitoes of extraordinary size. Mo Yutong, looking rather pitiful, tried to scratch the itches, but the pantyhose got in the way. Several bites were so unbearable that she had already managed to tear small holes in her black stockings. I completely forgot about that. Mo Yutong was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Here she was, the campus belle, taking the initiative to ask him out, and he had forgotten. I brought some cooling balm. At least you have some sense. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. Jiang Chu took it out of his pocket and handed it to her, but she did not reach for it. You made me wait for so long, and I am quite upset. You apply it for me. Mo Yutong said with a touch of indignation. Huh. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Had he heard correctly? Apply it for her. What are you refusing? If you do not help me, I will not forgive you, humph. But how do I know where to put it? I will tell you the spots and you apply it. Before finishing her sentence, Mo Yutong made a surprisingly bold move. She lifted her long legs over a meter in length and rested them right on Jiang Chu's thighs. They were straight, slender, and perfectly proportioned, accentuated by the black stockings and heels. Though some sights were missed in that quick movement, it was still enough to leave Jiang Chu speechless. Mo Yutong, what are you staring at? Pervert. Mo Yutong folded her skirt and tucked it between her legs. You were the one who put them there. Jiang Chu retorted grumpily. He was the one being put in this position, not her. Stop talking and hurry up, I am itching terribly. Quick, help me apply it. You are wearing pantyhose, how am I supposed to apply it? Are you silly? These are one-piece stockings. Do you expect me to take them off right here? Just tear them open, they were only worn once anyway. Huh, tear them open. Jiang Chu looked utterly shocked. Good heavens, ripping pantyhose with hands. He had only seen such things in movies, and now it was happening to him. Was this request going too far? Mo Yutong captured every expression on Jiang Chu's face and revealed a smug look of triumph. Tonight she would let his true colors show. Perhaps we could find another place. Hurry up, stop dawdling. I am not afraid, and who would come here at this hour? Jiang Chu had no choice. You pushed me into this. He lowered his head once more and carefully examined the splendid pair of black-stockinged legs before him. Long and straight, without a trace of excess flesh, the black allure extending endlessly toward the depths. Right here? I will tear it. Yes, go ahead and tear. It was a spot just above the ankle. His fingers touched the silky, yet slightly frictional fabric of the stocking, feeling the smooth and firm resilience beneath. Even his spirit nearly rose to the occasion. He pressed gently with his fingers. It did not tear. This material was surprisingly strong. Putting most of his strength into it, he pulled once more, rip. A large opening appeared, revealing smooth, fair, and elegant skin beneath, infinitely alluring. Glancing sideways, he saw Mo Yutong wearing an expression of triumph, as if her plan had succeeded. So that was it. This little girl was deliberately tempting him. All right then, who was afraid of whom? Jiang Chu let go of his nervousness and opened the ointment, applying it gently to her leg, even making light circular motions. He had to admit her skin was truly wonderful, as smooth as a baby's. And here too. And here. With each sound of tearing fabric, Jiang Chu carefully applied the medicine to every spot. Mo Yutong had not lied to him. The bites had formed quite noticeable bumps, clearly the handiwork of those southern flower mosquitoes. Not even yoga pants could keep them out. What he did not notice was that as he moved higher up, Mo Yutong's face had gradually turned flushed. Her soft lips were lightly biting, and she made only the faintest sounds, audible only to herself. The feeling was extraordinary, making her both shy and comfortable, completely immersed in the moment. Done, all finished. Jiang Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. These vicious mosquitoes had bitten him 7 or 8 times. No wonder Mo Yutong had been so cross with him. Just as Jiang Chu was about to cover the ointment. Wait, there is one more. One more. Why did she not say so earlier? Jiang Chu looked at her with a puzzled expression. The proud face that had been so haughty just moments ago was now lowered in shyness. Her smooth long hair covered most of her face, hiding her current expression. Tell me where. That place is a bit embarrassing. Jiang Chu roughly understood. It could only be near the roots of her thighs. If it is embarrassing, then apply it yourself. No, you help me, otherwise I will not forgive you. Jiang Chu was dumbfounded. Could this be? Was she determined to tempt him to the very end? Mo Yutong shifted her position, placing her feet back on the ground, and opened her perspective. Right here. Looking at where she pointed, it was the inner thigh, not the outer fabric. Good heavens. But, are you silly? What are you thinking? I am wearing safety shorts. I am not bothered, so why should you be? Come here. Mo Yutong cheerfully lifted a corner of her skirt, narrowing her eyes slightly, with the corners of her mouth turning up. She was certain he would not be able to resist like this. Jiang Chu glanced carefully. Both long legs clad in torn pantyhose and high heels were placed seductively on either side. Indeed, there were black safety shorts underneath. No wonder she had dared to tempt him so boldly just now. And yet, even so, how many people could withstand such a scene? But Jiang Chu could, simply because he had just stood up and seen two girls in white clothing approaching from a distance. He would never dare to act inappropriately in such a place. This temptation, however, was an extreme test of willpower. Every now and then he would steal a glance, silently cursing those who had invented safety shorts and pixelation. Hurry up, I am itching to death. Jiang Chu reached out and pulled forcefully at the fabric, but it did not tear. He tried several more times with no success, mainly because it was difficult to apply force in that area. Having no choice, he squatted down, kneeling on one knee, and pulled firmly on both sides with his hands. Rip. Finally it tore open. He did not know that Mo Yutong above him had turned red to the roots of her ears, her chest rising and falling. Was Jiang Chu really pretending? She had gone to such lengths, and he still held himself back without making a move. Mo Yutong favorability, 5 not bad, it increased again. Breaking through that barrier was only a matter of time. Jiang Chu took the ointment and applied it. He could feel the slight tremor that ran through her the moment his fingers touched her skin. He had to finish quickly. If this continued, he would not be able to hold out much longer. At the same time, the two girls in the distance happened to glance in this direction. Mengshi, look over there, what are they doing? The speaking girl's mouth opened into an O shape. The girl beside her slowly turned her head. It was a stunning oval face with peach blossom eyes, and her jet black straight hair was casually tucked to one side, revealing exquisite, tender, and lovely ears. Following Tang Xiaodan's gaze, they saw the lakeside pavilion, where a girl in a short skirt was lying on a stone bench with her legs spread open, while a boy was actually kneeling on the ground, his head buried. That could only mean doing something shameful, truly disgraceful. This was at school after all. Kissing was one thing, but unexpectedly, even a casual walk after reading in the library could lead to encountering such a scene. The boy suddenly lifted his head and stood up, glancing around slyly. Ji Mingxi turned her face away in disgust, not wanting to look again. She did not want to know who that boy was, lest she feel nauseated every time she saw him in the future. Xiaodan, let us go back. There are not only many mosquitoes here, but also disgusting people. Wait, that girl. Isn't that Mo Yutong? Ji Mingxi halted her steps, glancing again toward the two figures approaching in the distance. The woman was indeed Mo Yutong. As the top-ranked campus belle herself, Ji Mingxi knew well that Mo Yutong also held that title, and they both served as vice presidents of the student union, often working together though with different responsibilities. Most of the time they were rivals, and she found Mo Yutong to be a typical materialistic girl who would cling to anyone with money, lacking any principle or sense of shame, a trait she deeply despised. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong walked over, soon arriving before Ji Mingxi and her companion, the top campus belle Ji Mingxi. In just 2 days he had encountered 4 of the school's top 5 campus beauties. In his past life, he had never even known what they looked like until graduation. But come to think of it, why was her beauty score only 88? That was lower than Li Wenjing's. He suddenly recalled that day when she tried on clothes. After changing her outfit, she seemed like a completely different person. She must usually dress conservatively at school, which is why others ranked her second. Looking at Ji Mingxi's features, sharp contours, a delicate nose, and beneath willow leaf brows a pair of seemingly profound, intelligent eyes, she was indeed more beautiful than Mo Yutong. Of course, since she wore a long dress, he couldn't compare her legs, but even so, Jiang Chu found himself gazing at her for a long time. Aside from Li Wenjing, the hidden gem, Ji Mingxi truly deserved the title of top campus belle. If Li Wenjing was like a sweet, lovely girl next door, and Mo Yutong was charming and alluring, then Ji Mingxi was the pure moonlight in many young men's eyes. She gave off an untainted aura, her bright eyes concealing wisdom. It was said she always ranked first in exams and had won numerous competitions for the school, making her a true talent with both beauty and intellect. It was also said she had little patience for students who struggled academically, and clearly he was one of them. But they had never crossed paths before, let alone offended each other. How could her affection level be at -30? Why is the talented Ji wandering around Lover's Lake so late at night, feeling lonely and bored? Mo Yutong's opening words were blunt. I was just passing by for a walk. If I'd known I'd witnessed something so inappropriate, I would have taken a detour, Ji Mingxi said coldly, her expression stern. Inappropriate. Mo Yutong and Jiang Chu exchanged puzzled glances. Mo Yutong's irritation flared, and she planted her hands on her hips. Unlike you, talented Ji, who only ever buries your head in books. You've probably never even been in love, have you? You can only sneak over here to watch couples and go home to fantasize about it. Oh, and when you order those cute little things online, remember to use a different name, or someone might find out. She finished with a smug look and walked away first. What little things? Ji Mengshi frowned, pondering her words, until Tang Xiaodan whispered in her ear. Her face flushed with anger. How rude. What are you staring at? You look handsome, but I didn't expect you to be such a strange fellow. Jiang Chu had only glanced at her as he walked away, and Tang Xiaodan scolded him. A strange fellow. Him. How absurd. The two walked along the campus path. Isn't she beautiful? I mean Ji Mengshi. She's the top campus belle, you know. Oh, beautiful, yes, but she seemed to hold some deep grudge against him. Do you want to win her over? I can help you. He merely turned his head and glanced at Mo Yutong, pursing his lips. I'm serious. Seeing that Jiang Chu seemed uninterested, she continued, by the way, who do you think is prettier, me or her? Her, Jiang Chu blurted out. The system gave her a score 1 point higher than Mo Yutong's, so that was accurate. Mo Yutong suddenly fell silent, her face clearly showing displeasure. They walked a long stretch without speaking. She stopped abruptly and asked gloomily, Jiang Chu, in your eyes, am I not as good as Ji Mengshi? Jiang Chu was startled. His mind had been occupied with the kiss from Li Wenjing. No, you're very beautiful too. As he said this, he unconsciously glanced at her outfit, the ripped stockings on her long legs, and the earlier scene came vividly to mind. Mo Yutong keenly caught that look, quickly understood, and a smile returned to her face, her eyes glinting with a hint of slyness. Really? I knew it. That Ji Mengshi is always so cold and aloof. Aside from her good grades, she has no feminine charm. Only people like Wu Xiaoqian treat her as some so-called fairy. Jiang Chu, you definitely like me more, don't you? Jiang Chu didn't reply, he only smiled. She seemed to take that as agreement. On the way back to her dorm, she chatted and laughed again, though mostly she was talking and laughing to herself, while Jiang Chu nodded along. During the walk, her phone rang several times. Probably some admirer, but she just glanced at it and hung up. They arrived at the dormitory building, once more stopping exactly where they had before. Truly, she was a close friend of the other girl. Even the spot they stood in was the same. I'm heading in now. Don't you feel reluctant to part? Jiang Chu rubbed his nose, as if saying that would make a difference. Seeing that he remained silent, Mo Yutong waved him over, signaling she wanted to whisper something. Jiang Chu leaned in, curiously feeling her move closer. A fragrant scent wafted over, and then came a magnetic, alluring voice. I'm a bit thirsty. What? Thirsty? Before he could react, her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him in, and her soft lips met his. He had been caught off guard. The same spot, a different girl, twice in one night. But this time, Mo Yutong took the lead, claiming his first kiss in this life. She was very forward, and after a moment of surprise, Jiang Chu responded, holding her close, his hand resting on her slender waist, feeling the warmth through the thin fabric. The kiss began gently, and he tried to deepen it, but she kept her lips closed. Yet with persistence, she finally yielded, and a soft murmur escaped her. After a long, tender moment, they parted. Was that your first kiss? Mo Yutong asked. What do you think? You were so shy at first, it must have been. By the way, I kissed you not because I like you, but as a thank you for the bag and gifts you gave me. Don't get any ideas, okay? Mo Yutong, affection level 5. Jiang Chu smiled knowingly. If not for the system, he might have believed her. See that guy in the BMW convertible behind us? He's here to chase after me. He saw us kissing for so long, so you'd better watch out, That's what you get for standing me up. After speaking, Mo Yutong ran back to the dormitory with a smug expression. Jiang Chun looked over and indeed saw a young man in a floral shirt standing beside a convertible BMW. A bouquet of flowers lay discarded on the ground. The man glared at him with a dark expression, then got into the car and sped away. What a prank. This Mo Yutong had really gotten the better of him. If he got the chance next time, he would definitely give her a proper scolding. Back at the dormitory, the three guys were already deep in their gaming session. Ghost, use your ultimate. A piercing sound effect echoed from Lu Jing's computer speakers, followed by a triple kill, then a quadra kill, and finally a pentakill. It wasn't until Jiang Chu emerged from another shower that they finally noticed his return. Whoa, Jiang Chu, you're finally back. Xiang Hua rushed over eagerly, and the other two also gathered around. What are you doing? Come on, stop pretending. We already know campus beauty Li Wenjing came to your dorm to find you. Yeah, hurry up and tell us what's going on. Pregnant. Forced into fatherhood. The three of them shot questions at him one after another. Jiang Chu was at a loss between laughter and exasperation. Go away, I ran into her during the day and gave her a small gift. She just came by to say thank you. All three turned around in unison, wearing expressions of open contempt and disbelief. Bro, she's the campus beauty. I've seen Li Wenjing. She's far prettier than your former San Qingqing by a whole tier. She came all the way to your dorm, and you actually held back. Exactly. She probably took advantage of us not being there. Lu Jing tilted his head back and inhaled deeply. I can smell spring in the air, so many little dreams running through the air. Jiang Chu couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. as he climbed onto his bed. The three below laughed mercilessly after getting the result they wanted. I was wondering why you suddenly woke up and dared to slap Song Qingqing right on the face. Turns out it was a diversion. You've already won over the campus beauty. That makes sense. I think Li Wenjing is much better. Song Qingqing wasn't worth all that effort you put in. As he spoke, Jiang Chu suddenly thought about what happened that night. Xianghua, how did your date with that girl go tonight? How did it go? It was great. She's cute, innocent, and understanding. She even bought me milk tea. Her birthday is coming up soon. What do you think I should get her as a gift? It was clear Xianghua was starting to care. This was exactly his initial state as a devoted admirer in his past life. He never expected this to happen to his brother this time around. But as long as he was around, he would never let Xianghua suffer any losses. I'm not good at picking gifts, but I suggest you understand the situation better first before deciding. Alright, I know. You think I'm like you. If that girl crossed any line, I would have walked away immediately. Yeah, I just don't want you to repeat my mistakes. Got it. By the way, what's her name? Wang Wei. Jiang Chu made a mental note. Hey Xiang, why didn't you say your family runs a clothing factory? How's the business? How would I know? My family handles everything. Why do you ask all of a sudden? No particular reason. I just feel like e-commerce is really impacting physical stores these days. You should give your family a call and check in on how things are going. If there are any issues, maybe I can help out. Haha, don't worry. As long as people need clothes, my dad's been in this business for over 10 years. He knows way more than I do. But thanks for caring, bro. You've been through enough with that campus beauty anyway. Go get some sleep, he. Jiang Chu exchanged a few more banter remarks with him. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Whatever was meant to happen would happen. What mattered most right now was strengthening himself, so he could help his brother whenever needed. Lying in bed, he pulled out his phone. Goodness, there was a pile of unread messages. Li Wenjing, Jiang Chu, today has been the happiest day of my college life. Thank you. If you're free tomorrow noon, I'm my roommate, and I would like to invite your dorm to join us for a meal. Jerk, Jiang Chu, you left me hanging for so long, and ended up getting milk tea with Wenjing. What did you do to her? You've been giggling like an idiot all night. Did you bully her? You got lucky tonight. How did it feel? Don't you think my long legs look good? And those high heels with sheer stockings. Sexy, right? If you buy me a bag or something, I might let you touch them again, he. She also attached a photo of her legs in worn stockings. This little demon was sending tempting pictures in the middle of the night. Just thinking about those black stockings, high heels, and long legs made his heart race. While typing a reply, he thought about how he had just bought the newest Nokia in '86. Going from a smartphone to a keypad phone was still uncomfortable. If he remembered correctly, the iPhone 4 would be released this year, which would completely dominate the market and make Nokia's keypad phones obsolete. How should he plan his next steps? The current era was seeing social media platforms rise to prominence, with WeChat, Baidu, Alibaba, and others thriving. In the smartphone world, Apple led the pack with Samsung and HTC emerging rapidly, but the most formidable force was real estate. Many protagonists in rebirth novels chose real estate as their first investment. But did Jiang Chu lack money? No, he had plenty now. Yet money needed to transform into something greater: power, status, influence, resources. Actually, in China, the most patriotic people were often the ordinary folk at the bottom, because this was where they and their descendants would live their entire lives. It was their root. Meanwhile, some wealthy individuals believed their money could shield them from war, even fleeing to other countries or collaborating with enemies. Those years' events proved exactly that. Starting from 2017, America began its various suppressions and blockades, and the control of capital was the most terrifying aspect. As a Chinese person, he naturally wanted to contribute something to his country. Breaking through the technological blockade and positioning himself across various industries ahead of time. That was the path of the strong. All night long he thought deeply and gradually formed a clear strategy. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree on the dark school campus, a graceful silhouette glanced around left and right, only making a call once she was sure no one was watching. A man's voice came from the other end, authoritative and unquestionable. Tell me about her situation. I wasn't with her tonight, but I heard she went out for milk tea with that Jiang Chu. The man on the other end fell silent for a moment. Don't forget your mission. Keep a close watch on her, and report anything unusual to me immediately, or your father's medical treatment won't happen. The girl's voice trembled as she replied, Yes, I'm doing as you instructed. When can my father receive his treatment? The man didn't answer her directly, but continued, There's another matter. Someone will transfer to your school the day after tomorrow. You must obey their orders without question. Remember any request. The silhouette shuddered visibly. Did you hear me? I heard you. Don't worry. I have already found a solution. Your father's treatment will be arranged soon. Remember, only I can help you. Just obey my every word. The next day, I had to attend that strict professor's class. I barely survived reading a novel until the bell rang. While the ice princess school beauty, Li Wenjing. Everyone had already left long ago. The one calling out was naturally Xianghua, who was following Jiang Chu. Could she be waiting specifically for you? Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing saw them from afar and waved excitedly. Indeed. Heaven is unfair, Xianghua remarked. They walked over. Today Li Wenjing still wore her long black hair, straight down, a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze. She wore a white dress, its loose fit doing little to conceal her figure. Below her slender legs were white ankle socks and a pair of Gucci loafers. She looked pure and natural. Even Xiang Hua felt slightly uneasy as he approached, barely daring to meet her gaze directly. Jiang Chu thought to himself, if Li Wenjing were to unleash her full potential and were something more alluring, the rankings at the top of the campus beauty list would surely be rewritten instantly. Are you waiting for me? Yes, didn't we agree yesterday? Let's have lunch together. Right, I almost forgot about this. You two talk, I'll slip away first. Xiang Hua tried to leave, but Jiang Chu caught him. You're coming too. Huh, but Xiang Hua wanted to say he didn't want to be a third wheel. It's fine because I also invited our dorm mate. She's quite pretty too, I'll introduce you later. Oh right, where are those two classmates? Those two went to have dinner with their girlfriends, don't worry about them. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Chu put his arm around Xiang Hua's shoulder and pulled him along. They first headed to the girls' dormitory on their way to meet Li Wenjing's roommate. The two girls were already waiting downstairs. Wow, he's really handsome, Chun Meixia said quietly to Zhang Yunla, trying to contain her excitement. No wonder Wenjing has never dated anyone. She must have had this handsome guy in her heart all along. Yes, she must have been so happy after coming back from seeing the handsome guy last night. You guys don't talk nonsense. Li Wenjing blushed. She felt happy and content, but also a touch proud. Having her crush praised by good friends was a validation of her taste. These two are my roommates. This one is Chun Meixia, and this one is Zhang Yunla. Hello, I'm Jiang Chu. I'm Xiang Hua. Compared to Jiang Chu's confidence, Xiang Hua appeared somewhat shy and reserved. Li Wenjing was right. The two roommates in front of them were indeed beautiful. Both were around 160 centimeters tall, with nice figures. Chun Meixia had shoulder-length hair, wearing a t-shirt with denim overalls and sports shoes. Zhang Yunla had long hair flowing over her shoulders, wearing a SpongeBob t-shirt, white shorts, and white sneakers. The system gave them scores of 77 and 78 respectively. Their looks were certainly enough to captivate many boys on campus. The truth was, not everyone had the courage to pursue the campus beauty. Instead, it was girls like them, pretty but approachable, who garnered more attention from admirers. What about Mo Yutong? Isn't she in your dorm? Jiang Chu looked at Wenjing. Yutong has something to do today. She took a leave of absence. Yes, she got a phone call early this morning and seemed upset ever since. No idea what happened. Probably something happened at home. I only heard her family came to find her. Never mind, let's go. Not long after they left, 5 people were spotted squatting along the campus path. 4 of them were tall, heavily built men with dyed hair, wearing black tank tops that revealed their muscular arms and visible tattoos. They looked like typical street toughs. The leader stood out, tall and slender, around 170 centimeters, wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses, a Versace t-shirt, shorts, and AJ sneakers. His overall demeanor radiated an air of arrogance. Clearly they were not here with good intentions. Jiang Chu, do you know them? Xiang Hua asked with a serious expression. He had been getting into fights since he was young, and this situation felt off. Don't know them. Lu Zixiang. That rich kid Wenjing. Chun Meixia's words made everyone turn to look at Li Wenjing. A frown of disgust appeared on her face. By then the 4 thugs had drawn closer. They made no move to step aside. Instead, the 5 of them spread out, clearly heading straight for them. Lu Zixiang, what do you want? Li Wenjing asked coldly. Wenjing, you know I have feelings for you, yet you've always been so cold toward me. I thought you simply didn't want to date in college. I even accepted that you might like girls. But I never expected you to end up with someone like him. Weak, delicate, and full of pretense. And I did some investigating yesterday. His family are just rural villagers. Who knows where he got those knockoff clothes from, but don't let them fool you. Clearly he's pretending to be wealthier than he is. Relax, this has nothing to do with you girls. I won't hurt you. Jiang Chu, do you see my brothers behind me? Here's your chance. Just admit you deceived Wenjing, or don't blame me for being harsh. Hearing this, Chun Meixia and Zhang Yunla's eyes widened. Could Jiang Chu really be such a person? Deceiving Wenjing. Those expensive gifts were worth hundreds of thousands. Could such a high price be the cost of deception? None of your business what I do. Get out of our way, you and your people, right now. Li Wenjing said firmly. Wenjing, you. Lu Zixiang clenched his teeth in frustration, then glared angrily at Jiang Chu. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so slick at manipulating Wenjing. If you don't leave her on your own today, then I'll have my men teach you a lesson every time we meet. Are you crazy? Want to fight? Bring it on. Xiang Hua stepped forward, aggressively rolling up his sleeves, ready to brawl. Lu Zixiang was momentarily startled and took a half step back, remembering that he had paid these 4 thugs, while he cursed under his breath. Wenjing, I'm doing this for your own good. These 4 brothers of mine are from outside. They're beyond the school's jurisdiction. Jiang Chu, I've given you a chance. With that, he waved his hand. The 4 thugs behind him cracked their knuckles and advanced. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chu showed no fear. In his past life, he and Xiang Hua had once been chased and attacked by more than a dozen people, and they had managed to handle 7 or 8 opponents. However, although he was young now, this body had not been tempered through training and appeared somewhat frail. The four opponents in front were seasoned troublemakers, and there were girls present. They couldn't run. They would have to stand their ground. Wait, didn't he have a system? If the affection level reached 90, would he receive attribute points? Li Wenjing was already at 89, just 1 point away. Let's try it. If it didn't work, they'd have to fight for their lives. Worst case, they'd just end up beaten up. Just as the four were about to close in, Jiang Chu suddenly made an unexpected move. He turned to look at Li Wenjing beside him. Let me borrow some of your strength, Wenjing. Before she could respond, Jiang Chu pulled her close and kissed her. Those soft, smooth lips met his. In front of everyone, it was a deep kiss. Li Wenjing's eyes widened in shock, then softened with sweetness, and slowly, she closed them, her body growing limp as she enjoyed the moment. The four thugs froze on the spot. What? Even at a time like this, he still found a way to take advantage. If they ended up in the hospital later, it would at least be worth it, right? How had they never thought of this tactic before? Meanwhile, Lu Zixiang's face turned from pale to green with rage. Li Wenjing had always been the woman he wanted to win over. Now seeing her being kissed by someone else right before his eyes, this was simply unbearable. A surge of displeasure arose within him. While everyone was stunned, Li Wenjing felt a wave of passionate affection. She had been the one to initiate the kiss last night. It was her first kiss. Yes, ever since that incident in middle school, she had been paying attention to Jiang Chu. Although they later attended different schools, she never forgot the boy who stood up for her. When she learned that he had given up a chance to attend Tsinghua University for a girl and enrolled here, she unhesitatingly chose the same path. But she had never spoken of her feelings. So it was only yesterday that they truly became acquainted. She wasn't sure if Jiang Chu liked her, but now being kissed in public, she had her answer. At the very least, she held a place in his heart. A feeling of happiness and sweetness welled up from the depths of her heart. Li Wenjing affection 1 ding. The system has detected that Li Wenjing's affection has reached 90. You have earned 20 attribute points, which can be used to enhance your various attributes: strength, agility, constitution, talent, and mental power. Improving the first 3 attributes will also enhance your appearance. Additionally, the system shop is now unlocked. After exceeding 90 affection, each point increase up to 95 grants 3 attribute points, and beyond 95, each point grants 5 attribute points. System shop. The system shop is now open. You can exchange attribute points for personal skills. Combat section, talent section, technique section, etc. No time to waste. He opened the combat section. 5 whip strike master Ma style, skyward shoulder charge Ji Kyun, do master Li style, Wing Chun master Yips style, mystic fist master, Hua style, Tai Ji Quan master Zhang style. There were too many options. Jiang Chu quickly selected strength 5, agility 6, constitution 3, and the ultimate comprehensive combat skill. Basic consumes 2 attribute points. Requires strength 5, agility 5, constitution 7, talent 5, mental power 5. Intermediate consumes 4 attribute points. Requires strength 9, agility 9, constitution 8, talent 8, mental power 8. Ultimate consumes 6 attribute points. Requires strength 13, agility 13, constitution 10, talent 10, mental power 10 ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu strength 8, 8, 5 agility 7, 8, 6 constitution 7, 8, 3 talent 10, 8, mental power 10, 8. Note values in parentheses are average for normal people. Acquired ultimate comprehensive combat skill. In an instant, a torrent of combat information flooded Jiang Chu's mind. He felt an immediate mastery, gaining the abilities of a top-tier special forces soldier and a combat expert, including proficiency in unarmed combat and cold weapons. At the same time, his body underwent a noticeable transformation. He could feel his strength increasing, his limbs becoming more agile and sensitive, and even the slightest breeze felt incredibly keen. By now he was filled with confidence. Not only could he handle the 4 thugs, but even a dozen armed with melee weapons would be easy to subdue. Watch out! Li Wenjing in his arms suddenly shouted. From the reflection in her eyes, Jiang Chu could see someone charging from behind. True to their nature as thugs, they attempted a sneak attack despite the obvious disparity in strength. Street fights were like that. No one followed rules. Jiang Chu curled his lips slightly, and holding Li Wenjing sidestepped effortlessly to evade the attack. But there were multiple assailants. They seemed surprised that he could dodge while facing away. Surely it was luck. One of them, unable to stop in time, rushed toward Zhang Yunle behind. The large fist was about to strike her face, and she had no time to dodge. The force behind it was originally meant for Jiang Chu. But she was a girl. If it connected, she might need to be hospitalized for a long time, possibly even disfigured. Even Jiang Chu hadn't anticipated this, and he couldn't react in time to save her. Zhang Yunle stood frozen, pale and wide-eyed. Beside her, Zhang Meili had already turned her head. Ouch, that hurt. Striking a woman. I despise such behavior. I stand against this. The figure who had just blocked the attack was Xianghua. He had been standing nearby and instinctively intervened. Though it hurt, he was used to brawling since childhood and had a thick skin. He didn't finish his curse before throwing a punch at the assailant. Both had some experience, and soon they were exchanging blows. Meanwhile, without needing a word, Jiang Chu had already closed in on the nearest thug. A large man who sneered, "Oh, coming to me willingly." Before the man could finish, Jiang Chu, who had been 2 meters away, appeared in front of him in an instant, extending a leg that struck the man's abdomen, sending him to the ground. The other 2 were stunned. They knew Xiao Biao's combat ability, yet he was down in 1 round. It must have been luck. They rushed at Jiang Chu together. Thump thump. With a spinning kick each, he landed blows on their heads, and both fell to the ground groaning. They looked worse off than the first, but the moves were clean and swift without any hesitation. Need any help? Damn it, take care of yourself first. Xiang Hua only then noticed that Jiang Chu had already taken down the other 3. What the? You took them all down. The man fighting Xiang Hua heard no more sounds behind him and turned around in disbelief. Seeing the scene, he didn't even have time to curse before Xiang Hua, seizing the golden opportunity, landed a few wild punches and knocked him to the ground. Not bad, huh? Xiang Hua tried to show off, but saw Jiang Chu walking toward Lu Zixiang. Are you alright? You're injured. Zhang Yunla, noticing Xiang Hua's swollen face, asked with concern. It's nothing. A bottle of liniment will fix it. Xiang Hua's eyes were still on Jiang Chu, but he didn't notice the odd look in Zhang Yunla's eyes as she watched him. Lu Zixiang, I heard you're a rich 2nd generation. Are you very wealthy? Jiang Chu teased lightly. Yes. If you leave her, I can give you 100,000. No, 300,000. 500,000. 500,000 was a huge sum for an ordinary college student. He felt no one could refuse. Jiang Chu said nothing, only curled his lips and stepped closer. What do you want? Lu Zixiang had witnessed everything just now. He tried to remain calm, but inside, he was growing increasingly nervous. Jiang Chu had effortlessly taken down the 3 thugs he hired all by himself. How could he possibly be a match? He couldn't help but wonder if those 4 had known Jiang Chu beforehand and were deliberately holding back. Otherwise, how could this be possible? 1 move each. It seemed too unrealistic. Xiao Biao, hurry up and get up. Lu Zixiang grew anxious. Xiao Biao. Jiang Chu paused, as if something had suddenly clicked into place. Your name is Wu Biao, isn't it? How do you know my name? Wu Biao lay on the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain as he asked. Oh, I just remembered something. You seem to have a girlfriend named Ani, right? Wu Biao's eyes suddenly widened. How do you know about Ani? Ani was his dearest girlfriend. A friend of mine mentioned it in passing. He said there's a local figure called Sha Chong, and his girlfriend Ani was secretly seeing some rich kid with the surname Lu. They seem to spend nights together at that hotel called Dihao Hotel, I believe. Right? Lu Zixiang, I haven't mixed up the hotel name, have I? Bullshit. It's called Emperor Hotel. Lu Zixiang let it slip in his nervousness. Immediately, he realized the gravity of what he had done, for he caught Wu Biao's furious, nearly explosive gaze fixed upon him. Boss Biao, don't listen to him. How, this is simple enough. There are surveillance cameras, right? We can just pull the footage and see for ourselves. Lu Zixiang had not anticipated Jiang Chu would play this card. As the saying goes, the guilty heart panics first. Unable to resist, he bolted. But to Wu Biao, that flight only confirmed everything he suspected. The other 3 thugs saw their boss run and quickly got up to follow. Kid will remember you. The other 3 thugs saw their boss run and quickly got up to follow. Kid will remember you. Watching the thugs disappear into the distance, Li Wenjing hurried over and took his hand to check him. Are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, Jiang Chu, taking down 1 with a single kick. Chen Meixia's eyes sparkled with adoration, while Li Wenjing offered a gentle smile. Jiang Chu felt deeply satisfied. For the first time, he experienced the power that attribute points could bring. After actual combat, he realized his ultimate combat skills were even stronger than he had imagined. As long as he wasn't facing opponents with firearms, he could easily overwhelm any martial arts master. Xianghua, can we still go out to eat? Of course we can eat. Why not? I'm injured, so I need at least 3 bowls of rice. I'm going to eat you broke, ha, everyone laughed. They found a nice restaurant near the school and booked a private room. Haha, I've always wanted to come here for a big meal, but never splurged. Today I'm really going to treat you to a feast. Xianghua spoke without hesitation. Go ahead, no need to be polite since we're just meeting. Order whatever you want. You won't find this opportunity again. I thought you were treating us today. No worries, Jiang Chu has plenty of money. I wouldn't dare spend yours. Everyone laughed. Then we won't hold back. Oh, where did Yunla go? Chen Meixia asked. Wasn't she right behind us, just now? Probably went to the restroom, Li Wenjing said as she and Chen Meixia looked at the menu. Soon after finishing their orders, Zhang Yunla pushed through the door and returned. She was carrying something in her hands. She sat next to Xianghua and pulled out a bottle of red flower oil from her bag. You got hurt shielding me. Thank you. Hey, no need to be so polite. I have some in my dorm. You even bought this for me, Xianghua said casually. Should I help you apply it? Zhang Yunla asked gently. Li Wenjing and Chen Meixiao exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, but Xianghua had no idea, waving his hand. No, I can do it myself. Are you rejecting me? Zhang Yunla said indignantly. I know it's such a simple thing, why would I need your help? Such a clueless guy. Puffed ha. Seeing Zhang Yunla flustered, Li Wenjing and the others burst into laughter. What's wrong with me? Xianghua looked at Jiang Chu with a bewildered expression, asking for an explanation. Jiang Chu, having lived decades of experience, understood the look Zhang Yunle was giving Xianghua. She clearly had feelings for him. The guy just didn't realize it, or maybe he did, but chose to ignore it. Either way, his heart was already taken by someone named Wang Wei. You blocked a punch for me, so I wanted to show a bit more care. Just then the food arrived quickly. Lobster abalone and shark fin all appeared. Having eaten out the night before, and still craving more, Xianghua didn't hesitate to dig in first, and the others joined in without modesty. They had just met, but after everything that happened, Jiang Chu and Xianghua's character had earned the three girls' trust. As they ate and talked, they quickly grew close and comfortable with each other. Near the end of the meal, Li Wenjing went to the restroom and returned in a rush. What happened? Shen Meixia asked curiously. Guess who I saw? It was Yutong. Li Wenjing spoke nervously. I went over and saw her parents sitting across from a man. I listened quietly for a while. It seemed like Yutong's parents were arranging a blind date for her, because the guy is some executive from a listed company with money. But Yutong strongly objected and ended up crying from her parents' pressure. I didn't know what to do, so I came back to find you all. What the hell, what century is this? Forced marriages. And she hasn't even graduated from college yet, Xianghua said indignantly. You don't know? She's my best friend. I know her situation best. Her parents are very materialistic, and on top of their financial difficulties, Yutong's grandmother is bedridden and needs constant care. Her family constantly tells her that with her looks, she must marry rich. That guy was probably in his 30s, short and fat with that creepy vibe. Jiang Chu, you have to help Yutong somehow. Jiang Chu was confused. Help? How? This was someone else's family matter. Even if he interfered this time, what about next time? Li Wenjing seemed to read his hesitation. Jiang Chu, don't you like Yutong too? Just go tell them you're her boyfriend, and make that guy give up. Everyone was stunned. Could Li Wenjing really say something like this? It was hard to believe. Anyone could see she had feelings for Jiang Chu. Was it fake? Or was this a test of choice to see who Jiang Chu truly liked? But from her expression, there was no hint of romantic interest. All eyes turned to Jiang Chu. Brother, good luck, you're on your own. I can't help you with this, Xianghua thought. Sometimes having too many beautiful women around wasn't such a good thing after all. Jiang Chu, please help Yutong this time. Li Wenjing, utterly indifferent to the stunned looks around her, held Jiang Chu's arm and swayed it as she pleaded. Jiang Chu was initially a little surprised, wondering what Li Wenjing truly intended, but soon he simply stopped pondering, for he was a man with a mission, a beam of light, and when a goddess needed him, that light would shine upon her. Alright, I'll try. I can't guarantee success, after all it's a family matter. I believe you can do it. In a nearby private room, not far away. Yutong, just listen to your mother. Manager Wang will be promoted to deputy general manager soon, with an annual salary of over $1 million. You are young and beautiful now, but if you follow someone your own age, how many years would it take to reach Manager Wang's level? If you agree now, you'll be stepping into a life of luxury. Don't you care about your grandmother? She has loved you the most since you were little, you know that. Mom, I know Grandma loves me, and I love her too, but can't we talk about this after I graduate? I beg you, Mom. Mo Yutong was on the verge of tears, yet she dared not openly defy her mother nor her father sitting silently nearby. No. Manager Wang is very busy. His coming today is already a favor to us. There are countless women who adore him, all eager to throw themselves at him with no chance. You have to agree unless you find a boyfriend wealthier than him. Mom, you're forcing me. You know I don't have a boyfriend. Who said there's no boyfriend? Last night he kissed me, and now you won't acknowledge it. Before the words faded, Jiang Chu pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone inside was momentarily stunned. Manager Wang, hearing that the beautiful student girl he was about to claim had been kissed by someone else, and who knew what else, was taken aback. After all, Mo Yutong's mother Ma Dongmei had assured him with conviction that her daughter was still pure. Therefore, he had privately agreed to offer a 30,000 yuan betrothal gift if the deal went through. Now unexpectedly, this young man had intercepted it, and he was both younger and more handsome. The sparse eyebrows on his plump face furrowed into a figure 8, and he let out a cold, light snort. Ma Dongmei, a shrewd woman, immediately sensed Manager Wang's displeasure. The 30,000 might slip away. She snapped at Jiang Chu. Who are you? Who allowed you to barge in? Get out this instant. Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong, never expecting to encounter an acquaintance in such a family situation, was momentarily at a loss. As I just said, I'm Yutong's boyfriend. Jiang Chu maintained a gentle smile and a courteous tone, then found an empty seat and sat down gracefully. Yutong, these must be your parents you often mention to me. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Jiang Chu from the same school as Yutong. Who are you calling auntie and uncle? You claim to be Yutong's boyfriend. We never agreed to that. Ma Dongmei crossed her arms, turned her head, and snorted coldly. Mo Guojia, however, looked at him with a hint of surprise. Then Manager Wang spoke, his face showing a condescending disdain. You, a college student from some lousy university, what can you do? Work a miserable job for a salary of 2,000. And you still want a girlfriend? I could buy a house and a car for Yutong in a blink of an eye. Can you? Ignorant and arrogant. Ma Dongmei's eyes lit up at this. If Manager Wang could buy them a house or a car, they wouldn't have to stay in the village, and they wouldn't have to ride a dilapidated motorcycle in the wind and rain. Oh my Manager Wang, your strength is truly beyond measure. Our Yutong would be carefree for the rest of her life if she were with you. You don't need to mind this fellow. He has no idea of your caliber, no need to bother with him. After flattering him, she turned a furious gaze on Jiang Chu. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. You are not welcome here. Jiang Chu looked surprised. Oh, I had thought about buying a house, but I haven't asked for your opinion yet, Uncle and Auntie. I also mentioned to Yutong about buying her a car, and I plan to go look at one today, right, Yutong? Huh, a car. Today? Mo Yutong was slow to react. Buy a car. Today? When had Jiang Chu ever mentioned this to her? Could it be just to handle the situation? In truth, seeing Jiang Chu stick up for her in such circumstances moved her, especially his claiming to be her boyfriend. Didn't he like Li Wenjing? Since she couldn't expose him, she might as well go along. Yes, Jiang Chu did mention going to see a car today. Ha ha ha, Ma Dongmei, if you don't want to marry your daughter to me, just say so. Why find someone to play this trick? You can't even tell a lie properly. A college student who hasn't graduated dressed in shabby clothes claiming to buy a car. I don't have time for this farce. Though he said that he only turned his face away sulking without making a move to leave. After all, he had come all this way. Mo Yutong was indeed more beautiful than any girl he had ever seen. Even if not pure, he could still enjoy her for a while, and later return her under the pretext of her not being a virgin, maybe giving a paltry sum of 1,000 or 2,000 to settle it. The pressure shifted to Ma Dongmei, who immediately panicked. No, Manager Wang, we really don't know him. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a college student. How can he compare to you? Manager Wang. Jiang Chu suddenly raised his voice and slapped the table. You said buying a house and a car is a breeze for you. I don't believe it. If you're capable, let's go buy one right now. Anyone can talk big. I could say I'll buy Yutong a $1,000,000 luxury car in a blink. Oh, a $1,000,000 luxury car. You're quite the talker. Let's go. If you can buy Yutong a $1,000,000 car, I Wang Jigang will kneel and call you dad. If you can't, you kneel and call me grandpa, and from now on stay far away from Yutong. Deal? Ridiculous. Even the car he drove was only worth over 300,000. A million. He couldn't afford it himself, let alone a college student who hadn't graduated. He thought Jiang Chu was trying to scare him into backing down, but he wasn't a 3-year-old. Fine, but I don't have a son as worthless as you. If you lose, you'll kneel to Yutong and call her Annie. Fall talk. Let's go now. Wang Jigang slammed the door and stormed out. Manager Wang, manager. Yutong, look at the kind of people you know. This is infuriating. Ma Dongmei hurried after him. Jiang Chu paid the bill and texted Li Wenjing to let them go back first. Downstairs, Wang Jigang drove up in a BMW. Seeing Jiang Chu standing there, he asked contemptuously, Kid, you were so cocky just now. Where's your car? I'll take a taxi. Wang Jigang chuckled, haha, take a taxi. It seems you don't even own a car. This further confirmed his suspicion that the other party was just trying to bluff him. Mo Yutong, look at what you've done. We were having a nice meal, but now you've upset Mr. Wang. He doesn't even have a car, and yet you fancy him. Ma Dongmei said with a displeased expression. Mo Yutong bit her lip and remained silent, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Chu. She knew his capabilities well. Initially, she thought he was ordinary looking and dressed in cheap clothes, but yesterday, he had spent over 1,000,000 yuan just on gifts, clearly a hidden super rich heir. Could it be that he actually intended to buy her a car? He certainly had the means, but why would he help her? Get in the car, or do you want to wait for a taxi with that guy? Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu, who simply smiled and nodded at her to indicate it was fine. With no other choice, she had to sit with her parents. As they were leaving, worried that Jiang Chu might not come, Mr. Wang couldn't resist a taunt. I am Wang Jigang. I'll be waiting at Lunching Automobile City. Of course you can still run away, and I won't think less of you. He laughed heartily. The car sped away with a roar. Jiang Chu also hailed a taxi. After all, it was at the university gate, so it was quite easy. Lunching Automobile City was actually one of the properties of the Ming Group, the second largest among the 8 major conglomerates in Shuigua province. It specialized in selling various imported luxury cars from BMW and Mercedes-Benz to Porsche and Ferrari. When Jiang Chu arrived, Wang Jigang was leading Ma Dongmei's family around a BMW worth over 400,000 yuan, talking eloquently, saying that his car had been used for several years and he planned to buy another one. The truth was that the car belonged to the company. He had only now saved enough to buy his own. Of course, he couldn't say that. Today he could show off in front of Ma Dongmei and her family. Meanwhile, a beautiful saleswoman in a black stocking uniform brightened up and actively introduced the car to Wang Jigang. Mo Yutong noticed that his eyes frequently strayed to the saleswoman's legs in black stockings, which she found rather unpleasant. Her own legs were far more beautiful, but since she had come for a blind date, she had deliberately dressed very casually and didn't even wear makeup. This place, filled with luxury cars, naturally made Ma Dongmei and her family's eyes light up. They became even more envious of Wang Jigang and eager to curry favor with him. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to buy such cars. Just being glanced at by such a beautiful saleswoman would probably make them feel uneasy. As soon as Jiang Chu entered, another beautiful saleswoman greeted him. He noticed her eyes widen slightly with surprise. Hello, this way please. I am Xiao Fei, a sales consultant here. How may I assist you? He briefly appraised her high heels, black stockings, gray uniform, a pleasant figure and face. The system gave her a rating of 82. Truly befitting the Ming family's enterprise, even an ordinary saleswoman had such looks. I'm here to see my girlfriend and want to buy a car for her. Xiao Fei's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He already had a girlfriend. May I ask who your girlfriend is? Has she arrived? Following Jiang Chu's gaze, Xiao Fei realized it was that group. She immediately led the way, walking slightly ahead on the left. Her high heels clicked on the polished floor, drawing one's eyes to her elegant figure in heels and stockings. Her posture was graceful, exuding a mature charm. Oh, you actually dared to come. Wang Jigang hadn't expected the other party to show up. Since someone is willing to humble themselves, I have no choice. There are plenty of luxury cars worth over $1 million here. I'll just watch you show off. Wang Jigang then recounted the incident as a joke to the saleswoman beside him, making her laugh while covering her mouth. Xiao Fei, so the one beside you is a sophomore in college. He's quite handsome, but unfortunately dressed a bit shabbily. Jiang Chu shook his head with a slight smile. The two sets of clothes Li Wenjing had bought for him, one he had given to Xiang Hua, and the one he wore yesterday, had just been washed. So today, thinking it was just a meal, he had casually put on whatever he had. Xiao Fei was also somewhat materialistic, but considering Jiang Chu's youth and good looks, she didn't mind having a chat. After all, she had nothing better to do. However, being put down by Pan Meifeng made her feel a bit annoyed. Alright, I won't waste any more time. I'll take this car. Wang Jigang waved his hand grandly, feeling immensely proud. Ma Dongmei and Pan Meifeng beamed at him. Alright, I'll prepare the contract right away. Please wait a moment. Pan Meifeng shot a provocative glance at Xiao Fei, which made Xiao Fei quite irritated. She hadn't made a sale in days, and this was a critical time for the supervisor selection. She was also feeling anxious. Xiao Fei thought that this young handsome guy was not to be relied upon. It seemed she would have to continue calling some contacts to feel them out. Meanwhile, Wang Jigang said, I said I could afford a car anytime, didn't I? He said this to Ma Dongmei, but his eyes looked disdainfully at Jiang Chu. Yes, mister. Wang, you are truly generous. Buying a car worth over 300,000 without batting an eye is amazing. Mo Yutong would be lucky to be with you. Ma Dongmei said with a fawning smile. Mo Yutong, look, can that boyfriend of yours compare with Mr. Wang? Hurry up and send him away, then apologize to Mr. Wang. Mom, you don't know Jiang Chu's capabilities. If he says he can. I believe him, Mo Yutong said impatiently. You are really trying to anger us. No, Mom. Ma Dongmei gave Mo Guijia a hard push. Have you gone mute today? Not a word. Talk some sense into your daughter. Jiang Chu noticed the reluctant expression on Mo Guijia's face. It seemed that Mo Yutong's father was on her side. Indeed, what father would want to marry his young daughter to an older man? A car worth over 300,000. It looks a bit tacky, Jiang Chu suddenly said. How dare you say that? A car worth over 300,000 is tacky. You have the nerve to ride a taxi. Don't you think so, Mr. Wang? Ma Dongmei acted as the vanguard. Wang Jigang smiled contemptuously. This woman's tongue was sharp. Good thing she was on his side. What could he do? He was rich after all. Jiang Chu took Mo Yutong's hand and started walking around in front of everyone. Hey, let go of my daughter's hand. Ma Dongmei shouted after recovering. Jiang Chu, you aren't really planning to buy me a car, are you? Mo Yutong looked quite surprised. What do you think? Jiang Chun held that soft, delicate hand as they approached a car. Xiao Fei politely followed behind, though at a slightly greater distance than before. How about this one? Do you think it's beautiful, eh? Of course it's beautiful. The Porsche 911, this is every girl's dream car. It's worth over 1 million yuan, Jiang Chun. I'm trying to discuss something important with you. Please don't interfere in my family matters. It would be bad if Wenjing found out. She asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend. We were dining in the private room right next to yours, and your roommates were all there. What? Then does that mean they all know? And you're saying Wenjing sent you here? Yes. Mo Yutong's expression shifted between shock and anxiety. She knew Wenjing well. She never joked about such things. Could Wenjing have realized her own feelings for Jiang Chun? Despite being close friends, Jiang Chun was young, handsome, and from an extremely wealthy family. Honestly, she had been looking for ways to get closer to him. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei felt even more stunned watching from nearby. This attractive-looking young man seemed to already have a girlfriend, yet his girlfriend appeared to be encouraging him to pursue his best friend. Was she hearing things incorrectly, or had the world gone mad? You're not seriously considering marrying that old man, are you? Jiang Chun asked. Mo Yutong fell silent instantly. She was still so young, and despite his wealth, he was an old man roughly her father's age, perhaps even older, looking balding and unattractive. What kind of life would she face marrying him? If you don't want to marry him, then listen to me. A confident smile curved Jiang Chun's lips. You kissed last night. Don't you think I should take responsibility? Mo Yutong shyly turned her head away. Her kiss the night before was meant to be a game of coy pursuit, to make him fall for her. But now she found herself replaying it over and over, convincing herself she could never let this super-rich young man slip away. This car is lovely, but with only 2 seats, it would be inconvenient for your family. Moi. Jiang Chu then glanced at the Maserati Quattroporte beside it. Girls tend to appreciate this model as well, and it has 4 seats. Mo Yutong noticed how earnestly Jiang Chu spoke, as though he were genuinely helping her choose a car to buy. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei launched into a professional introduction. With security cameras installed throughout the showroom, she was obligated to maintain proper procedures and professionalism regardless of whether anyone made a purchase. Sounds nice enough, Jiang Chu remarked. He didn't know much about cars. Nice enough. That's over 2 million yuan, and you're calling it just nice enough. Let's go with this one. Do you have it in stock? I'd like to take the display model. Ah. Xiao Fei's mouth hung open, eyes wide with disbelief. She wondered if she'd misheard. Could skipping breakfast have caused hallucinations? Mo Yutong shared the same astonishment. Was Jiang Chu joking? What, no available model? Then let's look at another one. Ah, yes, we do have one. This model happened to be ordered by a female client, but she breached the contract and didn't come to pick it up. Are you genuinely looking to purchase? That display model is fully loaded. Even with a discounted rate, including registration, it would still come to 2.7 million. Of course, we support installment payments with a down payment option. At that moment, Wang Jigang and his companions happened to walk over, having caught every word. Ha, boy, do you even know how much this car costs? Do you think it's some cheap toy you can just toss money at? Or are you planning to slip through a loophole, sign a contract, and delay the deposit anyway? He had only learned this from Pan Meifeng just moments ago. But then he fell silent. No need. I'll pay in full, Jiang Chu said calmly and composedly. Installments. What installments? Nearly 3 million in commission converted to actual money would amount to 300 million. How could he even consider installment payments? Buying a car was exhilarating. Should he get one for Wenjing as well? Never mind. He'd take her along when the time came. Yutong, just wait until someone comes groveling and calls you Annie in a moment. Wang Jigang gritted his teeth in fury. Boy, don't be so arrogant. If you really have the guts to pay in full, prove it. I dare you. Jiang Chu couldn't be bothered to respond. Xiao Fei. Yes. Could this car be registered under my girlfriend's name? Oh, of course it can. Xiao Fei glanced at Mo Yutong beside her, who still hadn't processed what was happening. Ms. Mo, may I ask if you brought your ID? Why, yes, I have it. Please follow me to complete the paperwork here. Huh. Jiang Chu, is this actually happening? Nearly 3 million yuan registered under my name. Mo Yutong was utterly shocked. Her mother would have sold her off for just 30,000 in bride price. Now he was offering her nearly 3 million with no conditions attached. Of course. I promised to buy you a car. You're my girlfriend after all. Ma Dongmei had long since lost her earlier arrogance. She could tell Jiang Chu wasn't putting on a show. Wang Jigang had only signed a contract for a car still registered in his own name. But here was Mo Yutong's boyfriend ready to pay full price for a car over 2 million yuan, registered under his daughter's name. It was essentially a gift. Over 2 million yuan. There was no way her entire family could earn that much in a lifetime of hard work. Ma Dongmei's hands trembled with excitement. Whatever the cost, if this was real. This young man was far superior to that old fool. It wasn't just Ma Dongmei. Everyone was waiting to see Jiang Chu swipe his card. The already sparse lobby fell suddenly silent. Before long, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, likely also there to browse or purchase vehicles now drawn by the spectacle. They watched with curiosity to see who would pay 2 million plus in full. After all, this was 2010. In those days, even driving a BMW or Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands could make countless women flock to you. A 2 million plus luxury car was virtually unheard of. Sir, please enter your PIN. Wait. Huh. Xiao Fei froze. Her supervisor had already been alerted to the situation, and a handsome middle-aged man was now standing beside her. She never expected a problem at the payment stage. Was this falling apart? This would be incredibly embarrassing, and she might get reprimanded later. I'd like to ask, do you have any other cars over 1 million in stock? I'm sorry, sir. We typically import vehicles like these and require advance orders. The Maserati Quattroporte you saw is the only one currently available. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. He wanted to buy one for himself. He couldn't keep hailing taxis forever. Every man dreamed of owning a supercar, and he was no exception. With money now in hand, he decided he had to have one. Besides, in today's society, even the poorest guy could drive a supercar around and bring a beautiful woman home. Willingly, of course. In his previous life, Jiang Chu had been so envious of that lifestyle that he almost considered going back to his village to weld together a fake car from scrap metal. Moreover, with a luxury car, his chances of encountering high-value women would undoubtedly increase. He wouldn't need to hunt so diligently. The system tasks would become far easier to complete. I'd like to order another one. A Ferrari F458. How much is the deposit? I'll pay it all at once. When can I expect the car? His words sent another wave of shock through everyone present. He He recalled that a F488 should have been released that year, the same sports car driven by Nua Lan in Stephen Chowchi's later film Mermaid. That moment it appeared on screen captured everyone's attention, but rumors later spread online about it being recalled due to self-ignition issues. With his current fortune, he certainly would not purchase a ticking time bomb to drive. The handsome manager stepped in to respond, "Good day, sir. I am Ming Chung, the manager here. That particular model comes with plates for approximately 5 million yuan. If you prefer a premium license plate, there is an additional fee. The deposit works out to 20% or 1 million yuan. We do have a shipment arriving soon, so delivery should take just a few days." "Very well, please reserve one for me and process both purchases together." "Certainly, sir." Ming Chung personally handled the billing himself, leaving everyone behind him utterly astonished. They had already been amazed by his purchase of a nearly 3 million yuan car with full payment, but now he was placing a 1 million yuan deposit on another 5 million yuan vehicle. The onlookers gathering around were mostly moderately wealthy individuals, yet they could not help but express their astonishment. "Well, I always thought working hard my whole life to afford a Porsche Cayenne made me impressive, but there is always someone more accomplished. And look at this young man, spending millions with a single gesture. I suppose I have not pushed myself hard enough yet. There is still room to grow. At least you could afford the Cayenne. I was the first from our village to pick up a 400,000 Mercedes, and I considered that the peak of my life. But compared to this person, I am nothing at all." That is true. But given his youth, can he really produce such a large sum of money? It is hard to believe. I overheard them talking about a bet earlier. Seemed like whoever lost would have to call the other father. Haha, you are all wealthy people. I am just here to watch the show. Xiao Fei only realized at this moment that although the young man appeared younger than her, there was something about his confident demeanor that reminded her of their boss. His gentle smile carried an air of warmth, and he possessed the natural authority of someone of considerable means. It was not just Xiao Fei who sensed this. Manager Ming Chung beside her rarely encountered clients spending millions in a single transaction, especially such a young person. He had already signaled his subordinate to notify the boss Ming Luan, as previously instructed, that any customer spending over 1 million should be personally welcomed to express gratitude and make their acquaintance. The card payment went through successfully. As the receipts printed out, Xiao Fei felt a wave of relief mixed with elation. That was over 2 million in full payment, plus the 5 million car order. There was no doubt now that she would be taking over as manager barring any unexpected complications. And just from commission alone, that would be 70 to 80,000, not to mention the next purchase. She nearly could not contain herself. Meanwhile, Pan Meifeng had gone pale, as if she had lost her composure entirely. She had to steady herself against the nearby railing to keep from stumbling. How could this be happening? This young man dressed in modest clothing had just purchased a 3 million car outright and placed a deposit on a 5 million Ferrari. He was the ultimate wealthy individual. She suddenly remembered her boss's words, "In sales, never judge by appearances." Now she deeply regretted her mistake. Everyone else present stared in utter shock. He had actually bought it with full payment and had also reserved a 5 million Ferrari. Ma Dongmei swayed unsteadily, nearly losing her balance, when Mo Guojia quickly caught her from behind. "Are you all right, dear?" "Mom," Mo Yutong asked with concern. "I am fine. Am I dreaming?" No, Jiang Chu is actually from a wealthy family. Mo Yutong was equally astonished. She had known Jiang Chu was wealthy, but not to this extent. Yesterday's spending of several 100,000 yuan had seemed like money he had saved specifically to compete with Zheng Hao and Li Wenjing. Yet this display of millions had completely shattered her understanding of his means. What kind of person could produce millions so effortlessly? He actually gave you a car worth nearly 3 million. Mom. Mo Yutong did not know how to respond, her heart overwhelmed with gratitude and amazement. Jiang Chu had not only rescued her from her predicament, but had also gifted her a multi-million car registered solely in her name. A level of trust she never could have imagined. It was the kind of romantic fantasy only found in novels, yet it was happening to her. Despite having known him only a few days and sharing only a brief kiss the night before, she had hoped to simply flirt with a handsome, wealthy young man. She had seen other beautiful girls exchange their affection for bags worth merely tens of thousands. Was it possible he truly cared for her? Jiang Chu, meanwhile, had given continuously without ever asking for anything in return. Ma Dongmei suddenly took Mo Yutong's hand and placed it firmly in Jiang Chu's, her face breaking into a broad smile. "Jiang Chu, from the moment you walked through that door, I took a liking to you. You are tall, handsome, and carry yourself with quiet dignity and courtesy. What I said earlier was simply to test whether your feelings for Yutong were genuine, and you have exceeded my expectations. Yutong, you have excellent judgment in choosing such a wonderful partner. Cherish him well, and if you lose him, I will hold you accountable." Ma Dongmei, what is the meaning of this attitude? Do you not want that 30,000 anymore? Wang Jigang blurted out anxiously. What 30,000? What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say I wanted 30,000 from you? You come here every day boasting about how remarkable you are, yet you need to finance a car purchase, and even that is not in my daughter's name. Do you think I am foolish? My daughter is so beautiful. If she married you, she would be marrying a pig. Ma Dongmei did not give him an ounce of face. Wang Jigang nearly lost his composure, staggering backward, as if struck, his anger rising like a volcanic eruption. You deceitful woman, breaking your word. I will remember this. Then remember it. Everyone here witnessed it. Earlier he wagered that if someone bought a million-yuan car for my daughter, he would kneel and call her aunt. Now you have lost, so get down on your knees. Though you are elderly and unremarkable, kneeling to me would be sufficient. This aunt can easily bear it. Wang Jigang found himself caught off guard once again. Just moments ago he had been secretly pleased that this woman was on his side, only for her to immediately turn around and strike back. The sheer ruthlessness of it was astonishing. Make him kneel in public? Absolutely not. What did I say? All nonsense. I am too lazy to waste my time on you lunatics. Wang Jigang did not finish his words before turning on his heel and walking away. Was he going to stay behind and become their entertainment? Oh my, someone who breaks their promises and reneges on losses. Of course that rule does not apply to pigs. Just a short distance away, Wang Jigang was once again so angered by Ma Dongmei's words that he stumbled and fell. Haha, look at him, actually kneeling fully prostrate on the ground. This is absolutely hilarious. Ma Dongmei burst into loud laughter while the surrounding crowd joined in with their mockery. Who is this guy anyway? He bought a car worth several $100,000 and dares to make a bet with a super wealthy heir. Does he lack even basic sense of situation? And he claims to be an executive. If one of my company's executives behaved like this, I would fire them immediately upon returning. It is better to avoid embarrassment and unknowingly offending some mysterious powerful figure. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the same time, they naturally regarded Jiang Chu, standing at the center of the crowd, as the focal point. They assumed he was the young master of some super wealthy family, for only someone from such a background could possess such boldness. Mo Yutong's eyes were filled with longing as she gazed at Jiang Chu. He was handsome, lavish with his wealth, and young. Wenjing, I am sorry, but no matter what, I will not let go of such an outstanding man. Affection level increased by 10. In the following time, some other procedures for picking up the car needed to be handled. That was something Mo Yutong and Xiao Fei would take care of. Meanwhile, her parents were busy attending to Jiang Chu, praising him incessantly. It was not until Jiang Chu suggested they go try the car that they finally ran over to admire it. Jiang Chu also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ma Dongmei was too talkative. He found a Ferrari and sat inside to experience it. Touching the racing-style steering wheel was simply exhilarating. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. May I disturb you for a moment? A charming voice softly resonated in his ear. Jiang Chu turned his head and was immediately greeted by an enchanting sight. Going up, he recognized Pan Meifeng, the sales guide, who had just assisted Wang Jigang. He remembered that earlier her collar buttons had not been undone to the third position. He had never imagined such an impressive figure beneath her professional attire. What are you doing? Those fair hands held out a business card. When Jiang Chu took it, the other party gently brushed his hand as if it were accidental. This is my business card. Whenever you are free, you may invite me out in the evening to discuss car knowledge together. After all, this is my area of expertise, and I will surely make you satisfied. I will call you when I need something. Very well, then I shall not disturb you further. With a meaningful, charming smile, Pan Meifeng turned and immediately fastened her buttons, leaving behind a swaying, graceful silhouette. Jiang Chu smiled with a sigh. This was the power of money. He recalled a saying, money is not meant to be spent on women, but rather displayed before them. As long as you have enough wealth, even without spending a single cent, plenty of beautiful women will willingly come to you. That was precisely what he was experiencing. System rating 75 points. Power bank function 5. He had understood something about this power bank. In his past life, women of such beauty were dreams he could scarcely reach for. But now he preferred to be selective rather than accepting everyone. He was not some casual playboy. He casually tossed the business card into a nearby trash bin. The procedures were completed in no time. See, Yutong, your mother knew it was right to have you get a driver's license. Now we not only have a car to drive, but a luxury one at that. Although Ma Dongmei appeared to be materialistic, she had insisted that Mo Yutong obtain her driver's license long ago. In those early years, getting a license was relatively straightforward. Now seated in the driver's seat, Mo Yutong was exceedingly excited, her eyes scanning the luxurious interior everywhere. This was a car worth millions. Previously, she had only ever driven the several $100,000 baos owned by wealthy second-generation heirs. Even so, driving on the road had already drawn many envious glances. But now in this very moment, she felt somewhat light-headed, still unable to believe this was real. By the way, Yutong, he mentioned earlier that you kissed last night. Did you proceed to the next step? Did you use protection? What next step? What protection? Mom, what are you thinking about? We definitely did not do anything like that. Mo Yutong's face flushed red. How could her mother say such things here? Fortunately, they were inside the car and Jiang Chu was standing at a distance. Otherwise, hearing this would have been far too embarrassing. What? Nothing happened. If nothing happened, why would he be willing to buy a multi-million car for you? This is absolutely true love, I tell you. Who cares about girlfriends? Which wealthy man nowadays does not have several companions? You must seize the opportunity to win him over understanding. You need to secure a prominent position in his heart first. Ma Dongmei was so anxious wishing she could somehow take her daughter's place and approached Jiang Chu herself. Mom, Mo Yutong dared not continue the conversation, but her mind unexpectedly drifted to those indescribable scenarios. She had always considered herself the third most beautiful campus goddess to have no trouble winning Jiang Chu over within moments. Yet now she suddenly felt a hint of inferiority and lost confidence, for there was also Li Wenjing. That woman had a gentle temperament and, well, more impressive attributes. She had originally believed her long legs could captivate him completely, yet last night, even her stockings had been torn by his hands, and still he had not crossed any boundaries. It was she who had initiated the kiss. If he had not moved his tongue during that kiss, she would have been utterly puzzled. She even suspected whether he had no interest in her at all, or perhaps. After all, as a super wealthy heir, there should have been plenty of beautiful girls pursuing him. Thinking back to that moment when she had not pressed herself close enough, leaving at least 10 centimeters of distance between them, and she was still wearing pants. The true reality of the situation only made her more flustered. Yutong, I am talking to you. What are you spacing out for? Outside, Jiang Chu had grown somewhat bored after touring the showroom. At that moment, a well-dressed young man in a custom blue pinstripe suit strode in confidently. His appearance was striking, and he carried an unmistakable aura. Behind him followed a pretty young woman in a professional uniform carrying a folder and wearing black-framed glasses, clearly his secretary. The sales associates all bowed and greeted him respectfully. Good day, young Master Lin. The young man merely gave a slight nod in response. Ming Chung hurried over and whispered something into young Master Luan's ear. Only then did young Master Luan's gaze shift toward Jiang Chu's direction. Smiling, he walked over, extended his hand, and said, "Ha ha ha, hello, I am Ming Luan, the owner here." "Hello, I am Jiang Chu." Seeing Ming Luan up close, Jiang Chu noted his slick-back hair, high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. He appeared to be in his early 20s. It was said that Ming Zilong, the head of Ming Group, had 3 sons, the eldest Ming Lu, the second Ming Zhe, and the third Ming Luan, who was known for his love of pleasure. Indeed, he gave off the air of a rebellious young master. Although Ming Luan was laughing heartily, his mind was racing. Someone in Shuigua province who could casually spend millions. He had assumed this person would be the young master of one of the other 8 great families. But now seeing him, there was no familiar impression. Yet someone so young, spending so generously, maintaining such composure, dressed so modestly. Could he perhaps be the young master of a major group or family the province? Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your generous support. I, Ming Luan, enjoy making friends, especially with outstanding young gentlemen like yourself. Young Master Luan flatters me too much. Jiang Chu was actually a bit nervous. In his previous life, he would have stuttered, but having gone through life and death, and now with money, giving him confidence, no matter what group you are in the near future, he will become someone they look up to. Ha ha ha, brother Chung. Ming Chung brought over a delicate wine box with both hands. This is a bottle of red wine. I brought back a small token of my regard, just a gift for our acquaintance. Jiang Chu glanced at it briefly and accepted it. Thank you, young Master Luan. Ha ha, since we are friends now, no need to be so polite. I'm in high spirits today. How about dinner together tonight? Sorry, I'll probably have to have dinner with my girlfriend's family later. Yes. How about this the day after tomorrow? I wonder if young Master Jiang is free. I'll treat, and I'll also invite some good friends to join so we can all get to know each other. Jiang Chu thought for a moment and agreed. The Ming Group controlled considerable resources which he needed to leverage for his next step of development. Moreover, he knew that the Ming family had repeatedly lost the initiative in the upcoming real estate battles, being overtaken by the Wang family, which later led to a broken capital chain and nearly a complete collapse. Now that he was reborn, he would try to see if he could change this history, and this would also determine how he should choose his future actions. Last time, because of a meal, he had a feud with that playboy of the Wang Group. It would be good to leverage the power here. We'll be going now. Sitting in the driver's seat of the newly picked-up Maserati, Jiang Chu greeted Ming Luan and drove off. Young Master Ming, that kid accepted the wine. Without even a second glance, he doesn't put you in his eyes at all. My. Ming Luan's brow furrowed, and he gave Ming Chung a stern look. The other immediately lowered his head, knowing he had spoken too much. Arrange it. Call them all over the day after tomorrow, and also discuss their matters. Yes, young Master Luan. Sitting in the multi-million Maserati, Mo Yutong's family was still dizzy and incredulous. Ma Dongmei, to hide her inner excitement, turned the bottle over and over, examining it. It was all in English, she couldn't understand a word. They bought a car worth millions, and just give this bottle of stuff. And who was that just now? How can he just casually make friends? He's definitely up to no good. Jiang Chu, you have to be careful. Jiang Chu, without turning his head, said casually, this bottle is a 1982 Lafite, should be worth tens of thousands. What? This thing costs tens of thousands. Ma Dongmei and her husband were shocked, exchanging glances, their hands trembling, almost dropping it. Damn woman, be careful. Just now they were holding it casually, now they became careful. Doesn't this wine mean a single sip costs several thousand? Oh my god, well you take it back. I don't like drinking wine, it's not as refreshing as the rice wine brewed at home. In his previous life he had worked as a wine salesman. For some reason, he never developed a taste for wine. Jiang Chu, you're saying that deliberately, aren't you? This tens of thousands wine, you compare it to the few yuan rice wine from the village. But since you said you're giving it to us, we'll take it then. Mom, Jiang Chu is just being polite, and you take it seriously. This tens of thousands wine, will you drink it, or give it to Dad? Mo Yutong said with a hint of exasperation. It's fine, I'm serious. I really don't like red wine. Take it back, find a cool place to store it, it can be collected and appreciate in value. Haha, then we won't stand on ceremony. Ma Dongmei hugged the bottle as if it were a treasure. Also, that was the third young master of the Ming family. He owns that car city. His net worth is at least tens of millions, if not billions. Oh my god, a person like that actually took the initiative to make friends with you, Jiang Chu. Not bad, not bad. You should suck up to him properly. Mom, Jiang Chu is also someone who spends millions casually. Does he need to suck up? Hee, that's true, that's true. Jiang Chu gave a polite smile. Indeed, given the heights he could reach in the future, why would he need to suck up to others? Perhaps one day the entire Ming family would have to suck up to him. Jiang Chu drove Mo Yutong's family directly to the department store. They shopped for 1 or 2 hours, and from beginning to end he repeated one sentence: if you like it, buy it. I'll pay. This kept Ma Dongmei and her husband grinning from ear to ear. Although she was materialistic, the clothes she wore and the things she used daily were quite frugal. Perhaps only those who have been poor would have another extreme. Jiang Chu could understand. In the end their hands were full, but they didn't buy anything particularly expensive. This made Jiang Chu look at Ma Dongmei with a bit more respect. Finally, he treated them to dinner. Yutong, your boyfriend is really good. Mom and Dad are relieved now. Mom was a bit too hasty before thinking of introducing that ugly fat pig to you. I hope you don't be angry with Mom. Mom, don't say that. I know you both are doing it for my good. The conversation between mother and daughter became a bit poignant. Jiang Chu voluntarily said he needed to go to the restroom, leaving some space for them to talk privately. He went to pay the bill, waited for a while, and just as he was about to go up he saw them coming down. Jiang Chu, you just drank with my dad. I'll drive. Okay, but I noticed your dad's complexion seems a bit off. Is he feeling unwell? Mo Yutong looked a bit flustered, her hands fidgeting. Oh, it's nothing, probably just tired from shopping all day. Jiang Chu didn't want to dwell on it. After all, it was their family matter. Initially, they said Mo Guojia would drive back, but he absolutely refused, saying that if they drove a car worth millions back to the village, the wheels might be gone by the next day. Of course, it was just a joke. In the end, under Jiang Chu's insistence, he found a taxi and arranged for the driver to take them back to their hometown. The journey would take about 2 or 3 hours, but as long as they paid enough, everything was fine. Yutong, come here a moment. Ma Dongmei, sitting in the back seat, beckoned. Mo Yutong walked over and leaned down. You've already kissed, so stop being hesitant. Snatch him up quickly, you hear? There's no second chance. Are you even my real mom? This is for your own good. Listen to me. Mo Yutong shyly fled like a rabbit, waving goodbye at the departing car. What did your mom say to you? Jiang Chu asked curiously. Nothing, just said you worked hard accompanying them today, and told me to reward you when we get back. After saying that, a blush crept onto Mo Yutong's face. That sounds great. I can't wait to go back now. Seeing Jiang Chu's excitement, Mo Yutong's eyes curved in a smile, but a mischievous glint flickered in them. What, how do you want me to reward you? A foot massage or back rub? In your dreams. You said it yourself. They drove back to the school at 10 o'clock. The security guard, upon seeing the Maserati, let them in without asking. There were few people on the campus road. They found a parking spot and parked. Mo Yutong got out of the car and ran to the back seat. Jiang Chu, get out for a moment. I need to change clothes. Huh? Aren't we about to go back to the dorm? Why change clothes? Just don't ask. Jiang Chu was speechless, resigned to standing outside the car. Girls are such trouble. After a while, the rear window lowered a bit. Jiang Chu, come in here. I have something to tell you. Jiang Chu looked puzzled, but he still opened the door and sat inside. After closing the door and turning around, the scene inside left him in awe. Through the dim light filtering in from the window, he could clearly see Mo Yutong gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear with her delicate hand, her lips slightly parted and her gaze soft. What are you trying to do? Do I look beautiful like this? Mo Yutong's voice was tender, and she lightly lifted her index finger, gesturing gracefully. If you don't say anything, I'll leave. As she spoke, she placed a hand on the car door lock. Mo Yutong hadn't expected to fail even after such an effort, and she felt a bit discouraged. Quickly she said, don't go, wait a moment. Jiang Chu had just turned his head when a faint fragrance wafted over. The two gazed at each other for a long time. Suddenly Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she let out a soft chuckle. Jiang Chu admired the fine quality of the fabric, wondering if its texture would differ from other renowned brands. Mo Yutong was adjusting something behind her back, and a gentle flush still lingered on her cheeks. It's getting late. I should go. Should I call Wenjing down to spend some time with you? Sure, nothing. How dare you think of another girl when you're with me? She playfully tapped his chest with a light fist. I heard about Song Qingqing. That woman really has no taste. She let go of someone as outstanding as you to be with that rich kid. Are you mocking me or praising me? Of course I'm praising you. That Zheng Hao can't compare to you at all. You're more handsome, wealthier, more generous, and most importantly, you know how to care for me. Last time it was dark, this time, I'll let you try the light one, hee hee. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Chu noticed a school security guard shining a flashlight in their direction. Mo Yutong was adjusting her attire, looking quite charming. Hee hee, you have thoughts, but no courage. Maybe next time I'll consider it when I'm in a better mood. I'm off now, bye. She left without another word. Jiang Chu thought he should head back too. As he stood up, he noticed something had fallen on the back seat. That little rascal had left it behind after all. He wouldn't leave such an item in the car. What if someone found it the next day and started imagining things? He picked it up, put it in his pocket, locked the car, and returned inside. Not long after Jiang Chu left, Zhou Xini, dressed in a black mini dress, emerged from a nearby corner. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the Maserati Quattroporte. She circled the car for a look, then her eyes glimmered with a cunning smile. The next day the trio skipped classes as usual. Jiang Chu woke up, naturally had breakfast at the cafeteria, and headed straight to the library. He needed to look up some information. Despite having memories from his past life, he still lacked knowledge in many fields. After receiving attribute points, his body became stronger, and he no longer looked so frail. The system had raised his appearance score to 91. With his unique hairstyle, he became a striking sight in the library, almost like a male idol. The girls around him couldn't help but steal glances and whisper softly. So handsome. He's from our school. Which department and class is he in? Yes, look at him. His smile is so sweet. He's got that mix of charm and handsomeness, just like Tang Yu Xiaobao. He's like a handsome protagonist from a novel. I wish I could get close to him. I think Korean oppas are better looking. Come on, those Korean stars don't have the same appeal as this guy. I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to ask for his number. Gathering her courage, a girl held a book and cautiously approached Jiang Chu, who was browsing the shelves. Sensing someone's gaze, he turned to look. The girl immediately ducked, covering her face with the book as she hurried past. The attempt failed. A few girls waved dismissively. You didn't even dare to speak. Why don't you try, eh? They nudged each other, but none dared to approach. In a nearby corner, a similarly handsome young man watched everything. His sharp brows furrowed slightly. He had a crew-cut, a sharp chin, a high nose, wore earrings, and a rich necklace around his neck. Dressed in a white Versace shirt, he was tall and handsome, almost like a character from an anime. Xiaoqian, that guy's looks are seriously threatening your position. What are you going to do? Wu Bo, sitting behind him, was a fellow townsman of Wu Xiaoqian. Decent-looking himself, he often followed the campus heartthrob, and had managed to date several girls by sharing gossip and seizing opportunities. He was also a well-off second-generation rich kid. He can't compare to Xiaoqian. Look at his clothes. You can find them online easily. A fairly attractive girl beside Wu Bo said disdainfully, though her gaze lingered on Jiang Chu's face for a moment. After all, he was really handsome. Wu Bo gently lifted the girl's hair and pinched her cheek. Babe, what about me? The girl smiled softly. You're my dear, of course you're even hotter than him. Smart girl. I'll take you shopping this weekend. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, dear. Cough, Xiaoqian, your Mengxi is here. Wu Bo nudged him and whispered. At the sound of that name, Wu Xiaoqian immediately looked up. Not far away, a girl was walking gracefully with books in her arms. Long straight black hair was tied back with a floral ribbon, swaying gently with each light step. Her beautiful oval face and elegant neck were exposed above a strapless floral dress that revealed her delicate collarbone. She stood tall and graceful, her eyes particularly captivating with their depth of wisdom. Fresh and refined, she resembled an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly dust. He would always be captivated by her every time. He thought to himself that no matter what, he had to win her over. That was Ji Mingxi, the #1 campus beauty, while he was the top campus heartthrob. Only someone like him truly deserved to be her boyfriend. He was already lost in daydreams of Ji Mingxi, gazing at him with admiration, captivated by his singing performance at the upcoming school anniversary. The vision unfolded into evening dates and quiet moments together, the anticipation alone bringing him joy. Oh, she's heading toward that guy. Wu Xiaoqian snapped out of his reverie. His dream girl was actually walking toward that boy. Could they possibly know each other? His brows furrowed deeply, fists clenched on the desk as he ground his teeth in frustration. But then Ji Mingxi stopped beside the boy, turned to reach up and place her books on a shelf, never once glancing in his direction. Wu Xiaoqian exhaled in relief. That was fine then. He visited the library daily specifically to catch sight of Ji Mingxi, yet this boy appeared to be a stranger. There was no way they could possibly know each other. He shook his head slightly and offered a wry smile to himself. His attachment was clearly clouding his judgment. Jiang Chu sat nearby, absorbed in his materials. He discovered that after his enhanced abilities awakened, everything in his books suddenly clicked into place at a glance. His memory was sharpening exponentially, and the realization filled him with quiet delight. Then a faint fragrance drifted past, and he turned his head instinctively. Long eyelashes framing deep luminous eyes, a straight nose above lips the color of cherry blossoms. Her profile was flawless, her figure effortlessly elegant. She rose onto her toes, reaching for a book on the shelf. Jimingshi. Hearing her name called, Jimingshi turned around and immediately recognized the young man standing before her. Wasn't this the same boy she'd witnessed at the lakeside pavilion that evening? It's you, pervert. Jiang Chu stood completely bewildered by the accusation. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian's brows drew together in sharp irritation from across the room. They actually knew each other. Wu Bo, I want his complete information within 1 minute. Understood. His name is Jiang Chu from the electronics department. Same cohort as us. He comes from a rural background. Rumor has it a girl named Song Qingqing recently ended things with him, and the heartbreak drove him to transform his appearance with a new haircut. Don't worry, he doesn't come close to your financial standing. Wu Xiaoqian finally nodded with satisfaction, a smile crossing his face. So he was just another ordinary guy without means. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. Jimingshi. Why did she call him a pervert the moment she saw him? Could it be that during their middle school days she'd been mistaken for a boy and he'd somehow wronged her? Given his prior experience with Li Wenjing, he couldn't help but entertain the possibility. We've only met twice, so how did I become a pervert in your eyes? That should be clear to you yourself. Absurd. This was supposedly the top campus beauty. After these two encounters, his interest completely evaporated. Such a so-called talented woman speaking without a single thoughtful word. Jiang Chu dismissed her entirely. At that moment, his phone alarm suddenly vibrated in his pocket. This was the library, so he quickly pulled it out. Even more frustrating, it was 100,086. This persistent caller came every few days, and complaints were useless. He hurriedly hung up. However, as he'd just pulled out his phone, he hadn't noticed two white items slip from his pocket and land on the floor, right where Jimingshi could see them perfectly. Call yourself not a pervert when you carry women's stockings around. You're sick. With that, she turned and walked away with a look of utter disgust, leaving Jiang Chu standing there utterly embarrassed, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Jimingshi affection decreased by 10 points. He'd forgotten to take them out last night. Picking up the stockings from the floor, he placed them back into his pocket and walked out. Over at their table, Wu Xiaoqian and his friends were laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, this idiot turned out to be a pervert. And Jimingshi caught him red-handed. This is too funny. Now you can rest assured. Your Jimingshi would absolutely despise someone like that, so there's zero chance they'd ever be together. What a waste of such a handsome face, to have a fetish like that. A girl shook her head in disappointment, simultaneously glancing down at the black stockings she was wearing. Meanwhile, on a certain street in Nanshur, a Rolls-Royce Phantom had become stuck in city traffic. Passers-by couldn't help but stare. It was a vehicle worth over 10 million. The interior was dripping with luxury from every angle. Inside sat 3 men and 1 woman, among them a young man in suspenders with parted hair, now scowling with visible anger. Why are we stuck on this road? We've been delayed for hours. Call someone to clear the way immediately. Seated across from him was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit and sunglasses. Young Master Kuan, we're dealing with road construction during peak commute hours. This isn't Shanghai. Our influence doesn't extend this far, so it's difficult to resolve. Then throw money at it. I can't believe we can't get this road cleared with 100,000 or 2. Understood, we're almost there. But young Master Kuan, there's something I must discuss with you first. Su Kuan waved his hand impatiently. Speak. Your identity will remain confidential during this transfer. Since I can't protect you around the clock at school, I'd suggest you keep a low profile and inform me of anything beforehand. Su Kuan furrowed his brow and glanced across at Uncle Hong. Look at how handsome I am. Do you really think I can stay low-key? To ensure you can successfully win over Li Wenjing this time, I've personally invested 5 million to hire the most renowned expert abroad, David Smith, known by his Taoist name Wulong. Su Kuan turned his gaze to the young man seated diagonally opposite, a guy with black hair and yellow skin dressed in a leather jacket with earrings and even a nose ring. Handsome as he was, he nearly rivaled Su Kuan himself. Wait, isn't this guy Chinese? Why is he going by a foreign name with a Taoist title? And Wulong, who exactly is Feng Chu? David chuckled. Honored young Master Kuan, I consider myself the Zhuge Wulong of the romantic world. With my brilliant strategies, I can win over any woman. Furthermore, spreading Chinese lineage throughout America is my ultimate goal. Oh, such bold words. Let's see if you can actually deliver on that. Uncle Hong interjected. Young Master Kuan, this David Smith just broke up with the daughter of a tribal leader, and she's been desperately clinging to him ever since. As soon as he finished speaking, David's phone rang. Speak of the devil. He simply pressed decline. Why did you hang up? Su Kuan looked puzzled. David raised a single finger. Relax, she'll call again. I'll answer on the 3rd attempt. Sure enough, it was on the 3rd call that he finally answered. The voice on the other end was desperate and pleading. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Please come back to me. I can't live without you, honey. I'll die without you, honey. Your father signed off on the military invasion of Afghanistan. That's inhumane. Unless you get him to recall the troops, I will never forgive you. No, honey, I'll make him call off the troops. David cut her off mid-sentence and hung up, wearing an arrogant smirk. Su Kuan swallowed hard. This guy's actually incredible. Of course, just look at who I am, David. But how come the daughter of the Oba horse speaks only Chinese throughout? She speaks it even more fluently than I do. That's because under my guidance, she has deeply appreciated the profoundness of the Chinese language, progressing from the basics to the advanced, completely captivated by it, and has fallen in love with Chinese. Clap, clap, clap. Su Kuan applauded and nodded, and the others joined in the applause. Impressive, impressive. With someone like you as my strategist, how could I fail to win over Li Wenjing? You flatter me, Master Kuan. As long as you follow my arrangements, I guarantee she will be devoted to you, the kind of devotion that would make her beg for more. Haha, then I'll be waiting to see the results. If you succeed, I'll give you another 1,000,000. Then I'll thank Master Kuan for the 1,000,000 in advance. Su Kuan smirked with an air of confidence and determination. If he could win over Li Wenjing, not only would he smoothly become the successor of the Su family, but he might also take over the Li family, securing assets worth hundreds of billions. A few million was nothing in comparison. Master Kuan, we're here. To avoid revealing our identity, you'll have to walk the rest of the way. Don't worry, David will accompany you. At the school gate, Su Kuan and David stood with suitcases in hand, one hand in pocket, and the other shielding their eyes, as they looked up, exclaiming, as if they were royalty, I, Su Kuan of Modu, have arrived. The girls here prepare to tremble before me. Huh? David quickly stopped him. Master Kuan, keep it low-key, low-key. A rather short, unremarkable-looking boy passed by, and David stopped him. Hey, you there? Wait a moment. Our tall, handsome, mighty, and wealthy young prince Master Kuan has transferred here. How do we get to building 8 of the male dormitory? The boy showed displeasure on his face. Go straight ahead here, then turn left, turn right, take a corner, go straight, turn left again, turn right, take another corner, and continue straight. And then, are we there? David gestured with his fingers while trying to memorize the directions. Exactly, you'll be at the school gate. The school gate. David looked up. Isn't this the school gate? Going back to where we started. When he tried to ask again, the boy had already walked away, leaving behind a remark. 2 fools, you didn't even call me handsome, and you still asked for directions. What kind of manners are those? If you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. Singing, dancing, rap, basketball. Take your pick. Fuming Su Kuan was about to chase after him, but David grabbed his hand firmly. Master Kuan, keep it low-key. There's no need to bother with someone like him. Don't let me see him again, or I'll throw money at him until he calls me grandpa. Su Kuan and David dragged their suitcases through the vast campus. What a godforsaken place. Is this even a university? The elementary school I attended had better facilities. And why are there so many roads? Which way to the dormitory? Master Kuan, according to the intel, Li Wenjing doesn't like rich second-generation types. So we need to take the path of true talent. In the coming days, we'll build your image as an invincible figure on campus and establish your influence. With your good looks, Master Kuan, countless girls will surely swoon over you. Just as David finished speaking, exclamations and shrieks erupted from afar. So handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking guy. Which class is he from? Yes. His perfect height and build, his unruly and carefree demeanor, the way he walks with confidence. It's simply stunning. I can't stand it. I have to ask which class he's in, get his number, his QQ. I want to be his girlfriend, marry him, and have his babies. Su Kuan flicked his brownish-dyed middle-part hair with a smug smile. Just as he expected, with his good looks, coming to a place like this was a total advantage over the sheltered girls. But they were a bit too wild, wanting to marry him and have his babies. They were thinking too much. David gave a thumbs up and praised Master Kuan's arrival has sent countless girls into a frenzy. Surely Li Wenjing will be the same. It seems my millions are too easily earned. I haven't even shown my true skill yet. By the way, Master Kuan, we should avoid any contact with that Jiang Chu for the next few days. He's in the light, we're in the shadows. Remember, the unknown enemy is the most terrifying. David made a finger gun gesture under his chin and smirked smugly. I'll go ask for directions. Su Kuan walked quickly ahead because the group of girls was already charging toward him from a distance. His strategist David had said that Li Wenjing liked devoted guys, so he should avoid talking to girls during this period to prevent rumors. Just then he saw a boy of similar height standing with his back to him. This was a perfect chance to ask for directions and show off his cool side in front of the girls. Hello, classmate. Could you tell me how to get to building 8 of the male dormitory? He's so handsome. I'm first. As the brightly dressed girls rushed over frantically, Su Kuan shook his head with a sigh. Being too handsome was a sin. He struck what he considered his most attractive pose. The girls surged around him, forming a tight circle, pressing in with waves of excitement. David was pushed outside, craning his neck to see what was happening inside. Handsome, which class are you in? My name is Zhang Wenwan. Can I have your phone number? Or QQ is fine too. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? If not, pick me. I'm the class beauty. I love guys like you. You're my dream man. I'm a freshman, sweet and eager. Senior, you're so handsome. Will you be my boyfriend? I'll be very obedient. I'll do whatever you say. I know I'm very handsome, but you really don't need to be this wild in public. It puts me in an awkward position. Su Kuan sighed with feigned helplessness. Who the hell are you? You look like a rooster with that traitorous middle part wearing suspenders in this heat. Are you sick? Su Kuan looked up wide-eyed, glancing around in confusion. Was that directed at him? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. A college student dyeing his hair, definitely a delinquent. Exactly. Dragging such an ugly suitcase and a big guy sticking a Hello Kitty sticker on it. You even put on foundation and powder, totally effeminate. Get lost, you're blocking our view of the real handsome guy. Su Kuan was so furious, he almost spat blood. That was a limited edition Hermes and Hello Kitty collaboration suitcase worth hundreds of thousands, and they called it ugly. And what's wrong with makeup? Doesn't a refined man need to groom himself? Can't go out without it. Who else could they be talking about if not him? At that moment the boy who had been silent all along spoke up. I know I'm very handsome, but you really don't need to be this wild in public. It puts me in an awkward position. What the hell? Su Kuan's eyes widened. Wasn't that his own line, just now word for word? How shameless could someone be? Everyone quiet down. Senior is right. There are too many of us here, we need to be mindful of the occasion. The girls immediately fell silent. Su Kuan was dumbfounded again. Damn, this was blatant double standards. By the way, were you the one who asked me how to get to building 8 of the male dormitory? The young man turned his head. Su Kuan's face once again registered shock. Having just entered the campus, he encountered a male student whose charm was no less than his own. Firstly, his skin was immaculate, requiring no makeup whatsoever. His facial features were distinctly defined. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high-bridged nose and lips of a rosy hue. Even his uniquely styled hair was captivating. Even Su Kuan found himself momentarily stirred. But he was no less impressive himself. It was just that these rustic local girls lacked an appreciation for true aesthetics. However, the surrounding crowd of girls now stared at him with eyes as dark as cast-iron pots. It was utterly barbaric. This was not a place to linger. If not for the need to maintain a low profile, he would have pulled out money to make them call him father. For Wenjing's sake he would endure. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm a transfer student and not very familiar with the roads here. Oh, I see. That center parting top of yours is quite distinctive. Really? I think so too. Su Kuan felt a little goodwill toward the young man before him. So there was someone who understood him. Was this the mutual admiration between super handsome men? Building 8. Just follow that path all the way to the end. Thank you. Su Kuan pulled his suitcase and walked out of the encirclement, then suddenly turned back. Classmate, my name is Su Kuan. May I ask your name? I will properly thank you someday. No need for thanks. It was a small favor. My name is Jiang Chu. With a thud, Su Kuan stumbled as he took 2 steps, nearly falling flat on his face. Damn, he is Jiang Chu. This was far too different from the photo in the file. Su Kuan stood there, fists clenched in anger. The thought that the person who was pursuing Li Wenjing was right before him infuriated him to the point of wanting to start a fight. David slapped his own forehead, sighing at the misfortune. This was a terrible start. He quickly rushed over to stop him. Young Master Kuan, please swallow your pride. Damn, do you even know how to use idioms? What do you mean by swallow your pride? Well, you get the gist. You saw the attitude of those girls just now. The other side is riding high at the moment. Let's go back and proceed according to plan. Endure for a moment, be patient like a turtle, retreat 1 step, and you'll find yourself on a precipice. Su Kuan's eyes twitched as he looked at David's ingratiating smile, feeling an urge to strike him twice as hard. Jiang Chu, surrounded by a group of girls, turned his head to glance at the 2 figures walking away with their suitcases. Su Kuan. That familiar background music. Hello everyone, I am Trainee XXX. I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. After finally using Xianghua's phone and QQ to shake off those girls, Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Being too handsome came with its own troubles. No wonder celebrities had to conceal themselves even when going out. Thinking of the frenzy of fans was even more terrifying. However, he noticed a problem. Among the girls just now, quite a few had looks rated at 80 points, but the system had judged them as invalid targets because their initial favorability exceeded 80. It seemed he would have to keep a low profile in the future, or he would never find a goddess to spend favorability on. After dinner, Jiang Chu walked on the campus path, took out his phone, and continued his grand mission of spreading love. Strike while the iron was hot, and see if he could earn more favorability. Wenjing, are you free tonight? Jiang Chu, is there something you need? I have to practice piano tonight for next week's school anniversary celebration. Nothing important, just asking. Go ahead with your practice. Then Yutong, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. If you want to ask me out, just say so. I'm busy tonight. I have dance rehearsal. Go find Wenjing. Oh, by the way, she's also rehearsing. Go find Jimingxi. Among the campus beauties, she's the most free. That's it. Bye. School anniversary celebration. Right next week was the anniversary. But if he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Li Wenjing did not perform piano on stage. Senior, all alone. A cute voice called out from behind. Jiang Chu turned to see Zhou Sini. Today's outfit amazed him. A dark Lolita dress of black lace choker, black stockings on long legs beneath black, thick-soled leather shoes, and translucent black lace sleeves on her wrists, which only accentuated her fair skin. She carried a black cat bag, a stark contrast to the cute white Lolita style she wore last time. This was too alluring. What a coincidence. I'm alone too. Zhou Sini walked quickly to Jiang Chu's side. Senior, do I look good in this today? Jiang Chu gave a non-committal shrug. Where's your boyfriend? Him. We broke up. He was handsome but couldn't talk, a total bore. He just clung to me all day. It was so annoying. Jiang Chu pursed his lips and smiled. So she had just been treating him as a doormat. Speaking of handsomeness, I think you're much more handsome than him, Senior. Senior, that Maserati Quattroporte. Is it yours? Jiang Chu stopped, turned to look at her, and said you saw it. He had only driven it once on that night coming back. It couldn't be that coincidental that she saw it. Senior, can you be my boyfriend? Jiang Chu showed surprise again. You want me to be your boyfriend? Why? Was it because he was too handsome? That was too direct. Zhou Sini suddenly grabbed his arm with her delicate hands, tilted her twin-tailed head to one side, pouted her little mouth, and said adorably, I like you, Senior. Is that not allowed? Jiang Chu frowned. No way. The system showed her favorability was only 20. What did she want? Sorry, not interested. Whatever her purpose, ignoring her was the best move. Jiang Chu pulled his hand away, put it in his pocket, and continued walking. Zhou Sini trotted after him and grabbed his arm again. Senior, do you think I'm not pretty enough? I'm actually very well-behaved and obedient. Her big eyes blinked, pitiful and charming. Jiang Chu sneered. If not for the system, he might have believed her. How well-behaved and obedient. I'll do whatever you want, Senior. Zhou Sini lowered her head in shyness. Is that so? Then I want you to go back where you came from and stop following me. Jiang Chu said coldly, pulling his hand away again and walking off without looking back. Senior. Zhou Sini's voice carried a hint of anger. Do I disgust you that much? You won't even spare me a glance. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Senior Wenjing about what you and Senior Mo Yutong did in the car? Jiang Chu stopped, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he heard the answer he wanted. So she had indeed seen it. But so what? He wasn't afraid. However, he was curious to see what Zhou Sini's blackmail was aiming for. What do you want me to do? Zhou Sini breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. She had worried that this leverage wouldn't work on Jiang Chu, since if he was a super rich second generation, he might have countless girlfriends. Nothing really. I don't actually want to blackmail you, Senior. I just want you to be nicer to me. Zhou Sini again looked pitiful, as if she were the one wronged. Just state your terms directly. He had no time to play along with her act. Zhou Sini noticed Jiang Chu's cold demeanor and decided to stop pretending. She skipped playfully over to his side and wrapped her arms around his again. Senior brother, could you drive me out for a little trip? Woohoo, yeah, I'm riding in a Maserati. Zhou Sini sat in the passenger seat, beaming with delight and letting herself go completely. Jiang Chu glanced over and saw her reclining comfortably with her long legs stretched out on the console, arms spread wide as if soaring through the wind. Her skirt had ridden up slightly, and he quickly eased off the accelerator. I said, could you sit properly? That's quite dangerous. This is the first time I've ridden in such a nice car. I'm so happy, thank you, Senior brother. We've driven so far. At least tell me where you want to go. Zhou Sini paused for a moment. Senior brother, I saw some photos on my senior's roommate's social media. The senior has so many beautiful handbags. I know you must have bought them for her. Could you get me one too? I really want a handbag. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. All this effort just for a handbag. You should have said so earlier. He was actually worried about not having enough points to spend today, feeling a bit unfulfilled. Noticing Jiang Chu's expression change, Zhou Sini worried he was upset since she had essentially extorted him. Don't worry. After I get one handbag, I promise I won't bring that matter up again. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Soon they arrived at the department store near Chaoyang Plaza. Jiang Chu, familiar with the place, led Zhou Sini directly to the LV boutique. Welcome, the greeting came from Zhao Xiaoling, who had changed into a new uniform. She looked radiant and confident, likely boosted by her recent promotion to permanent staff. Zhao Xiaoling saw the couple walking in and couldn't help but admire them. The young man was extraordinarily handsome, like a celebrity, perhaps even more so. The girl beside him was also lovely, though her dark-toned outfit gave off a somewhat unconventional vibe. She wondered if perhaps he favored this style. Hello, right this way. May I ask which bag catches your eye, or would you like me to introduce our newest arrivals? Jiang Chu smiled faintly. Can't you remember me? Zhao Xiaoling hesitated. Had she seen such a handsome boy before? She studied him more closely, and her memory clicked into place. It's you. She recognized Jiang Chu, the generous customer who had bought 5 bags in one visit and helped her secure her promotion. But the Jiang Chu from last time had seemed ordinary, even plain. She found it hard to believe he was the same stunningly handsome man standing before her now. Yes, I'm here to look at bags with a friend. Zhao Xiaoling noticed Zhou Sini was not one of the 2 beautiful girls from last time. Had he switched companions again? Yet it seemed natural. Someone handsome and prosperous would surely have no shortage of company. Didn't you say you wanted a bag? Go ahead and pick one out. Zhou Sini had been feeling uneasy throughout the entire ride. Jiang Chu didn't seem like someone who could be easily manipulated. His tone was calm and confident, showing no signs of anxiety. If anything, it was she who should have been nervous. After all, she was the one trying to bargain with someone like him. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, she happily hurried toward her target, having clearly been planning this all along. Soon she held two adorable style handbags, comparing them closely and torn between the two. Stop hesitating. Buy both. Zhou Sini was startled as Jiang Chu suddenly appeared beside her. Senior brother. The black and white bags match your outfit perfectly, don't they, eh? Shall wrap up these two plus the three similar styles from the new arrivals display. Jiang Chu pointed to the counter featuring three trendy designs. Certainly I'll have them packed right away. Zhao Xiaoling was well accustomed to such lavish spending and showed little surprise. It was Zhou Sini who looked utterly stunned, wondering if Jiang Chu was punishing her on purpose. Panic rose in her chest, her voice trembling. And no, senior brother, I said I only wanted one, or maybe I shouldn't have asked. Yes, she was beginning to regret it. Jiang Chu frowned. She didn't want them. That wouldn't do. This was several million yuan worth of spending. How dare you treat me like this? Say you want something, and then take it back. You must accept what I've bought for you. Zhou Sini was frozen by his seriousness and dominance. It was over. She had truly offended him. What would happen next? Would it be terrible? Tied up and punished? Excuse me, the 5 bags come to 23000 after the discount. Zhao Xiaoling cast a glance at Zhou Sini, somewhat puzzled, but knowing better than to pry. Jiang Chu smoothly swiped his card and signed the receipt. What are you waiting for? Go collect your bags. Okay. Zhou Sini quietly took the shopping bags, resembling a child awaiting punishment. Jiang Chu found her reaction amusing. Weren't you the one who kept saying you wanted these bags? And now you look like this. Zhou Sini's large eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of crying. Senior brother, are you angry at me? I won't dare do it again. Sniff sniff, won't dare. Good then. But let me tell you, even if you did speak of it, I wouldn't worry. She probably already knows anyway. Jiang Chu raised his hand and gently patted her head. Since you've been so well behaved, consider these bags my gift to you. Senior brother, are you serious? Of course. Seeing Jiang Chu's warm smile, Zhou Sini felt her fears melt away. She wiped her nose and broke into a bright smile. You're the best, senior brother. Thank you so much. She then rose on her tiptoes and quickly pressed a kiss to his cheek. Hee. Jiang Chu felt a flush of shyness, especially with Zhao Xiaoling still present in the store. Zhao Xiaoling smiled politely, though a sting of envy lingered within. A single kiss and 5 designer bags. Heaven. She could manage that too, perhaps even more. Zhou Sini's favorability increased. Senior brother, you get shy too. You're so cute, I like it. Embarrassed, Jiang Chu practically fled the store. Had she really called him cute? Senior brother, where are we heading now? Since we're here, if there's anything else you'd like, just say the word. Senior brother will cover it. Zhou Sini's eyes lit up, her hands clasped together. Really? But then she lowered her twin tails and moved her hands to her waist. But senior brother, you've already given me so many bags. I'm already so happy. I have plenty of money. Think it over. If you miss this chance, it won't come so easily next time. Really? Zhou Sini pouted, her index finger tapping thoughtfully. The scene shifted. A lovely Zhou Sini skipped and hopped ahead of Jiang Chu, brimming with joy. She visited a luxury clothing boutique and tried on several Lolita dresses worth thousands to tens of thousands, including bridal-style gowns far more exquisite than her own attire. Delighted beyond measure, she emerged in each outfit, effortlessly embodying a variety of styles. One moment a charming princess, the next a gentle and obedient maid, then a dark, mischievous little imp, and so on. With her slender figure and an ample silhouette complemented by her adorable face, Zhou Sini looked stunning in anything she wore. The shop owner was full of praise, even inviting her to be the store's model for promotional photos and Taobao product shoots, but she declined. Senior, do I look good? Zhou Sini deliberately spun around, and as the skirt flared upward, Jiang Chu caught a glimpse of a flash of white. He was taken aback, coughing at him, beautiful, truly beautiful. He quickly took a sip of water to mask his embarrassment. Zhou Sini, while changing in the fitting room, wore a sly, triumphant smile. In the end, she selected 3 sets of different styles, and Jiang Chu paid for them, over 10,000 in total. Next came the authentic cosplay costumes, Empress Nami, Robin, Hatsune Miku. Senior, I used to love coming here, but I could only window shop before. No worries, just pick whatever catches your fancy. Thank you, senior. Zhou Sini let herself go once more, trying on all the clothes she had once dreamed of. However, she only tried them on in the fitting room, and didn't come out as there were quite a few people in the store besides Jiang Chu. The cosplay uniforms were somewhat revealing, and Zhou Sini chose to be reserved. Finally, following Jiang Chu's suggestion, she took 1 set of each. She asked the shop owner to deliver the items to school the next day. After visiting a shoe store, Jiang Chu felt it was about time and directly took her to a jewelry shop and a watch store. He eventually chose a necklace worth 8,000, a bracelet worth 3,000, and an Omega watch priced at 1,000. He had previously checked the area and found no Vacheron Constantin or Patek Philippe boutiques nearby, but even if there were, he didn't intend to buy them for her. Such items might attract unwanted attention and cause trouble. Senior, no, this is already too much. These gifts are far too precious. Zhou Sini was flustered and hesitant to accept. Jiang Chu, however, was resolute, and said with an air of authority, what I give you, you must accept. In the end, Zhou Sini was compelled to accept everything. In truth, she adored every item he had chosen for her. Her senior was so domineering, yet she loved it. Initially, she had only wanted a handbag, but now she had received gifts worth at least $500,000. It felt like a dream. Who was this senior, and how could he be so lavishly generous? Zhou Sini Affection 10. Zhou Sini Affection 10. Seeing the rising affection points, Jiang Chu felt pleased. Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. 50,000 points, half a small goal. He was in an excellent mood. On the way back, sitting in the passenger seat, she gazed at Jiang Chu's profile, his resolute and handsome features, his focused eyes. My goodness, how could there be such a perfect guy? She clasped her hands against her chest, feeling her heart race. Would her senior ever like her? But both Senior Wenjing and Mo Yutong were more beautiful than her. She had no confidence that her senior would take notice of her. Zhou Sini Affection 10. Why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Jiang Chu turned to glance at her. Senior, I wasn't thinking about anything. Zhou Sini lowered her head, a hint of self-consciousness in her demeanor. Let me tell you something. Don't post these gifts online. You understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Is my senior concerned about me? He's so thoughtful. Zhou Sini Affection 5. The affection points have reached 85 already. Impressive. With a bit more effort, I might be able to break through to 90 tonight. Jiang Chu suddenly thought of a place. There was still time. He pressed the accelerator and sped off. Zhou Sini Lolita. Meanwhile, by a secluded spot near the school's Sinian lake, Su Kuan, dressed in a Versace casual t-shirt and shorts, sat on a stone bench with his legs crossed. Behind him stood Dai Wei, while before them was a tall, strikingly beautiful girl with long legs. She stood slightly bowed, silent, her hands nervously clasped as if she held a certain fear of Su Kuan. So you're the campus beauty, Mo Yutong. Su Kuan looked her up and down. Mo Yutong was a spy planted by Uncle Hong beside Li Wenjing, tasked with monitoring Li Wenjing's daily life, gathering useful information, and preventing any male from making a move on her. The initial choice wasn't her, but another girl, but Li Wenjing completely ignored that one. Later they discovered Mo Yutong was closer to Li Wenjing and decided to recruit her. At first they used money, but when Mo Yutong wanted to quit, they threatened her with her father's illness. She had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, for some reason, Li Wenjing had never interacted with any male since entering university, which kept Su Kuan at ease, until Jiang Chu appeared. You're quite good looking. Mo Yutong couldn't help but feel nervous, her heart pounding, fearing that he might ask her to do something she didn't want to. Su Kuan nodded to himself, surprised that such a stunning beauty could emerge from this remote place. With a little polish, she could rival most female celebrities. If they were in Modu, he wouldn't hesitate to spend money to make her call him daddy. But now his target was Li Wenjing. He knew well the relative importance of power, status, wealth, and women. Moreover, she was Li Wenjing's best friend, so he couldn't make a move on her easily. You know who I am, right? Greetings, young Master Kuan. Tell me everything about Li Wenjing, sparing no detail, especially about her dealings with that Jiang Chu. At the mention of Jiang Chu, Mo Yutong couldn't help but flinch, but fortunately, he didn't notice her reaction. All right. Mo Yutong gave a rough account of what had happened in the past few days, omitting the fact that Li Wenjing had been kissed by Jiang Chu. Yes, after the car buying incident and accompanying her parents, she had realized she was developing feelings for Jiang Chu. If young Master Kuan found out, he might harm Jiang Chu. So she chose to conceal it. Even if he heard about it from elsewhere, she could lie and claim she wasn't present that day. Still, she felt a sense of guilt. One for her best friend, the other for the boy she liked, and she was betraying them behind their backs. She had considered confessing to Jiang Chu about the money, but while money could be earned, a kidney donor was not so easily found. Her father's health might not hold out much longer, so she dared not gamble. She bit her delicate lip, her gaze distant. A year ago, someone had approached her offering a monthly sum in exchange for information on Li Wenjing. Her family was so poor she couldn't even afford tuition, and like anyone, she envied those who could buy whatever they wanted. Thinking it was just sending a few messages, she agreed immediately. But later she discovered that Li Wenjing was a wonderful girl and often thought about her considerations. She lent her money to satisfy her small vanity, while Li Wenjing herself was very frugal. Until one day she felt guilty about those actions and told the person she wanted to step back. Then she learned her father had been diagnosed with kidney failure. She went to collect the medical report, so even her father did not know about it. The doctor said finding a suitable kidney donor within a year for surgery would be the best option, but the surgery cost over 100,000 yuan, made her feel as if the sky had fallen. Finding a donor with such low probability seemed impossible, and even if found, it would require another large sum of money. Someone somehow learned about this matter and used it to pressure her. With no other choice, she could only accept, because no matter what, her father's life was the most important thing, even if she would face criticism from many people in the future. Is that all? Yes, I have told you everything I know, young Master Kuan. May I ask about my father's kidney? Before she could finish, Su Kuan waved his hand impatiently. You can discuss that with Uncle Hong. I do not concern myself with this matter. You may leave now. I will call you if you need anything. Mo Yutong's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her small fists clenched. The man appeared decent enough, yet he showed no consideration for her feelings at all, his expression numb. But who could object when someone held wealth and power? Very well then, I will take my leave first. Watching Mo Yutong walk away, David popped his head forward. Young Master Kuan, you have impressive self-control, remaining unfazed when facing such a beautiful woman. Su Kuan let out a cold snort. She is indeed attractive, but as long as you have money and influence, what kind of woman cannot you have? His arrogant demeanor instantly cracked the next moment. He bent down and scratched at his legs. Goodness, what terrible place is this? So many mosquitoes. It is unbearable, covered in bumps. David also squatted down and scratched everywhere. I thought only I was being bitten. Are you happy about being bitten? No, young Master Kuan, I am happy the mosquitoes are biting you. TCH, you can actually speak. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Kuan. Oh, why are you hitting me? I'm not the face I needed for work. Wanglong River. That was a great river cutting through the entire city of Nan. Legend had it that the people on the shore witnessed a wondrous dragon rising in the sky across the water, and soon after a great city emerged, hence the name Wanglong. Jiang Chu brought Zhou Sini to the riverside. This area had no lights, but across the river stood rows of brightly lit high-rises. Combined with the moonlight, it was not dark at all. Despite this, Zhou Sini still stood behind Jiang Chu with a fluttering heart. No one was around here, and it was in the suburbs. She did not know why Senior Brother suddenly brought her to this place. What do your family members do for work? Huh? Why was Senior Brother suddenly asking this? My mother works as an accountant in a factory, and my father left when I was young. Oh, Jiang Chu had only been making casual conversation, not expecting to touch upon something inappropriate. He glanced at Zhou Sini beside him. His eyesight was excellent, and he could see a trace of sadness on her face. I am sorry, I should not have asked that question. It is fine, it has been so many years now. I have long accepted reality. The two fell silent again, with only the sound of waves slapping against the rocks on the river surface, and the occasional ship horn in the distance. Zhou Sini realized that from childhood to now, she had never dared to come alone to such a place, especially at night, because she always felt something frightening might happen. But now, standing beside Senior Brother, she felt very secure, could enjoy the scenery she had never seen before without restraint, and before long she became captivated. Although it was June, the cool breeze from the river still made Zhou Sini hug her arms and curl up. Suddenly a white shirt was draped over her shoulders, and she immediately felt warmer. Ah, Senior Brother, you gave me your clothes. You will catch a cold without wearing them. That was right. Jiang Chu had taken off his shirt, revealing his upper body. It is fine, I still feel warm. Look at my build, do I look like someone who easily catches a cold? Zhou Sini felt warm to the heart. Senior Brother was handsome and affluent, and there were already pretty girls like Wenjing and Senior Sister Yutong by his side. Yet he still cared for her so thoughtfully. It was truly touching. Zhou Sini affection too. Do you know why I brought you here, Zhou Sini? Because today is a special day. A special day? Jiang Chu produced an exquisite little cake from somewhere beside him, as if by magic. And while inserting a windproof candle, he said, "Today is your birthday, isn't it?" Zhou Sini's body trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on her face. Senior Brother, how did you know today is my birthday? Speaking of which, when you want to change clothes, I happened to see the ID card inside your bag. So Senior Brother just got out of the car to buy the cake. Yes, I did not pre-order, so I could only get a ready-made one. It is a bit small though. Jiang Chu placed the little cake on a protruding reef rock. The candle had already been lit, swaying in the wind, and simultaneously cast a flickering glow upon Jiang Chu and Zhou Sini's faces. Jiang Chu took out 2 firework sticks and lit them. The dark night was instantly filled with beautiful sparkling flashes. Happy birthday to you, Jiang Chu sang rather off-key, but Zhou Sini's big eyes had already grown moist. Having no father since childhood, and her mother always busy, she had basically never celebrated a birthday since high school. Unexpectedly, on her first birthday at university, a Senior Brother she had known for less than 2 days helped her celebrate. Her heart was overflowing with warmth. Zhou Sini affection 3. Senior Brother, did you give me so many gifts just because you knew it was my birthday? Jiang Chu did not answer. At first he did not know either. How could he say it was also to earn points? Actually, anyone who had ever been a devoted admirer would have abundant experience with such little surprises. Unfortunately, what they received was the other party's indifference. Now that he was wealthy and handsome, the same small gesture could move a goddess-level figure profoundly. Make a wish. MH. Hands crossed over her chest. Zhou Sini closed her eyes. In the firelight, her long eyelashes could be seen. Phew. This windproof candle was quite thoughtful, blocking the wind from all sides, yet allowing one to blow out the flame from above. Thank you, Senior Brother. I am glad you are happy. Here are some more firework sticks for you. Ding. Zhou Sini's affection has reached 90. You have obtained 20 attribute points. Before reaching 95, each increase of 1 affection point will yield 3 attribute points. After sharing the little cake, and with tissues in the car, Jiang Chu wiped the cream from the corner of Zhou Sini's mouth with his hand. making her shyly exclaim "Dame" once more. The two waved the sparklers in the night, and Zhou Sini returned to her cute and cheerful mode, chatting and laughing with Jiang Chu. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have such a great figure. You even have 8-pack abs. Jiang Chu just smiled. His goal for tonight had been achieved, which could be considered an unexpected joy. After finishing the last fireworks stick, it was about time to head back. Let us go, we should head back or the school will close its gates. Jiang Chu stood up and turned to leave. Senior brother. Just as Jiang Chu turned his head, Zhou Sini threw herself forward. She hooked her arms around his neck and closed her eyes as she leaned in for a kiss. This time it was not on the cheek. He could feel the moist softness of her lips. He thought it would be just a peck, but it lasted for several minutes. They had only taken a few steps. What's wrong? Did you twist your ankle? There were many rocks and reefs here, Jiang Chu asked with concern. No, my shoe is broken. It's okay as long as you're fine. Come on, I'll carry you on my back. This. It's not appropriate. Zhou Sini's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and pride. It's fine, come on up. Jiang Chu bent down. Zhou Sini stood on the reef and lightly jumped onto his back. Her face was filled with joy, her twin ponytails swaying, her feet dangling. Jiang Chu, bare-chested, was enjoying the soft massage on his back. Next week at the school anniversary party, are you going to sing on stage? Yes, senior, how did you know? Jiang Chu knew about this from his past life's memory. Zhou Sini's voice was very pleasant, but the song she chose later did not suit her, so it did not cause much of a stir. I still don't know what to sing. The advisor said my voice is nice and told me to just pick any song, but I don't want to be so casual. I'll write a song for you. He had been reborn, and with money he naturally wouldn't take the path of copying others' works. Especially if he became a star, there would be paparazzi following him everywhere. That would be too troublesome. But writing a song for her was still fine. Oh my goodness, senior, you can write songs. Is that for real? I only know a little. I'll write it in the next couple of days and give it to you. 2 days to write a song. Senior, you must be kidding me. I know you mean well, but I'm just a music elective student. Even a master composer couldn't finish a song in 2 days. Jiang Chu didn't explain further. They had arrived at the parking spot. Hold on tight, we're running out of time. I need to drive faster. Virum. Under the night, only the afterimage of the taillights remained. The next morning, just after dawn, Su Kuan was still half asleep when Dai Wei started mumbling with a small notebook. Young Master Kuan, let me tell you about the upcoming plan. The first step is to build your persona to gain super popularity in a short time. Based on your talents, I plan to sign you up for several performances at the school anniversary, singing, rap, dancing, piano, violin, erisuona. Wait. Su Kuan heard the latter part and was instantly more awake. Singing, dancing, rap, that's fine, but what are those later things? Where would I know how to play those? And even suona. Is this to send off the audience or the principal? Dai Wei looked confused, lowered his head to check Su Kuan's profile. But young Master Kuan, your profile clearly says piano level 10, violin level 10, eru level 10, suona level 10, and a bunch more. Su Kuan waved his hand. What? Those are all bought. Who on earth can learn so many things? Unless they're a monster. Dai Wei's eyes twitched. You use fake stuff to fool people outside, that's one thing, but you also wrote all this in your profile for me. Who would understand? Alright then, just sign up for these 3. As long as you become famous, the goal is achieved. Your task this morning is to dominate the basketball court. I'll buy some online supporters to boost your reputation on the school forum and build your slam dunk prince persona. However, about basketball. Don't worry, I'm a candidate genius player for the NBA. In this rural place, I'll definitely dominate them easily. The sun had risen. It was the time when many people were playing ball. On the basketball court appeared a handsome figure with a middle part hairstyle. Today's goal, dominate the basketball court. Watch out for the ball, came a shout from afar. What? Su Kuan turned around at the sound. A basketball hit him directly in the face. Sorry, so sorry. The person picked up the ball and quickly ran back. Aye. Young Master Kuan, don't get excited. Dai Wei quickly stopped Su Kuan's impulse. Let me go. I'll settle this with him. After much effort, he calmed down. He saw that several basketball courts were full of people playing one-on-one, but his half-court was empty. He had just arrived and didn't know anyone, and he was even more disdainful to lower himself to join. At that moment, a group of girls in PE class wearing tight sports shorts were about to jog over. Many of them were quite pretty, causing the boys on the basketball court to stop dribbling and look over. That's it. Su Kuan smirked. Let me show you what a super slam dunk is. Dai Wei, get the camera ready. I'm going to dunk soon. Make sure you capture all the details. If you mess it up, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, young Master Kuan. This is the latest camera on the market. I'll use burst mode and guarantee clear shots. Su Kuan nodded. He squinted slightly at the old worn-out hoop not far away. This cheap place doesn't even want to buy a new hoop. Oh well, I'll make do. After preparing, he took a big dribble from midcourt to a step behind the free throw line, about to jump. The girls happened to be running by just then. Perfect. Su Kuan's lips curled into an arrogant smile. He suddenly shouted, watch my super slam dunk. Young Master Kuan, wait. At the moment of his jump, Dai Wei's shout came. Su Kuan didn't care. This was a golden opportunity. Besides, he was already in the air and had shouted. Stopping midway would make him a laughingstock to those girls. Moreover, he had just seen all the boys looking over. Never seen a slam dunk, huh? Then let them open their eyes wide. The jump was perfect, the posture perfect, the height perfect. Finally, he slammed the ball in with one hand. The ball went in. Su Kuan had no time to be proud. He found that the rim collapsed with the ball, and the entire backboard was wobbling. Creak. What the heck? Boom. The entire hoop fell down, raising a large cloud of dust. Su Kuan wasn't hit, but he was completely stunned. Young Master Kuan, are you okay? Su Kuan turned his head silently. Why did you shout stop just now? Dai Wei pointed to a large sign by the road. The hoop is old and worn, please do not use. Heavens. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Kuan grabbed Dai Wei's collar, his eyes expressing intense displeasure. From afar came various jeers, not only from the boys, but also from the girls. Somehow they had phones and cameras, and they all took photos. Soon a hot topic appeared on the school's online forum. Su Kuan became the collapsed hoop prince. This made him too ashamed to leave his dormitory all afternoon. Darn it. What collapsed hoop prince? Who came up with that? Delete all their posts. Find that person and use money to make him sincerely apologize. Young Master Kuan, this is not our turf in the Magic City. Uncle Hong was quite speechless after learning about this over the phone. Dai Wei also tried to persuade him from the side. Young Master Kuan, look on the bright side. At least you've become famous overnight, right? As the saying goes, fame is as dangerous as a pig getting fat. A fat pig is easy to butcher. Young Master Kuan, don't hit my face. Dai Wei, touching his face that was swollen like a pig's, comforted. It's okay. Tomorrow I've arranged a basketball game exactly between your class Kuan Xiao and Jiang Chu's class. Moreover, I've investigated, and this Jiang Chu has hardly ever played basketball since childhood. He's a complete novice. Then Kuan Xiao, you can use your skills to outplay him thoroughly, making him feel defeated. This will diminish his image while elevating your own. Kuan laughed. Haha, that's great. You've done well. But are you sure he'll play? Dai Wei chuckled. Hey, don't you know who I am? I'm not called the sleeping dragon for nothing. Xiang Hua rushed into the dormitory calling, Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu. What's up? After waking up in the morning, Jiang Chu spent 3 points to improve his talent, then used 5 attribute points to purchase the ultimate comprehensive music creation skill pack from the shop. Based on memories from his past life, he selected a few songs intending to give them to Zhou Sini to sing, and was currently writing lyrics and composing music. I need you to fill in. Fill in for what? There's a basketball game. Our class is playing against another department tomorrow morning. Big Lou is injured, and there's no one to replace him. I have to ask you. Guess which class? It's Li Wenjing's class. They say there's a super handsome transfer student who is really good at basketball. Xiang Hua couldn't help but want to laugh as he said this. No, our class wasn't supposed to play until the day after tomorrow. Why is it moved up to tomorrow? Xiang Hua couldn't hold it in anymore, slapped his thigh, and burst out laughing. Haven't you checked the forum? This morning that transfer student, something got into him, insisted on dunking on that old rim, and actually broke the whole basket. He earned the nickname, Basket Collapse Prince. I found it hilarious. But he's quite rich. In the afternoon, he immediately paid out of his own pocket to replace the baskets on both sides of the court. I heard each one costs tens of thousands, comparable to high-end basketball courts. So we really have to thank him. Now there's an extra court available, so naturally our game was moved up. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smile at this, thinking there was such an oddball. But I'm not very good either. I only played a little in middle school and haven't touched a basketball since high school and college, you know. It's okay. The opposing team is very strong. Even with Big Lou, it would be tough to win. We're just asking you to be a substitute. If we're short, you can step in. You have height, just stand there, grab rebounds, and guard someone. Leave the rest to us. All right then. By the way, get me a uniform. Got it. The next morning the weather was fine and clear. The game proceeded as scheduled. It was actually only a round of 16 elimination match, far from the finals, yet the atmosphere felt as if the finals had arrived early. Strangely, among several basketball courts hosting games simultaneously, only one attracted the largest crowd. Even before the game started, it was already packed with people, most of whom were beautiful girls. Where there are beautiful girls, countless boys naturally come to feast their eyes. Error, why are there so many people here? Is it the finals? And so many beautiful girls? No, it's just a round of 16 elimination match. Haven't you checked the school forum? School forum? Yes, on the school forum website, that transfer student nicknamed Basket Collapse Prince posted videos of his various fancy dunks from before. Plus he's handsome, so many girls came to see him in person. Suddenly a girl folded her arms, looked disdainful, and interjected him. He's not enough to attract all the beauties to watch the game. You missed one. Today the opponent class of that transfer student has an even more handsome guy, incredibly handsome. We girls call him the walking hormone. Do you know what that means? It means when you see him you just run away. Oh, so shy. As she spoke, she covered her face, feeling very embarrassed. Looking around, indeed, the spontaneously organized cheerleading girls were divided into two sides. One team wore white skirts with red trim, white long cotton socks, and sneakers holding a banner that reads, "Center-parted tops are adorable, singing, dancing, rapping basketball is cool." The other team wore red skirts with white trim, red long socks and sneakers, also holding a banner, "Jiang Chu, the walking hormone Kuan turns into a worm at the sight." Besides the cheerleaders, the girls in the audience were also split into two camps. Even before the game started, some began loudly arguing, comparable to fan wars between celebrities. Wow, is there really such a handsome guy? I've never seen him. Isn't our school's heartthrob Wu Xiaoqian? And how is that guy's basketball skills? Who cares how good his basketball is? Just go up there and look cool. It's perfect if he can score. A girl said, "Lu Chuanfeng, aren't you supposed to be sleeping in the dorm all day? Why are you here to watch the game?" A tall, handsome guy with a cool expression about 1.8 meters tall stood with earphones hanging from his ears. "Silly, I'm here to see the beauties. I heard there are many beautiful girls in this game, not only the department flowers, but also the campus belle." The other person looked incredulous. "No way, your persona shouldn't be that you're not interested in girls, that girls only affect your shot speed." Lu Chuanfeng glanced coldly. "Tisk, you're talking about Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk. I am Lu Chuanfeng." Just then someone beside suddenly shouted, "Look, it's Mo Yutong. I didn't expect the campus belle to really come. She's too gorgeous, especially those long legs. I feel I could admire them for 5 years." The boys craned their necks to look. Today Mo Yutong was dressed as attractively as ever, a baseball cap, an LV off-shoulder tight t-shirt, and ultra-short denim shorts that showcased her long fair legs shining brilliantly in the sun. She outshone the girls behind her. At that moment the crowd behind Mo Yutong parted, and another goddess emerged, a baseball cap, a white loose t-shirt, and a pair of slim-fit denim jeans. In comparison, she was not as stunning as Mo Yutong. I didn't expect the ice-cold campus belle Li Wenjing to come too. Although legend says she never pays attention to us boys, a campus belle is a campus belle. Her figure and curves are just refreshing to look at. And it even improves appetite. Isn't it normal for her to come? Today is her class's game. Besides, I heard the ice-cold belle accepted a gift from a boy a few days ago, and that boy is Jiang Chu, the opponent of her class. Could she have a crush on that Jiang Chu? Do you think Li Wenjing is here to cheer for Su Kuan of her class, or for her opponent Jiang Chu? One of the girls who supported Su Kuan said infatuatedly, "Of course she's cheering for our Kuan. He's not only handsome, but also can dunk. Oh my, how can there be such a perfect guy? If I were Li Wenjing, I would also support Su Kuan. After all, he's in her class. Besides, I play basketball too, and from the videos, Su Kuan is indeed skilled. Their class also has an all-around expert, Chen Rongji, who is a strong contender for the championship." On the other side, the communications department, I heard their top scorer Big Lu is injured. That Jiang Chu was called in as a temporary replacement. He's never been seen in games these past years. He only has height. He's probably just a filler, and they don't really expect to win. Look. That freshman campus belle Zhou Sini actually came too. Oh my, that Lolita dress is so cute. I love this kind of adorable and charming junior girl. Campus belle Li Wenjing. Look, who's that? Ji Mingxi, the top school beauty, is here. They say she only goes to the library. Oh, I've never seen her at a game before. Are you dumb? She's the vice president of the student union in charge of this area. Look, the school leaders beside her are all here. How could she not come? This is insane. 4 of the top 5 school beauties are here. The only one missing is He Shiyun, who's on an exchange program abroad. If all 5 goddesses were present, what an incredible game it would be. As expected, Mo Yutong is the most beautiful. A tall, strong male student, Liang Daquan, the head of the sports department, gazed with starry eyes. "Brother Quan, I heard someone saw Mo Yutong kissing Jiang Chu at the girls' dormitory entrance." Liang Daquan's face instantly darkened. "That Jiang Chu fellow, I'm here today to see how his class loses. I'm also here to watch Jiang Chu lose. This guy dares to set his sights on my dream goddess Li Wenjing. I'll have to teach him a lesson sooner or later." Lu Zixiang, a rich second generation, also came. Last time he was set up by Jiang Chu and almost got beaten up by Sha Chong. Fortunately, he had money power and paid him 100,000 to calm the other's anger. Jiang Chu, a person who's never even set foot on a basketball court, better score 0. Liang Daquan and Lu Zixiang turned around. It was a male student who looked younger than them, quite handsome, which posed a threat. They narrowed their eyes and asked, "Friend or foe?" "Who's your goddess?" "I'm Wang Erbua, Zhou Sini's ex-boyfriend. She broke up with me and immediately got with Jiang Chu. I hold a grudge against him." "Ha, you did well. At least you were a school beauty's boyfriend. We too haven't even touched her hand, let alone been her boyfriend. But even though I was her boyfriend, I never got to hold her hand either." Sob. Wang Erbua, a grown man, actually started sobbing. Liang Daquan and Lu Zixiang exchanged glances, roughly understanding why they broke up. All 3 of you consider Jiang Chu an opponent. Who does he think he is? A handsome tall male student with a buzz cut, wearing a platinum-rich necklace, arms crossed, and head held high, wore a disdainful expression. Behind him followed Wu Bo and his girlfriend by Xiaoling, who wore white stockings. Even so, it still drew exclamations from the nearby girls. The school heartthrob Wu Xiaoqian is here too. Oh my god, so handsome. Yet today we not only have the school beauties, but also Su Kuan and Jiang Chu who are about to play. That's 3 male gods already. Oh my god, skipping class was totally worth it. Liang Dequan and Lu Zixiang smiled kindly when they saw Wu Xiaoqian. He was the school heartthrob and a genuine super-rich second generation driving a Porsche 911. Most importantly, they had always kept their distance. I didn't expect you to come too, Xiaoqian. Did Jiang Chu offend you as well? Wu Xiaoqian snorted coldly, showing disdain. Who does he think he is? A weirdo. He's not worthy of being my opponent. I'm here to see Ji Mingxi. Of course, I also want to see what Jiang Chu looks like when he gets crushed and cries. Haha, so all of us are on the same side. Look, I brought my HD camera. I'll record Jiang Chu's entire performance and upload the video online so the whole school can watch him embarrass himself every day. Lu Zixiang said smugly. Liang Dequan gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Then I'll have more people leave mocking comments in the comment section. From then on, whether it's Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini, or any girl in the school, they'll surely despise Jiang Chu, that loser. Xiaoqian, I know your only target is Ji Mingxi. But regardless, Jiang Chu is bound to make a fool of himself. On such a happy day, I'll treat you all to lunch. Let's open a bottle of 1982 La Fight and celebrate properly. Wu Xiaoqian smirked. Since Boss Lu has spoken, I'll graciously accept. Haha, I'll book the most luxurious Xiangshui Logue restaurant in Nan City now. See you all at noon, don't miss it. The game was about to begin. Players gradually came onto their respective halves to warm up. Amidst the screams of a group of girls, Su Kuan entered wearing a white headband and a blue number 24 jersey. So handsome. Su Kuan, I love you. Su Kuan was already used to such scenes. In Shanghai, it would be even crazier. He raised the corner of his mouth high, then immediately performed a 3-step powerful one-handed dunk, drawing another round of screams from the girls in the half. Wenjing, which side are you going to cheer for? Your class is already strong, and this transfer student looks pretty good too. Mo Yutong spoke with a complicated gaze fixed on Su Kuan. Li Wenjing didn't answer, but kept looking expectantly at the opposite court. Strange, isn't Jiang Chu supposed to play? Why isn't he here? Mo Yutong voiced her confusion. Senior sister, are you also here to cheer for Senior Jiang Chu? Strange, where is he? Zhou Sini had somehow run over and stood with them. The 3 school beauties standing together immediately drew the attention of the surrounding boys, causing exclamations. I don't know if Senior can play basketball. I asked the boys in his class, and it seems they've never seen him play. Li Wenjing also showed a hint of worry. She knew Jiang Chu best. From middle school to high school to college, she had never heard of him playing basketball. It would be best if he didn't come. After all, he wasn't on the class team, so no one would blame him. Moreover, their class was indeed strong in basketball. She didn't want to see Jiang Chu lose too badly. Why are you so interested in Jiang Chu? Don't tell me you like him. Mo Yutong frowned, asking guardedly. Yes, I do like Senior Jiang Chu. He's handsome and rich. Not just me, I just came from over there. Those girls are all fans of Senior. Zhou Sini said proudly, looking at Mo Yutong, as if to say, I'm competing with you, so what? Mo Yutong smiled, but her eyes showed defiance. Bring it on. Sini, you like Jiang Chu too. He's a good person. I like him as well. Li Wenjing rarely spoke up, but her words left Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini dumbfounded. They exchanged glances as if they had misheard. Both could see that she had feelings for Jiang Chu, but she reacted very calmly to other girls' liking and even provocation as if it had nothing to do with her. With a whistle, the game was about to start. The players taking the court in the first round did not include Jiang Chu. Where's Jiang Chu? Where's our male god? Jiang Chu's fan group and cheerleaders looked at a loss. They had come to see Jiang Chu, but now he was nowhere to be found. What was the point? One of the fairly pretty girls stepped forward. Hands on hips, she said firmly, I'll go ask them. This is outrageous. They must be the ones who prevented Jiang Chu from playing. Ha ha ha. He didn't dare to come, just turned tail and ran. How ridiculous. Lu Zixiang laughed with a hint of mockery, and Liang Dequan snickered. I have to say, this Jiang Chu is quite clever. Knowing he can't play basketball, and with so many people watching today, he'd rather find an excuse not to show up, like a stomachache, a cold, or some other excuse. Ha ha ha, alright, stop it. I can't take it anymore, some other excuse indeed. Wu Xiaoqian and his companions remained silent, but sneers were evident on their faces. Boom. The first shot of the game was a slam dunk by Su Kuan. The blue team's spirits rose instantly, and a group of girls screamed in support. Ah, Kuan, you're so handsome. The white-clad cheerleaders performed a kick line unabashedly, showing their white shorts. Kuan is the best, you're the MVP of the entire game. Facing taunts from the opponent team, let Jiang Chu come out. If he dares come out. The game quickly reached a fever pitch. On the other side, 2 people were strolling slowly toward the basketball court. Xianghua looked anxious. Come on, can't you walk faster? The game has already started. What's the rush? I'm supposed to be a substitute, maybe I won't even have to play. That was yesterday. Today you have to play. Why? Just look for yourself. Jiang Chu looked from afar. Several basketball courts, but the one for their group was packed with people. He was stunned. What was this, a school game? Is this some kind of school league? So many people, what's going on? Hey, it's all because of you. Me? What did I do? Those girls heard you were playing today, so they formed their own cheerleading fan club. See over there, they're all waiting for you to appear. And that group over there supports the dunking little prince. All 4 campus beauties are here. No wonder it's crazy. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have agreed. Don't talk nonsense. This is for the class, not just for me. Hurry up, let's go over first. As soon as Jiang Chu appeared in the substitute bench, it caused a huge commotion. Girls screamed wildly. Jiang Chu, our idol, is here. He's finally here. So handsome. I knew he would come. Jiang Chu would never abandon us. Jiang Chu, I love you. The red cheerleading squad finally got to work. They had even choreographed a catchy and energetic dance somewhat reminiscent of the Subject 3 dance from another time. Jiang Chu, you're the most handsome. All the girls in school are yours to love. Hey, look at what they're saying. All the girls in school. Is that even human speech? Lu Zixiang's face was filled with anger. Liang Dequan snorted coldly. These girls are too crazy. What can a handsome face do? This is a basketball game. Can a face score points? Simply incomprehensible. Wang Erbo saw Zhou Sini waving happily at Jiang Chu and became even more furious. He was certain that Jiang Chu had used some trick to separate them. He said fiercely, I'm curious to see if that jerk dares to play and how many points he can score. Wu Shaoqian still wore a cool expression, seemingly disdainful, but his eyes kept scanning the cheerleaders. Occasionally he glanced at Ji Mingxi, but she was sitting next to the school leaders without any particular action. I didn't expect that guy to come. Ji Mingxi simply glanced casually and then looked away. Jiang Chu had just sat down when he glanced at the scoreboard and almost jumped up. Damn, it's only the end of the first quarter. 306. What kind of game is this? Xiang Hua scratched his head awkwardly. No way. Our class is not strong in basketball to begin with, and your Wenjing's class is the championship favorite. Look at their average height, over 1.8 meters each, plus the dunking little prince. We can't even grab rebounds. We never expected to win. With a whistle blow. The score stood at 36-6, a considerable gap. But it must be said every player from Jiang Chu's class had given their all and never showed any sign of giving up. During the break, it was naturally time for the cheerleading squads to exchange words. Kuan is amazing. He scored the highest points in the game with 16. Kuan is the best. You are the MVP of the entire game. The cheerleading squad from Jiang Chu's side did not lag behind, continuing to shout their previous slogans. From Sun Kuan's side, a tall and sturdy girl emerged from somewhere, speaking in a loud voice. Enough boasting from you. Look at the score, the gap is quite large. Still shouting Jiang Chu. Perhaps you do not even know how to play basketball. But our Kuan is both handsome and talented at basketball. Immediately someone from Jiang Chu's fan group stepped forward. A girl of striking appearance with 2 small braids, wearing a simple white top beneath a jersey bearing the number 24. Her figure was tall and poised, presenting a confident and graceful presence. She picked up a megaphone and called out, Jiang Chu is far more distinguished than any Kuan. How about that? You would do better to praise your own hero rather than make comments about others. Huh? The two sides continued their verbal exchange, the atmosphere growing increasingly intense. Hey, young Master Kuan, how does it feel to steal the spotlight this time? Must feel wonderful. Dai Wei stood nearby with his arms behind his back, watching Sun Kuan, who was drinking water, a look of satisfaction on his face. This is all due to my natural charm and talent. You have simply never witnessed the scenes I created when I was in Modu. However, you did a decent job as well. You not only avenged my previous humiliation, but also made that fellow act like a defeated dog, too embarrassed to even step onto the court. Yes, exactly as you say. On the other side, Jiang Chu's team huddled together. Coach, we have a problem. The other team is too strong. They are tall, and we cannot secure the rebounds at all. How are we supposed to play like this? Exactly. And I feel their score could be even higher. I do not know why they keep passing to that transfer student for every shot. If I were taller, I would block every one of his attempts. You noticed it too? That guy's skills are not particularly impressive. What is worse, he frequently commits offensive fouls. Every time I defend him, he uses his shoulder to push against my chest. The referee seems blind, completely ignoring it. This is clearly a biased call. I do not want to lose so embarrassingly either. My girlfriend came all the way from another province to watch me play, and she is over there right now. It is so humiliating. Me too. The girl I like came to watch. Otherwise, I would not have stayed in the game knowing we would lose just to support that guy. Alright, enough talk. The game is starting again. Lao Guo, the team captain, issued the command. Xiang Hua, you go in this quarter. Your height is sufficient. Keep an eye on that Kuan person. No problem, leave it to me. Let us give it our all. The match resumed. Jiang Chu still had not entered the game, which only emboldened the opposing cheerleading squad to intensify their teasing. Lu Zixiang and the others could hardly contain their laughter. You cowardly turtle. I thought you were something special. Exactly. No courage to even step onto the field. Don't know why he's here. Ji Mingxi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, feeling that the blue team was being too aggressive. Win or lose, there was no need to humiliate the other side so blatantly. Jiang Chu's fan club also grew restless. The match could be lost, but Jiang Chu had to play. Huang Yao, whatever means necessary, get Jiang Chu on the court. I can't stand their arrogance any longer. I know what to do without being told. Huang Yao strode fiercely to the bench and boldly requested a timeout from the captain, who had just come off. Guomubai, I order you to put Jiang Chu on the court. Do you hear me? What? But he can't play basketball. I don't care. If you don't let him play, I'm breaking up with you. Wait, don't. Guomubai approached Jiang Chu with a grievous expression. Jiang Chu, you'll play in the next round. Jiang Chu looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that I'd only sub in if someone got injured? You're playing fine, aren't you? Hardly had these words left Jiang Chu's mouth when a piercing scream erupted from Guomubai. It hurts. Huang Yao had actually resorted to physical violence against Guomubai. Now he's injured and can't play. Jiang Chu, you're up. Good luck. She even flashed an OK sign at the opposing cheer squad. Jiang Chu felt utterly dumbfounded. How could this work? When time expired and the match resumed, the score had already widened to 4-6. Look, Jiang Chu is playing. Before anyone knew what was happening, Jiang Chu's cheerleaders erupted into enthusiastic chants, raising their legs high and shouting at the top of their lungs, unleashing all their energy. Jiang Chu, you're the most handsome. All the girls at school adore you. Jiang Chu is so handsome. His figure is amazing. I'm dying for him. Senior brother is on the court. Zhou Sini's large eyes filled with anticipation and infatuation for Jiang Chu. Thinking about what had happened the previous night, she grew exceedingly shy. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing both wore subtle expressions of concern. This was precisely the scenario they feared most. Mo Yutong worried about Su Kuan's unfriendly attitude toward Jiang Chu, while Li Wenjing feared that Jiang Chu's lack of basketball skills might dent his confidence. Pi. With the whistle blowing, traveling by red 10. The player number 10 was none other than Jiang Chu. I'm laughing my head off. He really doesn't know how to play basketball. Lu Zixiang and his cronies burst into fits of laughter. He actually dared to step on court. Truly seeking death, like walking into a latrine with a lantern on. What a fool. Hurry up, point the camera at him the whole time. I want to upload the video to every website and savor it for years. Wu Shaoqian merely shook his head lightly. Overestimating himself, Mo Yutong couldn't bear to watch and covered her eyes with her hands. She hadn't expected Jiang Chu to be completely clueless about basketball. Yet Jiang Chu's fan club remained unfazed, still offering him encouragement. Just be handsome. That's all that matters. Don't worry about the rest. Jiang Chu, it's okay. Just focus on defense and rebounding. Xiang Hua cheered him on. On the court, the blue team possessed the ball. Su Kuan dribbled facing Xiang Hua in defense, while Jiang Chu simply stood near the free throw line awaiting a rebound. Jiang Chu, you're finally on the court. Su Kuan will give you a big surprise. Su Kuan narrowed his eyes, executed a sharp shoulder charge against Xiang Hua. Damn it, not this trick again. Will you never get tired of this? Xiang Hua seethed with rage, though the referee seemed to overlook it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Kuan broke free and dribbled straight toward Jiang Chu. Oh crap, what's he doing? Jiang Chu, defend him properly. Don't let him lay it up. Roger. Jiang Chu merely adopted the defensive stance his teammate had just shown him, crossing his arms low before his hips. A smug grin curled Su Kuan's lips. Upon reaching Jiang Chu, he directly attempted a towering leap. Holy shit. Is he trying to dunk right over Jiang Chu's face? Indeed, I absolutely intend to make Jiang Chu suffer this humiliation. Jiang Chu, prepare to die. Though he had never played basketball, Jiang Chu had watched plenty of matches and understood that a face dunk constituted the gravest insult in the sport. Su Kuan was blatantly trying to embarrass him before everyone. Regardless of Su Kuan's motive, Jiang Chu felt thoroughly provoked. Opening the system now would take too long, but with the attribute points he had already added, he possessed sufficient reflexes from mastering ultimate combat arts. Want a dunk? Jiang Chu instantly sprang into the air. Though he started a fraction later than Su Kuan, his enhanced strength and agility proved worthwhile. He unleashed an astonishing burst of power, and his formidable hand visibly soared past Su Kuan's release height, swatting the ball away like a stray fly. The ball was violently swatted away, and Su Kuan crashed to the ground. Fortunately, he was unharmed. The previously silent arena instantly erupted into frenzied cheers. Jiang Chu, you're incredibly cool. What an awesome block. That bastard got blocked so handsome. Jiang Chu, you're amazing. Block him hard. Mo Yutong couldn't help but exclaimed, then quickly stifled herself, realizing the blocked player was Su Kuan. Thank goodness the crowd noise drowned out her voice, sparing them from hearing. Zhou Sini, however, paid no mind. She clasped her hands to her chest, bouncing on her tiptoes in white leather shoes, her dress swaying rhythmically. Senior brother, you're so handsome. Yee. The sight left a group of enthusiasts utterly captivated, their heads tilting at a 90-degree angle in awe. Simply too adorable. Pure coincidence. Absolutely a fluke. He can't even dribble properly. It's just that Su Kuan was overly careless. True pity. If that face dunk had succeeded, Jiang Chu would never have been able to hold his head up on campus again. Lu Zixiang and his companion sighed in amusement. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chu's reflexes and vertical leap are comparable to those of a top-tier A-rank player. I myself couldn't achieve such a feat. Holy shit, didn't you say you don't play basketball? Idiot. You sly fox, dare you say that again. Pai. Foul by red 10 hand checking. Blue 24 to the free throw line. Su Kuan rose from the ground, brushed off his uniform, and stepped to the free throw line. One could see his mouth twitching, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, I almost had it. You bastard ruined my invincible dunk. Next time you won't be so lucky. Jiang Chu's brows knitted tightly as well. If he failed to notice the clear targeting at this juncture, he would be utterly foolish. Very well. If it's a contest he wants, so be it. He had only wished to remain a hidden tycoon, but now they were forcing his hand. Ultimate Basketball Skill Pack Ultimate. Consume 5 attribute points. Requirements: Strength 14, Agility 14, Talent 9, Mental Power 9. Then add 1 point to Strength and 1 point to Agility. Click to purchase. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase confirmed. Jiang Chu Strength 13-8, 1 Agility 13-8, 1 Constitution 8-8, Talent 13-8, Mental Power 10-8, remaining points 28. Note: numbers in parentheses represent average values for ordinary humans. Acquired Ultimate Combat Art Ultimate Music Creation Skill Pack Ultimate Basketball Skill Pack. In an instant a cascade of basketball skills flooded his mind, his entire body quickly adapting to the influx. He had ascended to a level comparable to the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, perhaps even beyond. It was because Jiang Chu possessed attribute point bonuses that neither of those legends could guarantee success on every shot, whereas Jiang Chu now held a 90% certainty on both his mid-range and three-point attempts. Swish, 1 basket made. Do you want to win? Jiang Chu bent over, half-crouched just beyond the 2-point line, turned his head towards Xiang Hua, confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Xiang Hua and the others wore identical expressions of bewilderment, unable to fathom where Jiang Chu's confidence stemmed from. Of course we want to win. Those guys are being way too cocky, clearly toying with us. But the gap in our abilities is enormous. How are we supposed to win? Don't ask so many questions. If you want to win, just pass me the ball when the time comes. The rest of them exchanged glances, utterly puzzled by Jiang Chu's intentions. Aren't you someone who can't play basketball? You want us to pass to you? Who said I can't play? I simply prefer to keep a low profile. Xiang Hua and the others wore unmistakable disbelief across their faces. Forget it. We're destined to lose anyway. Just pass him the ball. There are so many girls out there cheering, all come to watch him shine. Might as well let him have his moment. Haha, fair enough. I'm fine with that. Same here for me. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Chu, you're treating us to a big meal at noon. Order whatever you want. No problem. Su Kuan, who had overheard everything from the sideline, sneered. You lot are nothing but a bunch of no-names. Dream on if you think you can win. With this score gap, even Kobe himself couldn't pull off a comeback. Just as Su Kuan was about to take the free throw, he caught Xiang Hua muttering nearby. Playing basketball, and still bothering to put on makeup. Such a pansy. His hand twitched, and the shot went wide. Darn it. Rebound. Xiang Hua used his height to push inside first, but the opposing player Chen Rongji surged in even faster, securing an advantageous position ahead of him. At nearly 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, Chen Rongji was the school team's leading scorer, and there were rumors that domestic scouts had already taken notice of him. Both leapt high into the air, but Xiang Hua still fell short. Chen Rongji sneered. Trying to steal a rebound from me. You're still too green. Is that so? A calm, merciless voice suddenly rang out from behind. Corner of his eye, Chen Rongji caught sight of someone jumping even higher than him. His eyes widened in shock. His eyes bulging wide along with everyone else on the sidelines, including Lu Chuanfeng and every member of the basketball squad. So fast. So high. It was Jiang Chu. This was impossible. Chen Rongji could scarcely believe what he was seeing. Swish. With both hands securing the ball, Jiang Chu landed steadily on both feet. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately drove forward on a fast break. His speed was so overwhelming that Xiang Hua and the others stood frozen in place. Jiang Chu got the rebound. That was incredible. School team. Slam dunk prince. He's nothing but garbage compared to Jiang Chu. The cheerleaders refused to be outdone. Jiang Chu, we love you. Who said Jiang Chu couldn't play basketball? Look at that ball handling speed. That's absolutely professional level. Defense. Hurry. Stop him. Su Kuan and the others sprinted back desperately, but they could never catch up. He's going for a dunk. Jiang Chu launched himself from beyond the free throw line with a perfect jump, achieving extraordinary hang time, soaring through the air like a flying man. Then came a ruthless one-handed windmill slam dunk. Boom. The ball crashed through the net with devastating force. For a split second, the entire arena fell into absolute silence. before erupting into a volcanic roar punctuated by the piercing, heart-stopping screams of the girls. Did you see that? Jiang Chu just dunked. He's absolutely amazing. I'm losing my mind. Jiang Chu, you're insanely cool. From today on, you're my idol. Jiang Chu, we love you. Oh my god, what did I just witness? A windmill dunk from beyond the free throw line. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Our school actually has a genius like this. The boys who actually understood basketball stood completely stunned. Li Wenjing and her two companions were equally mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with pink reverie, utterly speechless. Are you kidding me? Mo Yutong is definitely falling for that guy. Her eyes didn't even blink once. Damn it. Lu Zhixiang, seething with jealousy, threw his phone onto the ground and stomped on it furiously. Unfortunately for him, it was a Nokia. The phone survived intact, but his foot throbbed in pain. Li Wenjing too. She's always been cold and distant toward everyone. I've never seen her make that expression before. My heart is breaking. Crack. The sound of glass shattering. Jiang Chu. Wang Erbo clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Wu Shaoqian kept his gaze fixed on Jimingxi. Fortunately, she only showed a hint of surprise on her face, nothing inappropriate. Too bad about all those cheerleading girls. They had all been his targets before, but now their eyes were fixed solely on Jiang Chu, which grated on his nerves considerably. Su Kuan also caught sight of Li Wenjing's expression from the sidelines, and his anger flared instantly. She's actually looking at that country bumpkin. Absolutely intolerable. Don't get smug. Her. Jiang Chu followed Su Kuan's gaze, and saw Li Wenjing and her two companions. No wonder this guy was going out of his way to embarrass him. She had come to steal his thunder. Humph. Then he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. What kind of defense is this? How did you let him dunk all by himself? Su Kuan bellowed in anger. No one else responded, but one muttered under his breath. Who are you blaming? You missed your own free throws. Shen Rongji offered a reassuring word. It's fine. They only have 8 points. They can't win. Just focus on defense from here on out. Beep. The blue team inbounds the ball. It arcs through the air, and just as the blue team player reaches to receive it, a figure explodes from the side, like lightning. With an extraordinary leap under the gaze of everyone in the arena whose mouths hung open in disbelief, he stripped the ball clean. Without hesitating for even a moment, he launched a three-point shot from beyond the arc. Lu Chuanfeng's expression grew grave. What a beautiful shooting form. While the ball was still suspended in midair, Jiang Chu had already clenched his fist in celebration and was sprinting back on defense, certain of his shot. Swish. 3 points good. A three-pointer. That was insane. Jiang Chu. I'm having your babies. Once again, Jiang Chu's fan club erupted into wild screaming. Even quite a few boys began shifting their attention to Jiang Chu's class, chanting support and banging on rice bowls and iron pots without ceasing. Newbie. Damn, you're too awesome. Xianghua high-fived Jiang Chu as he jogged back on defense. Piece of cake. There's still plenty of ground to make up. Let's keep pushing. All right. Morale was firmly back in Jiang Chu's team's hands. Meanwhile, the opposing cheerleaders had been completely overshadowed. Keep yelling, keep yelling. You were paid for this. If I were a workhorse on a farm, I'd complain about the overwork too. Uncle Hong, disguised as an ordinary spectator, had sneaked into the stands to watch the match. For this game, he had hired a whole crew of paid fans and cheerleaders, as well as the referee and the players from Kuan Xiao's class. All of it was solely to make Kuan Xiao look impressive. Perhaps she could even secure a better ranking, or mightily the championship. That would mean she deserved a significant share of the credit as well. Damn it. Wu Shaoqian furrowed his brows tightly, his hands clenched into fists, wishing he could jump onto the court and challenge them one-on-one. Possession returned to Su Kuan once more. This time Jiang Chu was the one defending him. Don't get cocky. That last basket was just luck. You really think I can't hit threes? I can't. The words had hardly left Su Kuan's lips when he rose for a three-point attempt. Watch the rebound. Xianghua shouted loudly. Boom. Before Su Kuan could even react, the ball was blocked cleanly. Chen Rongji's eyes widened in astonishment. What extraordinary explosive power. Defense quickly. Jiang Chun had no intention of driving toward the basket. Instead, he launched a three-point shot from beyond the arc, his movements clean and precise. The ball swished through the net once more. How wonderful. Jiang Chun, we love you. The female fans on the sidelines had shouted until their voices grew hoarse. His shooting is incredibly accurate. He releases without any hesitation. Truly impressive. Indeed. I never expected our school to have such an outstanding player. A genius even more remarkable than what we see on television. With that kind of explosive power and speed, he could definitely be developed into a first-class athlete if he joined our boxing club. Incorrect. Jiang Chun is so handsome. Would he really want to join your boxing club? Come to our badminton club instead. I dare say he could surpass even the legendary champions. Now wait, Jiang Chun belongs to all of us girls. And with that kind of flexibility, he should join our gymnastics club. Every member there is beautiful, and they can perform all sorts of elegant moves. A group of boys watched with admiration. Can we join too? Jiang Chun can certainly attend to our distinguished readers, but you cannot. Everyone please step aside. Jiang Chun plays basketball so brilliantly. He is absolutely a rising star of China. Suggesting he join the gymnastics club is absurd. Don't even entertain such ideas. He belongs to our school team. If you disagree, then let us settle this. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun overheard a familiar voice. Jiang Chun, you country boy, you dared to steal Su Kuan's spotlight. I have endured enough. Su Kuan attempted a dunk, but was blocked again by Jiang Chun. Though there was no physical contact, the referee still called a foul for hand interference. Unfair whistle. This is completely unjust. What kind of referee are you? I have been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Exactly. That Su Kuan has been using his shoulders to push opponents without any calls. Now he dares to target our idol. Sisters, let us go handle him. Wait. Jiang Chun spoke up promptly to prevent any further escalation, knowing that conflict on the court was not something to be taken lightly. Please listen to me. I will win this match for all of you. Thank you for your support. Jiang Chun. You are so inspiring. We will follow your lead. Jiang Chun brought the ball up the court. Su Kuan guarded him closely. Jiang Chun, if you have courage, stop shooting three-pointers. Whoosh. 3 points. Valid. What did you just say? Su Kuan was consumed with frustration, his temper boiling over. Why should I follow your commands? He formed words with his lips that others could clearly read. The sight made him nearly lose control, but his teammates quickly held him back. The score stood at 50-46, truly astonishing. They had nearly closed the gap by the second quarter. Could this truly be a school tournament match? What is most remarkable is that Jiang Chu alone has scored 38 points. Such extraordinary ability is truly impressive. Only now do I notice it. Truly outstanding. I had never heard of such a talented individual before. Mengshi Jiang Chu is quite promising. Why have we not discovered him earlier? Please see if you can bring him into the varsity team. Should he agree, we will accommodate whatever conditions he proposes. An overweight middle-aged man in a jacket spoke with slight excitement. Yes, principal. I shall do my best. Ji Mingxi felt conflicted within herself. Could she really have to seek out that intimidating young man again? Goodness, senior brother is incredibly skilled, and he is also a hidden basketball champion. He is equally impressive in martial arts. It is said that one day he faced 3 troublemakers alone and subdued them swiftly. That is correct, isn't it, Wenjing? Mo Yutong cast a sidelong glance toward Li Wenjing, harboring subtle feelings. Jiang Chu is simply wonderful. Li Wenjing spoke only a few words, yet her eyes could not conceal her deep affection. Ji Mengxi affection increased by 10. Li Wenjing affection increased by 1. Mo Yutong affection increased by 2. Zhou Sini affection increased by 1. Song Qingqing affection increased by 5. Ding. System notification detected Mo Yutong's affection level reaching 90. Congratulations. You have been awarded 20 attribute points. Li Wenjing and Zhou Sini each received 1 additional point, totaling 6 attribute points. Remaining attribute points 54. The system notification brought great joy to Jiang Chu, a truly unexpected delight. Extraordinary. How remarkably gifted this young man is. As head of the athletics department, how could you claim he does not play basketball? Lu Zixiang had already begun tapping his phone against the floor in frustration, a deep sense of resentment welling within him. I'm not certain either. The records indicate he never played basketball. Liang Dequan's face turned a deep shade of blue with frustration, while Wang Erbu's eyes seemed filled with quiet discontent. Have you gentlemen already grown apprehensive? That seems rather inadequate. Wu Xiaoqian was also struggling to maintain composure. Later, Ji Mingxi's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Chu, and she even rose excitedly to applaud him, which felt like a quiet rebuke to his earlier doubts. Within merely 15 seconds, bam! Jiang Chu delivered a dunk right in front of Su Kuan. Offensive foul. Jiang Chu had long anticipated such a biased call. But so what? Jiang Chu, I will make you pay. Su Kuan spread out 3 fingers, attempting to grab at his opponent right there on the spot. Young Master Kuan, please stay calm. David and Uncle Hong were shouting from the sidelines while others rushed over to hold him back. Ha ha, who was it that wanted to cause trouble for our Jiang Chu in the first place? Exactly, now they have got what they deserved. I wonder if they managed to dirty our Jiang Chu's pants. The girls on the sidelines were laughing uncontrollably. From then on, it was basically Jiang Chu's personal showcase. You guys are defending right. Stop him from driving to the basket. Are you even trying? You cannot guard against this. Jump higher at least. Are you even swiping at the air? Su Kuan kept complaining and expressing his frustration while his teammates swallowed their anger silently. Damn it. I am done with this. If you think you can do better, you get on the court. Exactly, you yourself are barely decent, yet you sit here criticizing everyone like you are somebody. Who do you think you are? Alright, enough talking. Let us all keep a low profile. That Jiang Chu is truly formidable. Even professional players would not play like this. Soon even the cheerleaders went on strike. Add more money, or we are not doing this anymore. That is right. I cannot go against my conscience. Jiang Chu is too impressive. I want to root for him. Same here. He is simply amazing. There were several times when I almost called out his name. No. We will give you the extra pay, alright. Uncle Hong was growing a bit anxious. Losing the game did not matter, but this situation could not be exposed. After all, young Master Cohen was not aware of any of this. No way, I disagree. I have my principles. 2,000. That shows great conscience. 5,000. So you really know how to read people, hee. In the end, the cheerleaders reluctantly continued their chants. But this could not change the final outcome. When the match ended, the score stood at 65-98. Even though his teammates later asked the other side to take some shots for their girlfriends and Jiang Chu had delivered several brilliant assists, he still scored a game-high 76 points on his own, deserving the title of MVP without doubt. Even the referee, despite having accepted money, dared not openly deny the result, as he still wanted to return home safely in one piece. However, a sponsor hastily added a special MVP award for Su Kuan, and that medal was even larger than Jiang Chu's. The entire audience erupted in boos with voices shouting, "Can this get any more ridiculous? What kind of nonsense is SMVP? And this is like early access to episodes. Hilarious." Then someone remarked, "Exactly, Jiang Chu got 0 points after stepping on the court. An absolute failure." Su Kuan almost couldn't resist grabbing the trophy and starting a fight. He was stopped by David and the others. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu was completely surrounded and unable to leave. At the front were girls in cheerleading uniforms pressing close, hugging him tightly, even playfully bumping against his face. One said, "Jiang Chu, you're so handsome and amazing at basketball. Will you be my boyfriend?" Another added, "Black stockings, white stockings, miniskirts. I'll wear whatever you like. I'll be your secret lover." Then another said, "I have a nice figure and can bear children well." A gymnast chimed in, "I can do any pose you want." Finally, a male voice, "Jiang Chu, I'm Lu Chuanfeng. Do you need a boyfriend? Let's play basketball together." The crowd was stunned. "Wow, this is insane. Get lost. Jiang Chu is ours, don't turn him." Someone retorted, "Yeah, go away, you weirdo." Then silence fell. Finally, Jiang Chu was escorted back to the dormitory by his classmates. Some bold girls wanted to follow him directly, but Huang Yao and her friends blocked them at the entrance. They said Jiang Chu and his team needed rest. Jiang Chu appreciated their thoughtfulness and promised to treat the fan group cheerleaders and his teammates to a big lunch on him, which once again drew cheers. Back in the dormitory, someone said, "Jiang Chu, you're incredible. I never knew you played basketball so well. You could even try out for a draft." Another added, "Especially that fadeaway shot. Your hang time was amazing, even better than Michael Jordan's. With your looks, wealth, and basketball skills, just look at how crazy the girls were today. They wouldn't leave you alone. I bet if you said a word, they'd be all yours." Someone laughed. "What are you so happy about, you single guy? All the girls are after Jiang Chu now. Who's left for you?" "How I have my Wang Wei. She won't leave me." Xianghua scratched his head and smiled naively. Jiang Chu smiled, but felt a hint of concern. Xianghua seemed to be getting too involved, which wasn't good. As for finding a girlfriend for romance, although he was now a wealthy man, he hadn't taken that first step. Originally, he had considered Li Wenjing, but sometimes she seemed preoccupied as well. At noon, Jiang Chu kept his promise and treated a large group to a meal at the most expensive restaurant across from the school, booking the entire main hall. It wasn't a weekend or a special occasion, so the manager initially thought it was a wedding, only to find out it was a celebration for over 100 students. "No, this is a high-end restaurant. How would it look if we let these kids make a ruckus?" "Absolutely not. Manager, they've already sent a deposit of 5,000. "What? 500,000? "Yes, sir. Why didn't you say so earlier? College students dining together is great, youthful, lively, and brings a positive image to our restaurant. Arrange it immediately, call back the chefs on leave, and pay them triple today. Oh, and let those students do whatever they want. Even if they break something, it's fine. Go ahead." The staff was surprised but complied. "Let's raise a toast to our basketball genius, Jiang Chu. Cheers." The meal lasted 2 hours. Initially, Jiang Chu's table was filled with basketball teammates, but later all the girls had gathered, leaving him alone. The guys had been taken away by their girlfriends. "I'm still single," he lamented. "Don't worry, come sit here. I'll give you a chance," a girl said. "Really?" Jiang Chu silently thanked his friend and even gained a new QQ fan group for himself. Jiang Chu initially thought he would have no trouble finding goddesses to spend money on, but their affection levels were all above 80, which didn't meet the system's requirements. His hopes were dashed. It seemed he needed to keep a low profile. Returning to the dorm, he fell asleep, immediately ignoring a pile of messages and missed calls. After all, he had played the entire game and was exhausted. During this time, the full game video appeared on the school website and quickly became a pinned headline. Everyone who watched it praised Jiang Chu's incredible skills, noting that he was not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented at basketball. At the Fragrance Pavilion, known as the most luxurious restaurant in the city, Lu Zixiang and his friends gathered. Their only reason was Jiang Chu. What should have been a joyful celebration turned into a gloomy gathering. Even the open 1982 law fight failed to catch their interest. Liang Daquan clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, his forehead veins bulging with anger. He exclaimed, "Damn it! Lu Zixiang, weren't you going to film Jiang Chu's embarrassment? Now he's stolen the spotlight." Why did you even post the video? Wang Erbwa added indignantly, exactly, you've just made him more popular. Lu Zishang remained calm, turning to Wu Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, what do you think? Wu Xiaoxian smirked and said, praise him to ruin him. Am I right? Lu Zishang clapped and gave a thumbs up, as expected of our campus heartthrob. Yes, that's exactly my plan. His performance today was beyond expectation. Almost miraculous. There's no way to suppress him now unless we dig up some dirt on him. So I thought instead of fighting him, let's lift him up. He wants the spotlight. Let him have it. Let the girls from school and outside flock to him. He's still a college student, young and impulsive, who doesn't have a moment of weakness. Liang Daquan slammed the table again, a look of sudden understanding on his face. If beauties throw themselves at him, he won't refuse. Then we could capture some evidence. No need for such low tactics. Once women surround him, he can't hide it. Let Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini, and others know that Jiang Chu is a playboy. Then we can add fuel to the fire, ruin his reputation, and make him fall from grace. Haha, you understand me, Xiaoxian. Your crush, Jiming, she hates that kind of person the most. You'll be the most relieved then. Come, the fine wine is already opened. It would be a shame not to drink. Haha, indeed. Wu Xiaoxian smiled, thinking to himself, am I really that innocent? I still need to find a way to win over those cheerleaders. Lu Zixiang and his friends underestimated how viral the video would become. It was shared everywhere by both boys and girls, trending on video platforms. Comments flooded in asking where the match was and who the player was. Even various basketball circles were stirred into attention. The chairman of the University Basketball League said, investigate. Quickly check which university across the country recently held a basketball game and who that person is. Although he lacks height advantage, his ball control, shooting, and astonishing explosive talent make him a true gem worth cultivating with proper training. The Hua Ba Fruit Province Professional Basketball Association said, immediately, right now, I want all information on this person within 1 minute. And contact the school principal right away. Make sure we sign him before anyone else. Our Fruit Legion is known for fast breaks, but we lack a scoring ace. This young college student single-handedly ran the full court, and even his later shots were incredibly accurate with ease. His stamina is simply extraordinary. He is tailor-made for our Legion. We must secure him. Perhaps this year we can break into the Hua Ba, or even win the championship. Overseas, the NBA Lakers scout Mosin watched the footage and immediately contacted headquarters. China truly has a wealth of talent. I never expected such a genius to emerge from an unremarkable university. Mosin, go there at once, no matter the terms, sign this person. By the way, if necessary, contact Big White Shark. He is friends with China's Yao Ming. The message was clear. Scouts from other teams also moved swiftly upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, the school's top administrators received various calls inquiring about the game details and Jiang Chu's profile. To ensure the student's safety and respect his rights, the principal quickly issued a gag order. They must not disclose anything. Those who wanted information had to investigate on their own. Then he summoned Jimingxi and instructed her to recruit Jiang Chu into the school team without fail. Otherwise, if others came and found that a talent like Jiang Chu had not even joined the team, it would be a laughingstock, making the school seem negligent or even discriminatory toward talent. In Building 8 dormitory, a cup worth thousands of yuan was knocked over by Su Kuan. What? He did that on purpose. Look at what you filmed. I only have a tiny bit of screen time, while he has a whole Ultra HD video. From the moment he stepped onto the court, the camera was fixed on him alone. Clearly it was premeditated. He dares to target me, Su Kuan of Shanghai. David held a paper fan, gently swaying it with a calm expression. One who brings trouble upon himself shall find no escape. Su Kuan frowned. Who are you talking about? It feels like you're referring to me. Oh, of course not, Master Kuan. I was referring to that Jiang Chu. David briefly explained, aligning with Lu Zixiang's earlier reasoning. Su Kuan slapped the table, his gloomy expression dissolving into smug satisfaction. Oh, with Li Wenjing's personality, she will surely find Jiang Chu's image of a scumbag unacceptable. Then we won't even need to lift a finger. Exactly. So Master Kuan, your main goal now is to win Miss Li Wenjing's favor. The school anniversary gala is approaching. This year, it will be more grand than ever. Uncle Hong has invited several TV stations and media for a live broadcast. This will be your moment to shine across Shi University. Miss Li Wenjing will surely be deeply impressed by you. Then you can engineer a few chance encounters and win her over completely. Haha, my brilliant strategist. Following your advice, I stopped chatting with girls in class and greeted her only politely. This morning she actually nodded at me. I asked around. She had never acknowledged any guy before. This definitely means she has feelings for me. Exactly. Once you open a crack, you can slip in effortlessly. Haha. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Since that's the case, have Uncle Hong tell Mo Yutong to approach Jiang Chu. Ideally, she can take some photos or videos. You know what I mean. Understood. I didn't expect Master Kuan to be willing to sacrifice a campus beauty like Mo Yutong. What's the big deal? My father always taught me. Use any means necessary to achieve your goal. She's just a woman. What about her father's kidney donor? Kidney donor? Do you think it's easy to find one? Unless I make deals with those people. But risking myself for a country bumpkin. Am I out of my mind? I'll give her 100,000 or so, and she can do whatever she wants. She only provided a few pieces of information and never really sacrificed anything. Even if I have money to burn, I'm not giving it away to every random cat or dog. Master Kuan is right. Master Kuan, please rehearse well these days. I've selected some songs and choreography for you titled Kuan You May. Inside the practice room, several female students in tight dancewear were rehearsing. Each had a graceful figure accentuated by their form-fitting outfits, and their long legs and white socks were elegantly poised. Mo Yutong in particular surpassed the others in both figure and appearance, so no one objected to her taking the center position. All right, let me take a call. You can rest for a while. The instructor spoke, and the girls sighed with relief, going to get water. Yutong, your phone. Oh, okay. Mo Yutong picked up her phone from the corner. Seeing the caller ID, her brows knitted together. She stepped outside, checked that no one was around, and answered. Hello, I was just practicing dance. I have a task for you. Within a week, using whatever means necessary, win over Jiang Chu and take photos or videos. Mo Yutong's face paled. What? You mean? I should approach Jiang Chu. Exactly. Don't worry, you don't have to show your face, but his face must be visible. You understand my meaning. But you said I only needed to provide information. Now you're asking. I'll say it once. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. But forget about your father's kidney donor. Remember 1 week. Beep. 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 Mo Yutong's hand holding the phone dropped limply, her whole body feeling dazed. She had thought about getting to Jiang Chu before Li Wenjing, but only under mutual consent. Now they wanted her to take photos, clearly to harm Jiang Chu, possibly ruining his reputation. What should she do? Yutong, come back. There's an urgent announcement. Oh, okay, I'm coming. All the girls lined up. The instructor said, I just received word from above that the provincial TV station will broadcast the gala live along with several mainstream media outlets. After discussion, they think there are too many ethnic dances, and we need a more lively, innovative one. Unfortunately, our class's performance has been cut, so we need to choreograph a new one. What? But there are only a few days left. To re-choreograph and rehearse. There's no time. Yeah, and we don't even know how to choreograph. Teacher, this is too much. The teacher sighed. I don't like it either, but it's beyond my control. However, look at it this way. This is a chance for you to take a bold risk. With so many media outlets broadcasting live, if your dance becomes a hit, it will greatly boost your personal reputation and help with job hunting after graduation. Anyway, since we face difficulties, we must strive to overcome them. I'll contact several choreographers to see if they can help. Alright, that's all for today. Go back and rest. After the gathering dispersed, the girls continued their lively discussions. Mo Yutong remained in a daze, yet she absorbed every word. Misfortunes never come singly. Why did everything seem to go wrong all at once? Outside the school's vocal practice room, Zhou Sini bounced out cheerfully from inside. Senior brother, you were looking for me. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Jiang Chu took in Zhou Sini's appearance. Today she still wore her long twin tails, dressed in a blue sailor-style JK uniform, white cotton socks, paired with black leather shoes, radiating the vibrant aura of youthful femininity. Are those your classmates? Jiang Chu noticed several equally lovely faces peeking from the doorway, all observing their situation. He clearly caught their murmurs. Wow, so that's senior brother Jiang Chu. He's incredibly handsome. Yeah, not only handsome, but also wealthy. Sini brought back a mountain of gifts last night. Oh my goodness, I'm so envious. I wish I had a boyfriend like that too. And don't forget, I watched the morning basketball match too. He's amazingly skilled on the court. Simply stunning. Zhou Sini overheard the admiration behind her and bowed her head in bashful delight. No, we're still discussing which songs to sing. They came to help me choose repertoire and arrange the music. Jiang Chu took out a notebook. These are 2 songs I wrote. I'm not sure what style you prefer, but I think you can handle both. A look of surprise crossed Zhou Sini's face. Oh my senior brother, you really wrote songs for me. You penned 2 in just one morning, and you also played in the basketball match. It was hard to believe. Zhou Sini turned to the first page and found everything neatly organized. The song title, musical notation, and lyrics all meticulously arranged though and signed. As she studied further, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something unbelievable. She could roughly hum most of the melody after just one glance. Even Jiang Chu was impressed by Zhou Sini's musical foundation. If she could read it this quickly, then time should not be an issue. This? Did you really write this, senior brother? I rushed through it. Otherwise I might have written more. Oh my goodness. How is this possible? I've never heard this song before, and the melody is simply amazing. The moment I started singing it, I felt energized. It's so incredible. Then she flipped to the next song, and her jaw dropped again. Completely different in style, yet after humming a few bars, she immediately regarded it as a masterpiece. If it hadn't been happening right before her eyes, she would never have believed the same person wrote both. And this person was her own senior brother, a college student majoring in electronic engineering with no formal music training. Telling anyone would simply be unthinkable. Senior brother, are you really planning to give me these 2 songs to sing? I dare say if they were sent to those pop stars they could become huge hits and earn a fortune. Jiang Chu reached out and gently patted her twin tail, had a faint smile curving his lips. Do I look like someone who lacks money? The songs are yours. If you're not satisfied or don't want to sing them, that's fine too. But we have an agreement. My name shouldn't appear on them. You can write your own name if you wish. But senior brother. Zhou Sini looked up into his unwavering gaze. Thank you, senior brother. I'll do my best. I won't keep you then. But, goodbye, senior brother. After Jiang Chu left, the group of girls inside immediately rushed out and surrounded Zhou Sini. Wow, senior brother Jiang Chu is so handsome. What did he just give you? Let me see. An arrangement book? And there are songs inside. Oh my goodness, I've never heard these before. The arrangement, the lyrics. Why did a mastermind write this? Being music arrangement majors themselves, the girls fully understood the value of the songs. Yeah, I haven't heard them either, but just humming a few lines makes it catchy. It should be wonderful. Of course, because senior brother himself wrote them. He said they're for me to sing. What? Senior brother Jiang Chu wrote them. He can compose songs too. Several girls' jaws dropped. Oh my, is this real? It's written so beautifully. Just humming the melody makes it stick in your head. There's another one after this. There's another one. The girls wore even more astonished expressions. Oh my goodness, senior brother treats you so well. Did he know you were singing and spend months specially writing these songs for you? That's so romantic. Exactly. These two songs could absolutely earn a lot of money if submitted or sold. And he just gave them to you like this. He's incredibly kind to you. Zhou Sini felt happy yet slightly embarrassed. But I've only known senior brother for a few days. And he only mentioned writing songs for me last night. These two songs were completed in less than a day. When he told me, I couldn't believe it either, but I don't think he would lie to me. What? In less than a day? He wrote these two songs. You're crazy, I don't believe it. Me neither. But both songs are wonderful. Sini, just pick one. I heard there's a TV station broadcasting this gala live. Oh my, I can already imagine the amazed expressions on people's faces that night. Zhou Sini, you might actually become famous. Remove the first three words. You must become famous. Ha ha ha, Sini, sign more autographs for me. I want one too. I'll be your manager in the future. The girls burst into joyful excitement together. Zhou Sini felt both blessed and sweetly contented. Zhou Sini affection level 2. Ding. System detected. Zhou Sini's affection level increased by 2, current total 93. Reward 6 attribute points. Jiang Chu, who had not walked far, received the system notification. He hadn't expected it to rise by 2 points. The closer to the goal, the harder it became. He had thought gaining 1 point would already be satisfactory. This was an unexpected bonus. Writing songs for her had been the right choice. The target of 95 was within reach. Just then he spotted a familiar silhouette descending from the building below. A baseball cap, an off-shoulder tight t-shirt, and ultra-short denim shorts hugging her figure. Her signature was those exceptionally long legs. Mo Yutong. Shouldn't she be in rehearsal at this hour? She was walking with her head bowed, looking distracted. Jiang Chu deliberately quickened his pace. Crash! Mo Yutong bumped straight into someone's arms. Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going? She looked up and saw a strikingly handsome face gazing at her with a charming smile. Jiang Chu. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. Are you alright? I should be asking you that. Are you alright? You look weighed down by something on your mind. Mo Yutong turned her head slightly away, unable to meet Jiang Chu's gaze. Of course she was troubled. It was all because of you. Tell me about it. Perhaps I can help with something. You can't help me. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Our class's originally scheduled dance performance was cancelled. We're told to find something more energetic instead. But with time so tight, where are we supposed to find one? Just that, eh? Jiang Chu, you don't understand. Re-choreographing is extremely difficult, and it still needs to be stage-worthy. A careless attempt might not even pass the preliminary round. We're already considering giving up. Jiang Chu didn't let her finish. He took her hand and pulled her toward the practice room. The practice room is this way, right? The two arrived at the practice room, the other students having already left, leaving only the two of them. Jiang Chu, what are you planning? Mo Yutong noticed Jiang Chu had actually locked the door, and a wave of fluster washed over her. They were alone in the room, just the two of them. She did have feelings for him, and they had already shared kisses and embraces, but this was the school's dance practice room. Thinking back on that incident. You say, what do you want to do? Jiang Chu stepped forward. Mo Yutong found herself stepping back involuntarily, only to realize too late that her back hit the wall. She had nowhere left to go. Jiang Chu leaned and closed one hand resting against the wall, the other gently removing her baseball cap and setting it aside. His fingers lightly touched her chin. Was he pinning her against the wall? A faint warmth spread in her chest, yet the memory of that incident still lingered. If he were to find out, he would surely not forgive her. But then there was also her father. What should she do? Jiang Chu studied her breathtaking face before him. Having tasted sweetness before, he naturally wanted to relish it once more. He prepared to kiss her. Mo Yutong did not pull away, instead she closed her eyes tightly. But after a long moment, nothing happened. She opened her eyes to find Jiang Chu grinning mischievously. You really wanted me to kiss you, didn't you? Mo Yutong shot him an annoyed look. It was he who had pinned her against the wall, not the other way around. Afraid to kiss but wanting to, such a coward. As she had quite the stubborn tongue. Jiang Chu certainly wanted to kiss her, but something felt off about Mo Yutong. Then again, she was clearly troubled. Better to help her resolve that issue first. I'm here to talk about something important. Important thing. Yes. I wrote a dance routine and composed a few songs on my own. You mentioned needing choreography, so here it is. I'll let you handle it. Mo Yutong's eyes widened. You? Choreographing dances and writing songs. Come on, I know you're skilled at basketball, but that's a completely different thing. Mo Yutong's reaction was exactly what Jiang Chu expected. He took out his phone and stepped toward the center of the practice room. All right, watch closely. I'll only dance it once, then I'll show you. If you can't remember, I'll teach you again. Oh, and no laughing. Jiang Chu was going to dance. Oh my, could Jiang Chu actually dance? Mo Yutong found it hard to imagine, yet she felt deeply curious. The Jiang Chu who had looked so handsome that morning now dancing just for her. The music began with an intro she had never heard before, energetic and vibrant. It started with electric guitar, then pulsed with electronic beats. Jiang Chu moved with the rhythm, his arms flowing and his steps precise. Mo Yutong could hardly believe what she was seeing. He danced so well. His flexibility, his timing, his sense of rhythm felt natural, as though he were born to perform. The choreography was simply brilliant, seemingly crafted with a feminine quality, each movement, both gentle and powerful. Yet when a boy danced it, there was no sense of incongruity, instead it brimmed with vitality. The music ended. Mo Yutong had forgotten to clap, her heart still stirred by what she had witnessed. Mo Yutong affection 1. All right, your turn now. Huh, what are you expressing surprise for? Hurry up, don't waste time. Jiang Chu, this choreography. You really made it. And the music is amazing, but it seems to be missing vocals. Exactly. The vocal part is meant for you to sing. You can record it in the studio or perform it live, your choice. Here's the sheet music. No way, I really can't sing. Let's find someone else. By the way, what's this song called? Let me see. Jiang Chu frowned. He couldn't sing either. This song was meant for a female voice anyway. Pure Land of Bliss. What a beautiful title. Oh right, I met Jo Cinny this morning. She said she's in the music department. We can ask her to help with the recording. Jiang Chu, you're close with her, can you ask her to help? All right, but first you need to learn this dance. Mo Yutong, being a dance student, managed to recall most of the choreography after watching it just once. There were some details to correct though. Jiang Chu stood behind her, guiding her movements step by step in front of the mirror. She could feel the warmth of his presence and her cheeks flushed deeply. Jiang Chu was doing his best to restrain himself with such a charming campus beauty standing so close. Big flirt. Focus. You think I want to be like this? I'm perfectly fine. Tap. He gave her hip a light, playful pat, making her face burn to the roots of her hair. Movements that should have taken 10 minutes ended up taking half an hour. Of course, Mo Yutong was quite capable. She remembered most of it after the first run-through. She had to admit this choreography was truly excellent. The instructor would surely be satisfied, and they might even place in the top 3. I still can't remember everything. Jiang Chu, could you dance it one more time for me? Just once. Don't even think about it. I know exactly what you're planning. Haha, you locked the door so no one would see you dance, right? I get it. Jiang Chu didn't answer, giving her a knowing smile. Come on, let me show you again. Okay. Mo Yutong had actually learned most of it already, but she wanted to tease him and make him feel awkward. The music played again. Mo Yutong danced seriously, while Jiang Chu, shifting from his teaching mode, pointed out 2 key corrections. With the large full-length mirror in front of her, she could see every detail clearly, and a blush immediately rose to her cheeks. Don't stop, keep dancing. It's rare I have time to guide you like this. She silently called him a rascal, but he wasn't wrong. He really was teaching her. She realized the music had stopped some time ago. Footsteps approached from outside. Jiang Chu, someone's coming. Luckily they were just passing by, but it made Mo Yutong's heart race. Seeing the problem she couldn't solve on her own being so easily handled by Jiang Chu deepened her feelings for him even more. Mo Yutong affection 1. Blushing and flustered, her hair slightly disheveled, as if marking the moments they had shared. You're so annoying, always taking advantage of me. Is that so? Who was the one being forward? I feel like I'm the one suffering here. Rascal. And you smell like alcohol. Not really. I only had a little at lunch. Jiang Chu was savoring the moment, but they couldn't continue here. He even checked for cameras, careful to ensure their privacy. After all, better safe than sorry. After their time together, the sweetness that had risen in Mo Yutong's heart suddenly faded when she thought of that matter, her expression darkening. What's wrong? You look unwell. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I guess I'm just tired. It's getting late, let's head back. On the way back, Jiang Chu suggested some outfit ideas. Halfway there, Mo Yutong suddenly stopped. Jiang Chu. She hesitated. Mo Yutong suddenly smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. I can't believe you can choreograph dance and write songs. And you're so good at basketball too. Are you some kind of genius? What do you think? There's nothing I can't do. Go on, keep boasting. Give you a little sunshine, and you think you're the sun itself. We're almost there, no need to see me off. You should head back soon too. Glancing at the system prompt, Mo Yutong's affinity had reached 93, granting him another 6 attribute points. Truly a worthwhile trip. Walking back along the campus path, Jiang Chu heard a roaring engine as a bright red Porsche 911 sped past him like a whirlwind. He frowned. That speed was at least 80 kilometers per hour. This was a school path crowded with people. Who could be so reckless? After walking a bit further, he noticed the same Porsche parked in a roadside spot beside a convertible BMW. Bang! From the Porsche's driver's seat stepped out a stunning woman with an impeccable figure. Her long wavy hair was tied in a high ponytail cascading down to her black, cropped camisole. From the side one could see the proud, graceful curve rivaling Mo Yutong's. Her toned abdomen faintly revealed 2 lines of muscle like a vest. Below her frayed denim shorts were a pair of long, straight, and powerful legs complemented by white high-top sneakers from Nike. Every movement was crisp and decisive, hinting that she wasn't just a gym-goer, but had some martial training. Yet her skin was fair, not the expected tan, suggesting she trained indoors. Standing in front of the BMW was a young man in a casual suit. With his enhanced senses, Jiang Chu recognized him from afar. It was the same guy who had dropped flowers and walked away after witnessing him kissing Mo Yutong at the girls' dormitory entrance that night. He could also catch their conversation. Mo, what are you doing at our school? Here to chase after some girl again. He Shiyun, weren't you an exchange student abroad? When did you come back? Mo's voice carried a hint of wariness. Got bored abroad after a while. Those rich brats just spend their days on color parties or drugs using their family's money while constantly bad-mouthing China. Couldn't stand it, so I came back. I'm asking you a question. Which girl from our school have you set your sights on? Jimingshi or Mo Yutong Li Wenjing? Jimingshi is too aloof and highborn for me. I'm after Mo Yutong. She likes money, and I happen to have some. Besides, I like her stubborn streak. Oh, the second young master of the Mo group saying he happens to have some money. That would make a lot of people want to bang their heads against the wall. Speaking of money, who can compare with your he group? You're the apple of your grandfather's eye, and you've bought several Ferraris. Why are you only driving this 911 today? Keeping a low profile. Though I just got back, I remember this isn't the only way to the girls' dorm, is it? Don't get me started. The night before last, I found out someone kissed Mo Yutong. If I hadn't been busy, I would have gone after him right then. Yesterday, I spent all day asking around to find out who that guy is. I've been waiting right here for him. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Wasn't that about him? He happened to be walking nearby. Hey, there's actually such a handsome guy in our school. I love that hairstyle. Damn, he's the one I've been looking for. Jiang Chu sighed. Trouble always seemed to find him. He watched as Mo stormed over and blocked his path. Jiang Chu, right. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me. Sorry, I'm not interested in men. But haha, this guy is hilarious. Beside them, Shiyun crossed her arms, studying him with keen interest. Ignoring Mo, Jiang Chu took a closer look at Shiyun. Shiyun, age 19, height 168 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, charger 0, appearance 87, affinity 10. So this was Shiyun, ranked 4th among the campus beauties, with an appearance score equal to Mo Yutong's. Shiyun, the He Group of Fruit Province. The 7 major conglomerates controlled half of the province's commerce, and the He Group alone accounted for nearly half of that. This was not only because of the He family's business empire, but also their unparalleled influence in politics. Their ancestors had made significant contributions during the war era, counting as one of the founding elders. Their position had remained virtually unshakable for over a century. For those lofty upper-class circles, ordinary people, without connections or background, could only ascend if they possessed extraordinary ability or luck. Though it sounded harsh, that was the reality. Thus he understood why Mo, a prince of the Mo group, had to show deference to Shiyun. Hey, you walk with a steady gait. Have you trained a bit? Hey, Shiyun is asking you a question. Are you deaf? And what's your relationship with Mo Yutong? Mo's tone was aggressive. Do I know you well? Damn. Mo glanced sideways at Shiyun, holding back his curse. But he charged straight at Jiang Chu, throwing a straight punch at his face. His stance was steady, his fist fast. Clearly he had some training. Yet to Jiang Chu, it was child's play. He tilted his head, slightly dodging as if by a hair's breadth. The other man, realizing his confident punch had been narrowly avoided, grew frustrated. You any good? If not, let me take over. Shiyun, never one to shy away from excitement, added fuel to the fire. Not wanting to be looked down upon by a girl, Mo unleashed a flurry of punches with all his might, yet still couldn't even touch Jiang Chu's clothes. Frustrated, Mo kicked toward his groin. Jiang Chu frowned. That was vicious. He sidestepped and then delivered a low sweep to Mo's supporting leg. With his center of gravity forward, Mo was sent into a split accompanied by a cracking sound and his pained howl. Damn, that hurts. Wait till I get up. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't stand. Did you just pull a hamstring? See, I told you weren't up to it. Let me handle it. Shiyun scoffed, offering no help. She stepped in front of Jiang Chu, her gaze sharpening, and suddenly launched a high side kick. Jiang Chu took a slight step back and evaded. What are you doing? He hadn't provoked her. Just seeing how good you are. As she spoke, her attacks continued. All side kicks and attempted groin strikes. For a girl, her technique was decent, but it lacked any real power, and every move was full of openings. With a single push, he could easily bring her down. Still, her shapely legs were worth appreciating. He paid no attention to her attacks, effortlessly dodging with footwork until she stopped panting from exhaustion. Are you even a man? Why do you just keep dodging? He Shiyun's face was flushed with anger. You're even worse than him. He Shiyun paused, then was filled with anger. If you're capable, don't hide. She took a deep breath, spun around, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Jiang Chu's head. MMH not bad this time. There's some strength behind it. Facing what appeared to be a fierce kick, Jiang Chu didn't dodge. Instead, he raised one hand and effortlessly caught her leg midair. With a gentle tug, he threw off her balance, causing her to stumble forward into his arms. Their bodies pressed close together, her leg raised high, her back against his chest. He could feel the smooth warmth of her skin beneath his hands, and her face was merely an inch from his chin. A light sheen of perspiration glistened on her flawless cheeks, trailing down her neck. MMH quite good, he said. What are you talking about? Pervert. Let me go. I'm saying your foundation is solid, but your techniques are merely decorative. What do you mean decorative? I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. Taekwondo, no wonder. Jiang Chu lost interest and released his grip. She stepped back and slowly lowered her raised leg. Boy, do you know who she is. She's the young miss of the He family. You're finished, I'm telling you. Mo Yu had somehow managed to get up and was standing to the side, clutching himself in pain. So what? You were the ones who started it. Jiang Chu put both hands in his pockets and walked away without looking back. Shiyun, are you alright? That boy didn't do anything to you, did he? You'd better worry about yourself. Anger filled He Shiyun's beautiful face, mixed with a hint of curiosity. Calling my skills decorative. Just wait. I'll have my master come settle this with you. Humph. She turned and ran toward her car without looking back, the engine roaring to life as she sped away. Boy, just wait. I'll be back. Enduring his pain, Mo Yu also got into a car and drove off. Jiang Chu shook his head and walked back toward the dormitory. At the staircase entrance downstairs, he noticed a new sign. To find Jiang Chu, please go to room 302. What was this about? Upon returning to his room and opening the door, he found his computer desk covered with various items and a large cardboard box about a square meter in size underneath. Who left this stuff here? Are you kidding me? You're finally back. I've been running up and down the stairs and I'm exhausted. That's why I put up that sign, so I could catch my breath. What happened? Look at all this stuff. It's all for you. For me, eh? Man, I finally understand why celebrities love it so much. So many girls coming to give you gifts. You really hit the jackpot with romance. You must be over the moon, right? Jiang Chu ignored him and went to inspect the items. Stop looking at the tops. I already went through everything. Books, mouse, keyboard, electric shaver, tie, Kobe jersey. Hurry and check what's in the box so I can see too. Didn't you put these here? Don't you know? Hey, watch what you say. Yes, I put the box here, but those girls couldn't find you, so I told them to leave the gifts. The things on the desk are obvious, but I have no idea what's inside the box. I figured I'd wait for you to come back. At least you have some sense. Hurry up and look. There's so much. Help me open them. Really? Then I won't be polite. This blind box experience feels amazing. The two began opening the gifts together. This is a set of clothes, a white shirt, a game console. Nice one, let me borrow it later. Holy crap. What am I looking at? Men's underwear, with a nose printed on it. Who sent this? Jiang Chu picked it up, narrowed his eyes, and put it back down. Jiang Chu, what are those girls thinking? Sending gifts without even leaving their names. How am I supposed to know who gave what? Dude, what is this? A brand called Adu Balloons, 6 boxes. Jiang Chu, are they trying to guarantee your college nights are fully booked? Want one? I'll give you a box for yourself. I don't have a girlfriend. But I guess I'll take it for now. Could come in handy. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at Xiang Hua, who curiously tore open one of the boxes. They're ultra thin. Here, take a few with you. Given your situation today, the risk level is pretty high. Better safe than sorry. Xiang Hua stuffed several into Jiang Chu's pocket. What are you? Relax, my self-control isn't that weak. You'd be surprised. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about those girls. Didn't you see the way they looked at you today? Every single one of them had hungry eyes. Even if things go too far, it might not technically be illegal, so you'd better be careful. Seriously. Xiang Hua let out a loud cry and pulled a white lace bra from a bag. The two looked at each other in silence. Jiang Chu reached out, but Xiang Hua snatched it first. Hey, let me check. E-cup, huh? Not bad. And it smells sweet. Definitely from a beautiful woman. Jiang Chu shook his head. Take it. He shook the bag, and a pile of stockings, both white and black, tumbled out along with a piece of red fabric. Holy crap. Even he was taken aback. Dude. This hasn't been washed, has it? There's still. I'm not looking anymore. Just help me put this away. Jiang Chu walked away, handing off the mess. His phone rang. It was Ming Luan. Jiang Chu suddenly remembered he had promised to have dinner that evening. He told Ming Luan the time, location, and roughly who would be attending. By the way, Jiang Chu, did you run into He Yun and Mo Yu earlier? Did you spar a bit? He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. From Ming Luan's tone on the phone, he couldn't tell how he felt. Yes. Ha ha ha, Mo Yu told me about it. That guy loves causing trouble wherever he goes. On my account, he probably won't press it further. As for He Yun, while we're on good terms, you saw her personality yourself. Sometimes even I can't read her. I'll do my best to put in a good word for you. Then thank you, young Master Lun. Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Thanks to you, I couldn't have invited He Yun on my own, but once she knew you were coming, she insisted on joining. Don't worry. She's not the type to hold grudges as far as I know. See you tonight then. Fate really had a way of crossing paths. He never expected to run into them again at a dinner. At 6 in the afternoon, the sky darkened unexpectedly, and a fine rain began to fall. Jiang Chu frowned. Since he'd been drinking, he couldn't drive. Though he felt the alcohol had worn off, he was conscientious enough to avoid the risk. He decided to take a taxi instead. Ride-hailing apps didn't exist yet, and he knew how long it could take to hail a cab in this weather at the school gate. Heaven had other plans. There was nothing to do but step out and try his luck. He grabbed an umbrella and headed out. As he neared the school gate, he spotted someone familiar. Jiang Chu. Song Qingqing gazed at Jiang Chu, whose handsome and charismatic appearance, even though she had seen him that morning, still made her compare him to the former poor, shabby, and unattractive version. Now he was a true embodiment of wealth, height, and handsomeness. Moreover, his popularity on the basketball court was undeniable. Earlier that day, he had stolen the spotlight, drawing cheers from hundreds of girls. This admiration should have been hers alone. If Jiang Chu were her boyfriend, she would have been the recipient of countless envious glances. Yes, she regretted it, deeply consumed by remorse. That night, she had been mistreated by Zhang Hao, and after breaking up with him, he had readily agreed, hurling harsh words at her, and even demanding the return of the bag he had given her. How could she have ever been attracted to him? After a night of reflection, she realized that Jiang Chu had always been the one who truly cared for her. But could she win him back? Now Jiang Chu was someone she looked up to, and she even felt a sense of inferiority. No. For several years, he had even given up Qingbei for her. He still harbored feelings for her. She couldn't give up so easily. Jiang Chu was hers. If she could reclaim him, those designer bags would be hers, and the envious gazes would fall upon her. Everything would be hers. All hers. Song Qingqing narrowed her eyes, her gaze growing resolute once more. Jiang Chu, who hadn't anticipated encountering her, paused briefly before turning away and walking past, paying her no heed. Wait, Jiang Chu. I broke up with him. Truly, I did it for you. The one I truly care about is you. You have to believe me. Jiang Chu didn't slow his pace, thinking to himself how unfortunate this encounter was. Suddenly his sharp ears caught the roaring sound of an engine approaching from behind. Glancing at the puddle of water on the sidewalk, he instinctively stepped back a few paces to avoid the area. As expected, a bright red car drove over without hesitation and screeched to a halt by the curb. The puddle of water splashed high, drenching the unprepared Song Qingqing from head to toe. Even her face spared not. Half of her hair clung to her face, and as her frustration mounted, her expression grew somewhat severe. After recovering, she wiped her face in disgust, and then shouted loudly, "How do you drive? Are you blind?" At that moment, the car window rolled down, revealing a delicate face with a smile that showed no trace of guilt. "Sorry, I did it on purpose, he." Seeing the bright red Porsche 911, Jiang Chu immediately knew who was inside. "You." Song Qingqing wanted to continue cursing her, but upon seeing the Porsche sports car, she instantly lost her confidence. "I don't even know you. When did I offend you, eh?" He Yun grinned. "You didn't offend me, but you offended him." Jiang Chu, get in the car. Song Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chu as if understanding something. "Well, Jiang Chu, I didn't intend to argue with you, and even wanted to reconcile, but I never expected you to have someone deliberately humiliate me." Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. Was this person born to be a nuisance? "Oh, I see. I was wondering how you suddenly came into so much money. So you've been taken in by someone. No wonder you're dressed like this. How shameless." Song Qingqing, affection -10. "Do I need to?" "That's right, he's my kept man, he." Jiang Chu was helpless. Who named He Yun? There was nothing poetic about her, she was a little devil. See? Still not admitting it. You're that pathetic. After understanding the truth, Song Qingqing felt even more that dumping Jiang Chu was the right decision. What difference was there between a guy like this and those quacking ducks outside? Song Qingqing, affection -10. This woman had just said those things, and in a blink her affection dropped by 20. It didn't matter. He didn't bother to explain. It would be best if she never bothered him again. "What are you thinking? Get in the car. Why not take a ride for free?" There was even a personal driver. He opened the passenger door, put away his umbrella, and got in. Before leaving, Song Qingqing couldn't help adding, "The man you're keeping used the money you gave him to buy gifts worth over 100,000 for his other girlfriends." The car had already driven away. "Oh, I didn't know you had a girlfriend." He Yun teased. "Isn't she sitting right next to me? Who was it that just said she'd keep me?" Jiang Chu looked at her and smiled. "How want me to be your girlfriend? Dream on. This isn't the direction to Wangzi Club, is it?" Even though years had passed after his boost, Jiang Chu's memory was excellent. Of course not. Why go so early? It's only a little past 6. Dinner isn't until 8. Sitting around awkwardly chatting with a bunch of people is no fun. Then where are we going now? To my master's place. Didn't you say Taekwondo is just fancy moves? Let me show you the true power of Taekwondo. Shenglong Dojo occupied an entire floor in a commercial center building, indicating its impressive scale. Jiang Chu followed Yun inside. In the front, many children in white uniforms were practicing kicks, making cute childish sounds. At the back was the adult area, and the innermost part was for professionals. A young man with a black belt who had a typical Korean face and narrow eyes was instructing several women in their 20s in a dignified manner, using very non-standard Chinese. They were performing high kicks, various 360-degree spinning kicks, and 2 people holding someone up for an ultra-high kick. The surrounding students were applauding wildly, looking at the display with admiration. Jiang Chu shook his head helplessly. These were all children of Huaxia. The true essence was what their own ancestors had passed down. Learning the mere superficial bits that some people had taken from their ancestors was simply foolish. Master, Yun suddenly waved and called out. Senior sister, you're here. Many students saw her and greeted Yun. Yun, you're here, and this is? Seeing a handsome guy slightly taller than him beside Yun, his face showed obvious hostility. Master, this is the guy I told you about on the phone, the one who said Taekwondo is just fancy moves. His name is Jiang Chu. The introduction was anything but polite. Upon hearing that, the Korean man's face darkened completely. How dare you say that our great Korean Taekwondo is just fancy moves? He pointed a finger at Jiang Chu. I, Jiang Junhui, challenge you. Beat him. Beat him. The surrounding students cheered loudly for Jiang Junhui, which boosted his arrogance, causing him to raise his chin even higher. Jiang Chu simply uttered 2 words. Boring. Sybil, are you looking down on me? Men of China, you have no guts. Jiang Chu's brow instantly furrowed. He had no interest in this fancy stuff at all, but now it was no longer just about him. That remark seemed to have unsettled Yun as well, though the subtle displeasure barely flickered across her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Junhui remained oblivious, still shouting and making a scene. Very well. I accept your challenge. But strikes are unpredictable. If you are injured, what then? A martial artist expects injury, it comes with the discipline. But never let cowardice dictate your choices. I bear no responsibility for any consequences. Everyone here can bear witness. Jiang Junhui crossed his arms over his chest, radiating supreme confidence. This fellow actually thinks he can defeat our master. He is the national Taekwondo silver medalist. You will not even know what struck you. Exactly. Our Appa is the greatest, handsome, and powerful. I will only date foreign men. Look at the men here. They lack any real masculinity. I have already told my parents. Next year I am going to South Korea for school. There must be so many handsome guys and beautiful girls there. Jiang Chu sighed softly. Having lived through a previous life, he knew that people like these were everywhere in the country now, most of them highly educated. The only way to make these spineless admirers of foreign things stand tall on their own was to make the motherland strong enough that other nations would be compelled to praise and even revere it daily. Jiang Chu simply took off his shoes and walked onto the mat. Though he did not favor Taekwondo, removing his shoes was a gesture of respect toward his opponent. Jiang Junhui's expression darkened as he prepared to strike. Hold on. What? Are you afraid? Want to concede? Your courage fled the moment you saw the coach's demeanor. Hey, you look decent enough. Don't wet yourself on our turf. Jiang Chu appeared not to hear them and spoke calmly. If I defeat you, you must apologize for what you just said and shout it loudly that Chinese people are the greatest. Fine. You defeat me. Take this. Before Jiang Junhui finished speaking, he charged forward. Jiang Chu snorted coldly. All this talk of martial arts, yet lacking even basic courtesy. Jiang Junhui opened with a side kick aimed at Jiang Chu's face. As a professional male competitor, unlike Yun, who was merely a female student, his force was considerable. But Jiang Chu, angered this time, chose not to dodge. At the last moment, he raised his leg and effortlessly deflected the attack. Standing utterly still, he left his opponent deeply surprised. This kick had not been delivered at full power, yet it should have overwhelmed an ordinary person. Jiang Chu's lips curled slightly as a cold snort escaped him. When it comes to leg techniques, Chinese people are your ancestors. Only after speaking did he deliver his strike. Jiang Junhui tried to withdraw his leg, but discovered it had been firmly gripped by Jiang Chu's hand without his noticing. His center of gravity had already shifted forward, making retreat impossible. He instantly changed tactics, hopping on one leg and rotating in the air, preparing to drive his free leg powerfully toward Jiang Chu's face. Taekwondo relies primarily on leg techniques, and when one leg is captured, this counter, using momentum to launch a devastating strike, was one of its key solutions. He had mastered this technique to perfection. A clean hit could potentially knock out his opponent outright. Pride swelled within him, feeling this was nothing more than an easy victory. But the very next moment, everyone witnessed Jiang Chu raising his leg. a movement that seemed slow, yet when it struck, it was as fast as lightning. In that brief instant when Jin Junhui was suspended in the air, the sole of his foot had already slammed into his opponent's waist. Bam! Poor Jin Junhui had not even managed to deliver his own kick before being sent flying several meters away. Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, he traced a parabolic arc before crashing heavily into a sandbag and collapsing. When he struggled to rise, he realized that during the impact his opponent had used his hand to redirect and dislocate his leg joint, a fracture. Experienced enough to know that his adversary had held back, such an injury could be remedied by someone skilled simply realigning it. But now he lacked the ability to stand on his own, reduced effectively to a disabled state. Good heavens! Our master actually lost. And only 2 moves. Was I seeing things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could our master lose to a university student? Even our master has fallen. Does this mean even if I reach black belt, I still cannot beat a college student? What was the point of all this training? No, Appa would not lose. That person must have used some underhanded trick. It has to be something like that. Nonsense. Everyone here saw it clearly. There was no trick whatsoever. I think Taekwondo is simply inferior. They dared call us Chinese people cowardly. I am telling my parents right now I am quitting. Same here. I'm done too. Jiang Chu nodded inwardly. It seemed there was still some with backbone. Looking coldly at Jin Junhui on the ground, unable to rise, he asked, "Still want to fight?" You won." Hiss. Jin Junhui backed down instantly. "I already told you, what do you owe me?" I apologize. Chinese people have spirit. Chinese people are the strongest. Is that enough?" Jin Junhui winced in pain as he spoke. "What did you say? So quiet I couldn't hear you." Very well. Chinese people have spirit. Chinese people are the best." This time he actually shouted it out. "That's more like it." Jiang Chu sniffed coldly. These people appeared formidable on the surface, but in truth, they were paper tigers. Once faced with greater strength, they cowered completely. "Let's go. I have no time to waste babbling with you." Wait. Still want to fight?" "No, not me. It's my senior disciple. He will be coming here to find me in a while. He is a world champion. I hope." "No interest." Jiang Chu did not even finish listening, tossing those words over his shoulder before walking away. "Hey, wait for me. Jin Junhui, right? I've decided to leave this dojo and find a new master. Put some red flower oil on that injury, will you?" Bye. He Shiryun chased after him in a flash. "If senior sister has quit, so have I." "Absolutely. Why continue learning something that slanders our Chinese people? Let's go get refunds." Several students present immediately demanded their money back, refusing to continue. Jin Junhui gritted his teeth in pain, cursing viciously under his breath. "Wait up. Why are you walking so fast? I'm hungry." Jiang Chu was truly not exaggerating. His stomach gave a few audible rumblings in protest. After the enhancement, and combined with today's heavy physical training, his previous appetite was no longer sufficient. "If you become my master, I'll treat you to a meal. We are already going to eat now. Are you silly, or am I? Come on, I am after all the campus beauty. Wouldn't it be impressive to have a campus beauty as your disciple? Not accepting. Besides teaching me kung fu, you can also take some advantage. Now that is worth considering. Pervert. Wolf. Scoundrel. Do you have a girlfriend? What type do you prefer? What are your hobbies? What is your height and weight?" "Over 1.70 meters." Jiang Chu was speechless. After getting into the car, he Shiryun retrieved a bag from the back seat. "Turn around." "What for?" "Never mind. Even if you turn, you can still see in the rearview mirror. I'll let it slide this once, considering you are my master now." Before Jiang Chu could understand what she meant, he quickly turned his face away. Foreign returning girls were indeed bold. "Wang Defa, don't think just because I'm your disciple I won't punch you." She had put on a Versace t-shirt and launched a series of playful punches and kicks at Jiang Chu. Within 2 moves, he had seized her long legs, leaving her unable to move. "You dirty pervert, let me go." "I can let you go, but drive properly. Otherwise, even if I starve, I will still beat you up." "Pervert. I will drive carefully. Let me go now." Jiang Chu finally released her leg. Another half hour of driving later, upon arriving at the spacious and luxurious private room, everyone was already seated and the dishes had been served. When the two pushed open the door and entered, the room fell instantly silent. Ming Lun stepped forward from his seat to greet them. "Haha, you finally arrived. Sorry we were delayed by someone who insisted on catching a turtle on the way." Jiang Chu offered a slight apology, feeling that he should acknowledge his tardiness on the occasion of their first invitation. Turtle, that's a clever remark." Shiryun, however, showed no sense of regret for being late, continuing to act as she pleased. "Haha, no worries. We just arrived ourselves." With keen ears, Jiang Chu caught a familiar voice muttering from nearby. "He's kept us waiting for a good half hour." Quite the sense of self-importance. Come everyone. Let me introduce you. This is the new friend I mentioned earlier, Jiang Chu." Jiang Chu nodded slightly, which only made some perceive him as somewhat aloof. Aside from the absent members of the Wang Huang and Luo families, the 5 present were all heirs or heiresses of major conglomerates. Any one of their names could command the respect of countless company executives. Yet Jiang Chu's background was easily discovered. His family farmed in a village. His attitude now seemed inexplicable, and they wondered what Ming Luan saw in him. And this is no need for introductions. If they don't recognize me, they can leave now. He Shiyun was as assertive as ever, choosing an empty seat and sitting down. Ming Luan laughed it off and briefly introduced the 5 people present. After finishing, he noticed there were only 3 empty seats. He Shiyun had taken the middle one, leaving the main seat and another. Ming Luan had intended to offer the main seat to He Shiyun, but now he hesitated. Although He Shiyun was easygoing, if he actually took the main seat, she might mention it at home, and her grandfather would hear that Ming Luan hadn't let her sit in the honored place, implying disrespect toward the He family. That was a burden he couldn't bear. Haha, Shiyun, you're always so distinctive. With no other choice, Ming Luan had to let Jiang Chu take the remaining seat across the table, which was a bit distant and might make him feel excluded. Ming Luan himself sat in the other empty seat. Jiang Chu understood the unspoken rules well. Chinese people are particular about etiquette, and this showed Ming Luan's attitude toward him. After all, they had only met by chance, and Ming Luan wouldn't risk offending the powerful He family for his sake. He Shiyun, as if oblivious, stood up, took Jiang Chu's arm, and gently guided him into the main seat. With a swift motion, she settled him there. Several pairs of eyes turned toward him, their gazes curious and assessing. Jiang Chu acted as if he hadn't noticed, calmly arranging his utensils. The private dining room was usually staffed by a team of servers, but Ming Luan had dismissed them earlier as some of their discussion involved business secrets. A soft sound broke the silence. As I said before, he's just from a village. Doesn't even know basic manners. Without looking, Jiang Chu knew it was Mo. Mo, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I asked everyone to focus on business tonight and avoid unnecessary remarks. Besides, you were the one who started with Jiang Chu. Ming Luan spoke with a serious tone. My apologies, Jiang Chu. He tends to speak carelessly. Please ignore him. Cheng Ming added, Master Luan, actually Brother Mo, isn't entirely wrong. Your friend seems to have little experience with formal dinners. It's understandable if he's not familiar with the customs. I just want to ask, we're here to discuss serious matters. What can a college student still in school possibly understand? Gu Yan chimed in, yes, Master Luan. I don't mean to look down on him, but since you invited him, we're concerned that he might feel out of place if the conversation goes over his head. We wouldn't want your friend to feel left out. Jiang Chu glanced at Gu Yan. Parted hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a perpetual smile. His words seemed considerate, but they subtly mocked Jiang Chu as a naive college student. Then a sultry female voice spoke. Zhou Jiqing said, but speaking of which, Master Luan, this little brother of yours is quite handsome. Leave me your contact info later. I run a few nightclubs, and you're welcome to come anytime. On the house. Jiang Chu took a brief look at her wavy black hair, playful eyes, with false lashes and contacts, bright red lips, a low-cut silver strapless V-neck, dress, long fingers, holding a slender cigarette. She exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Zhou Jiqing, age 24, height 166 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, attractiveness 85, affinity 0, influence 20. Young as she was, managing several bars and nightclubs with 0 influence suggested either remarkable personal skill or a strong family background. Enough. Are you all done? Can we just have a peaceful meal? He Shiyun suddenly spoke with irritation. The others fell silent. Such was the authority of her status. He Jiang Chu is now my master. If you have any issue with him, you have an issue with me. Of course, you're welcome to criticize me as well. Everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected He Shiyun to defend a college student so fiercely. Could they be romantically involved? If so, it would be unwise to offend him given He Shiyun's unpredictable nature. Mo was especially bewildered. Just this morning, the two had seemed like strangers. How had they developed such a relationship in just half a day? Was it because Jiang Chu was somewhat handsome? What incredible luck. Haha, of course not. Listen, everyone. Jiang Chu is a friend I brought. If I fail to make him feel welcome, I'll drink 3 cups as a penalty. Ming Luan poured and drank 3 cups in succession. I spoke too harshly earlier. Brother Jiang Chu, I apologize. I'll also drink 3 cups. One by one, those who had made sarcastic remarks followed suit, each drinking 3 cups as a gesture of apology. Jiang Chu could see that their deference was only due to He Shiyun's presence, and they still held deep prejudices against him. But that didn't matter. He would prove himself in time. He didn't want to appear petty, so he raised his glass and joined them, at least for appearances. So how about it? Am I a good disciple? He Shiyun said proudly. Does that mean you agree to take me as your apprentice? Come, master, have some more food. He Shiyun kept piling dishes onto Jiang Chu's plate. He tried to refuse, but it was useless, so he simply ate, genuinely hungry. He Shiyun even occasionally wiped his mouth with a napkin. The others watched in astonishment. She used her own chopsticks, which was akin to an indirect kiss. Though they called it a master-disciple relationship, the parallel to the legendary tale of the Dragon Girl and Yang came to mind. Thoughts varied among the group. Some envied Jiang Chu's extraordinary luck at catching the eye of the recently returned He Shiyun. Others dismissed him as a man living off a woman's wealth, regarding him with quiet disdain. After a few rounds of drinks, the others continued discussing business topics. They completely ignored Jiang Chu and He Shiyun, as those two kept eating non-stop, like they had not had a proper meal in days. Jiang Chu listened carefully to every word exchanged. As expected of those in the upper echelons, the information they shared was far beyond what ordinary people could ever access. In today's society, whoever seized an early opportunity could find endless avenues for prosperity. Shiyun, why do not you share your thoughts? When it comes to resources and information, even combined, we do not match your He family. Me? I am just a university student. What do I know about the matters you discuss? But someone mentioned phones just now. I saw a fruit brand phone abroad that looked quite impressive. They have already released the 4th generation. A fruit phone? I have never heard of that. Besides Nokia, BlackBerry, and Samsung, what makes this fruit phone any different? I happened to bring one back, but it cannot be activated on domestic networks yet. He Shiyun took out a phone from her Hermes bag. Its design was unlike anything currently available, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Yet she handed it to Jiang Chu first. Jiang Chu took it and examined it. Goodness, he could hardly believe Shi Shiyun had managed to get her hands on this so early. If he remembered correctly, this model had only just launched in America in June, and it was only May now. It would not reach China until 2011, when it would spark a nationwide frenzy with people competing fiercely to purchase it, and some even resorting to the infamous kidney selling scandal for an iPhone 5. Even more astonishing was how it came to monopolize the domestic high-end phone market. Everyone, regardless of gender, seemed eager to show off with one in hand. It was not until Huawei's self-developed systems and chips emerged that this dominance was finally broken. Jiang Chu passed it around, and each person took a turn examining it. It does not look like much, honestly. No physical keyboard at all, which would make typing a challenge. But the screen is certainly generous. Watching videos on this must be quite enjoyable. We are not experts on this. This is something for young Master Mo to evaluate. How does it compare to the Nokia phones you represent? Mo Yu frowned deeply. He had been aware of this fruit brand phone for some time, but the 2nd and 3rd generations were prohibitively expensive and clunky as bricks. Nobody domestically represented them. While he operated as a distribution agent rather than a tech specialist, his upstream contacts in Shanghai, the national distributors themselves, held Nokia as the undisputed king of the era. They dismissed fruit phones entirely, so he paid little mind to it. The Nokia agency he currently held in that province was generating steady and growing revenue. Plus, the two brands were competitors. If he took on fruit phones, his agency rights would vanish overnight. Right now, he was the one seeking their favor. As for this phone, I really cannot say. Mo Yu offered merely one sentence. His expression carried an air of disdain, yet Jiang Chu understood something the others missed. Starting with this 4th generation, fruit phones would sweep the globe, and within 2 or 3 years topple the towering giant Nokia. He could not help himself. Shiyun has good taste. This might represent the future direction, especially the large screen and the elimination of a physical keyboard to save space. Jiang Chu's sudden intervention left everyone momentarily speechless. While the appearance is rather attractive, Mo Yu acknowledged, though his meaning was clear to all, hearing that beauty alone holds no practical value. This concession came only out of respect for He Shiyun, who otherwise he would have spoken far more bluntly. Jiang Chu did not mind. Back then, no one could have foreseen the sinking of Nokia's great vessel. Actually, if you are looking to make money, real estate is not a poor choice either, Brother Lin. I would suggest your Ming family start acquiring more land now. Even in the suburbs would suffice. Jiang Chu recalled that over the next decade, Nan City, as the capital of Fruit Province, would witness an astonishing boom in real estate development, carving out several new districts from scratch. The establishment of Dongming transformed the Wulong New District into prime territory almost overnight. Ming Luan maintained a composed exterior, though inwardly he was in turmoil. The night before, he had overheard nearly identical words spoken by He Shiyun's elder brother, He Tianwen, the designated successor of the He family, addressed to his own elder brother Ming Lu. As the foremost of the 8 great families, the He clan possessed far deeper intelligence than the Ming group. Since Ming Lu shared a close rapport with them, a single hint had been casually offered. Yet, even now, his elder brother remained uncertain. This could merely be a smokescreen designed to manipulate the Ming group into bidding up land prices. Regardless, Jiang Chu was only an ungraduated university student. If he had merely echoed the common sentiment about real estate's promise, it would have been one thing. But he had specifically mentioned suburban land. Could it have been pure guesswork? Haha, I never expected Brother Jiang Chu to keep such worldly concerns while still in university. We are simply chatting casually, but I would like to hear your reasoning for suggesting suburban land purchases. Goodness, he had inadvertently placed himself in a difficult position. Jiang Chu smiled faintly to himself. He offered a slightly embarrassed smile. I am only speaking casually, but I feel the nation's economic strength is developing rapidly. Having just successfully hosted the Olympic Games and various international forums, the signals are clear. We are opening up to the world. As the capital of Fruit Province, Nan City borders several Asian nations. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worth more than a distant relative. Perhaps we should establish several centers there for those nations to conduct business, reside, and showcase our hospitality. He deliberately spoke extemporaneously. Among those present, some wore expressions of mild dismissal, while others fell into deep thought. Ming Lun belonging to the latter camp. Unnoticed by the crowd, He Shiyun's eyes flashed with a sudden brilliance as she glanced curiously at Jiang Chu. She quickly masked her expression with indifference, though Jiang Chu caught every nuance. "Excuse me, I will be right back. I need to use the restroom." "I will join you," Ming Lun offered. Jiang Chu was surprised. Did Ming Lun really intend to accompany him? The private room was spacious, featuring not only a restroom, but also a small tea chamber. As soon as Jiang Chu emerged, Ming Lun pulled him aside. "Brother Jiang Chu, be honest with me. Did you come up with what you just said on your own, or did someone tell you?" Jiang Chu smiled gently. "Does it matter? Your second uncle currently holds a favorable position. He should have no trouble securing some suburban land plots. But if you wait too long, the opportunity will slip away." With that, he returned to his seat, leaving Ming Lun standing there in sheer astonishment. That single brief sentence carried so much weight. Jiang Chu had actually mentioned his second uncle, and correctly at that. His second uncle indeed held the top position at the Land Resources Bureau. But what did too late mean? A wave of unease swept through him. He immediately dialed his second uncle's number. After a few minutes of conversation, he hung up, but the information he received left him once again stunned. According to his second uncle, his position might undergo changes next year. Had Jiang Chu knowledge of this all along? He took a deep breath. Acquiring land was no small matter. He would have to discuss it with his elder brother later. Ming Lun returned to the dining table. His attitude toward Jiang Chu notably improved. Everyone present was astute and could see it at once. Ming Lun seemed fond of jesting and spoke boisterously, but he never did anything without purpose. For a moment, everyone harbored different thoughts. "Lun Xiao, since you treat Jiang Xiao as one of your own, I'd like to return to the earlier topic. My overseas investments have failed, and after acquiring several plots of land, my capital chain has encountered problems. Even the bank has been spreading unfavorable rumors. Lun Xiao, with your vast family fortune, can you lend a brother a hand?" "Well, Gu Xiao, I also have funding issues. I approached Lun Xiao first. At the beginning of this year, I poured money into the WoW group buying software. Who would have thought that dozens of group buying software companies would suddenly appear, each backed by massive capital, all burning cash? I really can't hold on any longer. But I believe that if we can get through this winter, this group buying business will definitely be a surefire profit." Jiang Chu glanced at Cheng Ming with slight surprise. His insight was not bad. However, Jiang Chu knew that what emerged later was not dozens, but thousands of companies. This was the famous Thousand Tuan War. In the end, Wang Xing's Meituan emerged victorious, splitting the market with Bao Luma. But since Jiang Chu had encountered this situation, "Lun Xiao, I also have funding issues." All right. Ming Lun raised both hands to call a halt. "To be honest, everyone, it's not that I don't want to help you. I have already discussed your matters with my elder brother and father. We are about to operate several very large projects that require enormous capital. So I am also unable to help." The crowd frowned, their faces turning grave as they sank into troubled contemplation. They knew Ming Lun's character. If there were any hope, he would not have refused outright. It seemed he truly had no money. They had not yet truly inherited the family business, but they were burdened with various tasks. Not only were their elders watching from above, but major shareholders were also eyeing them covetously. Without impressive achievements, how could such a vast conglomerate easily fall into their hands? "Lun Xiao, if you are willing to inject capital into my real estate company, I am willing to transfer part of the company's shares to you. Otherwise, I really can't hold out until the new year. I can't even pay the workers' wages now. I can't just watch those construction sites become unfinished projects, can I? Lun Xiao, I am also willing to transfer my shares in Tuan. This is the first battle I, Cheng Ming, am fighting, and I must win it." Mo Yu, who had remained silent, let out a heavy sigh. "To be honest, the shareholders of my group see my agency for Nuogia as a sure profit, even treating it as a fixed source of cash flow. Not only did they not give me money, but they also withdrew most of the funds from me. Unfortunately, the national general agent in Modu is asking for an exorbitant amount, far higher than previous years. If you, Lun Xiao, are willing to lend some money to tide over this difficulty, you know I will never let you lose out." Zhou Jiqing took a deep drag of her cigarette and slowly exhaled. "Let me also speak. You all know it's not easy for a weak woman like me to run these bars and nightclubs." A key partner who had been cooperating well suddenly said he wanted to withdraw capital, or if not, I should marry him. "You all know my character. A little fun is fine, but if someone tries to threaten me, I would rather give up the bars and nightclubs than do such a thing. But to be honest, the business I have raised like my own child, I can't bear to abandon it. Lun Xiao and the few of you here, we have known each other since childhood. You are the only ones I, Zhou Jiqing, can trust. If you are willing to help me, I will surely repay the favor." After Zhou Jiqing finished, her gaze swept around. The others turned their heads aside in helplessness. As for Ming Lun, his usual jovial expression now gave way to lighting a cigarette. Ming Lun placed the cigarette he had just taken a couple of puffs from onto the ashtray. I'll step out to make a call. Wait for me. By the way, Jiang Chu is actually a very good friend. You can communicate more with him. Before getting up and walking out, he deliberately glanced toward Jiang Chu. The room fell silent again, everyone anxious but helpless, all waiting for the final outcome. The most relaxed ones were Jiang Chu and He Shiyun. Jiang Chu held his phone in both hands, tapping away as if nothing concerned him. Master, what are you doing so absorbed? He Shiyun poked her head over curiously to see what Jiang Chu was looking at. The others also looked at He Shiyun. They had thought of asking the He family for help, but their relationship with the He family was not that close. It could be said that the He family was on a different level entirely and didn't need to bother with them. Moreover, He Shiyun was still in school and couldn't manage such matters. Unless they approached her elder brother He Tianwen, but they had tried every method and couldn't even get a meeting. A phone calls were brushed off with a few perfunctory words. They had to give up. Wow, Master, you're reading a novel. It's a tycoon type with many school beauties. Does it have a Shuali SE flavor? I want to see too. He Shiyun reached out to snatch it. How could Jiang Chu let her succeed? Get away. Let me see, stingy master. I love reading novels on Zhangxi website, the kind where the plot runs over your face. The authors even include illustrations. I love big white rabbits and long legs. Jiang Chu had a headache. This girl really had no filter and said anything. The others' gazes fell on Jiang Chu, carrying a hint of anger and disdain. Everyone present was anxious and worried about the survival of their businesses. But he, on the contrary, came here to read a novel. Wasn't that infuriating? If not for He Shiyun's sake, they would have thrown Jiang Chu out long ago. I say, college student, if you must read a novel at a time like this, there's a tea room over there. Wouldn't it be better to read while sipping tea? Guyan couldn't help but speak impatiently. Jiang Chu saw the others' faces as dark as liver. He smiled. Hi, you're right. I'll go read over there and not disturb your discussions. With that, he stood up and walked to the tea room. Master, I'm coming too. As He Shiyun stood up, she glanced back and said, a bunch of pig heads. The remaining people looked at each other bewildered. Guyan, was she insulting us? After a while, Ming Luan finally returned. Everyone craned their necks in hope of good news. But Ming Luan glanced at the empty seats of Jiang Chu and He Shiyun, and his face suddenly darkened. Where are they? Guyan waved his hand dismissively. He likes reading novels, so I let him go to the tea room. It's quieter there. Upon hearing this, Ming Luan's face flushed with urgency, and he scolded, how foolish. What are you doing? I was giving you an opportunity. Everyone was stunned. Guyan asked, opportunity? What do you mean by that, young Master Luan? Ming Luan slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell you something. That Jiang Chu came to my car showroom the day before yesterday and bought a Maserati Quattroporte in full cash. He also placed an order for a Ferrari 458. From the way he carried himself, if the car was in stock, he would have paid in full as well. And did you know? He used that Quattroporte just to pick up women. I did a bit of investigating, and he and that woman aren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Tell me, what kind of person spends money so recklessly? Would you be willing to do the same? By the time Ming Luan had spoken halfway, everyone's mouths hung open and their expressions turned to shock. Young Master Luan, are you saying? When you stepped out to take that phone call earlier, you were deliberately giving us a chance to talk to him? Ming Luan shot Gu Yan an exasperated glance. What else could it be? You know my grandfather and elder brother's temper. Once they make a decision, can a single phone call really change anything? Calling Jiang Chu over for dinner was meant to help you all. Who would have guessed you'd? Everyone's eyes widened, exchanging glances. Their minds raced with calculations. From what they knew, Jiang Chu's family merely farmed the land. Yet according to what Ming Luan had said, he had casually spent millions on entertainments. Clearly something did not add up. Or perhaps what they had uncovered was merely what someone wanted them to see. In truth, his family might be vast and powerful, possibly a centuries-old, even millennia-old aristocratic clan. Such behavior was precisely how one concealed their identity and ensured personal safety. It was highly plausible. Thinking about how He Shiyun had just called them fools, it turned out she had seen through everything while they remained oblivious. Gu Yan's eyes suddenly widened. He made up his mind instantly. He picked up a glass, hesitated for a moment, set it down, and then directly grabbed the measuring cup filled with liquor and walked toward the tea room. As soon as he entered, he witnessed a scene that filled him with awkwardness. Inside the tea room, Jiang Chu had He Shiyun pressed against the wall, her one foot planted on the ground, while the other leg was lifted high as Jiang Chu held her ankle overhead, stretching her into a graceful split. Her face was flushed crimson. Ahem, sorry to interrupt. Gu Yan quickly turned his head to cover his embarrassment. Shall we stop now? Jiang Chu said without hesitation. No, not anymore. Please put me down. Only then did Jiang Chu lower her leg. He smiled at Gu Yan and began to walk out. Haha, you two carry on. I'll step out. Wait, Gu Yan blocked Jiang Chu's path. Young Master Jiang, I came specifically to find you. Find me? Jiang Chu looked a bit puzzled and glanced at He Shiyun, assuming she was the one Gu Yan wanted to see. Yes, young Master Jiang, what I said earlier was inappropriate and offensive. I pray you will overlook it. This bottle of liquor, I will finish it. Gu Yan finished the drink in one gulp. The measuring cup held at least 2 liang. 53% matai consumed in one draft was no easy feat. As expected, Gu Yan needed a long moment to recover after swallowing it. Jiang Chu did not quite understand the other man's intentions. Young Master Gu, you are far too polite. I never held it against you. There is no need for. Just speak your mind directly. Oh Master, this gentleman clearly has a favor to ask you, isn't that right, young Master Gu? He Shiyun suddenly chimed in with a smile. Yes, I do indeed have a matter I wish to ask young Master Jiang for assistance with. Gu Yan cast a grateful glance at He Shiyun. If it had been him, he truly would not have known how to bring it up. Oh, Jiang Chu was still somewhat puzzled. He was invited back to his seat, once more still occupying the position of honor. The situation is roughly as follows. I implore you, young Master Jiang, to help us. That's right, young Master Jiang. Since you are both a close friend of young Master Luen and Master Shiyun's disciple, we all place our trust in you. Jiang Chu pretended to ponder. Indeed, this was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Money, after all, was something he had in abundance now. He simply needed an opportunity to convert those funds into something tangible, and here it came, offering itself willingly. However, he could not agree too readily. The terms must be discussed properly. Everyone could read Jiang Chu's expression. They did not fear his deliberation, they feared an outright rejection. Hesitation meant there was hope. Previously, they were uncertain whether Jiang Chu truly had the means to provide funds. Perhaps he only had pocket money from his family. They were all children of prominent families, who among university students did not have some spare cash. But when it came to tens of millions, that was simply impossible. Soon everyone began increasing the shares and conditions they were willing to offer in negotiations. Seeing the timing was ripe, Jiang Chu slowly spoke with feigned difficulty. Very well. Though my family has not given me an enormous sum, I believe I should still have enough to invest in you. Everyone's eyes lit up, their spirits soaring as if energized by some invigorating force. It doesn't matter how much, young Master Jiang. As long as you invest, it shows that you recognize us as friends. Jiang Chu glanced at Cheng Ming. What a cunning fox. The implication of those words was clear. If he truly considered them friends, he should invest more. Jiang Chu could see it clearly, and Ming Luen understood even better. His expression darkened, and he reprimanded, Cheng Ming, don't play those games. Young Master Jiang's money is his to spend as he pleases. We have shared a meal together, that makes us friends. Let us not indulge in such schemes. All of you, if you want my master to invest, just ask directly. You are still young, there is no need to speak like some old-fashioned relic. He Shiyun expressed her displeasure. Yes, young Master Luen and Shiyun are correct. I had no other intention, I was simply carried away in the moment. Young Master Jiang, I apologize. Jiang Chu waved his hand. It is fine. All of you are older than me. I am still a university student, and I prefer things straightforward. Zhou Jiqing suddenly offered a charming smile and spoke. I also appreciate straightforwardness, especially in university students, full of vitality, striving to be the best among countless peers. Jiang Chu rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Why was it that just like the authors of the novels he read, he could understand the hidden meaning instantly? Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly lightened, no longer so heavy. Jiang Chu finally understood why no matter what was discussed at a dinner gathering, one would always bring along one or two eloquent and attractive young women. Because certain words spoken by them felt perfectly natural and helped enliven the occasion. If a man said the same thing, everyone would simply assume he was being inappropriate. Enough, let us return to business. Young Master Jiang, do not put yourself in too difficult a position. There are too many of them for you to help everyone. It would be unrealistic, and even our Ming family would not make such a bold claim. Just consider the projects they mentioned, and invest in whichever ones you find promising. After all, this is an investment, not charity. A businessman prioritizes profit. I believe they will all understand, won't they? Ming Lun had said everything that needed to be said, and what he said was the truth. Yes, young Master Jiang, please make your own decision. As I mentioned earlier, as long as my Nwoki brand continues to secure the agency rights, the profits will certainly not let you down. Young Master Jiang, my real estate venture also holds tremendous promise. You yourself said earlier that you were optimistic about the future of property and its upward trend. Investing in me will surely bring returns. Young Master Jiang. Enough, all of you stop talking. Let us hear what young Master Jiang has to say. In that moment, the young heirs and heiresses of several major groups were all like clients eagerly awaiting his decision. Jiang Chu glanced around at the people present. In his past life, these were all individuals he had looked up to. Now they were the ones seeking his favor. Finally, beneath everyone's eager anticipation, Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon Mo Yu. Mo Yu was overwhelmed with excitement at that moment. He had assumed Jiang Shao would bear a grudge after their earlier encounter, so he never expected to be the first choice. It felt akin to winning a lottery jackpot, and his fondness for Jiang Chu naturally deepened. The others exchanged knowing glances. This was exactly as they had anticipated. Had it been their turn, they too would have backed Mo Yu, for the profits were virtually guaranteed, carrying little to no risk under normal circumstances. By contrast, ventures such as real estate and the Wu Wu Group remained uncertain prospects, while Zhou Jiqing's bar and nightclub yielded comparatively modest returns. Young Master Mo, just now you mentioned that by adding another 20 million in capital, I could secure the agency and receive 35% shares. Is that correct? Yes, I already have established distributors under my management. Young Master Jiang only needs to provide the funding. There is no need to worry about anything else. Simply wait for the dividends and profits. Mo was overjoyed. Judging by Jiang Chu's casual tone, those 20 million seemed like a trivial matter. The deal appeared to be firmly sealed. Jiang Chu regarded Mo with a faint smile, saying nothing which stirred an inexplicable unease within Mo. Young Master Jiang, are you dissatisfied with the terms I proposed? Do you find 35% too little? The others exchanged bewildered glances. Even Ming Luan thought 35% was rather generous on Mo's part. Was Jiang Chu attempting to drive an unfairly hard bargain? Indeed, I would like to revise the terms. Jiang Chu said it calmly. He had come to realize that when money rested in one's hands, words carried effortless authority. He finally understood why those in power spoke with such conviction. Wealth itself was their strength. Much like Ma Yun, whose every word was revered during his zenith, yet whose reputation fell dramatically once he faced scrutiny, and who rarely appeared in public afterward. Upon hearing Jiang Chu propose a revision, Mo was momentarily stunned, and the others wore expressions of equal confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. Ignoring their puzzled stares, Jiang Chu remarked nonchalantly, I intend to invest 100 million with you. Mo's eyes widened in shock, his body lifting involuntarily from his chair, as though he could scarcely believe what he had just heard. 100 million. The room erupted in murmurs of astonishment. But Jiang Chu gestured for him to continue. I will invest 100 million with you, but not into Nokia. I want you to secure the agency rights for Fruit Phone, not merely within Fruit Province, but ideally across the entire nation and even overseas. Take whatever you can get. Mo was utterly bewildered. How could he suddenly pivot from Nokia to Fruit Phone and aim for nationwide distribution? The audacity was almost incomprehensible. After all, his current Nokia agency was already yielding substantial profits. Abandoning such a sure thing for something so uncertain seemed reckless, almost frivolous. He began to wonder whether Jiang Chu's naivety from lacking real-world experience had led him to underestimate the complexities of the business landscape. Yet refusal meant losing the deal entirely, or pursuing it through other channels at even greater cost. Caught between two impossible choices, he found himself paralyzed. Even those nearby struggled to comprehend Jiang Chu's vision for the fruit phone market. Nevertheless, the mere mention of 100 million was staggering. Such a sum remained difficult to muster even for well-established families during prosperous times. Their own ventures required only tens of millions, and if Jiang Chu truly held 100 million in reserve, then a refusal from Mo would open doors for everyone else. Only He Shiyun regarded Jiang Chu with evident admiration, her wide eyes masking profound surprise, not merely at his ability to produce such wealth, but at his willingness to gamble on Fruit Phone's future despite its uncertainties compared to Nokia's proven profitability. The pressure settled once more upon Mo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as inner conflict warred within him. Young Master Jiang, I must ask, why insist on Fruit Phone when Nokia offers such clear advantages? Young Luan voiced what Mo could not. Nokia did indeed pioneer an era, but I am young, and I prefer newer, fresher ventures over stagnant traditions, Jiang Chu replied, closing the matter. What say you, young Master Mo? We can discuss shares later. If you prefer Nokia, I will not compel you, but I will prioritize the others, Jiang Chu stated. Instantly, the remaining attendees perked with renewed interest. Gu Yin spoke first. Young Master Mo, there is no need to distress yourself. I am certain others will come forward with investment if you simply reach out. Young Master Jiang, place your 100 million with my side, and I will offer 40% of my company's 5 properties in return. Cheng Ming countered. Young Master Gu, your appetite is excessive. Your properties numerous as they are require only 50 million to revitalize, and banks will readily fund you afterward. But on my end, Young Master Jiang, nearly 30 million would sustain a software venture for over half a year. Should it succeed, the group buying market would become an entirely untapped frontier. Zhou Jiqing glided toward Jiang Chu with a graceful, alluring poise to pour his wine. A delicate fragrance wafted from her as her flowing waves of hair danced before his eyes. Leaning forward slightly, the V-neck of her dress revealed an elegant décolletage, while her slender fingers, adorned with crimson lacquer, graced the wine glass with refined charm. Her voice carried a melodic sweetness laced with quiet resolve. As a woman among gentlemen, I shall step aside. My establishment ranks modest among the 8 families. Young Master Jiang, please grace my bars while they remain mine, and spare a memory of kindness. Such a masterful maneuver of yielding to advance. Ming Lin recognized that although each present was a scion of privilege, none possessed Zhou Jiqing's tactful sophistication. Mo could no longer contain himself. Young Master Jiang, might we reconsider? Jiang Chu tapped his fingers lightly upon the table. No. Should you insist upon Nokia, I must seek other partners. I do not alter course once my mind is made. Mo Yu clenched his jaw and gripped his fists, wondering if Jiang Chu was deliberately teasing him. If you will not pursue it, let me, He Shiyun interjected, suddenly genuine interest brightening her expression. Master, might I take this opportunity? My family maintains several distribution channels for mobile phones, Huawei, Xiaoxin, and others, though they remain modest operations at present. Oh, that is quite acceptable. If you dare undertake it, I will gladly invest, Jiang Chu smiled. For He Shiyun, he could bypass intermediaries entirely and secure direct rebates, a far more efficient arrangement. Wonderful, I am certain my eldest brother will consent. Wait, young Master Jiang, might I have a moment to consider? Mo Yu pleaded urgently. Jiang Chu offered no reply to Mo Yu, instead requesting He Shiyun's banking details. Master, what are you doing? 1 minute passed, and then her phone chimed softly with an incoming message. She picked up her phone and opened it to find a transfer notification, 8 zeros 100 million. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room jumped from their seats and rushed to He Shiyun's side to see what was happening. He Shiyun herself was frozen in shock. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment, and even Ming Lun stood with his mouth agape, disbelief written across his face. 100 million yuan, transferred as if it were nothing. Was this really just some money from his family? Where's the contract? What about the details? They stared at Jiang Chu in utter disbelief, having never witnessed such a business approach in all their lives, especially from someone still an ungraduated university student. It was as casual as buying vegetables at a market. Who could believe this? Transferring 100 million within a minute. Even their corporate accounts could not manage that without prior bank reservations. How substantial must his family's fortune be? Could they own a bank? Jiang Chu knew that mobile banking had not yet fully rolled out in recent years, but he had the system. He only needed to adjust his exchange point account. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately waited a full minute before proceeding. The bank's call to He Shiyun arrived almost immediately. Given the magnitude of the transfer, the general manager called personally to verify there were no errors. He Shiyun put it on speaker, allowing everyone to confirm this was genuine. The astonishment was plain on her face. Master, you just transferred it to me. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? Jiang Chu smiled faintly. Would I? Oh, by the way, I only mentioned the agency arrangement earlier. I've been considering how to distribute the equity. He Shiyun, what are your thoughts? The others exchanged glances, barely masking their surprise. He hadn't even discussed equity allocation before wiring the funds. The display of wealth was astonishing, but he clearly had the confidence to back it. He Shiyun fell into thought. To be honest, while they had some sales channels, they paled in comparison to Mo Yu's network, and she could not understand why Jiang Chu had chosen her. Master, honestly speaking, Mo Yu's resources far exceed mine. Why didn't you choose him? Mo Yu nodded vigorously, looking genuinely hurt. Young Master Jiang, have you lost your judgment? Choosing her over me. Channels can be developed, but once you choose the wrong path, there is no turning back. Shiyun, since you won't speak, let me outline my 2 conditions. First, you will establish your own independent company with 100% ownership. The funds I am providing will go into this company, then be invested into a separate mobile phone enterprise where you will retain at least 51% control. The remainder is yours to allocate as you see fit. Additionally, the phone company should focus exclusively on Apple distribution for now, securing as many provincial markets as possible. Should you need additional funding, simply let me know. He Shiyun and the others listened in stunned silence. Master, if all the equity goes to me, what about yours? You haven't mentioned your share at all. Jiang Chu gave a sly smile. What is yours is mine after all. By investing in you, I am looking at 100-fold return. 100 million is nothing. I stand to gain 10 billion. Spend it however you wish, He Shiyun. Even if you lose it all, it hardly matters. After all, how could Apple ever fail? He Shiyun lowered her head in rare embarrassment. Despite being born into privilege, no man she had known for less than a day had ever transferred her 100 million without retaining any equity. Such complete trust was extraordinary. Her regard for Jiang Chu grew noticeably stronger. He Shiyun, favorability 20. He Shiyun, favorability 20. He Shiyun, favorability 10. A total increase of 50 points. Jiang Chu felt a surge of inner excitement. Even a young lady of privilege could not remain unmoved by such a substantial gift. Mo Yu's hesitation had turned to sharp regret. Had he accepted sooner, this could have been his. No equity stake, yet 100 million in pure profit. Any fool would have seized such an opportunity. The others regarded him with undisguised pity. Young Master Jiang, is it still possible for me to join? Mo Yu did not know where his sudden confidence came from, yet those words slipped out anyway. Jiang Chu considered whether the bait had finally taken, then offered a calm smile. I am sorry, but I have already allocated my investment to Shiyun. If you wish to discuss terms, speak with her directly. I believe your sales channels could warrant some equity consideration on her part, and I guarantee you will have no regrets. Well, I believe we are nearly finished dining. Wait, young Master Jiang, one should always have tea after a meal to aid digestion. Gu Yan moved swiftly, rushing over to pour tea for Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu feigned sudden recollection. Oh, I nearly forgot about your real estate ventures, young Master Gu. I am prepared to invest 100 million with the same 40% equity stake on one condition: construction quality must exceed standard specifications. Should any substandard work be discovered later, I will not only withdraw my capital, but also pursue breach of contract compensation. Young Master Gu, do you believe this is feasible? Gu Yan paused briefly before his face lit with excitement, slapping his thigh. 5 million yuan transformed into 100 million. That opened countless possibilities. Certainly. There is no need for you to remind me, young Master Jiang. The real estate division under our Gu Group has long been recognized for its commitment to quality. Had we compromised with those unscrupulous developers, we would not have faced such difficulties. Good, that settles it. I will transfer the funds, though not through my personal account. I plan to establish an investment company that will handle the transfer formally. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. You are truly my benefactor, young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang, your tea has grown cold. Allow me to refresh it with a warm cup. Cheng Ming approached with a servile smile, pouring Jiang Chu a fresh cup. Young Master Cheng, please forgive my bluntness, but I hold limited confidence in your OHO group. Of course, this is not a matter of skepticism toward group buying as a whole. It is simply that your operation cannot outspend competitors. Cheng Ming's expression darkened. Young Master Jiang, I don't mean to complain, but those other group buying platforms are merely minor players. They will be absorbed eventually. Jiang Chu raised his hand to halt him. Let us not discuss others. Do you know who currently backs Meituan? It is Taobao. Do you truly believe you can outmatch Ma Yun? What remained unspoken was that Meituan would later transition from Taobao to Tencent's ecosystem, both industry giants. This, you are aware of even this, young Master Jiang. Cheng Ming paused, struck by the depth of this college student's knowledge. Intelligence he himself had worked tirelessly to uncover about his competitors. Indeed, Meituan remained his foremost competitor, yet according to what he had learned, Ma Yun showed little enthusiasm for sustaining the investment and was exploring alternative ventures instead. Yet even that prospect lay beyond his reach. Truthfully, he clung to mere hope that his platform could carve out any position within the group buying sector. I see. I had not realized you possessed such far-reaching insight, young Master Jiang. What would you advise? Investment is acceptable, but I require absolute controlling rights, more than 51% of the shares. From now on, all strategic decisions must follow my lead. Of course, young Master Cheng, you will still serve as the commander handling troop deployments and battlefield operations. Additionally, change the name to Happy Team. The name Wawa Team is far too unpleasant. If you agree, I will consider investing 100 million. This is the initial capital injection with no accountability required. Any losses will be borne by me alone. Initially, Cheng Ming felt somewhat reluctant upon hearing the first part. Would it not be akin to surrendering a son he had nurtured? But upon learning he would still hold the helm and bear no financial risk, the terms seemed far too favorable. Did Jiang Chen not fear he might abscond with the funds? As if reading his thoughts, Jiang Chen continued, of course you could take the money and leave. However, 100 million means little to me. In the worst case, I would simply replace you. Absolutely not. I have poured so much effort into reaching this day. I willingly accept your conditions, young Master Jiang. Regarding the investment, do not worry. The funds will reach your company account within a few days. Someone will be in contact with you. Jiang Chen turned to Zhou Jiqing and asked, Sister Qing, you are older than me. May I call you Sister Qing? Zhou Jiqing nodded with delight. Of course you may. Being called sister by you, young Master Jiang, would make me completely satisfied, even if I could not secure the investment today. Haha, since I can call you sister, I certainly will not stand by and watch your bar change hands. Please share your account details. Zhou Jiqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She understood exactly what he intended to do and shared her bank account number. Young Master Jiang, I only need 20 million. Buzz, 50 million. Young Master Jiang, you. Someone is bullying my sister Qing. The extra 30 million is for you to fight back fiercely. Let them know my sister Qing is not one to be bullied. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you so much. I will prepare the share transfer agreement tomorrow and deliver it to you. Zhou Jiqing had been holding back her emotions all along, but now she could barely contain herself. Excitement surfaced on her face. Had he Shiyun not been present, she might have impulsively declared her gratitude with an earnest gesture. Take your time, finish your work first. Young Master Jiang is truly generous. Huh. Though a hint of jealousy lingered, feeling that Jiang Chen's money went directly to women while they had to route through the company. Everyone could see he truly possessed the strength to back his words. The heavy stone in their hearts could finally be set down. Haha, seeing all of you dealing with tens of millions or hundreds of millions, I regret not having developed my own projects. Otherwise, I could have basked in the prosperity of young Master Jiang, this god of wealth. Minglun spoke in jest, though inwardly he remained deeply shocked. He had originally assumed Jiang Chen could only muster 10 or 20 million. Who would have imagined that during a single meal hundreds of millions flowed freely? Even his eldest brother lacked such decisiveness. Who was this Jiang Chen? Could he be a young master from some prominent family in Modu? Yet why would he come all the way to Shuaigua province to attend university? The answer eluded him. Actually, we too are grateful to young Master Lun. Without your introduction, how would we have had the chance to meet a talented young man like young Master Jiang? Indeed, we nearly committed the mistake of ignoring a dragon lord. Come everyone, let us raise a glass to young Master Jiang. The rest of the evening was filled with warmth and harmony. He Shiyun watched Jiang Chun with shining eyes as delighted as if she were seeing her own companion celebrated by all. While Jiang Chun was in the restroom brushing his teeth, the door suddenly swung open and a graceful figure slipped inside. Startled, he froze. He had not locked the door, assuming others would know someone was inside. He quickly pulled up his zipper. Sister Qing, what are you? It was Zhou Jiqing herself. She approached with a playful smile, her eyes glistening. Pressing one hand against the wall, she pinned Jiang Chun, gently bringing her delicate face close. She swept her wavy hair behind her ear, revealing a golden hoop earring. Her lips parted slightly, her breath fragrant. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to thank you, young Master Jiang. With that, she leaned in close. Slightly tipsy, Jiang Chun did not resist, letting the moment unfold naturally. Young Master Jiang, would you like to come to my place tonight? I keep a cat that can do backflips. How about another day? Zhou Jiqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Chun washed his face and stepped out of the restroom first. Fortunately, everyone had drunk enough to be barely aware, and no one paid attention. You have quite the tolerance for alcohol. He Shiyun glanced at Jiang Chen's flushed cheeks from the driver's seat. Jiang Chen wished he could remain silent. He had eaten his fill and never intended to drink, but one toast after another left him, having consumed 2 gene of Mao Dai. In his past life, his tolerance was only 1 gene. Though his body had grown stronger with the attribute points, 2 gene still made him feel uneasy. Please let me off ahead of schedule. The car stopped near a bridge by the river. The cool wind blew strongly and Jiang Chun could no longer hold back. He stepped out and relieved himself, feeling much better afterward. He Shiyun handed him a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth. Look how considerate I am. I brought water specially for you. Jiang Chen noticed several other open bottles in the back seat and chose not to mention it. How can you blame me? You piled my plate with so much food. How can you speak like that? A disciple serving food to her master is only natural. Besides, only my grandfather has ever received dishes I served. You should feel truly fortunate. By the way, those were my chopsticks. Serving you food counts as an indirect kiss. You got a wonderful bargain. He Shiyun crossed her arms proudly. An indirect kiss. I only tasted a mouthful of grease. Are you asking for a scolding? Flustered, she kicked out instinctively. Though slightly dizzy, Jiang Chun easily subdued her. Zhou Jiqing blushed instantly. Do you enjoy this position? Jiang Chun quickly released her. It is you who always uses this trick on me. I did not know you could be shy. Just then Jiang Chen's phone rang. He checked the screen. It was Li Wenjing. Hello. Jiang Chen, where are you? I am still out. I messaged you but got no reply. I was worried you drank too much. Jiang Chun remembered telling Li Wenjing about the dinner plans. I am fine. I will be back at campus soon. I'll bet the campus gates close at this hour. Jiang Chun checked the time. It was already past 11. The gate locked at 11:30. This was problematic. Jiang Chu, why don't you get a room at a hotel for the night? A room? With whom? That was Mo Yutong's loud voice. No, Jiang Chu, I'll hang up now. Bye. Bye. Ended the call. Girlfriend? Who? Do I know her? Is she as pretty as me? Mind your own business. Jiang Chu directly jumped onto the railing of the bridge and sat on it. What are you doing? Are you thinking of doing something rash? It's dozens of meters down there. Dozens of meters. This is the bridgehead. Look clearly. Give me your cigarette. What cigarette? I'm a good girl. How could I smoke? You. In the car. Marlboro. He Shiyun muttered a few words softly at Jiang Chu's back, then reluctantly went to the car to get the cigarettes. She also climbed up to sit beside him side by side. Looking down, she saw that the ground was indeed just over 2 meters high. She tried to take out a cigarette, but Jiang Chu snatched the whole pack away. You only need one. A girl like you. Jiang Chu mimicked her tone from earlier. With a click, the windproof lighter instantly lit the cigarette dangling from Jiang Chu's lips. A puff of white smoke was quickly dispersed by the strong river breeze. He took another drag. Beside him, He Shiyun held her cigarette, but forgot to light it, simply staring at Jiang Chu's profile as he gazed into the distance. His hair fluttered in the wind, his deep, slightly melancholic eyes, his resolute and strong features, and the mysterious aura about him. At that moment, she felt a sense of security she hadn't felt since sitting beside her father as a child. Her heart pounded. He Shiyun affection too. A hand reached out with a lighter. What does your family primarily do? Huh. He Shiyun hadn't expected Jiang Chu to ask that suddenly. She quickly took the lighter and lit a cigarette, trying to conceal her earlier fluster. Electricity, telecommunications, hotels, real estate, and so on. I haven't graduated yet, so my family doesn't let me get too involved in those. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. Good heavens. The first was practically a monopoly, and the second was poised for tremendous growth. No wonder the He Group's position was so unshakable. Even just the electricity sector alone was beyond any other group's reach. Master, who is your girlfriend? So many. Which one are you asking about? Cut it out. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? But you men, when you have a bit of money, you seem to like having several lovers. My father has more than just my mother, but I rarely see them. They are all strong women who can stand on their own, and they have no time for petty intrigues. I actually admire my father for that. Also, my father and grandfather dote on me the most. Suddenly, she fell silent. Jiang Chu glanced at her and saw a hint of gloom in He Shiyun's eyes. She didn't say anything, and Jiang Chu didn't ask. They just sat quietly. How annoying. Couldn't you see I was upset? Why didn't you ask why? If you want to say, you will. If you're such a clueless straight man. At times like this, a few comforting words and a hug might make a girl fall for you. Jiang Chu smiled. He was also missing his parents a little. On the second day after his rebirth, he had called them. Although they lived in the countryside, they had always been optimistic and content. Just hearing their happy voices was enough. Later he told them he had made some money outside and sent a few tens of thousands back, which made them overjoyed. Of course, it wasn't that Jiang Chu was stingy, but some things couldn't be achieved overnight. As the night grew quiet, the probability of encountering thugs in places where beautiful women appeared seemed to increase. Boss, look, there's a pretty girl over there. Who indeed? What a face and figure, brothers. We're in for a treat. He. Hey, pretty lady. Our brother dog has taken a liking to you. How about having some fun with us? We'll take you to eat, drink, and have a blast. He Shiyun turned to look, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. There were 7 or 8 of these thugs, all dressed in black floral shirts with a few buttons undone to reveal tattoos on their chests. Nothing but wolves, tigers, dragons, and the like. They clearly weren't good people. They staggered as they walked and had apparently drunk quite a bit. This type was the most troublesome. Do you know who I am? I'm from the He family. He family? What He family? I'm Black Dog, and I don't buy seafood, I only eat it. He. I like to lick. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter, completely disregarding her. She tried to reach for her phone to call for help, but realized she had left it in the car. This was trouble. Master, they're harassing your disciple. He Shiyun thought to let Jiang Chu hold them off, while she went to get the phone and call for backup. When you hit me, you call me by name. Now in this situation, you call me Master. Jiang Chu teased calmly without turning his head. He, aren't you going to see how many of them there are? Aren't you scared? Stall them for a bit, while I go make a call for help. He Shiyun jumped down, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at the thugs, and shouted, You want to be friends with me? Look at yourselves in a puddle of piss before you judge. Ask my boyfriend if he agrees. With that, she sprinted toward the car. The thugs were stunned for a moment, then looked at the man on the railing. Are you her boyfriend? Kid, your girlfriend is pretty cocky, running off and leaving you here alone. If you know what's good for you, call her over so we can have some fun. Otherwise, if you end up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame us for being too harsh. Jiang Chu let out a soft sigh, turned around, and jumped down. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled. Then he placed the cigarette on the railing and walked toward the thugs. He Shiyun ran back with her phone. I've called for help. They'll be here soon. Before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned to a halt by the sight in the distance. The thugs were all sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, with a few watermelon knives scattered around. The leader He Go was pinned under Jiang Chu's foot, begging for mercy. Jiang Chu casually clapped his hands. Didn't you say you were pretty cocky just now, eh? Big brother, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare us this time. We won't dare again. You said you were from the Black Dog gang. No, absolutely not. We're all law-abiding citizens. We reject gambling, drugs, and gangs. We have a good conscience. Jiang Chu lifted his foot. Go on. Do I have to invite you for tea? He Go scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain. Thank you for sparing us, big brother. Thank you. The group quickly disappeared into the distance. Tell your people not to come. I don't have the appetite for another late-night snack. Jiang Chu paused a few steps. Come on. I've been drinking, so you'll need to drive. Oh, He Shiyun snapped out of it, ran over, and hugged Jiang Chu's arm, her eyes full of admiration. Wow, Master, you're amazing. You took down all of them by yourself. Teach me those martial arts. I want to learn. Drive. Where to? The school gates are closed. Just find me a hotel to catch some sleep. Jiang Chu was really tired, and the alcohol was getting to him. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Okay, a hotel. I love hotels. A glint of cunning flashed in He Shiyun's eyes. Meanwhile, after the dinner party concluded, Ming Luan immediately returned home to seek out his elder brother Ming Lu. He recounted every word Jiang Chu had spoken that night, without omission. Ming Lu's eyes widened abruptly, then narrowed slightly. A junior in college, yet possessing such foresight and such lavish generosity, spending hundreds of millions without a second thought. What kind of extraordinary person is this? Brother, do you think we should now acquire more land? Ming Luan's elder brother Ming Lu was nearly 40 years old, yet he sported a jet-black slicked-back hairstyle, exuding an air of handsome composure. His skin was remarkably well-maintained, making him appear as if he were only 30. After a long moment of contemplative silence, he spoke. Little brother, the majority of our Ming family's current funds are tied up in the computer mall and wholesale market. The remaining capital must be reserved for emergencies. The winery, the resort, the car dealerships, and the construction teams all require substantial cash flow. As for purchasing land, I am not entirely optimistic. While there is potential for appreciation, the return on investment may be too slow. Without favorable policies, the land we acquire could become worthless. To be safe, I believe we should invest in areas where our family already has expertise. Your father, your second brother, and I have discussed this, and this is our collective conclusion. But brother, I just learned that the Wang Group has already decided to hoard land and venture into real estate. With second brother still in his position, if we miss this opportunity, our group may have no future role to play. Ming Luan clearly had his own ideas, but in the group he was not in a position to make decisions alone. It is only natural for the Wang Group to hoard land. They already have their own construction teams and building companies. The land they secured came at a great cost. If they intend to erect buildings, no amount of money will be enough to sustain them. But Ming Luan, your older brother, knows you are worried about the family. You've worked hard. However, we have already made our decision, and today we obtained the consent of the other shareholders. Just focus on managing the car dealership well. You've achieved good results recently, and I have high hopes for you. Ming Luan sighed helplessly, but his thoughts turned to the generous Jiang Chu. This was a rare opportunity, and he did not want to let it slip away. While Jiang Chu was asleep, He Shiyun quietly slipped out to make a phone call to her elder brother. She roughly recounted the words Jiang Chu had spoken that night, and the listener was greatly astonished. All of this came from his mouth, and he casually spent several $100 million. Yes, brother. I felt he shared thoughts similar to yours, so I specifically called you. No, he understands even more than I do. Do you know his background? Never mind, I'll investigate myself. If it weren't so late, and you said he had drunk too much, I would rush over to meet him right now. Brother, he's just a college student in the same year as me. Is it really that serious? You're the heir of the He family. Though He Shiyun said this, her gaze toward the young man sleeping in the car was filled with admiration. She knew her brother rarely praised anyone so highly. Since he trusted you enough to give you $100 million, he must have great confidence in this fruit machine. Shiyun proceeded as he said. For setting up the company and investments, consult Uncle Jean. He will help you resolve everything. His words have inspired me. I'll discuss it with father. Hang up now. Calling father in the middle of the night must have been a matter of great importance. She did not realize that this casual phone call would also be a great help to her family. After an unknown interval, wake up, we're here. Jiang Chu opened his eyes groggily, stepped out of the car, looked up at a hotel, and walked straight in. Aren't we going to the front desk to check in? No need. This is a hotel owned by my family. Jiang Chu, who had been feeling somewhat okay, found his head even more dizzy after dozing off. He wished the system would grant him some skill like being immune to alcohol or the ability to expel the fumes. He found the room, pushed the door open, and went straight to the balcony. It turned out to be a riverview king-size bedroom. Nice view, thanks. You should head back early too. With a click, the door was closed by He Shiyun, who also locked it. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? What else? Getting ready to sleep. He Shiyun said, crossing her hands under her clothes, as if about to undress. Wait. Jiang Chu's intoxication half evaporated. He Shiyun stopped looking at him with a puzzled expression. Isn't this room booked for me? Yes, I'm staying here too. But there's only one bed. This is a single room. No other rooms available. It's a king-size bed. We'll make do. She then began to remove her clothes. Under the soft light, her slender figure was visible. She bent down as if to take off her trousers. Jiang Chu quickly turned around. I'm not afraid, so why are you? I'll go shower first. After the sound of water from behind, Jiang Chu turned back to see clothes on the floor. He thought about it. If it were Mo Yutong, he might not have minded, but He Shiyun was different. He decided to go out and find another room, but realized he didn't have his ID, so he settled for sleeping on the sofa. The frosted glass of the bathroom was opaque, yet a graceful silhouette could be seen moving inside. She was showering happily. Jiang Chu had never been in such a tempting situation. After a moment, he sensed she was about to come out, so he quickly pretended to go to the balcony to smoke and wait. I'm done showering. Your turn. Jiang Chu turned around to see He Shiyun emerging wrapped in a towel, barefoot, with smooth skin visible on her shoulders and collarbone. He realized she was likely wearing nothing underneath, which made him feel rather flustered. Unlike her, Jiang Chu was not so bold. He undressed in the bathroom, the smell of alcohol and sweat fading after a refreshing shower. But when he wanted to put on clothes, he realized he hadn't even brought a towel. In his previous life, he was used to staying in hotels alone and walking out naked after showering. Now he remembered that He Shiyun was outside. What should he do? Should he put back on the clothes he had changed out of? But he had soaked them in water to wash them later. He decided to ask her to bring him a towel. Hey, what? Could you do me a favor and bring me a towel? He Shiyun's eyes lit up, a hint of sly satisfaction on her face. What? You didn't grab a towel? Can't you just wear your old clothes out? I soaked my clothes. If they were wearable, would I need you to remind me? I'm not getting it. Come out and fetch it yourself. I promise I won't look. By the way, there are some of my clothes outside the door. You could try them on, and see if you'd look cute in women's clothing. Jiang Chu could tell without looking that the guy was smirking triumphantly, deliberately trying to embarrass him. Not brave enough. Fine then, just sleep in there, ha ha ha. You sure you believe it, or not I'll come out there and deal with you. Bring it here now. Oh, how scary. I won't bring it. If you're so capable, come out yourself. Actually, you don't even need to dress. I'm a campus beauty, and I'm not afraid. Wouldn't you want something special to happen tonight? Don't worry, I won't blame you, hee hee. She knew he wouldn't dare do anything to her, teasing and mocking him freely. Jiang Chu was quite irritated, his mind racing for a solution. Then he had an idea. When he entered, he noticed the card slot and switch were right beside the bathroom door. All he needed to do was reach out. He considered just turning off the switch, but then realized the bedside control could also work. If he tried to trick him by activating it from there, that wouldn't help. So all he had to do was remove the card. After a while, the power would cut off and no switch would work. He could then grab the towel from across the room. It was a small space and the towel hung outside. Even in darkness, he could feel his way to it and put it on. That was the plan. He reached out and pulled the card immediately. Well, have you decided? It's just wearing women's clothing. Didn't Sima do it back in the day? A real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Swipe. The room lights suddenly went out. Jiang Chu stepped out confidently and successfully found the towel. But at that moment, the previously triumphant He Shiyun let out a frightened, crying voice. Wah, Jiang Chu, where are you? I'm so scared, where are you? It was clear she wasn't pretending, her voice was trembling. This girl actually has a fear of the dark. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment. She cried even harder. Don't be afraid, I'm right here. Jiang Chu, where exactly are you? It's so dark, I'm so scared, wah. Oh. From the sound, she must have bumped into a table. Don't move, I'm right beside you. I'll find you. He already had the towel. He had planned to put the card back first, but reaching over would take some time. After thinking it over, he decided to comfort her first. Following the sound, he felt his way toward her. She was crying somewhat uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Soon, he was about to apologize when she seemed not to notice. A pleasant fragrance filled his nose, followed by a soft body pressing against him. Her slender, smooth arms wrapped tightly around him. He Shiyun finally seemed relieved, stopping her loud crying, though she continued to sniffle, lightly tapping his chest. Jiang Chu, you jerk, why were you so slow? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of the dark. He placed one hand on her waist wrapped in the towel and gently stroked her hair to comfort her. After a while, He Shiyun slowly calmed down. Feel better? Then let me go insert the card and turn on the light. No, you're not allowed to leave. Just a little longer, let me hug you a bit more. Hearing her voice regain its usual boldness, he figured she was okay. You're fearless about everything, yet you're afraid of the dark. None of your business. When I was little, I had nightmares. I was scared those big monsters would come for me as soon as the lights went out. So my happiest thing every day was falling asleep holding my dad's hand. But one day he went on a business trip and Mom was busy until late. I had to sleep alone, but I dared not turn off the light. Whenever it was dark, I was so afraid those monsters would come take me. So I always slept with the light on. Even after my mom found out and slept with me, it didn't help. Only my dad could make me feel safe with the lights off. But when I grew up, it never happened again. Jiang Chu, will you laugh at me for being cowardly? No. You actually want to laugh inside, don't you? No. Who's your girlfriend? Asking again. I know it's Mo Yutong, right? I saw you kiss. What do you like about her? Those long legs. I have those too. Stop it. Wait, earlier you called Li Wenjing. Could she be your girlfriend too? You peeked at my phone records. Just took a quick look. Also, you lied to me. You actually have 2 girlfriends and both are campus beauties. When did I lie to you? I mentioned many before. Many, how many? Probably dozens. You're bluffing, dozens? Mind if there's one more? Who you? Otherwise who? I'll go turn on the light then. No? Do you even know where the bed is? Then, carry me over. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment, then picked her up in his arms. Following his memory, he placed her gently on the bed. But as he tried to pull his arm away, she suddenly held on tight. No, you can't leave. I'm scared. Even a lord could endure, but a general like him couldn't stand it. I'll go turn on the light, and I'll sleep on the sofa. No, get up here. Talk to me first, then we'll turn on the light. Jiang Chu had no choice but to climb up and rest his head on the pillow against the headboard. He Shiyun held his arm and rested her face on it. What did those big monsters look like? Some had huge mouths like bottomless pits. Some had long claws that could grab me in one reach. Some had long fur covering their faces, and they would dress up as old grandmas, speak human words, and then kidnap children to eat them. Jiang Chu felt a smile tugging at his lips. These stories were probably told to many children when they were young. He never expected this girl to still be so afraid, even as an adult. Strange, why am I not so scared when I hug you and talk about this? Probably because I know martial arts. When the monsters come, I'll defeat them instantly. You disgusting. And eating monsters. As they chatted before long, He Shiyun seemed to fall asleep. Jiang Chu himself was already exhausted, and he closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. He Yun secretly opened her eyes listening to Jiang Chu's breathing, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Actually, someone who doesn't take advantage is rare. I'll give him a surprise tomorrow morning. Jiang Chu slowly woke up. This was going to be a life-threatening situation. He Yun, to his surprise, had already woken up long ago. With a mischievous grin, she leaned closer, her fingers playfully sweeping back her long silky hair. You're awake, He. When did you wake up? I just woke up too. Hey, are you Lu Xiaohui? Last night was such a perfect opportunity, yet you didn't do anything at all. Am I not beautiful enough to attract you? No, you're very beautiful. Then why didn't you even touch me? I don't want to end up behind bars before I'm 30. You coward, I won't blame you. Jiang Chu. As if he would believe that. Clearly she was the one who wanted to kiss and touch last night, but refused to let him. Jiang Chu thought about that unfortunate fellow in his past life, who had been sentenced even after consummating his wedding night. Anyway, if neither side made the first move, so what? He was a wealthy heir with no shortage of women around. He Yun's gaze drifted to Jiang Chu's upper body, her eyes widening in surprise. I never would have guessed. From someone who looks so slender and refined to actually have 8-pack abs. I have to admit this physique is far more appealing than those bodybuilders I've seen with their massive bulky frames. Look at him. He's built for explosive power. Obviously. 10 kilometers, fully loaded, 10 punches per second. Impressive, right? Wanna try? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. You're just bragging. Despite her words, He Yun's eyes still gleamed with excitement and appreciation. Jiang Chu noticed her hand reach toward her waist as she began to untie her bath towel, his eyes widening in shock. What was she doing? Much to his mild disappointment, she had already changed into clothes without him noticing. She was wearing a white tube top and extremely short hot pants. He Yun couldn't hide her amusement at Jiang Chu's deflated expression. Surprised Master Wolf. Did you really think there was nothing underneath? Speaking of which, you have dozens of girlfriends. How do you even keep track of all of them? Keep dreaming. Do you really think women are that stupid? If they knew you already had 3 girlfriends, they'd have run miles away by now. Have you ever been with Mo Yutong and the others like that? No. Really? Then I want to be your first woman. How about we do it now? He Yun suddenly lunged forward, her stunning face descending as she kissed Jiang Chu's lips passionately. Jiang Chu was taken aback. It was early morning, and he was wide awake, his youthful energy surging, and he wondered whether any man could withstand such an assault. In that moment, all thoughts of the He family or any danger faded from his mind. This was entirely her initiative. His hand brushed against something unexpected, leaving him utterly bewildered. Did you start your period? He Yun's face flushed crimson to her ears as she gave a feeble nod. Jiang Chu couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I completely forgot. He Yun watched his exasperated expression and burst into laughter. I'm sorry, are you really that angry? Jiang Chu gave her a rolling-eyed look. How could she not notice? He Yun bowed her head in apology. Jiang Chu chose to forgive her. Exhausted, He Yun rested her cheek against Jiang Chu's chest and drifted back to sleep. After an unknown stretch of time, a phone call stirred them awake, but it wasn't his ringing. He Yun answered briefly before hanging up. Jiang Chu, my brother wants to meet you. Your brother? Why? Jiang Chu wondered if he'd already been captured so quickly. Then again, since this hotel belonged to the He family, it wasn't impossible. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with us. My brother won't interfere with my dating life. I told him about what you said at the dinner last night. He just returned from abroad and will arrange to meet you when he's settled. I have some matters to attend to, so I need to head home. It's all your fault. You should have been more careful. I'm going to brush my teeth. I'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. Keep dreaming, humph. A woman who spoke one way but meant another. She changed her clothes right in front of Jiang Chu. I don't have anything to wear, how can I go out? Who do you think I am? I already had several outfits brought for you. They're on the sofa. Jiang Chu looked up and indeed found several bags placed there. What a wonderful day. Jiang Chu took a taxi back to school on his own. By now he had become the talk of the campus, especially among the girls who would light up with admiration whenever they spotted him openly praising his looks. From a distance, he saw a crowd gathered below the dormitory building. Not only cameras, but also video equipment, clearly professional gear. Jiang Chu was bewildered, wondering if a major celebrity had arrived. Suddenly a hand reached out from the side. Responding to his combat instincts, Jiang Chu immediately grabbed the person and restrained them, only to be stunned when he realized it was Ji Mingxi. Why is it you? Let go of me, pervert. Ji Mingxi disgustedly struggled free and Jiang Chu released her. What do you want? Ji Mingxi glared at the crowd before rolling her eyes at Jiang Chu. Come with me. Despite his confusion, he followed her anyway. Ji Mingxi led him into an empty classroom and locked the door behind them. What are you doing? Seeing his nervous expression, she bit her lip to keep from laughing. This pervert had done such things, yet was actually afraid of her. Jiang Chu was momentarily captivated by her charming smile. Today Ji Mingxi wore a white short-sleeved shirt with a black tie, the fabric tinted at the chest with visible folds, paired with a knee-length pleated skirt in classic preppy style. Her long, smooth legs were on display beneath the skirt, ending in a pair of white sneakers. The overall look gave off an incredibly fresh and clean vibe. You saw those people just now. They're all here looking for you. Jiang Chu pointed at himself. Me? What else would you expect? Haven't you been online? Your basketball game has been uploaded in full, and now scouts from provincial teams, national teams, and even foreign colleges are all coming after you. You've made a name for yourself. Jiang Chu couldn't believe a single game would generate such enormous attention, wondering which anonymous person had recorded and posted the footage. Don't worry, the school has already contacted the police. They'll arrive soon to escort those people away. This is a school after all. Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. If those people kept blocking him, he truly wouldn't know what to do. He realized he needed to start considering purchasing a house. So what's your purpose in calling me here? Shouldn't you thank me first for bringing you over? Otherwise you'd definitely be surrounded by reporters and outsiders. Jiang Chu smiled knowingly, recognizing she was claiming credit first before asking for a favor. This small scheme wouldn't work on him, so he turned to leave. If you won't say it, then I'll just head back. I've never experienced being interviewed by reporters. I'm sure it'd be quite something. Jimingshi never expected that he would rather leave than speak with her. After all, she was the top campus belle, and countless boys longed for a chance to be alone with her. Yet Jiang Chu was so ungrateful. But recalling the task assigned by the principal, she had no choice but to force a strained smile. Fine, I'll tell you. The reason I came to find you is that I want you to join the school team and become its captain. Jiang Chu was taken aback. This was the same as what those people outside had been asking. So she had come to get ahead of them. Jiang Chu, think about it. This is good for you too. Once you become the captain, you'll definitely represent the school in competitions. Your basketball skills are so impressive that you'll surely shine on the court. Was this a sweet-talking tactic? Jiang Chu couldn't understand why they insisted he join the school team. Was it just for that? Not interested. You said yourself that those people outside are from provincial teams, national teams, or even NBA scouts. Wouldn't it be better for me to join them instead of the school team? Jimingshi hadn't expected Jiang Chu to be so stubborn. Her brow furrowed and her restrained temper finally flared. Jiang Chu, this is an order from the principal. You must join the school team. She pulled out a piece of paper. Just sign here. Jiang Chu understood her intention. She wanted him on the team to save the school's face. If she had asked nicely from the start, he would never have refused over something so trivial. But now Jimingshi was trying to coerce him. Who did she think he was? A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The principal's order was given to you, not me. If I don't sign, what can you do about it? Jimingshi felt that this Jiang Chu was nothing but a lunatic and a rascal. Every boy she had ever met had been polite to her, never so shameless. For a moment, she was so agitated that her breath quickened. Jiang Chu waved his hand and turned to leave. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back. Just as he reached the door and extended his hand to unlock it, wait. What will it take for you to sign? Jiang Chu turned back with a cold smile. With that attitude of yours, nothing will make me sign. Jimingshi's hands hung at her waist, her head lowered, and she bit her lip. Suddenly she began to sob softly. Jiang Chu was dumbfounded. Was this the top campus belle and talented scholar? How could she cry so easily? In truth, it wasn't entirely her fault. She came from a wealthy family, but never relied on their help. She was proud and aloof. During the college entrance exam, she forgot her admission ticket for one subject and missed the test, yet her scores still got her into this top-tier university. Her pride made her view repeating a year as a disgrace, believing that as long as she worked hard, any university would do. With her beauty and intelligence, she was pursued by many boys. Her family held great influence in the local area, so no one had ever belittled her as Jiang Chu did. Moreover, this was the first task the principal had assigned her, and she was determined to prove herself. She never expected to encounter such a stubborn and unreasonable person. For a moment, she felt utterly wronged. What? Crying because I won't sign? Don't try that on me, Jiang Chu said, exasperated. Then what will it take for you to sign? Jiang Chu pretended to think. Look, you're the top campus belle, right? So many boys like you. If you kiss me, I'll sign right away. What? You want me to kiss you? Jimingshi's eyes widened, her tear-streaked face now showing signs of anger. Jiang Chu thought he had crossed the line and quickly opened the door to flee. Jiang Chu, wait. I'll kiss. Jiang Chu was already halfway out the door, but now he froze in disbelief. She actually agreed. Come in and close the door. Lock it. Jiang Chu obeyed step by step, looking unusually docile. Jimingshi walked up to him, her face determined. If I kiss you, will you sign? Of course I keep my word. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly as if resigned, and slowly raised her head to lean in for a kiss. But she met only empty air. Opening her eyes, she saw that Jiang Chu was no longer in front of her. It's signed. Don't bother me again, Jiang Chu said as he opened the door and walked out. The vast classroom was left with only Jimingshi. She stood there in a daze, still processing what had happened. This Jiang Chu had actually left. She was the top campus belle, pursued by countless boys who gave her gifts, flowers, and even did crazier things, all of which she had rejected. Yet now, the first time she had ever offered to kiss a boy, he simply walked away. Was her first kiss so worthless to him? Yes, she recalled the frenzy of the girls at yesterday's basketball game. He certainly didn't lack female attention. Even her rival Mo Yutong had cheered for him, and Li Wenjing, who never interacted with the opposite sex, along with the cute freshman Jo Sinny. 3 campus beauties all seemed to share an inexplicable affection for him. What exactly was Jiang Chu's charm? Could she, if she tried, win him over? Damn it. Why was she thinking about this? He was just a poor student, a perverted jerk. She looked at the crooked signature Jiang Chu on the agreement. How ugly. Whoever liked him could have him. But the fact that he had rejected her first kiss. She would make him pay for that someday. Jimingshi affection 10 Jimingshi affection 10. As Jiang Chu left the classroom, he secretly regretted it. The kiss of the top campus belle Jimingshi. It might have been her first. He had faced a difficult choice, but he didn't like forcing things, so he had given up. Unexpectedly, this had increased her affection. It was a pleasant surprise. Maybe he should have kissed her. After all, he was already a pervert in her eyes. What difference would losing a few points of affection make? Oh well, he was a tycoon now, with no shortage of women. When he returned to the dormitory building, the crowd was still there. What a headache. Look, isn't that Su Kuan Jiang Chu's opponent from that match? Let's go interview him, and ask how it feels to be crushed by Jiang Chu. Yeah, let's go. Dormitory 8 was not far behind Jiang Chu's building. Thanks to yesterday's video, Su Kuan had also become famous on campus. He had stayed in his room all day thinking the storm had passed, and came down with Li Wenjing to practice dancing. Su Kuan's face was full of anger, even the thick makeup couldn't hide his livid expression. That country bumpkin Jiang Chu made me stay in the dorm all day without daring to go out. If it weren't for you telling me to keep a low profile, I wouldn't care what those idiots say. Kuan Xiao, just hold on a few more days. The school anniversary is coming. We need to stay low-key and let Jiang Chu have all the attention. A tall tree catches the wind, the early bird gets shot. He won't last long. I heard he didn't come back last night, probably already indulging in a wild lifestyle. That country boy is lucky. I haven't had any fun in days. I heard that Jimingshi is the top campus belle. Su Kuan was striding along with a swagger when he saw a large crowd charging toward him. Quick, capture Su Kuan. We need the headline. Capture Su Kuan alive. We must get the trending news. Su Kuan's eyes widened. What the hell is this? Quick, young Master Kuan, hurry back to the dorm and hide. If the media catches you, your family will know you're here. Damn, whoever is setting me up, I won't let them off. Su Kuan turned and sprinted away while Dai Wei resolutely stayed behind. Strategist, you're a good man. I'm leaving first, you have to hold on. Dai Wei's eyes glistened as if bidding a final farewell. Su Kuan glanced back, seeing the media swarm about to engulf Dai Wei. A flicker of gratitude rose in his heart. That 5 million was well spent. Then Dai Wei's shout came, he lives in building 8, go after him. Su Kuan nearly stumbled, choking on his breath. Old Wulong, just you wait. I'll settle the score with you later. Jiang Chu, watching from afar, almost burst out laughing. Luckily no one was near the dormitory building, so he could finally go back. The journalist besieging Su Kuan blocked the area for half a day before being escorted away by the arriving uniform squad. Later, Su Kuan finally learned the cause of the incident. It's all that country bumpkin's fault. Su Kuan slammed the cup he had drunk from onto the ground, his anger flaring. He grabbed Dai Wei by the collar and yelled, "How could you betray me like that?" Dai Wei replied calmly with sly reasoning. At that moment, I suddenly thought of a scheme. To use others to harm our enemy. That's why I sent them to you, young Master Kuan. What scheme? You sent them to kill me. No. I mean, those people were all looking for Jiang Chu. You saw it too, young Master Kuan. Even the NBA scouts from abroad came. If that kid got interviewed, it would cause a huge sensation, maybe even national headlines. He would steal the spotlight, and Miss Li Wenjing might even admire him. That's very disadvantageous for us. So I used the scheme to make you, young Master Kuan, lead them away. Now Jiang Chu must hate us deeply. That's not a scheme, it's a diversion. What nonsense about using others. Su Kuan released Dai Wei's collar, his expression softening. Let me show you what a real scheme is. I've already told Mo Yutong she must finish the task within 2 days. I don't have the patience to wait a week. Young Master Kuan, that's called a honey trap. Su Kuan responded, a young Master Kuan, please don't. In a 100-story tower in the Magic City, a middle-aged woman stood dressed in a sophisticated tailored business suit, her hair coiled into a neat bun, her classic oval face glowing with a complexion that belied her age. A string of premium South Sea pearls adorned her neck, and 2 sparkling rubies on her fingers underscored her exalted status. Behind her stood an exceptionally beautiful young secretary, wearing half-frame glasses, her figure graceful, dressed in professional attire, standing perfectly still with utmost professionalism. Madam, we have news of the young master. Uncle Hong arranged his transfer to Shi University in Fruit Province, aiming to get close to a girl named Li Wenjing. Should we call him back? The middle-aged woman swirled the wine glass in her hand, the crimson liquid rippling within, yet never escaping the crystal confinement. She spoke slowly. This boy never lets me, his mother, rest easy. He could simply stay as the heir and inherit the vast Su family. His useless brother Su Kai thinks he's secure, but as long as I'm here he can forget about the inheritance. Li Wenjing. I didn't expect that old man to let his precious granddaughter go to that remote place alone. Since Kuan-er has set his sights on this, let him do as he pleases. If he succeeds, it's a good thing. But if the Li family discovers his intentions, he must return immediately. Qian, those websites and media? Yes, madam. I have had them delete all videos related to the young master. You can rest assured. Good. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. I raised you myself. In fact, I would rather Kuan-er marry you, make you my daughter-in-law. Qian's face showed panic, and she bowed her head. I was an orphan rescued by you from that wretched place. I belong to you for life, madam. As for anything else, I dare not even think of it. Even if I never marry, simply staying by your side is enough. The middle-aged woman nodded, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. He is my only son. If anyone dares to bully him, I will make them know my power. At the school dance studio, a few stylishly dressed girls were watching Mo Yutong perform the Gokuraku Jodo dance along with their instructor. Excitement and joy shone in everyone's eyes. Oh my god, this choreography is amazing. Yes, I'm sure if we perform this dance we might even win first prize. Not only the dance, but the music seems tailor-made for it. It's brilliant. And the music department's beauty Zhou Sini is incredible. She recorded the song in just one day. The instructor never expected that a problem that had troubled her so much would be solved by a boy. After finishing the dance, Mo Yutong was drenched in sweat. Even with her high ponytail, a few strands of black hair clung to her forehead. Sweat trickled down her fair neck and chest. Great work, Yutong. Have some water. It's nothing, teacher. It's my duty. Come, let's gather. All the girls lined up. Now that the problem is solved, we must thank Mo Yutong for her efforts. If this performance is successful, she will have contributed the most among us. Everyone applauded. According to the rules, both the choreography and the song must be credited. Since Yutong says Jiang Chu doesn't want his name written, just put a pseudonym for now. Also thank him for me. I heard he's very good at basketball, but I didn't expect him to be able to write songs and choreograph. Truly a rare talent. All right, teacher. Mo Yutong felt very happy. The image of Jiang Chu dancing that day flashed in her mind, and she could barely suppress a smile. Take a break, everyone. We'll practice again later. Dismissed. Several girls immediately crowded around Mo Yutong, showering her with praise. Yutong, does Jiang Chu like you? He's so good to you. If any guy wrote such a wonderful song and choreography for me, I'd agree to be his girlfriend right away. Yeah, and he's super handsome. If you ever decide you don't want him, let me know. I'll snatch him up, hee. Get lost, would Jiang Chu even look at you? You've got no chest. Maybe he likes my type. Many readers appreciate small chests. They're cute. Just as Mo Yutong was enjoying herself, her phone rang. I'll take this call. When she picked up the phone and saw the caller ID, her cheerful expression instantly darkened. Her previously cheerful expression instantly darkened. She walked to a secluded spot with her phone before answering. Hello. Young Master Kuan can no longer wait. You must complete what we discussed last time no later than the day after tomorrow. But, beep beep beep. Before the day after tomorrow. That meant only 2 nights remained. Her phone rang again. Who would call at this hour? Hello, Mom. Yutong, your father suddenly fainted at work and was rushed to the hospital. The doctor says his kidneys are severely damaged and a transplant may be necessary. How could this happen? Didn't you tell me he was perfectly healthy during his last checkup? Mo Yutong's face turned pale. Mom, it will be fine. How is father doing now? Is he awake? Yes, he is awake, but he cannot be discharged yet. The doctor wants to keep him under observation. Hearing this, Mo Yutong's expression eased slightly. Daughter, I know Jiang Chu is quite wealthy, and I can see you two are not officially together yet. But with your father's condition, we will likely need a large sum of money. Could you ask him for help? Or perhaps that car he gave you, could you sell it, and then? Mom, please do not worry about the money. I will figure something out. Tell father to rest well, and not think too much about it. Alright then. Your father is fine, I will take care of him. I will not disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After hanging up, Mo Yutong immediately called back the previous number. Hello, I would like to know when my father's kidney donor will be available. He is already hospitalized. Once you complete the task, I will tell you. Right now you have no other choice. Beep beep beep. Mo Yutong lowered her phone weakly, her heart torn in anguish. After a long struggle, she finally picked up her phone and dialed another number. Hello, Jiang Chu. Are you free tonight? I just want to thank you. Didn't you say you wanted me to give you a massage? I happen to have time tonight, otherwise you would have to wait a long time after my rehearsals. I am fine, just a bit tired after dancing. Very well, see you tonight. After ending the call, Mo Yutong felt deeply distressed and whispered to herself, I am sorry, Jiang Chu. Yutong. Oh, okay, I am coming. On Jiang Chu's, and he was incredibly excited after hanging up. Mo Yutong was going to give him a massage. Such happiness seemed almost too sudden. He also wanted to mention his plan to establish an investment company with her. 9 o'clock in the evening, approaching the appointed time, Jiang Chu happily prepared to head out. Jiang Chu, why are you in such a good mood? Am I? Hee, I know without you saying anything. Nowadays you receive over 100 messages a day from girls asking you out, not to mention all the calls coming to me. You are going on a date, right? I have plans too. Wei Wei asked me out for bubble tea. Xianghua looked quite smug. Jiang Chu frowned slightly, feeling that this guy had gotten a bit carried away. What are you jealous that I have girls asking me out? No, let's go together. As the two of them stepped out of the dormitory entrance, they saw a towering figure approaching them with ground-shaking steps. Jiang Chu, I have been waiting for you for so long. Jiang Chu swallowed hard. The girl before him was quite large in stature, her weight possibly measurable in tons, and her twin braids created an extreme contrast with her innocent appearance. Xianghua could barely bear to watch, even feeling a hint of schadenfreude that it wasn't him being chased. You were waiting for me. Yes, did you receive the gift I brought you? That is something I personally wore, never washed. Gift? What gift? It's that bra I am wearing, an F-cup. Gag. Xianghua thought of that bra. He had even taken a deep breath to smell it once, and it still lay in his drawer. To think it belonged to this creature, he could not help but retch. Xianghua, are you alright? Sorry, I need to take him to see a doctor. Talk to you later. Jiang Chu took 2 steps, and then broke into a run. What the heck, my patient is right here. Wait for me. They ran far away before finally catching their breath. What a terrible start to the evening. I almost got us both sent away. You are still keeping her bra, ha ha ha. Laugh at my sister. I'm throwing it away as soon as we get back. I'm done chatting with you. My Wei might be waiting for me. After Xianghua left, Jiang Chu arrived at the parking area thinking that tonight Mo Yutong would probably give him a massage in the car, and then maybe kiss and do other things. Here I am, get in the car. Jiang Chu was surprised to see Mo Yutong sitting in the driver's seat, already starting the engine. After getting into the passenger seat, he looked puzzled. Are we going somewhere? Of course I cannot give you a massage right here in the car. Jiang Chu paused, remembering that last time they had done exactly that in the car, except he was the one giving the massage. 30 minutes later they arrived at Jinghua Shuiwei. Only then did Jiang Chu realize this was a luxurious riverside guest house, and Mo Yutong had booked a king-size bedroom. After entering the room, Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. A 2-meter bed surrounded by jungle-themed decorations, and even the bathtub was designed to resemble an outdoor hot spring. What are you doing? Why bring me here? Mo Yutong actually looked shy. You said you wanted me to massage your legs and back. I could not just do it at your dormitory. That is true. Jiang Chu had no suspicions and looked around. There was a large balcony overlooking the river view outside. No wonder it cost over 800 per night. This was in the year 2010, when the average monthly salary in Fruit Province was only 2,000. It was quite expensive. He could not believe Mo Yutong had specially rented a room just to give him a massage. A wave of excitement rose in his heart. This must be completely proper since they had both brought their ID cards. Even the police would have nothing to worry about. At this moment, Mo Yutong had already taken a shower and put on a bathrobe wrapped tightly, so that only her arms and collarbone were visible. This made Jiang Chu silently curse the hotel for being ungenerous with the robes, giving it 2 poor reviews. She spread her jet black hair freshly dried with a hairdryer to both sides, then tossed it over one shoulder. The hair fell smooth and silky, and a soft smile graced her face as she stepped out, a gentle blush still on her cheeks from the warm shower. Jiang Chu, you go take a shower first. I'll wait for you. Jiang Chu nodded and walked steadily into the bathroom. Once the door closed, he quickly changed. He had never finished a shower so swiftly in his life, and soon emerged wrapped in a towel. This startled Mo Yutong, who was standing by the television cabinet. Her expression shifted to mild fluster. You finished so quickly. Hee, I wanted to be quick and clean. What are you doing? Nothing much. I was just about to find the remote and watch TV. Mo Yutong picked up the remote and turned on the television. Jiang Chu casually climbed onto the bed, pulled a pillow beside him, and settled down comfortably facing the screen. Jiang Chu thought the evening show would surely be entertaining. He had learned through practice that dancers moved with remarkable silence, a detail his heightened awareness now made clear. A light fragrance drifted toward him. I didn't expect you to look slim, yet carry such solid strength. Of course. I trained hard. Stop bragging. Jiang Chu hadn't been exaggerating. After increasing his strength, his body had naturally adjusted and grown lean and toned. Tell me how you did it. Can you teach me? Just keep training alongside me, and you will too. You're ridiculous. They continued chatting lightly as the program played. After a short while, Jiang Chu glanced at the time. Wait, didn't that only take a couple of minutes? He felt somewhat puzzled. My hand's getting tired anyway. Let's just rest now. They lay together near the head of the bed, watching television. Mo Yutong occasionally stole glances at him and noticed his expression seemed troubled. She couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. You look unhappy, don't you? No, I'm fine. Your face says otherwise. Jiang Chu thought to himself, what could he say? The session had ended far too quickly. No wonder she felt a little guilty and offered to make it up to him. Let me make it up to you. How? Jiang Chu looked puzzled. Before he could respond, his eyes widened slightly, as if catching a faint glow. Then he realized what she meant. The towel had been covering more than he expected. A hint of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly composed himself and turned his attention back to the television. Mo Yutong noticed his reaction and smiled to herself, feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction, as though she had earned some small reward for her playful gesture. Let's play a game. Hide and seek. Jiang Chu paused. Hide and seek. He watched as Mo Yutong slipped beneath the thin blanket, hiding herself inside. Ooh, what? I think I just got bitten by a cat. Oh, what should we do about that? Mo Yutong lifted her chin proudly, her expression bright and mischievous. She bit her lower lip lightly, trying not to laugh. Jiang Chu's lips curled into a quiet smile. To be safe, that cat should really get a checkup. Wait, shouldn't you be the one checking? She tilted her head, unconvinced. I want to, but do you have anything for that? She hesitated, her cheeks flushing. No, that won't work. She covered her face briefly, then peeked through her fingers. Should we turn off the light? No, don't. Keep it on. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness, and her eyes darted toward the television cabinet. Jiang Chu had no intention of dimming the lights either. The room felt warmer with the soft glow from the screen. This was something he would never have dared imagine in his past life, and now it had come true. At that moment, the system chimed. Mo Yutong. Age 20. Height 171 centimeters. Weight 54 kilograms. Appearance 87.2. Charm point 1. Affection 95. What a surprise. It could improve her appearance score as well. He wondered whether continuing to spend time with her would raise it further. And now, after a long and fruitful evening, Mo Yutong's affection had climbed from 93 to 95. He finally understood. The attribute points he had invested not only strengthened his physique, but also enhanced his vitality in ways he hadn't anticipated. Ding. Congratulations. You have met the system conditions and earned 9 attribute points. For goals remain before the next upgrade. Additionally, please note that once a target's affection reaches 100, any investment made toward them will only yield a 1-1 return. Jiang Chu was taken aback. That meant spending 100 units to gain merely 1 point. A straight 1-to-1 return. He had originally hoped to focus his efforts on a single target, but the system's mechanics left him with few alternatives. He never intended to play with multiple hearts. If anything, the system pushed him toward difficult choices. He gazed at the quiet room, gently stroking the soft strands of hair resting against his arm. Mo Yutong had already drifted into a peaceful sleep, a faint smile lingering on her lips. The next morning, Mo Yutong slowly opened her eyes. Memories of the previous night rushed back, and a warm blush spread across her cheeks. You're awake. Why didn't you turn on the camera last night? Her eyes widened. She suddenly remembered the camera she had hidden inside the tissue box on the television cabinet, and now Jiang Chu was holding it in his hands. How did you find it? She stared at him, her expression pale and uncertain. Her fingers nervously twisted the blanket. She had hoped he wouldn't notice, but he clearly had. What should she do? Would he be upset with her? Did you keep something from me? Her brows furrowed, and she bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak. If something like this happens, why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm sorry, Jiang Chu, only they can help me find a kidney source for my dad. I'm afraid there's no time left. I can't wait any longer. Mo Yutong's eyes were already glistening as she spoke. Then why didn't you take a picture? I couldn't, Jiang Chu. I like you truly. They definitely mean harm to you. If I had taken the picture and given it to them, it might ruin your reputation. Jiang Chu held Mo Yutong's gaze for a long moment, then drew her into his embrace, gently stroking her hair. Silly girl, with just those things, they don't have the power to ruin me. But I want to ask you, are you sure they have already found a suitable kidney source for your father? I don't know. They said if I complete this task, they would arrange it for my dad. Jiang Chu's gaze turned cool. Maybe they haven't found anything at all. They might be deceiving you. What? No wonder they kept avoiding the subject. What should I do, Jiang Chu? Listen to me. At a cafe outside the school, Mo Yutong sat by the window facing Uncle Hong. Here are your coffees. The waiter set them down and left. Uncle Hong took a sip before speaking slowly. Didn't expect you to be so quick. This young man really can't resist a beautiful woman's charm. Where's the thing? Mo Yutong produced a camera memory card and handed it over, but when Uncle Hong reached for it, she pulled her hand back. I want to know about my dad's kidney source. Uncle Hong's face remained impassive as he said with a faint smile, don't worry, the kidney source has been found. I can have it sent over with just one phone call. Mo Yutong furrowed her delicate brows. Make the call first, then I'll give it to you. Ha, Miss Mo Yutong, I don't think you're in a position to negotiate. Believe me, I can walk away right now and find another girl. With enough money, there are plenty of prettier girls willing to do this. Mo Yutong's eyes wavered in struggle, and at last she reluctantly handed over the memory card. Can you make the call now? How do you think I'm a fool? How do I know if the card has anything on it? I need to verify it first. Mo Yutong's eyes widened in alarm. No, you can't look at it here, can you? What kind of place is this? Do you intend to view it here? Uncle Hong observed her reaction and felt a degree of certainty. He took out a camera, inserted the memory card, and opened it. What he saw were 2 people engaged in movement, and the man bore a strong resemblance to Jiang Chu. The sound was also played. After a brief glance to confirm, he closed it. Very good. You did well. Uncle Hong was quite satisfied. The phone. Mo Yutong repeated the 2 words. Uncle Hong picked up his phone and dialed. Hello, transfer 100 to her card, then clear all transaction records. What? Mo Yutong's eyes widened, and she rose to her feet, her expression nearly frantic. I don't want money. You promised me the kidney source. Uncle Hong revealed a sly grin. What are you talking about? Such a thing is illegal, though I would never do it. Giving you 10000 is already generous. I'm leaving now. Before your Jiang Chu gets into trouble, you might ask him for some money. Otherwise it'll be too late. Ha! After Uncle Hong left, Jiang Chu walked out from inside the cafe. I guess they hadn't found a kidney source for your dad. Jiang Chu, what about my father? If we search for a kidney source now, will it be in time? Mo Yutong was almost collapsing with despair. She threw herself into Jiang Chu's arms, sobbing. Don't worry. Perhaps I can help cure your father. At these words, Mo Yutong pulled herself out of his embrace, grabbed his arms, and looked up at his face with tears streaming, her expression filled with excitement. Jiang Chu, do you know some divine doctor who can cure my father? After all, Jiang Chu was so wealthy, his family must be extraordinary. Perhaps he knew a brilliant physician who could cure her father. That would be wonderful. But then disappointment set in. No, I don't know any divine doctor. But I know a little bit myself. However, I'd like to see your father's condition first. Was Jiang Chu just comforting her? No divine doctor, only a little bit of medical knowledge. How could that possibly cure her father? But now there was no other path. She could only go back and tell the truth, let the hospital help find a kidney source, and leave everything to fate. But that would require money. Jiang Chu, you know my father's situation needs money. I wonder if I could return the car and exchange it for cash. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Was she thinking of selling the car? He patted her head. No need. I have plenty of money. Thank you, Jiang Chu. But wasn't that memory card empty? How did it have those images? Oh, that. Just a little video. The camera screen is small, he couldn't tell. And that old fellow, after drinking my specially prepared coffee, he'll probably be spending the whole day in the restroom. Come on, let's go see your father's condition first. Uncle Hong had barely walked a few steps when his stomach began to gurgle, various gases escaping. His face showed discomfort. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have drunk the coffee from this lousy place. Drive back now. As soon as he got in the car and closed the door, a series of loud noises erupted. The driver gagged and couldn't help vomiting, cursing Uncle Hong in his mind. Because Mo Jiangwo's condition was severe, he had already been transferred to the city's largest hospital, which saved Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong some time. Mo Yutong drove. Jiang Chu opened the system and selected the Chinese medical heritage within the medical skills. A dazzling array of system panels appeared: BNK's medical art, Zhongjing's medical art, Hua Tuo's medical art, 18 ghost needles, Guhan's full skill set, Sun Ximiao's medicine king full skill set. In the end, Jiang Chu chose the highest point option, Ultimate Chinese Medical Heritage Skill Pack, which cost 9 points. Oh my, he felt that last night's work was all for nothing. He hoped it would be worth it. Ultimate consumes 5 attribute points. Requires strength 11, agility 11, constitution 10, talent 12, spirit 12. Note some medical practices, such as acupuncture, may consume your personal constitution. Roughly saving 1,000 lives has a chance of reducing constitution by 1 point, but minor ailments have negligible impact. Please keep an eye on your constitution value. While there's such a thing. No wonder he had read online that performing acupuncture consumes a lot of one's vital energy. It seems true. But he had the system, so he wasn't afraid. He added 2 points to constitution, 2 points to talent, and 2 points to spirit, then click purchase. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu strength 14 8, agility 14 8, constitution 8 8, 2 talent 10 8, 2 spirit 10 8, 2 remaining points 36. Note numbers in parentheses are average human values. Acquired Ultimate Comprehensive Combat Skill, Ultimate Basketball Skill Pack, Ultimate Music and Dance Creation Skill Pack, Ultimate Chinese Medical Heritage Skill Pack. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind, lasting longer than the previous skill packs. Fortunately, he had increased his attributes, otherwise his body and mind might have struggled to endure. As the influx completed, Jiang Chu marveled at the immense depth of knowledge in this field. Without the system, he would never have imagined there were so many things that defied conventional understanding. For example, chicken manure contains something called chicken feces white, which is a very good medicine, and a child's urine can be used to treat a sprained back, among other things. Everything one needs can be sourced from nature. This perspective extends to understanding kidney failure as well. In short, whereas before he had been uncertain, Jiang Chu now felt fully confident that the condition could be cured through herbs and acupuncture alone. It was about half an hour's drive to reach the hospital. Mo Jiangwo had been transferred to a regular ward where Ma Dongmei was gently feeding him rice porridge. Mom, Dad. Mo Yutong spotted them from afar and hurried over. The couple looked up, their faces registering surprise. Yutong, eh? How did you two come here? Mo Yutong leaned over the bedside and took her father's hand. Dad, are you doing all right? I'm fine, really, Mo Jiangwo replied with a faint smile, his complexion slightly pale. Just not in the best shape. I've become a burden to both of you. Dad, don't say that. We're family. Uncle Annie, hello. Jiang Chu greeted them. Jiang Chu, come have a seat. Ma Dongmei had already moved her small stool aside. No, I'm fine standing. Annie, please sit. You must be exhausted from caring for uncle all this time. I can see you haven't rested properly all night. Now that Jiang Chu and I are here, perhaps you should go get some sleep. Sigh. With Jiang Wo in this condition, how could I sleep? Thank you for coming to see us. Mom, it's all right. Jiang Chu said he would help us. You don't need to worry about the money. Ma Dongmei glanced at Jiang Chu in surprise. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she had realized her daughter had grown up. She supposed something had been given to Jiang Chu. In today's world, anyone who learned of a bottomless medical expense would likely choose to distance themselves. Even for someone wealthy like Jiang Chu, she would not blame him if he walked away, for she would do the same. Her only remaining hope was that the car which had been gifted to Yutong would not be taken back. Selling it would provide some funds for Jiang Wo's treatment. Now to her surprise, Jiang Chu not only knew about the situation, but had come here alongside her daughter. It seemed he was not one of those who abandoned others in hardship. As the saying goes, true character is revealed in adversity. Her regard for Jiang Chu rose to an unprecedented height. Thank you, Jiang Chu. But your uncle, are you also family of Mo Jiang Wo? At that moment, a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat and glasses approached. Jiang Chu noticed the nameplate reading attending physician Zhang Hongliang. Behind him followed a young man and a young woman, both also in white coats. The man was of ordinary appearance, but carried an air of arrogance. The young woman's figure was indistinct beneath her coat, but her face was remarkably beautiful. An 87 beauty score, matching Mo Yutong and He Shiyun. The figure beneath the white coat must surely be equally impressive. Perhaps noticing Jiang Chu's gaze linger on Cheng Qianma, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Tao's eyes. Director Zhang, this is our daughter, and this is her friend. Upon turning to see Mo Yutong, Zhang Tao's pupils widened momentarily, as though viewing someone of considerable appeal. I have already discussed your father's condition with your mother. Our recommendation is a kidney transplant. The alternative is long-term dialysis. Given his condition, we strongly advise the former. However, finding a matching donor can take an unpredictable amount of time. If you are willing to proceed, please decide as soon as possible so we can submit the request. As for the costs, as previously mentioned, they should be determined based on your actual financial situation. While the doctor spoke, Jiang Chu had been palpating Mo Jiang Wo's pulse, observing his complexion and overall condition. By the end, his eyes narrowed slightly. Director Zhang Hongliang's words were technically sound throughout, yet delivered with an extraordinary coldness, as though discussing something entirely insignificant. This left Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong already burdened with worry, looking even paler upon hearing his tone. After finishing his remarks, Zhang Hongliang turned and noticed Jiang Chu beside them, his brows furrowing. What are you doing? Do you also study medicine? Oh no, just taking a look. Then refrain from touching the patient. Furthermore, traditional medicine cannot cure this disease. The only way to extend the patient's life is through a kidney transplant. Do you understand? So even with a transplant, it would not be considered a cure. Only a prolongation of life. Is that correct? How dare you speak so? My master is a senior expert in this field in Shueiguo province. His kidney transplant surgery boasts a 90% success rate. He has saved countless kidney failure patients, giving them another 10 years of life. A truly meritorious feat. Who are you, an amateur, to pass judgment? Zhang Tao pointed eagerly at Jiang Chu, reprimanding him without restraint. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. A scholar should be humble and ever pursuing knowledge. A doctor's duty is to heal the sick and rescue the injured. Yet to treat saving lives as something to boast about is simply absurd. Moreover, if someone could naturally recover, but your treatment merely extends their life by a few years at great expense, then I ask, what kind of healing is that? Zhang Hongliang's brows tightened, his expression darkening noticeably. Zhang Tao, seeing this, immediately erupted in anger. Who do you think you are? My master just returned from a national expert medical conference and has been awarded the title of provincial academician. Do you understand how rare that is? One step above is the highest honor, the national renowned physician. Even so, this is a status that countless doctors look up to. Furthermore, for the same kidney failure patients without dialysis, most expert-level doctors can expect an average survival of 5 years. But my master achieves 10 years. That is double. Zhang Hongliang waved his hand. Those titles mean nothing. Our true purpose is simply to help patients live. Such were his words, yet his expression clearly bore the mark of pride. Cheng Qianma then spoke up. You are about my age, and as you said yourself, you are not a trained doctor. Where does your confidence come from to speak so recklessly here? Junior sister, how could he compare to you? You are the campus beauty. Besides, a general medical degree requires 5 years of university. Yet at 21 you have already completed all your courses, studying both surgery and internal medicine, and you are a direct disciple of the renowned physician Elder Go. Your future is truly boundless. Zhang Tao offered his praise promptly, then turned his attention to Mo Yutong, his eyes narrowing slightly. You are their daughter, correct? Understand that only my master can save your father now. Yet you brought this person along who not only fails to cooperate with our work, but also speaks disrespectfully. If you wish to change doctors, I can arrange that immediately. After all, my master is very busy, and he has patience beyond just yours. Ma Dongmei grew anxious. No. Jiang Chu didn't mean it that way, Director Zhang. Young people can speak rather bluntly at times. Please don't take it to heart. I beg you to save my Jiangwo. Money is no object. Zhang Hongliang remarked with a hint of coldness. Is this a matter of money? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Without a kidney source, how can I treat you? Your daughter's friend looks down on my master, so let him treat it. But don't blame me for not warning you. My master's appointment won't be this easy to get in the future. Pride was written all over Zhang Tao's face, unable to conceal his complacency. Do you know what you're doing? You're not only harming yourself, but also your girlfriend's family. Cheng Qianma said coldly. The junior sister is right. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong couldn't help but look at Jiang Chu. He was wealthy indeed, but that was a separate matter from curing the illness. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chu was waiting for this very statement, otherwise letting go would have been a hassle. Fine. I'll treat him myself. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving it to you. Jiang Chu you. Ma Dongmei never expected Jiang Chu to say such words. She was stunned for a moment, frozen in place. Unreasonable. Let's go. Zhang Hongliang flung his hands behind his back and left in a huff. Zhang Tao cast them a look of hopelessness while Cheng Qianma furrowed her brow at Jiang Chu before following them out. Director Zhang, wait, that's not how it is. Ma Dongmei rushed out, knocking over a stool. Mom. Mo Yutong quickly went to support her. The two lamented for a long while, then turned to look at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, thank you for being willing to help us. I know we need your money, but this. Ma Dongmei was anxious, yet she knew she couldn't offend either side. To be honest, she was also displeased by the doctor's words. But he was the doctor, and her family's life was in his hands. What could she do? She had to endure it no matter what. Andy, rest assured. I just took a look at Uncle's condition, or it's not as dire as you think. I am confident I can cure him. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong's eyes lit up with disbelief. What did you say? You can cure Jiangwo? Yes. I learned some medical skills from a master when I was young, and coincidentally, I know how to treat this illness. Really? But what about the kidney source? Don't worry, a kidney transplant isn't necessary at all. In fact, one's own kidneys are the most suitable. It's not a matter of replacing them just because of a minor issue. Jiang Chu turned to Mo Jiangwo and mentioned some common symptoms that usually appear. Mo Jiangwo and Ma Dongmei were astonished. Really? Those are exactly the problems he usually has. How did you know Jiang Chu? In their hearts, they began to trust Jiang Chu a little more. Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. I need to go out to buy some medicine. Once you take a dose, I'll perform acupuncture on Uncle. If you feel it's working, we can proceed with discharge. So soon. Ma Dongmei could hardly believe it. Jiang Chu didn't intend to explain much. Yutong, your mother must be tired. You stay here with your father and let her get some rest. I'll be back soon. Mo Yutong still stood up worriedly, grasping Jiang Chu's arm. Jiang Chu, can you really cure my father? Jiang Chu placed his hand over her soft one, offering a confident smile. Trust me. Sorry, we don't have aconite here. It's toxic and not allowed for sale. He hadn't expected such simple herbs to be so difficult to obtain. He had visited several places, but the medicinal herbs in those so-called large pharmacies were grown with chemical fertilizers. Looked good, but lacked efficacy. Some places didn't even sell them at all. Excuse me, could you tell me where I can buy the best medicinal herbs? Jiang Chu handed over a pack of high-end cigarettes, pretending to casually pull out his car keys. The man, upon seeing this, broke into a fawning smile. You've come to the right person for buying herbs. Go to Tonggu Hall. It has the best herbs in Nan City, and everything you want is there, but it's not open to the public. When you get there, ask for a friend of mine. He'll help you out. Tonggu Hall had a grand entrance with large pillars in an antique style, and the interior was designed in a classical manner. Jiang Chu stepped inside. The array of medicinal herbs was dazzling. A quick glance told him that most were indeed of better quality than those in outside pharmacies, but they still failed to meet his standards. They were also cultivated, though, without any chemical fertilizers or pesticides, still far from wild-grown. Beyond the composition, the most important aspect of herbs is their medicinal properties. Just like rice. Rice that matures over a full year is vastly different from rice harvested 2 or even 3 times a year. It seemed he would have to seek out that person after all. Jiang Chu casually asked the female server for the name he had been given. The server, who had been captivated by Jiang Chu's handsome appearance and designer clothes since he entered, kept a smile on her face. Looking for Senior Brother Meng. I'll call him for you right away. Thank you. Soon a middle-aged man came out. Seeing Jiang Chu as a stranger, he frowned slightly. Hello, you're looking for me. Yes, brother De told me to come to you, saying that you're the one who can get the good stuff. Meng Ju Ming's expression cleared. Oh, please come in. Have some tea first. Once inside, Jiang Chu stated his purpose directly and handed over the written prescription. Meng Ju Ming glanced at it and smiled. You're lucky. The aconite here is authentic, wild-grown from Yojiang, and we just got some stock. The other herbs are just enough in quantity. But the price. Money is not an issue. 10,000 total. Rest assured, I won't overcharge you. Jiang Chu directly took out a stack of cash as the man had instructed him. Cash only. Meng Ju Ming counted it. This is 1,000 extra. Consider it a gesture of friendship, Supervisor Meng. If I need anything in the future, I'll come to you again. Meng Ming's eyes lit up. He accepted the money with great delight. Well said, well said. Just call me in advance, and I'll save the best for you. He then went to pack the herbs. Jiang Chu glanced at them. They were indeed rare wild herbs, some aged for several years. Excellent, the herbs here are truly top-notch, Supervisor Meng. Haha, of course. I've already had someone decoct the herbs according to your instructions. That prescription seems to be for the kidneys, but isn't the dosage a bit high? And I've never seen such a combination. Before Meng Ming could finish, the young female server rushed in urgently. Senior brother, someone is looking for you outside. For me, eh? We have many rare guests today. Boss Jiang, I'll attend to this first. Once the medicine is ready, they'll pack it for you. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Supervisor Meng. Meng Ming smiled and waved his hand before walking out. Inside the pharmacy, an elderly man in a Tang suit with white hair and a youthful complexion sat on a sofa, leaning on a cane. His posture was straight, his eyes bright and piercing, exuding an aura that suggested a person of high status. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a neat side-parted hairstyle and a square face, looking both dignified and approachable, though his complexion was somewhat dark. He wore a black jacket without any brand logo, dress pants, and leather shoes. He was extremely respectful to the elderly man. I've been eagerly waiting for your arrival in Fruit Province, Elder Go. It's a great honor. The old man nodded. Minhai, your father and I are good friends, and as a distinguished vice-governor yourself, I will speak frankly. Please be direct. I understand my own condition well enough. The hospital recommends a kidney transplant, but finding a suitable donor organ is no easy matter. You are a renowned physician skilled in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, which is why I insisted on having you come examine me personally. I have reviewed your condition. In Western medical terms, you are in the late stage with little hope of recovery. Only a kidney transplant would help. With my approach, I will write you a prescription to take on schedule each day and use acupuncture to unblock certain meridians. Though a complete cure is unlikely, it should at least ease your suffering and buy you another year to wait for a suitable donor. Sun Minhai had originally believed that inviting the famous physician Gu Hui would lead to a cure. To learn it could only extend his life by a year left him somewhat disheartened. Sigh. In the absence of Western medical intervention, gaining an extra year is already quite remarkable. Looking around today, only you, Elder Go, would dare make such a promise. This old man has done all he can. I heard the medicinal herbs here are of fine quality, which is why I came specifically to take a look. At that moment, Meng Ming walked out. The first glance at the middle-aged man's face stirred a familiar feeling. Noticing the license plate of the car parked outside and the middle-aged man holding a briefcase standing nearby, he immediately realized this was in fact Sun Minhai, the vice-governor of Shuigua province. This startled him greatly. Hurrying forward, he began, Governor Sun. Sun Minhai raised his hand to stop him. I am merely an ordinary citizen now accompanying this elder to purchase some herbs. No need to make a fuss. Why, yes. Please let me know what herbs you need. I am Meng Ming, the director here, and I will ensure you receive the finest. Sun Minhai handed a list to Meng Ming. Meng Ming glanced at it, and his eyes widened in shock. The herbs on the list were almost identical to what Boss Jiang had just requested, yet he had already given all his stock to that person. This put him in a difficult position. This man was a vice-governor after all. Sun Minhai noticed Meng Ming's distress. What is it? If one or two herbs are unavailable, it hardly matters. I will simply find them elsewhere. Meng Ming replied awkwardly. It is not that one or two are missing. It is that all of them are gone. A business owner just purchased the entire stock moments ago. Such a rich and profound medicinal fragrance. The herbs inside must certainly be of considerable age. Gu Hui suddenly spoke, then noticed a young man carrying several large and small bags walking out from within. As he passed by, he glanced briefly in their direction. The person who had come out was none other than Jiang Chu. With just a single glance, he had already detected that both the elder and the middle-aged man carried signs of illness. But what did it concern him? Returning to treat Mo Yutong's father was what mattered most. He did not linger and continued on his way. You mentioned a business owner who bought all those herbs. Was it that young man? Meng Ming was taken aback by Gu Hui's words. Following the direction he indicated, he slapped his thigh. Yes, that is exactly him. How did you know, Elder? Minhai, we need not purchase the herbs now. Let us follow and investigate. Very well. Though Sun Minhai did not understand Elder Ji's purpose, he followed his lead without hesitation. He gave instructions to his driver and followed in the car. Jiang Chu soon noticed a vehicle trailing behind him, but he did not think much of it. The two men clearly had health issues, so they were most likely heading to the hospital as well. Upon arrival, he headed straight to the ward with the medicine, only to discover that Mo Jiangwo, who had been staying in a private room, was now lying on a bed pushed into the hallway, and he was alone. Jiang Chu's brows furrowed. Uncle, what is going on? Why were you moved out here? The doctor said the ward is reserved for those in greater need. Since I do not wish to continue treatment, I should not occupy the space, so they moved me out. Yutong went to argue with those doctors. Jiang Chu, please go check on her quickly. I worry she may be bullied. Jiang Chu nodded. Uncle, please drink this medicine first. I will go take a look. He immediately headed toward the office. He found nobody inside. On his way back, he caught Mo Yutong's voice from the corridor. How can you treat patients this way? We can afford the hospital fees. What do you mean pushing my father out here? We are simply following regulations. If your father does not wish to continue treatment, then other patients need the bed. This is not a hotel. If you wish to transfer him elsewhere, I can process the paperwork right now. Zhang Tao. Jiang Chu recognized his voice. According to procedure, there are some things I should not tell you. The friend you brought has angered my master director Zhang. If you still wish for your father to receive treatment, it would be best for you to apologize to my master. Of course, I am his favored disciple. If I speak a few kind words on your behalf, my master will surely forgive you. What do you want? Nothing at all. Please do not misunderstand. I merely thought we could become friends. If you are free tonight, how about I treat you to a drink? I do not believe drinking is your real intention. You probably want me to keep you company in some other way, is that it? Do not put it so bluntly. This is between consenting adults, and I am not forcing you, am I? What are you doing? Do not touch me. Jiang Chu strode forward the moment the other reached out, delivering a kick to the bewildered Zhang Tao that sent him tumbling down the stairs. Had he not restrained his force somewhat, Zhang Tao might have been seriously injured. Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong had not expected him to arrive so swiftly. She threw her arms around him and finally broke into tears. They bullied us so terribly. It is all right. I am here now, Jiang Chu said firmly. Mo Yutong felt, even if only for a moment, how comforting it was to have a dependable man by her side. Zhang Tao lay writhing in pain on the stairs. You will regret this. I am calling the police. I will sue you for assault. Jiang Chu sneered. By all means, call them. I will also report your abuse of authority and intimidation to them. He pulled out his phone and played back a recording he had just made. Zhang Tao's face turned pale. Young man, you win this round. Let me tell you, aside from my master, nobody can save your father. With that, he struggled to his feet and limped away. Jiang Chu. What about my father? He will be fine. He can go home shortly. Let us go. Jiang Chu replied reassuringly. After Jiang Chu and the others had left, another stairwell door opened, and there stood Gu Hui's son Minhai and their party. A hospital devoted to healing and saving lives should not harbor such despicable individuals. This is outrageous. Gu Hui exclaimed in fury. Son Minhai's expression was equally grim. Hospital affairs fell under his jurisdiction. Immediately have someone investigate this Zhang Tao and check whether others are behaving similarly. If any are found, they will be dealt with severely. The secretary following behind him immediately set off to make the call. Let us go see for ourselves. This young man must have some method to enable a late-stage renal failure patient to return home today. Gu Hui walked ahead. Jiang Chu and the others returned to the corridor where Mo Jiangwo was. At this moment, Mo Jiangwo had already taken the medicine and his complexion actually looked a bit ruddy. Jiang Chu, what medicine did you give me to drink? Why does my tongue feel numb after drinking it, but my entire lower back feels warm and comfortable? Dad, do you mean you're feeling much better now? Mo Yutong held on to Mo Jiangwo's arm with both hands and asked excitedly. I can even feel that I might be able to sit up? Look, Yutong. Mo Jiangwo made an effort and slowly sat up. According to what Director Zhang had said earlier, he should have needed to stay in bed for at least over a week. Oh my Jiangwo, you're sitting up on your own. Ma Dongmei had just returned from resting, and seeing Jiangwo sit up by himself completely forgot to ask how they had ended up outside. Overcome with excitement, she ran straight over. Wait, uncle, you need to lie back down first. I need to perform acupuncture on you. Right now, yes. Perhaps in a little while you could walk back on your own. Both Mo Jiangwo and Ma Dongmei opened their eyes wide. Do you mean I could walk back on my own? Mo Yutong hardly dared to believe what she had heard, but somehow she simply trusted Jiang Chu. Alright, I'll go handle it now. When Mo Yutong passed by the intersection where 3 people were standing, she did not think much of it, assuming they were visitors or family members. What bold claims. Although those medicines are decent, claiming that a patient with late-stage kidney failure who has only been hospitalized for a few days could get out of bed and walk home the same day is far too arrogant. Indeed, you are the expert in this field. Just now you said even you could not cure him. That young man seems to be little more than offering this family some psychological comfort. Jiang Chu had long noticed those 3 people and could overhear their conversation. Regardless of their purpose, as long as they did not come to disturb him, he did not care. He loosened Mo Jiangwo's clothing, took out the needles he had just purchased, narrowed his eyes slightly, and struck swiftly. His needle insertion was accurate and rapid, without the slightest hesitation, completed in one continuous motion. Gu Hui, who had been wearing a dismissive expression, now stared with his eyes wide open after witnessing the miraculous needle technique. Could this be the long-lost 9 needles of return to Yang technique? Sun Minhai did not understand these matters. He only knew that the person lying in the hospital bed suffered from roughly the same condition as him. If this person could truly be cured, then he, with hope in his heart, yet also feeling it was impossible, could that young man be even more formidable than Gu Hui? Done. Wait 10 minutes. Jiang Chu, I can feel a lot of qi circulating inside my body. It feels turbulent yet strangely comfortable. That is because your previously blocked meridians have been unblocked and your body is now regulating itself. Ma Dongmei understood nothing of this, but seeing her husband's complexion gradually improve, she was confident things would not turn out poorly. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Chu had just finished collecting the needles when uninvited guests arrived. You have already completed your discharge procedures, so you should no longer remain in this bed. Leave at once. Zhang Tao walked in front, while Zhang Hongliang and Cheng Qianma followed behind. Not only do you come here without seeking proper medical treatment, but you also resort to such filthy and disgraceful means to seduce Dr. Zhang, and even laid hands on him. Zhang Hongliang would rather save a pig than treat someone like you. Zhang Tao wore a cunning smile of one whose scheme had succeeded, while Cheng Qianma's face was filled with indignation. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. You appear respectable on the surface, yet I never expected you to be so despicable. To commit such disgusting acts in a sacred place like a hospital. In broad daylight, is there no justice left in this world? Zhang Tao immediately echoed her. Especially you. Uneducated and arrogant, speaking without any manners. I wonder which school's teacher produced such an utterly inadequate student. Once entering society, you are nothing but a toxic growth. This was clearly referring to Jiang Chu. Nonsense. It was clearly you, the rogue, who tried to lay improper hands on me, yet you have the audacity to cry thief. Mo Yutong was burning with fury, wishing she could tear apart the smirking, treacherous Zhang Tao right then and there. Have you finished speaking? This is a hospital, not a place for your disruptions. Security, please escort them out. Zhang Tao looked quite triumphant, finally getting revenge for the kick he had suffered earlier. A man who cannot even get out of bed, and without a wheelchair. Let us see you being carried out now. No need. I can walk on my own. Mo Jiangwo suddenly spoke up. What kind of ridiculous chief physician? Indeed, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam follows suit. Mo Jiangwo sat up and placed both feet on the floor. Jiangwo, let me help you, Yutong. Ma Dongmei hurriedly said. No need, I can manage on my own. Amid the astonishment of everyone present, the Mo Jiangwo, who had been lying half alive in bed moments before, had actually stood up. He took 2 slow steps, then walked with growing strides. An expression of extreme excitement appeared on his face. I can walk on my own. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Uncle, you have just recovered. You still need time to restore your vitality, so do not get too excited. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Jiang Chu. I will not believe whatever others say from now on. I believe you. Who needs a kidney transplant? Yutong, is everything arranged? Let us go home, ha. He felt incredibly relieved and at ease. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong were both overjoyed and hurriedly gathered their belongings. Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao stood with their mouths agape, faces filled with shock and bewilderment. He had truly stood up and walked on his own. Had their fortunes swapped places? How was this possible? This absolutely could not be. Master, am I seeing things? I saw him stand up, and I also saw Elder Gu. Zhang Tao rubbed his eyes and said, Master, what are you doing here? Cheng Qianma's face showed surprise, and she immediately trotted over, acting as affectionately as a devoted granddaughter. Elder Gu, I am little Zhang. Do you still remember me? At the medical conference not long ago, I even took a photo with you. Zhang Hongliang wore an ingratiating smile. Gui did not answer him, but instead glanced at Zhang Tao beside him. Little Zhang, is this your disciple? Zhang Hongliang paused for a moment. Could Elder Gu be interested in his disciple? Right, Zhang Tao had been close with Cheng Qianma, and Elder Gu treated Cheng Qianma like a beloved granddaughter. He would certainly want to inquire. If Zhang Tao could gain the appreciation of a renowned medical master, then he himself would gain fame as well. Yes. Zhang Tao is a top disciple I have personally trained. Though he may not compare to your student, he is still an exceptionally outstanding young man. Zhang Tao, hurry over here. Zhang Tao scurried over with the same ingratiating smile as Zhang Hongliang. Elder Gu, greetings. This humble one is Zhang Tao. I have long admired your reputation and have always taken you as my role model, striving to become a physician with exceptional skill who heals the wounded and saves the dying, upholding strong medical ethics. Zhang Hongliang wore an expression of smug satisfaction, completely unaware that Elder Ji's face had grown deeply gloomy. Master, you still have not told me how you came to be here, nor did you inform me beforehand. Cheng Qianma said coquettishly. Well, I was invited over by young Sun. Young Sun. As everyone looked on in confusion, Sun Minhai stepped out from the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. You are Director Sun of the Provincial Health Department. Zhang Hongliang's eyes widened abruptly. Everyone present reacted with surprise upon hearing this, realizing that the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually Governor Sun Shengzhang. Governor Sun, my apologies for not greeting you with proper ceremony. Zhang Tao, please notify the director and the others to come here. Sun Minhai waved his hand and added, no need for such elaborate arrangements. I came here simply as a patient today. However, I did not expect to encounter some unpleasant matters. Zhang Hongliang shivered slightly, his pupils dilating. It must have been the dispute involving the young man and Mo Jiangwo's family that had displeased these two prominent figures. I apologize, Governor's son and Elder Go. I take full responsibility for this matter and will handle it immediately. Sun Minhai and Gu Hui exchanged a glance of mild surprise, finding Zhang Hongliang's decisive approach commendable, and nodded in agreement. Zhang Hongliang's expression darkened. He gestured sharply and commanded security. Escort this family out at once. Several security guards approached in an assertive manner. Jiang Chu furrowed his brows and stepped forward alone, his composed presence causing the guards to pause. We will leave on our own, Mo Jiangwo said with resignation. Zhang Tao watched with quiet satisfaction, pleased to see such distinguished figures standing beside him. Jiang Chu and the others turned and walked away. Gu Hui and Sun Minhai felt a sudden unease. Concerned about Zhang Hongliang's actions, they simultaneously extended their hands and called out, "Young man, please wait." However, Jiang Chu continued walking without looking back. Hurrying after him, Gu Hui and Sun Minhai followed closely. Cheng Qianma chased after them, and the others followed close behind their senior figures. After catching his breath, Gu Hui managed to stop them and said, "Senior, might I ask why you walk so swiftly? This pace is quite demanding for an elder. Master, this person is not trustworthy. He conspired with that woman to falsely accuse the senior student." "Wait, did you just call him senior?" Cheng Qianma's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression filled with disbelief. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a senior? Master, please overlook my apprentice's ignorance. I will ensure she is properly corrected." Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao exchanged bewildered glances, similarly stunned that Elder Gu would address a university student as senior. Jiang Chu appeared unfazed by the title. In the medical circle of Huaxia, those with superior medical expertise are accorded respect regardless of age. I harbor no grievance against her. However, you are correct that one must possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Cheng Qianma knit her brows tightly, wishing to respond, but upon seeing her master's warning glance, she remained silent. Gu Hui smiled gently and asked, "Might I inquire, senior, which school of medicine did you study under, and which accomplished master was your teacher?" "I apologize, but my master has asked me not to disclose his identity," Jiang Chu replied. "I understand. Your master must be a reclusive master of great renown. That is perfectly fine. I am Gu Hui, the 36th generation inheritor of the Guhong lineage. What I witnessed earlier, your remarkable needle technique, might it be the long-lost 9 transformations reviving yang needle method? I am honored, though I do not know the formal name of this technique. My master simply taught it to me casually." Gu Hui's expression shifted slightly. For such a sought-after technique to be described as casually taught was remarkable. One could only imagine what a deliberate instruction might encompass. "Elder Gu, this young man speaks rather arrogantly, as if disregarding your status entirely," Zhang Hongliang remarked. Zhang Tao quickly agreed, "Indeed, Elder Gu. He merely stumbled upon some knowledge of medicine by chance. The fact that Mo Jiangwo could stand may only be a temporary recovery." "Enough," Gu Hui interjected sharply. "Have you not seen the precision of the senior's needle technique? That is far beyond what either of you understands." "You are mistaken." Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao felt deeply uncomfortable, realizing that offending Elder Gu, a towering figure in the medical world with numerous distinguished disciples, would bring serious consequences. Zhang Hongliang, a Western medicine practitioner accustomed to surgical procedures, found himself at a loss in this discussion. Meanwhile, Elder Gu displayed a notably respectful demeanor toward Jiang Chu. "Senior, might I ask if you could teach me that needle technique? I would naturally offer generous compensation in return." Jiang Chu shook his head gently. "I observe that your liver qi is stagnant, having developed into a chronic condition that has blocked the vital pathways. I fear treatment may not yield results this year." Cheng Qianmo responded firmly, "Master is in excellent health. At 70 years of age, he appears as vigorous as someone in his 50s. How could there be any illness?" Gu Hui's eyes opened wide in surprise. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before Jiang Chu, startling everyone present. "Master, what are you doing?" he asked softly. With a pained expression, Gu Hui said, "Senior, I implore you to help me." Jiang Chu responded calmly, "I possess the means to treat this condition, yet I must ask, by what right should I assist you?" The onlookers stood in quiet astonishment. Governor Sun Shengzhang rubbed his eyes, uncertain of what he was witnessing. "Is Elder Gu unwell?" Sun Minhai asked hesitantly. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Jiang Chu stated coolly, preparing to turn away. "Little son, what are you waiting for? Only the senior can cure your condition," Sun Minhai urged. "Wait. Please, master, extend your healing to me as well." Sun Minhai pushed past the bewildered Zhang Hongliang and hurried toward Jiang Chu, setting aside considerations of dignity, recognizing the value of life above all else. "And who are you?" Jiang Chu asked, feigning unfamiliarity. Though somewhat surprised, Jiang Chu remained composed, aware that this distinguished individual had need of him. "I see you are Governor Sun Shengzhang. My apologies, I failed to recognize you immediately." Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao nearly stumbled upon hearing this. His words had been clear enough for everyone present to understand. I observe that your complexion carries a darkened hue, suggesting kidney-related concerns as well, and in its advanced stage, Jiang Chu said gently. Sun Minhai nodded vigorously. You are truly remarkable, master, diagnosing my condition at a glance. Jiang Chu offered a calm smile. Allow me to recommend Director Zhang, a renowned specialist in nephrology. His expertise in transplantation is highly regarded, and you may find lasting benefit through his care. Sun Minhai's expression darkened. Zhang Hongliang quickly waved his hands, his face flustered. No, Governor's son with Elder Gu here, how could I dare to call myself a master? At that moment Cheng Qianma suddenly interjected. Master, what if his medical skills are superb? You said a healer's virtue comes first. He conspired with that woman to frame Zhang Tao. How could such a person be worthy of being a doctor? Zhang Tao felt a pang of guilt. The situation was clearly wrong, and he wanted to slip away. Sun Minhai naturally knew what Jiang Chu intended. Speaking of Zhang Tao, his anger flared. Xiao Lu, why hasn't the person arrived yet? Are they all just idle? As soon as the words fell, several officers in uniform rushed over panting. Two of them restrained Zhang Tao's arms. Zhang Tao, you are suspected of abuse of power and improper conduct. We have found video evidence on your computer, and several victims have come forward to testify against your past illegal actions. Please come with us for investigation. What? Everyone was shocked, filled with indignation. So he's a doctor with a corrupt nature. Such a person should be dealt with by the law. Exactly who knows how many girls he has harmed. He is utterly despicable. Gu Hui's face was full of anger. Zhang Hongliang, this is the disciple you have nurtured. Humph. Zhang Hongliang's face turned pale. He then looked at Zhang Tao, his eyes blazing like a volcano. No. Master, you must save me. Zhang Tao panicked, his face showing all kinds of anxiety. This was his greatest secret, yet it had been uncovered in half a day. Zhang Hongliang's face turned green with rage. He had just praised his disciple to the skies, only to find him so morally bankrupt. I no longer acknowledge you as my disciple. This infuriates me. Take him away. Quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao fainted. Take him away, Governor's son. Sun Minhai waved his hand, unwilling to listen to Zhang Hongliang. The latter's face turned ashen. Cheng Qianma was speechless throughout the process. She had never imagined that Zhang Tao, who had been so kind to her these past few days, was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. And she had just spoken up for him, wronging the innocent. She glanced at Jiang Chu, who remained calm and composed. She realized she had misjudged him, but he was so arrogant and never bothered to explain. She shot him a resentful glare. Master. No, don't call me master. You are the governor, and I am merely a college student. You can call me Jiang Chu. Since we are still in the hospital, could we find another place to talk? Seeing his goal achieved, Jiang Chu immediately broke into a smile. After all, the other party was a high-ranking official and courtesy was due. Yes, still great. No, brother Jiang Chu, you are thoughtful. I was too hasty. Jiang Chu asked Mo Yutong to take her parents and the medicine home, first giving her instructions on how to decoct it, and handed her the car keys. Since even the national medical expert Gu Hui and Governor's son believed in Jiang Chu's medical skills, Ma Dongmei and the others were even more certain that Mo Jiangwo's illness could be cured, and they were overjoyed. As Mo Yutong left, she whispered in Jiang Chu's ear, we'll meet later at the hotel, I'll wear something nice. Jiang Chu nodded happily. Coming out of the office, Sun Minhai and Gu Hui were both laughing heartily, showing great respect for Jiang Chu. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I have gained so much insight. From now on, you are my master. Jiang Chu did not refuse. He recalled that after he had performed acupuncture and written a prescription that guaranteed a cure, the classic master-disciple scene followed. Something he had only read about in novels now happening to him. Master, he is your master, so what does that make him to me? Do I have to call him Grandmaster? Cheng Qianma pouted reluctantly. Gu Hui's face darkened. What? Master's medical skills are the most impressive I have ever seen. You should be honored to have him as your Grandmaster. If you are unwilling, then don't acknowledge me as your master. No, I didn't mean that. I've studied medicine under you since I was a child. If you are not my master, then who is? Gu Hui nodded with satisfaction. Cheng Qianma, your Grandmaster, can definitely cure your illness. I have already pleaded for you, and he did not refuse. From now on, you must follow him well, understand? Who wants him to cure my illness? Cheng Qianma's face flushed completely. Thinking about her embarrassing condition, she feared that if Jiang Chu found out, he would surely mock her. But her master said he could cure it, if it were true. She unconsciously crossed her legs and squirmed slightly. Sun Minhai shook hands with Jiang Chu. Brother Jiang Chu, I owe you my life. Though I hold a high position and cannot bend the rules, if you ever need anything, I will do my best to help. Then thank you, Governor's son. Master, I entrust my disciple's illness to you. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Jiang Chu nodded. Master. Cheng Qianma wanted to follow, but Gu Hui's glare stopped her in her tracks. Listen to your Grandmaster well. Of course, since you are of similar age, there's no need to call him Grandmaster all the time. It makes him sound old. Gu Hui chuckled and looked at Jiang Chu, who felt a bit unnerved by his newfound disciple's gaze. Master, you are as handsome as I was in my prime. Qianma is a campus belle, and I have always cherished her. Don't let good fortune slip away. I support you. We're off. Ha! Jiang Chu stood there. Qianma turned away sulkily. Humph. Only the two of them remained. Jiang Chu shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out. Qianma, surprised that he would leave her a campus belle alone without a word, stamped her foot in frustration, but eventually decided to follow him. Outside by the roadside, Jiang Chu had just hung up the call from the auto mall. The Ferrari he ordered had arrived. They offered to deliver it to the school, but he said he would pick it up now. Hey, can you really cure my illness? Qianma caught up. You're not sick at all. It's obviously because you're not capable. Men hate being told they are not capable, and Jiang Chu was a man among men. He said with a serious face, whether I am capable or not you can find out for yourself. Besides, I am now your grandmaster. Respect the hierarchy, understand? Qianma put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoes, and pouted. My master must be old and confused to acknowledge you. So what if you know a few acupuncture needles? I can even do dissections. Jiang Chu smiled. When it came to dissection, Chinese medicine was the ancestor of Western medicine. Since we are not related, don't follow me. A taxi arrived. Jiang Chu got into the back seat, and Qianma slid in beside him. Jiang Chu frowned. What do you want? Qianma looked away. Help me cure my illness, and I'll leave. Boring, Jiang Chu said dismissively. Driver to lunching auto mall. On the way, can you take off that white coat? We're out of the hospital now. People might think I'm your patient. Qianma glanced down at herself, bit her lip apologetically, and began to unbutton it. Jiang Chu shook his head in exasperation. Just as he was about to look away, she slipped off the white coat, revealing a pair of blue jeans and a figure that was elegantly proportioned, which caught Jiang Chu's attention. The sight left Jiang Chu utterly astonished. The loose white short-sleeved shirt, which should have been comfortably fitted, was now stretched taut, transforming into a tight garment. From his vantage point, he could even glimpse between the buttons. It was immense, so vast that even the legendary figures would concede defeat. Can you even see your feet when you walk? Jiang Chu asked involuntarily. Suddenly the whole vehicle lurched with a sharp turn and a brake correction. It turned out the driver, glimpsing the exquisite figure of Qianma in the rearview mirror, was also captivated. Drive carefully, please. Jiang Chu felt like booting the driver out to enjoy the view alone. Huffing, Qianma arched her chest, a look of pride on her face. Humph, never seen a well-endowed woman before. Pervert. The remark was clearly aimed at Jiang Chu. Why don't you scold the driver? He thought. I heard you're a prodigy at the medical school. Doesn't seem like it to me. Qianma pondered for a moment, and then flushed with indignation. Are you implying I'm big-chested and brainless? That's what you said, not me. You jerk. She instinctively raised a small fist, but then seemed to recall something, stopping midair. Humph, I'm not going to bother with you. Jiang Chu looked puzzled. When they arrived at the auto mall, Ming Cheng and Xiao Fei were already waiting outside. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, they immediately came forward. The customers inside and the other saleswomen had thought it was the boss Ming Luan arriving, or some important figure, but it turned out to be two young people. Yet they had to admit, the man was strikingly handsome. The woman was strikingly endowed. Everyone inside and outside was stunned. Look at how shabby you are. You actually have money to buy a car. But the service at this auto mall is impressive. Managers and directors stand outside to welcome guests. This is the highest standard I've ever seen. Qianma said smugly. Ming Cheng gestured. Please, both of you come in. Xiao Fei had dressed up meticulously today, wearing the necklace and jewelry she usually reserved for special occasions, hoping to leave a good impression on Jiang Chu. But seeing him accompanied by such a buxom woman whose beauty surpassed her own, she wondered, did Jiang Xiao prefer larger forms? She glanced at herself, barely half the size. Though her face wore a smile, her heart sank with disappointment. Please wait a moment, Master Jiang. I'll have someone bring the car. Do sit down and have some tea. This is premium Longjing, specially prepared by President Luan for you. Wow, this is genuinely premium Longjing, so fragrant. My stingy master never let me have any. I never expected to enjoy such fine tea at an auto mall. Qianma savored a sip and sighed. What car did you buy? Audi, BMW, or Mercedes? I think it must be a BMW. Let me tell you, if you drive that, you can wait at the entrance of our medical school, and maybe some girls will come to you. Jiang Chu was a bit surprised. Qianma had suddenly said such things. Even Xiao Fei, standing nearby, furrowed her brows. Wasn't she far more attractive than those schoolgirls? So you've done that before? Not at all. I heard it from my dorm mates. I spend all my time studying and doing clinical work. I never have time to go out. I'm giving you advice now. You're handsome, and if you add a BMW, you'll definitely be popular with girls. Aren't you going to thank me? Xiao Fei covered her mouth, barely suppressing a laugh. Could it be that being big-chested meant being brainless? Did Master Jiang need to resort to such things? If he were willing to say the word, she would agree on the spot, whether as a girlfriend or whatever else one might imagine. Hey, you're younger than me, and you can already afford a BMW. That's hundreds of thousands. I wonder how many patients you've swindled to earn that much money. Jiang Chu reflected his main identity was that of a wealthy man with a talent for charming women, and being a divine doctor was merely one of his hobbies. I want to buy my own car too, but my stingy master won't spare a single extra cent. And he's supposed to be a national physician. He's as poor as a church mouse. You want a car? Call me Grandmaster, and I'll give you one. Cheng Qianmo rolled her eyes at Jiang Chu. I know you can afford a BMW. Impressive. But I, Cheng Qianmo, am at least the second campus belle of the medical school. If I wanted, plenty of rich second-generation guys would pick me up in Mercedes or BMWs. Maybe one day they'll even give me a car. Oh, who's that full of hot air? Cheng Qianmo turned her head at the voice, and her face instantly darkened. He Jian Pan Mingfang. Jiang Chu had already looked over. The two were about their age. The woman Pan Mingfang was quite attractive. The system rated her 84, likely a campus or department belle. She wore a sexy low-cut sleeveless dress with a deep visible cleavage. Though at first glance it seemed similar to Cheng Qianmo's, Jiang Chu's sharp eyes noticed padding inside. Below she had long legs and black stockings and high heels, but her figure was somewhat broad, and the power bank reading was 8, exceeding the standard, immediately losing his interest. The man had a large round face, gold-rimmed glasses, and dark circles under his eyes, suggesting late nights and overindulgence. Both wore expressions of arrogance. Cheng Qianmo's gaze was fixed on the man, named He Jian, filled with complex emotions, mostly anger. The dynamic among the three was now clear. Pan Mingfang's eyes lit up at Jiang Chu's handsomeness, but then she shook her head with disdain. Cheng Qianmo, is this your new boyfriend? Not long ago you swore you loved our He Jian, and now you've found a new man. How cheap. He Jian, I told you. This Cheng Qianmo shouldn't be judged by her looks. She seems innocent, but she's actually cheap. Look how long you chased her, and she never even let you touch her hand. Now she's already got a new boyfriend. He Jian glared at Cheng Qianmo with hatred. Her eyes trembled as if she still hoped he would say something kind. He Jian turned away and planted a kiss on Pan Mingfang's cheek, his face filled with contempt. Of course I know she's cheap. She even said she had a condition and couldn't be touched. How ridiculous. We're all medical students, and she came up with that excuse. She must have thought I was a fool. Luckily you made me see the light, or I'd have wasted my college years without enjoying someone as wonderful as you, Mingfang. Jiang Chu seemed to hear a heart shatter beside him. Cheng Qianmo looked utterly lost. He asked gently, is this your ex-boyfriend? No, just a mangy cur. Cheng Qianmo's gaze turned cold as she spoke. Jiang Chu nodded. That description fits. Cheng Qianmo burst out laughing, surprised that Jiang Chu was so quick-witted. Who are you calling a mangy cur? He Jian was furious. He Jian, she's just trying to provoke you. Don't get angry over that cheap woman. She was only after your wealthy background, playing both sides. Look now, without you she's reduced to dating a poor loser like this. Jiang Chu glanced down at his own clothes. Indeed, to avoid having girls who could be charmed for money immediately give him a high favorability rating that exceeded the system's requirements, he had dressed casually, not wanting to be too flashy. He hadn't expected to be instantly labeled a poor loser. Who says my boyfriend is poor? We're here to buy a car right now. He said he would give me one. Cheng Qianmo had already risen to her feet, hands on her hips, chest held high, assuming a posture ready for confrontation. Yet to onlookers, she seemed utterly unthreatening, for all eyes were drawn to two particular points. Give you a car. Don't make me laugh. Cheng Qianmo, look at what your boyfriend is wearing. A single pair of shoes on my He Jian is worth more than his entire wardrobe. I'll be honest with you. Today He Jian is giving me a BMW. The car has already arrived, and we're here to pick it up. How about that? No need to be jealous. Maybe if your loser boyfriend works for a dozen years, he could buy you one too. Pan Mingfang tightly clutched He Jian's arm, tilting her head with a look of provocation and disdain. Cheng Qianmo hesitated for a moment, then abruptly grabbed Jiang Chu's arm, refusing to back down. Well, as it happens, my boyfriend is also giving me a BMW. Jiang Chu pretended to be taken aback. When did I ever say I'd give you a BMW? Inwardly he was delighted. Another chance to earn a car's worth of money, another face-slapping scenario. The amusement was endless. Cheng Qianmo hadn't expected Jiang Chu, who had just been cooperating with her, to now undermine her. She was so angry that her teeth itched, and she twisted his thigh hard, but it was too muscular. It was like a tickle. Ha ha ha, see. Even your boyfriend denies it. Indeed, if you have no money, don't try to show off. Not every guy can be as outstanding as He Jian. He Jian, you see. She kept saying she had some condition and wouldn't let any guy touch her. Clearly she was just brushing you off. Now you understand, right? He Jian, seeing his long-pursued prize hugging another guy, nearly ground his steel teeth to dust. His eyes blazed with fury and held a sinister glint. You wretched woman. If it weren't for the bet with Wang Chong and the others, they said you were still pure, and I boasted I'd win your heart in a month. Do you think I'd have been this nice to you? I've long been fed up with your aloof, arrogant attitude. You said no one could touch you, and now look at you, clinging to a poor loser. Jiang Chu could see Cheng Qianmo's large eyes brimming with tears, her arms clutching his tightly. He turned to the two gloating individuals and said coldly, have you said enough? My woman is not someone two lowlives like you can insult. Cheng Qianmo, turned her head to look at Jiang Chu, a flicker of surprise in her eyes followed by a hint of indignation. When had she become his woman? Humph. What did you say? Pan Mingfang hated being called a lowlife more than anything because she had indeed been with all sorts of people, often without protection, and was still being kept by a middle-aged overweight man. Besides, He Jian was two-timing anyway. Since she was being used either way, why not collect double pay? You're the lowlife? You and your whole despicable family. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed, his face darkening. Insulting his family was crossing a line. Mingfang, don't bother with this poor loser. The car I'm giving you is ready, and I've completed the paperwork. Let's go. Pan Mingfang shook off He Jian's hand and insisted, no, I'm not leaving. Cheng Qianma, didn't you say your boyfriend would buy you a car? Go ahead and buy it. I'll stay right here and watch if he actually can. Xiaofei, do you have any cars in stock? Jiang Chu said coldly. Xiaofei immediately bowed and replied, Young Master Jiang, we have a Porsche 911 and a Porsche Cayenne available. I want to take delivery immediately. Put it in my woman's name. Xiaofei gestured to a colleague who nodded in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha, keep bragging. A Porsche 911. Do you know how much that costs? Over $1 million. I bet you're just buying a toy car. He Jian and Pan Mingfang laughed as if they had heard a joke. But the next moment they were struck dumb. A brand new red Porsche 911 was driven out by a staff member. The paperwork can be done later, young Master Jiang. You can take the car now. The two stood shocked, utterly petrified. Qianma, you mentioned you wanted a BMW. Since those two lowlives already bought one, I've swapped it for this Porsche 911. Jiang Chu spoke with a gentle smile, as casually as buying a cabbage at the market. Cheng Qianma's eyes widened in disbelief. To the two opposite her, it seemed like a delightful surprise from her boyfriend. Are you really giving me a car? Of course. If you don't like it, you can exchange it for another, but that might take some time. No, that's not what I meant. I love it. This is a 911. Only Qian Hao, the richest guy in our school, has one. But before she could finish, another car was driven out, a Ferrari. Then more than a dozen saleswomen in uniform emerged, standing in 2 rows and bowing in unison, chanting, Congratulations, young Master Jiang, on your new Ferrari. Congratulations, Miss Chung, on your new Porsche 911. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't arranged this. He glanced at Xiaofei, who smiled and nodded, clearly having orchestrated it. Jiang Chu nodded in appreciation. Then, looking at the two people across from him, jaws agape, and utterly dumbfounded, he curled his lips into a playful smirk. Yes, I'm a poor loser. But what are you? Beggars. Forget it, I don't want to insult beggars. So you can just stay low lives. By the way, has your girlfriend told you about her past procedures? But since you're both doctors, you should know about it, right? No big deal. He Jian frowned at Pan Mingfang. No, don't listen to him. That time with you was my first time. You saw it yourself. Pan Mingfang was visibly nervous. Since you studied medicine, you know there's a technique called artificial restoration. It just costs a bit of money. Maybe you could even do it yourselves. He Jian, he's insane. Let's go. Pan Mingfang urgently grabbed He Jian's hand and headed toward the new BMW. Want to leave? Jiang Chu squinted. Xiaofei, is that Volkswagen yours? Lend it to me. Xiaofei nodded and handed him the keys, unsure of what he intended. Jiang Chu took the keys and smiled at Cheng Qianma. Watch how I get revenge for you. Cheng Qianma was still in a daze. She had inexplicably been gifted a Porsche 911, something she wouldn't even dare dream of. Now he said he wanted to get revenge for her. What happened next left everyone present gasping, covering their mouths in shock. Virum. A Volkswagen seemed to go out of control, roaring its engine as it charged toward a nearby new BMW. Then came a thunderous crash. He Jian and Pan Mingfang, halfway to their car, witnessed their new BMW being smashed deeply in the middle by the Volkswagen. The A-pillar bent, effectively totaled. The Volkswagen's front was wrecked, 2 airbags deployed. But Jiang Chu stepped out of the driver's seat as if nothing had happened. As he passed He Jian and Pan Mingfang, he curled his lips in a roguish grin and waved. Sorry, I just accidentally hit the gas instead of the brake and crashed into your new car. Now you can't drive it back. But I have plenty of money. I'll pay for the damages. It should be fixable. Cheng Qianma. So handsome. Cheng Qianma. Affection 20, affection 20, affection 20, affection 20. Jiang Chu walked up to Xiaofei, who was still in shock, with a smile on his face. Sorry about damaging your car. That luxury SUV will be my compensation. We'll swipe the card together later. And any compensation they demand deducted from my account. Yes, Master Jiang, rest assured we'll handle it. Xiaofei's face was full of undisguised joy. She had driven that old car for several years, never expecting to exchange it for a luxury SUV. It felt like a dream. Only a super-rich second generation like Master Jiang could give away such a gift. If she could become his partner, wouldn't she be able to have anything she wanted? He Jian and Pan Mingfang's faces turned ashen, their teeth clenched in frustration. They were shouting, but Xiaofei coldly rebuked them. If you keep shouting, I'll call the police and report you for disrupting our business. The two fell silent. Feeling better? That was good for you, wasn't it? Cheng Qianma's gloom and unhappiness vanished completely with that loud crash. Her face lit up with excitement, and she hugged Jiang Chu's arm happily. That was absolutely wonderful. Jiang Chu's eyes widened slightly as he noticed that Cheng Qianma, who had been fine moments ago, was now flushing deeply, and he could feel her body temperature rising through his arm. What's wrong with you? Cheng Qianma's face was full of shame. Her long legs shifted restlessly as if ants were crawling on her, causing great discomfort. Cheng Qianma murmured, Jiang Chu, help me find a place. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in sudden realization. He recalled that she had mentioned she had a condition and couldn't be touched by men. Could this be? He looked down and saw a change in her jeans, confirming his suspicion. Xiaofei, do you have a room where we can rest? Xiaofei was taken aback. Why did Master Jiang suddenly want a room? Yes, we have a room for VIP guests. Rest assured, Master Jiang, it's cleaned daily. Good. Also have someone buy a few sets of clothes for me and her. Several sets, just regular brands. We'll settle the bill later. Master Jiang, rest assured, I'll arrange it immediately. No, I'll go buy them myself. There's a pedestrian street nearby. Good, thank you. I'll take her to rest. As he spoke, Jiang Chu had already lifted Cheng Qianma in a princess carry, not wanting others to notice her embarrassment. Jiang Chu, don't say anything. I understand. Cheng Qianma buried her head deeply into Jiang Chu's chest. In all her life, it was the first time she had been so close to a boy, and she felt an incomparable comfort and sense of security. But the strange sensation below made her feel deeply ashamed. It hadn't happened for many years. She had been so caught up in the moment earlier that she forgot about this condition. Fortunately, Jiang Chu not only kept her secret, but also carried her to avoid being discovered. Indeed, she couldn't have walked in that state. She had first learned about this condition in elementary school during a physical education class when a boy held her hand for a game, and she had an embarrassing incident that made her the laughingstock of the class. Since then, she had never dared to have any physical contact with the opposite sex. Even her master Gu Hui was helpless against it, so she gave up hope of treatment and instead pursued a path in medicine. What moved her was that Jiang Chu said he would buy clothes for both of them so others wouldn't think only about her problem. He seemed rough on the surface, but unexpectedly he was so considerate. All for her. Watching him carry her into a bright, spacious room, set her down on the sofa, draw the curtains, and lock the door, she felt a strange sensation. Wouldn't this action make outsiders misunderstand what they were doing in the room? Thank you, Jiang Chu. Aren't you afraid they'll misunderstand? Jiang Chu glanced at her. The situation was more serious than he had anticipated. Fortunately, they had entered the room in time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Cheng Qianma turned her head away, extremely shy. I did tell you. Jiang Chu was momentarily speechless. She was right. It was a rare hypersensitive constitution, not a disease. How long will this condition last? I don't know. I haven't touched anyone of the opposite sex for many years. Never mind, I'll give you acupuncture. Cheng Qianma's eyes lit up. Jiang Chu, do you mean you can cure this condition? Let me emphasize again, this is not a disease. It's just a hypersensitive constitution, so it's not a matter of being curable or not. Cheng Qianma lowered her head in disappointment. Since it's not a disease, there's no cure. Jiang Chu said exasperatedly. I only said it's not a disease. I didn't say it can't be resolved. Hope rekindled on Cheng Qianma's face. So you can fix it, eh? Jiang Chu frowned and hesitated. What is it difficult? No, I can help you regulate it, but it will take some time. However, the treatment process and method, I think you won't accept it. As long as it can cure this condition, I can accept any terms. Because of this condition, she had dared not make friends casually or join group activities for years for fear of being accidentally touched and humiliated on the spot. Even in clinical practice, she could only accept physical contact with the same sex, which was agonizing for a medical student. We'll talk about that later. For now, take off your clothes first. Jiang Chu turned to take out his needles from his bag. After mastering the ultimate medical technique, he always kept a set of silver needles in his large wallet for emergencies. He didn't expect to use them so soon. When he turned around, the scene left him momentarily stunned. He stood still, his eyes wide, then quickly turned his head away. Of course, to Jiang Chu, who had enhanced abilities, it seemed like only an instant. You? I only told you to take off your outer clothes, why did you? From behind came Cheng Qianma's shy voice. You said to take off clothes. I thought. She couldn't help laughing. Aren't you a medical expert? Why are you afraid of seeing such a situation? Jiang Chu was speechless. She was actually teasing him. Who was afraid of whom? He turned around again and was once again astonished. Can it really be cured? Jiang Chu exerted superhuman willpower, telling himself that at this moment, he was just a doctor. Don't move. I'm going to start. This process might be a little painful. Bear with it. Jiang Chu pulled out one silver needle after another. Zhongting acupoint, Guanyuan acupoint, Tsugu acupoint. What do you feel? Numb, swollen, and painful. Yes, that's the qi being guided. Cheng Qianma felt as if she were floating on clouds, unable to resist. She knew acupuncture, but she had never felt such an unusual comfort. Meeting his intense gaze, she couldn't look away. Outside the room, two young women were eavesdropping at the door, their faces flushed. What are you doing? Xiaofei returned with the clothes and saw the two sneaking around. Supervisor, the manager told us to keep watch here in case Master Jiang needs something. I understand. You two go out. I'll stay here. Yes. The two ran away in embarrassment. After they left, Xiao Fei couldn't help but also press her ear to the door. A light flush crept over her face. Jiang Xiao was indeed free-spirited and true to his nature. Having just gifted her a car, he seemed to have further intentions. Xiao Fei dared not think further, yet a faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. She couldn't help but daydream about Jiang Xiao's charming and slightly mischievous image. If only he lived alone, she thought. After all, who said a woman couldn't help with repairs? A moment later, a voice came from within. Is that Xiao Fei outside? Ah yes, Jiang Xiao, I've bought the clothes. The door creaked open, revealing Jiang Chu bare-chested, reaching out for the clothes. Thank you. Why is your face so red? Xiao Fei touched her own cheek, feeling its warmth, and said with a hint of fluster, Ah, it's nothing. I guess I'm just a bit warm from running back. Thank you for your trouble. I'll treat you to bubble tea sometime. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded, then closed the door with a soft thud. Good heavens. Jiang Xiao's physique was simply magnificent. He even had 8-pack abs. And he said he would treat her to bubble tea. Was that a hint? Bubble tea shopping movies. And then, Xiao Fei's eyes grew shy, sparkling with pink bubbles of imagination. Here, your clothes. Jiang Chu handed the garment to Qing Qianma. She had now fully relaxed, though a blush still lingered on her face, making him involuntarily admire the scene before him once more. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Your acupuncture technique is amazing. I thought it would hurt, but it was actually quite comfortable. At the level of flying needles, pain can be reduced. But this is only a temporary relief. Ooh, it won't solve the root problem. Qing Qianma suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. Turn around. I need to change. I've already shown you everything. You're a man. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chu was speechless. Was this how medical students acted? He decided to go along with it. He had to change clothes since he had asked her to buy them. He stripped down to his shorts. Still stirred by the earlier moment, he couldn't help but stand tall. Goodness, this. How is it even more impressive than those foreign specimens I've seen? And your physique is amazing. It's a shame you don't model for art students. Jiang Chu was baffled. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Do you even know how to talk? Qing Qianma laughed heartily, her body shaking with mirth. Her admiration for him increased. Jiang Chu, feeling his pulse quicken, urged her to hurry and change. So you say you can cure me? How? Qing Qianma now trusted his medical skills and believed he could indeed help her. Jiang Chu hesitated. Come on, I've already shown you everything. If you don't tell me, I'll scream harassment. Go ahead, scream louder. Qing Qianma was surprised he wasn't afraid. She pouted. If you don't cure me, I'll follow you everywhere and you'll never find a girlfriend. Jiang Chu glanced at her. She hadn't counted herself in that scenario. Her condition was a trouble to her, but to any man it would be a dream come true. But for ordinary men, that is. Who was Jiang Chu? A tycoon with a system mission destined to solve the problems of countless goddesses. He couldn't be tied down by just one. Are you sure you want me to treat you? First listen to what I have to say. So do you still want me to treat you? Jiang Chu smirked in triumph. Qing Qianma hadn't expected that the treatment would require movement during acupuncture. This method was unheard of. Was he deliberately trying to trick her? But if he had ulterior motives, he could have acted earlier. There was no need for such a roundabout way. But still, it was too embarrassing. They weren't even in a relationship. Is there no other way? There is. Qing Qianma's face lit up. What is it? You find someone else, your boyfriend or something. And while you're busy, I'll perform the acupuncture beside you. Jiang Chu thought that would never happen. He wouldn't do such a thing. What? Qing Qianma was furious. Jiang Chu just smiled, ignoring her anger. All right, I've said all I need to say. He opened the door and walked out. Xiao Fei bowed respectfully with a smile. Jiang Xiao, the meal is ready. Since you said you'd eat here, I asked the kitchen to prepare something special. I hope it's to your taste. No worries, I'm not picky. Jiang Chu meant he wasn't picky about food, having grown up in the countryside. But Xiao Fei wondered if he was hinting at something else. Her looks couldn't compare to the women Jiang Xiao brought, which made her feel insecure. Could his words mean she still had a chance? Her mind was in turmoil. Watching Jiang Xiao eat heartily, she marveled that among all the rich heirs she had met, none were as genuine and unpretentious as he was, enjoying a simple staff meal with such relish. However, Qing Qianma beside him was also wolfing down her food, which surprised Xiao Fei. She ate so much, 2 bowls of rice. Normally, Xiao Fei herself would eat only fruit salad or skip meals to maintain her figure. Could it be because of the strenuous activity earlier? Jiang Chu was also a bit stunned. You eat a lot, but I suppose that's how you've got such abundant resources. Xiao Fei couldn't help but glance down at her own figure. In her high heels and black stockings, her view was unobstructed. Was she eating too little? What are you talking about? I didn't even have breakfast. You know how busy internships are at the hospital. She pouted and stomped her foot under the table. Slap. I'm full. You two take your time. I saw your driver's license in your bag. You can drive yourself back. The car's already paid for. Just finalize the paperwork with Xiao Fei. Qing Qianma, still chewing a mouthful of rice, asked, Where are you going? Why should I tell you? Qing Qianma pouted. I know anyway. It must be that Mo Yutong who called you earlier asking you to go to Jinghua. Shui to treat her father. By the way, aren't you going to go public? With such skills, you could be a blessing to patients everywhere. Why did you tell your master not to reveal it? You might even win a Nobel Prize. Jiang Chu looked at her, as if she were foolish. Go public. Become a miracle doctor. Why would he do that when he could make plenty of money and spend time with beautiful women? Besides, who goes to a guest house to treat patients? He and Mo Yutong had important business to attend to. Who cares? Jiang Chu left in a hurry. The Ferrari roared like a beast and shot off like a rocket. Cheng Qianma stomped her foot in frustration. She was left behind and hurried off, clearly worried about being followed for treatment. Such is human nature. After all, he had already examined her. It was rather exasperating. The paperwork was actually quite simple, just a few signatures here and there. Seated in the Porsche 911, Cheng Qianma felt a surreal sense of excitement. It was simply wonderful. Who would have thought she would one day own her very own car? A super luxury vehicle, no less. At the upcoming class reunion, if they saw her driving this 911, she wondered how envious they would be. Who would have imagined that Jiang Chu was so handsome and his medical skills so profound that even his master wished to study under him? And so wealthy as well. Cheng Qianma suddenly recalled the words Jinghua Shuiwe from Jiang Chu's phone call. She happened to know that place, for it was near the hospital where she was interning. Presumably it was for convenience that Mo Yutong had settled her family there. A cunning and pleased expression crossed her face. He did not wish for her to follow, yet she insisted. She would see exactly how he treated his patients. Dormitory Building 8, school campus. What on earth is this? A tiny image patch is one thing, but pixelation at the critical moment. Absolutely infuriating. Bang. A camera worth tens of thousands was hurled to the ground by Su Kuan and instantly destroyed. Uncle Hong ground his teeth, his face dark with fury, veins pulsing on his forehead. That deceitful woman dares to deceive me with such things. Uncle Hong, let me tell you, if this were in Mogu City, I would have her brought to me at once, and then I would deal with each one individually, or my indignation would never be satisfied. Calm yourself, young Master Kuan. Our immediate priority is still Miss Li Wenjing. We need not lose our composure over an ordinary girl. Moreover, a mere 100,000 would not save a patient with kidney failure. She will cry in due time. Now that Mo Yutong knows we are deceiving her, she will surely not assist us further. However, it is now inconsequential. Uncle Hong can simply recruit another one of Miss Li Wenjing's classmates. We only need to learn her movements. Young Master Kuan, you are nearly ready for the school anniversary celebration. Your preparation has been flawless. You will undoubtedly impress Miss Li Wenjing greatly. Su Kuan finally raised his chin, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Look who you are speaking to. A mere school anniversary. Money can buy first place. Of course I disdain such methods. David and Uncle Hong exchanged glances, understanding passed between them. Also, following your advice, I went to the cafeteria every day. Today I finally happened to encounter her, and we even sat at the same table to eat. This was my first time seeing Li Wenjing in person so closely. As the apple of the Li family's eye, she is far more beautiful than any celebrity I have encountered. I find myself drawn to her. I must win her over as my own. If she refuses in the end, well, I will take matters into my own hands. David quickly waved his hands. Of course, with you, military advisor Wulong, I am full of confidence. David nodded, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. It is your own charm, young Master Kuan. Even without me, you would surely capture Miss Li's heart. Ha ha ha, you speak wisely. Jiang Chu drove the Ferrari at great speed along the road. It was only because Mo Yutong had called during their meal, saying she had already taken her parents to a relative's home to stay temporarily in the city should any unexpected situation arise that required Jiang Chu's assistance. At the end of the message, she had suddenly said, "It is Jinghua Shuiwe again. I have booked a room and am currently soaking in the bathtub. Waiting for you." Jiang Chu, still feeling stifled after acupuncture treatment for Cheng Qianma, especially after experiencing the exhilaration of physical activity, hurriedly finished his meal. He was slightly excited as well. The Ferrari, the Porsche 911, and the Kian, a rebate of over 6 million. That was another 6 small goals. Since the BMW had been the one he collided with, the compensation paid did not earn him a rebate. But what were small sums compared to this? Who made those two insult his family? Besides, Mo Yutong was indeed a dancer, and her recovery speed was remarkable. White stockings, the bathtub. He was coming. The Ferrari had barely parked in the front spot when a striking young woman with dyed yellow hair, dressed provocatively, approached. She had a pleasing figure, tight low-cut red mini dress, black stockings, and high heels. Beep beep. She knocked directly on the car window. Jiang Chu did not roll it down, but stepped out instead. Seeing his handsome appearance only made her eyes sparkle. "Wow, handsome sir, you are so cool, and your car is beautiful. Are you staying at this guest house alone? Would you mind if I joined you?" Jiang Chu did not expect her to be so direct. Then again, handsome plus a Ferrari. She had no need to play coy. That was for ordinary men. For men of means, they also sought returns, only using a different currency. "Sorry, my pond is already full." He declined because the young woman before him had a system rating of only 75, with a power bank bonus of just 3. Without hesitation, he locked the car and walked away. The young woman's face showed disappointment, yet she could do nothing but depart reluctantly. Not far ahead, another Porsche 911 caught her eye, brightening her day. But soon she was disappointed again. The one who stepped out was a woman, one whose beauty and figure were far beyond her own. She drove a luxury car as well. Between women, she could only feel envy and resentment. The arrival was none other than Mo. Seeing the Ferrari license plate, she stepped out of the car, a smug expression on her face, mimicking the posture she had learned from drama's hands on hips, lips pursed. Let us see how you escape this granddaughter's grasp. Hello, I would like to book a room. I am friends with them. Please arrange one next to theirs. Very well. Mo inquired, further confusion crossing her face. Why was only Mo Yutong here? Where were her family members? Jiang Chu found the room and knocked on the door. I am here. Soon he saw the door open slightly and heard a voice quickly retreat. After he entered and closed the door, Mo Yutong's voice came through. You are not allowed to come in yet. Take a shower first. I have placed the bath towel inside for you. Oh, Jiang Chu guaranteed this was the fastest shower of his life. Wrapped in a towel, he ran out. He saw Mo Yutong looking thoroughly flustered. Her hair was pinned up in a bun, wearing a silk robe pajama set she had purchased, covering herself completely. Was that not too fast? Jiang Chu frowned, then wore a mischievous smile. Disappointed I was quick. Would you like to try 2 hours instead? What are you saying? I did not mean that. I meant your shower. Took 2 hours. You big tease. Last time 1 hour was enough to exhaust me, and now 2 hours. That would be asking for my life. While she was speaking, Jiang Chun had already walked over and lifted her into his arms. She did not resist, instead wrapping her smooth, slender arms around his neck of her own accord. This was merely a polite beginning. Jiang Chun gently laid her on the bed, and just as he was about to proceed, Mo Yutong sat up and embraced him tightly. Jiang Chun, thank you for saving my father. Without you I would not know what to do. Mo Yutong's affection for Jiang Chun grew. Jiang Chun held her beautiful oval face in his hands with a mischievous smile. How do you wish to show your gratitude? Oh, stop it, you are teasing me, you rascal. I will punish you on behalf of the moon. Punish? Before Jiang Chun could process her words, she had already bent forward. Fortunately, the previous vaccinations had provided some protection. Jiang Chun, I want to show you the results of my efforts. Jiang Chun looked completely bewildered. At a moment like this, what results could there be to see? But what came next left him utterly stunned. Those results were truly breathtaking. Mo Yutong stepped down from the bed and faced Jiang Chun directly. A faint blush colored her cheeks as a shy smile appeared. She had practiced for so long. This was the dance Jiang Chun had choreographed for her. Today, she was finally going to perform it solely for him. She turned on her phone, and music filled the room through the speakers. To his surprise, it was Pure Land of Bliss, the very song Jiang Chun had composed for her. Now he understood what she intended to do. She was dancing for him, dressed in an exquisite all-white outfit. Who among those in positions of authority could withstand such a test? As the music began, Mo Yutong started her graceful dance. Even wearing high heels, she performed without any difficulty, bringing the Pure Land of Bliss to vibrant life. Especially the crossing movements of her legs, accompanied by the soft clicking of her heels against the floor. Her long, elegant legs moved with such dynamism, her exquisite figure completely captivating his attention, like the key problems written on the blackboard before a final exam, requiring careful and thorough attention. In his past life, he had watched countless versions of the Pure Land of Bliss dance, including the most classic one by CK Go, and versions featuring animated characters. Yet this was his first time seeing it performed live by a real person. Thinking of Mr. Su's song and dance troupe, he finally understood why wealthy people indulged in so many diversions, and why ancient monarchs could become so enamored that they forgot all else. This truly was an emperor's experience. Halfway through the music, Mo Yutong's dance continued, but she moved to another part of the room. Her high heels no longer made sound against the floor. Her legs were naturally beautiful, long and perfectly proportioned. Gentlemanly hands could barely encircle them, set against the white backdrop. Her black high heels with red soles created a striking contrast, filled with subtle allure. The dance movements became simpler as well, and although her hair had been tied back, it occasionally fell loose and interfered with her movements. She would periodically reach back to gather her hair and twist it up again. As she danced, it swayed gently beside her, charming and captivating. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma had secretly booked a room next door. At first, she observed the surroundings. Since the balcony was designed for viewing, she could see the balcony of the adjacent room from hers. Craning her neck to get a better look, she discovered that although the balcony door was open, curtains were drawn, leaving her view entirely blocked. Her mind was occupied with whether to agree to Jiang Chen's request. After all, he was currently the only one who could treat her condition. For her, these symptoms were truly unbearable. While others might be allergic to seafood or eggs, those were manageable. But she could not allow opposite-sex contact at all, forcing her to be extremely cautious in daily life. Even when picking up deliveries, she would ask the courier to place the package on the ground first before retrieving it. Moreover, That frustrating master of hers had actually pushed her toward Jiang Chun, making him her master's master in some bizarre turn of events. What kind of tangled relationship was this? Still, Jiang Chun's medical skills were indeed remarkable. Just a few needle treatments and her symptoms had already eased. As long as there was even the slightest hope, she was determined to cling to him until he cured her completely. Cheng Qianma waited for a while, then suddenly heard music drifting from next door. A rhythmic, uplifting melody. That's odd. I have never heard this song before. It sounds quite pleasant. Could this be the legendary music therapy? But that did not make sense. Shouldn't therapeutic music be soothing and calm? This track was far too energetic. More like a party atmosphere. Halfway through the song, additional sounds began to mix in. Soft rustling and creaking noises. She did not immediately recognize what they were. Only after the music ended did she finally understand. Jiang Chun is a scoundrel. I thought he had come to treat Mo Yutong's father. When Cheng Qianma wanted to take a shower, she realized with dismay that all her clothes were still in the car. She quickly stripped and stepped into the bathroom, turning on the cold water to calm her restless heart. As she scolded Jiang Chun internally, images of him administering acupuncture to her earlier surfaced in her mind. His face was handsome and focused, especially those deep, unfathomable eyes, clear and bright. He was completely different from the teasing, playful man she had joked with. His miraculous needle techniques were fast, precise, and effective. Having studied medicine herself, she had encountered numerous renowned physicians, including her own master Guhui. Yet none compared to him, not only in skill, but also in youth. A man like him possessed extraordinary charm. If they attended the same school, she might have been the one to pursue him. Then she recalled the moment he changed clothes. That stunning physique with well-defined abdominal muscles. That alone was enough to captivate many young women. She was no exception. Hidden beneath those 8-pack abs was explosive strength, and she wondered what it would feel like to touch them. On top of everything else, he was also an exceptionally wealthy young man. He had offered her a Porsche 911 as if it were nothing. Just imagine the satisfaction of driving that car to crash into the BMW that had wronged her. Could there be a more perfect young man? Her thoughts struck deep within her heart, producing a soft sound. At some point, she had been washing the same spot continuously. Taking a cold shower on such a hot day had indeed felt refreshing. Water cascaded down. In the end, she conquered her shyness, dried herself, and bravely climbed into bed. She turned on the television, which was showing a talent show program. Listening to the moving voices from the screen, Cheng Qianma's gaze grew distant. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she slowly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Oh dear, making such a loud noise just now. What if the neighbors heard? How embarrassing. Mo Yutong pressed her blushing cheek against Jiang Chu's chest, her smile radiating contentment and happiness. Mo Yutong's affection increased by 1 point. What's there to fear? I nearly perished in your arms. My body feels completely worn out. Mo Yutong gently tapped Jiang Chu's chest. Jiang Chu gave a playful smirk. I couldn't help it, Yutong. You were simply too beautiful today. I lost control, truly lost control. Shall we go again? Mo Yutong quickly waved her hands in surrender. No more, no more. You can go find someone else. By the way, Jiang Chu, why haven't you pursued Wenjing? She's a wonderful girl, more beautiful than me, and it's clear she truly likes you. What's this? Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? Not at all. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you had a wandering heart. I can't keep you tied down as long as I have a place in your heart. And when I want to buy something, you'll pay for me, hee. That last part is the real point, isn't it? Thanks to the system, the solid 97 points of affection were no lie, so his tone remained lighthearted. Mo Yutong naturally understood this. But Wenjing's identity is truly suspicious. When I'm with her, I can sense an air of nobility. She must come from a remarkable background. Even Su Kuan, a wealthy playboy, had to hide his identity to pursue her. Jiang Chu, is that why you've been worried and haven't invited her out these past 2 days? Worried? Not at all. Wenjing is my woman. No one can take her from me. Jiang Chu thought to himself that he had only learned about those matters later. Although they had been in touch through text messages and online chats, they only exchanged a few words occasionally. The reason was simple: he had already gotten to know 6 campus belles, including Cheng Qianma. He was busy, simply too busy. Still, it was time to take the initiative and invite Li Wenjing out. First, she had shown interest in him even before he became a tycoon. Second, someone was now scheming against her. Jiang Chu had already decided that Li Wenjing was his woman, and she must be. No matter what grand family she came from, a tycoon feared no one. Jiang Chu looked into Mo Yutong's eyes and declared with authority, "You are my woman too, and no one will ever take you from me." Mo Yutong's lips curled into a sweet smile, and her heart brimmed with joy. Her fair, delicate arms wrapped around Jiang Chu's waist, and she pressed her cheek against his chest. "You are my man. No matter what choices you make, I will stand firmly by your side and support you." Jiang Chu nodded. Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of the plan to start a company under Mo Yutong's name. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chu's face. "Yutong, when you called me earlier, you said you were soaking in a fragrant bath. That bathtub is indeed very spacious. It can easily fit 2 people, right? Mo Yutong's cheeks flushed with shyness. Naughty. I can help you bathe, but you have to promise, no more tonight. I really can't take it anymore. Alright. Then I'll go run the water. Help him bathe. He hadn't even suggested that. He only wanted to soak together. But this unexpected offer was a pleasant surprise. Mo Yutong struggled to get out of bed, put on her slippers, and had to support herself against the wall for the first few steps. She turned back to glare at Jiang Chu as if to say, "Look what you've done." Jiang Chu grinned in response, clearly delighted. Soon the tub was filled with water. It was worth noting that this, and despite receiving so many negative reviews, had a truly enormous bathtub complete with disposable liners to ease any concerns. Lying in the bathtub covered with bubbles, Jiang Chu rested his hands behind his head, enjoying a treatment fit for royalty. The comfort was simply unparalleled. Yutong, there's just over a year until graduation. Do you have any plans for what you'll do after? Mo Yutong continued her movements, wondering why he suddenly asked this. Well, I haven't really thought about it. I used to hope to find a rich, handsome, and reliable wealthy heir, then work at his company after graduation. Otherwise, with my looks, working anywhere else would likely lead to exploitation. Besides, you've seen how my parents were eager to marry me off to someone rich as soon as possible. Jiang Chu, why do you ask? I want to tell you something. I'm planning to start an investment company in your name and have you serve as the CEO. Mo Yutong stopped her hands, her eyes wide and mouth forming an O, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Me? Start a company? Be a CEO? And an investment company at that? She quickly waved her hands. No. Jiang Chu, do you know what my major is? I studied dance. It has nothing to do with investing, let alone being a CEO. Her reaction was exactly what Jiang Chu had anticipated. What then? The women in my life must be able to stand on their own. If you want to relax and enjoy life, that's fine. I can give you all the money you need. But you and Wenjing have always been close friends. Surely you felt the pressure from her presence and aura, right? Mo Yutong narrowed her eyes, slightly lost in thought. Indeed, Li Wenjing had always been a source of pressure for her. Although they were close friends, she deeply envied Wenjing's effortless disdain for money and her composed demeanor. Likely only those who had never lacked wealth could possess such grace. Moreover, Wenjing's beauty far surpassed her own, as Mo Yutong knew best from sharing a dormitory. Meanwhile, she herself had to rely on charming wealthy heirs to buy bags and luxury goods, seeking a life of admiration and a better future for herself and her family. She knew her materialism clashed with societal morals, but seeing other girls less attractive than her flaunting their sugar daddies made her unable to swallow her pride. Even her mother was that type of person. So for her, money had always been the top priority. Now that she had money, as long as she held on to Jiang Chu, the super-rich heir, she had nothing to worry about. But what was the next thing she needed to pursue? In the future, Jiang Chu would surely encounter all kinds of women. For instance, among the top 5 campus belles, Li Wenjing with her mysterious identity, Ji Mengxi, the talented prodigy, He Shiyun from a major conglomerate, and Zhou Sini. Though her family background was slightly better than hers, she was a freshman, young, cute, and a wonderful singer. There would likely be many more to come. As for herself, she was just a dance major. In short, Mo Yutong did not want to be dismissed as a mere vase. Now her advantage lay in having taken the first move, becoming Jiang Chu's first companion. If she hoped to continue earning his trust and affection, the most straightforward approach was to assist him with matters and maintain regular contact. Jiang Chu, I understand what you mean, but do you truly believe I am capable? A confident and gentle smile curled at Jiang Chu's lips as he looked at her with reassuring warmth. I say you are capable, then you are. Mo Yutong's large eyes glistened with emotion, and she nodded eagerly in agreement. Very well. I will follow your lead. I want to be the finest woman by your side. Jiang Chu smiled warmly and drew her gently into his embrace. Rest assured, I have more than enough to support you. Spend without worry, and if you ever need anything, simply ask me. Mo Yutong nodded thoughtfully. You want me to establish an investment company because you think I'm materialistic? Haha, is there anything wrong with liking money? Who doesn't appreciate it? I'm giving you this investment company because you are my woman, Mo Yutong. I trust you. That's all there is to it. These words moved Mo Yutong deeply. Her affinity level rose by 1. When the affinity reached 98, Jiang Chu found himself feeling completely at ease. Even at full capacity, there was still a 10% return, which meant no actual loss in monetary terms. However, finding someone with a full 100% affinity, who could be entirely trusted, was far from easy. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of rebirth. He had a clear understanding of the development trends over the coming decade. Any modest goal was within reach. His primary objective was to gradually extend his influence across various industries, eventually establishing himself as a dominant presence. You need not worry about the procedures for establishing the company. Someone will handle everything for you. Gu Yan and the others had already called several times regarding the investment matters. Jiang Chu deliberately delayed his response, not wanting to yield so readily. One should not expect to take money without offering something in return. Later, when he mentioned the idea of establishing a new company, Gu Yin immediately volunteered to help. His uncle worked within the Administrative Bureau for Industry and Commerce. This illustrated the value of building connections, whether at a hospital when handling permits or during approvals. Knowing the right people could expedite processes considerably. Then can I start recruiting a secretary? Preferably someone with expertise in investment. Haha, already looking for shortcuts at the very beginning. Not at all, I just think having someone capable by my side would help me learn and grow. Don't worry, I won't hire a man. I'll find a wonderful woman and help train her well, so that when you come to see me, I won't be too overwhelmed. I'm doing this all for you, hee. Excellent. You're already showing the grace of a queen. I dare not call myself a queen. I know Wenjing is the most suitable one, but I will strive to be your devoted companion. Very well then, my dear companion. What reward would you like from me? Jiang Chu wore a playful smile as he gently reached toward her. Ah, you tease, Mo Yutong responded with a soft laugh. After resting for a while, they shared dinner together. During the meal, Jiang Chu informed Gu Yin about Mo Yutong and the company matter, which Gu Yin accepted without hesitation. Gu Yin also mentioned a friend from out of town who owned a 12-story building in the Xiangnu district of Nan City and was in urgent need of funds wishing to sell. Jiang Chu saw this as an excellent opportunity and agreed to visit first before making any decisions. That new district was still under planning, but in the future it would become a prime location. Every piece of land there would be precious. Establishing a company there would certainly be advantageous. Purchasing the building outright would be ideal. He had no desire to rely on a landlord in the future. Yutong, take a day off tomorrow morning. I will accompany you to view the new company location. All right. When they stepped outside, Cheng Qianma's Porsche 911 was already gone. Neither Jiang Chu nor Mo Yutong knew she had visited. Mo Yutong had also driven there herself. She said she needed to return to campus for rehearsals and left first. Jiang Chu got into his Ferrari and took out his phone to call Li Wenjing. For the past 2 days, Li Wenjing had been occupied with classes and preparations for the piano performance. She had rarely received messages from Jiang Chu, let alone phone calls. Mo Yutong had not returned to the dormitory the previous evening. Although she had prepared herself emotionally, holding the phone and seeing Jiang Chu's name on the screen still brought a faint sense of sorrow. Her phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Chu calling. She rubbed her eyes, gently confirming she was not mistaken, and immediately pressed answer. Hello? Are you free tonight? I've been thinking of you. Li Wenjing felt deeply touched by his words. Her eyes shimmered with emotion and her voice carried a soft warmth as she replied, Yes, I am free. When evening arrived at the agreed time, it happened to be the 15th of the month once again. The moon hung exceptionally round in the sky, its silvery light cascading upon the earth. Combined with the street lamps, the scene was tranquil and beautiful. Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing before him, a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Tonight her long black hair flowed smoothly like a waterfall down her back and chest. Even without makeup, her features were effortlessly graceful. Since Jiang Chu had said he would take her out, she wore a black fitted top and denim pants he had previously bought her, paired with casual sneakers. The outfit was simple, yet her elegant figure made it impossible not to appreciate. The gentle fragrance drifting from her only added to the charm of the evening. Is this your new car? As expected, Li Wenjing's eyes showed only a slight flicker of surprise upon seeing Jiang Chu's Ferrari, quickly returning to calm composure. Yes, I picked it up today. You seem surprisingly unfazed. I am curious about where you found such funds, of course. But I won't ask. Li Wenjing smiled and playfully pressed her lips together. The sudden cuteness left Jiang Chu momentarily breathless. He opened the car door for her and waited until she was seated before returning to the driver's seat. As he prepared to drive, he noticed she had not fastened her seatbelt. He unfastened his own, stood up, and walked around to help her. The pleasant fragrance surrounding her grew stronger, and his heart softened as he looked into her gentle eyes. He leaned in and kissed her gently. Li Wenjing's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then slowly closed as she surrendered to the tenderness and warmth he offered. She did not resist, allowing him to draw closer. A wave of sweet warmth spread gently through her entire being. She gently placed her hands on Jiang Chu's neck, a soft smile spreading across her face. The brief moment they had shared earlier left her with a warm feeling, and now she immersed herself in the serene atmosphere. When Jiang Chu attempted to draw closer, she tenderly pushed him away, not in refusal, but with a hint of shyness. Not here, someone might see us. Jiang Chu nodded, saying, You look so beautiful today, so I. She pressed a delicate finger to his lips, a smile on her face. I don't blame you. Where should we go later? Jiang Chu gave a mysterious smile, and then the car roared away. There was a saying online, if she is inexperienced in the world, take her to see the splendor of it. If she has seen much of life, take her on a carousel. That evening, Jiang Chu took Li Wenjing to the largest amusement park in Nanshur. Why did you think of bringing me here? The excitement on Li Wenjing's face proved that Jiang Chu's choice was right. To be honest, I've never been to a place like this before. It's always been a dream of mine to come and have fun, and I happened to meet you. What Jiang Chu said was true. In the countryside, few children had the chance to visit big city amusement parks, Most of their entertainment was in the fields and hills. After entering university, he had more time, but lost some of the childlike joy, and most importantly, he was still single. Come on, let's enjoy everything tonight. Jiang Chu took Li Wenjing's hand and began their amusement park adventure. They rode the pirate ship roller coaster pendulum ride, bumper cars, haunted house, and almost every attraction except the little train for kids. No one would have imagined that Li Wenjing, the iceberg school beauty who rarely smiled in daily life, would be beaming with joy the entire night. The handsome young man and the beautiful girl attracted glances wherever they went. A little girl of about 7 or 8 ran over with a balloon and insisted on giving it to Jiang Chu. Big brother, you're so handsome, can I be your girlfriend when I grow up? Jiang Chu scratched his head awkwardly, but Li Wenjing graciously accepted the special gift. Jiang Chu, I can accept everything else, but you must not harm a child. Jiang Chu nodded, quickly agreeing. He would never do something so despicable. However, her words carried a deeper meaning, filling his heart with joy. Finally, they boarded the Ferris wheel hand in hand. Li Wenjing held a strawberry ice cream in her other hand. It's so cold I can't finish it. Help me please. Instead of handing it to him, she brought it to his lips and watched him take bites. A happy smile spread across her face. You finished it in 2 bites. You're such a big eater. Jiang Chu smiled, took both her hands, and leaned closer. I'm not done yet. There's still some here. He softly kissed the cream at the corner of her mouth. She blushed, her cheeks rosy with shyness. Then he kissed her again, this time on her lips. The Ferris wheel carried them to the highest point where they gazed at the distant night scenery. Jiang Chu's hand rested gently on hers, and he spoke earnestly about how regular massage could prevent certain ailments. She, feeling relaxed and at ease, allowed him to hold her hand. But the wonderful moment was fleeting. Soon the Ferris wheel returned to the ground. Li Wenjing affection 1. Li Wenjing affection 1. Li Wenjing affection 1. Back in the car, they embraced warmly once more. Jiang Chu, it's getting late. Let's head back, or the school gates will close. Her eyes flickered, but her face remained calm. If it were Mo Yutong, or even Zhou Sini, Jiang Chu might have suggested staying out overnight. But with Li Wenjing, though she seemed open-minded and proactive, he knew her nature. If she were willing, she would have hinted at it. She did not. Sure, it's just 10 o'clock. We have half an hour. We should make it back. Jiang Chu agreed without hesitation. Virum, the car sped off. Back at school, they found a parking spot and shared a tender moment. Jiang Chu, thank you for taking me to the amusement park tonight. I had a wonderful time. Just now you could have asked me to stay out overnight. Jiang Chu held her exquisite face, gazing into her bright eyes. I like you, so I will respect every choice you make. Her lips trembled and her eyes shimmered with emotion. Thank you. Li Wenjing affection 2. Ding. The system has detected that Li Wenjing's affection has reached 95. You have gained 6 attribute points. 3 more individuals remain to fulfill the system upgrade requirement. Jiang Chu saw the notification and felt even more confident that his previous decision was correct. In the luxurious CEO's office of Neptune Real Estate, a large calligraphy scroll reading, "Virtue carries all," hung on the wall behind the desk. A young man with slicked back hair, about 30 years old, lounged in the leather executive chair. His heavy eyebrows framed narrow eyes, and he had a hawk-like nose and a pointed chin. He wore a custom blue pinstriped suit. The nameplate on the desk read CEO Wang Jiang. He clasped his fingers together, chin held high, and looked arrogantly at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa opposite. In a slow, deliberate tone, he said, "President Luo, I know your capital chain has broken and you're in urgent need of money. I sincerely want to help you, which is why I'm willing to buy your building for 200 million. Look, if you had another buyer, the auction wouldn't have failed twice, right?" Luo Chilyang, with his hair parted at 37, wore an expensive custom suit as well, but his face showed exhaustion and bitter anger. The muscles in his jaw tightened and relaxed intermittently. "President Wang, even at normal cost, my building is worth at least 300 million. If I had more time, I might sell it for even more. You're biting at 200 million, and you want to pay in 4 installments. Isn't that too harsh?" Wang Jiang tilted his head and smirked. "That's not quite right. Most of the area around there is still wasteland. If I buy your building, I have to consider the cost of renting it outright. You know what I do? With 200 million, I could buy land and develop real estate, earning much faster and more than this. I'll say it again, I sincerely want to help you. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to add another 10 million. Please don't hesitate, President Luo. I still have some capital now, but tomorrow I might use it to bid on land." Wang Jiang was sure that Luo Chilyang couldn't find another buyer. Among the 8 major conglomerates in the fruit province, only the He family's He group had the financial strength. The other groups were struggling, needing large amounts of capital for their own fields. He had even tampered with Luo's auction, threatening several foreign businessmen who wanted to buy the building, causing the auction to fail. As for this building, whether in terms of land area or future development trends, he was determined to acquire it. "President Luo, I have another important meeting in 10 minutes. You may be able to wait, but your family business probably cannot." Wang Jiang steadily broke through his opponent's defenses. Sweat beaded on Luo Qiliang's forehead, while the beautiful secretary standing beside him smiled at the opposite Wang Jiang, who squinted and returned a victorious smug grin. 5 minutes passed, yet for Luo Qiliang each moment felt like torment. Wang Jiang rose to his feet, adjusted his tie with both hands, and gave every appearance of preparing to leave for his meeting. His gaze never left Luo Qiliang. He watched as the man exhaled deeply, his head drooping with visible fatigue. A gleam flashed across Wang Jiang's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile of triumph. It seemed he had won. "President Wang, I have decided." Just then Luo Qiliang's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Gu Yan. This old friend had reached out many times before, also working in real estate, yet he himself was struggling to find funds, let alone coming to his rescue. He hesitated for a moment, then answered. Before he could speak, Gu Yan hurriedly said, "President Luo, I heard you're currently at Haiwang Real Estate. Let me tell you, do not rush to sell your building. I know someone who can offer you a very satisfactory price." Luo Qiliang certainly would not believe so easily. He had already approached everyone he knew within the 8 major groups, but he sure showed no interest. In the end, only Wang Shi offered funds and expressed willingness to take over. "Who is this friend you mentioned? Do I know him? I've never heard you speak of him before." "I was just about to accept President Wang's terms. His offer is 210 million payable in 4 installments." "What? Only 210 million? And split into 4 payments? Old Luo, has your mind gone clouded? Your tower is worth at least 300 million. This is selling it for a song. You know my current situation. You're with Wang Jiang right now, so I can't go into too much detail. I only recently became acquainted with this person, but his background is certainly formidable. Not long ago, he purchased 3 cars from Luan Shao in one go. Over 8 million paid in full. 2 of those cars were simply gifts for young women, merely for courting. He mentioned to me last night that he wanted to buy a building for his company, and I immediately recommended you. I was planning to follow up with you later, but my father happened to be hospitalized, and I had no time. This morning I found out from your company staff that you had come to Haiwang, so I called you right away. Trust me, that friend can certainly offer you a better price." Gu Yan spoke at a rapid pace, fearing Luo Qiliang might lose patience and hang up. However, he did not mention that Jiang Chu had agreed to invest that involved commercial secrets. It had him quite flustered. Luo Qiliang wrestled with his decision internally, while Wang Jiang realized this phone call was unfavorable to him. He could not let them continue talking. His expression darkened, and he strode forward as if to leave. "President Wang." Wang Jiang paused, but did not turn around. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of smug satisfaction. "After careful consideration, I still feel your offered price is too low. I need to return and discuss it with the board of directors. I must take my leave now. Since you have a meeting to attend, no need to see me out, President Wang." Having spoken, Luo Qiliang strode out with long steps. The beautiful secretary following behind him cast a puzzled, disapproving glance at Wang Jiang, shaking her head to indicate she had no idea what was happening. After the door closed behind him, slam. Wang Jiang's expression instantly darkened, his eyes blazing with fury like an erupting volcano. He hurled his phone onto the ground with force, startling the secretary behind him, a tall woman in a fitted outfit and high heels clutching a folder. "Investigate. Look into this immediately. Who in the world is undermining my plans from behind the scenes?" "Yes, President Wang, I'll investigate right away." "Hold on. Have a high handle this. Tell him, if the other party does not belong to our Shuaigua province's 8 major groups, make sure he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair." "Understood. I'll notify Manager Wang at once." A ruthless glint flashed through Wang Jiang's narrowed eyes. Seated inside the Rolls-Royce with his phone in hand, Luo Qiliang said, "Gu Yan, this time I choose to trust you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Don't worry. I'm with them near your building right now. Hurry over." On the other side, Gu Yan put down his phone and watched Mo Yutong, dressed in a tailored OL uniform, her arms linked with Jiang Chu's. He couldn't help but marvel at how young and beautiful the woman by young Master Jiang's side was. He already had He Shiyun, the daughter of the He family, and now openly pursued someone else. Either she had extraordinary confidence, or simply didn't care what others thought. Clearly, young Master Jiang fell into the former category. Moreover, young Master Jiang had handed over 100 of the company's equity to her. That level of trust was truly remarkable. Even his own father had only given him a portion of dry shares. "Young Master Jiang, President Mo, are you satisfied with this building so far? President Luo is on his way. I've shared every detail of his situation with you without holding anything back. He is indeed facing some difficulties." Jiang Chu was quite pleased with the location. From his memory, the road in front of this building would soon be widened, and directly opposite stood the embassies of Dongming countries and the Convention and Exhibition Center. Nearby, a large commercial plaza was also planned. The building had been acquired by Wangshi Group less than a year ago, and its value had surged to 1 billion after the future development plans were revealed. The land alone was worth 700 million, allowing them to reap enormous profits. Now, however, Jiang Chu intended to intercept it. He did not worry at all that Wangshi Group might resort to underhanded tactics. If they dared to cross him, he would gladly spend more money to drive them into bankruptcy. Let's see President Luo's sincerity once he arrives. Less than 2 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up alongside them. Luo Qiliang, standing at just over 1.6 meters, stepped out after the driver opened the door, followed by his beautiful secretary in an OL uniform. She maintained a faint, elusive smile, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sized up Jiang Chu and his companions from head to toe. Luo Qiliang forced a smile onto his haggard face, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes as he extended his hand to greet Gu Yan. "Young Master Gu, hello." Gu Yan shook his hand and introduced with a smile. "This is President Mo, the one who took a liking to President Luo's property. And this is her boyfriend, young Master Jiang." Luo Qiliang paused, taken aback. He had assumed the young man before him was the one making the deal, only to discover it was actually this youthful, striking woman. He extended his hand first to shake Mo Yutong's, then turned to Jiang Chu. "Hello, I am Luo Qiliang, a friend of young Master Gu. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. President Mo and your boyfriend make quite the distinguished couple, haha." President Luo. Mo Yutong spoke. Luo Qiliang and the others stood frozen in place. "There's no need for a tour, our time is precious. Let's discuss matters directly." "Directly?" Luo Qiliang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, directly it is. President Mo is indeed straightforward." They chose a nearby tea house and found a cozy spot on the second floor. A graceful young woman in a cheongsam performed a tea ceremony with her delicate fingers. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong watched with keen interest. Luo Qitian, however, felt for the first time that drinking tea could be so tedious, yet he had to maintain a smile. Once the tea was finally poured, he quickly gestured for the server to leave. "President Mo, I believe young Master Gu has informed you. I'm in urgent need of funds, otherwise I wouldn't be selling this building at such a low price." President Luo, "Just name your price." 300 million. That's my cost price, and I can accept payment in 3 installments within 6 months. I don't wish to waste anyone's time. Can you accept that, President Mo? Recalling the lengthy talk in Wang Zhang's office earlier where he wasn't even offered a glass of water, Luo Qiliang raised his teacup and took a large gulp. At this moment, he had no mind for savoring the tea. "Agreed. 300 million one-time payment." Luo Qiliang, who had just taken a big mouthful of tea, sprayed it all out, fortunately lowering his head in time to let it fall to the floor. The female secretary's eyes widened, looking at Mo Yutong in shock. It took her a moment to react. "President Luo, let me wipe that for you." The secretary nervously pulled out a tissue and reached over, but Luo Qiliang stopped her with a hand. "President Mo, what did you just say?" Luo Qiliang was utterly bewildered. In all his years of business, this was the first time he had encountered such decisiveness, especially after spending an entire morning in Wang Zhang's office with all sorts of evasive excuses. It all felt surreal. Mo Yutong had to suppress a smile. After all, she was still a university student, and dealing with a seasoned businessman like this was naturally nerve-wracking. But Jiang Chu had transferred 500 million to her that morning, and the bank manager's personal call to confirm and flatter her had given her immense confidence. At the same time, she was filled with boundless admiration for Jiang Chu's background. Not 500 or 5,000. This was 500 million. Hearing Jiang Chu say it yesterday was one thing, but actually receiving the money was a shock beyond imagination. On the way over, she couldn't help trembling slightly. Going from a net worth of a few thousand to suddenly holding hundreds of millions. Who could remain calm? At the same time, her love and trust in Jiang Chu reached an unparalleled height. Mo Yutong, affection 1. I said 300 million one-time payment. When can President Luo sign the contract? Contract, yes, the contract. Zhao Ting, go get the contract. All right, away, President Luo. Zhao Ting paused for a moment, then stood up and quickly walked out. I'll step out to the restroom. Jiang Chu also got up and followed. After exiting, he noticed that Zhao Ting did not go directly downstairs to the car, but instead went into the restroom. The tea house had separate stalls, all with closed doors. He had no choice but to enter the empty one next to Zhao Ting's. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have, but because of his enhanced hearing, even through 2 doors, he could still hear. To avoid awkwardness, Jiang Chu hurried. Just then he heard Zhao Ting speaking. "President Jiang, President Luo has come to meet a woman named Mo who agreed to 300 million one-time payment. And the money you promised." "Thank you, President Jiang." Creak, door opening sound. Then the sound of clicking high heels fading away. Jiang Chu pushed the door open shortly after, a knowing smile on his lips. Back in the room, Mo Yutong and the others were chatting cheerfully, already moving on to other topics. Gu Yan said, "President Mo, rest assured. I had someone handle the new company's paperwork this morning. All that's left is to finalize the address. Once the contract is signed, I'll have all the relevant documents sent over immediately." Luo Qiliang added, "President Mo truly excels beyond many men. I am impressed. So young and already so accomplished. You flatter me. I still have much to learn from President Luo and young Master Gu." In their eyes, Mo Yutong showed no arrogance and kept a humble attitude. They recalled other clients they had dealt with before who were always arrogant and spoke with their noses in the air. Only Mo Yutong genuinely wanted to gain more experience. What's taking Zhao Ting so long? Luo Qiliang frowned impatiently. This was a 300 million deal. He was extremely anxious. Tap tap tap. Zhao Ting hurried and out of breath, holding a folder. President Luo, here is the contract you requested. Luo Qiliang reviewed it himself, first ensuring it was correct before handing it to Mo Yutong. Jiang Chu nodded silently to himself. Truly a seasoned veteran. He wouldn't even trust his own secretary completely. A lesson learned. Mo Yutong took the contract and read it carefully. Jiang Chu figured she probably didn't understand much, but every journey begins with a first step. At least her earnest attitude reassured him. She then passed it to Jiang Chu. In his previous life, though he had never been a boss, he had gained considerable knowledge in this area during his corporate days. He checked the key figures' names and liability clauses, confirmed there were no issues, and nodded to Mo Yutong. The signing went smoothly. Mo Yutong and Luo Qiliang shook hands, both pleased. Guyan's people quickly completed the formalities and brought over the documents. The bank also helped transfer the 500 million from Mo Yutong's personal account to the company account and granted her large transaction privileges. So all Mo Yutong had to do was sign, and Luo Qiliang would receive the 300 million. Watching Mo Yutong write her name, without hesitation, Luo Qiliang felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. He was immensely relieved. With this 300 million, the headquarters could surely weather the crisis and perhaps even thrive. Thank you, President Mo. This is truly a lifesaver. If you ever need anything from me, please don't hesitate to reach out. Our group headquarters is in Sioux City, and you are welcome to visit anytime. I will host you with the highest honors. Then I thank you in advance, President Luo. Mo Yutong had just completed her first major transaction, and the staggering sum of 300 million left her still feeling dizzy and incredulous. Haha, and thank you, young Master Gu, for stopping me in time. Otherwise I would have lost 100 million. Not only that, but you also introduced me to President Mo, such an excellent, beautiful, and generous person. I will remember this favor. Please don't be so polite. We are old friends, it's only natural to help each other. Guyan was also in a state of prolonged shock, not towards Mo Yutong, but towards the composed Master Jiang, for he was the behind-the-scenes funder for Mo Yutong. They had previously agreed not to disclose his information, so he said nothing. Every move he made earned Guyan's renewed admiration, each time more astonishing than the last. 300 million, yet it seemed as if he were spending someone else's money. Could there even be a faint hint of pride on his face? Happy. Guyan felt he could no longer view matters from the same level as Master Jiang. Jiang Chu was indeed secretly smiling, because he saw the system had returned 300 million points. Adding the remaining 2 million plus from before converting to money would give him a solid over 30 billion. It was much faster than buying cars or watches. If not for fear of causing too much commotion, he would have liked to withdraw it all at once and see the vast sum in his bank account, just to enjoy the feeling. At the same time, he confirmed one thing: simply transferring money to Mo Yutong did not earn points. Only when she spent it did it count as consumption for the goddess. Luo Qiliang indicated he needed to rush back to headquarters. Regarding the building, I will assign someone to coordinate with President Mo. If there is anything you need, just give your orders, and I will have them follow your instructions. Yes, thank you for your thoughtfulness, President Luo. Finally, when it was Jiang Chu's turn to shake hands with Luo Qiliang before parting, he glanced at Zhao Ting, who had already gone down to start the car, and said to Luo Qiliang with a smile, President Luo, is there a President Wang in your company? Luo Qiliang was taken aback, not understanding what Jiang Chu meant. Oh, just now when I was in the restroom, I accidentally overheard your secretary on the phone mentioning President Wang seemingly reporting on work. Luo Qiliang's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful gaze flickering. A twitch at the corner of his eye suggested he had thought of something, and his expression grew somber. Jiang Chu placed a hand on his shoulder. President Luo, I'm sure you know what kind of person Wang Jiang is. You're from another province, so he can't touch you, but I'm worried he might target President Mo since she helped you right. Yes, I will always remember President Mo's kindness. Please do me a favor, President Luo. If Zhao Ting wants to find a job, let her come to President Mo's company. She's already like this, how can President Mo? Luo Qiliang suddenly thought of something. This Wang Jiang was ruthless in his methods. Since he could bribe his secretary, he would likely send people to or bribe someone in President Mo's company in the future. Rather than being passive, it might be better to proactively take one in. As long as she was kept under control, she might even be used to gain an advantage at a critical moment, for the business world is like a battlefield. Previously, he had thought Mo Yutong seemed inexperienced and lacking in business acumen, but he hadn't expected her to think further ahead than him. If she wasn't just pretending, well, then she must have a wise advisor behind her. Indeed, with a move of several 100 million, her background couldn't be anything but formidable. I understand what to do. Please tell President Mo to rest assured, I will ensure it is seamless and she won't notice. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Then thank you very much, President Luo. Indeed, dealing with smart people is so satisfying. After Luo Qitian and the others left, Gu Yan eagerly approached Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, what about my investment? Jiang Chu gestured. Oh, right. This matter should be discussed with President Mo. Look at my memory. Gu Yan hurried over to Mo Yutong with an eager expression. Jiang Chu poured himself a cup of tea, inhaled its fragrance, and thought it truly aromatic. He had originally planned to go straight back, but Mo Yutong excitedly declared she wanted to go inside the building to see her company and future office, already eager to become the powerful female CEO from the novels. Greeting Luo Qitian, he immediately arranged for the guard inside to open the door. Jiang Chu saw the interior for the first time. The contract stated a total area of 5,000 square meters. Outside there were staff canteens, sports and fitness centers, small warehouses, and so on. The main building, though only 12 stories, covered an area of over 2,000 square meters and had been built only a few years ago. It included 2 underground parking levels. Previously it had been rented to a telecommunications operator for their company, but they had now moved out. The upper floors could be used for offices, and the lower floors could even house a shopping mall. On the 12th floor, the top floor, they arrived at the former office of the telecommunications company CEO. Wow, floor-to-ceiling windows at least 10 meters wide. Will my office be here in the future? I absolutely love it. Mo Yutong entered the room, raising her hands high, completely letting herself go. It was over 200 square meters in total, with a resting bedroom of several dozen square meters, a bathroom of over 20 square meters, and a separate study. Many items were still there and hadn't been moved out. Luo Qitian had just mentioned on the phone that someone was hired daily to maintain the place, as they kept a room for entertaining guests. Jiang Chu couldn't help but marvel at how the former CEO had known how to enjoy life. Jiang Chu, tell me quickly, am I dreaming? Mo Yutong excitedly ran over, jumping up and down, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chu's neck. Want to know? That's easy. Jiang Chu revealed a playful smile. Earlier that morning, when he picked up Mo Yutong, he noticed she was wearing a business outfit she had never worn before, which she had bought herself last night. The small suit jacket had been tossed aside in their excitement. Now she wore a fitted white blouse tucked into a black skirt with a slender waist and elegant high heels. She looked quite charming. No, we can't be here. You're so annoying. You rascal, what if someone comes and sees us? I locked the door, and as you can see, there's only a security guard, and I just sent him out to buy something for us. In fact, Jiang Chu had just looked around to confirm there were no cameras or the like. After his system upgrades, he could clearly perceive if there were any. Remember the first time we met at the Lake Heart Pavilion? At that time you were bitten by a mosquito, and you asked me to help you apply the ointment. What are you trying to do? I'm not bitten by a mosquito this time. Mo Yutong's face flushed deeply. Mo Yutong said she really liked the sofa here because it was very springy and made of genuine leather, very comfortable to sit on. Jiang Chu also liked it. The sofa was so high-end with built-in automatic massage. She sat back firmly, tilted her head back, and wore a look of pure enjoyment. In my future office I want a sofa just as comfortable. Alright, you'll have it. Let's try the executive chair. It has wheels underneath, and it's quite spacious. I'll push you and you can fly. You're so annoying. Actually, Mo Yutong still liked the large floor-to-ceiling windows the most. Mo Yutong stood beside the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant landscape, where construction was in full swing. Across the way, a tunnel bustled with enormous trucks laden with cargo. She felt a surge of excitement, already envisioning the vibrant future of this area. Purchasing this property would undoubtedly appreciate significantly. Don't hold back on the renovation. Design it however you like. Do you like the large bed? I do. What about the automatic massage sofa? I absolutely love it. Then get them all. Go for the premium options. Comfort is what matters most. You deserve the best, understood? Jiang Chu treated her with such care, bringing fresh surprises each time, leaving her deeply moved with tears welling up in her eyes. After standing for over half an hour in high heels, her long legs began to ache. A slight dizziness crept in, so for her safety, she decided to sit down on the sofa. Jiang Chu, hasn't the milk tea arrived yet? It should be here any moment now. Knock knock. Jiang Chu opened the door to find the security guard breathless, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Mr. Jiang, this is the 7-gram milk tea you ordered. Thank you, I appreciate your effort. Not at all, not at all. I'll head back down then. Inside the elevator, the security guard scratched his head in confusion. Rich people are so particular. Even milk tea has to come from that shop across from Shida's main entrance. The taxi ride there and back took over an hour. But still, rich people are generous. He handed me 300 yuan straight away. After deducting the taxi fare, I still have over 200 left. That's enough for several days of good cigarettes. On the day of the school anniversary, the campus was alive with energy throughout the morning. Major online media outlets and provincial television stations uncommonly gathered to broadcast the event live. The originally planned simple stage had been transformed into an elaborate setup requiring 2 days to construct, supported by generous sponsors. Premium sound equipment and lighting were rented in, and professional makeup artists were hired. While the school is pulling out all the stops this time, this anniversary event rivals a concert. Tell me about it. Our class had a solid performance planned, thinking we had a chance at top 3. But when we heard about this grand scale, it was scrapped immediately. Only the most outstanding acts made the cut, which shows how intense the competition is. You're right. I heard 4 of the 5 campus beauties are performing. Only He Shuyun isn't. Ji Mingxi is hosting, and the other 3 have talent acts. I can't wait. This is the first time ever, and I've heard even students from other schools and some locals are trying to sneak in. That's why entry is strictly controlled, student ID or invitation required. Not just the beauties. The handsome guy Wu Xiaoqian is performing too, along with that top transfer student Su Kuan, who has 3 acts. No way. That impressive. What about Jiang Chu? He's been rising in popularity lately, right among the campus heartthrobs. Him? He's not as impressive as Su Kuan. He just plays basketball and acts cool. What else? Let me tell you, I watched Su Kuan practice, and his singing, dancing, and rap are all outstanding. He'll easily dominate the top spots. I bet he takes all 3. The group gave the boy who was lowering his baseball cap with a smug grin skeptical looks. Who are you? We've never seen you before. The boy quickly slipped away. In dormitory building 8. The boy in the baseball cap Dave entered cautiously. Kuan Xiao, I went out and gathered some intel. Everyone's talking about your performance tonight. I'm confident that if you deliver steadily, winning over Miss Li Wenjing won't be far off. That's certain. You've earned your share too, strategist. But I was thinking, what if I take top 3 with all 3 of my acts? That might not sit well since she's performing too. She's playing piano right. Maybe I should let her have second place. Kuan Xiao, you truly care about Miss Li down to the smallest detail. That's thoughtful indeed. She'll surely be deeply touched to hear this. Haha, strategist, just confirmed there's no act from Jiang Chu tonight, right? Something always goes wrong whenever I cross paths with him. On such an important evening, I can't afford any missteps. Su Kuan gritted his teeth in lingering resentment. Dave patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I've checked the full program list. His name isn't on it. Besides, I can let Kuan Xiao in on some good news. Zhao Xing, the musical and dance star who's swept the nation lately, will be appearing as a judge. When she praises your performance tonight, you'll make an even stronger impression on Miss Li. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. You mean Zhao Xing is coming? She's not only gifted in music and dance, but also stunningly beautiful. Genuinely so, without heavy editing. Years ago, I offered 5 million just for a dinner date, and she refused. Once I take over the Su family, I'll shower her with wealth until she comes around. What's the point of pretending in the entertainment industry? Perhaps after seeing your performance tonight, she'll throw herself at you voluntarily. Haha, you really know how to speak, strategist. By the way, what about my parents' side of things? Kuan Xiao, rest assured. If everything goes smoothly tonight, I'll arrange for you to run into Miss Li Wenjing tomorrow. You can play out a hero-saving beauty scenario, which should win her heart. Even if your family finds out, you can find an excuse to stall for time. The key is to succeed with Miss Li. Su Kuan nodded, satisfaction spreading across his face. Thinking of Li Wenjing's elegant poise and breathtaking beauty, he imagined how delightful it would be to have her by his side. I'm growing more and more eager for tonight, to be the center of everyone's attention. Jiang Chu stood outside the piano room, quietly observing Li Wenjing during her final rehearsal. The black and white keys came alive beneath her slender, graceful fingers, as Castle in the Sky unfolded in a melody that stirred endless imagination. This was precisely why Jiang Chu had written songs for Zhou Xini, choreographed dances for Mo Yutong, yet never created anything for Li Wenjing. From a professional standpoint, she was already flawless, requiring no embellishment. He had slipped in quietly several times before, never uncovering the reason Li Wenjing failed to reach the stage in his past life. Had history shifted in this lifetime? Wow. Wenjing, you're incredible. Every time I listen to you play, I'm completely captivated. If we hadn't known each other so long, I'd think you were some world-renowned piano master. Yeah. Senior sister, please accept my admiration. Don't tease me. Senior sister, I've noticed you've been smiling all day. You look absolutely radiant. Keep smiling like that. Have you started dating someone special? Who's the lucky guy? Li Wenjing's eyes softened as she drifted into last night's memories, her smile deepening. Outside, Jiang Chu touched his nose sheepishly. Talking about me again. Bad news, bad news. A girl rushed in frantically. What's all the commotion about? For some reason, Wenjing's act just got cancelled. What do you mean cancelled? Everyone was stunned. And even the usually composed Li Wenjing frowned deeply. It means Wenjing won't be able to perform tonight. That's absolutely unacceptable. How can the school just cancel her spot without any explanation? Exactly. Senior sister, Wenjing has been practicing for this show for such a long time. This is simply unfair. I won't accept this. I'm going to demand an explanation from the school. Otherwise, I'll hang a protest banner on tonight's live stream. Count me in. Li Wenjing suddenly spoke up. Don't do this. Thank you all. You've worked hard during this period too. I roughly understand why the school did this. It's not their fault. It's because of my family matters. The girls exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. I'll go make a phone call. Li Wenjing stood up and Jiang Chu immediately hid. Li Wenjing, dressed in a white floral dress, walked to a secluded spot, glanced around, and dialed the phone. Hello, Grandpa. Haha, my dear granddaughter, did you miss me? Grandpa, did you arrange for someone to cancel my performance program? Yes, Grandpa is doing this for your own good. You are Grandpa's precious treasure. Grandpa doesn't want you to appear in public and get hurt by those with ulterior motives. But Grandpa. Jinger, you asked Grandpa to let you study at Shi University before. Grandpa also made a great effort to agree to your request. But you promised Grandpa that as long as your identity was discovered you would come back to Grandpa's side and listen to Grandpa's arrangement. Do you still remember? MHM. Recently someone named Su Kuan came to your class. He is the second young master of the Su family, and his purpose is to pursue Yu Jing. He thinks others don't know, but actually his family also knows, yet they tacitly allow his behavior. Amir Su family also wants to lay hands on my precious granddaughter. So Jinger, your journey at Shi University will end here. Qin Hao, your childhood friend, has returned from abroad. He has grown into a fine young man, good-looking, capable, and of noble character. Grandpa will send someone to pick you up tomorrow so you can meet and catch up. He has been talking about you to me all along. Grandpa can see that he likes you. Li Wenjing's whole body trembled. Grandpa, I don't want to go back. There's still more than a year until graduation. Even letting me finish my junior year would be fine. No, you promised Grandpa. After your identity leaks you must come back. Grandpa, give me another 10 days. 3 days. This is the final compromise. 3 days are enough for you to say goodbye to your classmates and friends. Also, don't think Grandpa doesn't know about that guy named Jiang Chu. When you ran to Shi University for him, Grandpa strongly opposed it. But you said you wouldn't actively have any interaction with him, so Grandpa agreed to let you go. Now you not only became friends, but also. Anyway, his identity doesn't match yours, understand? 3 days later, Grandpa will send someone to pick you up. You must come back. Otherwise, you know Grandpa's methods. If you don't go, then Grandpa will make him go. I understand, Grandpa. Sigh, Grandpa is old. You are the only person Grandpa cares about. Grandpa is also doing this for your own good. Beep, beep, beep. Watching Li Wenjing's figure, her head slightly bowed, one could feel endless disappointment and sadness. Jiang Chu heard the conversation clearly. He really wanted to go over and give her a hug to tell her that he wasn't afraid. But he knew that with Li Wenjing's personality, she would definitely go back on her own tomorrow for his sake. Jiang Chu frowned, deeply clenched his teeth, and clenched his fists. No matter what Shanghai Li family or what Qin Hao and Su Kuan, the woman belonging to me, Jiang Chu, will absolutely not allow a second person to lay hands on her. Damn it, finally found you. You didn't even answer your phone call. Xiang Hua, out of breath, punched Jiang Chu on the shoulder. Jiang Chu looked confused. My phone died while I was reading a novel. What do you need me for? There are really too many people coming today. Just now it was suddenly said that a popular star will make an appearance tonight. We urgently need a group of volunteers with good appearance and temperament to do on-site maintenance. 300 a day. Damn it, forget about 300, even if it's 3 million, don't come to me for this. I am a proud. The advisor specifically asked for you, and it's to maintain order in the girls' dressing room and makeup room. Most of the girls who could participate in the performance had good looks, with many even reaching the level of campus beauties. The exotic dance costumes featured intricate details and shimmering pearl decorations. The distinctive ethnic costumes, after minor adjustments, also followed in elegant style, with delicate bells adorning the performers that created a graceful charm. Western-style ballet costumes, Latin dance outfits with decorative ribbons. Jiang Chu found himself dazzled by the beautiful scene, feeling this visit was truly worthwhile. During this time, he also spotted Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini. The former simply rolled her eyes at him before going inside, while Zhou Sini gave him a warm smile and waved hello. Make way, everyone, make way. A domineering and impatient voice rang out. 2 tall bodyguards rudely cleared away the girls outside. Following them was a woman wearing a baseball cap with long hair, supported by another young woman who looked equally annoyed. Why did you have to pull me here? You even tore my newly prepared dress. Exactly, now I have to go back and redo my makeup. It's Zhao Xiying. I'm not imagining this. It's really you. I can't believe superstar Zhao Xiying is here. Oh my god, you're my idol. Seriously, I'm your fan too. Am I dreaming? My idol is actually standing right in front of me, and you look even more beautiful in person than on television. I heard a celebrity would be making a surprise appearance. I thought it would just be some unknown star or a faded singer, never expecting it to be Zhao Xiying. Oh my god, I heard the Television Association wanted to invite her to participate in the Heavenly Voices Singer program, but she refused. Who would have thought she'd be here for our school anniversary celebration? I'm going crazy. Let me have your autograph. The crowd immediately erupted into commotion. Students who were still in the middle of applying makeup rushed out to see what was happening. Seeing so many people blocking their path and making progress difficult, everyone please calm down. Zhao Xiying, who was in the middle of the crowd, finally spoke up. It must be said that a currently popular star does have an influence. Everyone gradually quieted down. I am Zhao Xiying, and I believe all the students here know who I am. I won't do much self-introduction. Tonight I was invited by my mentor to serve as a judge. Since this was a last-minute decision, I arrived rather suddenly. Thank you all for your enthusiasm and support. However, this passage is quite narrow, and to avoid causing any trouble, I ask that everyone remain rational and allow tonight's performance to proceed smoothly. I know you've all been practicing hard for this performance, waiting all along for tonight. I promise you I will give your efforts fair and just scoring. Thank you, everyone. Some people began to move, clearing part of the way, but a large number remained where they were. Even Zhao Xing was taken aback. She encountered situations like this often. Usually as soon as she spoke, people would gladly clear a path. She had never encountered such resistance before. She couldn't quite figure out why it wasn't working today, puzzling over the situation. The school had arranged several professional security personnel, but they had all been sent to the main gate. No one expected Zhao Xing to sneak in through another route. The security team was caught off guard and was now rushing toward them. Zhao Xing and Deng Peipei noticed that the girls who hadn't moved were all looking at one of the security guards. Their eyes lit up simultaneously. Their first thought was that he was handsome. He was young, tall, and calm, showing potential for entering the entertainment industry. Perhaps they could cultivate a new idol star. Jiang Chu smiled at the girls. Go ahead and enter, be good. Wow, senior brother is so handsome, I'll listen to senior brother. Senior brother will go in first then. Leave the big star to you. Bye-bye, senior brother, I'll come out to see you later. The once congested passage was completely cleared in less than a minute. This left Zhao Xing and Deng Peipei utterly stunned. They had long heard that people in Shuigua province didn't chase after celebrities so fervently. It truly proved to be true. Even a security guard's words carried more weight than hers. It was simply incredible. Zhao Xing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chu several more times, while Jiang Chu also openly observed her. Zhao Xing, affection 5 beneath the baseball cap, was a head of wavy hair. Her melon-seed-shaped face had a delicate nose and almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with brightness. Her lips were painted with glossy lip color. Under a denim jacket, she wore a crop top that showed her figure beautifully. Her lower body was dressed in tight denim pants and athletic shoes. This casual attire was ordinary, likely worn to avoid attracting photographers. Ding. Zhao Xing. Age 22, height 166 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, appearance 89, power bank 0, affection 5. Zhao Xing's dressing room was nearby, a separate room reserved specifically for her. Only the makeup artist and her agent could accompany her inside. Soon several professional security guards arrived. They stationed themselves outside Zhao Xing's dressing room. Judging from their posture, they seemed to be veterans from military service. After the earlier commotion and with the performance about to begin, Jiang Chu felt somewhat bored. He casually found a chair and sat down, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. The security guards and bodyguards nearby could only watch with expressions of disdain. This wasn't acting like security at all, it was more like bringing in a troublesome elder. Jiang Chu didn't care. He was simply here to enjoy himself. Master, is that really you? Jiang Chu turned to look. The person approaching was none other than He Shiyun. What are you doing here? Don't you have no program to perform? He Shiyun chuckled. I heard Zhao Xing was coming. I'm her fan, so I wanted to see if I could get an autograph. I didn't expect you to be here too. This is the women's changing room, haven't you thought about peeking inside? Am I that kind of person? He Shiyun gave him a look that clearly said he was suspicious. I have to say, master, you look so handsome in this outfit, so majestic. Lots of girls must be flirting with you. That goes without saying. I'm beloved by everyone, flowers in. Tisk shameless. Give you a little sunshine, and you'll shine brightly. Jiang Chu turned his head, unwilling to engage with her. Aren't you here to see the big star? Go straight ahead, turn left. That's all, goodbye. Is this how a master should behave? Can't you see those security guards and bodyguards there? How am I supposed to get in? Maybe you should show off your skills, knock them all out, and then bring me in. Jiang Chu looked at He Shiyun as if she were foolish. Do you think you're the one with the problem? I have. He Shiyun almost fell into the trap before she could react. Stinky master, you're the one with the problem. I don't care. If you help me get Zhao Xing's autograph, I can help you like that night. Jiang Chu's expression instantly darkened. Aren't you a young miss from the He family? Figure it out yourself. His resolve was incredibly firm. Stinky master, I won't be your disciple anymore. Thank you. Just treat me to a farewell dinner. Oh, I was just joking, don't be angry. Jiang Chu turned his face away, ignoring her. He Shiyun's eyes revealed a cunning glint as she grabbed Jiang Chu's hand and ran. Follow me. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? What the heck? This is the women's restroom. Are you crazy? Do you want to harm your master? Jiang Chu lowered his voice and said. He Shiyun had actually pulled him into a men's restroom stall. This is clearly the men's restroom. I'm not blind, and besides, there's nobody here. He Shiyun dismissed his concern. You don't understand. This entire side of the building is full of female students right now. To avoid long lines, the men's restroom is open for women to use as well. Jiang Chu thought of Golden Week holidays when tourist attractions often saw men's restrooms shared by both genders, and some even taken over entirely by women. The women's restroom outside doesn't look that crowded. Don't worry, nobody's going to walk in. I'm not arguing with you. Why did you bring me here in the first place? I wanted to tell you something important. Good news. What can't be said outside? It's a business secret. Master, didn't you ask me to secure the fruit distribution rights? I sent people abroad to find suppliers, and we've obtained the general agency for 7 southern provinces. We didn't manage to secure the north because a young master from a prominent Beijing family got there first. We've already spent nearly 100 million. My family thinks I'm an idiot. Master, do you think I am? Jiang Chu smiled. If I admit you're an idiot, doesn't that make me the biggest idiot here? Never mind what they say. They'll regret it soon enough. I agree. Overseas production is already running according to orders. Shipment should arrive next week. They're currently figuring out advertising and promotion strategies. That fast? Jiang Chu was slightly surprised. In his previous life, this shouldn't have entered the domestic market so quickly. It seemed the timeline of this life had accelerated. Handle the advertising however you see fit. I'll transfer another 100 million to you shortly. Remember, stock up as much as possible and lock down those distribution channels. Master, you're so charming when you talk about business. And you're equally impressive when you fight. Especially last time, when you made that Jean someone kneel and beg for mercy. Absolutely dominating. Humph. You think a couple of flattering words will make me let this go, He Shiyun's eyes shifted slyly, a cunning glint flashing within. I understand what you mean, Master. Understand what? What are you going to do? He Shiyun tilted her head slightly. Jiang Chu, with his keen ears, suddenly heard voices outside. Seeing I told you not to drink so much bubble tea. You had to go ahead and finish it. Pei, I was thirsty. This is school, not the company. There aren't even private restrooms in the dressing rooms. What if you get stuck in line again like this? Zhao Xing and Deng Pei came to the restroom together, but upon reaching the corner, they found a long line at the women's bathroom. Why are there so many people? I can't hold it anymore. I'll go tell them to move. You go ahead. No. They'll call us entitled later. And you know waiting in line is basic manners. Deng Pei looked utterly speechless. You and your principals. Sneaking into this anniversary celebration is going to offend Manager Zhang. He might just freeze you out in a fit of anger. All right, let's not talk about that now. I really can't hold it anymore. Wait, I see a sign over there. It says the men's restroom can be used too. I only see those security guards standing over there. Everyone else is probably female. Let's go there. The two slipped into the men's restroom before anyone noticed. It's indeed quite empty in here. This stall's free. Seeing you take this one. I'll use one too. Crash. Zhao. MMPH. He Shiyun's eyes widened with delight. An unexpected guest had arrived, and not just anyone. It was the famous star Zhao Xiying. Watching the silent He Shiyun, Jiang Chu frowned slightly. Rustling sounds came from within. Seeing, what do you think? Should we consider getting that college student volunteer's contact information? He is quite handsome, and he has no makeup on at all, unlike the male entertainers at our company, who wear more foundation than the women. Looks are fine, but I wonder about his character. And you know me, I have high standards. Good looks alone won't cut it. He needs at least one skill, whether it's singing, songwriting, or dancing. He's just a college student who hasn't entered society yet. His character probably isn't bad. As for talent, if he had any, he wouldn't be here volunteering as security. He'd be performing on stage instead. True. What, Pei, you have a crush on this handsome guy? No way. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, Seeing, haven't you considered giving Li Juntae a chance? He's a top Korean pop star, and his company is family-owned. He seems quite fond of you. I'm not thinking about dating right now. He's not my type anyway. Besides, have you forgotten about Master Shiman? Never mind. Let's not talk about this. Let's go prepare. It's about to start. Rustling sounds of clothing could be heard. Cough. Terrible, Master. I'll kick you to death. Bang. The restroom door was kicked open violently. Zhao Xiying and Deng Pei outside were startled. They turned and looked. Eyes wide, mouths agape, faces filled with shock. There was actually a man inside the restroom. And behind the man was a girl wiping her mouth. Though they didn't understand what was happening, the secretive atmosphere clearly suggested nothing decent. The key issue was that they had just been using the toilet moments ago. Could that mean this man had heard everything? You're that security guard. You're just disgusting. Zhao Xiying's face immediately flushed with anger. Any slight fondness she had harbored vanished in an instant, replaced by outright dislike. Exactly. The sign outside clearly says this is for female use. How did a man end up in here? You're a pervert. I'm calling the police. I'll sue you for voyeurism and assault. Deng Pei was equally furious, reaching for her phone, only to realize she hadn't brought it. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. Go ahead and call. This is clearly the men's restroom. Go look at the sign outside. When the women's restroom is crowded, women can borrow the men's. It says borrow. Where does it say men aren't allowed to enter? I'm a man using the men's restroom. What's wrong with that? Deng Pei and the others were caught off guard by Jiang Chu's confident rebuttal. They were the ones who had suffered the embarrassment, but upon reflection the sign did indeed say exactly that. Zhao Xiying suppressing her anger. Then why would a man and a woman sneak into the men's restroom together? Obviously for improper things. There's no law against dating in a restroom, is there? Deng Pei held back Zhao Xiying. Fine, talk all you want. But let me make one thing clear. Today's incident cannot leak even a single word, or I'll sue you for molestation. Seeing, let's not bother with them. Deng Pei pulled Zhao Xiying out. Wait, could I possibly get an autograph? Zhao Xiying and her companion turned around, their eyes wide with astonishment. How audacious of him to still request an autograph after such a scene. You, asking for my autograph. Don't let me see you again, you rude man. She walked away in a huff. Jiang Chu spread his hands, looking at He Shiyun with an innocent expression. I already asked for you, but she refused. He Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. It's over. I won't get Zhao Xiying's autograph. It's all your fault, Jiang Chu, you big villain. She placed her hands on her hips, her lips puckered in a mock-angry pout. Who was it that dragged me in? Who let him in? He Shiyun put on a pitiful expression. You annoying master, you've gained the advantage and still act innocent. My voice is hoarse now. Gosh, He Shiyun changes moods faster than flipping a book. Jiang Chu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Alright, since you've been so kind to me, I'll teach you a few martial arts moves when I have time. Really? Really? That's wonderful. He Shiyun immediately jumped into Jiang Chu's arms with joy. A glint of slyness flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes. Well, martial arts come in many forms. Come on, let me take you to get some water. If you still have the nerve to say that. It's all you're sent. At 8 o'clock sharp, the gala officially began. She stepped onto the stage with a nervous and anxious heart, clutching the microphone in her hand, wearing silver high heels and a vibrant white gown, following the two professional TV hosts. Yes, because the school placed great importance on this gala, they specially asked her, the top campus beauty, to be one of the hosts. Although she had rehearsed several times, the huge spotlight still made her squint for a moment before she adjusted. As they walked out, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, shaking the venue. Above, a sea of dark heads bobbed. Heavens, she had never seen so many people. From the school leader's conversation, she had heard that there were at least 10,000 spectators tonight. This was after most of the students had been reduced. Below, a row of cameras were all aimed at them on stage. Although as a rich second generation, she had seen much of the world, this was a live broadcast, so she was a bit nervous. The TV host distinguished. Now let us welcome the mysterious guest of this gala with warm applause. She is the currently popular star who excels in both singing and composing, known as the new generation's Little Queen, Zhao Xiying. As the words fell, Zhao Xiying, dressed in a white strapless short dress, stepped onto the stage in high heels, waving as she walked. The audience thundered with applause, and countless people shouted Zhao Xiying's name. Oh my, it's Zhao Xiying. Before, I thought choosing this school was a waste of 4 years, but now seeing Zhao Xiying appear at the gala, I feel it's all worth it. Unbelievable. Zhao Xiying actually came to our school's gala. She's a top-tier star now, but I'm her super fan. Zhao Xiying, I love you. Whoa, I told you climbing over the wall was worth it. It's Zhao Xiying. She's my dream goddess. I never thought I'd see her in person. Tonight I'll play games for you and aim for 5 straight wins. The two provincial TV staff immediately jumped up from their seats. Wow, Lao Fei, it's actually Zhao Xiying. How did you not hear anything? I don't know either. Hurry up, frontline comrades snapped to attention. This is not a drill, this is not a drill. Find a good spot and aim the camera at Zhao Xiying. He immediately picked up his phone to report to the station chief. The station chief was only slightly surprised. Oh, is that so? Arrange for other provincial TV stations and major media to promote this live broadcast. Even though she's only a judge, it will still bring some traffic. In the Youku live broadcast control vehicle manager Lu Gosh. It's Zhao Xiying. Quickly tell headquarters to put the live stream ad on the front page. Even though Zhao Xiying is only a judge, a top-tier star attending such a school anniversary is a huge downgrade. This itself is a super hot topic. Get it going. Check how many people are watching now. Manager Lu, it's over 10,000 now and still increasing. Remember, you'll be eating your noodles upside down later, haha. Eating noodles upside down. Fine. It's just Zhao Xiying coming to this small place for a school anniversary. The traffic can't be more than 5,000. If it exceeds, I'll run around the school track tonight. Hehe, it's a bit difficult for you to run. I wonder what Zhao Xiying's company was thinking, allowing her to attend such a small event as a school anniversary. At Moto Brilliant Entertainment Co. Ltd. Zhao Xiying, do you know what you're doing? I order you to cancel your appearance at this event immediately. No, Manager Zhang, I've already promised my teacher. I'm just being a judge. You, Zhao Xiying. Do you know what that is? A common university's anniversary. Is this something a top-tier star should be doing? Manager Zhang, I told you when I signed the contract, I only insist on singing and creating. The company has no right to interfere in other matters. Fine, you use the contract against me, I. Beep, beep, beep. Bang. A middle-aged man in a gray suit smoking a cigar forcefully set his phone down on the desk, causing a loud sound that even made the ashtray jump. His anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Who does she think she is? The company spent so much money building her up, not for her to do whatever she wants. Director Chen Wei said. Manager Zhang, calm down. Only she Deng Pei knew about this. None of us subordinates had any idea. Yes, you're right. This Deng Pei is really something. Zhao Xiying usually doesn't bother with these things, but as her agent, doesn't she know how much it degrades her to attend such a school anniversary? How can we negotiate high-value contracts with big brands in the future? One of the young women dressed in a black shiny dress and high heels spoke with schadenfreude. I told you we shouldn't let her do whatever she wants. It was bound to cause trouble. See, here it comes. Exactly. If the company had invested resources in Xiao Biqi from the beginning, there wouldn't be so many problems. Beside the woman, a flamboyant man named Andy was trimming his nails with a nail clipper, speaking with a very delicate tone. Immediately notify PR to urgently study a solution. As for Zhao Xing, arrange a meeting with young Master Shiman. If she doesn't comply, we'll shelve her from now on. I've tolerated her long enough. Yes, Manager Zhang. Xiao Biqi and Andy's eyes both lit up and smug smiles curled at the corners of their mouths. Now let us invite the judges below to score the folk dance, Dancing in the Fields. The next performance is by the school's super popular star classmate Su Kuan, who will present the song, It's Kuan. Please welcome. In the front rows, a large crowd held up glowing signs bearing Su Kuan's name, while a dedicated cheerleading squad of beauties shouted loudly, Su Kuan, you're the best. The judges below were also discussing. I heard that this Su Kuan was an idol trainee before. For this show, he alone is performing in 3 programs, singing, dancing, and rap each, and seems to be a top contender for the top 3. Yes, I'm quite optimistic about him this time. Deng Peipei leaned over to Zhao Xing and sighed. After all, it's a college student performance, it's really boring. Many of the previous programs seemed rushed and messy. We'll definitely be scolded by Boss Zhang when we go back. I feel like our career is over. They all seem to have high hopes for this Su Kuan. Seems like he has some skill. But this name sounds a bit familiar to me. There are many people with the same name. We've never been to Fruit Province, how could we know him? Besides, he's a college student. Seeing, I think you're overthinking it. Let's not talk about it, let's watch the show seriously. Su Kuan appeared with his usual middle-part hairstyle and classic suspenders. The front row audience cheered enthusiastically, almost as if they were possessed. Seeing, is Su Kuan this popular? I feel like the crowd behind could rival your concert fans. Su Kuan proudly introduced himself on stage, then nodded to signal the music to start. Since I met you. I'm Kuan, that trainee who loves you. I'm Kuan. The same group of people cheered throughout the entire song. Uncle Hong, why are you here too? David was also among the crowd. I have to come for our young Master Kuan's performance. Louder. Whoever cheers the loudest, I'll give her extra money. Most of the people behind muttered in surprise, wow. What kind of song is this? It's not very pleasant. How can someone with this level perform? Exactly, the lyrics seem like they were written by a primary school student, and the singing is quite rough. The TV station is broadcasting live singing like this. Are you sure they won't get criticized? Behind the provincial TV station. Wow, old Faye, is this really a college anniversary celebration? This song is probably at a middle school level. You underestimate middle school students. I've seen some who sing very well. This guy was only halfway through his performance, and the ratings that had gone up because of Zhao Xing had already dropped by half. The teacher who selected the program must be either blind or deaf. Youku and other online media. Old Huangxi. I told you. Even if Zhao Xing came, the online viewers wouldn't exceed 500. Just now 400 was the peak, and now this person's song drove away 200 viewers. Truly amazing. The 6 judges below, 5 of them were applauding enthusiastically. Only Zhao Xing looked puzzled, and Deng Peipei was confused. What is this? Is this a song? But why are all those judges praising it? Thank you, classmate Su Kuan, for passionately singing It's Kuan for us. Please, judges, give your scores. The next program is from classmate Zhou Xini, who will also sing a song called Little Apple. Please welcome. Young Master Kuan, you performed very successfully this time. The audience below was amazed by you. I think this will definitely score higher than the previous programs. David appeared mysteriously beside Su Kuan backstage again. Su Kuan said proudly, ha ha ha, of course. Whether in Modu or Fruit Province, I am as bright as the bright moon. On stage, Zhou Xini walked out gracefully. This time she didn't have her twin ponytails, but instead wore her hair long and straight with a white embroidered accessory in her hair. She was wearing a white wedding dress she had bought with Jiang Chu, with lace-patterned stockings on her long legs and a pair of white wedding heels. She looked pure and lovely. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Xini. Now I will sing an original song written by Chu Han, Little Apple, for everyone. I hope you all can be as happy and red as an apple every day. True to the school beauty's debut, Zhou Xini's outfit today directly captured the hearts of many otaku. The audience, especially the male students, cheered and whistled. This girl has good looks and her outfit is especially thoughtful. I wonder how she sings. Zhao Xing rarely praised tonight. As the music prelude began, Zhao Xing's eyes lit up, feeling every musical cell in her body come alive. I planted a seed and finally it grew fruit. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. The audience students couldn't help but bounce along with the music and singing. Many even hummed along and learned it quickly. As a result, during the climax, all 200 students were singing and dancing along. The spectacle was imaginable. Zhao Xing couldn't help but stand up, her eyes shining. My goodness, the arrangement and lyrics of this song are simple, easy to understand, and catchy. It must have been written by a master-level talent. Deng Peipei was also surprised. Exactly in my years as an agent, if this song gets promoted, it will definitely become a hit. Moreover, that girl's looks and singing skills are excellent, much better than the singers our company has trained. She has a unique voice. With some packaging, she might become a star. Pei, after it's over, we must find out who this Chu Han is. I have to know. At the provincial radio station, Old Fei, this song is so good, I really want to jump up after hearing it. Old Fei stretched his neck, widened his eyes, and pointed at the data on the screen. Look, the ratings have risen to 2,055. Wow, this is already comparable to our province's big galas. Old Fei, I feel like our hard days are finally seeing hope, haha. At Youku, wow, President Liu. President Liu raised his hand to stop the other person from speaking and danced along with the steps. His usual hobby was to go square dancing with the aunties at night. Hearing this song, he couldn't help but dance, and even after the song ended, he still felt it wasn't enough. The online viewers had already exceeded 6,000 and were still increasing rapidly. The topics of discussion were all about guessing who wrote this song, and the girl named Zhou Sini had gained a large number of fans. Many people were looking for ways to follow her and strongly demanded that she open a personal account. Liu clenched his fists, barely able to contain his excitement. This song is definitely going to be a hit. Have the editors isolate this track immediately and apply for it to be featured on the homepage. Over 600,000 concurrent viewers. We've already exceeded our goal. This is a pleasant surprise. If we can get a few more acts like Zhou Sini, this trip to the Fruit Province might just earn me a promotion to headquarters. When you make it to the top, Director Liu, don't forget to look out for us, Liu shook his head with a sigh. Easier said than done. Hitting upon Little Apple, and this Zhou Sini, is already an incredible stroke of luck. It's rare for an ordinary university to produce even one such talent. But tonight someone might be running naked. Liu turned and cast a gleeful glance at Old Huang, who sat in the corner with a look of bitter disappointment. Old Huang fumed. This is sheer luck. If it exceeds 1 million, I'll run naked and shout that my illness is cured. I refuse to believe it. After finishing her song, Zhou Sini bowed again in gratitude to the audience. Su Kuan and Dai Wei wore smug expressions, eagerly anticipating the host announcing his singing score. Little Apple. It was terrible. Just then the crowd began to chant in unison, encore, encore, encore. Even the host on stage was momentarily stunned as the next words on the script were completely drowned out by the roaring audience. Jimingshi stood on stage, overwhelmed with emotion. She was in charge of both sports and arts for the student council, and she had poured immense effort into this event, hoping for a good outcome. The earlier acts had been lackluster, even worse than previous years. With everyone performing live for the first time and rehearsals so short, it was already a miracle that nothing major went wrong. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned around dramatically. The credit went to Zhou Sini, especially her song. Even Jimingshi found it remarkable. Jimingshi, are you hearing me? Not if you understand. An urgent voice came through the earpiece. Ask Zhou Sini if she can sing another song. Any song will do. Quick, get it going, and then move on to the next act. Jimingshi understood. She was standing right next to Zhou Sini, so she whispered the request. The other nodded and handed over a USB drive. The host announced, everyone please quiet down. The entire venue fell silent. Just now we asked Zhou Sini, and she has agreed to your request. She will sing one more song. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Another original song by Chu Han, Fleet of Time. Let's give a warm welcome. The excitement grew even louder. At the provincial station, Lao Fei said, quick, tell the front line to get the camera ready. This time we must shoot it perfectly, no mistakes allowed. The media executives from Youku PPT and others also instructed their staff to stay fully alert. Su Kuan was so furious he wanted to throw a cup, but finding none, he stomped on a disposable cup instead. Why does she get to sing another song? Her voice isn't even as good as mine. Little Apple, Big Apple. If anyone mentions apple again, I'll have their head. Dai Wei had just peeled an apple to offer Su Kuan when he heard that. He paused, swallowed, and quickly hid it behind his back before tossing it into the trash. He forced an awkward smile. Right, her singing was terrible, a waste of everyone's time. Master Kuan, no rush. We can wait for one more song. Su Kuan exhaled and stretched out his hand. I'm a bit parched. Give me some fruit to moisten my throat. Dai Wei stood there speechless, his expression a mix of confusion and resignation. Back on stage. As the music began, it was a completely different style from the previous song. Zhao Xiying frowned. Why change the style when the previous one was working so well? But the next moment she was stunned. Fleet of Time, how many times did we say goodbye? The entire audience was captivated by the melody and the lyrics, which evoked memories of loved ones. Time flies, and we are all part of that fleeting youth. If we meet again, can we still blush? Zhao Xiying found herself standing again, hands on the table, gazing in awe. It was breathtaking. Incredible. The songwriting is superb, and Zhou Sini's voice carries a graceful, lingering quality that's entirely different from before. Yes, in our industry we know it's rare for a singer to have even one hit song. This Zhou Sini is still a college student, but I feel that with these two songs and her vocal talent, many entertainment companies will be fighting to sign her. Seeing should we consult General Manager Jiang? Just then her phone rang. It was Jiang. Hello, General Manager Jiang. Are you two at the Shi University anniversary celebration right now? Deng Pei exchanged a glance with Zhao Xiying. Yes, General Manager. We. No matter what, do everything possible to sign Zhou Cini and secure the rights to those two songs. By now our competitors have probably already sent people. The fact that you're already there is a godsend. Is Xiying with you? Let me speak to her. Deng Pei handed over the phone. General Manager Jiang. Seeing I was a bit impulsive earlier. Those were just words spoken in anger. Don't take them to heart. I did it for your own good. I've just told Pei to sign Zhou Cini and get the song rights. If we succeed, I'll let bygones be bygones. We'll do our best. Good. Hurry. The call ended. At the provincial station, yes, station director. We'll complete the mission successfully. No, it's not my credit at all. This is all due to your foresight, director, in anticipating that this unremarkable anniversary celebration would yield such great results. Thank you for your guidance, director. I will always remember your cultivation. Lao Fei hung up his face, beaming with excitement. So, what did the director say? The director said this live broadcast set a new record with a rating of 2,395, almost rivaling the National Spring Festival Gala. He said that after this mission is completed, my name will be given more consideration for the next director position. Fantastic. We're finally getting our due. At Youku, 900,000 concurrent viewers. Unbelievable. That song. Director Lu, no need to instruct. We've already put it on the homepage. The promotion should make it go viral. Lu and his colleagues all turned to look at old Huang, who was trembling in the corner. Don't get cocky. I haven't lost yet. It hasn't passed 1 million. Come on, old Huang, stop struggling. The numbers are still climbing. It's only a matter of time. Why don't you find a mask now? You'll be running naked anyway. Just cover your face. Nobody will recognize you no matter how big or small you are. You know. The group burst into laughter. Old Huang gritted his teeth. The laughter continued. Old Huang clenched his jaw in silent fury. We thank classmate Zhou Cini for bringing us these two beautiful songs. They will surely become a memorable milestone in the history of Shida University. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Now let us announce the score for the previous performance, Su Kuan's song, It's Kuan. Daiwei said excitedly, Young Master Kuan, here it comes. Su Kuan looked smug. His total score is 90 points. Currently ranking first. Let's give him a round of applause. After the host spoke, Zhao Xiying frowned. She had given him a score of 40, which was already a courtesy considering he was merely a college student performing in a campus event. Otherwise, she could have given him a 10. She never expected he could still get a 90. Looking at the other judges portly and complacent, she knew, without a doubt, there was foul play. Such practices were common in the industry, but she hadn't expected to encounter them at a university anniversary celebration. The front rows of the audience cheered and applauded loudly, but the over 10,000 people in the back erupted in boos and jeers. If this were a concert, I'd demand a 10-to-1 refund. Such terrible singing gets a 90. Are the judges blind or deaf? Exactly. I remember him from the basketball game. That middle-parting suspender fanatic. I've disliked him for a long time. I can't believe he's so bad at singing, yet still dares to go on stage. There's definitely a conspiracy. I heard he's some kind of super transfer student. Maybe he bought his way in. We'll see when Zhou Cini's score comes out. At Youku, manager Lu took a sip of tea and said slowly, even this gets a 90. The school judges are utterly unprofessional. Fortunately, there's no more of this guy after this, or he'd ruin my traffic. At that moment, the host on the TV screen announced, the next performance is still by our classmate Su Kuan with a rap titled, What Are You Doing? Please welcome. Manager Lu spat out his tea, spraying old Huang's face. Damn it. Su Kuan made a stylish entrance in his middle-parting hairstyle and suspender pants. What are you doing? I wear my suspender pants, hit the stage looking cool. You must hold steady. Don't be charmed by my handsomeness. The front rows screamed themselves hoarse. Louder. I'll pay more if you lose your voice. Su Kuan waved his hands in satisfaction, running across the stage, his middle-parting hair flying. But the back rows were filled with curses. The first 3 words gave me goosebumps all over. Is this guy the reincarnation of a eunuch? The lyrics are somewhat rhyming, but what is he singing? And those twists. I feel an urge to go up and hit him. Is this singing or rap? I can't tell the difference anymore. At Youku, manager Lu slapped his thigh in anger. It's dropping. The number of online viewers is plummeting. It was over 9,000 just now, and now it's down to 6,000. Damn it all. Why is this happening to me? Old Huang felt secretly pleased, as long as it didn't reach 1 million. At the provincial TV station, Old Fei smashed his phone in fury. This Su Kuan is a disaster. We finally got the ratings up, and now they're crashing. Another employee shook his head with a sigh. Old Fei, take a look at the upcoming programs. Old Fei glanced at the program list. The next 2 performances were still by Su Kuan. He threw the list to the ground and stomped on it, cursing, damn it. This is definitely rigged. Are the review teachers blind? If I don't get the director position this time, it's all Su Kuan's fault. Thank you, Su Kuan, for that wonderful performance. Now I announce Zhou Sini's score. The host paused, frowned, then quickly relaxed. Being an experienced host, he had strong improvisational skills. But the score was somewhat hard to believe. Backstage, Zhou Sini and the many girls congratulating her were hoping for a good result. Zhou Sini's final score is 88 points. Currently second place. Let's give her a round of applause. The over 10,000 student audience burst into boos. This is absolutely rigged. Exactly. How could Zhou Sini only get 88? If she doesn't get above 95, the judges are all deaf. What kind of judges are these? Isn't Zhao Xiying here? Where's the fairness and justice? Zhao Xiying's brow furrowed. Setting aside some live sound imperfections and stage presence, she, who usually scored strictly, gave a 97. If Su Kuan's mediocre singing could get a 90, a Zhou Sini's score couldn't be lower. This confirmed the manipulation. Backstage, Zhou Sini's expression dimmed upon hearing the score. She felt she had performed very well. Most importantly, these two songs were written by Jiang Chu for her. She wanted to take first place, and even more she wanted to show Jiang Chu that she hadn't let his efforts go to waste. What's wrong with those judges? So unfair. Sini, how could you only get 88? Sini, don't be sad. There must be some mistake. Maybe they missed a judge's score. Everyone can see how excellent your songs are. I'm going to find the school authorities and demand an explanation. This is too ridiculous. No, don't. Zhou Sini pulled the girl back. I know you all mean well, but the result is out. I'm still second and I'm satisfied. I never imagined I could get such a high score before. Thank you for your support. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go rest now. The others watched her retreating figure, which seemed somewhat forlorn. The Youku platform was in an uproar. The comments section was flooded with the word rigged, along with many messages of support for Zhou Sini. In my heart, Zhou Sini is the cutest, most beautiful, and best singer, always number one. From now on, Zhou Sini is my forever idol. Give back my wife's first place, and make the suspender maniac go away. Manager Lu mused. Although the live viewer count has dropped, the clicks for Zhou Sini's two songs on the homepage have already exceeded 3 million in less than half an hour. That's comparable to some celebrities' traffic. This Zhou Sini has unlimited potential. Platforms like Weibo and NetEase noticed Zhou Sini's popularity and called to inquire about her personal information, inviting her to open personal accounts. Moreover, countless entertainment companies were alerted, and some top producers publicly stated online that if Zhou Sini signed with their company, they would write songs for her for free. This led to manager Zhang of Zhao Xiying's company calling again personally to insist they secure Zhou Sini. Zhou Sini walked slowly toward the dressing room. The bright white high heels on her feet now seemed heavy, and her usual lively and cheerful expression was gone. What's wrong? Is it that bad just because you didn't get first place? Zhou Sini heard the voice and looked up sharply, her big watery eyes fixed on the handsome security guard sitting on a small stool, legs crossed. Senior. I'm sorry. Sob. She had been holding back, but upon seeing Jiang Chu she could no longer contain herself and threw herself onto him, sobbing softly. Wait, there are too many people here. Zhou Sini wiped her eyes, but there were no tears. Instead she pouted and said, I don't care. I want you to comfort me, senior. Then she took Jiang Chu's hand and led him away. Wow, this place again. Indeed, Zhou Sini had pulled Jiang Chu into the men's restroom. What do you mean, this place again? Zhou Sini looked up pouting and gazed at Jiang Chu with suspicion. I mean, I just came to the restroom. If I think you secretly came here to peep at girls using the restroom. Jiang Chu, do I look like that kind of person? Zhou Sini said as she started to lift her skirt. Wow, what are you doing? Jiang Chu, I need to pee. What else would one do in a restroom? Wait, this is the men's restroom, and I'm a man. You drag me here, and you say you need to pee. Jiang Chu's eyes widened, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. And judging by her gesture, it was about reaching for something, not undressing. Wow, no way. Zhou Sini's face broke into a mischievous grin. Senior, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually a boy. You're so handsome, senior. How about? But Jiang Chu calmly gave her a head pat, his gaze seemingly seeing through everything, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Stop messing around, or I'll deal with you right here. Zhou Sini pouted and stomped her foot in anger. No fun at all. Can't you just pretend to be scared and make me happy? Jiang Chu didn't let her finish. He pinched her soft little chin and kissed her. Soon Zhou Sini forgot everything, immersing herself completely, her arms wrapping around his neck. During this intimate exchange, they could occasionally hear people running into the restroom outside, which made Zhou Sini feel both nervous and excited. Bad, senior, you kissed me without even a warning. Despite her words, Zhou Sini was smiling, her delicate hand touching her cheek, which was flushed with shyness. Feeling better now? Senior, you wrote such a good song. I didn't get first place. Won't you blame me? How could I blame you? You sang beautifully. You don't know how popular you are online now. The homepage of Youku is filled with videos of you singing those two songs. I heard many entertainment companies are planning to come and sign you. Really? I didn't know. You never pay attention to those things. But senior has a request, and I hope you'll agree to it first. Huh? Zhou Sini looked at Jiang Chu's intense gaze. They were alone together in the restroom, and they had just kissed. Online it was said that after kissing, boys easily get excited and want to take things further. Could Senior be thinking of doing it here in the restroom? But this was her first time. She had imagined it happening anywhere, but never in a men's restroom. It was a bit hard to accept. But what if Senior couldn't restrain himself? Zhou Sini tightly closed her eyes as if summoning great courage. Okay, I agree, Senior. But it's my first time. Jiang Chu smiled. Of course I know it's your first time. Don't worry, I'll teach you. I won't promise you'll become an instant sensation, but I can guarantee that no one will bully you in the future. Zhou Sini's face was so red that it seemed like water could be wrung from it. Senior's words were too direct. A promise that no one would bully her in the future, was that a vow to her? Although saying it in the restroom was a bit strange, it still seemed somewhat romantic. Then Senior, wait. I'm wearing stockings underneath, they're inconvenient. Let me take them off. With that, Zhou Sini reached down. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? Taking off my stockings. No, I mean, why are you taking off your stockings? Zhou Sini said shyly. Don't you want a Senior? Taking off the stockings makes it more convenient. Jiang Chu slapped his forehead. You misunderstood. What I meant earlier was that you shouldn't sign with those companies. I'll set up an entertainment company for you so you won't have to worry about being exploited. What were you thinking? Huh? I thought you Senior. Zhou Sini finally realized that she had misunderstood. Instantly she felt a bit disappointed. She had been so forward. Could it be that Senior had no interest in her at all? But they had just kissed, and quite passionately at that. Jiang Chu was extremely conflicted. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the party was about to end, and there would be a huge crowd soon. They would definitely be discovered. He didn't mind making a fool of himself, but he couldn't let Zhou Sini be implicated, especially since she was already a minor celebrity. Jiang Chu noticed something from her expression. He cupped her face and gave her a kiss. You said it's your first time? Let's save it for a more suitable place next time, okay? Since you brought it up, how could I not go along with your wishes? The little resentment in Zhou Sini's heart instantly melted away and her face flushed with shyness. A suitable place. It must be a hotel. Thinking about doing that with Senior. She wondered if he would like her wearing a cosplay outfit. Let's go. I need to get back to my post. Senior, you're so rich, yet you're here as a volunteer, Zhou Sini returned to her cute and playful self. Sigh, no choice. There are so many beautiful girls here. Who else can take on this heavy responsibility besides me? You're so conceited. You're just thinking about sweeping all the girls off their feet, humph. You know me well, classmate Zhou Sini. Haha, Master Kuan, I told you'd be first. Master Kuan is mighty, Master Kuan is awesome. Dai Wei followed Su Kuan, who had just finished his performance and was coming off stage wearing a fawning smile. Of course, but I wonder if Li Wenjing saw it. Her programs suddenly disappeared. Strange. Never mind that. As long as you got first place, that's what matters. Tomorrow is the real show. I'm looking forward to seeing Li Wenjing's adoring face. But honestly, being this handsome is just inevitable. Dai Wei's eyes twitched. Yes. At that moment, the stage host's voice came. Alright, next let's welcome the campus heartthrob Wu Xiaoqian to the stage. He will also perform a rap called Stepping on a Sewing Machine while eating a big bowl of noodles. Gosh, this Wu Xiaoqian is also doing a rap. What's going on? Didn't we say there was only one rap style? Su Kuan pouted, looking angry. Master Kuan, this must have been a last-minute change. Look, the program list said it was a song. I don't care what it is. Even if it's a rap, it won't score higher than mine. Let's announce the score for the previous performance, Su Kuan's. What are you doing? The score is 92 points. Let's congratulate him. He has once again set a new record for the highest score. Haha, see. I told you, Master Kuan, you would definitely get first place. Su Kuan crossed his arms, looking smug. He saw Wu Xiaoqian coming down from the stage. With a provocative flick of his center-parted hair, Wu Xiaoqian turned his profile, slightly, the silver earring catching the light. His eyes carried an unmistakable air of disdain and scorn. TCH. Su Kuan's eyes widened in an instant. He pointed at Wu Xiaoqian and surged forward, only to be restrained by David, who wrapped his arms around his waist. How dare you dismiss me like that? Prove yourself by taking first place instead of talking trash. At that moment, one performance had just concluded. Next, I will announce the scores for Wu Xiaoqian's performance. He has received 95 points. Congratulations, he currently ranks first. Wu Xiaoqian's lips curved into a taunting smile as he cast a sideways glance of contempt towards Su Kuan. What's up? You call yourself a rapper? Can you even freestyle? SKR. He then traced a finger across his throat in a bold gesture, shook his head with arrogant defiance, and strode off stage. Upon hearing the score, Su Kuan froze in shock. Both hands gripped David's collar as fury blazed in his eyes. 95 points. This can't be right. How could he take my first place? What is happening here? Master Kuan, please remain calm. There must be some irregularity in the judging. Let me have Uncle Hong investigate immediately. That's right, there's definitely something wrong with the scoring. Otherwise, how could his score exceed mine? Call Uncle Hong right away. This Wu Xiaoqian dares to provoke me. I won't let this go. Su Kuan clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered from anger. David found a secluded spot and pulled out his phone. Uncle Hong, what's going on? I thought you said all the judges except Zhao Xing were reliable. Master Kuan is extremely agitated right now. Enough. That Wu Shaoqian clearly has someone behind him pushing for favorable treatment. The money involved exceeds what I handled. I just found out about this myself. Don't worry, Master Kuan, you still have another performance coming up. I can assure you he'll take first place. Outside in the audience, some spectators were already calling for the event to be cancelled. This is deeply disappointing. First there was Su Kuan and now Wu Shaoqian. The singing was completely incomprehensible. How did someone like that win first place? I'm leaving. The judges are clearly accepting favors. What's the point of ranking at all? They might as well put a donation box on stage and let whoever contributes the most take first place. Let's go. This isn't worth watching anymore. Wait, I still want to see the performance of Paradise. That's Mo Yutong, our campus beauty, dancing. It's not too late to stay and watch her. There might be something truly impressive. Alright, I'll go along with you. We should support the campus beauty at least. Deng Peipei wore an expression of boredom, barely staying awake. Seeing there's actually another performance by that Su Kuan later. Isn't that ridiculous? It's almost becoming his personal showcase. What's wrong with this school anniversary celebration? Since I've agreed to be a judge, I will take every performance seriously and responsibly. Zhao Xing remained seated and attentive throughout most of the performance, only rising with visible enthusiasm when Zhou Xini sang. These moments were captured by the live broadcast, and viewers online praised her dedication and professionalism. The host announced, "Hello everyone. The next performance is finally not a singing act. It is not merely a dance." According to rumors, both the song and choreography are original works by a person named Jiang Chu, and the singer performing this piece is none other than Zhou Xini, whom we have recently come to know. Upon hearing Zhou Xini's name, the previously listless student audience erupted with sudden excitement and energy. At the provincial station, here she comes, another Zhou Xini song. Lao Fei, who had dozed off during the earlier tedious performances, was suddenly startled awake by his subordinate. Where is she? Where's Zhou Xini? Get the full coverage going immediately. Lao Fei, relax. We're not in a television studio. But look at this. Whenever Zhou Xini is mentioned, the ratings climb again. Hopefully this time we can create another legend. At the broadcasting station, Manager Lu, online viewership is rising again. It has already reached over 800,000. Zhou Xini's influence is truly remarkable. I would bet that after tonight numerous companies will be vying to sign her. It remains to be seen who will secure her contract. Only 800,000. Breaking 1 million would be more realistic. Manager Lu glanced at Old Huang beside him. Old Huang shook his head, his tone absolutely certain. Manager Lu, 1 million is impossible. With only 2 performances remaining, it simply cannot happen. Deng Peipei wore an expression of skepticism. Another original composition with choreography. Really? The host announced, "Let us welcome the beautiful dancers from the Art Academy dance troupe as they bring the wondrous world of Paradise to life. Please give them a warm round of applause." As his words fell, 9 graceful young women emerged onto the stage in groups of 3. Each was stunningly attractive with elegant figures. Their costumes varied in style. One group wore cheongsam, with high heels, another wore sensual ethnic-inspired designs from Fruit Province. The central trio where Mo Yutong stood wore specially designed hanfu. Mo Yutong herself had her long hair tied into a high ponytail adorned with a wide white jade silk ribbon. The upper portion of her garment featured an off-shoulder design that accentuated her smooth collarbones beneath the stage lights. She wore a delicate pink bodice, and a wide sash cinched her slender waist, highlighting her graceful silhouette. Long sleeves cascaded nearly to her calves, while the skirt flowed to the ground at the back and revealed. Combined with Mo Yutong's distinctive ethereal aura, the overall effect created a sense of otherworldly elegance and commanding grace. The audience below was in a state of wild excitement, particularly the male spectators. The stunning figures on stage rivaled those of any talent competition, leaving many visibly captivated. Good heavens, these flawless figures are absolutely captivating, especially Mo Yutong's. As the campus beauty, her presence is truly extraordinary. I can scarcely contain myself. The dance hasn't even begun, and I'm already overwhelmed. Honestly, I just need somewhere to hide and a box of tissues. Hey, what are you doing covering yourself with that jacket? Show your hands to prove you're not up to anything suspicious. I swear my zipper's broken. Really, someone must have damaged it, but not intentionally. As the vibrant music began to play, Zhou Xini's voice propelled the atmosphere to an unprecedented crescendo. As the moon rises, red lanterns are lit. The festival music serves as our secret signal. Meanwhile, Mo Yutong and her companions executed their distinctive dynamic movements with precision, each gesture perfectly synchronized to the rhythm. Their captivating choreography combined with their natural beauty created a truly mesmerizing visual experience that delighted all who watched. The melody of Gokura Kajodo was vibrant and rhythmic, complemented by Zhou Xini's enchanting voice. All the audience were swept up in exhilaration. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether the music led the dance or the dance guided the music. They immersed themselves wholeheartedly, savoring every moment. Even some art dance students could not resist swaying along, and one boy moved with a grace that surpassed many girls. Zhao Xing rose from the judge's seat like a crane among chickens, and after watching once, she flawlessly mimicked the hand gestures of Gokura Kajodo. Everyone was immersed in a sea of music and dance. This scene was broadcast live by provincial television and various online media. Whether on TV or the internet, viewers unanimously expressed that missing the chance to be there in person was a lifelong regret. This dance is so beautiful, and the song is absolutely amazing. Could someone please release a pure version? What kind of extraordinary genius could create such a captivating dance? It's utterly addictive. I absolutely adore the girl in the center. Her graceful presence is mesmerizing. I must know everything about her within a minute. No wonder it's sung by the goddess Zhou Cini. Her 3 songs are each a classic, and now there's a phenomenal dance. Oh, forget about all those Korean pop trends. They are nothing compared to this. On Weibo's trending topics list, Shida Zhou Cini, Little Apple, Someday, Gokura Kajodo, and Zhao Xing actually attended the school anniversary. All dominated the top 10, even pushing down the topics that some first-line stars tried to create. Wang Feng announced the delayed release of his new song. On music download charts like Ku Mao Ku Ta and Du Dai, these songs directly climbed to the top. Zhou Dong said, these songs are pretty good. I've always said that our Chinese music is the best. No need for Korean or Japanese trends. After everyone finished dancing, Little Apple, and Gokura Kajodo, the provincial television station, Lao Fei looked at the historic ratings they had created, laughing heartily without stopping. 532. This is almost as hot as the primetime drama on the national channel back then, haha. Director, are you saying my promotion to department head is confirmed? Thank you, Director. Lao Fei and his colleagues were moved to tears. They had thought it was just a boring assignment, but it turned out to be the peak of their careers. At Youku, over 2 million online viewers, haha. I got paid and a promotion. What a fantastic deal. Manager Lu, what money? What? Who mentioned money? Lao Huang, over 2 million. Do you admit defeat now? I'll authorize a camera car for you, and you can do a silly live show, haha. Lao Huang's face turned pale. He was extremely frustrated that a school anniversary could attract such terrifying traffic. After the show, Zhao Xing was still deeply immersed. Hey, this dance is absolutely brilliant, and the song too. We must find this Jiang Shui no matter what. I never expected this casual trip to let me witness 2 top-tier music creators. This journey was truly worthwhile. I must meet them both and see what kind of prodigies they are. Deng Pei waved helplessly. Look at you, so excited. You don't care about anything else, but when it comes to music and dance you get all fired up. I can't do anything with you. After the next skit, the host announced that the final score for Gokura Kajodo was 90 points, placing it 4th. The result sparked widespread dissatisfaction among the audience. Paper balls flew toward the judges' seats from various directions, prompting the school authorities to appeal over the radio. Online heated discussions arose, with some netizens demanding the judges' identities be exposed. The host said, after the wonderful music and dance, let us welcome the final show of the evening. It is said that this dance was created by a top team from South Korea, costing a full 4 million Chinese yuan. To have such a production at a university anniversary is truly astonishing. The host suddenly paused. Normally she would not make such a mistake, but the scene below left her stunned. The large crowd at the back, which had been densely packed, was now streaming away in great numbers. Even the school authorities' announcements over the radio urging them to stay could not stop their determined departure. The host wasted no time and quickly finished the announcement, fearing that the audience would all leave. Please welcome Su Kuan and his dance crew presenting GNI Taimei. Su Kuan came on stage and saw that the once-packed crowd had thinned by half. He was visibly disappointed, but managed to compose himself. Fortunately, the front rows were still filled with fans holding up signs with his name, cheering until their voices grew hoarse. He was truly moved. GNI Taimei BB, just because you are a Taimei. Su Kuan began the song with a cool move, spinning a basketball, then tossed it away, nearly hitting a judge who had received money. The plump judge was startled and quickly raised his hands to shield his face. Then Su Kuan started nodding, shaking his head, swinging his arms, and shrugging his shoulders, all in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, those still watching the live stream online were in stitches. What is this? That dance is so weird. And that song? GNI maybe be hahaha. 3 performances in one night, all with a middle part hairstyle and suspenders plus GNI May. They call it an Igon Mahjong Fun Bei Daiji. Case closed. His singing and dancing may not be great, but he could consider a goofy persona. Hilarious. Especially that shoulder shrug. It's so addictive. You guys haven't seen his previous basketball game. That shoulder shrug foul was amazing. Too bad you can't find those old videos online anymore. Many have been deleted. Some that remain are blurred. Online experts immediately created a hilarious meme GIF, an Igon Mahjong Fun Bei Daiji. GIF. Even Zhao Xing, sitting in the audience, couldn't help covering her mouth to stifle a laugh as she read the hot comments on her laptop. These dance moves. For million. Well, it might become popular, but in a mocking way. At the end of the gala, as expected, Su Kuan's Ji and Tai Mei won first place with 96 points. Wu Shaoqian was defeated by his own game. After all, Su Kuan had spent 4 million to learn that one move. The judges, except for Zhao Xing, all profited handsomely. However, when they went up to receive the awards, most of the audience had already left. Since Su Kuan took both first and third place, and Wu Shaoqian took second, only the two of them were left on the front row exchanging glances. And he calls himself the school heartthrob. His singing was nothing. In the end, first place is mine. Su Kuan gave Wu Shaoqian a smug sideways glance, and a smirk utterly triumphant. Congratulations on winning first place. The principal presented the trophy, and Ji Mengshi handed over the certificate along with a handshake. Wu Shaoqian clenched his fists, seething with frustration. He had wanted to win first place, so that Ji Mengshi would be the one to award him, making her remember and admire him. Now it was another girl giving him the award. Su Kuan, I'll remember this. In the changing room, after the group photo, the girls returned to change into their everyday attire. On her fair back were straps of various colors, white, black, red, and more, while the screen was filled with a sea of long, elegant legs that were captivating to behold. Those who gave a 5-star rating could activate the God's Eye view mode, allowing them to see anywhere they wished. Is Zhou Cini here? The other girls turned around. Wasn't that Zhao Xing's agent Deng Peipei? I'm here. Could you come to the next room for a moment? Xing wants to talk with you. The girls grew excited. Wow, the superstar Zhao Xing specifically asked for you, Cini. She must have been amazed by your singing. Cini, could you get an autograph for me? Yes, me too. Me too. Zhou Cini felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, I'll try my best, but I can't promise. Thank you, Cini. We love you. When she stepped out, she noticed the chairs outside were empty. Zhou Cini was puzzled. Wasn't the senior student just here? Entering the next room, she found only Zhao Xing inside. That was the superstar, her idol. Zhou Cini couldn't help but feel nervous. Hello, I'm sorry for calling you over, Zhao Xing said with a smile. Hello. I'm sorry about what happened today. I don't know how those scores came about, but I'm very satisfied with your singing and performance. In fact, you're even better than some professional singers I've seen. I gave you the highest score possible. Also, I'm curious about how you learned. While talent and voice is natural, certain aspects require expert guidance. May I ask who your teacher is? Suddenly praised by her idol, Zhou Cini felt both joy and excitement. She also thought of how her singing had improved so rapidly. All thanks to Senior Jiang Chu, who occasionally dropped by to offer guidance. Every time he pinpointed key areas benefiting her greatly. Sometimes she wondered if Jiang Chu was not just a college student, but some hidden master of singing and composition. Well, my teacher doesn't allow me to reveal his name. I see, then I won't press. But I want to know about the 2 songs you sang, actually 3 songs. Who is Chu Han and Jiang Shuai? I'm very curious and would like to meet such a master. I'm sorry, but I've promised not to disclose that either. Zhao Xing was momentarily taken aback, then persisted. Do you know how popular those 3 songs are now? And the dance too. Many companies will be eager to sign you. If you trust me, I hope you'll consider signing with our company. I'll negotiate the best terms and conditions for you, including an annual income of at least tens of millions, even for a regular star. Also, I'd like to buy the rights to those 3 songs. Do you know how much revenue they can generate? At least 2 million. So, I want to meet those 2 masters and give them an opportunity. She thought that a college student would be shocked by the mention of millions and would readily accept her terms. Of course, she wasn't exaggerating. It was the truth. However, Zhou Cini only showed a slight surprise, clasping her hands nervously in front of her. Senior Seeing, you've always been my idol. I believe what you say, and I know you wouldn't deceive me. But I'm sorry, I don't plan to sign a contract now. Also, I can't tell you who wrote the songs because I promised not to. Zhao Xing and Deng Peipei were both stunned. They had expected a smooth process, but were met with a firm refusal. Cini, do you think our company is not good enough? Or do you have other requirements? We can discuss it. No, I already have a potential company in mind. Thank you, Senior. What? You have a company in mind? Have you signed anything? Which company moved so fast? Did they approach you before? You weren't famous back then, so their contract wouldn't be good. Our company is far better than theirs. Don't make a mistake. Deng Peipei grew anxious. I haven't signed. The company isn't even established yet. Deng Peipei patted her chest, relieved. Good, you haven't signed. What on earth? A company not yet established. That's a joke, Cini. If you want to refuse, just say so. You don't need to make up such an absurd excuse. Zhou Cini didn't know how to explain. I'm telling the truth. Bad news. Bad news. Seeing your fans broke through the school gate after learning you're here. A crowd is rushing this way. Hurry, leave now, or it'll be too late. The woman Zhou Cini's personal makeup artist burst in urgently. Zhao Xing and Deng Peipei stood up immediately. Deng Peipei quickly put a cap and denim jacket on Zhao Xing. Didn't they say people here don't chase stars? How did they break through the gate? The locals are only a small part. Those fans drove from other cities after learning Xing was judging here. Now roads within several kilometers are blocked, even the airport route is jammed. Zhou Cini looked on with envy. So this was the influence of being a superstar. Zhao Xiying smiled. Zhou Sini, I suggest you leave too. Some people might be coming for you. You're quite the sensation right now. Oh. Zhou Sini covered her mouth in surprise. Then amid the noisy shouts outside, she heard her own name being called. She hadn't expected to be chased by fans too. Let's go, the back entrance is this way. In the dark campus, Deng Peipei led Zhao Xiying, who wore a low cap, dodging and hiding. They had planned to take shelter in Zhou Sini's dormitory, but female fans were already squatting downstairs. Zhou Sini was fine, but they couldn't enter. They couldn't underestimate the fans' intelligence. For their idol, they could even overclock their brains. Look, isn't that Zhao Xiying? I saw her wearing a denim jacket and New York cap earlier. It's her. Chase. How did they find us so quickly? Deng Peipei grabbed Zhao Xiying and ran. There she is. A large crowd of people rushed past, chasing a figure in a denim jacket and cap. After they all passed, a cloud of dust rose. From a dark corner by the roadside, another Zhao Xiying emerged. At that moment, Zhao Xiying wore only a face mask without her hat, and her outer coat was gone too. She was left in just a tight gray vest with only her eyes visible above the mask, showing a hint of smugness. Over the years, she had mastered the art of substitution. She glanced around both sides, then walked toward the back. Who would have thought she would get lost? It was after midnight on a university campus, pitch dark and impossible to tell directions. Just a few steps in, she saw a large crowd running toward her. She quickly turned to run back, but pursuers were closing in from behind. This was it. She would definitely be surrounded by fans. Just as the crowd was about to arrive, a hand reached out from the darkness, grabbed her arm, and pulled her into a corner. She was so frightened her soul nearly left her body. Her mouth opened wide as she instinctively tried to scream, but a hand covered it, and no sound could come out no matter how hard she tried. Shoo, if you don't want to be discovered, stay quiet. Wait. This voice sounded so familiar. No way. Focus. That shameless scoundrel. In an instant, her face grew warm. Unable to cry out, she struggled hard, only to find she couldn't break free at all. Her brows furrowed tightly, her whole body weak. Stop moving. Only after the crowd had scattered did he slightly release his grip. She turned around, ready to slap him. You pervert. But he caught her arm with one hand, leaving her unable to move a single inch. I saved you, and you want to hit me. Believe it or not, I can shout. Zhao Xiying is here right now. Zhao Xiying turned her head and finally saw his face clearly. It was indeed that disgusting security guard she had bumped into at the restroom. You dare? Who told you to just now? Don't think being a big star makes you untouchable. Zhao Xiying was nearly driven mad with anger. Fine, ungrateful. Consider it my losing, I'm leaving. Jiang Chu waved his hand and walked away. Zhao Xiying looked around, having no idea which way was out. That annoying security guard was a university student, so he should know the area well. Wait a moment. But Jiang Chu didn't stop. Zhao Xiying couldn't believe he cared so little. She was a big star after all. But right now there was no time for pride. She glanced around, saw no one, and followed him. What are you doing? Didn't you say you didn't care about helping me, and yet you still follow? This isn't following you. Can only you walk on the main path? Jiang Chu was clearly walking on grassland. Where was this main path? Jiang Chu, right. Help me get out, and I'll sign an autograph for you. How about that? Jiang Chu stopped and looked at her as if she were foolish. Why would I need your autograph? I don't chase idols. Mentioning that, he remembered that he sure Yun wanted an autograph. Zhao Xiying couldn't believe he was completely unmoved. Then what do you want? Money. Why would I want your money? He was already wealthy. Talking money with him. Then what exactly do you want? Zhao Xiying was growing impatient. How about this? I was in a rush earlier, didn't feel much, why don't you let me? Before he finished, the slap came flying again. Pervert. He caught it steadily, wearing a mischievous grin. Just kidding. Don't go slapping people so easily. You're a big star. What if someone took a photo? I'm not joking with you. Zhao Xiying's face turned red. She had been touched by a random college student, and what was worse, she actually felt something. She was beside herself. Just sign a few autographs for me, and I'll help you out. Not too hard, is it? Zhao Xiying pouted. Didn't you say you didn't want my autograph just now? Why change your mind now? It's not that I want it. My friends want it. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiying had beads of sweat on her forehead. We agreed on a few, now it's 30. When will it end? Should be enough. I'm just worried about running short later, better safe than sorry. You have so many friends. I hadn't noticed. Jiang Chu chuckled and took her hand to lead the way. Where are you taking me? Why are we still walking on grass? Being led by a man's hand, Zhao Xiying felt an indescribable sensation. Jiang Chu confused her. A handsome guy alone with a pretty girl in the restroom, touching her, yet his eyes were so clear and innocent. Unlike those people in the entertainment industry, who always had ulterior motives. Remember, she was a big star. They suddenly found themselves in an increasingly remote place where no one could be seen and visibility was near zero. Zhao Xiying quickly pulled her hand away and stepped back, involuntarily, her expression wary. What are you bringing me here for? You tell me. You're a big star and so pretty in such a deserted place with no one around. What do you think I could do? Jiang Chu's tone carried a teasing quality. Zhao Xiying forced herself to stay calm, but was still nervous. She had never encountered anything like this before. You're still young. You can't do something illegal and foolish, understand? But you're just too beautiful, I can't help it. What should I do? Watching him step closer, Zhao Xiying grew even more tense. I can help you. Jiang Chu paused. Help me? How? I don't know, I've never done these things. You can teach me. Just don't make me do that kind of thing. Bang. Zhao Xiying didn't realize she had backed all the way to a wall with nowhere left to retreat. It was over. A renowned star like her reputation for this lifetime. She had dodged the hidden rules of the entertainment industry only to face this in such a place. That's actually a good idea. Then hold me. Hold him. Hurry up. Zhao Xiying gritted her teeth and could only hope he wouldn't go too far. She closed her eyes tightly and hugged forward only to find him facing away from her. Her hands could touch his abdomen, so firm with defined muscles. Good thing she didn't resist forcefully, she had no chance against him anyway. What was he planning? Could it be that oh my, this was too embarrassing. But at least he wasn't having those kinds of thoughts about her now. His tone seemed slightly impatient. Zhao Xiying's brows furrowed as she twisted her head to look back. If it was going to end here, so be it. Holy cow. Jiang Chu was shocked. The story ends here, leaving the scene open. This could cause trouble. It was you who told me to put it there. Why are you blaming me? I told you to wrap your arms around my neck. What's wrong with you? Stop groping around. Oh. Zhao Xiying didn't understand why he asked her to wrap her arms around his neck, but she complied anyway. She found it a bit strange. Was the neck somehow more comfortable? Hold on tight, don't let go. Huh. Before Zhao Xiying could process his words, she felt him bend down and scoop her up onto his back, his hands lifting her legs securely into place. Quite heavy, probably over 200 Jin. You think I'm 200 Jin? I barely weigh over 90. True to form, a woman's weight is never something to joke about carelessly. Moments ago she had been trembling with fear, but the moment those words left her lips, she forgot all about her precarious situation. She had to shoot back no matter what. Zhao Xiying immediately regretted blurting it out. Hadn't she just provoked him? Still, she couldn't help wondering why he was carrying her at all. Jiang Chu reveled in the soft pressure and warmth against his back, finding it indescribably pleasant. Hold on steady. What? The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Xiying watched the wall beneath them descend rapidly. Or rather, Jiang Chu was scaling the wall while carrying her on his back. She had just measured it. The wall stood over 3 meters tall. Was he crazy? What if they fell? Before she could dwell on the fear, they reached the top of the wall. Below her stretched a street lined with dim streetlights, while the row of shops across the way stood shuttered and silent. Zhao Xiying finally snapped out of her daze and gasped in astonishment. You just climbed a 3-meter wall carrying me. How did you even do that? Jiang Chu adopted a feigned tone of fright. When I saw you planning something improper toward me, I panicked and tapped into some inner reserve of strength. Whoosh. Next thing I knew, we were up here. Zhao Xiying whacked him on the back in playful indignation. Why don't you just say you're Superman, whoosh and all? And for the record, you're the one who was up to no good with me. Don't turn the tables on me like this. But you were the one taking advantage of me. Zhao Xiying frowned. I've never met anyone in this world as shameless and disgusting as you. The words had barely left her lips when a passionate cry echoed from the distant track, repeating the same phrase over and over again. I'm sick, I've given up on treatment. I'm sick, I've given up on treatment. Bathed in the faint moonlight and street lamps, and from their vantage point, they could clearly make out a nearly naked man sprinting barefoot around the track, shouting as he ran. A car trailed slowly behind him, its occupants erupting in loud cheers. Zhao Xiying immediately covered her eyes and turned away, exclaiming in discomfort. What kind of people are these? Disgusting, shameless. Jiang Chu, however, watched with keen interest, a smug grin spreading across his face. Who was it that called me shameless just now? Well, here's proof right now, huh? Only after the man completed his lap and climbed into the car did Zhao Xiying's indignation resurface. We're so high up now, how are we supposed to get down? Oh. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Xiying watched in shock as Jiang Chu simply jumped down with her still on his back. She screamed in terror, but upon landing realized she was unharmed, though the pressure against her chest was somewhat uncomfortable. You shouted so loudly, aren't you afraid those people over there will hear us? Jiang Chu complained, though inwardly he was delightfully aware of the star's impressive, shock-absorbing qualities. Zhao Xiying gently pressed her hand to her chest, still catching her breath from the fright. Couldn't you have warned me before jumping? You almost gave me a heart attack. To her surprise, he replied with an air of disdain. TCH, who was it so bold enough to grope just now? Where are you taking me now? Zhao Xiying noticed Jiang Chu steering toward an empty path. I'm taking you to find a car. Because of you, the celebrity, the main school gate is completely jammed with people. All I can hope is that this side hasn't also been blocked by your devoted fans. Perverted man, don't you dare speak of my fans that way. After saying those words, she finally registered that she was still perched on his back. Earlier her anxiety had masked everything, but now she could feel the distinct warmth of a man beneath her, an intimacy she had never experienced before. And this man was the same one who had already laid hands on her chest. She wanted to ask him to set her down, yet her body resisted the thought. There was a strange comfort in being carried, a sense of security she hadn't known before. Hey, there's a couple over there. Let's ask them for directions. A group of a dozen young men and women approached from ahead. Among them a girl with bleached hair and a short skirt strided directly toward them. Zhao Xing quickly buried her face against the opposite side of Jiang Chu's neck. The blonde-haired youth spoke with an arrogant tone. How do we get to the main gate of Shi University? Jiang Chu responded, why do you need to know? The girl in the short skirt stepped forward. We're Zhao Xing's fans. We heard she's at Shi University, so we wanted to check it out and maybe catch a glimpse of her to get an autograph. Zhao Xing couldn't believe they were her fans. The unexpected recognition made her even more flustered, and she pressed her face harder against Jiang Chu's neck. He could feel the warm breath against his ear, ticklish and soft, her lips grazing his skin. A sensation almost like a kiss, though she seemed unaware of the intimacy. The blonde youth grew impatient. Come on, no need to be so polite with him. See that group behind us? They're with us. Just tell us. Jiang Chu halted and replied, walk straight ahead for 500 meters, then turn left for 50 meters. There's an eye care clinic there. If they can't fix it, the blind massage parlor next door should be able to help. One of them will suit your needs. The blonde youth caught on to the insult and erupted in fury, charging forward to confront him. But the girl in the short skirt held him back. Xiaobao, don't cause trouble. If I don't get to see Zhao Xing, I'm not done with you. The blonde youth instantly backed down. Yes, I know. But that guy was too cocky. I was just trying to teach him a lesson. Don't be mad. And let me tell you, a guy carrying a girl in the middle of the night. Neither of them can be good people. Shut up. Hey, couldn't you just? Jiang Chu pointed to a massive signpost nearby. Can you read? It's written right there. You're calling yourselves blind. From behind, Zhao Xing could no longer contain herself and let out an involuntary giggle. The blonde youth rolled up his sleeves. Oh ho, are you mocking us? Jiang Chu retorted, take out the word ma and read it again. My, damn it, I'll kill you. Let's go. Yes, let's go. You're lucky. Otherwise, on behalf of my dear black sister, I would have wrecked you. After the group departed, Zhao Xing couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst into giggles. Is it really that funny? Ha, didn't you hear what that girl called him? Xiaobao, a guy with bleached hair, tattoos, and a scar on his face, supposed to be this tough, intimidating man, and he's being called Little Treasure. And all of them missed that giant signpost right there. It's absolutely hilarious. Jiang Chu fell silent. This woman's sense of humor was truly peculiar. Aren't all these people your fans? The big star they're looking for is right in front of them, yet they can't recognize you. Zhao Xing immediately fell silent and shot him a look of mild displeasure. At that moment, her phone rang. Seeing, where are you? The entire university is filled with people looking for you. I'm driving in now to pick you up. No need pay. I've already made it out. You're out. That's wonderful. I could barely squeeze through. How did you manage to get out? Where are you now? We'll come pick you up immediately. Zhao Xing had already glanced at the street sign and reported her location. Then she hung up. What are you standing there for? Get down. Do you expect me to carry you forever? Fine, I'll get down. Why so harsh? Countless people would line up for the chance to carry me, but they never get it. Zhao Xing retorted stubbornly, but after stepping down from Jiang Chu's back, she felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance, as if something had suddenly slipped away. At that moment, a tempting aroma wafted through the air. How fragrant! It was an elderly woman with snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles, around 80 years old. She was laboriously pedaling a tricycle, pulling a stove behind her on which rested several baked sweet potatoes and taro. Hello there. Would you like some sweet potatoes? Fresh from the oven, guaranteed sweet and sticky. Jiang Chu said, Granny, give me 2 servings of sweet potatoes. Why are you still out selling sweet potatoes at this hour? It was already past midnight. The old lady wore a kind smile as she deftly took out a paper bag and packed the sweet potatoes with tongs. Young man, I was about to go to sleep when I heard the young man next door say that a big star had come to the university and many people were chasing after her. So I got up and baked a few dozen sweet potatoes, thinking I might sell some while the crowd was here. As soon as I came out, I ran into you too. Are you also going to chase the star? Zhao Xing said, but Granny, that star will probably return to the hotel soon. Once the news spreads, the crowd at the university should disperse quickly. The old lady's expression showed only a hint of surprise, but her smile remained unchanged. Is that so? I baked over 50 sweet potatoes and thought I could sell some. It's all right. I'll take a stroll around, and maybe I'll have good luck and sell a few. But it's already past midnight, Granny. How long do you plan to sell them? Won't you go home to rest? Little girl, I've already put these dozens of sweet potatoes into the stove. If I go back without selling them, they'll go bad after a while. The old lady maintained a smile throughout, clearly a person with a positive and optimistic outlook on life. Jiang Chu suddenly spoke up. Oh, Granny, I just remembered that I have quite a few friends. They're all here to chase the star. It's so late now, and they're probably hungry. How about this? I'll buy all the sweet potatoes you have here. You don't need to pack them individually. Just put them in a few large bags. The old lady was clearly taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Really, young man? How many friends do you have? Can they really finish so many sweet potatoes? Don't worry, I have a lot of friends. There might not be enough to go around, right Seeing? Ah yes, we have a lot of friends. Zhao Seeing glanced at Jiang Chu with a hint of surprise, not expecting this unpleasant man to have such a side. Seeing, I remember who next door said the big star coming tonight is named Zhao Seeing. You share the same name, he. Zhao Seeing gave an awkward smile, maintaining her politeness. With Jiang Chu's help, the old lady quickly packed all the baked sweet potatoes into several bags. Young man, that's a lot. How will you carry them all? How about I use my tricycle to help you transport them? Jiang Chu waved his hand with a smile. No need, Granny. We have a car. A car. As soon as the words fell and Alfred pulled up and stopped beside them. Seeing, I finally found you. Aren't you that unpleasant security guard? Seeing, how are you with him? Deng Pei recognized Jiang Chu as soon as she got out of the car and exclaimed. Jiang Chu gave her a polite smile in return. Zhao Seeing quickly pulled her aside. It's a long story. He helped me get out. That unpleasant man didn't do anything to you, did he? No, what are you thinking? Thinking about what had happened earlier, her face flushed. Let's go. I've already arranged the hotel. Deng Pei took Zhao Seeing's hand to get in the car. Wait, have them help load the sweet potatoes into the car. Sweet potatoes? So these are baked sweet potatoes. No wonder they smell so good. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu paid the old lady for the sweet potatoes. The old lady chuckled. I thought earlier that you were just pitying me and buying them all out of kindness. But now I see you have a car, so you really do have many friends. That puts my mind at ease. These sweet potatoes may not be worth much, but they shouldn't go to waste. Jiang Chu smiled. Don't worry, they won't go to waste. Deng Pei and the others who had gotten out of the car looked bewildered. But since Zhao Seeing had instructed them, they simply followed orders and packed the sweet potatoes into the vehicle. The old lady bid them farewell and rode off happily. Finally, it was Zhao Seeing's turn to get into the car. She looked at Jiang Chu. Are you going back to the school? What else? Wait, give me the sweet potatoes in your hand. Jiang Chu held them firmly. Zhao Seeing was displeased. Aren't those for me? What am I supposed to eat if you take them? Jiang Chu said in surprise, there are dozens in the car. How many more do you want? You can have any of those. I paid for them. Zhao Seeing stamped her foot in mild annoyance. Seeing Jiang Chu holding 2 servings, she seemed to understand. Are you planning to take them to that girl from the restroom earlier? No, it's for someone else. I'm off. But someone else. Zhao Seeing watched the security guard walk away with a carefree swagger. She hadn't expected this unpleasant man to be such a flirt and so brazen about it. Sure enough, once news arrived that Zhao Seeing had returned to the hotel, the school and its surroundings quickly emptied. The school gate wasn't closed early tonight, and since the security uniform was issued by the school, Jiang Chu walked in without hindrance, only to find the campus paths littered with debris. He reached the entrance of the female dormitory building. Because of the school anniversary and Zhao Seeing's fans, most of the dormitory lights were still on and various sounds of chatter and laughter drifted down from above. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. He wondered if Li Wenjing had already gone to sleep. Sending a text would require waiting for a reply, so he decided to call her directly. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he noticed a graceful figure standing alone by a tree in a small grove not far ahead. With his keen eyesight, Jiang Chu instantly recognized her. It was none other than Li Wenjing, the very person he was looking for. She was still wearing the floral dress he had seen that morning. And he remembered. This was precisely the place where she had boldly kissed him that night. After putting away his phone, he walked over. Student, it is this late, and you have not returned to the dormitory yet. Li Wenjing paused upon hearing the voice, then turned around, and without even looking through herself into Jiang Chu's arms, holding him tightly. A familiar fragrance filled the air, her delicate figure soft and warm as jade in his embrace. How did you know it was me? Jiang Chu wrapped one arm around her waist and gently stroked her hair. It is your voice. I would recognize it anywhere. Jiang Chu, my performance tonight was suddenly cancelled. Yeah, I know. That is why I came to find you as soon as I finished. Look, I brought you something delicious. Jiang Chu lifted the roasted sweet potatoes from his hand. Even in the darkness, Li Wenjing's previously sorrowful face lit up with surprise. Now I understand why I felt something warm and substantial. It is roasted sweet potatoes. Now that you mention it, I really have not eaten all day. I am starving, and roasted sweet potatoes are my favorite. Are both of them for me? Yes, they are all yours. Li Wenjing took the still warm sweet potato, broke it open, and began eating heartily, savoring every bite. If her dorm mates witnessed this, they would be utterly astonished. The campus beauty Li Wenjing, who always ate with refined elegance, had never shown this side before. In no time, she finished one sweet potato entirely and started on the second. This time she did not break it open directly, but instead used her slender fingers to gently peel back the outer skin, revealing the tender reddish flesh within. For the rest, she merely took delicate bites, her white teeth gently nibbling. Watching this, Jiang Chu felt a surge of longing and could not help but swallow. Li Wenjing noticed Jiang Chu's reaction and covered her mouth with a laugh. You must be hungry too. I am actually quite full already. You can have the rest. Jiang Chu nodded. Since she had already peeled it, he finished it in just 2 bites. You are eating far too quickly. It is fine. I am a bit hungry too. By the way, do you happen to have any tissues? I ate a bit too quickly just now. Jiang Chu smiled and said, no tissues, but do you remember the ice cream? Li Wenjing lowered her head shyly. Jiang Chu could no longer resist and leaned in to kiss her. Last time it had tasted of ice cream, but this time it carried the sweet flavor of roasted sweet potato and maltose. Wait, what is that in your pocket? It is uncomfortable. Jiang Chu suddenly remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. I bought a bottle of water thinking you might need something to drink after eating the sweet potato, but it seems unnecessary now. Li Wenjing smiled gently. I am actually a bit thirsty now. You should have said so earlier. I would have saved you more, hee. You are so cheeky. Jiang Chu took out the mineral water and unscrewed the cap for her. Watching her take 2 quick gulps, her full lips looked truly alluring, and that graceful neck was simply beautiful. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Feeling better. MH, it is just a pity I could not play the piece I practiced for you on stage. Li Wenjing had not expected to leave, so suddenly feeling deeply regretful. This is simple, follow me. Jiang Chu took her soft hand and ran. The piano room was on the first floor. Jiang Chu, the door is locked, and I do not have a key. And you brought me to this window. Li Wenjing was about to continue when she suddenly stopped, her mouth agape, as Jiang Chu's hands bent the 2 finger-thick steel bars on the window into a large opening, her expression filled with shock. How can you be so strong? Come, let us go in. Jiang Chu climbed up first, then extended a hand. Li Wenjing held her dress with one hand and grasped Jiang Chu's hand with the other. She lifted her leg onto the window frame and was pulled up by Jiang Chu. In that instant, a flash of pure white from within caught Jiang Chu's eyes. Should I turn on the light? No. The security guard will see it shortly. Jiang Chu had already found a spot to sit, resting his chin on his hand as he quietly admired Li Wenjing sitting by the piano, her black hair cascading down her long dress, flowing like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world, utterly captivating. As the gentle melodies of Castle in the Sky played even without lights, Jiang Chu could tell she made no mistakes whatsoever. Instead, under the hazy night veil and tranquil atmosphere, he could focus even more intently on appreciating every note played by Li Wenjing's slender fingers. Old Zhang, how come I hear piano sounds over there? Yeah, I heard it too. Who practices piano at this hour? Let us go check it out. When the 2 security guards reached outside the piano room, the sounds had already ceased. They checked the entrance with flashlights, finding nothing unusual, then noticed the window was actually open. Shining their lights inside, they saw no one and no suspicious activity. Strange. We clearly heard something just now. The window is open. Probably some stray cat wandered in. Let us go. Stop being paranoid. So many people entered campus tonight, and there are still many places to inspect. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu carried the blushing Li Wenjing in his arms and ran for a while before stopping to rest. The security guards came over, and you even managed to restore those 2 steel bars. We almost got discovered. I am security too, just a bit more handsome than them. Jiang Chu showed a hint of pride on his face. Jiang Chu, I do not want to return to the dormitory tonight. Li Wenjing's words grew so faint she could barely hear them herself, yet they made Jiang Chu pause for a moment. His joy on his face was completely unmasked, though he still playfully asked, not returning to the dorm. Then where? Of course not sleeping on the grass. Keep dreaming. Let us book a room outside. The school gate is definitely closed now. Unless you can figure out a way to get out. Piece of cake. However, he would not take Li Wenjing climbing walls again. Even if they got out, how would they hail a taxi in the middle of the night? Especially with Zhao seeing around, even with ride-hailing apps, they definitely would not get a car. He did not want to on such a beautiful night walk with Li Wenjing to find a hotel. So he led Li Wenjing to his Ferrari. You plan to drive out directly? But the school security. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile, simply signaling her to get into the car. Upon arriving at the gate, he found that the electronic barrier had already been lowered and locked. The security guard at the entrance, noticing a Ferrari attempting to leave in the dead of night, grew concerned it might be a thief, a risk he could not afford. Before he could step out, the other party approached, and he recognized the uniform. It was the very same security attire issued by the school this evening. Brother Ming, you're on duty tonight. Oh, it's you, Xiao Jiang. I was wondering who it was. Going out this late. Yes, I have some business to discuss. Did you finish the last pack of Huazi? I still have 2 packs here. You've worked hard, Brother Ming. Have some to keep you alert tonight. Oh, Xiao Jiang, you're too kind. I still have the ones you gave me last time. After all, they're Huazi. We usually don't dare to smoke them. Now you're giving me more, how can I accept? That's too much. He couldn't help but notice that old Ming's pocket was conveniently open, just wide enough to slip in 2 packs of cigarettes. Then chuckling, he opened the gate for Jiang Chu, waving and saying, just give me a call when you're coming back. Back in the car, Jiang Chu saw Li Wenjing giggling incessantly. She hadn't expected him to be so familiar with the security guard. What can I say? I'm just too popular. You're such a smooth talker. Taking Li Wenjing to a hotel meant nothing but the most luxurious one. Upon arrival, he noticed quite a few luxury cars parked there. The security guard at the entrance, upon seeing Jiang Chu and his companion, wore a look of utter bewilderment mixed with envy. A wealthy young man emerged from the hotel with a woman he had just picked up. Today's 10 minutes had surpassed yesterday's 9, and he beamed with satisfaction at having achieved his goal. He failed to notice the look of disdain on the woman's face. Those 10 minutes included the time taken to undress and shower. What was there to be proud of? If it weren't for his money, she wouldn't have come. Suddenly the rich young man stared in disbelief as Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing entered the hotel arm in arm. What the? Am I seeing things? A mere security guard walks in with a goddess like that. Oh my, such a handsome security guard, and driving a Ferrari. The woman's eyes sparkled with admiration. What the heck? We're both wearing the same security uniform, so why does he get to drive a Ferrari and hold a goddess's hand? And I have to stand here guarding the door. I quit. Calm down, error, have a cigarette. Don't get worked up. A big star is coming tonight, so stay alert. What else can you expect with a monthly salary of 4,000? True he. I'm sorry, but we don't have any regular rooms available. Just tell me what rooms you have. Well, we only have the presidential suite left. Then the presidential suite it is. Tonight's rate is 200,000 because... Slap. Jiang Chu placed a black card on the counter, a card later personally issued by the bank's president. The receptionist immediately fell silent, then broke into a radiant smile. After swiping the card, sir, here are your room keys. Allow me to escort you upstairs. No need, we'll go ourselves. Jiang Chu noticed that not a single point had been credited to his system. He couldn't help but mutter a few complaints. Since the room was booked under his ID, it didn't count as spending on the goddess. How stingy. Oh well, with a net worth of tens of billions, losing a mere 20 million was nothing. Spending this wonderful night with the ice-cold goddess was worth it. In the elevator, Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing encountered several people wearing baseball caps or bucket hats carrying professional cameras with telephoto lenses. Clearly paparazzi. I've been staking out all night and still haven't caught a glimpse. I've racked my brains thinking how Zhao Xing managed to leave the campus. Same here. I kept following her agent, and then suddenly she appeared at the hotel. Still Zhao Xing personally giving out sweet potatoes to her fans. That's a good story. Forget it. Let's do as I just said. Stay sharp, and we'll definitely catch her. The paparazzi got off the elevator with Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing. After stepping out, Jiang Chu glanced at the fire escape map on the wall. This floor had only 2 presidential suites, and they went the other way. Goodness, he thought to himself, these paparazzi must be well paid to afford a presidential suite. Once inside the room, Jiang Chu closed the door without sparing a glance at the lavish decor. He eagerly wrapped his arms around Li Wenjing's slender waist and leaned in to kiss her. If he had held back in the piano room earlier here, he felt free to indulge. Wait. Li Wenjing gently pushed him away. You're all sweaty. Go take a shower first, alright? I haven't had a chance to bathe tonight either, so I'll wash up too. Though somewhat reluctant, Jiang Chu nodded in agreement, adding jokingly, I need to shower, and you need to shower. Why don't we shower together? Li Wenjing pursed her rosy lips and lowered her head shyly. Just as Jiang Chu expected her to refuse, she whispered "Mm." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but he heard it clearly. Is this real? Mm. Li Wenjing confirmed again. Wait, let me check the room. Alright, I'll get the towels ready for you. What a delightful surprise, a truly unexpected joy. Even in a presidential suite, Jiang Chu meticulously inspected every corner, including the ceiling and bathroom, to ensure safety. Finding nothing amiss, he felt satisfied and at ease. His heart raced with excitement and anticipation. The bathroom was already filling with steam from the hot water. Even in summer, women prefer warm baths. That was understandable. But what Jiang Chu saw outside made him unable to look away. Li Wenjing had somehow found a hair tie and gathered her long, straight black hair into a bun. From the side, her delicate, fair little ears and graceful neck were revealed. Her high, straight nose, willowy brows, long-lashed eyes, slightly upturned lips, and softly rounded chin formed a nearly perfect profile. Then she reached behind her neck, and with a swoosh the zipper of her dress was pulled down from top to bottom. Noticing his burning gaze, Li Wenjing lowered her face with an indescribable shyness, her expression radiating 1,000 charms. Finally, as her smooth, fair shoulders were freed, the dress slipped gently from her body and pooled on the floor, revealing a figure of exquisite grace and allure. This shy, delicate scene was utterly captivating. Jiang Chu, the water should be warm now. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? Li Wenjing gently reminded him. Jiang Chu paused for a moment. Ahem, yes, I'll take them off now. As he spoke, he began to undress swiftly, and in no time, he was left in only his shorts. He calmly adjusted his attire. Li Wenjing shyly turned her face away, then stepped into the bathroom first. Jiang Chu followed behind her, watching her graceful silhouette as she moved. Once inside, he gently embraced her from behind, and they leaned into each other, sharing a tender moment. The water cascaded from the shower head, washing over them. Their clothes were placed aside, and Li Wenjing tilted her head back, letting the water flow through her long hair and over her closed eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she breathed out a soft, contented sigh. There was nothing more refreshing than a bath after a long day. And moreover, she didn't have to do it herself. But the water was a bit too hot. Li Wenjing gently stopped Jiang Chu's next move. Jiang Chu, let's bathe first. We'll go to bed afterward, okay? Alright. He washed thoroughly, making sure not to miss a single spot. Jiang Chu carried Li Wenjing, who was now dried and blushing, to the large bed in the room and gently laid her down. Her skin had a rosy glow, especially her cheeks, which looked as delicate as a flower. He leaned in and embraced her warmly. After a moment of tender affection, they were about to draw closer when a knock interrupted. Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing seemed to have something to say. Jiang Chu frowned slightly and glanced out the window. A cool breeze was blowing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Li Wenjing asked, "Who's knocking?" Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. Who could be coming at this late hour? A hotel attendant. Someone handing out cards. Free services. He didn't need any of that, all right. Was this what a presidential suite worth 200,000 was supposed to be like? He would definitely file a complaint tomorrow. Don't mind it, probably someone mistook the room. Jiang Chu wanted to ignore it, but the knocking persisted and grew louder. Maybe you should go check in case it's something urgent. Jiang Chu suppressed his irritation, put on a bathrobe, and closed the bedroom door. With his ultimate combat skills, he wasn't afraid of any intruders. He was a bit annoyed now, but he felt confident he could handle any trouble if it came. The knocking continued. Without checking the peephole, Jiang Chu opened the door directly, ready to speak sharply, but a graceful figure darted in, her long hair brushing against his bare chest. Jiang Chu sensed a camera clicking nearby, but he was confident his face hadn't been shown. He had only opened the door. "Sorry, let me hide here for a moment, Few." The person closed the door, patted her chest with relief, then turned and saw Jiang Chu shirtless. She almost gasped but covered her mouth in time. His toned physique with 8-pack abs was quite striking. Then she looked at his face. "It's you," they both exclaimed in unison. Jiang Chu reluctantly lowered his fist, which he had raised. He hadn't expected to run into this big star, Zhao Xiying, of all people. He really couldn't bring himself to strike her. Jiang Chu remembered Li Wenjing was still inside and lowered his voice to scold. "Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? Why are you knocking on my door?" Seeing it was someone she knew, Zhao Xiying became less tense, though she was curious how he ended up here. "Not bad, you're in good shape. Didn't you go back to school? What are you doing here and in a presidential suite?" She looked around the room and noticed, besides the security uniform he had been wearing earlier, a dress on the sofa. Her mouth fell open as she pointed at Jiang Chu. "Oh, you're here for..." Jiang Chu quickly covered her mouth. "Shut up. Do you have anything else? If not, get out of here." Zhao Xiying moved his hand away and smirked. "Is it the girl from the bathroom or the one who gave you the sweet potato? Let me see how pretty she is." "Oh." As she looked down, she accidentally caught sight of something and let out a scream. Jiang Chu tried to stop her, but it was too late. "What's wrong, Jiang Chu?" came Li Wenjing's voice. Hearing the commotion, Li Wenjing decided to check. She was now in a bathrobe, peeking her head out from the bedroom door. Even from that angle, her beauty was evident. Zhao Xiying was momentarily stunned by the gentle, melodious voice. When she saw Li Wenjing's stunningly beautiful face, she marveled at how such a lovely woman existed. No wonder Jiang Chu had insisted on taking her sweet potato. It must have been for this person. For some reason, Zhao Xiying, who usually didn't care about appearances, felt a hint of envy. She also noticed Li Wenjing's graceful figure, which made her own seem less impressive. Li Wenjing recognized Zhao Xiying and showed a slight surprise. "You're Zhao Xiying?" Zhao Xiying was curious too. Most girls would get extremely excited upon seeing her, but this woman only showed mild surprise. "Yes, I'm Zhao Xiying. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm staying next door, but the paparazzi have blocked the hallway, and some are still chasing me, so..." "It's okay. Is there anything we can help you with?" "Well, I guess they'll leave after a while." Zhao Xiying wasn't sure. In the past, when she stayed at hotels, her company would arrange for people to guard the entrance and keep the paparazzi away. But this time she had come privately with Pepe, so there was no security. "Can you ask the hotel staff to drive them away?" "No, I've tried. The hotel only sent someone to negotiate with them, but the paparazzi aren't afraid. They claim it's their freedom, and there's nothing the hotel can do." Zhao Xiying was at a loss. Li Wenjing looked at Jiang Chu. There was no way he could let her stay the night. Jiang Chu certainly did not want it either. He had silently scolded Zhao Xiying many times in his heart. He picked up his phone and dialed. After a long while, a muffled voice responded on the other end. "Hey, calling me so late? My mouth is still tired from earlier. Were you in the restaurant? How could this guy say such things in public?" Jiang Chu immediately cleared his throat and spoke up. "Ahem. I'm calling about something important. I remember Longting International Hotel belongs to your family, right? Yeah, what's up? Are you planning to book a room with someone?" The voice on the other end suddenly seemed to wake up, half filled with doubt. "Listen, your idol Zhao Xiying is staying here now. Tell your staff to drive away those photographers, and I'll help you get an autograph." "What? Are you saying you're with your idol in a room together? You jerk, Jiang Chu, that's awesome. Why didn't you invite me along?" Jiang Chu frowned. "None of that. We just happened to run into each other. Do you still want the autograph, or not?" Yes, I'll call the store manager right away. Remember to ask for a few extra." Jiang Chu hung up before she could finish. He turned to Zhao Xiying, who was still stunned. "All right, one autograph, solve the problem. Hand it over. Didn't I already give you dozens of autographs before? You want more? That was before, this is now. Just say whether you'll give it or not. If not, you can go out yourself. I'm done dealing with this." Zhao Xiying gritted her teeth and signed her name. A few minutes later a voice came from the doorway. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the hotel manager. The photographers outside have been driven away. Please accept my apology on behalf of our staff toward Miss Zhao. She finished speaking and left immediately. Hear that? You can head back now. I never knew you had such capability. Flattery will get you everywhere. Zhao Xiying shot a glance at the shamelessly bold man before her. Then I'll be leaving first. You two carry on. Hurry up. Jiang Chu directly pushed her out and shut the door with a loud bang. Outside, Zhao Xiying stomped her feet in frustration. She had never met such a rude person. Let's head back and sleep. Jiang Chu excitedly picked up Li Wenjing in his arms again, placed her gently on the bed, and went to close the window and draw the curtains. When he returned, he noticed a troubled expression on Li Wenjing's face. Jiang Chu, there's something I want to tell you. Jiang Chu took a slow, deep breath and nodded. He must have guessed which matter it was. Come here. She motioned for Jiang Chu to lie beside her. As he did, her smooth body pressed against him like a slippery eel and her bright eyes shimmered as she looked at him. Jiang Chu, promise me. Tonight, I give myself to you completely, but after this you must never come looking for me again. Is that clear? I know you have many girls around you. I think losing me won't be a big deal for you. Jiang Chu paused, his eyes and pupils widening suddenly. He had assumed it would be a simple farewell, but he never expected Li Wenjing to be planning a permanent goodbye. After a moment of silence, his brows tightened and his pupils contracted. He spoke in a low voice. Is it because of your grandfather? Li Wenjing's eyes also widened in surprise. How did you know? Had her grandfather's people already approached Jiang Chu? Based on her understanding of his grandfather's nature, if they had come looking, they would definitely use both threats and inducements. That day you were making a phone call outside the piano room. I heard everything. So that was it. Jiang Chu, I was abducted when I was a child. Later my family found me, so my parents and grandfather have always doted on me. Now my grandfather is calling me back, and I have no choice but to return. There were some things she did not say. If she did not return, her grandfather would certainly take action against Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu suddenly understood. He had always wondered why Li Wenjing from a prominent family in Shanghai would attend the same elementary school as him. It turned out she had been abducted and brought here. Returning is fine, but why must I never look for you again? Jiang Chu tried to keep his tone calm. Jiang Chu, I know you have some money, but you cannot imagine what position our Li family holds in Shanghai. This time I return, they will train me as the heir. My grandfather will never approve of us being together. And if you do not leave me, they will send people after me, correct? Jiang Chu said coldly. Wenjing, look at me. I only need you to answer one question honestly. Do you truly like me? In truth, the system's favorability rating had already explained everything, but he still wanted to hear it from her own lips. Li Wenjing met Jiang Chu's resolute gaze. She felt slightly guilty. She wanted to lie. Yes. If Jiang Chu still refused, she would be forced to say even harsher words to hurt them both. But now Jiang Chu was actually asking her this question. I like you. She did not want to deceive herself, even if this could not change the outcome of their separation. Just consider it a confession before parting. But Jiang Chu did not let her finish before pulling her into his arms. I know you like me. Otherwise you would not have called me here tonight to stay, especially since this is your first time. You just asked me to promise that after giving myself to you, you will never find me again. Well, I am clearly telling you now, I do not agree. Li Wenjing's eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. She had already spoken so plainly. She had thought Jiang Chu would accept it gladly. Jiang Chu held both of her soft hands and looked into her deep eyes with unwavering certainty. I do not care what your grandfather told you. I do not care how powerful the Li family in Shanghai may be. The woman I have chosen, Jiang Chu, no one can take away from me. Wenjing, give me some time. Soon I will prove with my strength to your grandfather and your Li family that I, Jiang Chu, am worthy of you and even become someone they need to look up to. Li Wenjing gazed at the firm and courageous expression in those eyes. A memory surfaced in her mind. Back in elementary school, that brave boy who had stepped forward to help her. He had possessed the exact same look, then charging fearlessly toward a group of people despite facing injuries in the end. In university, she had promised her grandfather not to contact Jiang Chu actively. Yet that night, under fate's arrangement, Jiang Chu had found her first, breaking the restraint of over 2 years. At that time, he had seemed quite shy. Later, when they went shopping together, she had been deeply curious about where he had gotten the money. To buy milk tea, explore the campus, share their first kiss, visit the amusement park. These unforgettable scenes had all served as witnesses to Jiang Chu's rapid growth. But she had remained hesitant and cautious due to her family and grandfather's expectations. Now, after finally making up her mind to bid him farewell, she never expected him to make such a resolute promise to her and ask her to wait. Tears of emotion rose in her heart. All the perseverance and devotion over so many years had finally been rewarded. Jiang Chu, why are you so silly? Jiang Chu once again held her tightly in his arms. I'm not foolish. Why would I step forward to pay for you and foolishly take that thing to give you? I'm not foolish. Why would I go with you to snatch a child's wooden horse and eat your leftover ice cream? I'm not foolish. Why would I, knowing the difficulties ahead, still rise to the challenge and take you away from your grandfather and your Li family? Her jade-like fingers stopped him from continuing. Li Wenjing affection too. Now Li Wenjing had regained her smile. Don't say any more. As long as you don't mention that gift you gave me, it's fine. With such a heavy atmosphere, you almost made me laugh just by saying it. I don't know what you were thinking at that time. Maybe this is fate. You see, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. I won't allow anyone else to touch you, and I won't be by your side. If you ever feel lonely, this can come in handy. What are you talking about? You're asking for a spanking. Li Wenjing bit her cherry lips, lightly a blush on her face, and gently tapped Jiang Chu's chest with her small fist. Jiang Chu watched her act spoiled in his arms with a gentle smile. When she was tired and didn't want to move anymore, he held her and said, I'll come find you soon. I believe you. The next time you come to the Li family in Modu to find me, I will give you my first heartfelt commitment. Also, I don't care how romantic you are, but don't attract just any bad romantic interest. You must keep yourself clean, understand? And you can't be promiscuous yourself, you must be responsible to others. If I find out, I won't let you touch me. Jiang Chu, He had always been responsible to all the goddesses. Wasn't this the ideal he would strive for his entire life? Even if faced with difficulties and obstacles, he would forge ahead bravely. That night, Jiang Chu acted with restraint, far from being a beast. In the morning, because Jiang Chu's hands and mouth simply couldn't be controlled, and finally unable to resist the urge after much pleading, Li Wenjing agreed to use the Huagu Mian, show the softening bone palm technique, while Jiang Chu was equally eloquent with his tongue. In the end, they fell asleep in each other's arms until nearly noon. She said she wanted to experience a bit more of campus life before leaving, so Jiang Chu took her back to the school cafeteria for lunch. Quite coincidentally, they ran into Zhou Sini, who wore a white lowly dress with twin tails, and Mo Yutong, who was in a tank top and denim shorts. So now the four of them happened to be sitting at the same table, 3 campus beauties plus Jiang Chu, who was himself a campus heartthrob. Moreover, Zhou Sini and Mo Yutong had become the talk of the school since last night's anniversary celebration, and the entire cafeteria was packed except for their table. The campus beauties wore smiles and remained silent, chewing slowly and deliberately. But Zhou Sini and Mo Yutong's gazes were fixed on Jiang Chu, who was awkwardly laughing to himself. Jiang Chu's mood at that moment was indescribably conflicted. In other novels, a love battlefield is a rare coincidence. But for him, they all came at once very abruptly. The only one from his school missing was He Shiyun. Ha, Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to come to the cafeteria too. A voice suddenly rang out. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chu was directly choked. He Shiyun, with her high ponytail, walked over to Jiang Chu and the others with light steps. Jiang Chu thought, good, there's no seat next to us. Go away quickly. But unexpectedly, He Shiyun greeted a boy at the next table. Hello, could you let me have a seat? That boy, upon seeing the campus beauty He Shiyun actually greet him, suddenly became flustered. He quickly stood up, even covering the lunchbox he had just half eaten. Sure, I'm almost done. Please take it. Thank you, you're so gentlemanly. The boy said, you're welcome, it's my pleasure. After saying that, he walked away happily. Jiang Chu thought, damn it, where's your dignity? Wenjing, Sini, Yutong, you're all here. What a coincidence. The top 5 campus beauties of our school, only the first Jimingshi is missing. Master, you really are blessed with romantic luck. Mentioning the very thing that should be avoided. Jiang Chu wished he could seal He Shiyun's mouth right there. Moshi, listen to me. That Su Kuan definitely cheated, rigged the contest, bribed the judges. Otherwise, how could he sing so poorly and get such a high score? You have to believe me. Wu Xiaoqian, I just rejected your invitation to go out for a meal. There's no need for you to explain so much. But last time you promised me that if I could win first place, you would consider having a meal with me. Now you didn't get first place. Alright, I'm going to eat. Don't follow me anymore. Jiang Chu thought, wow, this He Shiyun is really a jinx. Luckily, I have no connection with this Jimingshi, and I'm facing away from her, so I shouldn't be recognized. But I didn't expect Wu Xiaoqian to be pursuing Jimingshi. Sure enough, as Jimingshi walked past, she merely glanced at Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, but she showed no intention of speaking. Isn't this the talented Ji? The campus heartthrob invited you to dinner, and you still refused. Still so tsundere. Mo Yutong took the initiative to tease. Jiang Chu slapped his forehead. How could he forget this girl? The two have always been rivals. Jimingshi, dressed in a campus-style white shirt and short skirt, stopped in her tracks. She pursed her lips and smiled as she glanced at Mo Yutong, then noticed Jiang Chu eating with his head down. Her eyes visibly paused for a moment. Wu Xiaoqian, didn't you want to have a meal with me? I'm giving you a chance now. Go get me a meal, and I want to sit here. Jimingshi's tone was unquestionable, pointing to the seat opposite He Shiyun. Wu Xiaoqian's eyes lit up, then he glared at the 2 boys sitting there. We're full, you can sit. The 3 boys at the table immediately took the hint and left. He Shiyun rested her chin on her hand, looking as if she understood everything. Jimingshi sat down unceremoniously opposite He Shiyun, while Wu Xiaoqian, with a smile on his face, went to get her meal. As he walked away, his expression instantly darkened. It's this Jiang Chu again. All 5 campus beauties are here. Let's see how he'll handle this humph. Jiang Chu could already feel countless eyes around him shooting daggers that could kill him. Of course there were also girls feeling jealous. After all, he wasn't bad himself. At a nearby table sat the anti-Jiang Chu Alliance Iron Triangle. Liang Dequan said, "Damn Jiang Chu. He's actually eating with my goddess Mo Yutong. Lu Zixiang, didn't you say last time that uploading the video online would ruin his reputation? I only saw that he became the apple of every girl's eye in the school." Lu Zixiang looked aggrieved. "It's not my fault. Look, my Wenjing is also sitting next to that bastard. I want to throw a whole basin of rice at him and feed him to death. Stab him with a spoon." Wang Erbo remained silent, but a flicker of displeasure burned in his eyes. Zhou Sini was being so obedient and cute in front of Jiang Chu. She must have been thoroughly bullied by him to be like this. He clenched his fist around his spoon and stood up looking as if he was about to go over and confront someone. Lu Zixiang quickly pulled him back. "You cannot go. Why, oi? You haven't seen Jiang Chu's strength. He single-handedly defeated the 3 thugs I brought in no time. If you go now, you'll only boost his reputation. Sit down quickly." Wang Erbo placed the spoon on the table with a soft thud, somewhat agitated. "Then what do? We can't let that guy win over all the school beauties. I'll tell you the truth. I've already contacted a local boss named He Go. He has over a dozen men, all very experienced. Tonight we'll invite Jiang Chu out. I don't believe he can handle so many at once. He'll surely regret it." Liang Dequan and Wang Erbo looked expectantly. Meanwhile, Ji Mingxi replied without backing down. "You danced well, but unfortunately your score was a bit low and didn't make the top 3. Otherwise I would have personally presented the award to you." Mo Yutong was already feeling down about this. She had planned to seek comfort from Jiang Chu today, but seeing him with Li Wenjing, she hadn't been able to speak. Now being taunted by her rival Ji Mingxi, she couldn't hold back. "What did you say? You're just as thoughtless as those judges." She gripped her chopsticks tightly. If not for Jiang Chu being here, she would have lost her temper. Ji Mingxi wanted to retort, but with so many people watching in the cafeteria, she forced herself to swallow her anger. Jiang Chu was watching the 2 school beauties bicker for the first time. They were just like ordinary girls. He had to admit watching the drama was fun as long as it didn't involve him. Ji Mingxi changed her target. "Jiang Chu, is Mo Yutong your girlfriend? Can't you control her?" Jiang Chu looked bewildered, feeling a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Without looking, he knew all 5 beauties were staring at him waiting for his answer. This wasn't just a tense situation, it was absolutely explosive. Not far away, Lu Zixiang and the others were laughing gleefully. "Haha, I want to see how Jiang Chu handles this. 5 against 1 is no easy task. This is the consequence of dating multiple girls. You can't stand steady and you'll fall into trouble." Wu Xiaoqian, who had already gotten his meal, sat next to Ji Mingxi and shot a contemptuous look at Jiang Chu. The surrounding boys and girls were all watching with great interest. At this moment, Li Wenjing spoke up calmly, saying, "Jiang Chu can do whatever he wants. I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Jiang Chu? What right do you have to control him?" Ji Mingxi was stunned. The other 3 beauties were also stunned. They never expected the ice beauty, Li Wenjing, to speak up for Jiang Chu. It was simply unbelievable. "Then why are you speaking for him? What is your relationship with him?" Ji Mingxi asked bluntly. Li Wenjing looked at Jiang Chu and said, "I am his girlfriend, and so is Mo Yutong." Everyone was stunned and shocked. They never expected such words from the ice beauty herself. It was simply unbelievable. Ji Mingxi's mouth fell open. The first spoonful of rice remained suspended in midair, unable to reach her mouth. Mo Yutong was extremely moved. For a long time, she hadn't known how to bring up her relationship with Jiang Chu to Li Wenjing. Initially, she had disliked Jiang Chu, but after learning he was wealthy, she had secretly used some schemes behind Li Wenjing's back, including tipping off Su Kuan and the others. This had filled her with guilt. Now Li Wenjing personally acknowledged her relationship with Jiang Chu, which relieved much of her burden. Moreover, her admiration for Li Wenjing increased immensely. Li Wenjing paid no attention to the stunned expressions of Ji Mingxi and the others. She looked at Zhou Sini and He Shiyun and said, "If you 2 also want to join, I welcome you warmly." Zhou Sini's eyes lit up. She had been silent all along because Li Wenjing's aura was so strong that it made her feel overwhelmed. She thought she had no chance competing with a goddess like Li Wenjing for Jiang Chu. Now that Li Wenjing herself had opened the door, how could she miss the opportunity? She immediately raised her hand and said happily, "I want to join, okay?" Li Wenjing smiled and nodded, exhibiting a regal bearing. "Thank you, Wenjing Sr. I'm so grateful." Zhou Sini's pigtails bounced. In the distance, Wang Erbo was furious. Unable to bear it any longer, he dropped his spoon and left. Liang Dequan also snorted and followed. Lu Zixiang's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. "Jiang Chu, just wait and see." He turned away and left. Li Wenjing looked at He Shiyun with a gentle smile. He Shiyun found herself unable to meet Li Wenjing's eyes. She was the daughter of the He family, yet she felt inferior in front of Li Wenjing, which even she found hard to believe. She had never considered formalizing a relationship with Jiang Chu. Although they had shared some close moments, it was mostly her competitive nature driving her. She thought she could win him over. Now suddenly being asked to choose, she panicked. She could avoid it, but for some reason seeing Li Wenjing's gaze she felt that if she didn't decide now it would be too late later. She regretted coming to this gathering. Can I think about it first? Of course. If you don't truly like Jiang Chu I won't agree to your joining. Jiang Chu, you heard that. She said she needs to think. From now on if she comes to you for anything, she must get approval from the three of us. Otherwise we three will leave, and you can be with her. He Shiyun's eyes widened. This was 3 against 1. Anyone could see which side Jiang Chu would choose. Well, it was just a verbal agreement anyway. She might as well let Jiang Chu be pleased. Wait, I'll join. Are you sure you truly like Jiang Chu? Absolutely 100%. The surrounding people were frozen in shock, especially the boys. They felt this was the most bitter meal they had ever had at school. Why could Jiang Chu get 4 school beauties to willingly become his girlfriends? Was it just because he was handsome, played basketball, and had some money? Thinking about it, they had nothing. Forget it, they'd stop comparing and just live a simple life. Once they earned money, they'd have everything. As for the girls who originally had a crush on Jiang Chu, they were all eager to volunteer. They also wanted to join. But comparing themselves to the school beauties, Zhou Xinyi's cuteness, Mo Yutong's long legs, He Shiyun's family background, and toned figure Li Wenjing's elegance, they decided to continue reading their CEO meets Cinderella novels instead. Jiang Chu, from being extremely conflicted at the beginning to now being extremely excited. He didn't say a word, yet the atomic bomb fell to the ground dud and unexploded, and he solved the troubles of the 4 campus beauties. It was incredibly satisfying. At that moment he just wanted to give Li Wenjing a big hug and thank her sincerely. Li Wenjing looked again at the astonished Jimingshi. See, there are 5 campus beauties here, but you alone have no right to manage Jiang Chu. Of course you can choose to join, but based on my understanding of Jiang Chu, although you are ranked first, he currently doesn't fancy you. So the 4 of us won't agree. You must first prove yourself capable of passing Jiang Chu's test. Jimingshi's face showed a hint of displeasure. Wasn't this essentially saying she lacked charm, and that Jiang Chu didn't think highly of her? She ranked first in academics, first in looks, and was the vice president of the student council. Even the principal praised her. Her family background was also not bad. Many people pursued her, but were ignored and rejected. Now there was even a wealthy second-generation campus heartthrob, Wu Xiaoqian, beside her. In what aspect was she lacking? Why did Jiang Chu not take a fancy to her? Wait, last time when she asked Jiang Chu to sign, she clearly took the initiative to offer her first kiss, but he actually avoided it. Could it be? Really, he didn't think highly of her. With her tsundere, arrogant personality, how could Jiang Chu possibly like her? Mo Yutong crossed her arms and turned her head away with a disdainful expression. Senior sister is still liked by many people. Isn't Senior Xiaoqian an example? And he's quite handsome, Zhou Xinyi said innocently. Wu Xiaoqian secretly rejoiced. This junior Zhou Xinyi not only sings well, but also almost as good as Senior Jiang Chu, so I like Senior Jiang Chu a lot more. Wu Xiaoqian almost choked on his food. He gripped his spoon tightly, his face showing frustration. Mengshi, I know your family conditions are good, but compared to my family there is still a bit of a gap. Come on, and if you take a step back, Wu Xiaoqian is quite nice. He Shiyun said it very casually. I'm not eating anymore. It's really bad. Jimingshi stood up and walked out, and her small fists could be seen clenched tightly. Wu Xiaoqian was stunned. He had bought the meal, and she hadn't even taken a single bite before saying it was bad. It's all because of this Jiang Chu. He didn't dare say a single word from beginning to end. Why did the 4 campus beauties willingly give so much? In what way was he inferior to the other? But fortunately Jimingshi was still his. Taking this opportunity, maybe he could win her over. Wu Xiaoqian followed her. Next, under the care of the 4 campus beauties, Jiang Chu successfully obtained 5 portions of food. This made him so happy he could cry. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Chu's mind was still lingering on what Li Wenjing had just said. Before leaving, I'll help you solve a problem. You promised to come to the Li family in Shanghai to find me. I don't want you to be too distracted by these things. In the following days, let them take care of you on my behalf. Of course it's a treat for you, you rascal. At this moment, Mo Yutong called. Jiang Chu, tell me quickly, how did you win over Wenjing? What she just said was so shocking. I never expected it to come from her. Well, I won't tell you. Don't be like that. I'll punish you by not letting you see me for a week. Really? Then I'll go find the other 3. Jiang Chu. Fine, you win. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Wait, yes, something serious. The company's design plan has been finalized. I found the best renovation company and asked them to finish the office and conference room first. Since the previous decoration was still good, it doesn't need much change. It will be ready the day after tomorrow. Other areas will take longer. The investments you mentioned earlier have all been transferred. Now, besides the renovation, I'm really in the dark. I don't understand anything, and the company only has me. There's no one to order around. How is this like being a boss? So I decided to hire people. Do you have any suggestions on this? If you want to experience it, it's simple. You are now a major shareholder of those companies. When you're bored, go visit them and enjoy the special treatment. Jiang Chu remembered that in his previous life, the small shareholders of his company were all very impressive, let alone the major shareholders. As for hiring, just offer 5 to 10 times the market salary. Naturally, plenty of talents will come to you. Remember, as long as they are capable, you can pay any amount. But if they are just pretentious, boastful, and useless, just kick them out. Okay, I'll start posting it immediately. I'll first recruit for a few important positions. Gotta go buy. After last night's incident, Jiang Chu decided he must buy a house of his own. Otherwise, good things kept getting disrupted, and going to hotels all day wasn't a solution. He picked up his phone and called Ming Luan. I wondered why magpies were chirping in the morning. Ooh, it must be good news. So it's young Master Jiang coming to see me, ha? Not at all, not at all. I just wanted to ask for your help, young Master Luan. I want to buy a house, preferably a standalone villa. Do you have any good recommendations? A standalone villa. You've come to the right person. I happen to know a friend, Xia Yinran. She bought a villa less than 3 years ago, but now she needs capital turnover and plans to sell it for 30 million. It's located halfway up the mountain in Shoshan Scenic Area. Let me tell you, young Master Jiang, the people living up there are either provincial officials or super rich. He Tianwen of the He family, that is He Shiyun's older brother, also has a house up there. Shoshan Scenic Area was indeed a good place. Jiang Chu had only gone there to hike before, and he had envied those villas. He had thought about buying there, but such resources were already taken, rare and hard to come by. He didn't expect to encounter one now. Since the people living up there are all wealthy or noble, how could she be willing to sell? Xia Yinran was exceptionally beautiful before. She once served as a CEO of a company and was outstanding in financial investment. At 18, she earned a master's degree from MIT and was hailed as the second genius of Wall Street. He Tianwen bought a house up there to pursue her, and even I couldn't help but want to curry favor. But later, due to an accident, her parents, who were known as the legendary couple of the financial world, passed away. The company was severely hit by competitors. She accumulated huge debts, and her friends and relatives turned against her. She herself also had a scar on her face and was left with a disability. Now she can only sit in a wheelchair. Every day she stays at home planting flowers and tending plants with no one visiting her. It is truly a lamentable situation. As for the sale of the house, the news just came out. Since you asked, young Master Jiang, I mentioned it. Of course, if you can accept the cheaper townhouse, our Ming family has ready-made properties, and the He family and Gu Yin also have some. Let's go with that one. I'd like to go see it this afternoon. Is that okay? Of course, but I have a board meeting this afternoon, so I cannot accompany you, young Master Jiang. I can leave you a phone number, and you can contact her directly. Well, thank you then, young Master Lin. You're welcome. She is also a friend of mine, just helping each other. If you need me to step in, young Master Jiang, feel free to ask. Alright, let's leave it at that. The afternoon sun was scorching, so Zhou Sini dressed very lightly. Senior, why did you call me out? Do you miss me? Zhou Sini still had her hair in double ponytails, but she wore a hat and a mask on her face. She was dressed in a JK-style skirt, a white short-sleeve top with a pink bow at the collar, and a pink skirt with white horizontal stripes. On her fair and slender legs were short cotton socks and black leather shoes. She looked both innocent and charming. Why are you wearing a hat and mask? And calling me senior, huh? Zhou Sini playfully stuck out her tongue. Jiang Chu, Gidge, is this better? Jiang Chu thought for a moment and nodded. Since the day after the party, people claiming to be company agents, talent scouts, and some saying they are my fans have been coming to me. So I have to wear a mask and a hat. Oh, not bad, you've become a star. Jiang Chu, Gidge, are you making fun of me? No, get in the car first. I'll take you somewhere. Did you bring your ID and such? Zhou Sini saw that Jiang Chu was not heading to the Maserati, but instead opened the door of the Ferrari beside it. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. Oh my God, Jiang Chu, Gidge, this car isn't yours too, is it? Yes, do you like it? I'll give you one another day. Zhou Sini quickly waved her hands. No, it's too expensive. That Maserati was my gift to Yutong. Then I want one too. Jiang Chu pursed his lips into a smile and shook his head. Zhou Sini was a bit at a loss with the scissor doors of the sports car for the first time. Jiang Chu chivalrously opened it for her. Thank you, Jiang Chu, Gidge. She stuck out her tongue playfully, then lifted her short skirt and stepped inside. Yeah, I'm riding in a sports car. Woohoo, she shouted while raising her arms and stretching her legs. Jiang Chu, attracted by her long legs in the JK skirt, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a SpongeBob pattern. Who said adults can't like cartoons? Fasten your seatbelt. The engine roared as they drove off. Shoshan Scenic Area was actually quite close to the school, only a dozen minutes drive away. According to the route signs, the way to the villa area and the hiking trail were two separate paths. The sun had been scorching, but once they ascended the mountain, they were surrounded by tall trees and shade, and the air became exceptionally fresh. No wonder the wealthy liked to retreat into the mountains. Such an environment was beneficial for both body and mind. Along the way, they occasionally passed by many detached villas, each with a grand gate. Even just glimpsing a part of them from the outside was enough to make one marvel at their luxury. Zhou Sini rolled down the window and leaned out to admire. Oh my God, these villas are so big and beautiful. What kind of people live here? If only I could go inside and take a look. Jiang Chu, Gidge, are you taking me to climb the mountain and see the scenery? I've been to Shoshan a few times, but I've never taken this road before. Zhou Sini, however, was thinking about what Jiang Chu had said to her last time. that when he wanted to be alone with her, he would find a good place. She had always thought it would be a hotel. Was Jiang Chu thinking of a scenic spot? This is too embarrassing. Jiang Chu, of course, had no idea where Zhou Sini's mind had wandered off to. He drove while paying attention to the terrain and directions. After about 5 minutes up the mountain, the car stopped in front of a European-style large copper gate, about 5 meters wide with the house number 3. Jiang Chu, you brought me here. Don't tell me this is your home. Zhou Sini was shocked. No, but it will be soon. It's our home. Jiang Chu got out of the car. Outside there was a video intercom and a camera. After Jiang Chu dialed, the gate slowly opened automatically. The other party told him there was a parking lot inside, so he drove straight in. Wow, this place is so big. It must be as large as a football field plus this building. Oh my god. Getting out of the car, Zhou Sini couldn't help exclaiming, pavilions, towers, bridges, overflowing water, and a small garden. This place is so pleasant. If only I could wear my cosplay outfit and take photos here. Are you Mr. Jiang? The person who came was an elderly woman about 50 years old, looking a bit haggard. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a maid or housekeeper. She looked surprised when she saw Jiang Chu, not expecting him to be so young. Yes, I am Jiang Chu. May I know how to address you? Oh, just call me Aunt Chun. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at this place. It's very nice. Aunt Chun walked ahead while introducing. The villa has 3 floors with a basement level below. That's where you parked just now. It can fit 3 or 4 cars without issue. There's also a wine cellar in the basement, quite large. This is the first floor, living room, kitchen, bathroom. Over there is a swimming pool, a gym, and the maid's room. The second floor has 5 bedrooms and a large hall. This is the master bedroom. Wow, so big. This bedroom is larger than my entire house. The bed must be 3 meters wide. I could roll around on it. There's also a study, such a large walk-in closet, a big bathroom, and a balcony. And it smells so good. It must be lived in by a beautiful young lady. Aunt Chun was stunned, then sighed softly, her expression turning a bit melancholy. Jiang Chu noticed all of this. Let me show you the 3rd floor. There are also 3 bedrooms here which can serve as guest rooms. This is the piano room, soundproofed. This is the home theater, also soundproofed with the best audio equipment from that time. And then this is the balcony. Wow, this balcony is so huge. I can see our school from here. So beautiful. The person living here must be a fairy sister. Aunt Chun continued. There's also an observatory deck upstairs. The young lady had it built later. She loves spending time there every night watching the stars. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this place? You can also take a look around. Also, did young Master Li Wenjing tell you the price? 30 million, not a penny less. No need to look further. I'm quite satisfied. Money is not an issue. However, before buying, I would like to meet your young lady. Oh, well, the young lady rarely meets people. If you like the villa, Mr. Jiang, you can just tell me. Aunt Chun had thought that when she said the price of 30 million was non-negotiable, the other party would haggle. She never expected him to agree directly. This was wonderful. But then he suddenly asked to see the young lady, which put her in a difficult position. Oh my god, 30 million. Jiang Chu, you're not really going to buy this villa, are you? Zhou Sini's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm not sure yet. I need to meet the owner of this villa first. Jiang Chu had originally just planned to buy a house, but this Xia Yanran was described so mysteriously by Ming Lun that he couldn't help but be curious and insisted on meeting her. Aunt Chun hesitated. Previous house viewers had never made such a request, but simply walked away due to the high price. It had been listed for over a month without a sale. With the repayment deadline approaching, she felt increasingly anxious. This young man was personally introduced by young Master Ming Lun. He said if the young master is interested, the price should be negotiable. Very well, I'll go inform the miss. Mr. Jiang, please wait here for a moment. By the way, our miss suffered facial disfigurement in an accident. If she agrees to meet with you, please don't startle her. Don't worry, I practice medicine. Perhaps I can help. Mr. Jiang also practices medicine. Aunt Chun was merely slightly surprised. She didn't consider Jiang Chu's medical skills to be exceptional. Before, they had brought in the most renowned doctors from both China and abroad, and the conclusion was that facial reconstruction surgery could only restore about half due to the depth of the wounds, while her legs were beyond saving. For this reason, the miss had given up on treatment, spending each day in deep sorrow. After Aunt Chun left, Zhou Sini finally had a private moment with Jiang Chu. Brother Jiang Chu, why did you bring me along when buying the house? Do you like it here? Of course I do. The villa has an excellent location and is spacious yet luxurious. Don't let the simple interior decoration fool you. I just noticed those pieces of furniture are all made of pear wood, which is quite expensive. And with so many rooms inside, even my senior sisters could stay here comfortably if they came. But 30 million. I wouldn't dare dream of affording such a house. Jiang Chu chuckled softly, finding her endearing. He gently touched her twin tails. I'm glad you like it. This house is intended as a gift for you. Buying this for me? Zhou Sini stared in disbelief. Yes. Would you be opposed to me and Wenjing visiting? Of course I'd welcome you. But her heart was still racing. Brother Jiang Chu, why are you suddenly gifting me a villa? Jiang Chu smiled faintly, gazing into her eyes. Because you're mine, and last time you mentioned wanting somewhere nicer. This place is quite suitable. Zhou Sini's large luminous eyes shimmered with unshed tears. To gift her a villa worth 30 million simply because she was his. Such generosity required boundless trust and devotion. Furthermore, after the gala, she'd grown weary of constant harassment from female students at her school and various outsiders. She had been considering renting elsewhere and planning to discuss it with him only to discover he had already arranged everything, purchasing a home outright as a gift. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhou Sini felt her affection deepen. Then she realized he'd mentioned finding a better place before. Was he suggesting something more? A blush spread across her face as she glanced down. Just then, Aunt Chen pushed a wheelchair through the doorway carrying a woman whose first impression was breathtakingly stunning. Long hair cascaded over her shoulders beneath a black veil that partially concealed her forehead and nose, yet her bright eyes were still visible. Her rose-colored lips curved slightly upward, and the gentle line from her nose to chin formed a perfected silhouette like something an artist would craft. Combined with her fair, rosy complexion, one couldn't help but imagine what a stunning beauty her complete face must possess. Below her pale, slender neck hung a black satin robe with broad V-shaped lapels that revealed her delicate collarbones. Underneath, a black bandeau accentuated her figure, while a belt cinched her waist, hinting at a graceful silhouette even in repose. The garment echoed traditional Hanfu styling, but with narrower sleeves exposing slender, elegant hands that rivaled Li Wenjing's renowned grace. A long skirt draped from her waist, though only her white shoes were visible from her seated position. This must be Xia Yinran, the woman Ming Luan had spoken of. Without prior knowledge of her disfigurement, even veiled, she would have left most observers utterly captivated. No wonder someone like He Tianwen, a second-generation heir of considerable means, felt compelled to purchase property simply to win her affection. Good heavens, I never expected the owner of this villa to be such a stunning young lady. Xia Yinran's body tensed slightly at the compliment, a reaction Jiang Chu immediately noticed. Jiang Chu paused in surprise. Even with her injuries and disabilities, she still possessed remarkable beauty. How exceptional must she have been before the accident? You're the one planning to purchase this villa. Her voice carried a pleasant tone, yet grew markedly cold. You must be Xia Yinran, correct? What exactly did Ming Luan share with you? If you're truly the genius known as the Second of Wall Street, how did you end up in a position where selling your own home became necessary? Aunt Chen began, Mr. Jiang, but was cut off. That's irrelevant to you. I simply wish to understand. If you'll share this with me, I can transfer the funds immediately and complete the purchase. I hadn't realized you possessed such capability at your age. He Tianwen paled in comparison back. Then, yet you still fall short compared to those heirs of foreign capital. Jiang Chu smiled, inwardly recognizing not melancholy, but an arrogance that surpassed even Ji Mingxi's. How could she know he wielded the power of a system-endowed wealthy patron? My capabilities aren't for you to judge, but it's a waste for a genius like you to resign yourself to gardening and obscurity because of an accident. Why not work for me? I'll offer substantial compensation. Xia Yinran's lips curled slightly as if amused. You're bold. He Tianwen himself wouldn't dare speak to me this way. What qualifies you to make such an offer? With my abilities, earning tens or hundreds of millions would be effortless. You possess the ability, yet choose not to act. That suggests restraint on your part, doesn't it? Impressive. You have some sharpness after all. Since you're here to purchase the property, let's be direct and skip the unnecessary discussion. Indeed. The contract and account details. Aunt Chen paused, startled by his swift decision. The contract is here with the bank information included. Jiang Chu turned to Zhou Sini. Sini, please sign your name. Huh. Brother Jiang Chu, are you truly buying this as a gift for me? Be good. Okay. Zhou Sini obediently picked up the pen and signed while he pretendingly took out his phone to make a call, instructing the finance department to transfer funds to a certain account. Xia Yinran's phone quickly received a text message. Quite fast, I misjudged you. Aren't you going to call the bank to verify? If you were buying it for yourself, I might verify, but you're actually gifting it to this young lady. I must say you're quite admirable. Being admired didn't necessarily boost her affection. What a fraud. You're really buying it. Zhou Sini still seemed a bit dazed. Yes. 30 million. From now on, this villa belongs to you. Some formalities can be handled with Ming Luan's help later. No need to personally visit the real estate exchange office. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Brother Jiang Chu, you're so good to me, love you. Zhou Sini rose on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Chu on the cheek, right there, completely ignoring the others present. Jiang Chu, however, paused for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. Aunt Chen, let's pack up and move out today. Xia Yinran pushed her wheelchair around with both hands and headed off. Miss. Sigh. After her lament, Aunt Chen's face was filled with reluctance. Wait, are you sure you won't come with me? Perhaps I can help you, and you wouldn't even need to leave here. What do you think you could help me with? I can help you walk again, perhaps even restore your appearance. Could you remove your veil and let me see your face? The other person's body visibly trembled. Ridiculous. Even National Medical Master Gu Hui and the others are powerless against it. How could a young boy like you cure me? Jiang Chu smiled confidently. Gu Hui, he should call me master. Arrogant and ignorant. National Medical Master Gu Hui is old enough to be your grandfather, yet you claim he's your apprentice. I have no time to listen to your jokes. Since you mentioned Gu Hui treated you, you must have his contact. Call him now and ask who I Jiang Chu am. Xia Yanran initially dismissed it as nonsense and wouldn't believe such absurd claims, but the confident expression on his face made her reconsider. If he could truly heal her, even a 1 in 10,000 chance was worth pursuing. Alright, I'll call him right away. If you're a fraud, I won't sell this villa. I don't do business with liars. Jiang Chu gestured politely. Xia Yanran took the phone from Aunt Chun and dialed. Hello, is this Elder Gu? You are. Xia Yanran, the young girl with facial disfigurement and disabled legs. Yes, I didn't expect you to still remember me, Elder Gu. Haha, of course I remember. Any patient I couldn't cure stays in my heart. Since you called, I have some good news. Your legs might be treatable. For the first time, a slight excitement flickered across Xia Yanran. Elder Gu, is that really true? Can you cure my legs? Indeed. I recently acquired a long-lost acupuncture technique. With the needles and some herbal medicine, recovery should be possible. However, I just obtained this technique and am still practicing it. It might take another half year to a year before I'm ready to treat you. Half a year, a year. Xia Yanran's tone slightly dropped with disappointment, but having hope was better than none. Young girl, at my age, learning comes slower naturally. If you want to be cured sooner, you'd need to find my master. He alone has the skill. He might even be able to restore your face. Thud. Xia Yanran's hand resting on the wheelchair suddenly gripped tightly, revealing her intense excitement. Really? You mean your master can restore my appearance? Yes, my master's skills are profound beyond measure. I can't fathom his abilities. By the way, young girl, I recall you live in Nan City. Yes. That's wonderful. My master is currently there too. Let me call him right now to see if he's willing to treat you. Nan City. Xia Yanran glanced at Jiang Chu beside her, who was biting her lips in boredom. Could it really be him? Wait, Elder Gu, may I ask, what's your master's name? Could it be Jiang Chu? Oh, you know my master. Has he already examined you? That shouldn't be. The master's capabilities should be more than sufficient to cure your legs, even if facial restoration isn't possible. Xia Yanran was beyond stunned. The young man before her appeared a year or two younger than herself, yet he claimed to be National Medical Master Gu Hui's teacher. Could it simply be a coincidence of the same name? Elder Gu, please listen. There's someone named Jiang Chu right beside me claiming to be your master. I thought he was a fraud. Beside you. Is he handsome, a 20-year-old university student with an arrogant demeanor and impressive manner? Jiang Chu, who could hear everything, found the old man's descriptions increasingly absurd and couldn't help but retort. Old man, who are you calling elderly? Am I really that old? And who do you think sounds so arrogant and impressive? If you don't want to be my disciple, just scram. Haha, it's him. That's definitely my master. I'd recognize that voice even if he turned to ash. With my master here, your illness is no longer my concern. But he responds better to gentleness than force. Young lady, be kinder to him. Whether he treats you depends on your own efforts. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chu. Even behind the veil, her eyes sparkled with excitement and her cherry lips parted slightly. Everyone could feel Xia Yanran's overwhelming shock and disbelief. Can you really cure my legs and restore my appearance? Xia Yanran, affection 20. Having divine medical skills did bring considerable advantages. Jiang Chu pretended to consider and said, the legs should be fine, but for your appearance I need to see first. Xia Yanran pondered for a moment. I hope this won't frighten you. Then she gently lifted the black veil, revealing first a flawless, elegantly straight nose, then a pair of phoenix eyes beneath heroic brows. Bright and profound, radiating intelligence. Above them, 2 large scars, each the size of an infant's palm, covered with writhing scar tissue like centipedes, terribly grotesque, utterly destroying what had once been an angelic face. Zhou Sini, though mentally prepared, still couldn't help but gasp. Brother Jiang Chu. She immediately hid behind Jiang Chu, burying her face against his back. Xia Yanran was accustomed to such reactions. Noticing Jiang Chu's furrowed brow, she thought there was still no hope. But since he claimed he could cure her legs, that alone was reason enough to feel hopeful. Your face, I can cure it. Xia Yanran's expression shifted from disappointment to astonishment. A cunning glint flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes as the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. But why should I help you? Xia Yanran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I can help you make money. In 3 years, 100 billion. She mused that since Jiang Chu had managed to pay the full 30 million in one go, his family background must not be simple. Even for some prominent families in first-tier cities, 100 billion was still an enormous sum. However, it was within her capability, so he should have no reason to refuse. If it were anyone else, they might have agreed. But this was Jiang Chu. He had plenty of everything, and money was the least of his concerns. So he shook his head and declined. I have only one condition. Be my woman and help me with my affairs. Xia Yanran stood stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. If this had been the old her, she would have been furious at such an unreasonable demand. Back then, countless heirs to powerful families had sought her favor, and she had rejected them all. But after the accident ruined her face, her family's wealth dwindled further. Those who once claimed to love her disappeared faster than anyone could count. Ever since, her heart had grown cold toward love itself. What remained was only her body and soul, along with a heart full of vengeance. Now she faced a crucial decision. He could heal her legs and restore her appearance, allowing her to regain the glory and confidence she once had. She would belong entirely to him, even becoming his instrument. Yet she could also quietly build her strength and seek revenge in the future. But if she refused, she would return to her current life, or perhaps something even worse. How could she ever seek revenge like this? What use was a broken body? Choosing the former path offered at least a glimmer of hope. Miss. Very well. I accept your terms. But you must promise to cure my legs and restore my face. Until then, you cannot lay a hand on me. And you may never force me to do anything that goes against my conscience. Jiang Chu had been somewhat nervous inside. Originally, he had only intended to ask Xia Yanran to manage one of his companies. But seeing her, his thoughts had shifted. First, her beauty was extraordinary. Once healed, she would surely be breathtaking. Second, she possessed vast experience and insight. Though as a reborn person, he could foresee which industries would flourish, he still felt clueless about the specific management details. Unless he spent points purchasing business management knowledge, which was impractical since he could not handle everything himself. His mission was to make money and give his beloved goddess more love, accumulating favorability to upgrade his system. So why not seize this opportunity? Moreover, the trust he could offer now all depended on the other person's favorability. He knew that women whose favorability exceeded 90 rarely betrayed him. Therefore, entrusting important matters to Xia Yanran and making her his woman was the best approach. Fortunately, she had agreed. Very well, I accept. Jiang Chu smiled and extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and took it. Her fingers were soft, yet carried a trace of unyielding spirit. Asking me to be your woman right in front of your girlfriend. Your thick skin is truly remarkable. Jiang Chu chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Zhou Sini poked her head out from behind. Sister Yinran, let me tell you, brother Jiang Chu has 3 other women. Each one is far more beautiful than me. Of course, once brother Jiang Chu heals you, you'll surely be the most beautiful of them all. Jiang Chu was surprised that Zhou Sini would speak in his favor. Just as he was about to feel smug, he felt a sharp pain. Someone behind him was twisting his thigh. He couldn't tell how many degrees it had twisted, but though it didn't truly hurt him, he had to pretend otherwise, or face something even harsher later. Sister Wenjing told us that if we discover brother Jiang Chu has found another woman outside, we all have the right to punish him and see whether he learns his lesson. Faced with such a formidable threat, Jiang Chu naturally wore a pained expression and pleaded for mercy. All right, let go already, it hurts. Xia Yanran watched their little exchange and expressions. Of course, she could see Jiang Chu was pretending, but she chose not to expose him. Perhaps she could use this to keep him in check in the future. How do I know you'll keep your word? Jiang Chu asked with confidence. Ming Luan said you are a man of your word. Xia Yanran nodded understandingly. He and Tianwen are both too self-assured. Sometimes the more beautifully someone speaks, the less you should trust them. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light. I have another question. Why don't you make the money yourself? With your ability, if you can bring me 30 billion in 3 years, shouldn't it be equally easy for you? A trace of hatred flickered in Xia Yanran's eyes. I should not have brought this up, but since you are about to become my man, I feel I must warn you. Please just be attracted to my appearance. But do not ask me to help you with your affairs, for this may bring disaster upon you. That is precisely why even Tianwen and the others dared not approach me later. Not merely because I was disfigured. The accident 2 years ago was no accident at all. It was deliberate. My family's influence had threatened certain people's positions, so they carefully orchestrated what appeared to be a tragic mishap. They intended to eliminate us completely, but since I was in Huaxiao, they did not dare act openly. In the end, they seized all our company assets and left me with tens of millions in debt. Even after becoming disabled and disfigured, I kept to myself and avoided the market, hoping to lower their guard. Once they sensed any sign of my determination to rise again, their power could crush me before I even had a chance to begin. I've told you all this because if you're frightened, you can still turn back now. Jiang Chu's brows knit together. After a long silence, he spoke with solemn earnestness. Humph. I, Jiang Chu, have no word for fear in my dictionary. Oh, is that so? Their strength is beyond your imagination. United, they could even control a small nation. Killing you would be effortless for them. Jiang Chu's expression shifted slightly. Then perhaps you should simply remain my woman. Leave the money-making to me. Aunt Chen and Zhou Sini nearly lost their balance. Saying all those bold words, yet in the end, he still retreated. Xia Yanran, however, could not help but curve the corners of her lips. Jiang Chu's choice was exactly what she had expected. The combined power of those financial magnates was enough to topple even a small nation. Especially in the unfathomable realm of finance, her path to revenge required patience. She would lie low, quietly build her strength, and then strike with devastating force when the time was right. All of this required time, and Jiang Chu happened to serve as her stepping stone for concealment. What she hadn't expected, however, was that the other party was quite humorous and witty. Sister Yinran, your smile is so beautiful. At this moment, Zhou Sini completely overlooked the sternness on the other's forehead, focusing solely on the warm smile below, which felt like a gentle spring breeze. When you're my woman, smile more often, or people might think I treat you poorly. That depends on whether you have the ability to make me laugh. When you heal me, perhaps I'll show you a smile. Well, while I can cure it, your condition has persisted for quite some time. I need a bit of time plus a recovery period. Half a year should be about right. Half a year. It was a while but acceptable. At the very least, he had the confidence to heal her. Brother Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to know medicine as well. You're truly impressive, miss. Congratulations. After waiting so long, finally someone can cure your illness. Old Aunt Chen's tears streamed down her face. Xia Yinran gently held her calloused hand with both of hers. You've worked so hard all these years, Aunt Chen. Now I only have you as my closest one. Don't worry, from now on you have me, Jiang Chu, a man of standing. Jiang Chu lifted his head proudly, exuding an untamed confidence. Xia Yinran shook her head slightly in exasperation. He was nothing more than a young lad. Both Mingluan and He Tianwen were far more mature. She never imagined she'd end up with such a boyish man. While we have some time now, let me give you an acupuncture session first. After that, we'll do it every other day, and I'll also prepare some herbal medicine for you to drink. Shall we begin now? If you'd prefer to wait, that's fine too. Xia Yinran hesitated. All right, then let's go to my room. Aunt Chen, please take this young Miss Zhou Sini around for a walk. How long will this take? About an hour. Sini, wait for me outside. Great. Can I go upstairs and watch a movie? Of course. This time Jiang Chu took the wheelchair himself. To make it easier for Xia Yinran to navigate, they'd even installed an elevator despite it being only a 3-story building. He pushed her into the room, and as he closed the door, he noticed Aunt Chen turning back with concern. This Aunt Chen seems quite attached to you. How long has she been working here? Aunt Chen was hired by my parents when they bought this villa for me. She's been taking care of me ever since. After the accident, she stayed at the hospital day and night without rest, and has continued caring for me until now. To me, she's practically the only one left in this world. Jiang Chu pointed repeatedly at himself. Xia Yinran added, and you. Only then did Jiang Chu smile with satisfaction. How will you administer the acupuncture? Because prolonged sitting has blocked many of your meridian channels, I need to needle your entire body. Xia Yinran furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting I need to be completely undressed for the treatment? Well, you could say that. Jiang Chu couldn't detect any shift in her tone. He suddenly recalled Cheng Qianma, the woman he treated with acupuncture last time. She hadn't come looking for him recently. What are you standing there for? Carry me to the bed. Do you think I can move myself? Aha. Jiang Chu gave an awkward laugh. As he lifted her, his face came very close to hers, and he could catch a faint natural fragrance from her skin, certainly not the scent of perfume or body wash. Her body felt soft and pliable. He gently placed her on the bed, then checked her pulse to identify which areas needed special treatment. Then came the awkward part. Seeing Jiang Chu sitting there motionless like a wooden post, Xia Yinran couldn't help but tease him. You've been with so many women, yet you're this timid. Or do you think I'm too unattractive now to proceed? Jiang Chu was rather exasperated. He'd been distracted by admiring her graceful figure. From her seated position, it wasn't apparent, but now lying flat, her magnificent curves were perfectly displayed with a golden ratio that was simply stunning. Thinking Jiang Chu was too hesitant, Xia Yinran used her delicate hands to loosen her belt herself. The black silk robe fell open. Though she had lost a bit of weight and her complexion had paled somewhat, she remained exquisitely beautiful. Her long legs pressed tightly together as she strained to lift her upper body, her hands reaching behind to unfasten her garment. With a soft click, there was a slight tremor. I can't reach below, she said. No need, this is fine. At this point, Jiang Chu could only remind himself, as he had last time, that he was merely a physician. He drew silver needles from his kit, narrowed his eyes, and began rapidly inserting them into Xia Yinran's body. Astonishment crossed Xia Yinran's face. Though she understood little about medicine, the renowned physicians who had treated her before, including Ge Hui, none had matched Jiang Chu's speed, precision, and decisiveness. The man before her bore no trace of his earlier frivolity. His gaze was utterly concentrated. Each needle insertion brought no pain, only a deep, soothing ache as qi began to flow. In just a minute, over 20 needles adorned her body from head to toe, especially along her legs. Limbs that had known no sensation for so long she'd thought them forever lost. Now she could actually feel faint currents of energy moving through her, which filled her with renewed hope. That's done. Wait a moment, and I'll remove the needles. Jiang Chu then took out his phone and dialed. Director Ming, yes, it's me. I'm looking to purchase some herbs from you. Yes, the price is fine. I need the highest quality. Very well, thank you. Setting down his phone, Jiang Chu asked, by the way, how much debt do you still owe? 50 million. I've already paid 30 million this time, and the rest will come in a while. Hey Yutong, transfer another 21 million to that account I just mentioned. Yes, do it now. Buzz. Xia Yanran received a notification almost immediately. She stared at it in disbelief. How could you just transfer money so casually? Because you're my woman now. It's only 20 million. Pay it off quickly. It's good for your health and well-being. Xia Yanran exhaled softly, studying the man who had essentially brought her into his life. He was quite handsome, though his carefree demeanor lacked any seriousness. 2 million only earns 5 points of favor. She must have seen greater things. It's fine. There's time to build this slowly. When the time came, he removed the needles. To her surprise, Xia Yanran had fallen asleep so comfortably. Jiang Chu gently helped her dress, taking the opportunity to admire her figure more fully. Her curves were beautifully proportioned, rising and falling with her slow breaths, long eyelashes framing her peaceful face. Unfortunately, the 2 conspicuous marks on his forehead were so striking that once seen, they would remain deeply imprinted in one's memory. Only Jiang Chu himself could accept them, for he was confident he could heal them. He gently tucked the blanket around her, closed the door, and stepped out. Aunt Chun had been waiting outside. Aunt Chun, Yanran has just fallen asleep. There is no need to disturb her. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, young Master Jiang. I haven't seen the miss sleep during the day in so long. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. I dare not accept such praise. I have merely learned some basic techniques for maintaining health. You need not move away. You may continue living here as before. Oh, how grateful we are to you, young Master Jiang. Aunt Chun was naturally overjoyed. She had grown accustomed to residing here. Originally, she had planned to have the miss stay at her old house in the city, but remaining here proved to be the best outcome. However, I will have someone renovate certain areas here. Please bear with us during that time. After Cindy and I return to pack our belongings, we should move in tomorrow. We will take the 3rd floor for now. Here is 100,000. Take it for your expenses, Aunt Chin. With more people living here going forward, I will need to trouble you with household matters. Ensure the best for daily needs, and if anything falls short, let me know. Enough. This is far too much. I could not possibly accept this. Aunt Chin, please continue with your tasks. I am going to join Cindy to watch a movie. After all this activity, I am feeling rather tired myself. I recall there is a sofa bed in the home theater. Yes, then I will not disturb you further, young Master Jiang. I will get back to work. Watching Aunt Chin enter the elevator, Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Pushing open the heavy door, the audio equipment inside was indeed impressive, featuring full surround sound, with absolutely no extraneous noise. Zhou Sini sat in the massage chair, her long legs stretched out after removing her small leather shoes, revealing white cotton sock feet, comfortably resting on the chair in front of her. She held a bag of potato chips and munched contentedly. She was so absorbed in watching that she did not even notice Jiang Chu entering. He walked over to her side and suddenly covered her eyes with both hands. Guess who I am? She was only slightly startled before smiling. You big bad guy, brother Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu released his hands and feigned indignation. How dare you call me a big bad guy? Let me see how I will punish you. His hands moved to tickle her sides, making Zhou Sini laugh uncontrollably, her twin tails bouncing. Oh, stop, I surrender, brother Jiang Chu, I surrender. After their playful exchange, they sat together on the same massage chair with Jiang Chu seated behind her, while Zhou Sini rested sideways on his lap, occasionally feeding him chips. It was undeniable that the massage chair's quality was truly excellent, remarkably comfortable to the touch. What movie are you watching so intently? Jiang Chu suddenly asked, but she did not respond, her large eyes fixed intently on the screen with a hint of shyness on her face. He had just been distracted by the chair's smooth form, but looking up now. On the massive screen, the acclaimed actor Liang Chuwei and Tang Wei were delivering an intense performance. The film's title had slipped his mind, but this was unmistakably the uncut version. Liang Chuwei, deserving of his renowned status, acted with raw simplicity, his expression as unmoved as a true master's. Only when watching Tang Wei did his pupils dilate slightly. Brother Jiang Chu, that young lady is being bullied by the villain. It is so pitiful. Is that so? Zhou Sini watched the film with a rosy blush spreading across her face, clearly absorbed in the story. Jiang Chu felt somewhat weary from the acupuncture treatment earlier, and the massage chair was indeed quite comfortable, allowing his entire body to relax. Of course, he also made sure Zhou Sini could unwind both physically and mentally. That was a traditional technique passed down through generations. He had watched this film countless times in his previous life, so he could anticipate the plot ahead without difficulty. Bored, he began analyzing why white dress shirts have 7 buttons and the various ways to fasten them. The front portion was relatively straightforward, while the back presented slightly more complexity with different arrangement combinations. Fortunately, his high school foundation was solid. If it had not been, how could he have achieved the score for Qingbei University? When he successfully solved each problem, an indescribable sense of triumph filled him. However, the final 2 buttons remained the ultimate challenge. Blaming his slacking during university years, even with enhanced attributes, he could only laboriously work through the solution, searching for the answer. He remembered that many classmates feared functions in high school, particularly in their senior year, when functions connected with geometric shapes seemed especially daunting. Yet there was truly no need to be afraid. Functions also had their positive and beautiful applications in everyday life, especially when presented through cute cartoon characters like SpongeBob. Young people should not only focus on the present, they should look toward the future. That statement was not entirely accurate, though. If one only gazed at distant horizons while walking, what would happen upon encountering a manhole cover? Having been reborn, Jiang Chu understood the preciousness of life. While exercising caution, he also needed to bravely explore and take calculated risks. Brother Jiang Chu, that villain, is troubling the young lady again. This time it is more intense than before. It must hurt terribly. Unable to bear the scene, Zhou Sini furrowed her brows tightly. Jiang Chu cupped her adorable face with both hands and kissed her gently, offering comfort. It will not last. That is only temporary. After the villain came to trust her, he never harmed her again and treated her well. In the film, the young lady sacrificed herself to achieve victory, successfully infiltrating the enemy's ranks and obtaining crucial intelligence. So the young lady lived comfortably afterward. Yes. Look, she is not being mistreated this time. Indeed, and this time she initiated it herself. Judging by her expression, she seemed quite comfortable and was not being troubled. Feeling happier now. Sini, do you enjoy wearing your hair in twin tails? Twin tails are cute, right? Do you like them, Brother Jiang Chu? I certainly do. They are adorable. Here, try the massage chair. I will lower the setting. This is my first time sitting on such a luxurious massage chair. I did not even know how to operate it. It is quite comfortable. Brother Jiang Chu really did not deceive me. Of course, I will increase the intensity later and set a timer for you. The film continued playing, and both watched with great enjoyment. As befitting a home theater, Tang Wei's voice came through with crystal clarity, making Zhou Sini blush deeply. This was her first time watching a movie with Jiang Chu, and excluding the time she had spent watching alone earlier, they went on to finish the entire hour-long film together. Zhou Sini was exhausted from watching and finally fell asleep in Jiang Chu's arms with a beautiful smile. Jiang Chu gently stroked her adorable twin tails, a smile on his face. Then he glanced at the back door. Through the gap at the bottom, he could see the light flickering as something passed by. He curled a corner of his mouth, his gaze meaningful. Having just toured the house, he discovered that many places had been covertly fitted with cameras except for Xia Yanran's room, the bathrooms, and the cinema. It seemed those people had never let down their guard against Xia Yanran, and had even planted such a deeply hidden agent. He had initially wanted to find an excuse to send Aunt Chin away, but he thought that without her those people might take drastic measures to eliminate all threats. He could protect himself, but the women around him were another matter. Thus he had just proposed renovations. Presumably Aunt Chin would find time today to remove those cameras, otherwise it would be troublesome if discovered. For now he could only pretend not to know about this. Aunt Chin was probably just an observer with no real power, so Zhou Sini staying here was fine as long as he didn't let them think Xia Yanran had any intention of making a comeback. He had just created a playboy image implying he was only good at pursuing women. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to win Xia Yanran's affection. The thought of her gave him a headache. I'll give you that money, you can pay it back when you can. There's still $1 million for your living expenses. I bring a woman home, but she hasn't even called my name once, and I've lost tens of millions of my fortune. Truly difficult. Jiang Chu looked at Xia Yanran, who had just woken up, shaking his head and sighing. Xia Yanran pursed her lips, suppressing a smile. We're leaving now? Bye-bye, don't miss me. Jiang Chu turned around looking dejected. Jiang Chu, thank you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu immediately straightened up, broke into a smile, and walked off with a proud, arrogant stride. Jiang Chu took Zhou Sini out to eat bamboo tube rice. She ate with great relish as she had just expended a lot of energy and needed to replenish it. Sini, get a good rest tonight, pack your things tomorrow, and then when you have time go find Mo Yutong and discuss setting up an entertainment company. She will fund it, and you can be the boss yourself. Zhou Sini's chopsticks froze in midair as she held a piece of food, her face showing shock. He had just given her a 30 million villa, and now he wanted her to start a company. She was only a freshman. Would too many shocks make her lose her mind? Brother Jiang Chu, when you told me not to sign the contract, had you already planned for me to start my own company? That's right. Isn't it good to start your own company? Be your own boss, no under-the-table deals, sing whenever you want, act whenever you want. How free and easy. But let me be clear, you come up with the name yourselves. I won't get involved. I'm only responsible for providing the investment. Brother Jiang Chu, what exactly does your family do? How do you have so much money? Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes in a smile and gave her a light tap on the head. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Oh, Zhou Sini pouted and rubbed the spot where she had been tapped. As for hiring, go talk to that He Shiyan. Her family should know some HR people in this field. Ask her to introduce some. Indeed, he had to worry about everything. Talent was scarce. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu, if you're free tonight, I'd like to invite you for a walk. Of course I'm free. See you later. Building 8 of the school dormitory. Su Kuan was meticulously grooming himself in front of the mirror. After applying powder foundation, he combed his elegant center part, adjusted his shoulder straps with both hands, and looked extremely satisfied. Young Master Su, the gallant rescuing beauty show for tonight has been arranged. This routine may be old, but it's very effective. We've learned that Li Wenjing will be walking in Tianqing Park. Then those thugs will go first. When the time is right, young Master Su, you appear and drive them away. Then you can have a private date with Miss Li. Hee. Dai Wei shrank his neck and rubbed his hands together, looking smug. Yes, make sure they are strong. I'm worried I might not control my strength and end up hurting them. Su Kuan cracked his knuckles. Young Master Su is mighty. In a certain restaurant, Lu Zixiang, have your men arrived. I've learned through a friend that Li Wenjing will be going for a walk with Jiang Chu in Tianqing Park tonight. This is a perfect opportunity. Liang Dequan said in a deep voice full of pent-up anger. That Jiang Chu was too detestable. Don't worry, everything is arranged. We'll definitely teach Jiang Chu a good lesson until he begs for mercy. Lu Zixiang smirked smugly. Wang Erbwen narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist, his face full of hatred. We must make him pay dearly. At dusk, two groups of people appeared on opposite sides of Tianqing Park. One group was the actors hired by Su Kuan and his team, each dressed like thugs though their tattoos were stick-ons. They were actually a group of jobless amateurs who loved acting. Remember, your task tonight is only to act. Don't get real. If you hurt our young master, you won't get a single cent. Uncle Hong had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and said authoritatively. One of the blonde youngsters said, don't worry, we're more professional than professional actors. For example, him, Hazy, a young man with a downcast face and a silly grin, came bouncing over. I've played dead bodies in 18 scenes. Even if a knife fell on me, I wouldn't move. And there's Luo Zi, a professional stunt double for being hit. No matter how your young master strikes him, he can fling himself backward 5 meters as if he was really thrown. And, alright, stop blabbering. In short, if you do well tonight, it's 1,000 per person. No problem. The blonde patted his chest confidently. No problem. The other group consisted of 7 or 8 professional-looking thugs, all smoking with dark skin and vests exposing their tattoos. They also had a pile of long objects wrapped in newspaper. Elderly men and women in the park turned and walked away as soon as they saw them from afar. Brother Hey Go calling so many brothers just to deal with a college student. Is it really necessary? Yeah, we even brought the equipment. That's giving him too much credit. I could take him down easily by myself. Hey Go took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Of course, I know we don't need so many brothers for a college student. But the client offered a fixed price. Any number of us is fine, 2,000 per person. I'm just letting everyone earn some money. Hee, I see. You're really looking out for us, boss. We're going to make a killing this time. That's right. Following Brother Hey Go, we eat well, drink well, and have a good time with women. How great. I hope we don't run into that guy from the bridge last time. His skills were incredibly terrifying. At this, even Hey Go shuddered, still feeling traumatized. Hey, brother dog, what does the guy we're supposed to meet look like? What's his name? Don't worry, I've got his photo and name. Just glanced at it. He's actually quite handsome. Too bad we'll have to give him a hard time. What a shame, huh? Haigu pulled out the photo from the back pocket of his jeans. Unexpectedly, his hand trembled, and one of the photos fell off the bridge he was leaning against, swiftly carried away by the rushing water. Haigu froze for a moment. No worries, I have another one. It's the girl. He took out Li Wenjing's photo. Wow, brother dog, this girl is stunning. Even prettier than the one we saw on the bridge last time. Yeah, brother dog, can we? Haigu chuckled. The client only asked us to give that guy a lesson. Nothing about not talking to the girl. The group exchanged lewd grins. Forget it, just remember this girl. They'll be walking together tonight, just the two of them. If you see a handsome guy, just make sure to confront him thoroughly. Got it, brother dog. Jiang Chu knew that Mo Yutong had gone to the company in the afternoon to check on the renovation progress. After their meal, they drove with Zhou Sini to join them for a chat. They had planned to return in time for a stroll with Li Wenjing, but unexpectedly got caught in traffic. Even luxury cars could only creep along slowly. Wenjing, I'm stuck in traffic. I'll be a bit late. That's fine, I'll wait for you. Li Wenjing had deliberately worn the white t-shirt and pleated skirt she had bought with Jiang Chu, paired with designer flats. The simple outfit radiated boundless charm on her. Every passerby couldn't help but glance her way, and one or two bold ones tried to strike up a conversation only to be coldly rebuffed. She walked along a shaded path where silence reigned and no one was around. A few birds startled from the nearby grass, fluttering their wings to perch on a tall tree in the distance, turning back as if to look at those who had interrupted their romantic moment. A guy with dyed yellow hair appeared, hands in pockets, swaggering with an arrogant gait. Behind him followed 5 or 6 thuggish-looking underlings. Aha spotted a lovely lady ahead. Heisey darted over. Boss, shall we make a move? The yellow-haired guy grinned, waving his hand. Heisey and the others strode forward. Li Wenjing frowned, instinctively stepping back, only to find 2 more blocking her retreat. What do you want? She hadn't expected to run into thugs in the park. The yellow-haired guy smoothed his hair and said cockily, "Whatcha think? We're here to take your money and your valuables. This is a park. Aren't you afraid the police will come?" "Ha, police. Where there's light, there's always darkness. We're the dark side. If the cops come, we'll just run." Heisey whispered, "Boss, that doesn't sound very intimidating." "She doesn't seem scared at all. The yellow-haired guy snapped, shut up. Hand over all your valuables now. Otherwise, with so many of us, you might feel overwhelmed. Luozi suddenly stepped forward, staggering wildly toward Li Wenjing. Haizi muttered, boss, this wasn't in the rehearsal, was it? That's just Luozi getting too into character and improvising. Oh, Luozi leered, pretty lady, what are you? What are you doing? At that moment, a man with a middle-part hairstyle and suspenders rushed over from the side. His shoulder loomed larger in Luozi's widening eyes, and Luozi's face contorted in shock. A heavy thud echoed. Luozi was sent flying. Haizi and another accomplice tried to catch him, but the force was too great. They stumbled backward 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Pinned underneath, Haizi let out a theatrical groan and exclaimed, "Who are you?" That was the legendary lost martial art, Taishan Cao. Haizi then slumped, eyes closed, pretending to be unconscious. Haizi, how could you be gone so soon? We'll avenge you. The yellow-haired guy and the others stared wide-eyed. It's actually the Taishan Cao. Then my Sharingan. Luozi whispered, boss, the Sharingan is from the Naruto series. You got it wrong. Oh, then isn't it the weakness of my Leshan Defo? Luozi said, boss, don't worry. We still have many brothers. It's just him alone. If we can take him down, the girl and the money are ours. The yellow-haired guy shouted, brothers charge. Let's show him who's boss. Su Kuan had been watching them perform for several minutes, annoyed by their theatrical poetry-like lines. He'd almost lost patience and rushed over, finally charging forward. Wenjing stepped back. I'll handle this. Li Wenjing frowned and retreated a few steps, sensing something odd about the situation. Su Kuan noticed her stepping back and thought she was scared. That pleased him immensely, just what he wanted. He was thrilled inside. Here I come. The group of actors charged, but Su Kuan easily sent them tumbling with a few swift moves. Suddenly, the background music, Jiang Tai Mei, started playing from somewhere. Jiang Tai Mei don't. The yellow-haired guy shot Su Kuan a sharp look, took a deep drag from his cigarette, then dropped it and crushed it under his foot. He rolled up his sleeves, looking as imposing as a final boss, and charged at Su Kuan. But just as everyone expected an epic showdown, the yellow-haired guy suddenly dropped to his knees, sliding across the concrete floor all the way to Su Kuan's feet. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Boss, you're too strong. I Leshan Defo admit defeat. I'll get up and let you sit. From now on, we'll follow you, boss. We'll stand by your side through thick and thin. The others knelt in unison and shouted, we'll stand by your side through thick and thin. Su Kuan was utterly bewildered. What was this nonsense? But he noticed the yellow-haired guy had actually slid 5 meters on the concrete, leaving 2 holes in his jeans, and his knees scraped raw. One guy had flown 5 meters, and another was still lying motionless, playing dead. Su Kuan thought, they sure are dedicated. Gotta give them credit for that. Behind the bushes, another group, Haigu and his men, had just arrived. Brother dog, that's the girl all right. And the guy we need to deal with is the one with the middle part, and suspenders, right? With that look, he's a real troublemaker. I'd sort him out without any extra payment. Brother dog, I just heard those people calling him Big Brother. They seem to be about the same number as us. What should we do? Heigo spat on the ground and smirked. With these ragtag fellows, how could they possibly defeat us? However, that guy with the middle part looked quite formidable. Tell the brothers to bring their tools later. After we take down the others, we'll all go after him together. I don't believe he can be that powerful barehanded. Also watch his shoulder. Got it. Charge. Su Kuan was just about to gloat and take credit with Li Wenjing when he heard a shout, charge. He froze for a moment, then turned his head to see another group of people rushing in. Each of them was tall and sturdy with weapons in hand. He thought to himself that the strategist had really spared no expense this time. He would have to reward him well. Who are you people daring to act recklessly in front of me, Su Kuan? Huang Mao and the others were initially bewildered, but after hearing Su Kuan's words, they realized that these were also hired actors. These people were so professional, acting as if it were real, each one looking fierce and carrying props. Luo Zi said, boss, does this improvised scene cost extra? Don't be silly. They're just trying to make it more realistic. That's called professionalism. Don't you understand? Yes. Suddenly a thug rushed up to Luo Zi and punched him squarely in the face, sending him flying. Luo Zi clutched his face, groaning in pain. Damn, you really hit me. We're all colleagues. Why be so heavy-handed? Colleagues. All the more reason to go all out. It's either you or me. Huang Mao asked. Brothers, I'd like to ask you, how much did they pay each of you? 2,000. Huang Mao's eyes widened. Damn, 2,000. No wonder you're so professional. A knife grazed his hand. Even the knife feels so real. Oh no, it's bleeding. It's a real blade. The actors who had been beaten all realized that this was no performance. They were real thugs. One by one they turned and ran away as fast as they could. Boss, farewell. Su Kuan watched Huang Mao and the others all disappear, utterly bewildered. He hadn't even had a chance to step in. Moreover, what about the promise to stick together through thick and thin? This was a joke. But honestly, the blood that flowed out looked extremely real, much more authentic than the pig blood they had used before. Brother dog, there's still one lying here. What should we do? Heigo was shocked. Damn, who told you to kill him? The group exchanged glances. We didn't do anything. He was already lying here when we came over. Hey Go breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it wasn't us. Now hurry up and finish the job. A group of thugs menacingly closed in on Su Kuan. Hee kid, it's just your bad luck. Someone wants your legs. Blame him, not us. We're just paid to do the job. Su Kuan put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I've never been afraid. Do you know who I am? I am the Lesan giant Buddha. Uft, I am Su Kuan. With me standing guard here, no one can harm her. Oh, quite arrogant, aren't you? Lesan giant Buddha, huh? Brothers, let's go. Two thugs carrying melon knives twisted their necks, their eyes cold, as they stepped forward. Their posture clearly showed they were seasoned fighters. Li Wenjing couldn't help but step back a few paces. Su Kuan grew even more delighted. Fear was good. The strategist had said that the more afraid Li Wenjing was, the higher his chances of success. If he pretended to be slightly injured later, perhaps Li Wenjing would help him remove his clothes and apply medicine. Then the two would gaze at each other affectionately, and Su Kuan almost laughed out loud with glee. Dai Wei, hiding not far away, had felt something was off when he saw He Go and his men come out. He suspected it was an extra arrangement by Uncle Hong, so he called twice before getting through. What? You're saying those people weren't arranged by you? Then who sent them? I don't know. I only gave those people 1,000 each. If they were paid 2,000, they definitely weren't called by me. Damn. Young Master Kuan is in danger. I'll call for backup immediately. Tell young Master Kuan to run and don't. Never mind, I think you'd better just call an ambulance. Dai Wei quickly hung up and shouted, Young Master Kuan, those people are not ours. Run. With that, Dai Wei turned and fled, not wanting to get caught up in the trouble. Su Kuan was still gloating when he heard Dai Wei's words. He froze, seeing Dai Wei already a distant speck. His face was a mask of confusion. So you're not here to act? He Go cackled. Act? Who the hell has time to play around with you? Get him. Look, there's a chicken in the sky. Su Kuan turned and ran. At this point, he didn't care about Li Wenjing anymore. Survival was paramount. Brother dog. Catch him. 2 legs. Yes. Half of the group surged after Su Kuan. Only He Go and a few men remained on the scene. They surrounded Li Wenjing with lecherous expressions. The real person is even more attractive than the photo. Yeah, brother dog, this one's a real find. Look at those curves. Li Wenjing backed up until she reached a large tree with nowhere else to go. Frowning and tense, she said, What do you think you're doing? My man will be here any moment. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, he won't let you off. He Go laughed heartily. Haha, your man. He's just one person, and we're several. Do you think he'll let us off, or we'll let him off? If you just behave. A cold voice rang out from behind. Kneel down now and apologize to my woman, and I'll let you leave with all your limbs intact. Li Wenjing's eyes widened at the sound, her face lighting up with excitement. It was Jiang Chu. He had finally come. But these thugs were ruthless, and now they were so close to her. She worried they might use her as a hostage. Indeed, it was Jiang Chu who had just arrived. He walked over with his hands in his pockets. Damn, you're quite arrogant telling us to kneel. Do you know who we are? Do you know who our brother dog is? 4 thugs immediately moved toward Jiang Chu, brandishing their knives with fierce expressions, ready to fight. I'll count to 3. 1. Haha, you can count to 100 for all I care. You want us to kneel? Dream on. 2. Thump. Everyone heard the sound of someone kneeling heavily. The 4 thugs exchanged glances, realizing it wasn't one of them. Across from them stood only Jiang Chu and the lifeless body. Could it be? They turned around simultaneously to find their leader He Go actually kneeling on the ground with a fawning smile. The 4 of them gaped, their eyes wide with shock. Brother dog, are you okay? Did that woman do something to you? Or are your legs numbed? The black dog recognized Jiang Chu at first glance as the formidable figure he had encountered that night. He never expected to run into him again in such a vast world, and even worse, they had nearly offended his companion. Those 4 remained clueless about the situation, filling him with frustration. Kneel down. Huh. The 4 looked bewildered. I said kneel. Did you hear me? Do you know who he is? He is the formidable fighter by Qi I mentioned before. Upon hearing the name formidable fighter by Qi, their legs trembled. Clattering sounds echoed as 4 fruit knives fell to the ground, followed by the 4 men kneeling down. Mercy, formidable fighter. We were only doing this for money. We never intended to harm your sister-in-law. We were protecting her. Yes. We came to protect her sister-in-law. It is only right. Just now a man with a center-parted hairstyle behaved inappropriately toward her, and we drove him away. To prevent his accomplices from returning, we stayed behind to guard her. Black Dog felt proud of his quick thinking. Oh, Wenjing, is that true? Jiang Chu turned to look at Li Wenjing. Black Dog had not expected the question to be directed at her so directly. They had verbally teased her just moments ago. This was problematic. Li Wenjing felt relief and suppressed a smile. She had already pieced together the situation. It was likely Su Kuan who orchestrated this staged incident, hoping to impress her. These individuals were probably hired by someone else and happened to cross paths at the right moment. Although Jiang Chu was highly capable, the opponents wielded knives. If pushed too far, even victory might come with injuries. Moreover, they were local figures, and provoking them could create future complications for Jiang Chu. Then let us let them off this time. Li Wenjing nodded. That's correct. They came to protect me. However, I would like to know who hired you to do this. Black Dog hesitated. The code of our circle is, once payment is received. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. I'll speak. Someone named Lu Zixiang paid us to do this. Lu Zixiang. Jiang Chu did not expect it to be him, the second wealthiest young master on campus. And there is more. More? Yes. Another party was Wang Hai from Wangshi Group. He gave me 100,000 to break the legs of someone named Jiang Chu. When I realized it was the same person, I accepted the job. The four thugs were surprised. Boss, you didn't tell us about this. Such matters are better kept to the minimum. Besides, Wangshi Group is far more ruthless than us. Jiang Chu's brows tightened, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Wang Hai was undoubtedly connected to the matter involving Wang Jiang. Since they had their own people, they likely used Black Dog and his group as cover to avoid leaving traces, especially given the ongoing anti-gang campaign. He looked at Black Dog and smiled faintly. Do you know who I am? I am Jiang Chu, the person he wanted to injure. What? Black Dog's face paled dramatically. They were meant to target the very formidable fighter. Although the name was something he had casually invented, Jiang Chu's strength was well known. His strikes were swift and decisive. They had investigated the woman from the previous incident and confirmed she was indeed the daughter of the He family. Offending such a powerful figure was far more serious than dealing with Wangshi Group. Young Master Jiang, please forgive us this once. Had we known it was you, we would never have dared. Then how will you explain this to your employer? Well, we already dealt with one as instructed. We will simply claim it was that man with the center part. They dare not pursue us further. He could clearly see Li Wenjing was speaking ironically. To avoid driving them to desperation and endangering her, he chose to accept their explanation. Very well. You have already dealt with the person. I saw that center-parted man, unable to move properly, struck precisely at the shoulders. Your methods were quite effective. Thank you for the praise, formidable fighter. It was mainly because he could throw a person several meters with his shoulder. My brothers were cautious and decided to disable that area first. Leave now. Yes, young Master Jiang, we are going. Black Dog rose and waved his hand. The group hurriedly retreated. Jiang Chu embraced Li Wenjing. I am sorry I arrived late. Fortunately, you were unharmed. Otherwise, I would carry this guilt forever. I am fine. Su Kuan attempted a staged heroics rescue, but ended up bringing trouble upon himself. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Those men seemed fierce earlier. Why did they grow afraid upon seeing you? Jiang Chu touched his nose. We crossed paths once before. They recognized me, I suppose. Li Wenjing looked up and noticed someone lying motionless nearby. That Wangshi Group. Rest assured. Those who provoke me, Jiang Chu, will not have long to maneuver. Jiang Chu, someone is injured. Should we call the authorities? Jiang Chu shook his head and led her hand toward the motionless figure. He gently nudged him. Rise. Stop pretending. Everyone has left. The person remained still. Jiang Chu exchanged a glance with Li Wenjing. He is pretending? Yes. Then why does he not get up? Jiang Chu thought for a moment, then something occurred to him. Cut. The man on the ground blinked, suddenly adjusted to the light, and sat up with a smug expression. How was my performance as a wounded man? Let me tell you, I am professional. As long as the director does not call cut, I will not move. Li Wenjing could not help but laugh. All right, that is a wrap. You may return now. Got it. Those fellows ran away quite quickly. After watching Black Dog depart, Jiang Chu shook his head. His gaze drifted toward a patch of bushes, and he led Li Wenjing to stroll through the park. I bought water. Thank you. I had forgotten mine, and I am rather thirsty. I wonder how serious Su Kuan's condition is. Damn, it hurts everywhere. Quickly send someone to call for reinforcements from Shanghai. I will make those country thugs pay. A group of nurses wheeled a stretcher bearing Su Kuan, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages with the shoulder area rising like two small hills. Uncle Hong spoke with deep concern. Do not worry, young Master Kuan. I will ensure you are avenged. For now, you must cooperate with the doctors and heal your injuries. Not long after sitting, Uncle Hong's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, sweat immediately formed on his face. Madam. Su Hong. How did you protect Kuan? How could he be so severely injured? Who did this? Su Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no idea where those people came from. Only David and young Master Kuan were present. Moreover, within minutes of Kuan being admitted to the hospital, the news had already reached her. It seemed that the madam had known about their movements all along. Madam, I am still investigating. I believe we will soon find out who is responsible. If anything happens to Kuan or Su Hong, you are finished. Both his shoulder and legs are shattered. He must be transferred immediately to the capital. The hospitals there are the best. I have already dispatched a private helicopter. Make the arrangements on your end. Yes, madam. After hanging up, Su Hong wiped the sweat from his brow. How could those people be so ruthless? Breaking his legs was understandable, but specifically targeting the shoulder. That was simply absurd. At the 38th floor of the Su family group tower in the capital, After ending the call, Mo Yen set down the wine glass on the expensive carpet with a measured motion. The glass shattered, yet she did not flinch even as the wine splashed. Two maids quickly knelt to clean her trousers, but she gently nudged one aside. The maid's hand brushed against the broken glass, a small cut appearing, yet she remained silent and continued her work. Continue cleaning. Who dares to harm my Kuna? Mo Yan's voice was low and cold. Lan, go personally and find out who did this. Yes, madam. Mo Lan, dressed in a sleek black outfit, immediately left the office. As she stepped out, her graceful figure appeared on a monitor in the office above. Across the desk sat a man in a custom-tailored gray suit, around 30 years old, with slicked-back hair perfectly styled. He leaned back with a confident air, one hand tapping the table, a cigar held between his lips with a slight smirk. Speaking into his phone, he said, "That old woman has sent Mo Lan. Are you sure there will be no slip-ups?" "Hey, rest assured. She won't suspect me. I will plant all the evidence on a man named Jiang Chu. Let him be the scapegoat." Ha ha ha, as expected of the sleeping dragon strategist. That old woman Mo Yen thinks she has the upper hand, but she only sees what I allow her to see. Now that her useless brother is crippled, I wish I could see her furious expression. But strategist, I still don't understand. Why not just kill him outright? Heck, killing that waste is easy. But if he dies, Mo Yen will personally take over the group. That woman is far more formidable than Su Cohen. Better to leave him alive, keeping her cautious. The strategist is right. I was too hasty. Follow my instructions, and the Su family will eventually fall into your hands. Then you will be the greatest contributor. Ha ha ha. On the other side, David hung up the phone, his expression turning somber. He then dialed another number. Well done. But Wang Erboy, you have no deep grudge against Su Cohen. Why did you do this? Shouldn't you hate Jiang Chu instead? A cold voice came from the other end. I do hate Jiang Chu. I had planned to get him today too, but it turned out he knew those people. But Joe Sinny's liking for Jiang Chu made me realize one thing: without money you are nothing. What about the 500,000 you promised? How I like dealing with people like you. The money will be wired to your account. Indeed, David had met Wang Erbo by chance and used him to obtain information from Lu Zixang's group, to know the enemy and win every battle. This time he manipulated Lu Zixang's men to cripple both Su Cohen and Jiang Chu. He even had Wang Erbo swap the photos Lu Zixang provided to incriminate Su Cohen. As for why Jiang Chu was targeted, first, to provide a plausible explanation, second, because David himself had designs on Li Wenjing, and Jiang Chu was a major obstacle. But fate had other plans. Jiang Chu knew the attackers, so David would have to bide his time. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing returned to the campus at 8:30 in the evening. After parking the car, Jiang Chu naturally shared a tender moment with Li Wenjing, a sweet exchange of affection. At the height of emotion, he felt a surge of longing, but Li Wenjing gently stopped him. No moving around. Your car is already flashy enough, and there are people outside. Jiang Chu could only draw back reluctantly. Let me walk you to the dormitory. Li Wenjing did not refuse. She held his arm as they walked together. With only a little over a day left, she wanted to cherish every moment. But as they neared the dormitory building, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with out-of-town plates came to a stop on the road. Li Wenjing froze, her hands slipping away from his. Wenjing, what is that? That is my grandfather's people. I didn't expect them to come so soon. A tall young man in a dark suit walked toward them with steady steps. His face was sharp, his temples prominent, and his expression utterly neutral. Jiang Chu could tell at once. He was definitely from a special forces background. His eyes were sharp and cold, hinting at experience. Miss, the old master has ordered us to take you back. He glanced at Jiang Chu, who met his gaze without flinching. Not bad. He left only those two cold words. But grandfather said I had 3 days. Someone has already endangered your safety, miss. The master commands you to return with us immediately. Jiang Chu frowned. The events here had been known to the Li family almost instantly. The Li family was indeed formidable. Li Wenjing looked at Jiang Chu with tender eyes, the farewell coming so suddenly. Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu smiled and embraced her gently. The young man narrowed his eyes, but did not intervene. We were prepared for this, weren't we? Remember our promise. I will come to the Li family soon to find you. Jiang Chu, I will wait for you. Li Wenjing reluctantly got into the car, and the door was closed by the driver. The young man walked behind, then paused, and turned to look at Jiang Chu. The Li family's power is beyond your imagination. You seem skilled, but I advise you to forget the young lady. She is not someone a country boy from a remote backwater can aspire to. The young masters who pursue her could end your life with ease. Take care of yourself. He turned and continued walking. Jiang Chu called out, what is your name? You don't need to know. Then let me tell you, one day, I will become someone the entire Li family looks up to. The young man let out a cold snort and got into the car. Jiang Chu watched the Rolls-Royce speed away until it finally disappeared around the corner. He clenched his fists. Wenjing, wait for me. You are my woman, and no one will control you. Not even the Li family. On the way back to the dorm, Jiang Chu overheard passers-by discussing how the transfer student Su Kuan had been severely injured and transferred to a hospital in Shanghai. Yet he felt no joy at all. Back in the dorm, he saw Xiang Hua, who would normally light up the moment he spotted him. But today Xiang Hua was frozen in place playing a game and making constant mistakes while his teammates scolded him. He didn't react at all, which was far too abnormal. What happened? Jiang Chu couldn't help but ask. Oh, you're back. Nothing much. It's just that Wang Wei has been ignoring me for days. We had plans to go out tonight, but when I called her she said she was busy and turned me down. Didn't you say you wouldn't fall for her? Never mind, I'm in a bit of a bad mood myself. It's only 9:30. Have you ever been to a nightclub? Let me take you out to have some fun. Xiang Hua instantly jumped to his feet. Really? Get ready, keep it casual. Why? I was planning to wear the branded outfit you gave me. If you show up in branded clothes, everyone will swarm us right away. Boring. Let's dress normally first, and let them look down on us for a bit, and then... Oh, I get it. Playing the underdog. Isn't that a bit cliché? It is a bit cliché for me, but you've never tried it. Besides, it'll let you see what people are really like. We're both in a bad mood today, and neither of us wants to pick a fight. So let others come to us instead. That's a great idea. Did you bring enough money? Jiang Chu smiled and patted Xiang Hua on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. By 10:30 at night, in order to stay energetic, Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua had deliberately taken a half-hour nap beforehand, fully prepared to stay out all night. Under the dark and windy sky, the campus path was nearly empty save for the two of them occasionally letting out mischievous laughter. The gate closes at 10:30. This is all your fault for sleeping in. We were supposed to climb over the wall. Why are we walking this way? To get the cars. Yes, Jiang Chu had told Mo Yutong he needed to use her Maserati tonight, and she had even made an extra key for him, so he could use it conveniently. Since he planned to arrange a designated driver after drinking, he couldn't take the two-seat Ferrari alone. The two of them walked up to the Maserati and the Ferrari. No way, I recognize that emblem. That's a Maserati, a luxury car. And that's a Ferrari. Are you kidding me? I wonder who on earth drives something like that. Xiang Hua had no idea these were Jiang Chu's cars and couldn't help but stare a few more times. Seeing Jiang Chu walk straight over to open the Ferrari door, he quickly shouted, "What are you doing? That's a multi-million yuan car. I know you've got some money, but if you scratch it, can you afford to pay for it?" Jiang Chu replied irritably, "Stop yapping. These are the Maserati keys. You haven't driven in a while, and I've only just gotten used to the Ferrari. You drive the Maserati tonight." Xiang Hua took the keys, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, watching Jiang Chu open the door and get into the driver's seat. "Seriously, these are your cars? A Ferrari? Hurry up, get in the car, stop dawdling. So the Maserati is yours too? Are you sure you didn't steal it?" Jiang Chu wanted nothing more than to transform into a dog and throw it at Xiang Hua. "I gave you the keys, why would I lie? But this car was a gift for Mo Yutong. Someday I'll get you one too, just wait and see. Now get in already, the gate is waiting for you." Virum. Xiang Hua looked at the keys in his hand for a long moment, then grinned, gave the handle a test pull, and sure enough the door opened. He slid into the seat, scanning the interior with excitement bubbling inside. One word, awesome, but there was no time to admire it further. He quickly found his footing, recalling the feel of driving his father's Mercedes, and hit the gas. Along the way, he had been wondering how Jiang Chu planned to get them out now that the gate was locked. But to his astonishment, when they reached the main entrance, he saw Jiang Chu squatting beside two security guards, smoking and chatting merrily. "My friend is here, I'm heading out now. See ya. Good night, young Master Jiang. Just give us a call if you need the gate open when you return." The gate swung open immediately. The Ferrari drove out first, with Xiang Hua hot on its heels. How many more secrets does this guy have? He's just too awesome. Heh. Night Color Club was one of the most well-known nightlife venues in Nanshur. Its grand entrance was covered in dazzling neon lights visible from hundreds of meters away. Outside the entrance, quite a few luxury cars were parked. Since it wasn't a weekend, most of them were BMWs, Mercedes-Benz S-Autos, and Range Rovers. In 2010, anyone who could afford these cars was considered wealthy enough to draw the attention of many young women. When Jiang Chu and his companion arrived in the Ferrari and Maserati, there happened to be few people outside, mainly because the parking area was a bit far. A few rebellious youths with spiky hair were squatting nearby, smoking and striking cool poses. Their eyes widened with envy as they spotted the luxury cars. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chu walked toward the entrance. Not great, starting with god-tier gear and no girls in sight. Come on, there are plenty of girls inside. At the entrance of the club, two towering security guards stood watch, while a row of beautifully made-up young women in alluring outfits stood lined up nearby. A woman in a red suit uniform was sternly reprimanding them. "If you don't meet your monthly targets, you're out. You all act like precious young ladies. Do you expect me to cater to you?" After saying this, the woman swayed her hips and walked inside. The young women finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately pulled out their phones to start contacting clients. "No way, the girl in the middle is gorgeous." Jiang Chu glanced over. The girl in the center was tall with long wavy hair. Her features had a distinctly northern Chinese look. Only women from that region tended to be so tall and fair-skinned. She wore a silver choker around her neck, a shimmering silver tube top that accentuated her figure and a silver sparkly miniskirt that revealed a pair of stunning long legs. Her silver-pointed heels further enhanced her graceful silhouette. Zhao Cixi. Age, 24. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Beauty score, 83. Indeed, she was beautiful, though there seemed to be a trace of sorrow in her brows, likely from just being scolded. Do you prefer this type? Jiang Chu asked. He who wouldn't appreciate a beautiful woman. As they reached the entrance, handsome Jiang Chu still caught the attention of several young women. Some boldly shot flirtatious glances his way while others approached and asked, "Would you two gentlemen like to share a drink?" Jiang Chu noticed the system's evaluation scores, 74 and 73. Acceptable, but he had no intention of forcing himself to spend time on people like these. Is she your friend? Jiang Chu gestured toward Zhao Cixi, who had remained quiet throughout. Cixi, some gentlemen are looking for you. The two women immediately lost interest upon being declined. They had only been drawn to Jiang Chu's appearance, but his simple attire made it clear he was not a wealthy man. Zhao Cixi finally turned to study Jiang Chu and his companion. Looking for me? Yes, we'd like to invite you for a drink. How would you like to spend the evening? Zhao Cixi hesitated for a moment before replying. All right, since you are rather handsome, I will keep you company for a drink. Would you prefer a regular table or the bar area? Just so we are clear, I can only stay for a short while. Later, when the venue gets busier, I will need to attend to other guests since I have performance targets to meet. In her view, the two before her appeared to be college students here to experience nightlife. The bar area was open to anyone regardless of spending, while regular tables and booths required a certain minimum charge, with VIP sections standing above them all. Better to earn what I can, she thought. You speak quite directly. We have not made a reservation yet. If there is a VIP area available, please arrange one for us. Zhao Cixi paused briefly. Do you know the minimum charge for VIP here? 3,000 yuan. 3,000. Goodness, Jiang Chu, that is nearly half a semester's living expenses. Zhao Cixi smiled gently. Indeed, college students completely unfamiliar with such places, yet speaking of VIP, so casually. 3,000. Go ahead and reserve it. Rest assured we can manage. All right, please wait a moment, let me check. Zhao Cixi was slightly taken aback. Jiang Chu did not appear to be joking. After making a call, she returned with a tone of mild regret. I apologize. The VIP area is fully booked, but we do have one booth remaining with a minimum charge of 1,000. Then the booth will do. Jiang Chu understood that at this hour even booths could be unavailable, and he did not press the matter. After securing the reservation, Zhao Cixi led the way forward. The guests she had invited that evening might not arrive, so a booth would serve well enough. Along the path, Xiang Hua's gaze never strayed from Zhao Cixi's graceful figure. The subtle sway of her steps carried an effortless charm, and it was clear his companion held genuine interest in her. The moment they entered the main floor, powerful music filled the space. A familiar melody by Lady Gaga played, the bold and visionary artist whose unique style had captured the world that year. On the stage ahead, a female DJ in striking attire moved rhythmically to the beat, headphones on one hand raised. Behind her, a young man in a studded jacket and cropped hair energized the crowd through the microphone. Normally, nightlife venues began their performances around 11 or 12 o'clock, but here the entire space was already filled. Booths, bar counters, every seat occupied. Beneath the shimmering colored lights, high heels and elegant figures filled the view. Some laughed and moved with friends and colleagues, while others mingled with well-dressed businessmen. The nightlife scene was a canvas of diverse people, each carrying their own story. Their location was a side seat near the center of the floor. Seated on the leather sofa, the view of the stage was excellent, and the entire venue lay clearly before them. Jiang Chu felt satisfied with the arrangement. Xiang Hua looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, occasionally resting his gaze on Zhao Cixi seated nearby. Her legs crossed, elegantly clad in sheer stockings, and heels carried an effortless allure. Zhao Cixi spoke briefly with a staff member in uniform who glanced at Jiang Chu and nodded. Good evening, distinguished guests. Here is the menu. Please let us know what you would like to order. Jiang Chu glanced over the menu and passed it to Xiang Hua. This was likely his first time in such a place, and he deserved to understand what was available. You want me to order? Yes, feel free to choose whatever you like. Xiang Hua studied the menu for some time, his eyes widening. A case of beer outside campus cost merely dozens of yuan, yet here the prices started at hundreds. Even small snacks ran into dozens, while imported liquors ranged from thousands to tens of thousands. After much hesitation, he suggested ordering a dozen beers to start. Jiang Chu did not object and let him decide. Zhao Cixi only shook her head slightly, a faint smile on her lips before turning her attention elsewhere. Jiang Chu did not mind. People like Zhao Cixi carrying performance targets tended to measure worth by what could be gained. The drinks arrived quickly. Zhao Cixi helped open them and poured a glass for each of them before raising her own and finishing it in one go. Is this your first time at a nightlife venue? Zhao Cixi initiated the conversation, her gaze directed at Jiang Chu. When he turned away without responding, she shifted her attention to Xiang Hua. Yes, as you can see, I know nothing about this. Please guide me. College students certainly speak differently, she laughed softly. Guidance on academic matters may not apply here, but there are other kinds of knowledge we could explore together. She raised her glass. Cheers. He is Jiang Chu, and you. Xiang Hua. The same character as the mighty warrior Xiang Yu and Hua, as in Zhonghua. And you, Jiang Chu remained silent beside them. Xiang Hua followed his usual pattern, asking names, hometowns, and reasons for working here. Zhao Cixi replied with light humor, only sharing after he finished his drink. When the conversation turned to her work, she wove a story of hardship and resilience, leaving room for sympathy. Some parts were true, some imagined. Xiang Hua had already begun offering comfort from his own perspective. Excuse me, I need to attend something on my end. Please enjoy yourselves. Of course, go ahead. Zhao Cixi rose and walked away in her heels. Xiang Hua watched her depart, then sighed. The beauty has left, and you do not say a word. It has been all me talking. Jiang Chu understood well. She had departed because she sensed limited potential from them and moved on to attend other guests. Xiang Hua noticed Jiang Chu merely smiling at him in silence and grew slightly uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? I told you before, Jiang Chu said calmly. We are here to relax, not to invest too deeply. Treat her words as stories, nothing more. Xiang Hua pondered for a moment, scratching his head with mild embarrassment. I was just nervous back then. It is my first time here after all. Jiang Chu said nothing further, for another young woman approached. It seemed like a warm-up. He took the initiative to greet and sit down, and after a couple of drinks, he was chatting merrily with Xiang Hua. You guys chat first, I'll go to the restroom. He spotted a target. Earlier, he had remained silent, using the system to scan the surroundings for suitable candidates. While enjoying life, he also hoped to earn rebates and increase favorability. At the bar, a young woman in heavy makeup with a punk style was drinking alone, looking gloomy. She had a chic short haircut, large earrings, a gray tight vest, and camouflage pants with work boots. Shan Yibing. Jiang Chu was a bit surprised. From the appearance, she wasn't that stunning, yet the system gave her a score of 87. After his rebirth, after countless attempts at approaching, he felt his thick skin was enough. At worst, he would be rejected. On his way to the bar, he saw Zhao Cixi, who had just walked away, now talking with a few middle-aged men and her colleagues. Xiqing, why are you here? Not accompanying the handsome guy. Oh, come on. One is a rookie, kept staring at me. He sat there for a long time and only ordered a pitcher of beer. The handsome one didn't say a word. Boring. If I don't finish this month's task, I'll get my pay docked. Oh, that's tough. Good thing I didn't take that one. This middle-aged guy is not bad, drives a BMW. Jiang Chu just shook his head slightly and went straight to the bar, sitting next to Shan Yibing. Before he could speak, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and black-rimmed glasses from the other side started chatting her up first. Beautiful lady, drinking alone here. Shan Yibing put down her glass and glanced at him. We'll want to pick me up. Picking me up is very expensive. The middle-aged man was obviously stunned, probably not expecting the woman to be so direct. But he was obviously an old hand, not intimidated by a single sentence. He continued smiling. My name is Fei Yuqing, director of Qianli Culture Media. My income is not very high, just a few $100,000 a year. I wonder if this is enough to have a drink with the beautiful lady. True to an experienced player, he didn't directly say pick up, only have a drink, while also testing her demands. Shan Yibing smiled slightly. You're quite good with words. Anyway, I'm bored, and I want to see how you pick up girls. Wait a moment. Jiang Chu had to speak up. This was his prey, and how could he allow it to be taken away before his eyes? I also want to invite the beautiful lady for a drink. I wonder if that's okay. Fei Yuqing frowned, a bit annoyed by this unexpected obstacle. But seeing Jiang Chu's attire, which seemed like a college student's, he looked at him with disdain. Meanwhile, Shan Yibing looked at the handsome young man with some surprise. His unique hairstyle, firm contours, and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Although his clothes were of poor quality, they were clean. Her eyes, painted with smoky black shadow, widened slightly. You look like that character from Xianjian Tangyu Xiaobao. Really? Thank you for the compliment, beautiful lady. You also want to drink with me? On one side, a director earning hundreds of thousands a year, on the other, a handsome young guy. This makes it so hard for me. Shan Yibing picked up a cocktail and drank slowly, meaning they could figure it out themselves. Fei Yuqing squinted slightly, then smiled and handed Jiang Chu a business card. I am a director of Qianli Culture Media Company. May I ask what work you do now, young brother? Jiang Chu sneered inwardly. Was this directly comparing careers? He didn't take the card, and the other had to withdraw it. But his face showed no change. He was quite tolerant. I'm still in college, junior year, not graduated. The other pretended to be enlightened. Not graduated yet. So you're spending your parents' money to come to this nightclub for an experience. Meeting here is fate. I want to invite this beautiful lady for a drink. You can also come over and sit with us. How about that? Ordinary people would think he was genuinely inviting, but in reality, if you agreed, he would win, because he would be the host, and you the guest. No need, I have my own booth. Just now I heard the beautiful lady say picking her up is very expensive. I'm curious how expensive it is. However, a mere director can invite her for a drink. That disappoints me. Kid, what did you say? Fei Yuqing's face instantly turned unpleasant. Realizing he was too excited, he let out a cold snort. You say I'm a mere director, not worthy? What right does a college student who hasn't graduated have to say such things? Jiang Chu ignored him and looked at Shan Yibing. How sorry, I'm a bit blunt. Beautiful lady, it's your freedom to drink with whomever you want. So let you make the choice. Shan Yibing's slender fingers painted with black nail polish held the glass and gently shook it. I said picking me up is very expensive. Since you both have tables, how about this? I'll order drinks from the menu and you pay the bill. Whoever gives up first loses. Me, of course, I'll go to the winner's side and drink with him. How about that? Kid, I'm asking you if you dare. Fei Yuqing sneered, already eager to crush the person in front of him. Just a college student, and judging by his clothes, not a rich one. Winning would be a piece of cake. Jiang Chu helplessly spread his hands. All right, let's compete. Inside, he was overjoyed. Competing to pay the bill. That was his favorite. They each returned to their seats. Fei Yuqing sat in a VIP booth slightly higher than Jiang Chu's position on the other side, facing each other. Jiang Chu, where did you go? So long, and the young lady is gone again. It's fine. In a while a bunch will come flocking over. Jiang Chu's lips curled into a confident smile. At that moment the music in the whole venue suddenly stopped. The host on stage began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, before tonight's show begins, we are going to witness a spectacular showdown. There are two distinguished guests here. They are betting to win the favor of the beautiful lady at the bar. The rule is the lady will order drinks and they will each pay for them until one side voluntarily withdraws. The winner will take the beauty home. The crowd, rarely seeing such excitement, cheered. Now let me introduce the two handsome gentlemen. One is General Fei, sitting in our VIP area. He is also a regular here. Let's give him a warm welcome. The crowd cheered. General Fei is mighty. General Fei will win. General Fei, if you win tonight, I'm yours. A plump middle-aged woman dressed in a bold manner waved a large decorative bra and shouted. The crowd was stunned. Hoo-hoo. General Fei already has a flower tonight, so you can go sit aside. Ha ha ha. Fei Yuqing also stood up, waving cheerfully to the crowd with a triumphant smile, not forgetting to raise his glass and advance towards Shan Yibing behind the bar. The host continued. Our other gentleman is the handsome Jiang Chu, sitting in our private booth, reportedly still an undergraduate student. Boo, I thought it was some big shot, but it's just an unfinished college kid. No need to compete further. Doesn't President Fei already have this in the bag? Young bulls aren't afraid of tigers. A college student, youthful and impulsive, understandable. But showing off is another matter entirely. President Fei, if you can't beat a college student, you might as well leave the nightlife business. This guy is quite handsome. How can you talk about him like that? I support him. Even if he loses, I'll sorrow with him. Xiang Hua slapped the table. How awful, not a single person supporting us. Stay calm. I told you tonight we're here to show off. The more he struts now, the harder he'll fall later. Okay, our gorgeous ladies at the bar are all set. For fairness, both sides have an attendant ready to swipe cards directly. I declare, the challenge officially begins. The music surged deafeningly once more, though the volume dipped modestly whenever the host spoke. Let's see what our lovely lass has ordered first. Black truffle, 8,800 right off the bat. Looks like our lovely girl is deliberately going easy on this handsome student. From what I know, 8,000 is already generous for a semester's living expenses. She's essentially telling him to retreat. Could the first round already decide the winner? Wow, President Fei's side has already completed the payment. Congratulations, President Fei. Please welcome our beautiful lass. Before the host finished speaking, a line of young women in alluring high-heeled uniforms paraded in. The frontmost carried a fluorescent spade, a model topped with a bottle of black truffle, while the others held glowing props circling the entire venue before presenting them at Fei Yuqing's table. The crowd erupted in cheers. President Fei really doesn't blink when swiping cards. Look at that college boy, probably wanting to go home by now, haha. A young folk stepping out to show off means accepting a dose of reality. Otherwise they'll think their few books make them extraordinary. Student, if you want to fold, just say it. Don't waste time. Over at Jiang Chu's side, it wasn't that he refused to pay. The card terminal had broken down and a replacement was being hurriedly brought over. Payment confirmed. The attendant immediately contacted the host and back office via intercom. Oh my, unbelievable. Our college boy isn't backing down either. Payment successful. Please congratulate him on passing this round. Once again, welcome our beautiful lass. The same routine unfolded. Only a handful of people cheered, perhaps the loudest being Liao Liao. Most in attendance assumed they were merely hanging on by a thread. Shan Yibing at the bar glanced unexpectedly at Jiang Chu's side. She had deliberately chosen black truffle, not cheap but still within reach, hoping he would politely withdraw, sparing his pride since she too had been a student once. But seeing his calm, unruffled composure, she sensed hidden depth. Very well, she would play to win. All right, back to our bar beauties. Let me check this round. Oh my god. This lass is playing hardball. She didn't hold back at all. A bottle of Hennessy Louis XIII. 68,800. Pressure now falls on the two handsome men below. Fei Yuqing's brows furrowed slightly, jumping straight to Louis XIII. President Fei, go for it. Let that kid see the world of the wealthy. His table mates egged him on. It's just Louis XIII. President Fei drinks this all the time, right? That kid's gonna cry when he hears the price. A pretty girl seated nearby smirked triumphantly, but before she could finish, the host's voice cut her short. Good heavens, the college boy completed payment first. Did I hear that right? The entrance of the girls confirmed it. Fei Yuqing hurriedly swiped his card as well. President Fei has also completed his payment. I must say the young have quicker hands. Congratulations to both gentlemen. The entire venue surged with excitement again. This time it was impossible to tell who led in numbers, but doubt had noticeably diminished. A couple of bright-eyed attendants already drifted toward Jiang Chu's booth. Bro, you're incredible. Ha ha. Xiang Hua was beside himself with joy. A young woman eagerly struck up conversation with him, drawing close. The perfume, the softness, the smooth skin. Xiang Hua could only think of one word: exquisite. Behind the bar, Shan Yibing's expression shifted from surprise to a knowing smile. Round 3. Wait, what am I seeing? 3 black truffle dragon god sets. My, this last is ruthless. 1 set is 8. 3 sets total over 260000. As she said earlier, wanting to woo her comes with a steep price tag. Next, the pressure returns to President Fei and young Master Jiang, who will claim victory this time. The host had conveniently dropped the title college student, and now called him young Master Jiang. Damn it, Jiang Chu, what kind of wine costs over 260000? Are you insane? Beep, payment successful. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Jiang Chu genuinely hadn't heard. The music was far too loud. Xiang Hua said nothing, merely thrusting a thumbs up, reading his lips cool. Young Master Jiang takes the lead again. 2600 for 3 dragon god sets. President Fei must be feeling the pressure now. This isn't an ordinary student. Handsome and wealthy, frankly unfair. Look, several beauties have already gravitated toward young Master Jiang's booth. Indeed, Jiang Chu's table had started with only 2 men. Now nearly a dozen young women circled them. Some were professional hosts, others were regulars enjoying the night out, yet each carried an aura of rare beauty. Even Zhao Cixi, who had wandered off, returned, leveraging her prior familiarity to slip gracefully between Xiang Hua and Jiang Chu. The once quiet corner had transformed. Laughter and conversation flowed freely as the atmosphere grew warmer and more relaxed. She proactively initiated conversations with enthusiasm, no longer minding Jiang Chu's quietness. She even leaned close to Xiang Hua, gently brushing her thigh against his several times. This delighted him greatly, though he kept his hands to himself, only daring to look, but not touch. Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua were thoroughly enjoying themselves, opening bottles and clinking glasses. Jiang Chu, having worked in the nightlife industry in his past life, found it rather difficult to get drunk on the drinks served there. Nevertheless, he would not drink excessively. He also advised Xiang Hua not to overindulge, reminding him that this was just the beginning and there would be performances to watch later. On the other side, Fei Yuqing's VIP seat was also surrounded by many attractive young ladies, but there was an unusual silence. They were all watching as Fei Yuqing's face turned pale with displeasure. Over 200,000 plus the previous amount, that was over 300,000, his annual income. All just to have her come over for a drink, and not even a sure thing. It was too much of a loss. But what mattered now was not the woman, it was the loss of face. Women could be found, but how could he ever show his face again after losing face? Amid the cheers of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and swiped the card. As expected of President Fei. What a bold move. Once again, let us welcome our beautiful young ladies. Many young ladies came over, but Fei Yuqing could not manage a smile. The young and pretty ones had already gone to Jiang Chu's side. Those who came now were either slightly older or not as conventionally attractive, only passable with heavy makeup. Without makeup, their appearance might not hold up. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt and trousers with a potbelly walked over holding a cigarette. A young woman clung to his waist. What's this? Being bullied by a university student. President Wang, you're here too. Please have a seat. Fei Yuqing quickly stood up and bowed humbly. He hadn't expected his own company's boss to show up and witness such an embarrassing situation. Xiao Fei, a man can lose money and earn it back, but once you lose face, it's hard to recover. Yes. Fei Yuqing cursed, inwardly thinking, it's not your money, easy for you to say. If you need funds later, let me know. I can authorize an early bonus for you. Thank you, President Wang. With you here, that university student will surely retreat in embarrassment. Look, that university student has gone up to the bar to talk to the beauty. I bet he can't handle it anymore. After all, it's over 300,000. Even President Fei would find it tough, let alone a college student. Even a typical rich second generation wouldn't be allowed to squander that much by his family. Exactly. With President Wang here, the situation is under control. Impressive. Haha, come on, open the bottles. Over at the bar, Jiang Chu had indeed gone up. What? Are you sure? If Jiang Chu's earlier performance had surprised Shan Yibing, now she was simply stunned. Yes, directly. I don't have that much time to waste on him. I'd rather sit down and have a proper drink with you. Shan Yibing hesitated for a moment, then agreed. She called over the host and whispered a few words. The host's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Chu. Young Master Jiang, are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Haha, that university student went back. Did you see that? The beauty has taken the list away, and even the host is communicating with the backstage. He must have given up and admitted defeat. Let's see how this ends. Fei Yuqing finally felt triumphant. He had won. He raised a glass. President Wang, you are truly my lucky star. Let's toast to President Wang. Huh. You're welcome, Xiao Fei. You are a valuable asset to my company. Of course I have to support you. Cheers. Just then the music suddenly stopped. The host announced, ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment of the night has arrived. Originally the fourth round, our beautiful lady wrote 5 bottles of Louis XIII. Fei Yuqing took a deep breath. 5 bottles. Over 300,000. Thank goodness that kid gave up, otherwise he would have had to buy them to win. He didn't have that much money left. He might have to stay home for half a year after tonight. That woman was really asking for a fortune, enough to impress many women. But well, at least. But just now our young Master Jiang said this competition was too time-consuming, so he asked the beautiful lady to change the content. Listen carefully. The new content is for all the gentlemen and ladies who have booked tables here. A total of 26 tables. Each table will receive 1 Ace of Spades Dragon set. That's a total of 3 million. The lady is treating everyone, and young Master Jiang is footing the bill. Let's cheer for young Master Jiang. Cheers and whistles filled the air. The entire venue erupted in excitement. The young ladies in dresses were overjoyed, hugging their friends and jumping with delight. Many who considered themselves attractive began to gravitate toward Jiang Chu. Fei Yuqing had just taken a sip of his drink when he choked and accidentally sprayed it, splashing President Wang across the table. President Wang froze mid-sip, his expression darkening as his eye twitched. I'm so sorry, President Wang. I didn't mean to. Fei Yuqing quickly grabbed some napkins and stood up to wipe him off. I have things to do. I'm leaving. President Wang didn't give him a chance. He turned and walked away, followed by the woman who had come with him and a few others. Fei Yuqing cursed inwardly. Just a moment ago he was boasting about having his back, but now he fled faster than a rabbit. As President Wang descended the stairs he muttered, 3 million. I'd have to be crazy to give you that much bonus. The party continued in full swing. The waitresses were busier than ever, experiencing what was probably an unprecedented event, serving Ace of Spades Dragon sets to every table, all paid for by a single person. Haha, I made the right choice coming tonight. A dragon set. It's my first time at a club, and I get to drink this. My classmates will be so jealous when I tell them. Don't talk about first time. I've been coming here for years, and I've only ever dared to order beer at the bar while watching the ladies. Ace of Spades was always a distant dream, let alone a dragon set. Come on, brother, let's have a toast. A dragon set. Haha, call them over quickly. Let them see what a real big spender looks like. Oh my god, that young Master Jiang is so handsome and so rich. Isn't he exactly what I'm looking for? I have to go ask for his number and see if he's interested in me. Thank you for bringing me here in your BMW, but now I realize that your car worth a few $100,000 is worth less than a few bottles of wine. I'm going to see if I have a chance with young Master Jiang. Goodbye. Fei Yuqing seemed lost in a daze. He hadn't even noticed that the beautiful women around him had left. Only 2 friends who came with him remained, and even the plump middle-aged woman who had initially said she would share a room with him had already gone over to Jiang Chu's side. Hello, this is the Ace of Spades Divine Dragon set prepared for you. A group of beautiful young ladies said with smiles. That guy ordered it for us too. Yes, every table in the venue has one. Please enjoy, honored guests. A pile of liquor appeared on the table. Fei Yuqing watched this unfold, feeling as if he were being publicly slapped. Let's just go back, he said, feeling helpless. What about all this wine? Fei Yuqing didn't even turn his head and walked away directly. Another man called out. Waitress, please keep the wine for us. Wang Cha, over 2 million. Jiang Chu, you're incredibly impressive. This is absolutely thrilling. Xiang Hua was dumbfounded. His father's factory only earned that much in an entire year. Due to his strict upbringing, he rarely had much money on hand himself. With just one round of entertaining the whole venue, that kind of money was gone in an instant. He didn't know what to say. Single Bing Xiao walked down after fulfilling her duty. By now Jiang Chu's VIP booth was already surrounded inside and out. Not only were there various sexy and pretty young women scanning the scene, waves of curves rose and fell everywhere, and flawless long legs stood in clusters. They all vied with each other to propose toast and clink glasses with Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua. Especially when toasting, every one of them leaned their bodies as low as possible. At that sight, Xiang Hua covered his nose and turned his head away. His eyes couldn't help but glance straight ahead. Some even directly pressed against his chest and legs, letting him touch freely. They desperately pressed themselves against the 2 of them, making Xiang Hua feel embarrassed from the start, leaving him thoroughly overwhelmed. Guests from other tables specially came over to thank Jiang Chu and offer him a drink, including the person in charge of managing the nightclub. After all, Jiang Chu had spent so much here, making him a super VIP client. At the very least, they needed to come out and greet him to establish a connection. Thank you, young Master Jiang. I'm the manager of this club. Our boss will be arriving shortly. She would very much like to meet you. You're too kind. I'm just here to enjoy some drinks. Single Bingxia arrived. Those young ladies hiding their true intentions, even if unwilling, proactively made way for her. After nodding in thanks, she sat down beside Jiang Chu. Single Bingxia favorability 40. Having spent over 2 million. Only 40 points of favorability gained. This is far too little. On the other hand, many of the charming young ladies around him also had base scores of 80. Upon approaching, their favorability immediately jumped to over 80, even 90. The system obviously judged that initial favorability that was too high didn't meet the requirements. Jiang Chu didn't have the time or patience to devise any tricks to lower their favorability. There were plenty of women around. He only needed to focus on the exceptional ones. I wouldn't have guessed that a university student like you has this kind of strength. Single Bingxia said with admiration. You flatter me. Actually, I'm not exactly wealthy either. If asked to spend more, I probably couldn't manage much. The people around threw him disbelieving glances. Spending over 2 million casually, yet claiming to have no money. Even President Wang wouldn't be this modestly exaggerated. Beauty, you're truly fortunate. Young Master Jiang has poured a fortune for you. We can only envy and sigh. Indeed, I've never seen anyone as handsome and wealthy as young Master Jiang in my entire life. If he asked me to be his girlfriend, I would agree immediately. Not to mention being a girlfriend. As long as I could spend a pleasant evening with young Master Jiang, I'd be content. Young Master, look, I'm still an innocent girl. Would you like to give it a try? No responsibility needed. Jiang Chu had seen through the fact that she was artificially enhanced at a glance. But he had no intention of exposing it. He simply smiled and ignored them. Look at all these young ladies being so forward, yet young Master Jiang only pays attention to you. By the way, I still don't know your name, beauty. Although Zhao Cixi was surrounded by Xianghua, she still wanted to make a move on Jiang Chu. The woman before her was her greatest threat. From her appearance, there was nothing extraordinary about her. Her style of dress was so unconventional. Zhao Cixi felt she was far more attractive than her. Single Bingxia naturally saw through Zhao Cixi's small schemes. But she turned her gaze toward Jiang Chu. What about you? Wouldn't you like to know my name? Jiang Chu smiled, picked up his glass and clinked it against hers before drinking it in one gulp. Does it matter? You're here. Just accompany me for a drink. Single Bingxia was slightly surprised. You spent so much money and your ultimate goal was clearly to pursue me. Yet now you don't even want to know my name. This really puzzles me. Haha, one should seize the joy of the moment. Why overthink things? Come, let's have a drink together. Come on, let's drink. Xianghua, on the other hand, quickly accepted reality. It was simply because Jiang Chu was his brother. No need to ask anything. Just trust him. At this moment, the nightclub show was about to begin. Beautiful women in three-piece outfits sang and danced. The host controlled the atmosphere of the venue. Plus, every table had a divine dragon set. The vibe was even more revelrous than on weekends or holidays. As for those young ladies who felt there was no hope with Jiang Chu, they proactively left, seeking other targets. But 7 or 8 of the highest-rated beauties remained seated. Sometimes, if this attempt fails, at least they can become familiar faces and try again next time. After chatting with Single Bingxia, Jiang Chu discovered that she wasn't the type of pushy young master one might expect. Gradually, their conversation opened up. Jiang Chu also noticed that Single Bingxia lacked knowledge of daily life, but was quite knowledgeable about entertainment industry and film topics. Could she be working in a related field? Zhou Sini's company was short of talent in this area. If she was indeed qualified, perhaps she could be recruited. Meanwhile, Xianghua was getting along well with Zhao Cixi and the other young ladies, playing truth or dare, just when everyone was having a great time. Xianghua suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on a distance. His expression changed in an instant. Jiang Chu also noticed this abnormality. Following his friend's line of sight, he saw across the venue a girl dressed in cute Lolita attire, holding hands with a portly middle-aged man. They were walking toward the restroom. Yes, they entered the restroom together. Jiang Chu naturally understood what was happening. Hearing commotion nearby, he turned his head. Xianghua was already sprinting in that direction. He wanted to stop him, but was already too late. Forget it. This might actually be for the better. Letting him lose hope now was far better than keeping him deceived indefinitely. Jiang Chu, what's wrong with your friend? Single Bingxia asked. Nothing. Just ran into an acquaintance. You mean you saw someone you like, or perhaps a girlfriend? Those two who just went to the restroom together. Zhao Cixi was the first to notice Xianghua's unusual behavior, so she had also been paying attention just now. Soon Xianghua returned. His mood was deeply depressed, completely devoid of the earlier excitement. His entire face was grave. He sat back down, picked up a glass, and drank heavily. Jiang Chu frowned. He had originally wanted his brother to have a good time. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. It seemed he would need to give his brother a proper helping hand from now on. Was it her? Wang Wei. I actually saw you at the school gate one evening. I was waiting for the right moment to tell you. I'm sorry, brother. Xianghua looked at Jiang Chu with a hint of surprise. So that sentence you said that time was specifically meant for me, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I can let it go. Despite his words, Xiang Hua remained dejected. The beautiful young lady beside him kept trying to comfort him. Jiang Chu, do you want to get revenge for your brother? Shan Yibing suddenly said. Shan Yibing held a bottle of ace of spades in one hand and pulled Jiang Chu's hand, running straight to the sink outside the men's restroom. Are you sure you want to go in? Jiang Chu didn't expect Shan Yibing to be so bold, thinking of using a bottle of ace of spades to splash water. I'm not afraid, so why are you? Shan Yibing said scornfully. After they entered, Shan Yibing pressed her ear against each restroom door, listening carefully. No need to look there, here. As soon as Jiang Chu entered, he heard the suspicious sounds. He didn't expect his friend to be betrayed so quickly. A conversation from inside the restroom. Has it been done? Gee, watch your language. I've been at it for a while. Uffed. Shan Yibing almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She quickly pulled Jiang Chu into a nearby restroom stall. Lift me up. Huh. Lift me, or I can't reach it since it's so high. The top of the restroom stall was open, but it was too high for an ordinary person to reach. However, that wasn't a problem for Jiang Chu, but Shan Yibing insisted on climbing up herself. Helpless Jiang Chu squatted down and wrapped his arms around her calves, lifting her up. Slowly. Shan Yibing suddenly lost her balance, and her body inadvertently pressed against Jiang Chu's face, while she grasped his head with one hand. Soon the sounds of gurgling and splashing water came from the next stall. Bang! The bottle was thrown and shattering into pieces. Then came loud curses. Who did that? Who? I'm all wet. Stop shouting, just put on your clothes. If I find out who did it, I'll make them pay. The two from the next stall had already run out after the prank, laughing all the way back to their seats. What did you guys do? You're laughing so happily. Nothing, it's your turn, brother. Me. Xiang Hua was dumbfounded. Two people drenched all over ran out of the restroom, grumbling. They couldn't stay at the nightclub any longer and had to leave. Wang Wei muttered to herself about her bad luck, wondering how she ran into such a situation. As she stepped out of the door, she saw a familiar figure standing there and froze. Xiang Hua, why are you here? Xiang Hua asked with a stern face. Who is this person? What's your relationship? Xiang Hua, let me explain. Who is this? Your classmate. Kid, I don't care who you are, step aside. Manager Gua, he's just a friend. Just friends. Wang Wei, we held hands and kissed. And now you say we're just friends. Xiang Hua tried to restrain his agitation, but his fists were already clenched tightly. Xiang Hua, since you found out, I have nothing to say. Yes, I just thought you were a nice guy, and I was just having fun with you. I need money to buy bags, designer clothes, and cosmetics. You can't provide any of that, do you understand? Manager Gua drives a Mercedes, a car worth hundreds of thousands. You've probably never even ridden in one. Of course it's not your fault, we're both college students. But this is my choice. The stout man's face was full of smugness. Did you hear that, kid? If you don't have money, don't try to have a girlfriend. Someone like you can't expect any girl to be interested. Take a good look at yourself. Let's go, you need to make me feel better tonight. As that stout man was about to pull Wang Wei away. Oh, Huazi, did I hear that right? Some guy actually said you don't have a girlfriend and called you a loser. Zhao Cece happened to walk out from inside and came to Xiang Hua's side, then linked her arm with his, acting as intimate as a couple. Huazi, is this the Wang Wei you mentioned? She's not that great either. No looks, no figure. Look at these two, I wonder if they just crawled out of the restroom. Phew, what a stench. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. Manager Gua cursed it out loud. But he had to admit that Zhao Cece's appearance after dressing up completely outshone Wang Wei beside him. Whether it was her charm or her long legs, there was no comparison. The stout man silently cursed that such a good girl was wasted on someone. I still drive a Mercedes anyway. What about you? Do you ride a bike or walk? Xiang Hua, it's useless. No matter what, you still have no money. This only makes me dislike you more. Is driving a Mercedes such a big deal? How ridiculous. Zhao Cece said scornfully. Wang Wei, do you know? You gave up a mountain of gold for a pig. Of course now the mountain of gold is mine. Wang Wei snorted with disdain. Keep pretending. Just then a young man on a small electric scooter arrived. Who called for a designated driver? This. Xiang Hua, who had been silent, finally spoke and handed a key to the driver. Jiang Chu had just switched keys with him without saying a word, only telling him to just come out. Now he knew that his brother had arranged everything. Oh, didn't see that coming. You actually have a car and called a driver. What kind of junk car? Geely, bid, or a minivan? Huh. Before Manager Gua could finish gloating, a Maserati Quattroporte was driven out and parked next to Xiang Hua. The front door opened and the driver, who had just arrived, stepped out, smiling obsequiously as he ran to open the rear door for Xiang Hua. Boss, this luxury car of yours is worth nearly 3 million. I've never driven one like this before. If you're not satisfied with my driving, feel free to let me know anytime. Manager Gua and Wang Wei were stunned, their faces filled with shock. Even Zhao Cece was dazed for a long time before coming to her senses. Jiang Chu hadn't mentioned anything about the car, he just told her to come out and act, and he would cover the expenses of the booth tonight. The commission alone was over 100,000, which made her ecstatic. She never expected that Xiang Hua, who had acted so straightforwardly inside, was actually driving a Maserati Quattroporte. This once again reshaped her understanding. Of course, someone who could be brothers with young Master Jiang must have a wealthy background. She must seize this opportunity. So who was just bragging about his Mercedes? A cheap car like that is embarrassing to show off. Let me tell you, our Hua Zi is a hidden super-rich second generation. His family has plenty of money. Zhao Cici's face was full of pride, which immediately ignited jealousy in Wang Wei's eyes. Xiang Huai. Wang Wei was anxious. She knew exactly what a Maserati Quattroporte was. A car worth nearly 3 million, incomparable to a Mercedes worth a few $100,000. She had thought Xiang Hua was lying when he said his family owned a factory, but now it turned out to be true. Wang Wei, what are you doing? Come back here. That manager would try to stop her, but failed. Wang Wei ran to Xiang Hua, took his hand, and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Xiang Hua, I'm sorry. The truth is, the one I truly like is you. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, okay? Xiang Hua let out a cold laugh. Xiang Hua. Enough. This is where we end. He ruthlessly shook off her hand, and Wang Wei fell to the ground sobbing. Xiang Hua got into the car and let out a slight sigh. To his surprise, Zhao Cici followed him inside. Huazi, let me take you for a late-night snack. The seafood there is wonderful. Inside the nightclub, aren't you going to check on him yourself? Shan Yibing looked at Jiang Chu. No need. My brother can handle it on his own. You're quite good to your brother. Shan Yibing, affection 5. Jiang Chu smiled. In his past life, Xiang Hua and he had shared a bond forged through life and death trials. I'm not pretty. Those women sitting beside you earlier weren't bad either. You spent so much money on me. Was it worth it? Jiang Chu saw nearly 3 million points newly deposited in the system. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. If he weren't worried about drawing too much attention, he would have spent tens of millions. Jiang Chu just smiled. You're different from them. How so? Shan Yibing's large eyes sparkled with curiosity. You dare to pour ace of spades like water. They wouldn't dare. Shan Yibing covered her mouth and giggled. You know, when you mentioned it, I remembered that scene. I couldn't see anything clearly. Uff. Jiang Chu couldn't help but spurt out his drink. Ha ha ha. Shan Yibing slapped her thigh and laughed heartily. Since you spent so much money on me, I'll give you a chance. If you can guess my surname, I'll go to a hotel room with you right now. You have 3 tries. Jiang Chu was stunned. Shan Yibing looked smug, confident that almost no one could guess her surname. If I guess correctly, you'll go with me, eh? Are you sure? Jiang Chu smiled. This was practically a gift. The system had already revealed her name. Shan Yibing felt a flutter of unease at Jiang Chu's smile. No way. Did he know her? Impossible. She had a good memory. She never forgot anyone she'd met. Plus, she had put on heavy makeup tonight. Even her best friend couldn't recognize her when she left the house. Let alone others. I'm sure. All right, may I see your palms? Really? You're using such an old-fashioned fortune-telling trick to pick up girls. Fine, you can see it. Shan Yibing extended a delicate hand. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate, taking it in both hands and pretending to study it. I not only know your surname, but also your full name. Really? You are Shan Yibing. Single Yibing. Seeing Jiang Chu's curved lips, Shan Yibing's face was full of disbelief. He had actually guessed it. Impossible. Do you already know me? What, trying to back out? That's fine. But I can assure you, before tonight, I never knew you, let alone your name. Shan Yibing stared into Jiang Chu's eyes. They were clear, with no sign of deception. But was she really going to go to a hotel room with him? She had never expected him to guess correctly. She had come from out of town alone. How could anyone here know her? Let's go then. A hotel room is a hotel room. Who's afraid? Jiang Chu was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to agree so quickly. This was different from what he had imagined. Her affection level was only 45. It shouldn't have reached that point yet. Such happiness came so suddenly. Jiang Chu called the waiter and asked if there were rooms for VIP guests. They did so. He immediately requested one. Then he led Shan Yibing inside. The room was spacious and clean with a large bed. Once inside, Shan Yibing seemed a bit nervous. So it's not too late to change your mind, Jiang Chu teased. He could easily find a date anytime he wanted. What he really wanted was affection. Stop dawdling. I'll take a shower and remove my makeup first. Wait for me on the bed. I'm going to undress. Don't peek. Jiang Chu smiled, lay on the bed, and turned on the TV. But there was nothing good to watch at this late hour. Just endless commercials. Soon he heard the sound of water from the bathroom. He didn't think much of it, but later he sensed something amiss. He heard only the water with no movement. Perhaps because he had drunk a bit, he was momentarily careless. He could feel that she had already slipped away. Jiang Chu pushed the door open. It was empty. He paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. Just as he was about to walk back, he noticed a Motorola phone left on the entryway cabinet. The girl must have forgotten it in her haste. Hello, Moto. The phone suddenly rang. Who would call her so late? Should he answer? If it was a family member worried, it would be better to pick up and explain. At worst, he could say he found it. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chu answered. President Shan, have you considered my offer? 50 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, you'll have to agree to be with me, Wang Jiang, and give me 51 of your company. If not, your iceberg media company will have to declare bankruptcy with all its debts and penalties. I'll give you 1 week. Are you listening to me? Wang Jiang. Jiang Chu frowned. This guy again. The earlier incident with Black Dog and the others had Wang Hai's involvement. It must have been triggered by the purchase of that building, which angered Wang Jiang. Perfect timing. He loved seeing them frustrated and unable to defeat him. Wang Jiang, is it? The other side seemed surprised to hear a male voice. Who are you? Where's Shan Yibi? Never mind who I am. She's already asleep in the bed next to me. And she's my woman. Do yourself a favor and stay away. You son of a... Jiang Chu hung up directly, then turned off the phone. No wonder Shan Yibing had been indifferent to his lavish spending. She owned her own company, a media firm. He would have to find a way to recruit her. Putting away the phone, Jiang Chu suddenly heard a loud commotion downstairs. Something must have happened, so he went out to check. The hall, which had been lively moments ago, was now silent. The music had stopped, and all the patrons had retreated to the corners, some watching the drama unfold, while a few timid ones had already left clutching their ace of spades. Jiang Chu walked over. As soon as the crowd saw young Master Jiang approaching, they parted to make way. He saw that the center of the hall had been cleared. Two groups were now facing off. The two groups faced each other, though their numbers were noticeably imbalanced. A middle-aged bald man stood at the front of one side with more than 30 men behind him, most carrying something in their hands. Opposite them stood barely over a dozen people, some wearing security uniforms. Despite their imposing figures, they showed signs of unease facing so many opponents. The others were also rough-looking individuals. Though their demeanor was not weak, the opposing side clearly appeared more assertive. At the forefront stood a striking young woman with long wavy black hair and large earrings. She wore a black leather jacket over a white tube top and a matching black leather miniskirt. Jiang Chu recognized her immediately. It was Zhou Jiqing, the woman he had met at a dinner gathering and later invested with. He had not anticipated that she would be the one running this venue. Zhou Jiqing, I'm curious about where you found the funds to acquire this place. As a former partner, I contributed significantly to its success, so I believe I'm entitled to my share back. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? The bald man spoke with an air of authority, but Zhou Jiqing responded firmly. Bald man Wang, spare me that performance. I paid you what was owed when the business first became profitable. Your current excuses are merely attempts to undermine my operations and force me out. If you leave now, I'll consider this incident forgotten. But once my people arrive, you won't leave so easily. Ha ha ha. Bald man Wang threw his head back and laughed as though hearing something absurd. Your people? They've already been won over by me. Otherwise, why haven't they shown up by now? Ahua. A figure stepped forward from among the crowd behind him. Zhou Jiqing's eyes widened in surprise. It was Mo Chihua, the man who had stood by her since the beginning, when she had built everything from nothing. Ahua, you've betrayed me. Bald man Wang offered me a substantial sum. My mother needs that money for medical treatment. I sincerely apologize. Where are Biaozi and the others? Did they betray you as well? Not exactly. No matter what amount was offered, they refused to cooperate. I had no choice but to tell them you were trapped on the North Lake side, and asked them to go rescue you. Zhou Jiqing narrowed her eyes slightly. So you're truly someone who betrays those who've trusted you, Ahua. Bald man Wang said. Zhou Jiqing, you should understand my feelings toward you. Over these years, many people have sought me out with offers of great wealth, yet I declined them all. The only reason I remained was for you. Why can't you see my sincerity? Zhou Jiqing responded coldly. Sincerity? Is it sincerity to withdraw capital and seize control of this place? Is it sincerity to turn my own people against me? You have the audacity to speak of such things. Jiqing, he continued, in our line of work, morality and conscience mean nothing. Money is what matters. If you stand by my side, I promise to help you manage this place successfully. What do you say? Save your breath. I would rather die than be with someone like you. Have it your way then. Go ahead. Behind them, dozens of men raised their weapons and moved forward. Zhou Jiqing's group stood ready, though some took nervous steps back. The gap in strength was clear. A few already turned and fled, which further weakened their resolve. Zhou Jiqing hadn't expected that after working so hard to secure funding, someone would scheme so deliberately to undermine her. She should have listened to young Master Jiang and shown mercy when she had the chance. Right as the group closed and a voice rang out, "Hold." Jiang Chu's words startled everyone into stopping. Bald man Wang frowned as he noticed a young man who appeared to be a college student standing alone. His expression turned dismissive. "TCH, boy, are you looking for trouble? This doesn't concern you, young Master Jiang." Zhou Jiqing recognized this was the same person who had provided her with funds. Earlier, the shop manager had mentioned a distinguished visitor, surnamed Jiang, instructing her to report any wealthy patrons so she could maintain proper relations. When she learned his surname was Jiang, she set aside her duties and rushed over, only to find Bald Man Wang confronting her with his men. Bald Man Wang noticed that Zhou Jiqing's gaze toward this young man carried a distinctly different quality. This explained his repeated rejections. His frown deepened. "Zhou Jiqing, I wondered why you kept turning me down. So you've taken a young man under your wing. He's quite handsome, I'll admit. Let's see how long he lasts once I'm through with him." Jiang Chu found himself called a young puppy, but he remained composed. Instead, he looked past Bald Man Wang to someone behind him. "Black Dog, how many of your people are in there?" That was it. Jiang Chu had spotted Black Dog among the crowd from the beginning. Black Dog grinned and moved forward. Hee young Master Jiang, most of these folks are my brothers. How much did he offer you? Bald Man Wang's face darkened with anger. Boy, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Chu ignored him entirely, waiting for Black Dog's response. Young Master Jiang, Bald Man Wang gave each of us 5,000. I'll give you 10,000 each. All I ask is that neither Bald Man Wang nor that Ahua leaves this room. Black Dog's eyes lit up instantly. What? 10,000? Black Dog, what are you thinking? You already took the money. Do you plan to break your word? Besides, what makes a college student able to pay you so much? He's definitely lying to you. Bald Man Wang grew uneasy. Black Dog, give me your bank account number. Black Dog hesitated briefly before complying. Ding dong. Within moments a transfer notification appeared. 50,000 yuan had been received. Black Dog's eyes widened as realization dawned. The young master before him may have been alone, but his influence and resources were clearly formidable. It was better to align with someone who could deliver substantial rewards than to risk injury alongside his brothers. Brother, go. Black Dog gave a brief nod and gesture. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 men stepped forward, positioning themselves between Bald Man Wang and Ahua. Black Dog, you. Bald Man Wang couldn't believe how swiftly the situation had turned. He struggled against his captors, but was held firmly in place. Bald Man Wang, you said it yourself. People die for profit, birds die for food. I'll return your money with interest, don't worry. Young Master Jiang, am I not loyal enough? Yes, quite. There are many guests here, and I'd prefer they not witness anything unpleasant. Of course. With another wave of his hand, Black Dog's men escorted Bald Man Wang and Ahua outside. Young Master Jiang, spare me. I was wrong. Boss, Sister Zhou. It was me, Ahua. I betrayed you. Do what you will with me. I bear no resentment. Zhou Jiqing showed no mercy this time. She spoke calmly. I will cover your mother's medical expenses. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The nightclub scene returned to its usual state, as if nothing had happened. He Go came trotting over to Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, I didn't expect to find you here. He Go, there's something I didn't get to ask you before. You were in the military, weren't you? He Go looked embarrassed. Yeah, Master Jiang, you can tell. You usually take your brothers around for private gigs. No steady job. Alas, we don't have the skills to find proper jobs. After being oppressed by capitalists when we first left, we ended up where we are now. Honestly, we don't want to be like this. We occasionally get locked up for a few months or half a year, which is tough. I can assure you, apart from occasionally flirting with some ladies, we haven't done anything truly evil. Most of our dealings are between gangs. The women with my brothers are all willing, no coercion. How about working for me? I'll invest in a security company for Boss Zhou. She'll be the boss, you'll be the vice president, and your brothers will still follow you. How about that? Plus you'll get a salary. Slap. He Go clapped his hands. That's great. I trust Boss Zhou. She's well known in the underworld. But setting up a company will cost a lot of money. Money isn't a problem. Your salary, He Go, will be 30,000 a month. The other brothers will get 8,000 each. All insurances and housing fund included. Usually you'll just maintain security at Boss Zhou's venues. When needed, injured brothers will not only have medical expenses reimbursed, but also receive family subsidies. How about that? How could He Go disagree? The group of punks behind him all shouted for Brother Go to agree quickly. This is far better than risking their lives for money every day. Alright. Master Jiang, I may be a bit lacking in morals, but I still understand some principles. From now on I'll call you my big brother. Big brother. The group of ruffians behind shouted in unison, their spirits roused. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Just call me Master Jiang. I prefer to keep a low profile. Yes, Master Jiang. Jiang Chu transferred another 1 million to He Go. Take this money for now. Remember, I have only one principle, don't touch the things you shouldn't touch. He Go was overjoyed. 1 million would last them a long time. Don't worry, big brother. No, Master Jiang. I've always hated those things. If I see anyone dabbling in them, I'll take care of them. At this moment, Zhou Jiqing walked over gracefully in black leather high-heeled boots, a charming smile on her face as she looked at Jiang Chu. She hadn't expected a young man younger than herself to remain calm in such a crisis and stand up for her. It was impossible not to be moved. Although she had seen many big scenes, she had indeed been nervous at first today. She never expected her most trusted subordinate to betray her. If not for Jiang Chu's appearance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Master Jiang, thank you. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you for last time, and now you've saved me again. I don't know how to repay you. Haha, Master Jiang is handsome and wealthy, and his kung fu is amazing. Boss Zhou knows sister-in-law, you can give it a try sometime. Before leaving, He Go naturally didn't forget to play matchmaker for his big brother. However, the kung fu he mentioned was Jiang Chu's real martial arts skills, but Zhou Jiqing interpreted it as something else. As she watched He Go leave with his men, the usually dominant and confident woman's face actually flushed with a touch of red. You're welcome. After all, I have my money invested in this place too. Last time I invited you to my place, you were busy. How about today? Just now, Master Jiang, it seems you were stood up by a beautiful woman. Jiang Chu couldn't help touching his nose and smiling awkwardly, not expecting her to have noticed. Then let's go see your cat. But I've been drinking. No problem, I'll drive. Jiang Chu led Zhou Jiqing to the Ferrari. She opened the door, and her long legs and elegant figure slid into the driver's seat. A simple movement, yet remarkably captivating. The Ferrari under Zhou Jiqing's control was like an untamed stallion, wild and free. Jiang Chu hadn't expected her driving skills to be so impressive. She must have often gone racing. Zhou Jiqing's home was a townhouse in Fujian Residences. The garage could fit 2 cars. She drove a GTR herself, truly a taste different from ordinary women. The door opened, and a black cat ran over, leaping into her arms, where she caught it steadily. Its golden eyes curiously examined Jiang Chu, who had entered with her. You really do have a cat. Jiang Chu's tone carried a hint of disappointment. What else? Did you think I was lying? Can it do a backflip, boy? Zhou Jiqing pursed her lips, holding back a laugh, and didn't answer. She then put the cat down. Hey Hua, go play on your own. Zhou Jiqing handed a pair of slippers to Jiang Chu. She lifted one foot first, removing her black leather boot, revealing a black short sock. When Jiang Chu bent down to take off his shoes, he accidentally caught a glimpse of something, and quickly looked down to hide his embarrassment. Probably because she lived alone, the villa wasn't too large. It was a duplex with European-style decor. Downstairs were the living room, kitchen, and maid's room. Upstairs were 4 bedrooms. Tea or coffee? Tea, please. You've been drinking, so I'll make you a honey black tea. Wearing slippers, Zhou Jiqing walked over to the coffee table and sat down. Her delicate fingers moved gracefully as she prepared the tea. Sit down. Why are you standing? Where should I sit? Jiang Chu was a bit confused. The sofa was over there, but this side of the coffee table seemed to be used only by her when she brewed tea alone, so there was only one large rattan chair. Zhou Jiqing's red lips curled into a smile. Sit right next to me, of course. Master Jiang, are you afraid of me, your older sister? Afraid? That was impossible. Jiang Chu unceremoniously sat down beside Zhou Jiqing. A faint fragrance of tea and her perfume wafted over. Zhou Jiqing poured a cup of tea, took a sip with her red lips. It's ready. Here, try it. She actually handed him the cup she had just drunk from. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate and took a small sip. Excellent tea. Especially after passing through Boss Zhou's lips, it's even more fragrant and mellow. He then drank it all in one gulp. Giggle. Zhou Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed softly. Master Jiang, you really know how to talk. So which is more fragrant, the tea or my lips? That's hard to say. I'll have to try them separately. Then let's start with my lips first. Zhou Jiqing leaned in without hesitation. At first they sat apart, but within a minute she removed her leather jacket and looked down at him with a gentle yet assertive gaze. Zhou Jiqing once again engaged in a verbal dispute with Jiang Chu, while Jiang Chu offered a resilient defense and ultimately mounted a counterattack. Both were aggressive in nature, and it remained to be seen who would prove the more courageous. Jiang Chu found the location inconvenient, so he lifted her in his arms and stood up. Zhou Jiqing wrapped her arms around his neck and her long legs around his waist, all while continuing their heated exchange. In this manner he carried her to a nearby massage chair. He then activated the manual massage mode. He couldn't help but remark that the chair was indeed excellent and thought that in the future he should place one in every room of Zhou Sini's villa so that he could use it whenever he grew tired of sitting. Jiang Chu couldn't resist pulling back the curtain covering the television screen. Zhou Jiqing's TV was quite large. He clicked the remote control, turning it on in the proper manner. What appeared on the screen was an episode of Crayon Shinchan set on a beach. A little boy named Shinchan, wearing a swim ring, was swimming with 2 beautiful women. Shinchan held up a thin piece of fabric with a string, and the familiar voiceover said, "Miss, is this your clothes? I found it in the sea." When did my bikini come off? A little boy found it. How embarrassing. But thank you anyway. I'm a grown-up. I have many action came in electric toys at home. Miss, would you like to come over and play? Thank you, little boy. Hey miss, your pants are falling out too. Shinchan held up a black piece of fabric. Do you usually watch Crayon Shinchan? Zhou Jiqing indeed enjoyed watching Crayon Shinchan, especially the mischievous little character, which she found utterly adorable. However, in this episode, after Shinchan returned home, his mother spanked him. Ouch, mom, stop. Zhou Jiqing felt a pang of sympathy, her brows furrowing, as she couldn't help but say, "Can't you be gentler? He's just a child. Is it necessary to punish him so harshly for a first offense? Once he feels the pain, he'll learn. I was often spanked by my parents when I was young. It hurt the first time, but later I felt uneasy without it." Zhou Jiqing's face flushed so deeply it seemed to bleed color. However, after some reflection, she gradually adapted and even came to understand Jiang Chu's point. She herself, when unable to contain herself, would sometimes discipline her subordinates. It was indeed quite satisfying to do so, and thus she appreciated a certain assertiveness. "Jiang Chu, do you want to see my cat do a backflip?" Now. But it's run off somewhere. Not the cat. Watch me. Watch you. Just as Jiang Chu was lost in thought, Zhou Jiqing, who had been lying on the massage chair, somehow mustered the strength to flip over, throwing him to the lower position. She looked down at him from above, her bright eyes filled with arrogance, a proud and domineering smile on her face. Jiang Chu was astonished. This young lady was quite bold. That backflip was a revelation. He had never seen anything like it. It seemed the backflips described in other novels were all fake. Nevertheless, to be honest, he was also quite tired, having drunk all night. Lying back and enjoying the automatic massage chair was not a bad idea. Zhou Jiqing looked proud and haughty, gazing at Jiang Chu's handsome face beneath her. It was a double pleasure, both mental and physical. This was a man who could command billions with a wave of his hand, and who had helped her twice at her most critical moments. She had no way to repay him except. After gazing at the handsome man for a while, she turned her head back to watch Crayon Shinshan, crossing her legs like a queen, moving as she pleased. At some point she accidentally set the massage chair to a higher intensity. She wondered how Jiang Chu could endure such a long test. She also admired him deeply. His strength was indeed, as Black Dog had said, unfathomable and impressive. They watched over 50 episodes of Crayon Shinshan in a row. That big-headed character brought her a different surprise with each episode. In the past she had watched alone, but today watching with Jiang Chu was immensely satisfying. Zhou Jiqing Affection 10, Power Bank 1, Appearance 2, 87. Ding. System detected that Zhou Jiqing's affection has reached 90. Reward 20 attribute points, 76 remaining. These points can be used to enhance the host's physical attributes. Jiang Chu gently caressed Zhou Jiqing's delicate face in his arms. Naughty brother, big sister. Isn't it true that you like this, big sister? It's because I cherish you as a younger brother. You're younger than me, so it's only natural for me as the elder sister to take care of you. Then how should I thank you, big sister? I'll have you carry me to take a bath. You should wash up too. You both smell of alcohol and sweat, and I don't want you to dirty my bed. I have no choice but to obey. Zhou Jiqing wore a triumphant expression, her eyes proud and haughty, as if she had conquered a great figure. Jiang Chu chuckled softly, lifted the smooth Zhou Jiqing, and walked toward the bathroom. The sound of water splashed a little loud. Early the next morning a phone call rang incessantly. It was Xianghua. He didn't know where he had gone last night. Morning. Damn Jiang Chu, big trouble, big trouble. Xianghua's voice was deliberately lowered, and it sounded like he was in the bathroom. What's the big trouble? Speak clearly. I got involved with someone. What? No, I mean I accidentally ended up with someone last night. I drank too much. Damn, you didn't take advantage of some girl without her consent, did you? Jiang Chu was also startled. This was serious. Zhou Jiqing was awakened by the noise. I don't know either. I had a late-night snack with her last night, then a few drinks, and then I blacked out. I only vaguely remember her helping me to bed, and then things happened. Other than that, I really don't remember. Wait. You said her. Who is she? Zhao Cece, the one we were drinking with last night. Hearing it was Zhao Cece, Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. You almost scared me to death. I thought you had done something wrong. No, the thing is that was my first time. I lost my first time so carelessly. Jiang Chu could imagine Xianghua's tearful expression on the other end, and found it somewhat amusing. Just then a female voice came through the phone, unmistakably Zhao Cece's. Xianghua, are you in there? Are you done? I need to use the bathroom. I'll wait a moment. What are you doing? Don't kiss that. Click. Zhou Jiqing, who had been a bit worried, couldn't help but laugh, revealing her neat white teeth. It's Zhao Cece. I know her. Her boyfriend ran off with a rich woman, leaving her with debts of over 100,000. She just started working at the nightclub not long ago. Your buddy picked up a gem. He's got a beautiful older sister to guide him. Jiang Chu gave a meaningful smile. So do you like guiding me? Zhou Jiqing propped herself up on her arms, chin slightly raised with a proud expression as she looked at him. She swept her wavy hair behind her back with one hand, her eyes full of assertiveness. Are you provoking me now, big sister? Her expression was playful and teasing. Jiang Chu's gaze traveled from her face downward, and his eyes widened slightly. I dare not, I dare not. Were you bitten by a mosquito? How come you have such a big bump? It looks like it was just bitten. The color is still fresh. Zhou Jiqing was taken aback. Really? No wonder it feels a bit itchy. I heard that saliva can disinfect. Let me apply some for you. Zhou Jiqing let out a soft sigh, her head involuntarily tilting back, her long wavy hair cascading down, revealing her fair and delicate chin and swan-like neck. An hour later, Zhou Jiqing insisted on getting up despite her weakness, propping herself against the wall with a determined look. She declared she would personally cook him a bowl of egg noodles. Jiang Chu had to admit that the noodles were indeed aromatic and delicious, and he ate them with relish. Zhou Jiqing's face beamed with pride. How is it? My noodles are delicious, right? Jiang Chu slurped while praising, delicious, indeed delicious. But I'm curious, how did you manage to make the egg noodles taste like seafood? Because I added some shrimp powder. Jiang Chu, are you really planning to establish a security company? Jiang Chu nodded. Yes, you are more experienced in this area than I am, so I want you to be the CEO of the company. Apart from your own venues, you also know that I've had Mo Yutong's company invest in Gu Yin and Chungming's companies, including her own. They all need a stable environment to develop, so we must cultivate our own people to maintain security. Establishing a security company is just the beginning. My requirement is to recruit more capable veterans with high salaries, especially special forces personnel. Whether they are combat skilled or technical talents, the more the better. Don't worry about the money. He knew that the country had many talents retiring every year, and he deeply admired them. Rather than letting those people switch to other careers, some becoming mercenaries, or even only being able to work as security guards in residential areas, it would be better to take them in and train them as his own people. He had plenty of money, and this would also be a good deed for the country and for them. Zhou Jiqing didn't expect Jiang Chu to have such far-reaching plans. Indeed, the upbringing of a child from a prominent family was different. Moreover, he was now her young man in a sense. All right, I'll listen to you, big sister. But don't go back on your word when I need money. Then Zhou Jiqing received a transfer of 100 million, which startled her. So much. Not that much. The company's address can be a bit remote, but find a large place for daily training. Also, when it comes to buying equipment and vehicles, you'll have plenty to spend. Seeing that she seemed a bit worried, Jiang Chu chuckled. Don't worry, I'll provide whatever amount is needed. However, we must be discreet about this so that the country doesn't question our loyalty. I've managed to open so many bars and nightclubs, so I know how to handle this. Zhou Jiqing's gaze roamed over Jiang Chu assertively, as if trying to see through him, wondering just how deep this young man's abilities really were. Back at the school dormitory, Jiang Chu saw Xiang Hua sitting in front of the computer with a silly, dazed smile. The game had already started, but he was still standing still at the fountain. Are you stupid? Xiang Hua looked up and saw Jiang Chu. He immediately jumped up, grabbed his arms, and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow bro, I'm a man now." Jiang Chu gave him a contemptuous look. So you were a woman before? No, you know what I mean, haha. Look at you so happy. Congratulations, congratulations. How about treating me to a big meal to celebrate? How about Luosafen? Jiang Chu showed a skeptical expression. You didn't treat her to Luosafen for lunch, did you? No, I didn't. Later, when I got up and told her that the car wasn't mine, she said she had something to do and left. I didn't even have a chance to invite her to dinner. Aren't you sad? Jiang Chu was slightly surprised. Xiang Hua scratched his head and smiled. A little, but I've come to terms with it. You can't force these things about feelings. Jiang Chu nodded and patted his shoulder in approval. Want to buy a car for yourself? Xiang Hua's eyes widened. He nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. With a luxury car, he could take beautiful girls to hotels. Of course he wanted one. You're going to give me one. I can give you one, but you have to win Zhang Yunla's heart first. Then I'll give you a car under 5 million, pick whatever you like. Xiang Hua looked shocked. Really? But why do I have to pursue Zhang Yunla? She's so beautiful, she definitely won't like me. That depends on your skill. She gave you safflower oil before, didn't she? Maybe she likes you. That's different, but I'll give it a try. At this moment, a phone rang from Jiang Chu's pocket. He took out the phone in his hand and looked at it. That's strange, it wasn't the one ringing. Oh, it was the phone that Shan Yibing had left behind last night. He took it out and saw the caller ID was company. Hello. Who are you? You picked up my phone. Return it to me within half an hour or I'll call the police. So fierce. What if I don't return it? Who was it that said we'd go to a hotel last night and then slipped away alone? It's you? Ahem, Jiang Chu, right. I thought I dropped the phone on the road, didn't expect it to be with you. Well, I had an urgent matter last night, so I left. Jiang Chu smirked. Couldn't she come up with a better excuse? What urgent matter? You owe someone 50 million and your company is about to go bankrupt, right? The other party seemed a bit surprised, her voice rising a few notches. How did you know? Never mind how I know. Do you want my help? She paused for a moment. All right, come to Bingshan Media, my company now. Just mention my name. See you later. Jiang Chu drove directly to the building of Bingshan Media. It was a commercial office building and Bingshan Media was on the 22nd floor. The elevator opened, and after a few steps he arrived at the company's front desk. A young woman in her 20s sat there wearing black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail. Sensing someone's arrival, she looked up and saw an extremely handsome young man. Her eyes widened and lit up, and she revealed a sweet smile. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Shan Yibing. You are looking for President Shan. Do you have an appointment? No, but she asked me to come. Oh, please wait a moment. I'll call her. The young lady made a phone call, said a few words, and hung up. Are you Mr. Jiang? Yes. President Shan invites you to go in and have a seat. She's a bit busy right now. This way, please. The young lady personally led Jiang Chu into the company. Jiang Chu glanced around briefly. The office area was large with an estimated 34 computers, but only about 7 or 8 people were visible, mostly women. They all wore expressions of worry and idleness. My name is Zhang Xiaofeng, you can call me Xiaofeng. Please have a seat here for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water. Jiang Chu nodded. Zhang Xiaofeng wore a white blouse and a pleated skirt. Her legs were quite attractive, straight and slender. The system rated her a 79, which was considered fairly beautiful. As she stepped out of the client room, several young women around her age and 2 men gathered around her. Jiao Xiaofeng, who is that man? He is so handsome. Yes, he is dressed in LV brand clothes. He must be a rich second generation. Stop joking, how would I know? He came to see Director Shan. Oh no, another handsome man is about to fall under Director Shan's spell. What can we say? Even without makeup, director Shan surpasses all of us in looks. Even Wang Jiang, the second prince of the Wang group, came here to pursue her. Do you think Director Shan will choose Wang Jiang or that handsome man just now, eh? Definitely Wang Jiang. He is the heir of a major conglomerate and his elder brother Wang, who is in politics. The position of future successor is firmly his with a market value of billions. Besides, he is not bad-looking either. That man just now is only a bit more handsome. Only a door away, Jiang Chu clearly heard the conversation outside. He did not expect Wang Jiang to have come. Bang! Suddenly the sound of a cup shattering came from nearby. He could hear a woman's voice arguing with a man, and the voice belonged to Shan Yibing. He stood up, ignoring Xiaofang, and walked straight inside. Shan Yibing, I Wang Jiang have tolerated you time and again because I respect you and want you to be my woman. I never expected you to be so ungrateful. Who will save your company? The payment deadline is in a few days. If you cannot come up with 50 million, not only will your company go bankrupt, but you will also face asset liquidation and be left homeless. Do you understand? Jiang Chu had already arrived outside the door. Through the gap, he could see that Shan Yibing now had long, straight black hair. She must have been wearing a wig before. She bore a resemblance to Fan Bingbing with large eyes, a high and delicate nose, and a figure that was equally impressive, curvaceous and well-proportioned. She was now wearing a white suit jacket with a white halter top underneath and a semi-transparent lace trim at the bottom, hinting at elegance and allure. Her lower half was dressed in casual trousers, yet her long, slender legs were still evident. She wore white high heels, exuding the aura of a corporate executive. She was a completely different person from the punk girl he had seen at the nightclub that evening. Now she stood cornered by Wang Jiang. Even if my company goes bankrupt, it is none of your business, Wang Jiang. Please leave now. Wang Jiang snorted coldly, a twisted smile forming on his face. You are the woman I, Wang Jiang, have set my sights on. You cannot escape my grasp. If you obediently accept my terms and be with me, you can continue as CEO and enjoy the pleasure I can give you. Despicable. Stop pretending to be noble. Even if you refuse, once your company goes bankrupt and you have nothing, I, Wang Jiang, may not even want you as my woman. But before that, I have 1,000 ways to get you into my bed. Do you believe me? Wang Jiang's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke, and he slowly stepped closer to Shan Yibing. Her face turned pale. She could call for help, but what then? As Wang Jiang had just said, after bankruptcy, he was indeed capable of such despicable acts. Seeing the hesitation and struggle in her eyes, Wang Jiang smirked with satisfaction. He was skilled at manipulating people's hearts. He had investigated her. She had never had a boyfriend, so she was likely still inexperienced. He was in the real estate business, and he loved to develop new things. Haha. So for a rare gem like Shan Yibing, he was determined to have her. Come on, why struggle? You will eventually find a man anyway. Only someone as outstanding as me can match you. I will not treat you poorly. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock at the door startled both of them. Jiang Chu pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. He moved to Shan Yibing's side, wrapped one arm around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Shan Yibing's eyes widened, her mouth agape, her face full of surprise. Wang Jiang, initially stunned, saw a man much more handsome than himself suddenly appear and take away the woman he was determined to have holding her in his arms. His brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his back teeth grinding almost to dust. Jiang Chu completely ignored him and asked, Darling, who is this person? Why is he being so rude to you in your office? Shan Yibing was utterly confused. Darling? Since when was she his darling? This Jiang Chu was trying to help her out, but the problem was not just her. Her company owed 50 million. Currently only Wang Jiang could help her, but his intentions were clear. He wanted not only the company, but also her. This put her in a dilemma. What are you talking about? Who is being rude? Who allowed you to come in here? Wang Jiang roared. Jiang Chu, he is Wang Jiang, the second prince of the Wang group. After all, she had stood him up yesterday, and today he had taken the initiative to help her out. Revealing Wang Jiang's identity might make him back off. What? Do I need permission to come in here? Shan Yibing is my woman, and I can come and go as I please. Jiang Chu slapped his forehead. All right, you are the one who called last night and disturbed our sleep. Wang Jiang, I say, how can you call in the middle of the night to harass us while we were being intimate? Are you sick? Screw you. Who do you think you are to curse at me? Wang Jiang rolled up his sleeves and strode toward Jiang Chu, ready to throw a punch. But Shan Yibing stepped in front of Jiang Chu and shouted, Wang Jiang, what are you trying to do? Start a fight here. Fine, Shan Yibing. So you really did sleep with this bastard. Since you are no longer pure, you are no different from the streetwalkers to me. Just wait for your company to go bankrupt. Wang Jiang glared at Jiang Chu, a hint of viciousness in his narrowed eyes. Kid, you will soon learn what it means to offend me, Wang Jiang. Humph. With that he turned and stormed out. The gossiping employees outside scattered like birds fleeing a beast when they saw the furious Wang Jiang emerge. Shan Yibing forced herself to take a deep breath before turning to look at Jiang Chu. Unexpectedly, he pulled her close again, his arm around her waist. Her brows furrowed. What are you doing? He is gone. Let me go. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile. Instead, it only stirred Jiang Chu further. Looking down from his height, he could see the deep abyss which naturally stirred his youthful vigor. Rogue, last night you personally agreed to sleep with me. Am I wrong to collect that debt now? And I even offended a scheming playboy for you. She looked at him with confusion. You knew his identity all along. Yes, I answered his call last night, which is how I learned about your company. Now Wang Jiang is gone, and he knows that we have been intimate. He will never come back to help you. What do you want? Can you help me pay off that 50 million? Jiang Chu looked at her with a mischievous smile. Jiang Chu pondered for a moment, considering whether to acquire the company or simply poach all its employees. Since he had just seen that there were hardly any people left in the office, taking it over seemed rather pointless. Shan Yibing, assuming Jiang Chu lacked the financial capability, sneered. Though you were generous at the bar last night, coming up with 50 million at once must be quite a stretch for you. If I could produce 50 million to help you, what then? Jiang Chu asked with a meaningful smile. He had to admit her slender waist felt truly delightful. If you really can come up with 50 million, I'll do as you wish and keep my promise to spend the night with you. Jiang Chu replied with a hint of exasperation. That was a promise you made last night, and now you're using it as a condition again. Don't you think that's a bit too much? Besides, this is 50 million for just one night. Even 10 million would be enough to get any celebrity. I want to comply willingly. You? Then what exactly do you want before you help me, and why should I believe you have the means to do so? Shan Yibing was irritated by the comparison to celebrities. She was still a maiden after all, and far more beautiful than most actresses. Let me think. Not only would I have to shell out 50 million, but I'd also have to offend Wang Jiang for your sake. Making you my woman isn't that fair enough. Moreover, given the way the Wang Group operates, they will surely come back for revenge. A single woman like you won't stand a chance against them. Nothing happened between us last night, so why did you say that? Aren't you afraid they'll come after you? Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have chosen you as my woman. So have you made up your mind? This is your bank card, isn't it? As Jiang Chu spoke, he spotted a small wallet inside the LV bag and opened it to find several bank cards. He then picked up his phone, typed a message, and sent it. What are you doing? Shan Yibing asked in surprise. Transferring money to my woman. Didn't you need 50 million? Here's your phone, return it to you. Shan Yibing took the phone, and just as she did, a text message from the bank arrived. She opened it, stunned. 100 million. Her face was full of shock. What kind of move was this? She even called the bank to verify and found no discrepancies. It was indeed 100 million. Unbelievable. Jiang Chu said calmly. Yes, 50 million to pay off your debts, and the remaining 50 million is an extra gift for you as my woman. Shan Yibing's heart was deeply shaken as she couldn't process it all at once. But I haven't agreed yet. The money is already yours, and you still owe me a promise. A woman I've set my sights on can't escape. Jiang Chu wore a confident smile. Shan Yibing's emotions were tangled. Both were domineering men trying to win her over, but the former Wang Jiang filled her with disgust. So many of the company's recent troubles likely had his fingerprints on them, aggressive and relentless. The man before her, Jiang Chu, was equally assertive, but he wasn't wrong. She had made a promise last night and failed to keep it. Now, without a second thought, he had transferred 100 million to her. In terms of trust alone, Wang Jiang couldn't compare. Moreover, recalling the prank they pulled together last night to punish a villain, she had felt immense joy. He had also helped his friend, showing loyalty and compassion. She looked up into his eyes and couldn't help asking, aren't you worried that I'll take your money and not honor the deal? Jiang Chu's brow furrowed slightly, as if her words had given him a moment of concern. But then he gently cupped her face with both hands, and before she could react, he leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. She instinctively tried to pull away, but his strength left her no room to struggle. She could only watch as he claimed her. A soft sound escaped her, and in that moment he deepened the kiss. A tingling sensation rose from her heart and spread through her body, her arms losing their strength. She stopped resisting. This guy was so overbearing, but she was no pushover either. She immediately retaliated, but just as she was about to feel triumphant, he pulled back with a mischievous grin. Take care of the company, then make plans with me. I'm leaving now. He suddenly released her, and the warmth and security of his presence faded away. For some reason at that moment she felt a deep sense of loss. As Jiang Chu opened the door to leave, she called out, wait. She didn't know why she had blurted it out. Jiang Chu turned with a puzzled look. I haven't had lunch. Would you like to join me for something to eat? Seeing the hint of anticipation in her eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. He opened his arms with a smile. All right. Shan Yibing ran over and hugged him tightly, perhaps out of gratitude for the 100 million, or perhaps to feel the warmth of his embrace once more. At that moment she was just a woman, not a company CEO, yearning for the protection of a strong person, to be held and feel safe. The employees outside, including Xiaofang, were astonished to see their CEO Shan Yibing walking out arm in arm with the handsome man, her face beaming with joy. Oh my God, our CEO has been swept off her feet by a man she just met. That young Master Wang visited so many times with gifts and flowers, even offering to help the company through its crisis. Such a good man, and she chose this pretty boy instead. It's over. The company is doomed. The CEO has probably given up and doesn't care about the company anymore. With things this dire, she's still in the mood for romance. She won't bother about us. Better start looking for other jobs. The company might go bankrupt, but the CEO probably still has money. She could just find a handsome man to enjoy life with, right? As for us low-level employees, we just have to accept our fate. A wave of pessimism spread through the company once more. Many employees, and even some higher-ups, overheard the rumors and secretly began seeking other opportunities behind Sean Yibing's back. Xiaofang, after watching Jiang Chu take Sean Yibing away, returned to the front desk. When no one was around, she made a phone call. "Hello, young Master Wang." In the Wang Group's president's office, Wang Jiang slammed his phone onto the desk with a curse. "Damn it. Jiang Chu. That bastard again. He took my building, cost me hundreds of millions, and now he's taking my woman." "Ahai. Summon Ahai." "Yes, Mr. Wang." Soon Wang Hai entered and saw his brother's face dark with rage. "Brother, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Wang Jiang shot a fierce glance at Wang Hai. "Did you handle the business I assigned you?" Wang Hai was bewildered. "Brother, what are you talking about? Damn it. I told you to cripple the guy who stole my building's land rights. That Jiang Chu. Today he's still running around freely over at Bingshan Media and took my woman away. Ahai, have you been indulging yourself too much lately? Can't even handle a simple college student affair properly." Wang Hai suddenly recalled, and anger flared within him as well. "Brother, let me explain. I already did as you instructed and bribed He Go and the others to break that lad's legs. But somehow they got the wrong person and attacked someone else entirely. I never expected this, brother." Wang Jiang glanced at his younger brother, and his fury subsided slightly. "When will you grow more composed and reliable so I can entrust the real estate division to you with peace of mind?" "I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully. Jiang Chu has opposed our Wang Group time and again. Unless we deal with him properly, my resentment will never subside and others will look down on us." "Understood, brother. Rest assured. The renovation company they hired happens to belong to cousin Wang Qian. We'll drag the project timeline by 1 or 2 months, preventing their company from opening on schedule. Once we figure out the connection between Mo Yutong and He Shiyun, we'll see what to do next. He won't be causing trouble for long." A cold glint flashed across Wang Hai's eyes. A small snail noodle shop near the street. Jiang Chu and Sean Yibing sat side by side by the window. "You said you were treating me to a meal, and you brought me here." Sean Yibing was still observing the shop's interior. Simple decorations. Small tables and stools. Large stainless steel bowls filled with snail noodles topped with sour bamboo shoots, sour beans, tofu strips, peanuts, and more. The broth below must have been rich with flavor, and a thin layer of chili oil floated on the surface. This was her first time in such a place. She had always dined at proper restaurants, and always felt these small eateries were unhygienic. But surprisingly, even this tiny noodle shop required a queue. They waited over 10 minutes before it was their turn. Never had snail noodles before. Give it a try, it's delicious. Jiang Chu didn't mind any of that. As a native of Shuigua province, he had grown up eating all kinds of noodles, and snail noodles were his favorite. He dug in enthusiastically without any hesitation. Sean Yibing's brow furrowed at first. She was curious how someone like Jiang Chu, a young master who could casually spend 100 million, could eat so down-to-earth, a stark contrast to his carefree and lavish demeanor the previous night at the bar. But she was genuinely hungry. Though the aroma was quite pungent, Jiang Chu wasn't bothered, so she pushed her doubts aside. Picking up disposable chopsticks, she tried a few bites. Her brows knit together at first, then her eyes widened in surprise, and her expression softened. Before long, she was devouring the noodles heartily. Being from Hunan, she had no trouble with the spice, and she had never discovered that snail noodles could be so utterly delightful. Delicious. She took a sip of the watermelon juice she had ordered to go. "Right? You should eat quickly while you're hungry. This mango juice isn't very refreshing." Jiang Chu pushed the half-finished mango juice toward her, then picked up the watermelon juice and drank directly from it. Sean Yibing noticed he was drinking from the same straw she had just used. Lowering her head modestly, as she ate, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Sean Yibing, affection 5. "Jiang Chu, why didn't you let me tell the company about the transfer beforehand? I'm no professional, but when I went in I saw that most people didn't care about the company's fate at all. Some were already making plans to leave. It's understandable for the lower-level staff, but those senior executives and offices should not share that attitude. They can't stand with the company through thick and thin, so telling them would be pointless. Let those who want to leave go quickly. Besides, many people inside your company may already be working for Wang Jiang." Jiang Chu knew Wang Jiang's style all too well. "But if they all leave, what about the company? Even if we save it, it would just be an empty shell. I only know that with enough funds, employees are never a problem. As long as you're willing to pay, China has countless talented people." "Jiang Chu, you don't understand. The company's biggest problem right now is the lack of projects. In the past, whether government contracts or big advertising orders from other companies, I secured them all myself. But recently, for some reason, no one is willing to cooperate with us anymore. I even suspect Wang Jiang is behind this. Regardless, without new orders, even if the company is saved, it will still be difficult to sustain healthy growth." Jiang Chu chuckled. "Just this. That's hardly a problem. It's just orders. You'll probably have too many to handle soon. Shan Yibing's eyes widened with delight. Her hand instinctively reached toward Jiang Chu's leg. Do you know any influential figures who could introduce big contracts to me? Shan Yibing was not lacking in ability, but in reality landing major contracts required either solid connections, substantial financial investment, or personal sacrifice. Therefore she had chosen to run the business honestly, accepting the harder path. Jiang Chu shook his head. No need. I'm planning to start an entertainment company. We'll inevitably need to cooperate with one or more media companies, and I can entrust this important task to your company. But first you need to set aside some sentimentality and use this opportunity to thoroughly reorganize your company's internal affairs. You're starting an entertainment company, but this is in Shuibo province. If it were my hometown it would make more sense, but here. Don't worry about that. Just focus on getting the orders. Hire more people. I'm the one who'll worry about being overwhelmed. Are you full? Let's go then. Dropping Shan Yibing off at the underground parking lot beneath her company building, she showed no intention of getting out of the car. Her lips pressed together, she wore an expression of hesitation. What's wrong? About last night. I deliberately stood you up. I want to apologize. It's fine. Just don't let it happen again. If you don't want to just say so directly. No need to make up excuses. Jiang Chu, thank you for helping me when I was in my greatest difficulty. But about last night's arrangement, could you give me a few days to consider? I'll need some time to prepare myself mentally before. Jiang Chu studied her with a curious gaze. She looked back at him puzzled by his stare. Of course. You don't need to put yourself through such turmoil. The reason I'm helping you is because I trust you and believe in your potential. I've been quite busy myself lately, so whenever you feel ready just reach out to me. But let me make one thing clear first. As Jiang Chu's woman, you must not go looking for others, he said. Shan Yibing blushed again at his bold claim, though she had never even agreed to be his. Shan Yibing couldn't help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Had Jiang Chu insisted on such an intimate request today, she feared she would have found no graceful way to decline. But that was her first time, and she refused to let it feel like a cold transaction. Unlike Wang Jiang, who pressed forward with relentless intensity, Jiang Chu carried himself with both authority and generosity, his mind broad and open. Shan Yibing felt a gentle warmth bloom within her, and her regard for him deepened slightly. You must be terribly busy. Surely with all that free time you spend it chasing after girls. Hee, how did you know? I truly have only one hobby, pursuing pretty girls. Oh, and there is another, spending money. Your face is remarkably thick, Shan Yibing replied with a soft laugh. Then I shall head back to the company first. When I have made up my mind I will come find you. Her voice grew fainter with each trailing word, her cheeks flushed a deep rose. Just as she reached for the car door, his voice stopped her. Wait a moment. She turned and found his handsome face drawing near, until his lips met hers in a tender kiss. After a gentle minute, she reluctantly allowed him to draw away. Go on then, bye-bye. Shan Yibing pressed her lips together and nodded softly. In a brightly lit supermarket filled with every kind of delight, Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini pushed a shopping cart through the aisles, selecting household necessities. Pushing the cart along, Mo Yutong called Jiang Chu on her phone. Jiang Chu, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Wenjing has moved out, and quite often people come to my dormitory asking about me. May I move into the villa with Zhou Sini? Exactly, brother Jiang Chu. Though Aunt Chen and Xia Yanran are already there, I do not know them well. You have so many duties, and if senior sister Yutong could stay with me, I would not feel so lonely by myself. Jiang Chu paused for a moment. She spoke as though she would be staying alone when in truth he intended to move there as well. Yet beneath that thought stirred a quiet excitement, and he left the rest to the reader's imaginations. Very well. I had originally planned to purchase another property as a gift for you, but there is no hurry. When you someday find a home you truly admire, I shall present it to you. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu Mua. Will you also be moving in? Would you like us to purchase some household items for you as well? Yes, then I shall trouble you. By the way, Jiang Chu, I have filtered through the applicants myself, and will be conducting interviews this afternoon. Would you like to come along and take a look? What is there to see in an interview? You may decide on your own. Oh, are you certain? I specifically selected a few candidates who appeared quite lovely. I was considering them as secretaries. Would you not like to come and see whether they please your eye? Mo Yutong teased gently. Jiang Chu hesitated inwardly. Actually, upon further thought, I realize I lack experience in such matters. Perhaps I should come along to help you oversee the proceedings. Puffed brother Jiang Chu is so teasing, saying one thing while meaning another. Then meet me at the office at 2:30 this afternoon. Very well. After hanging up, a subtle smile graced Jiang Chu's lips. Mo Yutong truly understood him so well, there to share the burdens when needed and elsewhere when the moment called for it. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Chu arrived precisely on time at the company entrance. The facade had been entirely renewed, radiating an air of grand elegance. Inside, signs indicated ongoing renovation work, and construction materials were stacked in neat order. When he had last visited, this hour should have been filled with workers bustling about, yet now not a single soul was in sight. It was rather unusual. He decided to ask Mo Yutong about it once he went upstairs. Originally 3 elevators had been installed, but 2 were currently being replaced with higher-grade models, leaving only 1 in operation. As Jiang Chu stepped inside and waited 4 additional visitors arrived, 2 men and 2 women. He cast a glance around, and his eyes widened slightly. One man roughly under 30 years of age stood about 1.78 meters tall with hair swept neatly back, gold-rimmed glasses perched on a high-nosed bridge, and deep-set eyes. He wore a sharply tailored navy pinstripe suit, a white dress shirt beneath paired with a violet tie, and a Rolex on his wrist. The other man was similarly aged and of comparable height with short hair and an attractive face, though he seemed largely unmoved by the 2 women beside him. Those 2 women, however, were equally striking. One had chin-length short hair, an oval face, peach blossom eyes, and a tiny dark mole near the corner of her eye. Around her neck rested an exquisite LV necklace complementing her tailored black business suit and silver satin collared blouse finished with black high heels. The other wore her hair coiled into an elegant Yuxiakian, age 23, height 166 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, beauty, rating 86, charge rating 0, goodwill rating 0. Zayawena, age 24, height 165 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, beauty, rating 87, charge rating 0, goodwill rating -10. Jiang Chu was taken aback not merely by their appearances, but because all 4 carried themselves with the same aloof dignity. Chins raised, the men with hands in their pockets, the women with arms crossed, radiating an unshaken pride. None held resumes or any application materials. Jiang Chu couldn't help but wonder whether they were here to apply for a position or to assume the role of leadership themselves. You are also applying at Mo Yutong Investment. The man with the swept-back hair turned toward Jiang Chu, his tone betraying an unmistakable undertone of condescension. It was simply that although Jiang Chu was handsome, his youth made him appear as though he had yet to graduate. Moreover, his attire, though bearing the LV label, stood in stark contrast to their bespoke ensembles. A single pair of their trousers alone surpassed the total value of his entire outfit. Jiang Chu had long grown accustomed to such pointed glances. A person of equivalent standing might dress in simple exercise attire and face no remark, for everyone understood their true stature. Yet Jiang Chu preferred to remain understated, much like how Ma Yun had eventually drifted toward a quieter life of travel. Yes, I am also here to apply at Mo Yutong Investment, Jiang Chu replied with a calm smile. The man with the swept-back hair shook his head slightly. I would advise you to give up. This company is simply not suited to your circumstances. Indeed, Zayawena added in a cool tone. Though you are pleasant to look upon, you fail to meet the requirements entirely. I wonder how you even came across the recruitment notice. Do not waste your time. Appearing here would only lead to embarrassment. Jiang Chu felt a touch of bewilderment. What requirements? I must confess I did not read the recruitment notice very carefully. The words drew an immediate reaction. All 4 covered their mouths and chuckled softly, the man with the swept-back hair letting his expression of disdain deepen as he regarded Jiang Chu with eyes that seemed to see nothing but ignorance. Truly remarkable. Coming to apply without even understanding the requirements. Sigh. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fongbin, 30 years old, holding an MBA from MIT. Currently I serve as the marketing director at Yuanhang Investment Culture Co., Ltd., in Sioux City. He spoke with an air of pride. Yuanhang Investment, quite impressive. The short-haired man curled his lips into a proud smile. Then let me introduce myself as well. I am Su Lu, 29 years old, with a master's degree in financial investment from Cambridge. I spent 2 years at Pusite Investment Company on Wall Street and have just returned to China. The slick-back man's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the name. Pusite was known as the cradle of investment elites, producing many renowned leaders in the field. The 2 women opposite them looked equally surprised. Since you have both introduced yourselves, let me do the same. I am Zhao Wen, at 25 years old, having just graduated with an MBA from MIT. I currently work as HR director at my father's Changjian Investment Company, though I have previously held positions as marketing director and investment manager. Both men were taken aback. Changjian Investment has assets worth billions. Since your father founded the company, why are you applying here? My father's company operates in a steady and conservative manner. I rarely have substantial work to do throughout the year. I prefer taking on more challenging tasks. The posting mentioned that the president is a beautiful woman, which piqued my interest. Jiang Chu rubbed his nose. What did the posting actually say? At this moment, Yu Xiaoqian spoke up cautiously. Hello everyone, I am Yu Xiaoqian, 24 years old. I recently graduated with an MBA from Tsinghua University and just completed my internship at Tianhai Investment. I am here to try my luck. However, all 3 of you are extraordinary candidates. I fear I may not even pass the first round of interviews. Yu Xiaoqian was quite pretty, so the 2 men did not look down on her. Instead, they offered words of comfort. Don't worry. This is a newly established company that is hiring for all positions. There will surely be a role suitable for you. Fongbin said exactly. Moreover, the boss of this company is wealthy and generous. Even the lowest position offers an annual salary starting at 1 million yuan, and that is just the base salary without bonuses or performance incentives. In comparison, other companies typically offer only 3 to 400,000 for the same position. That is why I specifically returned from abroad for this interview. Su Lu said, have you noticed that the president's secretary position is hiring 2 people with an annual salary of 1 million as well? Good heavens, I have never seen a secretary position with such a high salary. The requirement states that you must obey all demands without exception. I wonder if there are hidden conditions. Are the 2 of you perhaps applying for the president's secretary role? Yu Shaoqian lowered her head in shy silence. Zhao Wenna, however, spoke frankly. Yes, I am here specifically for the president's secretary position because I have never held such a role before. Nevertheless, from what I know, the president of Magong Investment, the interviewer today, is a beautiful woman. But honestly, gender does not matter to me. I only seek challenging work. Yu Shaoqian said, thank you. What about you? You have not introduced yourself yet. All 4 turned to look at Jiang Chu. He rubbed his nose and said, as for me, I am currently a junior at Shi University in Nan City, not yet graduated. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Su Lu pressed his lips to suppress a smile. Could you have come to the wrong place? A junior from Shi University. Zhao Wenna leaned close to examine Jiang Chu. He could see her smooth, flawless skin and long eyelashes. Little brother, you are quite handsome. You can give me your contact information. If I succeed in this interview, I will consider letting you join my department when you graduate next year. How does that sound? With his background from Shi University, he would be better suited for a cleaning position in the company. None of us graduated from prestigious universities. Working alongside someone like him would be embarrassing. Fang Bin put his hands in his pockets and turned away in disdain. Jiang Chu smiled gently. Rest assured, we will never be colleagues at the same company. I can read the future. Do you believe me? I guarantee that you Fang Bin will not get into Magong Investment. Ha ha, that is the funniest joke I have heard all day. If I did not know the company president is a woman, I would have thought you were the boss yourself. Your arrogance is quite something. If I Fang Bin fail to enter Magong today, I will walk out of this building upside down. You said it yourself. The elevator arrived at the 11th floor interview venue just then. The official interview was set to begin at 3 o'clock, leaving about 15 minutes. However, the temporary reception hall already had over 20 people seated. There were men and women of all appearances, but they shared one common trait: they were all young, handsome, and beautiful. To Jiang Chu's surprise, the person in charge of reception was Zhang Yunle, one of Mo Yutong's roommates. The security guards were 2 newly hired young men who looked tall and vigorous. Zhang Yunle, dressed in an OL uniform, spotted Jiang Chu at once and hurried over to greet him before returning to her busy schedule. She had no idea that Jiang Chu was the investor behind Magong Investment for Mo Yutong. Fang Bin furrowed his brows. So he knows someone here. No wonder he is so arrogant. But what does it matter? Could a mere staff member influence the president's decision? The others remained silent. They understood workplace etiquette well. Aside from the young college student, everyone else present could become a competitor. It was wise not to align with anyone or speak carelessly, for trouble often follows from careless words. At this moment, a voice announced, "Notice to all candidates. The interview will now begin. Before that, I will announce President Mo's decision. Fang Bin, you may return home. Your information will be archived at Magong Investment, and you will not be considered for future positions." Next, the first interviewee is Li Wenjing. Please have Mo Jie prepare. The candidates exchanged surprised glances. Someone had already been eliminated before the interview even started. The competition for the million-yuan salary position was indeed fierce. Only Su Lu and the other 2 women looked at each other as if something had occurred to them. Why? Fang Bin shouted angrily. President Mo has not even met me in person, yet she has already eliminated me from the interview. Is this not a mockery? Why did she invite me here at all? I am sorry, but I only relay President Mo's decisions. I have no further comments. Additionally, all expenses you incurred for coming to this interview will be reimbursed as previously agreed. You will receive a transfer notification shortly. Thank you. Fang Bin did not receive the answer he sought and grew even more furious. However, the 2 tall security guards approached him with cold expressions. I told you so. You will not get into Magong. At this point, Jiang Chu walked over from somewhere. Well, are you going to fulfill your bet and walk out of this building upside down? Seeing the smile on Jiang Chu's face, Fang Bin became incensed. His eyes burned with fury. Fang Bin seized a stainless steel dustpan, brandishing it as he lunged at Jiang Chu, vowing to inflict harm. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Some women covered their mouths as if unwilling to witness the impending confrontation. Yet Jiang Chu stood calm, arms crossed, observing the scene. 2 tall and handsome security guards appeared beside Fang Bin, delivered swift strikes to his legs, causing him to fall to the ground with a cry. The dustpan clattered aside. The 2 guards seized him by the arms and dragged him out. Just you wait. One day I'll crush Magong Investment under my feet. Fang Bin shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Fang Bin's eyes were bloodshot as he uttered his threat. Jiang Chu merely smiled, dismissing him as a helpless barker. This was a minor incident. The others, seeing the matter resolved, had nothing more to say. They blamed Fang Bin for being too arrogant and picking a fight with the wrong person. Jiang Chu did not participate in the initial interviews. Mo Yutong's interview process was unlike other companies. She made on-the-spot decisions, unwilling to waste time. When Jiang Chu saw the recruitment poster, he was stunned. Every position started at $1 million annual salary requiring youth. In his past life, he wouldn't even dare to look at such offers suspecting fraud. The interview results brought joy and disappointment, but most were pleased. As a new company, there were many vacancies. Mo Yutong kept most truly talented individuals, while a few who tried to bluff their way through were eliminated. Su Lu also passed the interview and was assigned to the investment management department as an interim deputy director. He was overjoyed. Congratulations, Director Su, Zhao Wenna, and Yu Shaoqian said together. Thank you. President Mo is truly decisive and efficient. As those who passed before said, if you have genuine talent and show sufficient loyalty, you can pass. It shows how much President Mo values loyalty. And President Mo herself is truly beautiful and young. Oh, my earning a high salary while working with such a beauty at this company is simply amazing. Yu Shaoqian was slightly excited. To get this position, she would do anything. Zhao Wenna remained calm, adjusting her glasses. Aren't we beauties ourselves? She asked. At that moment, Zhang Meili walked out in high heels. Jiang Chu, Zhao Wenna, you're up. Su Lu and the others were astonished, confused about what it meant. Two people interviewing together. Jiang Chu nodded. Zhao Wenna glanced at him, then strode confidently in her high heels toward the interview room, her black dress swaying. Jiang Chu followed behind her. Inside, Zhao Wenna was struck by Mo Yutong's beauty and youth. Even younger and more beautiful than herself, which was hard to believe. Zhao Wenna, right. Please have a seat. After sitting down, Zhao Wenna realized there was only one chair. Where would Jiang Chu sit? She turned to see Jiang Chu walk to a seat beside President Mo, then smile at her. She was utterly confused. What was going on? Mo Yutong gave her no time to think. Zhao Wenna, I've reviewed your profile. Your father also runs an investment company. Why would you apply to our company especially for a secretary position? You must have seen my requirement, absolute obedience to all instructions. Zhao Wenna answered without hesitation. I can do that as long as it doesn't violate the law. What if I asked you to go on a business trip with this gentleman beside me and share a room? Wow. Even Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. That was too direct. Mo Yutong pursed her lips and gave him a look implying it was for his sake. Zhao Wenna frowned. Although she knew such situations could arise, she hadn't expected such directness. Honestly, she didn't lack money, but she was curious about a newly established company offering such high starting salaries for executive positions, even $1 million for a secretary. In her family business, her two doting brothers handled most of the work, leaving her with nothing to do. She wanted a challenge. Besides, her brothers and father's secretaries also engaged in such private arrangements, as it was better to rely on trusted insiders than outsiders. Finally, she glanced at Jiang Chu, hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a surge of daring. I can do it too. Mo Yutong directly presented the contract. Without any hesitation, Zhao Wenna signed her name. There was no probation period, she became a formal employee immediately. Welcome to Magong. Mo Yutong said with a smile, standing up and extending her hand. Zhao Wenna shook it. You are now officially my secretary. No need to leave, just stand beside me. Jiang Chu nodded inwardly. Mo Yutong's demeanor had greatly improved. It seemed sending her to tour the major corporations was the right decision. Next was Yu Shaoqian. The same question was asked. She hesitated only briefly before agreeing, as she had prepared herself beforehand. Securing this $1 million annual salary job was paramount. In the end, she got her wish, her face beaming with excitement. The remaining few were also attractive, but their looks were rated around 75/0, and their education and experience were not as strong as Zhao Wenna's and Yu Shaoqian's. Still, they were talented and agreed to the requirement. In fact, the requirement was partly for Jiang Chu's benefit and partly to test loyalty. They were assigned to the secretarial office with a reduced salary of $600 per year, which was still very high for them. Yes, this was Jiang Chu's special request aimed at cultivating more trusted personnel. As more companies would be invested in the future, 1 or 2 secretaries would not be enough. The entire interview process was swift. More than 20 people were interviewed in 2 hours. 12 were selected, including 5 secretaries, 2 of whom were personal secretaries to the president, Zhao Wenna and Yu Shaoqian. They went to the 12th floor for the company's first high-level meeting. First came self-introductions and job assignments. Everyone exchanged contact information and set up a QQ group. Mo Yutong deliberately saved Jiang Chu for last. Since you are all part of the company, let me formally introduce this gentleman. Jiang Chu, like me, is still a junior at Shi University. The audience's jaws dropped, eyes wide with disbelief. This domineering and beautiful president goddess was still a junior. Mo Yutong took in their reactions. She was used to it, as when she introduced herself as a major shareholder at large corporations, even thousands of people had the same expression. Furthermore, he has another identity, the largest hidden shareholder of Magong Company. At the same time, he is my man. So all the handsome gentlemen here don't bother trying to pursue me. Surprise. That was the expression on everyone's face. This handsome young man was actually the company's largest hidden shareholder, and also the man they had just recently acknowledged as Ms. Mo's partner. Sulu patted his chest, relieved that he had not said anything offensive. He had assumed the interviewer was merely a junior college student, never expecting to discover he was the key figure behind the company. Zhao Wenna glanced at Jiang Chu, who remained calm and composed. She had suspected during the interview that he shared a close connection with Ms. Mo, but never imagined he was the true mastermind. A faint smile touched her lips as she adjusted her glasses, catching a glint in her eyes. He was indeed handsome, and if his abilities matched his appearance, winning him over would make for an intriguing challenge. Yu Xiaoqian's shock gradually softened into something warmer. She had envisioned pairing with someone older, perhaps even past his prime, but the reality was so different. He was young and striking, far surpassing the most prominent figures at her school. As the realization settled in, those around her began to rally, with some quickly chiming in about how perfectly suited the couple seemed together. Yet beneath the surface, doubt was taking root. This was an investment firm after all, and both leaders appeared so young, lacking the experience one would expect. There was a nagging concern that they might be privileged heirs pursuing a whimsical venture rather than serious business. Their reputations now carried this uncertainty, making it harder to move forward. Jiang Chu watched these reactions unfold, drawing on his past experiences where he had been on the receiving end of such skepticism. He understood their doubts, knew that words alone would not dispel them. Only consistent results would build the trust he needed. We have already completed several investments, Jiang Chu began. Mo Yutong provided a brief overview of their investment portfolio. Regarding Mr. Zhang's identity and the content discussed, all of this is strictly confidential. You have all signed non-disclosure agreements, and I trust you understand your responsibilities. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yen Hegua, the acting head of the investment department, raised his hand. Ms. Mo, I understand the real estate investments. That sector shows clear profit potential. But the mobile phone and group buying ventures are harder to justify. The phone venture means competing against a global industry leader. The group buying platform already faces several exit pressures, and the major competitor behind me, Group, has substantial capital backing. This seems like an uneven matchup. Zhou Jiqing's bar had not been included, as Jiang Chu funded it directly. The rest of the team nodded in agreement with Yen Hegua's points. Mo Yutong's expression darkened. Enough. During the interviews I stated clearly that I value loyalty above all. I did not expect immediate challenges to strategic decisions. Investment allocation is a matter for the board, and I serve as the board. If anyone has objections or feels uncomfortable remaining, you may leave now. Her gaze swept across the room. The atmosphere grew tense. They had misjudged, underestimating her youth, while overlooking her authority. She held decisive power, and that was enough. Yen Hegua, your past accomplishments at other companies mean little here. You chose to join Mo Gong, and you will follow the direction set. A commander does not need to explain every decision to subordinates. If you have the ability, open your own company. This is not a formal meeting, so I will not pursue this further. But if anyone challenges my decisions again in such a setting, you may leave on your own. Yes, Miss Mo. Yen Hegua replied, bowing his head slightly in apparent compliance. The others fell silent, abandoning further discussion. Satisfied that the moment had passed, Mo Yutong's expression softened once more. While I hold the final say, execution depends on each of you. I expect you to give your best. If my decisions prove flawed, I will bear the cost. However, if failures stem from inadequate execution on your part, that harms everyone, and I cannot tolerate that. In such cases, do not expect leniency. That said, I want to be clear about rewards. The top-performing department head this year will receive a villa worth over 1 million. Every member of that department will also receive a vehicle valued at no less than 300,000. The room erupted with renewed energy. Though they already earned substantial salaries, the prospect of additional rewards was invigorating. Everyone understood the value of clear incentives. We will follow your lead, Miss Mo. The team chorused, energized by her decisive leadership. They had witnessed firsthand the clarity and strength of Mo Yutong's approach. Having achieved the desired effect, Mo Yutong felt a quiet sense of relief. She cast a grateful glance toward Jiang Chu. He had orchestrated this moment to help her establish authority. Firmness followed by reward, ensuring her position would be respected. Still, she understood this was only a temporary measure. Long-term credibility would ultimately depend on the results of their investments. No one questioned a leader with a record of success. After the meeting, Jiang Chu asked Mo Yutong about the construction site situation. She appeared genuinely unaware, her brow furrowing slightly. Still caught up in the joy of successful hiring, she had not yet considered the implications. Jiang Chu did not press the matter immediately, but instead asked Zhao Wenna to investigate further. Later, Mo Yutong hosted all the employees at an elegant restaurant. Jiang Chu declined to attend, preferring to keep the focus on her. Before she left, he gently reminded her to drink in moderation, but she waved it off with a light smile. He shook his head slightly, realizing she had not yet experienced the subtle dynamics of such gatherings. He quietly asked Zhao Wenna to keep an eye on things. Through their brief interactions, Zhao Wen sensed that Mo Yutong, despite her professional success, remained somewhat inexperienced in certain social situations. The handsome young man she did not know well was in fact the true mastermind behind the company, including the multi-million investment decisions. This puzzled Zhao Wen deeply. Such decisive action at such a young age was unusual. Even her father's circle would not commit such sums without careful market analysis. Either Jiang Chu came from extraordinary wealth, or his approach was reckless, relying on chance rather than straight. Zhao Wen's impression of Jiang Chu dimmed slightly. Thinking about the conditions she had laid out for them as secretaries, Mo Yutong had not spoken the matter aloud, but the expectation was clear they were to follow Jiang Chu without hesitation. Setting aside considerations of wit or background, with his handsome appearance and considerable means, she felt it was an acceptable arrangement. At the very least, he was not some elderly man. She wondered whether she might gently dissuade him from such an imprudent course of action. At the villa, Jiang Chu had already arranged a team to tidy and furnish the place, replacing even the security cameras and electronic door locks. All they needed to bring were some clothes and daily necessities. Even with all 5 seats occupied plus the trunk, the car remained packed to capacity. They would likely need to purchase a few larger vehicles. They arrived and busied themselves for quite some time. By then, Aunt Chun had already prepared dinner for everyone. All my favorite dishes: shiitake beef and mapo tofu. Since they had physical education class in the afternoon, Zhou Sini was dressed in sportswear. A white short-sleeved t-shirt, blue athletic shorts, and white sneakers. After arriving and settling in, all that hard work had worked up quite an appetite, so she devoured her meal heartily. Jiang Chu sat across from her, at a small stone table outdoors. The seating position was rather low, and every time Zhou Sini bent forward to pick up food, the view was rather delightful. How lovely to behold. Zhou Sini had also specially picked some food for Jiang Chu. Her eyes curved into crescents with a pair of cute bunny teeth, showing radiating happiness. Brother Jiang Chu, don't you think it's delicious? You haven't said anything about it. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Big and white. Must be wonderful. Zhou Sini noticed the lingering quality of Jiang Chu's gaze, and quickly looked down at her collar, covering herself with her hands. Flustered, she pouted and scolded, "You bad brother Jiang Chu, what are you staring at?" Xia Yinran merely furrowed her brows slightly, and continued eating her meal at a leisurely pace, as though she had not noticed a thing. Aunt Chun let out an embarrassed laugh, then rose from her seat. "Young Master Jiang, I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours. I shall go prepare the beds for you all." With a mouthful of rice still in her cheeks, Zhou Sini hurriedly stood up. "Aunt Chun, there is no need for that. We can manage ourselves." "Nonsense. I have nothing else to occupy my time." Hardly had Aunt Chun left, when Jiang Chu's phone rang. It was Zhao Wen. "President Jiang, the matter you asked me to investigate has come to light. The renovation company President Mo previously hired is called Hong Tu Renovation, and its proprietor is a man named Wang Qian. He was the one who ordered the workers to halt and depart. Through the security guards, I learned that a man named Wang Hai inquired about you and President Mo. He is the 3rd son of the Wang Group in Shuigua Province, and Wang Qian is his cousin. Might President Mo have some prior contention with this Wang family?" Jiang Chu's expression darkened at once. Wang Hai again, the Wang family once more. The incident in the park where he had sent someone after him was far from settled, and now this had reached the construction site. Mo Gong Investment had only just been established. Those who questioned the company's capabilities were about to receive their first lesson from the Wang Group. Zhao Wen proved to be remarkably capable. A newcomer from another province, she had managed to uncover so much in such a brief span. Having a secretary like her would certainly spare him considerable trouble in the future. Inform President Mo that she must immediately switch to another renovation company. And tell her, the company's first battle is about to begin. We shall take down the Wang Group. "Yes, President Jiang." Zhao Wen's voice carried a hint of excitement. After Jiang Chu ended the call, he noticed both women gazing intently at him. "What are you looking at? Is there rice on my face?" "Brother Jiang Chu, your expression and your words just now were so commanding." Zhou Sini pressed her palms together before her chest, her eyes brimming with admiration. Xia Yinran meanwhile regarded Jiang Chu with a touch of mild astonishment, her lips slightly parted, as though weighed between speaking and remaining silent. Jiang Chu could roughly guess what was passing through her mind. The daddy system was quite useful. A quick search online had turned up information about Xia Yinran's years abroad. Beyond the honors he already knew of, she shared her parents' taste for swallowing the weaker and devouring the strong, wielding every financial and economic tactic at her disposal to topple rivals. She was a natural warrior. Yet she also possessed qualities her parents lacked: the ability to manage the company with remarkable poise at a young age, surpassing even them. This had led certain financial magnates to view her enterprise as a threat, resorting to underhanded measures without restraint. Business is much like warfare, and sometimes reality is simply this unforgiving. He had deliberately spoken as he did to test whether the sharp edge within her had been dulled by the years. Though she offered no verbal response, the subtle shifts in her eyes had betrayed her entirely. "I am satisfied," Xia Yinran said, pushing her wheelchair away on her own. "Prepare yourself. I will administer acupuncture later. She paused for a moment before continuing forward. On her face, invisible to Jiang Chu, a faint blush had risen. At 8 o'clock that evening, Jiang Chu was chatting with Zhou Sini about matters concerning celebrity life when the automatic gate opened. His Ferrari pulled into the villa courtyard. The driver's door swung open, and out stepped Zhao Wen, her heels clicking briskly as she circled the front of the car. The passenger door opened, as well, revealing Mo Yutong. First came a sleek black high heel stepping onto the ground, followed by a fair leg, and then she carefully maneuvered herself out of the car, steadying herself against the door frame. Her already exquisite features were flushed a rosy red, and Zhao Wen hurriedly supported her arm. President Mo, please take your time. Sister Yutong, you seem to have had a bit too much to drink. Your face is quite red. Zhou Sini also hurriedly rose and moved to support her on the other side. But Mo Yutong protested, let go of me. I am not drunk truly. I merely had a little more than usual. I am not drunk. Jiang Chu turned to Zhao Wen. President Jiang, I did try to advise President Mo, but to no avail. After you gave me that phone number, she immediately shared the matter with everyone and had them return to the office right after dinner. She said that today, a day that should have been so joyful, was spoiled by that Wang Hai. In her frustration, she simply drank the entire glass. And then, Mo Yutong broke free from their support and staggered forward in her high heels until she reached Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, I truly am not drunk. I can hold my liquor quite well. If you do not believe me, I could still go 30 rounds with you right now. Then she simply swooned into his arms unconscious. When are you free tonight? Oh. Hearing Jiang Chu ask her this question, suddenly a faint embarrassment flickered across her face. Zhao Wen was taken aback. Actually, even before arriving, she had already anticipated that President Mo being intoxicated might mean President Jiang would ask her to stay and fulfill her duties. She had not expected it to come so swiftly. On the very first day of employment, already tasked with something like this. Even if she were accustomed to such matters, she found herself caught off guard, her heart pounding furiously with nervous anticipation. Zhao Wen looked at General Jiang's handsome face, thinking that this day would inevitably come anyway. I'll just go for it, she murmured. She pursed her lips and shyly nodded. General Jiang walked toward her with a smile. You can drive my car back. Oh. Zhao Wen's eyes widened in surprise as if she had misheard. Wasn't he going to ask her to stay? Why was he sending her away again? Before coming, she had imagined various possibilities. As his secretary, the expectations for today had been made clear. Yet when faced with the actual choice, her heart was conflicted. President Mo had drunk too much. If she accompanied her here, President Jiang might need someone to discuss life with, and he would surely keep her there. After finally deciding to come tonight to persuade President Jiang, but now he was actually telling her to drive back. Could it be because of that cute little girl beside him? She felt a mix of relief and disappointment. That girl was indeed more attractive than her. No need, but please go back to the office and tell everyone to leave before 10. Get some rest early. Okay, President Jiang, I'll be going now. Jiang Chu directly carried Mo Yutong in his arms to the 3rd floor and placed her on the bed. Let me help Sister Yutong get settled, Brother Jiang Chu. Don't you need to go downstairs to give Sister Yanran acupuncture? I'll take care of this. Zhou Sini proactively came over to help her get ready for bed. Jiang Chu smiled meaningfully and said, thank you so much. You're welcome, it's my duty. Jiang Chu shook his head and sighed just as he reached the door. By the way, Brother Jiang Chu, the next room is yours. Aunt Chen has already tidied it up for you. Jiang Chu, and you? I'll sleep here with Sister Yutong. Jiang Chu was speechless. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Sister Yutong. Sini, you're great. Xia Yanran was lying in bed when she saw the door pushed open heavily. Jiang Chu walked in with an angry expression, set down his acupuncture kit, and then brought a cup of dark herbal medicine to the bedside table. Drink the medicine first, then acupuncture. Are you angry? Xia Yanran, who was helped up to lean against the headboard, asked. Isn't it obvious? You don't need to ask. If it were me, I would be too. Jiang Chu looked surprised. So you're saying you support me? You're my man. Shouldn't I support you? Jiang Chu's face instantly broke into a happy smile. All my women, but you're the best. This medicine is a bit bitter. Drink it slowly. Jiang Chu lifted the cup to her lips. I can take it myself. He made a face. Xia Yanran lowered her hand. Jiang Chu smiled again and slowly fed her the medicine. For ease of acupuncture, she wore a silk silver robe. The slight movement as she drank caught his attention, and he noticed a certain area. Good heavens, I wonder if the dark side has been concealed. Shall I start acupuncture now? Jiang Chu helped her lie down. Xia Yanran's delicate hand gently pulled the ribbon at her waist. Jiang Chu's eyes were instantly filled with a clear white light. The key point was an undeniable presence, but unfortunately the dark side was still hidden by the white. Yet it made him stare for a long time. No wonder people say that those who frequently perform acupuncture tend to have more vigorous blood energy. Taking a slow breath, he reminded himself not to be careless in acupuncture treatment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the silver needle in his hand landed accurately, as if it had eyes. Xia Yanran's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. I can feel my leg. Jiang Chu immediately covered her mouth with his hand, glanced seriously toward the door, then looked at her furrowed brows and nodded to her. Your leg is worse than I imagined, but it's okay. Half a year should be enough. Now as your man, shouldn't I collect a little interest first? He removed his hand, covering her mouth, a lecherous expression on his face. What do you want to do? Xia Yanran didn't expect him to find her weak spot so quickly. He sealed her lips. This was her first kiss. Couldn't this despicable guy have warned her? She knew it would come one day, but she thought it would wait until after she was healed, when she looked her best. But it came so suddenly. Didn't he mind her current ugly appearance? After her disfigurement, no one of the opposite sex could look at her real face for more than 10 seconds, some even ran away to vomit. But this Jiang Chu, he was simply a glutton for lust. She tried to push him away with her hand, but it was useless. Slowly she stopped struggling. Kissing was something she had thought impossible after her disfigurement. He kept pressing her weak spot, making her both angry and helpless. She couldn't help but curse. Strangely, his attack had been fierce. Just now, why did he suddenly retreat? He wanted to say that the people outside had left no need to pretend anymore, but she offered a kiss. The more he focused on the key point, the more she pursued. Finally, he had to take a firm stance to make her back off. No, you promised you would only have it after I'm healed. You think I wanted this? I could have controlled myself, but just now I was about to tell you that they left, but you still came. Xia Yanran pursed her lips, wanting to laugh. Seeing Jiang Chu's aggrieved look, one would think he was the one being bullied. Stop pretending. Tell me what just happened. How did you know someone was eavesdropping outside? Who was it? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at her. And you call yourself a genius girl? Xia Yanran frowned thought for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. You don't suspect? Jiang Chu curved his lips and said calmly, you don't really think that after your disfigurement and disability your enemies would just let you go, do you? I know they wouldn't, but I can't believe it's Aunt Shun. It absolutely cannot be her. The first time I came to this villa, I discovered many cameras installed here. I had people renovate to remove them. Moreover, when I said I could cure you, someone's expression didn't seem very happy. When I gave you acupuncture the first time, she was outside the door the whole time, and this time too. But this could not prove that Aunt Shun was one of them. She might have just been uneasy, worried that you would harm me. At this point, Xia Yanran's open mouth failed to utter another word, because if Aunt Shun was concerned about her safety, why hadn't she knocked to intervene just now? Could it be true? Jiang Chu looked at her with a meaningful expression. Go on, why don't you continue? Xia Yanran's face turned pale. Recalling the past, she and her parents had fled back to Huaxia to escape those people's pursuit, thinking they could finally rest easy. Yet unexpectedly, on that family drive, they were caught in a pile-up car accident. No one had said anything except Aunt Shun. Impossible, impossible. She murmured, her brows tightly furrowed into a frown, but a glimmer of understanding slowly dawned in her eyes. I found a friend to investigate Aunt Shun's background. She has a son who was a high-ranking executive at a domestic company. Later, he was tricked into gambling and Huaqing, owing 5 million in debt. The debtors threatened to cut off his hands and feet if he didn't pay. Then suddenly someone approached Aunt Shun offering to give her the money. Jiang Chu produced a bill. This is the bank statement of Aunt Shun's son. In February 2007, he received 5 million, and in March another 3 million. Xia Yanran took the bill and read it through. Indeed, their family accident had occurred in mid-February 2007. She had suspected Aunt Shun before and had checked her bank statements, but had found nothing suspicious. She hadn't expected the money to be transferred directly into her son's account. But hadn't Aunt Shun said her son was long dead? Precisely because of that, her family had taken pity on Aunt Shun and hired her as a maid. But who would have thought? Faced with this truth, Xia Yanran found it hard to accept. She had always regarded Aunt Shun as her only family in the world, yet she turned out to be a spy sent by the enemy, and might even have been the one who leaked the information that led to her parents' death. The kind and gentle smiles of her parents surfaced before her eyes. Xia Yanran could no longer hold back, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Jiang Chu opened his arms, gesturing if she wanted a hug. Xia Yanran, though upset, shot him a glare. Idiot, he had spoken so cleverly just now, but her legs couldn't move, and he was sitting too far away for her to reach. Jiang Chu saw her crying, but inexplicably glaring at him, and felt puzzled. Was offering comfort also wrong? Then looking down at her long legs, he suddenly understood. He immediately gave an awkward smile, rubbed his nose, and proactively went over to embrace her. Xia Yanran didn't cry, but couldn't help letting out a snort of laughter. This guy was too slow. Unfortunately, her face was resting on Jiang Chu's shoulder, so he didn't see it. They could have let Aunt Shun kill me, but why didn't they, eh? If I'm not mistaken, you must still have something here that they desperately need. Something they desperately need. But even the company and all the assets left by my parents have been taken by them. Only this house remains. Aunt Shun has been here for so many years, she must have searched every possible place. She even helped me bathe. What else could be hidden? I'm not sure about that. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to let you live. I don't believe they would show mercy. Xia Yanran looked at Jiang Chu and said, why did you reveal this to me? You didn't have to get involved. This could cost you your life. Jiang Chu smiled. His eyes glanced at the scar on her forehead, then he gently touched it with his hand, sliding down to her delicate and exquisite chin, two entirely different textures. He curled his lips and looked into her eyes. I'll say it again because you are my woman, Jiang Chu's woman. Xia Yinran turned her head away. Don't think saying that will move me. Jiang Chu said, anyway it said. What will come will come. But I, Jiang Chu, have never been afraid. Even if they don't come to me, I'll seek them out in the future because they are my woman's enemies. Xia Yinran's eyes showed a slight ripple of emotion, though her tone remained unchanged. Killing you would be as easy for them as crushing an ant. Jiang Chu said, always saying such discouraging words. Don't you want to avenge your family? That's my own business. You can't even handle Aunt Shun, and you think you can take revenge alone. A wave of frustration rose in Xia Yinran's heart. Every move she made was watched by the enemy, and she had no one to rely on. How could she talk about revenge? Jiang Chu patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, you have me now. Your man is stronger than you imagine. You'll understand in time. Are you really not afraid? I'm a coward if I am. Xia Yinran pondered for a moment. Come here. Jiang Chu, puzzled, leaned his face forward only to receive a kiss from her. Jiang Chu, I want to wait until my appearance is restored and then show you my most beautiful side. Is that okay? Jiang Chu nodded. What a sin, bro, you must endure. Xia Yinran lay in Jiang Chu's arms. He said, getting to the point. Also, I want to tell you that I can heal your legs in a week. The scar on your forehead will take a bit longer, about half a month. Really? Dirty hands. Her words were still sharp, but she didn't stop him. Her eyes were seductive, and Xia Yinran enjoyed both inner and outer pleasure knowing that Jiang Chu wouldn't lie to her. Jiang Chu said, now Aunt Chen's son's whereabouts are unknown. I've already sent people to find him. If we can locate him, we might be able to control Aunt Chen. So for now, you'll have to continue pretending. Xia Yinran said, I know. Even if we drive Aunt Chen away, those people won't rest easy, and we'll send someone else. To avoid arousing Aunt Chen's suspicion after applying his special ointment to the scar on Xia Yinran's forehead, Jiang Chu had to reluctantly let go of the warmth in his arms and return to his own room. He went and took a shower and sat on the bed looking around. Everything was indeed tidied up, but the room felt empty, as if something was missing. There were 3 beauties in the villa, but he was alone. As a man of great wealth with all 3 as his women, he had just shared a tender moment with Xia Yinran. Why should he be left to sleep alone? Jiang Chu turned off the light. A crack appeared in the door, and a furtive head poked out, then the whole body emerged. He tiptoed to the next room and peeked through the window. The lights were already off. Darn, it was only 10 o'clock, and those 2 had gone to bed so early. He reached out and gently turned the door handle. It was stuck. It was locked from inside. However, it made sense. Just now he was in Xia Yinran's room. The 2 of them were on the 3rd floor, and it was their first night staying here, so naturally they would lock the door for safety. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. This can't stump me. He returned to his own room. Then from the rear balcony, he leaped over with a swift movement, making no sound at all. Then he gently pushed open the sliding door of the bay window and slipped inside. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. Hearing the sound, he knew it was Zhou Sini. In the faint light, Jiang Chu could clearly see 2 stunningly beautiful women lying on the king-sized bed. On the right was Mo Yutong, lying on her left side, her smooth arm pillowing her head. She wore a smooth pink silk nightgown, and one of her slender legs was stretched out from the hem. On the left was Zhou Sini, dressed in a Sailor Moon cotton pajama set. She was sleeping on her stomach, her head turned toward Mo Yutong, making soft breathing sounds, a slight smile on her lips, and drool trickling down. She must have been having a pleasant dream. Which one should I start with? Mo Yutong had drunk too much, so she wouldn't wake easily. Zhou Sini was sleeping soundly. He reached out his hand, but hesitated, and then withdrew it, leaving the thought unfinished. Just then, Mo Yutong suddenly coughed violently twice, startling Jiang Chu into instantly withdrawing his hand. Then he saw Mo Yutong sit up, rubbing her still half-closed eyes. Seeing a figure standing before her, her eyes widened instantly, and her mouth formed an O as she was about to scream, but Jiang Chu quickly covered her mouth. Shu, it's me, Jiang Chu. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing Jiang Chu's face, so close, Mo Yutong recognized him clearly. It was none other than her own man. Feeling her relax, Jiang Chu released his hand. How did you suddenly appear here? The door was locked. You scare me to death. Mo Yutong patted her chest. Hey, you think that can stop me, your man? Aren't you drunk? Mo Yutong saw the open balcony door and suddenly understood. You came via the balcony. That's so dangerous. If you wanted to see us, you could have just knocked and woken us up. I'm the kind of person who after drinking too much just vomits and sleeps it off. Jiang Chu made an expression of, I wish I could. I can tell what you're thinking from your expression. But tonight you can't touch Sini. She had PE class this afternoon and tidied the room, and she helped me a lot just now. She must be exhausted. Most importantly, she's on her period. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. Mo Yutong hurriedly got up, put on her slippers, and rushed to the bathroom. On her period? Good thing it didn't come yesterday, otherwise I would have only been able to sigh in frustration. With great reluctance, he pulled the Sailor Moon pajama back into place. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu, for the big chicken leg. So delicious, hee. Ha-hoo. She was even talking in her sleep. This girl. Jiang Chu smiled and shook his head. From the bathroom came the sound of running water lasting about 20 seconds. Indeed, she had drunk quite a lot. Come here. Mo Yutong whispered, poking her head out from the bathroom door. As soon as Jiang Chu approached, she pulled him inside, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. After a long moment, Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu and said, Jiang Chu, thank you. I admit I was a gold digger. In the beginning, I chose to be with you for your money. But during this time, I've done many things I never even dreamed of. I've visited various group companies, received countless people's respect and applause. It scared me at first, but deep down I was incredibly excited. And now having my own company, it all seems unbelievable. And you saved my father's life, helped my whole family. I know all of this is because of you, Jiang Chu, my man. I've come to realize that I lack many things and need to learn, but I will work hard. Since I've been labeled a gold digger, from now on I'll earn lots and lots of money for you, Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu gently tapped her nose. Don't overwork yourself because you have more important things to do. Mo Yutong blinked, her eyes full of confusion. More important things. Jiang Chu gave a mischievous smile and gently placed his hand on her waist. What do you think? How annoying. I was being serious. Then Jiang Chu leaned in and kissed her tenderly. The road ahead is long and winding. I will search high and low. He didn't know who decorated the bathroom, but the large mirror pleased him greatly. In the mirror, her long black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, partially concealing her graceful figure, but her slender long legs were still visible. You are beautiful. Really? Look. He turned Mo Yutong around to face the mirror. Indeed, she was beautiful. She didn't notice but she had become more beautiful than before. She used to envy Li Wenjing's figure, but now her own was equally impressive. Could this be Jiang Chu's doing? Handsome, wealthy, and so hardworking and persistent, he gave his all to make her happy. Happiness radiates, so how could she not become more beautiful? Her face flushed as if it could drip with water. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her lips pressed together. Naughty Cindy will wake up, Mo Yutong whispered. Since Mo Yutong wasn't wearing shoes, Jiang Chu had to carry her out. Her long legs wrapped around him like an octopus. Zhou Cindy was now sleeping sideways, her mouth still slightly open, making a ha-hoo sound. Mo Yutong wanted to laugh, but had to hold it in. Naughty Jiang Chu, I'll beat you up. Ha-hoo. She couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Cindy suddenly stirred, turned over, and the other two dared not move. Mo Yutong, feeling nervous, could only say, Jiang Chu, there's a big balcony outside. I haven't seen the night view from there yet. Jiang Chu smiled. This request was not unreasonable. Mo Yutong stood in front, gazing out. A gentle breeze lifted her long hair, brushing against his cheek, and he caught a whiff of her fragrance. From here, she could see the full view of the new district of Nan City. Most of the lights were already out, but some tall buildings still glittered with neon lights, though they seemed a bit blurry. Finally worried that they might catch a cold outside, they returned to Jiang Chu's room. Sweet and affectionate, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Early the next morning, a ray of sunlight slipped through the curtain gap and fell on Mo Yutong's fair, smooth, long legs. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mischievous smirk. A soft murmur. You're annoying. I haven't slept enough yet. You go back to sleep. I'm used to doing some exercise in the morning. I promise I won't disturb you. Are you short on cash? Want me to transfer a few $100 million to you? Didn't you just give me $200 million yesterday? I have plenty of money, Just as he was about to initiate the transfer, Jiang Chu's acute ears caught the sound of the elevator ascending. So early in the morning, who could be coming up? Then he heard the sound of wheelchair wheels turning. Xia Yinran. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chu, are you awake? I just woke up. Jiang Chu did not open the door. Instead, he poked his head out from the window curtain, seeing Xia Yinran sitting in her wheelchair alone outside. He offered a smile that was awkward yet polite, and said, You're up early. What do you need from me? Xia Yinran looked puzzled. Why won't you open the door? And why is it like this? I'm used to sleeping naked. I haven't gotten dressed yet. What's the matter? Mo Yutong's eyes gleamed with mischief. She had disturbed her sleep. Now she would see how to retaliate. Xia Yinran noticed Jiang Chu's furrowed brows and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I've heard from old Gu that too much acupuncture can make one a bit weak. You're not feeling that way because of treating me these past 2 days, are you? Comfortable? No. It's just that I'm a bit deeply angry. The kind of burning rage. Xia Yinran suddenly understood. I came over early this morning to talk to you about this. Last night, I heard what you said on the phone. That Wong group. If you want to bring them down, I can help you. That would be wonderful. But aren't you afraid of being discovered? No, just say you want to take me out for fun. She won't find out. Alright, I'll let you know when I've arranged everything. Jiang Chu. Moi. Xia Yinran pondered for a moment and said, Tell Mo Yutong that I'll only operate behind the scenes. It won't affect her authority as the company's president. She heard you. No, I mean I'll relay the message to her. Seeing Jiang Chu's odd expression, it seemed he was truly in a bad mood. Last night, she had also prevented the other party's next step. But not having done it didn't mean she didn't know that it wasn't good for a man to keep things bottled up. In that sense, she bore some responsibility and couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Jiang Chu, if there's something troubling you, don't hold it in. How do you know I'm holding it in? No, I'm not unhappy. I'm perfectly happy right now, really. I'm fine. Xia Yanran shook her head gently. Stubborn pride, that one. Let him bear it himself then. I'll go downstairs first. Breakfast is ready. Wait. Actually, I'm hungry too. Xia Yanran had just pushed her wheelchair 2 meters away when she heard sounds gurgle. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. The noise struck her as odd, so she stopped and turned to look at Jiang Chu. Are you really okay? Jiang Chu quickly replied, no. I'm a doctor myself. It's just that I transferred out a few $100 million, so I'm a bit heartbroken. Ouch, it hurts. A few $100 million. If you have that much money, then taking down the Wang group would be simpler. Don't worry with me here, you won't lose. Yes. No loss. I'm very strong, he. Xia Yanran shook her head, finding it all a bit inexplicable, and then entered the elevator. Jiang Chu could not escape a bout of gentle scolding and light taps repeatedly begging for mercy. Jiang Chu, along with Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini, all got up. The three of them went down to the first floor together and ran into Aunt Chun, who had just returned from grocery shopping. She greeted them. Good morning. Have you all had breakfast? Yes, we have. Mo Yutong replied instantly, but as soon as she said it, she realized something was wrong. Zhou Sini and Xia Yanran, who had just come out, were all looking at her. She lowered her head, extremely embarrassed, and reached behind to give Jiang Chu's thigh a firm pinch, while muttering under her breath, "It's all your fault." Jiang Chu, with his hands in the pockets of his shorts, looked around and whistled. The air here is really nice. Taking a few deep breaths after waking up makes one feel refreshed, just like having had breakfast. Yes, that's what I meant, but I didn't know how to put it. Mo Yutong secretly gave Jiang Chu a thumbs up. How come I don't feel that way? But my stomach is still hungry. Zhou Sini looked confused. You're always a little foodie. You ate a bunch of snacks before bed. Mo Yutong said through gritted teeth. Zhou Sini playfully stuck out her little tongue, looking a bit embarrassed. Come on, let's have breakfast together. Yage, wild pig trotter noodles and soy milk with fried dough sticks. All my favorites. Zhou Sini dashed over, grabbed a stick, stuffed it into her mouth, and started munching. It's too hot. I almost couldn't fit it in. Mo Yutong's face flushed with embarrassment. Under the table, she kicked Jiang Chu with her high-heeled shoe. Wang group building. Cousin, I did as you instructed and stopped the construction. But the other party never came to negotiate with us. Instead, they directly switched to a different decoration company. That was a big contract, and now we haven't earned a single cent. Wang Qian complained to Wang Hai, who was sitting opposite. Wang Hai was also very angry. He hadn't expected the other party to hire a specialized lawyer to study the contract. Since Wang Qian had stopped work without cause, the switch was justified. Cousin, I know about this. Don't worry. After our Wang group develops the commercial buildings in the back, the decoration work will all go to your side. That should be fine, right? Wang Qian finally showed a smile. Hee, cousin, you know it's not easy to support a bunch of people under me. But how did you get into a feud with that Mo Gong investment? Isn't it newly established? Wang Hai was also frustrated. Then he recounted the previous incidents of encountering Jiang Chu having the building snatched away and his second brother's woman being taken. Dare to snatch meat from our Wang group and also mess with Jiang's woman. They must be tired of living. Just a country bumpkin. You don't know this, but I suspect there's the shadow of the He family behind Mo Gong. I investigated, and Mo Yutong was once seen together with He Shiyun. Mo Yutong even went to He Shiyun's company specifically, the He family. So what? Cousin, don't tell me you've gone soft just because that girl is good-looking. She and that Jiang Chu have no background. They've been together for so long. If anything was going to happen, it would have already. What are you still holding back for? Just find someone to deal with them. Have you been out of action for too long? Your courage is getting a bit thin. Wang Qian said with a hint of mockery. Cousin, what are you saying? I, Wang Hai, have never been afraid. Wang Hai's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He slapped the table and said, fine, let's make both of them pay. Wang Qian also slapped the table. That's right. Don't let others think the Wang group is easy to bully. I've got your back on this, cousin. Wang Hai nodded heavily. Mo Gong Investment had recruited more people in a short time, totaling over 100, and had initially taken on the scale of a large company. Each project department began to operate. Mo Yutong was busy all day, not only stamping and signing, but also learning and familiarizing herself with various reports and data analysis. All of this was guided by Zhao Wenna, while Yu Shaoqian was in charge of some trivial matters. That evening, when Mo Yutong announced that the company's first battle was to take down the Wang group, those people cheered for victory on the surface, but most of them scoffed inwardly. The company had invested hundreds of millions without seeing any returns, and now they wanted to take on the Wang group. They were supposed to be an investment company after all. How did they end up handling acquisition and merger matters? Everyone assumed President Mo had simply created an excuse to motivate them, but this seemed excessive. So while agreeing enthusiastically in words, they began pursuing their own agendas, separately, secretly searching for so-called investment opportunities, hoping to find the right moment to request funds and claim credit. Mo Yutong, lacking experience of course, couldn't detect this, believing that simply giving instructions would be enough for people to follow through. Zhao Wenna could vaguely sense what was happening, but having never been the head of a company, her perspective on orchestrating overall operations was somewhat lacking. Moreover, she spent most of her time in the office teaching Mo Yutong, rarely having the opportunity to understand the situations of those below. One noon, Jiang Chu came by to check on things and shared lunch with Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna. The renovation, now handled by a different crew, was underway at a brisk pace, promising completion soon. Sorry for keeping you waiting. There's been so much at the company. I haven't been able to keep up. Pulling out from the underground garage, the Maisha's rear window descended, revealing Mo Yutong dressed in a white custom-tailored business suit. She no longer resembled a college student. Instead, she carried herself with the poise and maturity of an accomplished executive, exuding considerable elegance. The school had also granted her flexibility, knowing she had founded a company. As long as she passed her finals, attending classes was optional, especially given that dance majors already had relatively light course loads. It'll be tiring at first, but once you get familiar, it'll become much easier. Wenna, you look exhausted. I can tell you haven't slept well last night. You sit in the back while drive. Zhao Wenna, seated in the driver's seat, showed a slight expression of surprise. President Jiang Chu had noticed her lack of rest just from a glance. But President Jiang Chu. At his subtle glance, Zhao Wenna complied, without further argument, moving to sit beside Mo Yutong in the rear. Jiang Chu settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Remember, no more driving while fatigued. I'll arrange for a professional driver for you two in the next couple of days. He recalled Black Dog mentioning connections with several retired Special Forces personnel. Perhaps he could find time to arrange a meeting with them. Understood, President Jiang Chu. With a smooth press of the accelerator, Jiang Chu pulled away from the curb. Barely 2 minutes later, the rearview mirror revealed both women already fast asleep. They must truly be exhausted. Jiang Chu kept his speed moderate, hoping to give them more time to rest. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle came to a stop at a crossroads intersection. Traffic was light. Watching the countdown display ahead, Jiang Chu felt an unexplained sense of unease. Something he couldn't quite articulate, yet present all the same. It was an instinctive awareness of approaching danger, rooted in his cultivated spiritual perception and combat skills. The traffic light turned green, and Jiang Chu pressed the accelerator. His awareness remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Everything seemed normal, at least until the moment just before entering the intersection, when his peripheral vision caught a dump truck speeding toward him from the right. Despite the red signal for cross traffic, it showed no sign of braking and appeared to be accelerating further. The trajectory was directly toward where his vehicle would pass. He could clearly see the driver's expression, carrying an intensity that suggested this was deliberately aimed at them. An ordinary person in such a situation would have been unable to react in time. But Jiang Chu was someone who had invested in abilities. His reflexes far exceeded those of ordinary people. Furthermore, during the wait at the red light, sensing danger, he had immediately purchased the ultimate driving skill from the system marketplace, spending 6 points. He had always known this skill would eventually be necessary, purchasing it as a precaution, and now, unexpectedly, it proved invaluable. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused like never before. His entire perception extended outward. In one fluid motion, he slammed the accelerator while turning the steering wheel to its limit. The Maisha's rear tires screeched against the pavement. Jiang Chu, what's happening? The loud tire screech startled Mo Yutong and the others awake. As they saw the truck bearing down on them, they cried out. Hold on, Jiang Chu called out. As the truck was about to strike, the driver's lips curled into a bitter smile of satisfaction. Both women covered their eyes. In that fleeting moment, the Maisha executed a dramatic drift, rebounding like a coiled spring released, swiftly evading the truck's path. The driver, losing his target, panicked and jerked the steering wheel, attempting another maneuver. However, the massive truck's poor maneuverability made it impossible to control. Under the overwhelming force of inertia, the vehicle tilted violently, skidded across the ground, creating sparks, and ultimately crashed into the roadside wall, bringing part of it down. Having narrowly avoided disaster, Jiang Chu pulled over to the side of the road and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chu, what just happened? That was terrifying. Jiang Chu spoke with a heavy expression. Someone intended serious harm. What? Who would be so ruthless as to attempt something so dangerous? Mo Yutong's face paled with shock, while Zhao Wenna quickly composed herself. Her father had encountered similar situations before. She simply hadn't expected anyone to act with such boldness and severity. Still trembling slightly, she looked at President Jiang Chu. Despite his youth, he had remained calm and decisive in such critical circumstances, handling the situation with exceptional composure that had ensured their safety. That alone distinguished him far above those wealthy heirs who accomplished nothing. Zhao Wenna, affection 40, Jiang Chu said coldly, we don't know yet. Let's return first and discuss. Incompetent. They couldn't even manage to hit them. Utterly useless. Wang Hai threw his freshly lit cigarette to the ground in anger. Boss Hai, what should we do next? Will they discover it was us? Wang Tai, a fellow villager of Wang Hai, was currently the foreman of the construction team. Why worry? Even if investigated, we have no evidence. It was merely one of our workers who drove while fatigued and made a mistake. No injuries were caused, and the traffic authorities have already handled it with a fine and point deduction. There's nothing further to discuss. That's true. But this grudge. Let's wait and see. Making repeated attempts would only draw unwanted attention from above. All right. Consider themselves fortunate. Next time won't be so easy. Come on, TZ. I heard some new girls arrived today. Let me treat you to some relaxation. Thank you, Boss Hai. Jiang Chu and the others returned directly to the villa. Young Master Jiang, I've looked into it. The driver's name is Ma Lungzi, a worker from Taiyu construction team. The foreman is Wang Tai, who hails from the same village as Wang Hai. Based on what you described, this does resemble Wang Hai's modus operandi. However, authorities have currently ruled it a case of fatigue driving. Since no one was injured, they processed it as a simple violation with fines and point deductions. There's insufficient evidence to pursue further action against them. Jiang Chu's eyes grew cold. Evidence. Evidence is for the authorities to concern themselves with. Anyone who dares target me and the people by my side, Wangsha Group has no reason to continue existing. As for Wang Hai and his family, they will face consequences. Master Jiang, do you intend to bring down the Wang Corporation? Their assets total nearly 5 billion, and they are a publicly listed company. Toppling them is no easy task. Should we consider this matter with a long-term perspective? Our Ming Group has always been at odds with them. With careful planning, we might be able to inflict some damage upon them. Ming Lun nearly said outright that it was impossible, but now Jiang Chu was the victim, so he could not be so blunt. Master Ming, you need not worry about this. My family sent me out to gain experience. If I cannot handle such a trivial matter, how could I face them again? Ming Luan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He thought to himself that this Jiang Chu was indeed of extraordinary origin. Simply being sent out for experience with such vast capital was remarkable. Moreover, his elder brother had sought a powerful figure to investigate Jiang Chu's background, yet found nothing. Only that his family were farmers with no discrepancies in birth certificate, primary school, middle school, or high school records. Thus how formidable his background must be. Jiang Chu had merely told a convenient lie, otherwise his subsequent actions would arouse suspicion. Anyway, since there was no real family background, he would let the outside world guess as they pleased. Master Jiang, if you need anything from my side, just say the word. I, Ming Luan, am not one to be afraid. Then I thank you in advance, Master Ming. Jiang Chu had just hung up the phone when he saw Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna clenching their fists, their faces filled with visible frustration. Jiang Chu, what can we do? Without evidence, are we helpless against them? This Wang Corporation is utterly despicable. President Jiang, after you mentioned it that day, I looked into the relevant information about the Wang Corporation. Our company has 200 million in the account. With such funds, if we plan, well, we can certainly cause them some trouble. But to take them down completely, I think it is rather unlikely. Zhao Wenna spoke honestly, though deep down, she believed Jiang Chu was merely saying that to comfort them over the phone. Jiang Chu said nothing, instead looking toward the gate. The automatic door opened, and a brand new Alphard drove in. Ming Qing stepped out from the driver's seat and walked over to Jiang Chu with a smile. Master Jiang, the car you requested has arrived. Until you find a suitable driver, I will serve as your driver. Master Ming is too kind, having a manager like you drive for me. Master Jiang, you flatter me. You are a good friend of Master Ming. It is my honor to drive for you. Jiang Chu could not refuse and nodded with a smile. He then looked up at the second floor where Xia Yanran sat in a wheelchair, gazing down at him. Jiang Chu smiled back. Yanran, it's time to go out and get some fresh air. Zhao Wenna was surprised, as Xia Yanran always wore a veil, so she did not know her background. She simply assumed she was a friend, or perhaps a woman of Jiang Chu. The CEO's office on the 12th floor of the Magong building. The vast desk was strewn with documents. Xia Yanran, seated in her wheelchair, dropped the last stack and said coldly, too perfunctory. All this information can be found online. Oh, it's utterly useless. I understand it's a new company, but since they are paid such high salaries, they must earn their keep. Mo Yutong furrowed her brows. Xiao Qian, notify all senior executives immediately. Meeting in 10 minutes, no absences allowed. Yes, President Mo. Xia Yanran continued, the company must find an excellent professional legal team, not only for domestic law, but also for international regulations. We also need a cybersecurity team, security, public relations. Xia Yanran promptly pointed out numerous deficiencies in the company. Zhao Wenna, who had initially been somewhat unconvinced, now felt genuine admiration. Who was this young woman behind the veil? If not for the sight of President Jiang standing nearby with his hands in his pockets looking rather nonchalant, she would have suspected that the true mastermind behind the entire company was this veiled woman. May I ask why the company's registered address is not in the Mankai Islands? Who made that decision? That place is a tax haven. Xia Yanran saw Mo Yutong's gaze shift to Jiang Chu, and she followed suit. Jiang Chu said calmly, I am happy to pay taxes to my country. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna could not help but purse their lips to suppress a smile. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yanran's eyes, though she said, You have too much money. Jiang Chu was unperturbed. Just tell me how much money is needed to bring down the Wang Corporation. They are a listed company. I have studied the domestic financial market over the years. With the 200 million in the company account to deal with a company worth just a few billion, it would take about 2 weeks to sink their stock price. They also have construction and real estate subsidiaries. Once their capital chain breaks, and we create some negative news, a chain reaction will occur. Even if they don't go bankrupt, they will be close to it. However, they are ruthless. Financially, they won't trace the manipulator, but in reality, they will eventually suspect us. The worst-case scenario would be mutual destruction. Xia Yanran spoke with great confidence. Mo Yutong listened somewhat dazed, but felt that the other woman was highly capable and increasingly realized her own shortcomings. Zhao Wenna, being experienced, could tell from Xia Yanran's few concise words that she was an expert in this field. Otherwise, her thinking would not be so clear. Indeed, some large conglomerates seem like iron fortresses, but in the financial realm, if you find the right breach and deliver a critical blow, the entire ship can sink. It was hard to imagine someone so young achieving such insight. Zhao Wenna herself lacked such confidence. The mystery deepened. She was very much looking forward to seeing how impressive Xia Yanran would be in the upcoming stock market and financial sniper battle. What puzzled Xia Yanran was that Jiang Chu was still frowning. She had said she could bring down the Wang Corporation, and she was the only one with that capability. Was he doubting her ability? Jiang Chu, what does that expression mean? You don't trust me. Jiang Chu waved his hand. No, it's just that 2 weeks is too long. I don't want to let them cause any more trouble. This time it was a car accident. Who knows what they might try next? It's fine if they come after me, but what if they target you? Can we speed it up? Zhao Wenna's eyes widened in disbelief. It was already astonishing that Xia Yanran claimed to topple a large conglomerate with 200 million in 2 weeks. Now President Jiang thought it was too slow. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand this field. It's uncertain whether anyone else could even succeed with 200 million. Zhao Wenna favorability -5. The veiled Xia Yanran's expression was unreadable, but she straightened up slightly and tapped her fingers lightly. After a moment of reflection, she said, If we want it faster, it's not impossible. But I need more capital. If I could command 500 million by Friday before the market closes, I could crush their stock price. The condition is that everyone in the company must follow my orders and cooperate in this coordinated attack without any major mistakes. Fine. 500 million. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna were both stunned. The company had just invested several hundred million, including the 200 million in the account, all provided by Jiang Chu. How could they possibly produce another 300 million? You had to understand, Jiang Chu was merely a junior in college. Only a family with generations of accumulated wealth would be able to provide a junior member with so much money to play with. President Jiang, I think it's already remarkable that Ms. Xia could bring down the Wang Group with only 200 million. Zhao Wenna couldn't help but speak up, but when Jiang Chu's sharp, imposing eyes fell upon her, she fell completely silent. Deep inside, she was staggered. In the past, she had accompanied her father to meet numerous corporate presidents from groups exceeding 10 billion in value, yet none of them had made her feel this way. She never expected to be rendered speechless by the gaze of a man younger than herself. Jiang Chu held up 2 fingers. I'm giving you 2 billion in capital. By the end of this week, I want to see the Wang Group erased. The other 3 were all astonished. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Even Xia Yanran, who had always maintained her composure, gripped her wheelchair tightly. Slowly, the corners of her cool, rosebud lips curled upward, a smile like that of a demon set free. To be honest, she had previously commanded operations on Wall Street involving billions of dollars, not Chinese yuan. So being asked to command such a modest 200 million campaign was somewhat beneath her. But she knew she could not rush things and would have to begin gradually. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chu, the man before her, would actually be able to produce such a substantial sum. On one hand, she was confident she could bring down the Wang Group within 3 days. On the other, it indicated that Jiang Chu had significant power backing him, which might provide an opportunity to seek revenge abroad in the future. How could she not feel excited and stirred? Very well. If you can produce 2 billion, I guarantee the Wang Group will be bankrupt before Friday. Absurd. Zhao Wenna felt that the 2 people before her were simply out of their minds, one daring to make such bold claims, and the other daring to believe and guarantee it. Glancing at President Mo, who had shared her shock moments ago, but now wore an expression of complete nonchalance. Had she been mistaken? In less than 2 minutes, as Mo Yutong's phone received a text message before she could even look at it, a call from the bank came immediately informing her that both her personal account and her company's account had been upgraded accordingly. The bank would send someone to personally deliver China's highest tier bank card, the 5-Claw Golden Dragon Supreme Black Card. Excitement flickered across Mo Yutong's face again, but it quickly subsided. She nodded toward Jiang Chu. The 2 billion has been received. Zhao Wenna was struck dumb once more, unable to help but draw in a sharp breath, completely frozen in astonishment. This was actually real. How was this possible? 2 billion. Even her father could never have produced 2 billion at once, let alone transferred it within 2 minutes. This was beyond comprehension, like some kind of virtual game currency with those absurd critical hit bonuses. Unlike Zhao Wenna, Xia Yanran displayed a faint smile. Impressive. It seems I underestimated you. Jiang Chu wore a self-satisfied expression reminiscent of that movie scene, where Shun Tung reveals his true cards. I had Zhou Jiqing establish a security company. They mentioned some highly skilled individuals have arrived recently, and I'll go take a look shortly. As for the rest, it's in your hands now. This marks our company's inaugural campaign, and it must be executed flawlessly. We cannot afford to concede even a sliver of hope to our opponent. Since they desire my demise and still dare to lay hands on my woman, then they have no reason to exist. A flicker of ruthlessness and authority passed through Jiang Chu's gaze. The 3 women beside him all gazed at him with admiration. Mo Yutong, this is my man. He dares to oppose an entire corporation for me, even to crush them. Zhao Wenna, I was wrong to underestimate and misjudge President Jiang. Beyond his handsomeness, he is extraordinarily wealthy. His family must be a super elite dynasty. As President Mo's secretary being asked to share his burdens when needed, doesn't that make me nearly equal to President Jiang's woman? It simply couldn't be better. She was eagerly looking forward to those quiet moments together. Xia Yanran is man is he. He does have a reputation for being something of a playboy, yet he proves remarkably dependable. Zhao Wenna favorability 60-75. Xia Yanran favorability 5. Jiang Chu had never imagined that displaying such capability would elevate favorability so significantly. That final increment with Mo Yutong proved far more challenging than anticipated, but at 99 favorability, he was nearly at the threshold of eternal devotion. Though reaching 100 still required considerable effort for the full return, he chose not to dwell on it. Currently, only 3 individuals had met the system's 95 requirement: Li Wenjing at 97, Mo Yutong at 99, and Zhou Xini at 96. 2 more needed to be elevated before an upgrade could be achieved. He would need to continue offering greater devotion. Just then Yu Shaoqian entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. She paused momentarily upon seeing the expressions on the 3 women's faces, still unclear about what had transpired. President Mo, it's time. Mo Yutong nodded. Though inexperienced and new to this, she showed no discouragement. Instead, she brimmed with determination and radiated quiet confidence. With a mysterious and extraordinarily powerful man at her back and an accomplished strategist like Xia Yanran beside her, what was there to fear? The financial matter stays confidential, Xia Yanran stated. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna both nodded in agreement, then rose and walked with assured, commanding strides toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, over a dozen executives had already gathered, quietly exchanging words about the emergency meeting. Having been employed for only a few days, none of them could fathom what matter warranted such urgency. Even as Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna entered together, the conference room remained noisy. With a sharp slam, Mo Yutong threw her documents onto the floor, her expression stern and commanding. The room fell silent at once. Everyone sat upright. Only then did Mo Yutong speak coldly. Should any meeting I convene be conducted this way again, the secretary will show them out immediately. After 3 warnings, they leave on their own. Lastly, tomorrow no one is permitted to take leave or arrive late. For the next 3 days, all employees involved in this operation, including you, must remain on-site at the company. Accommodations have been arranged, and throughout this period, everything must be kept strictly confidential. Any directives issued are to be followed without question or hesitation. Whoever falters during the company's inaugural operation will answer to me. The executives had their hearts in their throats, unable to believe that President Mo was actually following through. The executives wasted no time in getting to work. They were veterans by now, and this was a golden opportunity to prove themselves. After all, they were all serving and acting deputy roles, while the primary positions remained vacant. It could be theirs, if they could win President Mo's approval. But if they failed, a replacement could be parachuted in at any moment. In short, they would have to give it their all. Yet only 3 days had passed. What could possibly be accomplished in 3 days? Each of them carried the same unspoken question. Xia Yanran stayed behind to hand over remaining tasks, cool and methodical like a seasoned commander. She occasionally offered concise explanations to Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna, who couldn't help but admire her breadth of knowledge and sharp intellect. Meanwhile, the person at the center of it all, Jiang Chu, had already slipped away. Professional matters, after all, were best left to professionals. He drove to one of Zhou Jiqing's bars. As his car pulled up to the entrance, Zhou Jiqing, Black Dog, and a tall, handsome, middle-aged man were already waiting. Jiang Chu stepped out of his Ferrari, and Zhou Jiqing gave a subtle nod to one of her subordinates, who promptly approached to take the keys and handle parking. Boss. I mean young Master Jiang. Haha, sorry. Been around the neighborhood too long, habit died hard. Black Dog scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Jiang Chu, this is my older brother Zhou Jinting. Zhou Jiqing introduced. Young Master Jiang, it's an honor to finally meet you. Zhou Jinting approached Jiang Chu, extending his hand with a warm smile. Nice to meet you. Jiang Chu returned the handshake, noting the rough calluses on his palm and the firm set of his jaw. There was a certain sharpness in his gaze. This was clearly a man shaped by the streets. Let's go inside and talk. They settled into a VIP lounge on the bar's main floor. It was daytime, and the venue was not yet open for business. Zhou Jinting sat with an effortless grace, legs neatly crossed, a cigar resting between his fingers. With his slick-back hair and tailored vest, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Su Wenxiang of old Shanghai. I want to thank you, young Master Jiang, for stepping in last time to rescue Jiqing. The consequences could have been dire. We never expected Huazi to turn traitor and collude with Bald King. Partly my own fault. I was too soft-hearted and failed to guard against Bald King's ambitions from the start. You're too kind. Jiqing's matters are my matters. Jiang Chu's words carried an unmistakable implication that Zhou Jiqing was his woman. Black Dog chuckled beside him, thinking to himself how commanding his boss could be when he chose to be. The usually bold and direct Zhou Jiqing lowered her gaze slightly, a faint hint of shyness. Even Zhou Jinting felt a trace of surprise, though his expression remained unchanged. My little sister has been spoiled since childhood, by me and your father. She acts on impulse, charges ahead without thinking, and sometimes even I can't rein her in. I'll leave her in your capable hands from now on. That was clearly a statement of handing things over entirely. Young Master Jiang, we've been keeping tabs on what you mentioned before. Zhou Jinting nodded toward a subordinate in the distance, and soon 7 figures emerged. Their strides were steady and purposeful, their postures straight and disciplined. They wore camouflage uniforms that did little to conceal their powerful physiques. Strangely, one of them appeared to be a woman. Yet what united them all was an expression etched across every face: restlessness, quiet defiance, and a restrained undercurrent of frustration. Standing behind Zhou Jinting was a heavily built man in a gray tank top. This is my brother in arms and childhood friend Chu Feiyun. He's one of those. From out there. He gestured subtly. That night I was abroad. He was also deceived by Huazi and lured elsewhere. If he'd been present, Bald King wouldn't have dared act so recklessly. I've always wanted to look after the brothers I met through that life, but the opportunities are limited, and sometimes I simply don't have the means. I never wanted them to continue down that path after they got out. It's not exactly a respectable profession for ordinary people. But hearing that young Master Jiang is establishing a security company with policies specifically designed for people like them, well, that warms my heart. I'm not much of a talker, but let me say this plainly: your kindness, young Master Jiang, will not be forgotten by me, Zhou Jinting. Brother Jinting, you're too generous. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time as well. Jiang Chu smiled. Zhou Jinting's gaze swept over the dozen or so men standing in formation. Feiyun. Chu Feiyun nodded and stepped forward to face the line. His eyes carried both pride and appreciation as he looked at the first man. Xiaolong, I haven't had the chance to properly explain this to you before. This is young Master Jiang, the one founding the security company. He's looking for people he can trust by his side, and I recommended all of you. Now introduce yourselves to him. Understood. The man stepped forward and met Jiang Chu's gaze. Between his brows lay an undeniable presence, yet his eyes carried a trace of detachment and quiet disappointment. Young Master Jiang, my name is Xiang Xiaolong. My code name is Lomo. Due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot disclose where I come from. I am the team leader of this squad. The rest will introduce themselves. Yes. The second person stepped out, and to everyone's surprise, it was a woman. She was remarkably beautiful, with short hair, sharp eyebrows, and phoenix-shaped eyes. Her nose was high and refined, and her lips, though pressed firmly into a serious line, held a natural allure. Her figure was striking beneath the camouflage uniform, the fitted fabric outlining a powerful athletic frame. Long pants concealed her legs, yet her overall presence was undeniably commanding. Her voice, however, was cold and edged with a hint of disdain. Xiao Luoxin, codename Nine-Tailed Fox. Vice Captain. I specialize in computer operations, intelligence analysis, and covert disguise. That's more than enough for you to know. Jiang Chu noted her profile, affinity level at -30. He was momentarily puzzled. Was being handsome really a fault in her eyes? The third person was a broad-shouldered man with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, his muscular build impossible to miss. Meng Shun, codename Saber-Toothed Tiger. I handle heavy weaponry and close combat. The fourth and fifth looked remarkably alike, nearly indistinguishable, with piercing gazes. One of them had a white film clouding his left eye. Yin Bei, codename Eagle Eye. Sniper. Yin Nan, codename Falcon. Also a sniper, but I usually serve as Yin Bei's spotter. We're brothers. The only visible difference between them was a long scar running across Yin Bei's face, likely from a bullet graze. I'm Jinggang, codename Wine Cask. I'm the demolition specialist. The man had a simple, almost naive countenance, wearing a friendly, guileless smile. After the introductions, Jiang Chu was deeply struck. This was truly a complete squad. So young, yet already discharged. How could this be? It didn't make sense. Seeming to perceive Jiang Chu's confusion, Chu Feiyun spoke. Young Master Jiang, there are some things I cannot explain too much. In short, these few are much more reliable than any professional bodyguards. You can rest assured. Jiang Chu nodded. Feiyun Xiaolong, and I trust you, that's why we brought them to see you. I thought we were going to work with you even if it's dirty and tiring, at least we are comrades. But this guy in front of me, if I'm not mistaken, is a spoilt rich kid, right? You want us to follow him? Even with our injuries, we haven't fallen so low as to pledge our lives to someone of no worth. Xiao Luoxin couldn't help but speak up, her tone rather displeased. Xiang Xiaolong remained silent, and the others also harbored an undercurrent of anger. No. Chu Feiyun was also a bit confused. He was straightforward by nature. Hearing that after their retirement, they couldn't find work and had families to support, and knowing that young Master Jiang was establishing a security company with such high salaries and was looking for talent, he had hurriedly brought them over. Unexpectedly, it backfired. Listen to me, young Master Jiang is not the kind of person you think. Xiao Luoxin snorted coldly. How much do you know about him? A 20-year-old college student, apart from having some money given by his family, what can he achieve? Xiang Xiaolong also spoke up. Although Luoxin is a bit blunt, she's not without reason. We need money, but we haven't reached the point of blindly serving a fop. I'd rather be a neighborhood security guard. Enough. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes. It was said that everyone who came out of there had a fiery temper and refused to be subordinate, and indeed it was true. He was not annoyed, he had a natural respect for their profession. However, the kind of scene that usually happened in military novels was now about to unfold in a bar. You think you're very capable, don't you? How about this, pick one of you to spar with me. If you can beat me, you can leave, and I'll give each of you $1 million to do whatever you want. But if you lose, you'll follow me. How about that? Joking. How could we lose? Don't think that, because you learned a few tricks of street kung fu, you can challenge people from inside. Even with our injuries, you are no match for us. Xiao Luoxin said disdainfully, and the others also felt that Jiang Chu looked inexperienced. They were extremely confident in their own skills. Young Master Jiang, out of respect, I'd like to remind you that they are not ordinary people. Each of them ranked in the competitions inside, and they can easily hurt you by accident. Why not sit down and discuss this properly? Chu Feiyun quickly advised, but his words were also urging Jiang Chu not to ask for trouble. A young master like him, why bother? Zhou Jinting, however, did not say anything. Although it was his first time meeting Jiang Chu, he didn't seem like the impulsive type. But as for winning against the other side, he didn't believe it. Having been through the streets himself, he could tell at a glance that the pressure those few gave him was no less than that of Chu Feiyun, who was known as a top-tier fighter. How could Jiang Chu possibly have that kind of strength? Jiang Chu, you. Zhou Jiqing quickly tried to dissuade him. She had to admit that Jiang Chu was very capable in some aspects, but this was a competition and the opponents didn't practice mere showy moves, they were experts in lethal techniques. Since Jiang Chu had helped her, and she felt a deep connection with him, she found herself utterly captivated by this young handsome man. He fulfilled all her fantasies, simply wonderful, so she couldn't help but worry. However, Jiang Chu just waved his hand at her and nodded with a smile. It's fine, trust me. Are you sure you'll give us $1 million each if we win? Xiang Xiaolong asked, not knowing where the others' confidence came from. But if they got that money, they could do anything, the sky was the limit. Correct. Good. If we lose, we'll pledge our loyalty to you. Any objections? Xiang Xiaolong looked at his teammates. Agreed. Agreed. Jiang Chu smiled, stood up, and said, good, who wants to go first? Meng Shan stepped forward and said, I'll go. I'm the best among them. Since honor is at stake, I won't hold back. Good, if you're fighting, give it your all. Don't hold back. Jiang Chu also smiled. Hago squinted his eyes with a confident smile. Among this group, only he had witnessed Jiang Chu's prowess. Initially, he too was deceived by the other's youth and casual demeanor, only realizing Jiang Chu's fearsome skill after engaging. Everyone stepped back a few paces, leaving space for the two. After a polite salute, the two were ready. Meng Shan launched a powerful straight punch aimed at Jiang Chu's chest, but for ordinary people, even blocking with both arms would be extremely dangerous, as the techniques they learned inside were mostly lethal. Meng Shan was already holding back somewhat. The other was a rich second generation, and if he accidentally killed him, they wouldn't get the money and might even face legal trouble. Jiang Chu easily sidestepped and let out a cold laugh. Not enough. Use your full strength. Meng Shan frowned deeply. The other dodged effortlessly. He didn't expect him to be such a skilled fighter. No wonder he had such confidence. He no longer concealed his strength, displaying everything he had learned in the military. But whether it was direct attacks or feints, after 5 minutes of fighting, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage over Jiang Chu. Outside, Xiang Xiaolong and the others were shocked. Meng Shan was the second-place winner in the military competition. Even being injured, he shouldn't be fighting like this. The others' footwork and moves were completely unidentifiable. More importantly, up to now, Jiang Chu had not taken the initiative to attack. He had only been defending. Jiang Chu saw it was time to end. With a cold smile, he said, my turn. He instantly seized an opening and delivered a precise kick to Meng Shan's chest, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. Meng Shan, Qiao Luoxin quickly went to check on him. I'm fine, he held back. I can't beat him. Meng Shan looked dejected. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Chu, who appeared calm and composed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Only He Go looked as if he expected it, thinking, the boss is the boss, truly impressive. Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Zhou Jiqing ran to him, hugged his arm, and praised him with a smile. What do you mean you didn't expect? Haven't you already experienced my prowess? Seeing Jiang Chu's mischievous grin, Zhou Jiqing kicked at him with her high heel hands on her hips. Don't get cocky. I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Zhou Jinting immediately interrupted his sister's words with a few coughs, looking embarrassed. Xiang Xiaolong squinted at Jiang Chu and said, I didn't expect you to be so concealed in your abilities. We accepted the bet and will honor our loss. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. If that bullet hadn't been lodged in his right chest, I doubt I could have defeated him. He said this modestly to give face to his opponent. Xiang Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock, and the others shared the same expression. How do you know he has a bullet in his right chest? Jiang Chu chuckled. I dabble in medicine. Perhaps I could treat him and restore him to full health. Xiang Xiaolong and Meng Shun, along with the others on the ground, opened their eyes wide in astonishment. You can heal him. Even the imperial physicians and the most renowned foreign doctors were helpless. They said removing the bullet carried only a 30% success rate, and a single misstep could cost his life, which is why they eventually abandoned the attempt and left the bullet in place. How could you possibly? Honestly, if not for Jiang Chu's extraordinary display of strength just now, they would have thought he was speaking nonsense. Jiang Chu did not answer directly, but continued. You Xiang Xiaolong were shot in the head. The bullet rests in the left rear portion of your skull, and another is embedded at the root of your right thigh. You Qiao Luoxin were struck above the left chest, merely a centimeter from your heart. Fortunately, the projectile traveled a long distance, so the impact was reduced, though it still affects your daily life, causing difficulty concentrating and memory lapses. As for you two brothers, Yin, you likely stepped on a landmine, and numerous shrapnel fragments remain in your upper thigh that were never removed. Yin Bei, your eyesight is impaired, likely damaged by some toxic gas, which is why you can only see with one eye now. And as for you Jin Gang, your internal organs were injured by an explosion blast, rendering you unable to perform any heavy labor. Am I correct or not? Jiang Chu swept his gaze meaningfully across each of their faces. Their expressions were nothing short of stunned mouths agape. Yes, Xiang Xiaolong and the others were utterly bewildered, for Jiang Chu had described their injuries with flawless accuracy, as though his eyes could see through flesh and bone, deducing the cause of every wound with remarkable clarity. Their injuries had never been disclosed to anyone since they returned, not even to Chu Feiyun. There was no way he could have known in advance. Your injuries are this severe. What on earth happened? Chu Feiyun, feeling their pain as though it were his own, could not help but speak, his voice trembling slightly. Bullets and shrapnel. What kind of mission could have reduced their entire squad to this state? Yet miraculously none of them had lost their lives. Feiyun, there are things we cannot tell you. Xiang Xiaolong spoke in a heavy tone, his expression darkening, his eyes flickering as if struggling to push aside a painful memory. The others clenched their fists and bit their teeth in silence. Jiang Chu, equally curious, watched quietly. Chu Feiyun nodded, then turned sharply toward Jiang Chu and quickly approached him, gripping his arms. Young Master Jiang, you just said you could heal Meng Shun's injuries. Could you also treat the rest of us? Feiyun, watch your emotions. Zhou Jinting rebuked him sharply. Chu Feiyun hesitated for a moment, then quickly released his grip, apology written across his face. I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I was overcome with emotion. It was unintentional. No matter. I understand how you feel. Jiang Chu's gaze swept over their eager faces, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. I can heal all of your injuries. Shock. Utter disbelief. These very wounds had nearly cost them their lives and forced their premature departure from active service, denying them the chance to continue serving their country. It had been their deepest sorrow. A pain so profound that it took months of despair and depleted savings before they reluctantly sought employment just to survive. During that time, they had consulted countless folk healers and sought treatment abroad, only to meet disappointment after disappointment. They had almost accepted their fate. And now, in this unassuming young man whom they had scarcely regarded a moment ago, hope had suddenly appeared. How could they not be moved? The first to recover his composure was Xiang Xiaolong, who stepped forward eagerly. Young Master Jiang, are you speaking the truth? Jiang Chu nodded. For these noble individuals, he would give everything without asking for anything in return. Very well. If you can heal our wounds, Xiang Xiaolong will follow you for life and serve you faithfully. Our only condition is that we will never betray the interests of our nation. That is our bottom line. Jiang Chu patted his shoulder. Rest assured, you are among the people I hold in highest regard. The ease and freedom I enjoy are made possible by your silent sacrifices. You need not call me young Master Jiang. It feels awkward. Just call me Jiang Chu, or even younger brother if you prefer. I am the youngest here after all. Xiang Xiaolong looked slightly embarrassed. Having just called him a frivolous rich young master moments before, and now Jiang Chu was willing to help without reservation. It was they who seemed narrow-minded. Then let us call you boss, since you will be supporting us going forward. Jiang Chu scratched his nose and smiled. Xiang Xiaolong was surprisingly quick-witted. Very well, boss works too. Name your salary. My generosity knows no bounds. Ha ha, everyone burst into laughter, the earlier tension melting away. Xiao Luoxin gazed at Jiang Chu, her eyes shimmering, her stubborn lips parting slightly, yet the words she wanted to say remained unspoken. Jiang Chu then steered the conversation back to the matter at hand, outlining their plan to take down the Wang Group. Zhou Jinting and the others looked stunned. A single week to dismantle the Wang Group, one of the 8 great families established over decades. Surely you are joking. Zhou Jiqing found it hard to believe. Do you think I would joke about risking my and my woman's lives? Jiang Chu briefly recounted the affairs involving Wang Hai and Wang Jiang. Is correct. Black Dog can confirm this. I was approached directly by Wang Hai himself. Moreover, Bald Wang's betrayal was connected to Wang Jiang. As far as I know, Wang Hai, Wang Jiang, and their father have preyed upon countless innocent female college students under the guise of fraudulent loan schemes. When those girls refused to pay, they resorted to coercion and drugging. For anyone who obstructed their profits, they met brutal and fatal ends. These people have gone too far. We risk our lives on the battlefield, even sacrificing our comrades, only to have such monsters ruin the lives of innocent citizens back home. Xiao Luoxin's eyes carried a cold edge. Nine-tailed fox, the world is far more complicated than it appears. There are indeed a handful of people who have lost all conscience. Let us hear how the boss plans to handle this. I doubt he will let them escape unpunished. Zhou Jiqing's expression turned slightly somber as she tapped the table, causing the tea in her cup to ripple. That is quite excessive. This Wang Jiang and Wang Hai, along with their entire family, have employed questionable methods. They have caused harm to many and have brought misfortune to numerous women. And they even dared to target you. Brother, we must help Jiang Chu. Zhou Jinting nodded, his gaze calm and composed, maintaining a rational demeanor. Brother Jiang Chu, are you certain we can bring down the Wang Group within this week? Jiang Chu offered a confident smile. I am certain. My only concern now is that they might panic and take drastic measures or flee with their assets. If we strike, we must do so decisively, leaving no room for retreat. Excellent. Zhou Jinting clapped the table with a smile. I was worried you might wish to spare them, Brother Jiang Chu. People like them are a lingering threat. I will personally oversee the matter to ensure none escape. A glint of resolve passed through Zhou Jinting's eyes. Jiang Chu nodded, recognizing the determination in his companion. It takes a strong hand to deal with the likes of Wang Jiang. If you require funds, just let me know. Ridding the world of such pests is something I, Zhou Jinting, find most fulfilling. Once the Wang Group is dealt with, their territories will be yours to manage. Consider it a small gift for Jiqing. Jiang Chu playfully winked at Zhou Jiqing, who returned the gesture with equal confidence. Neither was willing to back down. Zhou Jinting's eyes lit up. He had been planning to ask Jiqing to discuss this matter later. The Wang Group not only controlled numerous companies, but also had a large construction team occupying many territories. They had been encroaching on his resources for years. He had hoped to gain some advantage, perhaps claim a few territories. To his surprise, Jiang Chu willingly offered everything, asking for nothing in return. This pleased him greatly. Jiqing, you have found a good man. Cherish him, understand. Brother, you're already taking his side. Huh. As his sister, she understood her brother's ambition. He had little interest in commerce, but a strong desire for control. The Wang Group had always been their greatest rival. If they could overcome them, no one in Nan City would dare to underestimate them. This Jiang Chu had brought her so many surprises. Zhou Jiqing felt her admiration grow. Jiang Chu considered this visit a resounding success. Brother Xiang, where are you staying now? Well, we just arrived and haven't found a place yet. They had expected Chu Feiyun to arrange accommodations, but events had unfolded unexpectedly, leaving them unprepared. Jiang Chu nodded and turned to Zhou Jiqing. Jiqing, Master Lun mentioned that he has some fully furnished villas ready for move-in. Ask him for a larger one for Brother Xiang and his team. Also see if he has any available cars and get 2 for them. Handle any other needs they may have. Jiang Chu immediately transferred 20 million yuan to Zhou Jiqing, enough for the expenses. Understood. Zhou Jiqing nodded in agreement. Boss, this is too much. Xiang Xiaolong and his team were stunned. They hadn't even started working yet they were being gifted a villa and cars. Such generosity was overwhelming. It's nothing. It's the least I can do for those who work for me. Providing a good environment is basic. Don't say another word. Once you're settled, I can begin your treatments. After all, they had served the nation. He could afford to be generous. Xiang Xiaolong, who had been about to refuse, held back upon hearing that the offer was tied to their medical care. Then we thank you, boss. The coming battle requires me to ensure the safety of those close to me, as they lack means of self-defense. The team exchanged glances. This was typical of a wealthy man like Jiang Chu. They had seen similar situations among the wealthy in the capital where multiple partners were common, so they did not inquire further. However, before that I need your assistance. I must know the movements of the key figures in the Wang group. Xiang Xiaolong replied casually, that's easy. He looked at his teammates, and they all nodded in agreement. Jiang Chu had intended to spend more time with Zhou Jiqing, but she became fervently involved in the plan to deal with the Wang group. It seemed she had been troubled by Wang Jiang and his associates before carrying a deep sense of grievance. With everyone busy, only Jiang Chu found himself at leisure. He decided to visit Xiang Hua at school and later pick up Zhou Sini at the villa in the evening. She was scheduled for an interview with the provincial television station that evening. Jiang Chu drove directly to the school. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiang Hua's face lit up as he stood and playfully punched Jiang Chu. Man, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Come on, I've only been away for 2 days. If it weren't for you and Zhao Sisi, I'd wonder if you changed. Get lost. Xiang Hua gave Jiang Chu a look of disdain. Want to come live with me, eh? Not being a third wheel is bad enough. Ooh, I'd be a glaring spotlight that overheats and explodes. I'm not going to humiliate myself. Oh, you're quite self-aware. So have you asked Zhang Yu out? You know what? I sent her a casual text last night, and she replied immediately. She even asked if I was free to treat her to bubble tea. So I agreed. We walked around campus last night. I wanted to give her a gift, but she told me not to spend money. That's not all. Today at noon, she went out and bought me a 1080 graphics card. I was stunned. That thing costs over 2,000 yuan. But it was exactly what I wanted. Now I can play Need for Speed at maximum settings. Huh. Xiang Hua grew more animated as he spoke. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Not bad. You're one step closer to your dream car. I'm not that shallow. I like her because she's a great person. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Then why were you browsing car models? You had over a dozen tabs open. Xiang Hua laughed, sheepishly caught red-handed. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. While you were away, someone came to the dorm looking for you twice. Guess who? Who? Ji Mingxi, the top campus beauty. Surprised. What does she want with me? I wouldn't know about that. They just said it was because your grades were unsatisfactory, you failed the CET 4 again, and you had too many absences. In short, they rattled off a whole list of reasons, all to persuade you to study hard and improve. The later call was specifically to ask me for your phone number, just this noon. Jiang Chu felt a chill breeze pass by. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. Hello. Jiang Chu, it's Ji Mingxi. Are you at school right now? I want to see you. There's something I need to talk to you about. Can't you say it over the phone? I'm busy right now. The other party seemed taken aback by such a blunt refusal. He could even hear a deep breath on the other end, as if she was forcing herself to stay calm. Jiang Chu, don't forget you're still a member of the school team. As the vice president in charge of sports, I have the right to grade you. You've been skipping classes, you failed the CET, for you're failing your finals, and without enough credits you won't even get your diploma. But I can help you negotiate with the school for some extra points in basketball, as long as you stop threatening me. What does it have to do with you whether I graduate or not? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. How boring. Jiang Chu hung up the phone, looking utterly speechless. Ji Mingxi, affection 5. Jiang Chu, haha. Xiang Hua was already doubled over with laughter. This Ji Mingxi is hilarious. Even if she said those things to me, it wouldn't work. A slacker isn't made in a day. It's honed over years of practice. That's even more nagging than my mom. Oh, speaking of which, our class advisor is sick and has applied for medical leave. It seems a new teacher is coming. Who knows if they'll be strict. We might actually have to go to class every day from now on. Kill me now. Jiang Chu thought this wouldn't do so. He picked up his phone and dialed. Hey, Principal Chi, it's Jiang Chu. Yes, it's what I mentioned to you last time. As a member of the school, of course I should do my part. So I plan to donate 1 million yuan to the school to help those needy college students. For example, in our class, several students didn't get the national scholarship. Yes. Oh, it's no big deal. My parents taught me since childhood to be grateful and give back to society to contribute to the strength of our country. Haha, is that so? I'll transfer the money to the school's charity account soon. Not at all. But Principal Mo Yutong. Oh, and our classmate Xiang Hua and I are planning to start a company outside. Yes, that Mo Gong company. You know about it, right? So sometimes I'm too busy with studies. You see. Okay. Don't worry, I'll make sure to come back and pass the finals and the CET 4. Thank you, Principal. Goodbye, Principal. Jiang Chu hung up satisfied. Done. Xiang Hua was stunned, listening in disbelief. The person he had just heard laughing heartily, even a bit lewdly, was actually Principal Chi. Damn, you donated 1 million just to skip class. Jiang Chu frowned. What do you mean just to skip class? Xiang Hua said, Yes, it's for the needy students. Jiang Chu looked satisfied. I told the principal that you're going to start a business with me. Think about what kind of company you want to open. I'm in a good mood, so I'll make it happen for you. Xiang Hua showed a look of disdain, but he was still excited. As long as he didn't have to go to class. My family runs a garment factory. I have no idea what to do. Besides playing games all day, I'm good for nothing. He said it with utter confidence. Games. That reminded him of League of Legends, which had just launched its Chinese server in September 2011. It dominated the gaming world for years. It should still be early enough. Then go into gaming. Start an internet company. Xianghua looked as if he had misheard. What? Me start an internet company? It's settled. When I finish a few things in the next few days, I'll take you to see Mo Yutong and have her invest in starting an internet company for you. Jiang Chu ignored Xianghua's stunned expression and went straight to get his car. However, beside his Ferrari, he saw a graceful figure with flowing robes. Her long hair and the pink ribbon on it fluttered in the wind. She wore a white gauze dress and transparent high-heeled sandals, revealing her fair and delicate feet. It was none other than Jimingshi. Jiang Chu felt a headache coming on not knowing what she wanted. He walked over. Jiang Chu, it's very rude of you to just hang up the phone like that. Jiang Chu was about to say none of your business, but there was a hint of grievance in her tone, so he changed his words. All right, tell me, what do you want? Jimingshi lowered her head slightly, biting her pink lips lightly, her hands crossed in front of her abdomen, thumbs tapping together. It seemed she had gathered her courage to say one sentence. I want to tutor you in your studies. Math, English, even communication engineering. I can guarantee you'll pass. Jiang Chu was speechless. He had never seen such persistence. He had just donated $1 million, which came out of his own pocket. Pure assets. Thanks, but I really don't need it. In the system mall, he could directly purchase those skills to the highest level. That would be a waste of time. He was a billionaire who made money by the minute. Also, aren't you in the business administration department? How can you teach communication engineering? Don't kid me. Jimingshi quickly said, I'm a fast learner. I should be able to handle it after reading the book once. I can learn alongside you and teach you. Jiang Chu looked into her eyes, which were earnest and carried a hint of anticipation. She didn't seem to be joking, but he really didn't need it. Jimingshi, I admit you're the school's top scholar, but I'm very busy with many things to do. Like what? Like pursuing girls and spending money. Don't look at me like that. These are two disciplines, and the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Those are my only two hobbies. He thought she would hate this kind of guy and would back off. To his surprise, her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she said, I give you permission to pursue me. I'm ranked first among the school beauties, more beautiful than the other four. After saying this, she gently rose on her tiptoes, revealing a slightly proud smile. Jimingshi affection 5. Jiang Chu found this school beauty hard to fathom. How could this increase affection? On the distant basketball court, Wu Bo, who was having a PE class and playing basketball, noticed the scene. Damn, Xiaoqian, you've been cuckolded. Wu Xiaoqian shot an air ball and frowned in annoyance. What do you mean, who's been cuckolded? Take a look for yourself. Wu Bo pointed. Wu Xiaoqian followed the direction and saw his goddess, Jimingshi, chatting cheerfully with his archrival Jiang Chu, which made him so annoyed that he threw the ball aside. He's trying to steal my girl. Wu Xiaoqian stopped playing and walked straight toward them. Ahem ahem. Jiang Chu nearly choked. Did Jimingshi really say that? Stop joking. I don't have time for your games. You're the campus beauty, plenty of people like you. You don't need me. That guy, the campus heartthrob, isn't he into you? Go ask him for tutoring. Him? He's nothing but a rich kid with money, always clinging to me like a sticky plaster. I'm sick of the sight of him. Jimingshi spoke loudly enough for the nearby Wu Xiaoqian to hear. He stopped in his tracks, stunned. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his handsome mouth. Then he clenched his jaw, as if he might grind his teeth to dust. His friend Wu Bo swallowed, nervously pursing his lips to hold back a laugh. He never expected that the esteemed Wu Xiaoqian would be seen as a mere puppy dog by Jimingshi. It was rather amusing. Jiang Chu shook his head with a sigh, not wanting to get tangled up with her. He opened the car door, got in, and started the engine. But Jimingshi quickly walked over, opened the passenger door, and tucked her skirt as she sat down. Jiang Chu frowned, looking at her. What exactly do you want? Don't most couples start by going shopping? Take me shopping. Shopping. In that outfit. Jiang Chu gave her a puzzled look, scanning her up and down. The dress was fine, but those high-heeled sandals. What's wrong with them? Jiang Chu sighed in resignation and started the car. Making a little money wouldn't hurt, and he was curious to see what Jimingshi was up to. The car beeped. Jiang Chu turned to look at her. She looked confused, so he leaned over and fastened her seatbelt for her. Aren't you a rich kid? Why do you act like you've never been in a car before? I usually sit in the back, so I don't need to buckle up. Jimingshi felt a little nervous. Jiang Chu's chiseled facial profile was right in front of her, and a faint, pleasant fragrance, the jasmine she loved, wafted toward her. For some reason, her heart started beating faster. Jimingshi affection 5. Jiang Chu thought it made sense and didn't dwell on it. The car roared off. Wu Xiaoqian had witnessed the seatbelt scene without missing a second. His expression tightened, and he clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Chu, you scoundrel. I'll never let this go. They arrived at the commercial plaza. Jiang Chu figured that since Jimingshi was a rich girl, she must have expensive taste, so he took her straight to a gold jewelry store. Jiang Chu, let me tell you, diamonds are just carbon atoms arranged in a certain way. They're hard, but that's all. Jiang Chu was dumbfounded. Jimingshi, thinking she had impressed him with her knowledge, continued. The market price of gold is now 305 yuan per gram. It's a hedge. They say buy gold in troubled times. Although China seems peaceful, much of the world is in turmoil. Gold will likely appreciate in the coming years. Jiang Chu remained bewildered. Wasn't shopping supposed to be about buying things? You don't need to be so surprised. Economics explains it all clearly. Seeing the market essence behind the surface is the foundation of our major. Jiang Chu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, forcing a smile. You're truly a scholar, impressive. Let me buy you a gold necklace, it'll appreciate in value. No need. I'm not a materialistic girl. You don't have to buy me expensive things. Jiang Chu was speechless. What good was she? After much persuasion from Jiang Chu, he successfully gave her a very meaningful local brand osmanthus watch from Man City. It cost 199 Huaxia dollars, and he treated her to a bowl of snail noodles she claimed she had never tried before, priced at 9 Huaxia dollars. At least he gained a little affection from her. Otherwise, walking for over an hour just to listen to Jimingshi talk about economics would have been a waste. Jimingshi affection 10. Let's go see a movie. Alice in Wonderland looks interesting. Jiang Chu was puzzled. I don't like that. He blurted out his true feelings. But I like it. Shouldn't a guy compromise and watch what his girl likes? That's for others. If you want to watch, I'm only interested in Inception. In truth, he had already seen Inception twice in his previous life. Once in the theater, and once when a free high-definition version came out online. If he had to choose, going to the cinema to make up for his past regret of being a poor single guy wouldn't be so bad. The title sounds a bit strange, but I'll watch it with you. Jimingshi smiled. Jiang Chu was speechless again. Wasn't he supposed to be the one accompanying her? Their screening was full, and since they bought tickets late, they had to sit in the last row. Jiang Chu ate popcorn idly, while Jimingshi watched intently, fully absorbed. I didn't expect this movie to be so good. Why didn't you tell me Leonardo DiCaprio was in it? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at her. The huge poster was right there. Was she blind? Perhaps the sound of Jiang Chu crunching his popcorn made Jimingshi hungry. Her slender fingers reached into the bucket to grab some. Once when she was engrossed, Jiang Chu's hand happened to reach in at the same time and gently grasped hers. It was cool, smooth, and soft. Her eyes stayed on the screen, and she didn't resist. Emboldened, he gently stroked her palm. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. He couldn't help but wonder. What was wrong with the top campus beauty Jimingshi? Jiang Chu, what do couples usually do after a movie? Jiang Chu was taken aback. He turned and saw Jimingshi's face looking at him. Her exquisite features, clear eyes illuminated by the flickering light from the screen, her soft plump chin, and the hint of a charming curve on her lips. Do you want to know? Jiang Chu crooked his finger. She looked puzzled and leaned in, thinking he wanted to whisper something. But instead his hand slid behind her neck through her hair, gently cupping it, and he leaned in. Then, Jimingshi's eyes widened as his lips met hers. She froze in place. Jiang Chu was surprised that he had gotten so close to her pink lips, and he could feel her body trembling slightly. How soft. After realizing what was happening, Jimingshi's delicate brows furrowed. Her first instinct was to push Jiang Chu's chest away with her hands, but she was too weak. He was so sturdy. Moreover, Jiang Chu's palm was already pressing against her neck. How could he do this? Kiss her without even asking? Jimingshi thought to herself, somewhat annoyed. She was a campus beauty after all, not someone easily approached. So many had pursued her, yet none had touched her. Now Jiang Chu had kissed her without even asking. How domineering. Jiang. Humph. As soon as she spoke, she knew she was wrong. He showed no mercy at all, not even giving her a chance to talk. Though she tried to resist, she felt like a weak rabbit at the mercy of a wolf. But it didn't seem so bad. That tingling sensation, she had never experienced anything like it before. It seemed to reach deep within her heart. She imagined herself as a seagull soaring through fierce storms, facing challenges without ever yielding, flying freely. A kiss could be this wonderful. Just as she was enjoying herself, he suddenly pulled away. The movie is over. Oh, so that's why? As soon as she finished speaking, the lights came on. Fortunately, no one else saw, but there was an insatiable emptiness in her heart. Jimingshi affection 1060. Let's go. Jiang Chu took her hand first, and she felt a slight sense of relief. At this moment, she realized that books had never provided any reasonable explanation for this, and all that economics and finance was useless. Jiang Chu bought some snacks and took her to a nearby park. Didn't you say most people would go for a walk after watching a movie? What he didn't mention was that they could also go directly to a hotel room. Oh, true. We've been sitting for so long during the movie, it's time to take a walk. Seeing Jiang Chu still holding her hand, Jimingshi felt a bit proud inside. Last time Li Wenjing said Jiang Chu would never notice her, but now he was walking with her, watching movies, holding hands, even kissing. However, Jiang Chu's hands were so large and strong. Wanna eat? Here's another one. Jimingshi, with a proud expression like a princess, happily reached out to take the hot dog. But just as she was about to reach it, Jiang Chu suddenly put it in his mouth, taking a big bite, then another until it was gone. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. It smells so good. Jimingshi pouted angrily. If you don't want to give it, don't give it. She had never seen such a stingy boy. From an economics perspective, it should be called things become precious because of scarcity. Jiang Chu said with a smile. Then as if by magic he took out another hot dog and placed it in front of Jimingshi. Her eyes lit up. She was curious about how he did it, but didn't ask. Asking would only make him more smug. So I ate that one just now, leaving only the last one. Didn't I specifically save the most precious one for you? Jiang Chu slightly raised his chin as if waiting to be praised. Humph. You're artificially creating market scarcity, deliberately hoarding goods, and driving up prices. Jimingshi said, snatching the hot dog, took a delicious bite, and said, you are what I call a sharp trader. Jiang Chu laughed as well. If I'm a sharp trader, then I'm a sharp trader. The two walked for a while longer until Jimingshi slowly finished her hot dog. By this time it was late at night and quiet. They happened to walk to a pavilion. Did you bring water? Jiang Chu shook his head. What about tissue? Jiang Chu showed a mischievous smile. Do you need it? As Jimingshi was confused, that domineering aura hit her again. Humph. This time she didn't resist. She just enjoyed it. That slight emptiness was filled again. She didn't know why, but she really enjoyed this kind of aggressive advance. There was a warm hand on her lower back, but it suddenly disappeared. Where did it go? MMPH. Jimingshi quickly pushed him away. No, it's too fast. Jiang Chu didn't say anything, just looked at her. She dared not look into his eyes. It's too late. If we don't go back now, the school will close. Jiang Chu took out his phone and looked at it. 10 o'clock. We should still have time to get back. He took Jimingshi's hand again and started walking. Ahis. Wait, my foot hurts a bit, I think I got a blister. Let me see. Jiang Chu squatted down. It was a pair of delicate fair pink feet with a perfect arched sole that showed a hint of bone. Beside the strap of her transparent high-heeled sandals, there was indeed a small patch of rubbed skin. Don't wear these when shopping in the future, got it? Lift your foot. Huh. I'll help you take off your shoes. If you keep wearing them and move your foot, it will touch the painful spot. Jimingshi lifted her foot, slightly bent over, one hand resting on Jiang Chu's solid broad shoulders, while the other hand swept her hair from the front behind her ears. Before her was that handsome boy whom many girls at school worshipped as a male god. Even the 4 campus beauties wanted to be his woman. And now Jiang Chu was gently taking off her shoes for her. Especially when his hand touched her, she felt an electric sensation spread from her feet, throughout her body, and her face turned red. It was hard to believe, yet touching. She felt a bit touched, but also a bit proud and smug. Jimingshi affection 5. You hold the shoes. Jiang Chu turned around and remained squatting on the ground. Get on, I'll give you a piggyback ride. Get on, I'll carry you on my back. How can I accept this? Although she said that, Jimingshi happily threw her arms around Jiang Chu's neck like a little princess. Jiang Chu stood up, wrapped his arms around her long legs, and then walked back. Jimingshi on his back thought proudly, Mo Yutong never expected this, right? The Jiang Chu you like is voluntarily giving me a piggyback ride, hee. Jiang Chu, are those 4 really willing to be your women? Or what else? Which one do you like the most? Say it quickly, say it. I like them all. That answer is too perfunctory, not acceptable. Then between me and Mo Yutong, who do you prefer? Of course it's Mo Yutong. Why? Because she's my woman. Then am I not? I don't seem to have seen you join that day. But you just kissed me. The force of action is mutual. You also kissed me. Jimingshi was momentarily speechless. Did she really have to admit that she was his woman? Impossible. She just wanted to prove she was no worse than those 4, especially Mo Yutong. Also, she just wanted Jiang Chu to like her, to prove she was more charming. She absolutely could not say it out loud. What if I were also your woman? She joined earlier than you did. What? Does love have a first-come, first-served basis? Jimingshi was left utterly speechless. I want to ask you, that night when I first saw you at the lake pavilion, you were doing that. Don't you find it disgusting? What? Disgusting? How could that be disgusting? Why isn't it disgusting? I'm not going to argue with you. One day you put it on, and I'll show you whether it's disgusting or not. What? Let her try it. Pervert. None of the boys are any good. Jiang Chu thought, wasn't it just tearing a pair of stockings? It's just a little romantic flavor in life. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I think you're completely bewitched by that little fox spirit, Mo Yutong. If you badmouth my woman again, you can get off and walk. Jimingshi gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Jiang Chu from behind, and silently mouthed the words pervert. Thinking about how she had been kissed by this guy tonight, yet it didn't achieve the effect she wanted, she felt annoyed. Even if he spoke ill of Mo Yutong, she would feel a bit better. When Jiang Chu drove and saw the school gate, oh no, the school gate is closed. It's all your fault. I just carried you for 2 kilometers, you know. What do we do now? If I don't go back to sleep, they'll definitely think I've spent the night outside with some guy. Then let them think what they want. You wish. You've only solved the first problem. There are still 3 big ones waiting. Jimingshi had specifically looked up those books. They mentioned 3 difficult tasks: kiss, touch, and sleep. She added one herself: make Jiang Chu choose only her. That was the 3rd challenge. Once that was solved, then they could talk about the sleep issue. Jiang Chu was stunned. 3. Wasn't it just second base and third base? Could it be an unconventional path? Think of something quickly. How about we climb the wall? I heard you boys are good at scaling walls. Jiang Chu shook his head helplessly. Since it had come to this, he had no choice but to pull out his trump card. He took out his phone and made a call. Then the school gate slowly opened. As they drove in, Jiang Chu even warmly greeted the handsome security guard. Ji Mingxi watched in stunned silence. Did you bribe the guard? What kind of talk is that? We've established a friendly cooperative relationship. Ji Mingxi rolled her eyes at him. They arrived at the girls' dormitory building. She watched Ji Mingxi tiptoe carefully back inside, and she turned around to wave at him. Jiang Chu was about to drive off when he slapped his forehead. Oh no, he had forgotten to pick up Zhou Sini. He picked up his phone and saw a text message. Brother Jiang Chu, sister Yutong, came back to school to handle some business and pick me up on the way. You don't need to come. Jiang Chu smiled. His phone suddenly rang. It was Qiao Luoxin. Jiang, boss, we found that driver. His name is Lingzi. He had a criminal record in the past involving a girl who later took her own life out of shame. I don't know why he was released after only 2 years. He's fine now. He's currently at. Qiao Luoxin said angrily. A cold smile curved at the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth. Quite audacious doing such a thing and then going to that kind of place. I understand. Why won't you let us handle it? You've retired, but this kind of unsavory business is better left to me. Qiao Luoxin affection 10. It was nearly midnight, a dark and windy night. Jiang Chu followed the directions to a place, a 5-story standalone building with a huge neon sign at the entrance. Zizhu Pavilion Wellness Club. Through the glass door, pink lights could be seen inside. Several women in revealing clothes sat on the sofa, idly watching TV. Instead of entering through the main door, he went to the back of the building. Looking at the water pipes and air conditioning units, a slight smile curled on his lips. In a dimly lit red room, a man with a bandage on his head lay face down on a bed covered with a white towel. A woman in a sleeveless dress stood by the headboard, gently massaging his shoulders, and said in a seductive voice, Brother Lingzi, it's been so long since you last came to see me. I've missed you so much, you little vixen. I just got out of the hospital today. I was supposed to stay, but when I saw those nurses I thought of you, so I came straight here. What are you missing, my strength or the money in my pocket? Lingzi spoke while his hands roamed freely. The woman squirmed her legs, blocking his next move, but that only excited him more. Am I that kind of person? Your strength, Brother Lingzi, always makes my heart bloom. It's absolutely wonderful. Lingzi grew even more smug. Brother Lingzi, I've set my eyes on a dress. It's a bit expensive, over 1,000 yuan. You little tease, you say it's not about my money. But today you're in luck. If you make me feel good, the dress is no problem. Really? It's a deal then. With that, the atmosphere opened up and Lingzi's hands indulged roughly. Brother Lingzi, I bought a few pairs of stockings. Lingzi's eyes lit up. Quick, go put them on. Let me show you my prowess. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right back. The woman walked out and closed the door. Lingzi, lying face down, was overjoyed and hummed a little tune. So hurt. Suddenly, he felt someone standing by his head. You little vixen, missing me so much back so soon. Let me see how naughty you are. Lingzi lifted his head and opened his eyes only to find a young, handsome man standing there smirking coldly at him. Enjoying yourself, aren't you? After seeing clearly, Lingzi's eyes widened. You are. Let me go. Before he could finish, Jiang Chu grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up, demanding sternly, tell me, who sent you to kill me? You don't know. If I know, it's that Wang Hai. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't take it. Too bad, now you'll have to die. Seeing the cold glint in Jiang Chu's eyes, Lingzi panicked. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat was gripped, and he couldn't breathe, let alone speak. He deeply regretted not speaking up immediately. Jiang Chu took out a silver needle, and under the man's terrified gaze pricked several acupoints before pulling it out. Jiang Chu released his grip. The man could only clutch his throat, stammering without uttering a single word. His face was filled with fear and agony, as if he saw the ghost of the girl he had wronged reaching out to claim his life. Then from his eyes, nose, ears, and the corners of his mouth, faint traces of crimson began to seep out. It was his first time ending a life, yet he felt no guilt or remorse. The scene shifted. Jiang Chu had already returned to the ground outside, and then he heard a sharp female cry from upstairs. The next morning, Jiang Chu accompanied Xia Yanran and the others to the company. All the employees were already assembled, standing at attention. Mo Yutong, dressed in a black gold-trimmed OL outfit, wore a Bluetooth earpiece, surveying the crowd below like a military commander. The true decision-maker Xia Yanran sat in the president's office in a wheelchair, watching the stock trading charts on the large screen. Of course, the market hadn't opened yet. As the time arrived, Xia Yanran's seductive lips parted slightly. Begin. And below, Mo Yutong echoed, begin. In the Wang Group building in Wang Hai's office, a college girl in a white dress and white canvas shoes sat bound hand and foot on the sofa. Her pupils were dilated, filled with terror, as she trembled, staring at the two intimidating men before her. Brother Hai, this girl is still untouched. She's yours. Wang Tai smiled slyly, then walked out and closed the door. Please let me go. I'll repay the money, the girl begged. She had been unable to afford tuition, and a friend had told her she could get a loan with just an ID card and some photos. She had foolishly agreed, but the promised 5,000 yuan turned into only 3,000 in hand, with 2,000 as handling fees. And that 3,000 had ballooned to 20,000 in less than half a semester. She was a college student from the countryside, How could she come up with 20,000? Repay? It's already 30,000 now. What can you use to pay it? Wang Hai had been scolded by his second brother lately because of Jiang Chu. Every day he was furious, and the only way to cool down was to find some young women to ease his mind. With a gentle push, he sent the girl sprawling onto the sofa. Her pitiful appearance only stirred him further. A faint, unsettling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You better take good care of me. If you make me happy, I might forgive part of your debt. Otherwise, not only will you have to repay, but I'll also send your photos to your family and show them what their precious daughter is really doing. The girl whimpered. Wang Hai raised his hand, without hesitation, his expression turning stern. Shut up. The sharp motion stunned her, leaving her mind blank. Wang Hai let out a low chuckle. This tactic always worked on these women. He also turned on the DV camera on the side. It was one of his favorite hobbies. He reached out, and the girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. But Wang Hai showed no sign of stopping, his expression cold and unfeeling, as if carved from stone. The girl struggled desperately, but aside from crying, she was powerless. Wang Hai seemed satisfied with the scene before him. You better be smart about this. The girl put up her final resistance, and when she was nearly out of strength, she felt that all was lost. A knock came at the door. Wang Hai frowned. Who would disturb him at a time like this? He wanted to ignore it, but the knocking persisted. He strode over, angrily not bothering to dress properly, and yanked the door open. Seeing Wang Tai, who had just left, he snapped. You'd better have something urgent. Spit it out. Wang Tai was out of breath. Brother, hi uncle, and the others want you to come right away. The group's stock price has been falling. What? Just a stock drop. How bad can it be? My brother is handling it. Don't get in the way of my business. No, brother, hi, your brother is there too. He's furious and looking for you. Hurry up. Wang Hai stared at the untouched prey before him, gritting his teeth. Fine, keep an eye on her. I'll deal with her when I get back. In a van across the street from the Wang group building, Xiao Luoxin and Xiang Xiaolong were watching the laptop screen, which displayed the room Wang Hai had just been in. Is the video recorded? Yes, and I've also copied the files from Wang Hai's computer. Good. Meng Shen, it's your turn. Make sure you rescue that girl. Understood. After Wang Hai left, Wang Tai turned to the trembling girl, her clothes in disarray. A faint smile crossed his face as he approached. Don't come near me. Don't worry, I won't touch you before brother Hai comes back. I just want to give you a little taste. Wang Tai reached for his belt, and the girl's eyes widened in horror. But before he could act, a figure appeared in her pupils. Bang. Before he could react, a masked man from behind knocked him out. Shoo, don't make a sound. I'm here to save you. The girl nodded gratefully. The man took off Wang Tai's jacket and draped it over the girl's shoulders. When Wang Hai arrived at the upstairs office, it was already crowded with people. Not only his elder brother and father, but also several shareholders who rarely showed up were all present. Everyone wore a grim expression unlike anything he had seen before. Ahai, what the hell is going on? How could our group's stock price fall so sharply? Wang Hai, a finance major, was stunned when he saw the chart. His jaw nearly dropped. Right at the opening, a long green line plunged straight to the bottom. In simple terms, it hit the daily limit at the opening bell. What is this? This isn't in the textbooks. Dad, maybe the monitor is broken, or the software is glitching. Wang Hai said cautiously. Not even Sherlock Holmes could explain this. Idiot. Wang Dao kicked Wang Hai, sending him sprawling. Open your eyes wide. It's only our group's stock that's like this. Everyone else's data is perfectly normal. Wang Hai thought angrily. I'm your son. If I have dog eyes, then what are you? Dao, think of something quickly. If the stock continues to fall like this tomorrow, the group won't hold up. Yes, all our retirement hopes are tied up in this. Quiet. Do you think I'm not worried? This is my life's work. I'm more anxious than any of you. Wang Dao's roars silenced the room. Jiang, you're the chairman. You're in charge of the group now. You need to give your uncles an explanation. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Wang Jiang furrowed his brow. Father, our conduct has always been approachable and fair. No one would dare to scheme against us from the shadows. Could it be another major corporation? The Ming Corporation? Or perhaps the He family? It cannot be them. Only with several hundred million in capital could they force our stock to hit the daily limit down at market open. The He family has no reason to go to such lengths against us. The Ming Corporation is currently making large-scale investment arrangements and does not possess that kind of capital either. Think carefully. Has anything unusual happened recently? I know about both of your shameful habits. Wang Jiang then turned his gaze toward his younger brother sitting on the ground. They exchanged a look and spoke in unison. Jiang Chu. Impossible. He is merely a country bumpkin with no such capability. Moreover, Mo Yutong's company was just established. I heard their accounts hold only 200 million. How could they create such a commotion? Wang Jiang immediately dismissed the notion himself. Hi, that person you had beaten up last time. Su Kun, if I recall correctly. He seems to have come from the Shanghai area. Could this be retaliation from that quarter? It is plausible. How many other things have you two brothers done behind my back that I know nothing about? Fortunately, the other party lacks familiarity with stock market operations. Had they intended to engage us in a prolonged battle, we would have had no idea how much more capital we would need to inject to stabilize the market. Now mobilize all excess company funds. We must drive the stock price back tomorrow. They have already sunk over 100 million. They likely intend to take a bite and retreat. Anyone attempting to gain advantage over our Wang group should consider whether they are prepared to wager their life. Investigate. Move immediately and uncover who stands behind this. Once identified, eliminate them. Wang Daio's eyes revealed only cold ruthlessness. Yes. Wang Hai stormed back to his office, finding the door wide open. Wang Tai lay unconscious on the ground, half-dressed, while the girl had vanished without a trace. You bastard. Wake up. Wang Hai kicked him forcefully twice, but there was no response. At least he appeared to still be breathing. What an idiot, thinking you could sneak around while I am gone. And now she has slipped away. Serves you right. Still venting his frustration, he delivered a few more kicks. At Magong Investment, every employee was stunned by Mo Yutong's directives, deploying 200 million from the outset to force Wang Group's stock to the daily limit down. What kind of unconventional strategy was this? They had expected a more nuanced approach, strategic maneuvering, and psychological warfare. This direct assault was almost too blunt. But with only 200 million in total capital now entirely committed, what strategy remained for the next move? Internally, Mo Yutong felt uncertain, yet she maintained an expression of composed depth. Next, continue gathering comprehensive records of Wang Group's assets and their capital movements. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna returned to their office to find Xia Yanran gazing absently at the overseas market data. Welcome back. Today's execution was precise. Everyone performed as expected. I understand your questions, but the stock market operates with unexpected simplicity at times. They will likely consolidate funds to restore the stock price tomorrow. That should prove favorable. Yutong Wang Group's primary revenue comes from real estate and construction operations. Reach out to those individuals listed in the materials who were previously wronged or coerced into signing. Inform them their opportunity has arrived. Invest in securing provincial media coverage for interviews with them. Aim to publish by tomorrow noon. Understood, Xiaoqian. Yes, I will arrange this immediately. Yu Xiaoqian departed in her high heels, casting a curious glance at President Jiang seated nearby, absorbed in his phone novel, the only person with nothing pressing to attend to in the entire company. Yutong, regarding your earlier directive to expand the marketing department, what is the current status? Jiang Chu suddenly inquired. Yes, we now have 20 employees in the marketing department. That many people for marketing? Xia Yanran could not help but ask. Jiang Chu offered a knowing smile. I tasked them with conducting market investigations on my behalf. Speaking of which, I am curious about your investment in the Fruit mobile brand and group buying platform. What prompted those decisions? I have not found any research documentation on these matters within the company. It strikes me as though you simply acted on intuition and deployed capital without extensive analysis. Jiang Chu responded with equanimity. Intuition is an adequate descriptor. I invested because I chose to. No elaborate justification required. Xia Yanran showed no irritation, musing, in my experience there exist certain individuals who may lack conventional expertise, yet possess an innate gift, a singular focus that drives them to commit wholly to one path, and ultimately achieve remarkable success. Take Bill Gates for instance. Yet I do not believe you fall into that category. Jiang Chu touched his nose thoughtfully. It matters little what manner of person I am. What matters is I possess ample capital. If this fails, I can simply try again. Capricious. Thank you for the compliment. Yutong, dispatch your marketing team. Here are the names and locations requiring investigation. Once located, report back to me immediately. Jiang Chu handed Mo Yutong a document containing numerous names, addresses, and related information. Mo Yutong examined it with curiosity. Zhang Dalong. Funan University of Science and Technology. Huang Zheng. Chen Wei. Zhang Yiming. Wang Tao. Who are these people? I have never heard of any of them. Remember, distribute this list separately. Each person answers solely to you, and absolute confidentiality is paramount. All of you must ensure nothing leaks. Having known Jiang Chu for so long, this was the first time she witnessed him assigning something with such gravity and earnestness. She nodded. I understand. Xia Yanran and Zhao Wenna exchanged surprised glances. Jiang Chu had ignored the Wang Group matter entirely throughout the morning, yet devoted such attention here, provoking their keen curiosity. Nothing remains urgent now. I should return before Aunt Chen grows worried. Wang Group will inevitably send investigators. Simply feed them misinformation as discussed. Mo Yutong nodded. Mingqing accompanied Xia Yanran back. Mo Yutong finally exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by Xia Yanran had been overwhelming. She feared making even the slightest misstep in her presence. As Jiang Chu spoke, he walked over and gently lifted her into his arms. Seeing the playful smile on his face as he headed toward the bedroom, Mo Yutong could guess what he had in mind. No, it's still working hours, you rascal. Yes, it's my working hours too. Since it is called working, we should emphasize the meaning of that first character. How naughty! With a soft click, the door was closed behind them. The bedroom was spacious, designed together by the two of them. It featured a 2.2-meter bed, an automatic massage chair, a reclining sofa, a television, and a private bathroom. Today, Mo Yutong wore her hair in an elegant updo, dressed in a custom black business suit, with gold trim, a white blouse beneath, and a knee-length skirt, revealing smooth legs complemented by Valentino stiletto heels. After serving as president for some time, her aura had grown significantly, exuding confidence and presence. A sense of admiration welled up in Jiang Chu's heart as he gazed at her. Yutong, you look wonderful today. If you were looking at you, Xiaoqian and Zhao Wen earlier, weren't you? Don't think I didn't notice. I was observing their work attitudes, helping share the burden and understanding clothing too, right? Jiang Chu chuckled softly, and as he unbuttoned the final fastener, a warm glow illuminated the quiet room. A gentle blush spread across Mo Yutong's face. Over recent weeks, the bond between them had deepened further, and a simple gesture from Jiang Chu was enough to stir her thoughts. Jiang Chu, Mo Yutong leaned forward and kissed him softly, her hands resting gently on his shoulders. Jiang Chu shared some thoughts with Mo Yutong, reminding her that one should not focus solely on the present, but also grasp the important things. During a flight, fastening one's seatbelt is essential to avoid discomfort during turbulence. On a boat, sitting steadily helps maintain balance as the vessel rocks with the waves. After some time, Mo Yutong glanced at her reflection in the full-length mirror, noticing her cheeks were flushed. Half an hour later, she felt tired, her feet sore from the heels, and she naturally crossed her legs, suddenly feeling a regal poise about her. You've been lying there so long. Please move. I haven't even had a chance to use this massage chair since we bought it. Well, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were about to ask the magic mirror who is the fairest of them all. TCH, what kind of joke is that? Not funny at all. Mo Yutong laid back down. Modern technology was wonderful, fully automatic and delightful. You're a president now, you should broaden your perspective, you know. Talking about me, why are you being so impulsive? Can't you be a bit more patient? A man should be able to shoulder responsibility. Jiang Chu chuckled gently, letting the moment drift naturally. Mo Yutong mentioned that this was a good period to focus on learning, so Jiang Chu shared all the knowledge he had accumulated over the past days with her. While the two were conversing in the bedroom, Zhao Wen and Yu Xiaoqian waited quietly in the office outside. Hearing Jiang Chu speak so knowledgeably, they couldn't help but listen in briefly, only to realize their topic lay outside their expertise. Blushing, they retreated with quiet disappointment. As time passed, they finally understood why President Mo's secretary position had such specific requirements, and whether President Mo herself truly did not mind. Sister, now what do you think of our President Jiang? Xiaoqian, it's fine to discuss this with me, but please don't gossip about President Jiang or President Mo outside. Yu Xiaoqian, holding her folder, playfully stuck out her tongue and nodded. I understand, Sister Na. Zhao Wen crossed her legs, adjusting her glasses with a slender finger, her gaze drifting toward the closed bedroom door. Deep down, she felt uneasy, wondering whether President Jiang would call them in, and if so, whether he would choose Yu Xiaoqian or herself. As a fellow secretary, she felt her capabilities far exceeded Yu Xiaoqian's, and she wanted to be first in every respect. However, Yu Xiaoqian's advantage lay in her youth and charm. Perhaps President Jiang preferred that style, and one day Xiaoqian might surpass her. This was something she did not wish to see and would not allow to happen. Inside the bedroom, Mo Yutong lay on the bed with rosy cheeks, a light sheen of sweat dampening her hair near her forehead. She felt quite tired, especially her legs, which felt soft and weak. She used a damp towel to gently wipe the sweat from her chest. Jiang Chu came over with a tender expression and helped wipe the sweat from her forehead. You rascal, how can you keep getting stronger? Jiang Chu rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. Was that a fault? I haven't finished talking yet. Mo Yutong quickly waved her hands and pulled the blanket over herself. Please don't talk to me anymore, I'm truly exhausted. I need to rest. The two of them are outside. Feel free to speak with either of them about whatever you need. With her eyes closed for only a short while, her breathing gradually became steady and she fell asleep. Indeed, she was quite weary. Jiang Chu had originally planned to discuss investing in Xiang Hua's internet company, a matter requiring urgent action, sending someone abroad to investigate and negotiate with Iron Fist Company, while also expediting the establishment of the local company. Wenna had been particularly busy these past few days, and he had noticed it all. Therefore, he decided to speak with Yu Xiaoqian instead. After dressing, he quietly closed the bedroom door. Though it was a bedroom, the space was divided, connecting to an adjacent exercise room. This design had been preserved from the original plans, likely to allow for occasional updates. Outside, Zhao Wenna took a sip of freshly brewed coffee, lost in thought, when President Zhang's voice came from within the room. Xiaoqian, please come in for a moment. Her heart skipped a beat. Yu Xiaoqian, also holding a cup of coffee, paused and felt a sudden flush of color rise to her cheeks. Despite some preparation, hearing her name called still made her flustered. She cast a pleading glance toward Zhao Wenna, uncertain of what to do. In the past 2 days, she had borrowed a few films from a friend to study, trying to prepare quickly, but could only manage a few phrases in Japanese. She should have asked Sister Na for guidance. She would certainly know more about this. Zhao Wenna was stunned. Just as she feared, President Jiang called Yu Shaoqian first, not herself. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She excelled in every way compared to Shaoqian, with no deficiency in appearance either. So why not her? Are you busy? President Jiang's voice came again. I'm not busy. I'm coming right away. Yu Shaoqian hastily adjusted her skirt, pursed her lips lightly painted with lipstick, and took a slow, steadying breath. Wearing high heels, she approached the door to the adjacent sports area room, with a fluttering heart drawn by the sounds emanating from within. She carefully opened the door and stepped inside, finding Mr. Jiang seated alone on a sofa, brewing and sipping tea. Being the sports area, the modest furnishings consisted only of exercise equipment, a resting sofa, a coffee table, a wardrobe, and a simple changing room in the back. Could this truly be where her first time would come to pass? Though plainly furnished, the space held a certain charm. The main appeal, however, was Mr. Jiang's handsome appearance. Dressed only in a white cotton shirt and beach pants, his figure was remarkably impressive. Unexpectedly, the refined-looking Mr. Jiang possessed such a well-built physique, far surpassing even that of the sports department head she had once secretly admired. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, affection rising. Come sit, Mr. Jiang patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for her to join. Yu Shaoqian nodded shyly and was about to step forward when the door suddenly opened behind her. Startled, she jumped, and Mr. Jiang frowned as he turned to see who had entered. It was Zhao Wenna. Her expression was unusual, brows tightly furrowed. Sister Zhao, what are you? I don't believe I asked you to come in. Mr. Jiang's tone carried a hint of displeasure, for as a secretary one should always knock before entering. Zhao Wenna seemed to realize her recklessness and lowered her head slightly in apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I acted on impulse and forgot to knock. It was my mistake. Seeing her sincere tone, Mr. Jiang presumed she must have had an urgent matter. Having apologized, he decided to overlook it once. Don't let it happen again. What is it? Relieved that he wasn't reprimanding her further, she exhaled softly. She glanced at Yu Shaoqian and spoke up. Mr. Jiang, I know I shouldn't question your choice, and as a fellow secretary it's not my place. But I dare to say I understand these matters far better than Shaoqian. I'm certain I can ensure your complete satisfaction. Please give Shaoqian more time to prepare. Yu Shaoqian never expected Sister Zhao to barge in over something like this. She must have seen her earlier desperate plea, which is why Zhao Wenna risked displeasing him. A wave of gratitude welled up within her. She admitted she truly wasn't ready, worried she might fail and be scolded. Mr. Jiang looked at the anxious Yu Shaoqian. She was indeed somewhat flustered, but given she had just graduated, this was understandable. Yet the matter he needed to address wasn't so complicated. She didn't even need to handle it personally. Was it because he was now Mr. Jiang, carrying an authoritative presence that intimidated her? Zhao Wenna had spoken with bold courage, but as his silence stretched on, regret began to surface. Had Mr. Jiang truly no feelings for her? Then why had he let her pass the interview? Was it only her ability he valued, not her as a person? Yet her stubborn spirit refused to yield. Wenna, I didn't call you in because I noticed you've been working hard these past few days and must be exhausted. I simply wanted you to rest. There was no other meaning. Zhao Wenna's eyes lit up, unable to mask her joy. Mr. Jiang, I'm not tired at all. Those tasks were less than a fifth of what I handled at my father's company. Truly not tired in the slightest. Even if you need another hour, I'm perfectly fine. As she spoke the latter part, she instinctively lowered her head, having no real concept of an hour's duration, but having heard friends discuss that 30 minutes was already considered remarkable for an average man. Yet the fact that Mr. Jiang inside had managed over an hour had genuinely astonished her. Yu Shaoqian, watching from the side, stared with wide eyes and an expression of pure admiration. Sister Zhao truly excelled in every way. She herself grew exhausted watching a movie for half an hour at home, yet Zhao Wenna claimed an hour was nothing. She was truly a role model. She resolved to learn more from her in the future. Mr. Jiang, however, looked thoroughly bewildered. That won't be necessary. It should take roughly 15 minutes to sort things out. Though afterward you'll likely need a good rest. 15 minutes. Zhao Wenna's eyes widened in disbelief. Just 15 minutes, and it would leave her thoroughly drained. So it was about speed rather than duration. But thinking about it, Mr. Jiang had already conversed with Mr. Mo for so long that the other man had fallen asleep. Considering her situation, 15 minutes was clearly the considerate estimate. Is there a problem? If you're truly tired, I can have Shaoqian handle it instead. Oh no, absolutely not. I'm fine. It's nothing. Zhao Wenna hastened to reply. This was an opportunity she had fought hard to secure. She wouldn't let it slip away. Very well, since you insist, then stay. You're reliable, and I feel more at ease with you. Mr. Jiang nodded toward Shaoqian. She pressed a hand to her chest, then quickly exited, closing the door behind her. He took a sip of tea. Come sit. Zhao Wenna walked over in her heels, the soft clicking echoing as she took her place beside Mr. Jiang. Her legs crossed elegantly, hands folded neatly in her lap, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. It was her first time truly seeing Mr. Jiang's figure up close, his broad solid shoulders, and impressive build. At such close range, she couldn't help but bite her lip. He was so commanding, especially his resilient spirit after his efforts. She swallowed involuntarily. The air conditioning just started. Is it warm? Let me brew you a cup of tea. A friend sent this over, and it's quite good. She busied herself preparing the tea. Was Mr. Jiang hinting at something? Of course, he was being subtle. Even in private conversation should remain refined. Gathering her courage, she reached for the buttons of her black shirt. Meanwhile, Mr. Jiang reflected on how traditional Chinese medicine incorporated tea drinking into wellness practices, and he had developed some understanding of tea ceremony. Focused on brewing, he hardly noticed Zhao Wen's movements nearby, for the room was somewhat stuffy. As the final step completed and the fragrance arose, Mr. Jiang leaned in to inhale. Not only the tea's aroma, but also the subtle scent that clung to Zhao Wen. Here, try some. He lifted a cup toward her, but the sight before him left him stunned. How did you? There exists a color, a timeless, mysterious shade devoid of vibrant hues, yet capable of drawing one into an unfathomable depth. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. And this abyss was quite formidable. Zhao Wen reclined on the sofa, her eyes behind the half-rimmed glasses shimmering softly, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. She held a lamp in her arms, half hidden and half revealed, a picture of delicate charm. Jiang Chu finally understood the words Mo Yutong had said earlier. It seemed she had arranged everything, sparing no effort for him. President Jiang, I didn't expect you to call us so suddenly today, so I didn't have much time to prepare. Could you speak a little slower? Jiang Chu smiled lightly. Stand up first. The tea has just been brewed. Drink it first, then we'll talk. He helped Zhao Wen to her feet, took a sip of the tea in his cup, and then leaned toward her rosy lips. So that was the tea he meant. Zhao Wen tasted the finest tea she had ever known, sweet, fragrant, and with an unmistakable boldness. She was utterly enchanted, unable to resist this commanding presence, though she was never one to yield easily. She thought of the domineering CEO stories she had read, feeling as if she were the heroine herself living the tale. When I actually just wanted to discuss some work arrangements with you. Seeing the handsome President Jiang's faint playful smile, Zhao Wen realized she had misunderstood his intentions from the start. But what was done, and she felt a little warm. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Zhao Wen wanted to say no, but her lips moved forward on their own. This was a rare opportunity. She had to seize it before Yu Shaoqian. If she refused now, next time he might not call her first. Jiang Chu was slightly surprised. The room's temperature returned to normal, and Zhao Wen gradually adapted to the atmosphere. President Jiang, your physique is amazing. 8-pack abs so firm. I never would have guessed from your clothes. How did you achieve that? Zhao Wen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Want to know? Let me show you the proper use of the equipment. Jiang Chu wore a mischievous grin. Zhao Wen glanced at the various exercise machines nearby, her cheeks flushing. But the thought of working out with President Jiang seemed intriguing. She had made the right choice after all. She nodded shyly. Teach me, President Jiang. First came the sit-up bench. Jiang Chu lay down headfirst, and Zhao Wen sat to hold his legs. Jiang Chu completed 30 sit-ups in a minute without a single gasp. His explosive muscles drew delighted squeals from Zhao Wen, her eyes sparkling with little hearts. Then it was her turn, but the simple motion proved impossible. She couldn't muster any strength at all. In comparison, President Jiang was truly remarkable. After only half an hour, Zhao Wen felt as if she were falling apart. She had boasted she could handle an hour, but reality had mercilessly refuted her. Now she understood Mo Yutong's thoughtful arrangement. Anyone would want such a secretary. Didn't you say an hour of talk was no problem? Seeing President Jiang's teasing smile, Zhao Wen wished she could disappear into the ground. I was wrong, President Jiang. Wrongdoing must be met with punishment. This tea I brewed with my own hands. Is it good? Zhao Wen's face was so red it could drip. Seeing President Jiang's smug expression, a mischievous idea struck her. She adjusted her glasses lightly, a hint of a devilish smile curling at the corner of her lips. It's wonderful. I've never tasted such fragrant tea. President Jiang, please try this cup I brewed. She lifted another cup, took a sip, and leaned toward Jiang Chu. Sensing the unusual sweetness in his mouth, Jiang Chu's eyes showed a mix of wry amusement and resignation. In the end, he had tasted the bitter fruit of his own doing. Finally, Jiang Chu instructed Zhao Wen on setting up an internet company for Xianghua and reaching out to Iron Fist Company for negotiations. Lying on his lap, she nodded in agreement. President Jiang, there's a question I've been meaning to ask, if I may. Jiang Chu gave her a gentle squeeze, making her brows furrow softly before he smiled. I know what you want to ask, but I can only say that explaining it to you now would be useless. You'll understand in time. Just follow my instructions. Simply obey me and carry out the tasks. Zhao Wen suppressed her curiosity. Since he put it that way, her plan to persuade him had clearly failed. It was also her fault for being too sensitive. She had surrendered within half an hour. President Jiang was far more impressive than the foreigners her best friend had mentioned, and she was eager to see if his investment skills matched up. The next day of the Eliminate the King plan, Jiang Chu received a call early in the morning. Boss, the hawk has been released. Good. Keep an eye on their every move. Don't let them escape. Understood. He hung up, his eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of solemnity. Inside the Wang Group president's office, Wang Dayo stood with hands behind his back, gazing down from the floor-to-ceiling windows. A dense crowd of people surged below the building's main gate, holding various banners. Even from the 24th floor, he could hear their shouts. He turned to scan the room, his anger flaring. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Since when does the headquarters of the Wang Group have to tolerate these riffraff making a fuss? Jiang, why hasn't Wang Tai brought his people yet? Tell our men to break the legs of those dogs. If they like to shout so much, let them beg on the streets from now on. Wang Zhang's face was also filled with fury. Dad, I called Tai first thing this morning, but he hasn't answered. I don't know what's going on. Keep calling. That bastard chose this moment to drop the ball. If he can't handle it, we'll find a new construction manager. Yes, I'll call others to look for him. Wang Hai hesitated as if wanting to speak, but Wang Dayo noticed. What is it, Hai? Spit it out. Wang Hai was startled and quickly said, Dad, did you hear about something last night? Wang Dayo, Wang Jiang, and the other shareholders stared at Wang Hai in confusion. What? Out with it. Yes. Wang Hai glanced at Wang Jiang and briefly recounted the incident with Air Lungzi. Oomph. A college student got the two of you into this mess. You've disgraced your father. I should have had him killed long ago, but you let him strut around for a few more days. Now what does this have to do with the situation downstairs? Dad, I'm not sure either, but I feel something's off. Wang Hai swallowed hard. Air Lungzi was found dead last night at a health club. Wang Dayo and the others were taken aback. He didn't stay in the hospital, but went there and ended up dying on a woman's belly. Isn't that fine? Just give more money to his family and settle it. No, Dad, listen to me. He didn't die on a woman. He died in a terrible way with blood seeping from his face. Even the police couldn't find the cause, and the coroner said it was hypertension from overexcitement. Wang Dayo was exasperated. You talk a lot, but it's still dying on a woman's belly. Ahai, since when did you become so slow and indecisive? You disappoint me. Your little brother, the most important thing now is the stock market opening soon, and those people below. Why bring up that fool Air Lungzi? It's better that he's dead. Wang Dayo and the others did not notice that one of the shareholders was clenching his fist, gritting his teeth, showing signs of an impending outburst. Found Wang Tai. Wang Jiang said after answering a phone call. That guy went looking for women last night, drank too much, and didn't even bring his phone. I've already told him to bring men and equipment over. Wang Dayo nodded. Remember, don't let anyone below off. I want them to regret being born into this life. Don't worry, Dad. Dayo, look at the screen. The market is about to open. We've invested all of the company's funds, 1 billion, and today we must pull a limit up. Let the other party's 200 million be our breakfast, haha. One of the major shareholders laughed heartily. Yeah, anyone who dares to oppose our Wang Group will only end up worse. Dad, why invest so much money? Aren't we supposed to use that money to buy land? Brother, you don't understand. After yesterday's move, besides the one behind the scenes, retail investors are waiting to follow. Dad wants to take this opportunity to reap a good harvest. With 1 billion in tomorrow, it might be 1.3 billion or more. That's much faster than real estate. Wang Dayo nodded, looking smug and confident. Wang Jiang, who was not well versed in this area, glanced at his triumphant brother, a flicker of imperceptible unease in his eyes. Yet a smile remained on his face. You're really impressive, little brother. All of them stared smugly at the big screen, watching the final seconds tick down. The screen moved. Instead of the beloved red, the most dreadful green appeared. And it was a terrifyingly deep green. Just like yesterday, all green. It hit the limit down at the opening. Shock, confusion, petrification. That was the expression on everyone's faces. Some didn't even notice their cigarettes dropping onto their laps. Wang Dayo could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Ahai, go check if there's something wrong with the monitor or the software. Wang Hai swallowed hard, thinking that was his line from yesterday. Dad, other companies' data are still moving. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We invested 1 billion, it should have made some waves. How could it hit the limit down at opening? Wang Dayo completely lost his composure, shouting loudly, his forehead veins standing out. The other shareholders' faces turned ashen. This was worse than any personal tragedy. Some even trembled and collapsed to the ground. Dayo, what should we do? All our hard-earned money is in there. Uncle, my father just got hospitalized and needs a lot of money for treatment. You can't just ignore this. Dayo, we need to think of a solution quickly. Today the stock price drops, tomorrow the bank might come demanding early loan repayment. Our money is all in the stock market now, there's really nothing left elsewhere. Bad news, bad news. A subordinate rushed in through the door. It was Wang Dayo's right-hand man. What are you panicking about? Everyone quiet. I, Wang Dayo, have seen all kinds of storms. How can such a small matter make you so afraid? What's the matter? Just say it. The subordinate glanced at Wang Hai. Boss, this is a video just released online. It's already causing a huge uproar. Many minority shareholders and partners from other companies have expressed that they will stop cooperation with our Wang Group. Wang Dayo didn't know how to use his phone, so he had it projected onto the big screen. The video showed his two sons, and that Wang Tai engaging in illegal lending, extorting female college students, pressuring them into sexual acts, etc. The women were pixelated, but Wang Hai and the others were unmistakably clear. Judging by the angle, it was filmed by Wang Hai himself. Wang Hai was utterly shocked at the first sight. His face turned pale instantly. He had been replaying his own recordings day in and day out, so he knew it all too well. Now it was posted online. Only one word came to his mind: over. Wang Jiang was gnashing his teeth in hatred. He had no idea that his own brother would record him as well. Previously, he always told him to leave some timid ones, and then send everyone out. He never expected that after all his precautions it would be his own brother who committed such a foolish act. Now it was impossible to clear the name. Before Wang Dayo could finish watching, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dayo, what's wrong? Several people rushed to support him. Even as he lay down, Wang Dayo glared and pointed at Wang Hai, cursing with blood in his mouth. You wretch. Wang Dayo, how could I have given birth to such a fool of a son? At that moment a phone call came. Wang Dayo saw the caller ID and despite his discomfort answered. Wang Tai and his men have been arrested and have confessed everything. The authorities have been dispatched. Run as far as you can. Beep beep beep. Our Wang group. Finished. Wang Dayo's eyes twitched, he clenched his teeth, his gaze full of resentment and frustration. On the rooftop opposite the Wang group building, Yin Bei was observing with binoculars. In his view, several cars quietly drove out from the back gate of the Wang group. What they didn't know was that each car had a tracker attached to its underside. Dragon Eye, the rats have left the hole. Dragon Eye received. Others continue close surveillance. Received. At Magong headquarters, a breaking news segment was playing on the outdoor screen. The Wang Group stock price has hit the limit down at opening for 2 consecutive days. Despite insider sources saying the company invested $1 billion to stabilize the market, it couldn't escape the limit down this morning. And this morning, a large number of online posts appeared about Wang Group president Wang Jiang and his younger brother Wang Hai, suspected of establishing an illegal online lending company, defrauding over 200 female college students through improper loans and blackmail, forcing them into. Now the relevant authorities have officially issued warrants for several key suspects of the Wang Group and are conducting a citywide manhunt. Anyone with information, please. My God, we won. We really did it. The first employee started cheering. The others also became excited. My God, they really brought down the Wang Group. It's incredible. And in just 2 days. Just 2 days. President Mo is truly amazing. I thought yesterday's operations were straightforward, but unexpectedly this morning they used only 200 million to directly defeat the opponent's 1 billion, and they didn't even have a chance to recover. It's absolutely incredible. From now on, I only admire President Mo. Yesterday, President Mo spent a long time in the office with the 2 secretaries before coming out. We thought they might give up, but it turns out this is what true strategic planning looks like. I thought the battlefield was only in the stock market, but President Mo also launched multiple moves behind the scenes, completely overwhelming the opponent. Absolutely amazing. President Mo is mighty. With this battle, I can boast loudly to my peers in the future. Mo Yutong wore a victorious smile, but in her heart, she had some words she didn't know whether to say. She hadn't launched any hidden arrows, rather she had been surprised by Jiang Chu's various clever tactics. She returned to the office and expressed gratitude to Xia Yanran face to face. Xia Yanran was undeniably the primary contributor to the stock market operations. Although the operations appeared simple, Xia Yanran had been issuing instructions from last night to this morning, spreading information to private funds and various renowned investors. Those investors, once they sensed an opportunity, would eagerly participate. Therefore, this morning they only spent a small cost to defeat the Wang Group's 1 billion. As for why they didn't use the money Jiang Chu gave them, in Xia Yanran's words, if you can use a small tool to achieve the goal, there's no need to reveal a big weapon for others to see. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna still had many things they didn't understand. For example, how did Xia Yanran know the contact information of those institutions and investors? After all, they wouldn't be foolish enough to be fooled by a few words, yet Xia Yanran managed to do it. And then there was the news just now. Xia Yanran, who is in a wheelchair, how did she have such great ability to obtain those videos? After probing Xia Yanran's attitude, she said it wasn't her doing. Mo Yutong thought for a moment and believed her. The first person she thought of was Jiang Chu. It must be him. The Wang Group wanted to harm them, and he had said he would deal with them. Her man had always been calm and mysterious, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Surely his presence was behind all these events. He seemed unserious, idle, and flirtatious, always causing trouble among beautiful women. But unexpectedly, he had arranged everything. He was the true master of strategy. This was her Mo Yutong's man. Xia Yanran looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged, leisurely reading a novel on his phone, claiming to be her man. She slightly curled the corners of her mouth. How many more little surprises did he have that she couldn't anticipate? Xia Yanran Affection 5. The news of the Wang Group's collapse quickly reached the other 7 major groups. Everyone was shocked. In just 2 short days, the once arrogant Wang group had vanished and even faced a citywide manhunt. It was a lamentable situation, but many people cheered with satisfaction. After all, everyone else was just doing business peacefully, while the Wang group had frequently used despicable tactics to compete against them. This is so satisfying. Young Master Jiang is truly formidable. I previously thought his claim to defeat the Wang group within 2 weeks was just a joke, but it turned out to be true, and it took only 2 days. This method wasn't particularly clever, but it struck at the Wang group's vital point directly and completely subdued them. It's absolutely amazing. Ming Luan was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Who is this young Master Jiang you speak of? It seems I need to find time to meet him. A handsome man with slicked back hair had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother, I told you long ago that young Master Jiang has an extraordinary background. It would be good to get to know him properly. He might bring unexpected surprises to our group. But you told me earlier about his investments, so I wasn't very optimistic about them. But now with this strength clearly demonstrated, at least in terms of strategic control, he is a rare talent, and he is unexpected. Such a person, even if we can't be friends, we must not become enemies. Otherwise it would be too frightening. Ming Lu tapped his fingers lightly on the table. All right, Ming Luan, arrange a time. Got it, brother. At the He family courtyard, He Tianwen was playing chess with his grandfather He Yaohua. Brother, He Shiyun strode over, interrupting He Tianwen's thoughts. He frowned. Little sister, how many times have I told you? Don't be so loud and noisy. You're not a child anymore. I thought becoming a company chairman would make you more mature, but it seems you haven't changed at all. He Shiyun pouted and made a mocking face at He Tianwen, then hugged her grandfather's arm and shook it playfully. Grandpa, look, brother is scolding me again. You must tell him off. He's so young, but talks like an old man. No wonder Xia Yanran didn't take a liking to him back then. This remark struck a nerve in He Tianwen's heart. In those years he had been repeatedly successful in the business world, becoming a dazzling presence. But he suffered a Waterloo in the matter of pursuing Xia Yanran. Although later, after she met with an accident, he lost interest and found someone else. But this remained an indelible shadow in his heart. Xia Yanran, even after her disfigurement, never gave him a single glance. It was truly a great failure. Now this sister of his was really bringing up the wrong topic. He was furious. How dare you speak like that? Do you believe I can take back all the distributors under your company? He Shiyun said. Grandpa, look, brother is being mean to me again. He Yaohua laughed heartily. Haha, Shiyun, you came rushing over to find us. Is there something important you want to tell us? He Yaohua asked with a kind and smiling face, showing no intention of blaming He Shiyun. He Tianwen wore an expression that said he knew it all along and could only shake his head and sigh. Grandpa, let me tell you that Wang Group has really collapsed. In just 2 days their main culprits are now wanted everywhere. Oh, He Yaohua showed rare surprise. Is it the same Jiang Chu you mentioned before? Are you sure it was his actions that caused the Wang Group to collapse? You believe whatever others say, you're too gullible. Think about it, it's impossible. Even if I personally took action, I couldn't have brought down the Wang Group in 2 days. What do you know? Jiang Chu is very capable. If he says he can do it, he definitely can. I'll admit he has some unique insights in certain areas, but setting that aside, regarding the investment to start your company, this fruit phone you're making. Whether it's profitable or not is another matter, but claiming it can defeat Nokia, that's something only a naive young girl like you would fall for. What did you say? What's wrong with me making fruit phones? The goods are already on their way and will soon prove us right. I have faith in my judgment. Don't come begging for my help when the time comes. Beg you. Sister, are you dreaming? You. All right. You two siblings always argue the moment you see each other. When it's rare for Shiyun to be willing to take something seriously. As her older brother, you should give her your full support. No matter what, we shouldn't be mocking our own family. He Yaohua's tone was calm and measured, yet as He Tianwen listened, he could only nod in agreement. Regardless of what that Jiang Chu Shiyun mentioned turned out to be, the collapse of the Wang Group is an undeniable fact. One must look beyond appearances when assessing any situation. Go investigate the details now. Understanding how others fell can serve as a vital lesson and help you prepare safeguards early on. If Jiang Chu was indeed behind this, there's valuable insight to be gained from studying his methods. Your current limitation is that you've only experienced victories, never defeat, which is why you're still confined within the Fruit Province circle. Compared to those from established families in the first and second tier cities, there's a significant gap to close. He Tianwen adopted a humble stance, never daring to disregard his grandfather's words. Yes, grandfather, I was wrong. I'll go learn more about this matter right away. Watching He Tianwen's retreating figure, He Yaohua smiled and nodded approvingly. His grandson's willingness to accept criticism and remain humble was his greatest strength. Shiyun, stay home these few days and play chess with grandfather. He Shiyun wore an expression of clear dissatisfaction. She had just been planning to track down that worthless master of hers, the fellow who'd bested her twice in argument, yet hadn't called once in all this time, leaving her fuming. He'd promised to teach her martial arts, but turned out to be a complete liar. She intended to confront him face to face and demand answers. And now her grandfather was ordering her to stay home. Absolutely unacceptable. Shurian the Wong Group operates differently from other conglomerates. Though the company has fallen, the people remain, and a desperate cornered animal will lash out. Going to find him now could draw you into trouble you're not prepared for. Even as a He family member, when someone reaches the point of no return, they no longer consider consequences. This is my way of protecting you. But if that's the case, wouldn't Jiang Chu be in danger? Silly granddaughter, didn't you say his martial arts skills are formidable? If you go find him now, you might only distract him and make things worse. Alright, then I'll call him and give him a heads up. He Yawo watched He Shuyun dash off in such a hurry and could only shake his head with a helpless smile. In the end, it benefits those outside the family. Stinky master, you haven't come to find me these past few days. You must be troubling other beauties somewhere. What do you think your disciple is inferior to them all? Jiang Chu held his phone at arm's length. He Shuyun's voice was deafening. No disciple speaks to their master in such a tone. Tisich. So you do remember I'm your master. You promised to teach me martial arts, but broke your word, and I even bought you bubble tea twice. Ahem, whatever it is, speak quickly, or I'm hanging up. Jiang Chu glanced at the puzzled Xia Yanran beside him, and dared not let He Shuyun continue. She truly would say anything, and so loudly too. Wait, dare you? I'm asking you. Did you deal with the Wong Group matter? I don't have that kind of influence. If you deny it that way, it means you did it. Jiang Chu found himself at a loss for words. How could she possibly know so much? My grandfather said that although the Wong Group has fallen, they'll surely seek revenge against you. Be careful. Understood, thank you for the warning. Next time I'll treat you to bubble tea. You awful master. Jiang Chu didn't wait for her to launch into another tirade before ending the call. What bubble tea? Is it really that good? Hearing both of them mention bubble tea more than once, Xia Yanran couldn't help but feel curious. I'm not sure myself, but she seemed quite fond of it. Really? Then invite me for one another time. Jiang Chu glanced at Xia Yanran's lips, so delicately painted with a hint of aloofness, and found himself swallowing hard. That wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. In a deserted corner along the road, a young woman with a high ponytail and cap stood alone. Her figure was striking beneath a fitted gray athletic top and shorts, and as headlights swept across her form, only her parted lips remained visible as she spoke on her phone. Madam, I've uncovered that your son was beaten by thugs working for someone known as Black Dog. Two individuals financially backed this Lu Zixiang, a university student who recently transferred and whose whereabouts are now unknown, and Wang Hai, the third son of Wang Daiyou of the Wang Group in Nan City. They originally targeted a college student named Jiang Chu, but for reasons unclear, your son happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was struck by mistake. I don't care about misunderstandings. Whoever laid hands on Kuan must die. Those who carried it out along with Black Dog and Wang Hai will all disappear. And Jiang Chu, who dared to compete with my Kuan for a woman, may he spend his next life in a wheelchair. Understood, madam. The woman secured her phone and melted back into the crowd like any ordinary passerby. That afternoon, Zhou Jinting busied himself consolidating the Wang Group's remaining territories. Black Dog was occupied with establishing a legitimate company, all part of his effort to clean his image. Jiang Chu had advised him not to dwell on recent losses, but instead to keep his focus on the longer term. He followed that counsel without hesitation. Suddenly, an aide burst into the office in a panic. Bad news, brother Dog. A yin and a bao have been killed. What? Black Dog rose abruptly from his seat, stunned. Has the Wang Group traced this back to us already? That can't be. We weren't heavily involved in this. Did those two act without my knowledge? His subordinate pressed a hand to his chest in assurance. Absolutely not. We've all been together following your instructions, causing no trouble with anyone. The two shared a rental unit, and when we went over to play cards today, we discovered them dead. The scene was immaculate. No signs of struggle. Both had their throats slit, cleanly killed in a single strike. Whoever did this is highly skilled. An expert undoubtedly. Haigu frowned deeply, unable to recall when they might have offended someone of such stature. Aside from their current leader Jiang Chu, it certainly wasn't him. Should he choose to act, he would not need to resort to such matters. Brother Dog, shall we inform the boss about this? No need. Do not trouble him with every trivial matter. It makes us appear incompetent. Moreover, those two scoundrels thought they could keep quiet and escape his notice. He knew well enough how many lives they had taken. He had long intended to settle scores with them. If they perished, so be it. Gather some men and thoroughly investigate the situation. Report back to me immediately upon learning anything. Yes, brother Dog. Haigu did not know why, but an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. He could not quite put his finger on it. He decided to seek out Zhou Jinting later to ask around. Perhaps someone from his side had raided another operation, and a capable individual who escaped might have come seeking retribution. That evening, Mo Yutong remained at the company for the celebration banquet. Jiang Chu had Yannan providing covert protection for her. He himself went to the school to pick up Zhou Sini and brought her back to the villa. With Xiaolong and Meng Shin already stationed at the villa, he felt at ease only after seeing both Zhou Sini and Xia Yanran safely settled there. He had originally hoped to visit Shani Bing, but when he called, she said she had returned to her hometown on family business. She should be safe, he reasoned. Jiang Chu received a call from Xiang Xiaolong. Boss, the rats have scattered and gone to ground. Pass the addresses to Zhou Xinting. Keep Wang Hai alive. I want him to experience the terror of being hunted and pursued by his enemies. Once the police search relaxes, I will deal with him myself. As long as he remains within the city, do not intervene. But if you discover he intends to flee, report to me immediately. Yes, boss. Inside a dilapidated house in an old district of Nanshi, Wang Hai glanced around the shabby room. The stale, musty air made him profoundly uncomfortable. Though he had evaded the authorities and his enemies were unlikely to find him here, merely half a day in this wretched place was already unbearable. Growing up, he had never endured such humiliation. In the past, whenever irritation bubbled up, he would simply seek solace in the company of women. I cannot bear this any longer. This is no place for a human being. Xiao Chong, call some women over quickly. I'll treat you. Xiao Chong's eyes brightened momentarily, then dimmed with resignation. I cannot, Brother Hai. We are wanted everywhere now. I threw away my phone long ago to avoid being traced. Wang Hai frowned impatiently. Then go find them outside. There are plenty of people living nearby, surely many women. As long as they are not too plain, bring me a young one. I am already facing execution. I have nothing left to lose. But Brother Hai, this isn't quite right. Xiao Chong thought to himself, your death sentence has nothing to do with me. What are you resentful because the syndicate has fallen, trying to defy me? Wang Hai noticed the displeasure on Xiao Chong's face and read his thoughts. He snorted coldly. If you will not go, I will. Just do not grow envious when I bring someone back. Brother Hai, your father said we should hide and not venture out. What if? I am not worried. Why should you be? Who would find us in a place like this? I will merely stroll around the vicinity. Wang Hai departed at once, completely disregarding Xiao Chong's reluctance. Xiao Chong's gaze turned cold and bitter. I call you Brother Hai, yet you truly think you are untouchable. However, remembering that Wang Daiyou had promised him 50,000 after everything was settled, he followed anyway. When Wang Hai saw Xiao Chong trailing behind him, he felt even more contempt. He had ultimately been unable to resist as well. The alleyways here were pitch black. Every household had their doors firmly shut, and some had dogs barking. He naturally dared not risk entering. What a worthless place. There is not a soul in sight, let alone any women. Wang Hai muttered curses under his breath. Just then his eyes widened. A lecherous grin spread across his face, for he spotted someone not far ahead. A woman wearing a baseball cap with her long hair tied in a ponytail, a well-proportioned figure clad in an athletic tank top and tight shorts that revealed a pair of strikingly fair and sturdy legs, even in the darkness, her silhouette undeniably alluring. His mouth watered as he couldn't help but lick his lips. To encounter someone of such remarkable quality in a place like this. How fortunate he was. Brother Hai, our luck seems rather favorable indeed. Even Xiao Chong found himself captivated by the beauty before them. He had previously refused out of fear of being caught. But seeing this exquisite woman, all caution had vanished from his mind. Or rather, base instinct had taken over. As the woman approached, Xiao Chong stepped aside first to block her path, while Wang Hai slipped around to her rear. Pretty lady, it is quite late. Walking alone is rather dangerous. What a pity if you were to encounter unkind people like us. What do you intend to do? What do we intend? Merely to invite you to my place for some tea, and then enjoy some pursuits we both favor. The woman raised her head. Upon seeing her face, Wang Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Of all the women he had known beyond Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong he had encountered before, this one was by far the most stunning. Her expression carried an icy composure. Beneath her cap, there was no trace of panic, only calm detachment. She spoke in a cold, measured tone. You are Wang Hai. Wang Hai, still basking in his confidence, paused. How could she possibly know his name? Then he witnessed something unbelievable. Though they were the two men who had surrounded her, the corner of her mouth curled into a scornful, contemptuous smile. A chill ran down his spine just looking at it. Who exactly are you? Wang Hai could not help but take a step back, mentally preparing to flee at a moment's notice. His eyes darted around, scanning for accomplices. There must be others. No woman could remain so composed alone. Who I am is of no consequence. You ordered the beating of our young master, so your life is forfeit. The woman's voice was frigid. Before she finished speaking, she struck. A flash of cold steel gleamed, and Wang Hai realized with horror that it was Xiao Chong behind her who had moved, not her. Xiao Chong suddenly clutched his throat with both hands, his eyes bulging. He tried to speak, but could only manage strangled sounds as blood gushed from his mouth, streaming from the wound he covered. Before a single word could escape his lips, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wang Hai was stunned, terror filling his eyes. This woman was no alluring beauty. She was a ruthless killer who dispatched others without a second thought. Watching her advance steadily toward him, Wang Hai turned and bolted. But before he could take 2 steps, sharp pain erupted in his leg. Thud! He fell hard to the ground. A dagger was embedded deep into the back of his thigh. Clutching his wounded leg with both hands, he dragged himself backward on his remaining leg, his voice failing him entirely from sheer fright. Please do not kill me. Who is your young master? I have never harmed him. There must be some mistake. I will pay for his medical expenses. Any amount. 1 million. No 5 million. 10 million. Please just spare my life. Anything. Wang Hai was so overcome with terror that he had lost all control of himself. The woman shook her head. I only want your life. Wang Hai saw her lips curl slightly, and a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand from nowhere. She swung it. That was the last motion he saw before death. He felt warm liquid seeping from his neck, desperately pressing his hands over it, but in vain. The blade was pulled from his thigh. A dull ache spread, yet his throat was blocked, and he could only gurgle as his vision dimmed. Those were the shapely legs he adored stepping coldly over his head. His eyes remained open in death, filled with regret and sorrow. The incident was brief. By the time Meng Shen arrived, only the 2 bodies remained. Astonished, he realized that other forces had also targeted the Wang family. He had to report this to the boss immediately. When Zhou Jinting's people reached Wang Daio's hiding place, it was empty. Yan Bei, surprised, had been watching the entrance and saw no one leave. They discovered a tunnel inside. Truly a cunning rabbit, had 3 burrows. Wang Daio had escaped. Wang Daio boarded the boat with a sigh of relief, finally safe. Standing at the bow, he clenched his fist and glared fiercely. Zhou Corporation, remember this: as long as I, Wang Daio, live, I will never let you have peace. A blade pierced through Wang Daio's chest from behind. A trace of crimson seeped out. Enduring discomfort, he turned slowly to see Wang Gang, the brother he had trusted most when founding Wang Corporation, sneering with malicious delight. His lips trembled as he raised a finger to point at the other. You, how could you? The other smirked, eyes full of hatred. How could I kill you, you ask? Sorry, but you know too much. The organization demands you die. I originally intended to spare you for our years of brotherhood, but my own son died at the hands of your 2 sons. By the way, my son's nickname was Erlungzi. Wang Daio's eyes widened. You are the ghost. His mouth stammered, unable to form words. He collapsed heavily on the deck, his eyes still open in death. After Wang Gang left, he did not notice the bug in Wang Daio's pocket. Yan Bei, watching from afar, saw a certain abandoned factory suddenly explode in a blaze of fire. No one inside could have survived. Yan Bei frowned, then departed. Firefighters arrived later. The few people hidden inside were found charred after the flames were extinguished. At the scene, 2 figures in uniform were examining the bodies. One was a young man around 30 with a crew cut and white gloves, checking the remains with a solemn expression. The other was a young woman wearing a gray shirt and tie beneath her uniform. Her elegant features and fit figure despite the black trousers made it hard to imagine she was in this line of work. Oh, isn't this the famous detective Zhang Gaoyuan? Did such a small matter really warrant the provincial team's attention? Another young man in plain clothes who had just gotten out of a jeep approached Zhang Gaoyuan with several subordinates and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Wu Kai, head of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Zhang Gaoyuan stood up and shook hands. Zhang Gaoyuan. Wu Kai glanced at the person beside him and couldn't look away. He hadn't expected such a young and beautiful colleague in their field. And this is... Oh, she's Qin Bingshuang, a recent graduate interning under me. Qin Bingshuang stood up and said coldly hello. Wu Kai's face lit up with a wide grin. Ah, so you're the rising star in our field, the top student in criminal investigation, and also Director Qin's daughter. I hear you're single. Might I have the chance? This is a crime scene, please remain serious. Wu Kai, taken aback by her bluntness, forced a smile. Yes, but by regulations this case should fall under our city team. How? Zhang Gaoyuan interjected. The deceased is Wang Jiang, CEO of Wang Corporation. Combined with the earlier deaths of Wang Hai and Wang Daio, the entire family is gone. Except for the explosion, Wang Daio seems to have been killed by an acquaintance. Wang Hai's death was a single swift strike identical to the method used on 2 gang members earlier, clearly the work of a trained professional. There's also a victim known as Erlungzi. While the cause of death was hypertension from excessive excitement during a certain activity, the manner, blood from all 7 orifices, is unprecedented. Crucially, he was also connected to the Wang Corporation. These cases are unusual, so the provincial level sent Bing Shuang and me to investigate. Please cooperate, Captain Wu. Here are the documents. Wu Kai took the documents and smiled. Since it's an order from above, we'll comply and cooperate fully. It's an honor to work with the police, Flower. Have you found anything yet? We plan to start by investigating any enemies Wang Hai and the 2 gang members might have made. We'll need your help with that. Of course, we're all serving the people. Right, Comrade Qin? Qin Bingshuang turned her head away, ignoring him. Wu Kai could only laugh awkwardly. It was said that this icy police Flower only cared about solving cases. If he wanted to win her over, he would have to demonstrate his investigative skills. With that resolve, Wu Kai gestured for his subordinates to start working. Even you haven't found out who did it. Organization. Ghost. What? Fine, I understand. Jiang Chu hung up the phone, frowning. Could the Wang Corporation have other enemies? Organization. Ghost. That person used a dagger, a weapon often employed by specially trained assassins. The swift, precise strike suggests exceptional skill. Perhaps the Wang family knew too many secrets and were silenced. I won't dwell on it. The Wang Corporation did many evil deeds. Their deaths are no loss. Still, I wish I could have killed Wang Hai myself. But he got off easy. Brother, why haven't you arrived yet? Zhou Jiqing had called Jiang Chu earlier, excited that they had taken over many of the Wang Corporation's territories. She wanted to celebrate with him tonight. As the saying goes, after a hearty meal one tends to feel idle. After dining with them in the villa, Jiang Chu found himself with nothing to do. Zhou Sini was studying for her final exams, and after administering acupuncture to Xia Yinran Xiao, Chu grew restless. Almost there. Just a traffic jam on the way. Just step on the gas and push the cars ahead out of the way. Then it won't be jammed anymore. I don't know if it'll clear the way, but the car will definitely take off. Also, I suspect you're driving too, but I have no proof. Come over and see for yourself, then you'll know. Zhou Jiqing's voice came through the phone, filled with magnetic allure and teasing. Jiang Chu now wished he could abandon the car and grab a jet like in the movie Mermaid to fly over. Fortunately, they soon passed the congested section. With a stomp on the accelerator, the car shot forward. Jiang Chu arrived at the door of Zhou Jiqing's villa at 9 in the evening. He turned the handle and found the door unlocked. Inside, it was pitch dark with no lights on. He changed his shoes and walked softly to the corner of the living room. Suddenly, a long leg in black stockings with a red-bottomed high heel kicked high toward him. A faint smile curved at the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth as he raised a hand to easily catch the slender, shapely calf. The other party didn't give up. A fair and powerful fist flew toward his face. Why are you trying to kill your husband? Aiming right at the face. Jiang Chu exclaimed while his other hand easily caught the opponent's wrist. With a gentle pull, the other person lost her balance and fell into Jiang Chu's arms. I can't even hit you. How are you so skilled? Zhou Jiqing said with a smile. Jiang Chu took a good look at the high heels that were taller than his head, admiring them appreciatively. Not bad. Strong yet sensual, truly a rare beauty. He turned on the light, and Zhou Jiqing's outfit for the day caught his eye. Her fair neck accentuated delicate collarbones, a black leather corset top, pushed up curves that seemed ready to burst deep and unfathomable. Below was a black leather miniskirt with black striped stockings and long legs and high heels. Her fair arms ended in a pair of black leather gloves that fit her slender fingers perfectly. Jiang Chu was utterly stunned. It was almost too much to bear. So mature and elegant. His eyes were fixed on her. Aren't you going to apologize to your big sister? Bowing my head is out of the question. Big sister looks so beautiful today. If I bowed, it wouldn't be right. If you won't bow, then let big sister hit until. That depends on whether big sister has the skill. Oh, so you're underestimating me. Before she could finish, Jiang Chu swept her up in his arms. Zhou Jiqing's enchanting dark figure was perfectly displayed, with her wavy hair cascading down one side, and her high-heeled long legs swaying in the air. I wouldn't dare underestimate big sister. Giggle, you have a silver tongue. Are we watching Crayon Shinchan again? That's fine if you like it. This isn't the same massage chair as last time, is it? Seeing Jiang Chu's surprised expression, Zhou Jiqing smiled and nodded. I bought a new one with more functions. With that, she pushed Jiang Chu down onto the chair with her gloved hand, leaving her fingertips lingering in the air. A seductive smile curled at the corner of her lips, exuding charm. Jiang Chu. Zhou Jiqing. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu's gaze was fixed on the television. The TV in Zhou Jiqing's home was. The signal seems a bit off. There's a white screen. Impatient, are you? Well, haste makes waste, Jiang Chu chuckled. You're so serious. Are you about to interrogate me? Exactly. Today I'm going to interrogate you. Remember, honesty brings leniency, resistance brings severity. I don't get that. All I know is that the truth lies within the range of a cannon. Zhou Jiqing. Tell me honestly, how many women do you have? Are any of them prettier than me? Jiang Chu focused his gaze and said with a smile, Miss, you're so fierce that I think I'll be under a lot of pressure later, so I'll be forced to tell the truth. Actually, you're all beautiful, but right now, Miss, you are the most beautiful. Giggle, giggle, a man's mouth is a devil's tongue. Women are too scary. I'd better watch cute Crayon Shinchan. Jiang Chu reached out with one hand. The TV responded, but there was also a set-top box. It had to be said that watching TV nowadays was troublesome. With his other hand, it was a slightly embarrassing scene. Channel 88 is the one. It wasn't Jiang Chu. After much effort, they finally switched to Channel 88. Zhou Jiqing let out a slight sigh of relief, her face already flushed as if it could drip water. On the TV screen, Crayon Shinchan was walking down the street. He stopped by a shop. Boss, do you have any light soy sauce? No, little one. Then do you have any oyster sauce? No, little one. The boss was a patient adult who seemed to like children. Shinchan turned and walked away, muttering under his breath, if you don't have anything to sell, then why open a shop? The boss clenched his fists in anger, fuming. This is a fruit shop. How could I possibly have those things? This episode was a classic. Jiang Chu had seen it many times and never tired of it. Zhou Jiqing was busy with something else, so she couldn't laugh. Lying on the massage chair, Jiang Chu rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the huge crystal chandelier, feeling utterly relaxed. But someone couldn't stand to see him idle. She pressed her irresistibly sexy pink lips close to his, her eyes fixed on him, as if accusing him of laziness. Helpless Jiang Chu had to kiss her, exhausting his tongue. Besides Channel 88, Channel 96 was also quite entertaining. Hello everyone. We're here. Jiang Chu held Zhou Jiqing upright. The pressure from her chest nearly took his breath away, while Zhou Jiqing struggled to climb, holding the back of Jiang Chu's head with one hand and reaching high with the other to try to touch one of the broken bulbs on the crystal chandelier. It's just one broken bulb. There are so many others, it doesn't matter. You don't understand. With so many bulbs, just one broken ruins the aesthetics. So she wanted to change the bulb. But couldn't she have chosen a different time? Or was it more challenging this way? Zhou Jiqing twisted the light bulb in her hand without fear of electric shock, yet her body tingled as though it had been struck by electricity. She clenched her teeth, her delicate brows furrowed. Her eyes remained fixed on the bulb, though a soft warmth lingered within her gaze. Each time she stretched out her arm with full effort, it seemed to drain every ounce of strength from her body. It took more than 10 minutes to replace the bulb. This young master Jiang Chu was remarkably vigorous. Her eyes were filled with fascination and quiet affection. Gently holding his face against her forehead, she asked softly, "Are you hungry? Let me carry you to the kitchen and make you some noodles." Jiang Chu had always been puzzled about something: why in every novel he had read the male and female leads always seemed to cook noodles at home regardless of their wealth or status. Now that he had accompanied Zhou Jiqing into the kitchen, watching her stand by the stove in an apron preparing noodles, he finally understood. She was elegant enough for grand occasions, yet accomplished in the simplest of domestic tasks. There was something quite captivating about appreciating her skills in the kitchen, and certainly far more pleasant than eating pre-packaged meals. Regardless of how fiercely Zhou Jiqing had tried to assert herself, she ended up collapsing, first completely drained. Cooking was simply not her forte, yet she had somehow managed to tire herself out more than she ever had from wielding a blade earlier in the day. Jiang Chu gently brushed aside the flowing waves of hair that framed her face, a confident smile lingering on his lips. "Your strength is extraordinary," he murmured. "I cannot seem to best you no matter how hard I try." Zhou Jiqing offered a gentle smile. As she tested his capabilities, he was equally curious about her own depth of skill. "If you wish to surpass me, you will need to strive much harder in the days ahead." At that moment his phone rang. It was Black Dog. Calling this late must mean something urgent. "This is he. Boss, I nearly lost my life today. I doubt I would have lived to see you again. Someone attacked me just now. Fortunately Xiao Long returned and came to my rescue. He is currently pursuing the attacker, but it was too dark for me to see their face clearly. I only know they are a skilled fighter armed with a dagger. 2 of my men were killed earlier today. I suspect it was her doing as well. Boss, you must be careful. I do not know if the Wang group is behind this, or if you are their next target." "Understood. Arrange more guards to protect yourself, and also President Mo and the others. I have already sent my men over." Jiang Chu hung up the phone, his brow furrowing deeply. He knew Black Dog's strength well. The fact that he had nearly lost his life, and could not even catch a glimpse of his attacker's face, was deeply concerning. After a moment's thought, he decided to return and investigate personally. "You are going back?" Zhou Jiqing asked. "Yes. Please arrange for a few more guards to come here. That person is highly skilled. Do not worry. Leave it to me." Jiang Chu dressed quickly and drove toward the villa. As he approached a narrow intersection, the street was completely empty. Just as he slowed down for a red light, suddenly sharp impacts echoed against the passenger window. The handle of a dagger smashed through the glass with 2 precise strikes. A hand reached inside and forced the door open. A figure, pale and breathless, tumbled into the passenger seat. Simultaneously, a dagger flashed in the lamplight, pressing cold and steady against Jiang Chu's chest. Her lips trembling slightly, she spoke with urgency, "Drive, or I will kill you." Jiang Chu glanced sideways. Beneath a baseball cap and high ponytail lay a delicate, handsome face, pale and slick with sweat. Her sports top was soaked through with perspiration. One hand pressed against her abdomen where a dark stain was rapidly spreading. Her eyes did not meet his, but remained fixed straight ahead on the road. Moron Lon, age 23, height 168 cm, weight 53 kg, appearance 88100, charger, power 0, affection 0. She noticed 2 figures beginning to run toward them across the street. She grew even more anxious. "I said drive. Are you not listening?" "Ah, very well." Jiang Chu had already recognized the 2 runners as Xiao Long and Meng Shun, and something clicked into place in his mind. He could easily have subdued her at that moment, but what he truly wanted to know was who was behind all of this. With that thought, he pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward before the light had even turned green. Xiao Long reached out to stop Meng Shun. "Do not pursue. Isn't that the boss's car?" Meng Shun asked in confusion. Xiao Long nodded. "Yes. Given the boss's abilities, and considering the attacker is already wounded, it is unlikely she would succeed in taking him hostage. There must be another purpose. Let us return and remain alert in case others are waiting." "Very well." With no pursuers in sight, the woman finally exhaled in relief, though her grip on the dagger remained firm. "Where are we going?" "You are seriously injured. Shouldn't I take you to a hospital?" "No, not to a hospital. Jiang Chu looked at her with quiet curiosity. Following her instructions, he eventually arrived at a closed pharmacy. After insisting he step out with her, the woman produced a slender wire from somewhere and picked the lock with practiced ease. Once inside, she instructed him to lock the door behind them, then turned on the light and began searching for medicine. She returned to the car and ordered him to drive once more, this time to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Inside, he noticed emergency supplies scattered about, suggesting she had scouted the location beforehand. She injected herself with a dose of morphine, then pulled up her shirt to reveal her abdomen. A deep wound marred her side, the skin surrounding it deeply discolored. Jiang Chu saw the dark fabric beneath and quickly looked away. Look away if you value your eyes. Jiang Chu raised his hands in mock surrender. Please, I only wish to help. That wound is serious and you have lost too much blood. Without proper care you could die. Her face was as pale as paper, matching the color of her lips. She knew he spoke the truth. What frustrated her most was that she had not yet completed the task entrusted to her by her madam. Black Dog remained alive and Jiang Chu's whereabouts were still unknown. Indeed, she was Mo Yutong, sent forth by Mo Yutong. Kidnapped by traffickers as a child, she was taken to a remote training facility abroad, a place designed to forge assassins from human beings. There they taught nothing but the art of killing. The training was merciless and the children were treated no better than machines. Day after day, peers perished alongside her. Only one friend dared to speak of the beautiful world beyond those walls, and together, they plotted an escape. When the opportunity arose during a lapse in supervision, they fled, but were discovered. Her friend fell during the chase. Mo Yutong survived barely until she collapsed from her wounds and was found by Mo Yutong, who happened to pass by. She was 8 years old then. Mo Yutong nurtured her, provided her with education, trusted her deeply, and eventually made her her personal secretary. Even in her free time, Mo Yutong never ceased her training. To her, Mo Yutong was the only family she had left, and she grew stronger to protect her. This mission had gone smoothly until she encountered Black Dog and two extraordinary masters. Though wounded herself, she could never have faced both alone. She escaped by the narrowest of margins, but not without receiving a blade wound in the process. She could not go to a hospital, doing so would draw the attention of the hat-wearing man, and she feared he would trace her back to Mo Yutong. Was this how she would meet her end? Biting her lip, she struggled to open a packet of herbal powder, but her fingers lacked the strength to obey. The dagger in her other hand slipped from her grip and clattered to the ground. Would you like me to open it for you? Jiang Chu approached and looked at her as he spoke. Why aren't you leaving? Mo Yutong endured the pain and asked in confusion, unable to move at the moment. He could have taken this chance to escape. Now she had a clear view of his face. Admittedly, he was somewhat more handsome than her young master, though his smile carried a hint of mischief. Could he be thinking of? I advise you not to get any ideas. Believe me, I can kill you before I die, Mo Yutong said coldly. Unexpectedly, he showed no fear at all, though instead his gaze roamed over her with interest, lingering for a long time in a certain place. You are quite beautiful, especially. Well, I wonder how it would feel to hold it. Oh, want to try? Then come over. Mo Yutong's voice, though weak, was still alluring. Jiang Chu touched his nose and chuckled. I was just saying that casually. She gave a light snort and smiled. What bold in thought, but timid in action. Exactly. You just said that before you die you could kill me. I'm not that foolish. My life comes first. I'll wait until you're gone and then try it. That works, doesn't it? Mo Yutong was agitated, and the sudden movement aggravated her injury, causing her to grit her teeth. Her eyes blazed as if she wished she could kill the despicable man before her, yet her entire body was utterly drained, leaving her only to watch him gloat. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. There's a saying, under the peony one can die a romantic death. Conversely, wouldn't it be nice for you to enjoy a little romance before you die? Bastard. I regret not killing you earlier. Mo Yutong said fiercely. Kill me. This dagger is quite sharp. Without it, how can you kill me? Jiang Chu calmly picked up the dagger under her watchful gaze, turning it over in his hands and examining it. A flicker of barely perceptible malice passed through Mo Yutong's eyes. Yes, you've taken the dagger, so I can't kill you. I've thought it over. You were right. It might be nice to have a bit of romance before I die. Come here, let me see what it feels like. As she spoke, she curled the corners of her lips, slightly parted her cherry mouth, and extended a bit of her tongue, her gaze becoming hazy. With her remaining strength, she placed one hand over her chest. Utterly captivating. Jiang Chu's eyes were dazzled, and he rubbed his hands together. Really? That's wonderful. Then before you die, let me do something good for you. With that, he truly approached. Looking at her slightly raised chin and the stubbornness still lingering on her pale face from his elevated position, he could see the deep shadow beneath her collarbone. Her chest rose and fell with her labored breathing. Jiang Chu was almost drooling, his eyes wide. His hand moved downward from her shoulder. Mo Yutong couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Seeing his lecherous gaze, her eyes shifted from dreamy to icy cold in an instant, and the slight smile at the corners of her mouth gradually faded, replaced by a look of murderous intent. One of her hands slowly moved downward, Suddenly her pupils dilated in utter disbelief. How are you looking for this? Jiang Chu smirked triumphantly, raising his other hand. And it was a dagger he had somehow acquired. With a gentle press the blade sprang out with a click. Mo Yutong could no longer pretend. Her face instantly contorted with rage. How did you find out? Hiding the dagger in your underwear. That's quite a creative idea. Do you always use it to solve your problems? That's rather peculiar. Bastard. If you have the guts, kill me. Why would I kill you? You're going to die anyway. If I kill you, I'd be guilty of murder for no reason. I'm not that stupid. However, I'm curious if you have any last words. For example, do you want to know what it feels like to be with a man? And maybe I can fulfill that wish. Huh? You just wanted that yourself. No need to pretend to be a gentleman. But if you can really help me with something, I might grant your request before I die. Oh, tell me about it. If it's within my power, I'll spare no effort. I'll do my utmost. The more Mo Yutong looked at him, the more despicable and annoying he seemed, a stark contrast to his handsome face. But now, with her mission unfinished and no phone on her, the only person who could relay a message to Madam was the one before her. Do you have a phone? Just make one call for me, and I'll agree to any request you have. Is it that simple? You won't call your accomplices to tell them I killed you? What if they come after me for revenge? If you're quite sharp, but rest assured I won't do that. Really? You'll agree to anything. What if you break your word? I'm dying. There's no point in lying. Besides, I can swear if I break my word, may heaven and earth destroy me. Is that enough? Mo Yutong was growing impatient. This man was not only annoying, but also dawdling. Good. My only request is this: from now on you stay by my side as my servant. You must obey me in everything and never defy me. Mo Yutong frowned. Shouldn't he have proposed something intimate? She was about to die. Why talk about the future? And making her his servant? What kind of peculiar fetish was this? Fine, I agree. Now give me the phone. She could feel her body growing weaker and didn't want to waste any more time with this man. Jiang Chu nodded with satisfaction and took out his phone, handing it over. But halfway he pulled it back. Since you're my servant, call me master, and I'll give you the phone. Mo Yutong was nearly furious. Seeing his cheeky, provocative smile, she gritted her teeth and said, Master. Oh, that sounds so pleasant. Jiang Chu looked smug and handed over the phone. Mo Yutong dialed a series of numbers. Madam. Laner, how did things go? I'm sorry, madam. I killed the two men who attacked the young master, and that one high as well. But I couldn't find Jiang Chu, and I failed to kill that black dog. He had 2 experts by his side. I was injured and barely escaped. Now I'm afraid I can't return to see you. I only wanted to tell you in person how grateful I am for saving me back then, and for everything you've given me. What? You couldn't even handle such a simple task. Laner, you've disappointed me greatly. Madam, you didn't leave any evidence, did you? It will never implicate you, madam. Sai, I had always hoped to see you become Kuner's woman someday. I suppose that's no longer possible. I'm sorry, madam. Beep, beep, beep. The other party had already hung up, but she felt there was still so much she wanted to say. A killer should not shed tears. That was the most repeated phrase in the training camp. But now her eyes were moist. Through the blur she saw a handsome face before her. It was that wretched man's face. Why was he smiling at her? And what was he holding in his hand? Was that not her dagger? She saw something red on his arm, and he had opened his own sleeve. What was he trying to do? Wasn't he supposed to be demanding something from her right now? Confused and bewildered, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she could no longer hold on. She fell into a dream, a very long dream. In the dream she was dragged back into that terrifying place once more. A man with a small braid and a long scar across his face turned to her with a chilling smile. He was their drill instructor, Sato Koichi. Countless girls had fallen under his hand. Just seeing him filled her with instinctive dread. She shrank back uncontrollably until she reached a corner with nowhere left to retreat. She could only curl into a ball, hugging her knees, weeping pitifully. Before her stood that man with a terrifying grin, along with dozens of other girls undergoing training, including her closest companion. Each of them wore a ferocious smile, their eyes gleaming green like jackals in the night. Please don't come closer, I beg you, don't come. She was small, helpless, and trembling, yet none of them showed the slightest pity or compassion. In her moment of utter despair, she saw Mo Yutong in another direction. Clinging to him like a lifeline, her face lit up with sudden joy, and she cried out, Madam, help me. Upon hearing her call, Mo Yutong turned sharply. His once kind and gentle face split wide open, revealing sharp teeth, and he lunged toward her with claw-like hands. No, don't. She was utterly devastated, unable to understand why even her only remaining family had turned against her. Just as the monstrous Mo Yutong rushed forward, mouth wide open to devour her, a figure suddenly appeared. With a dagger flashing in his hand, he moved swiftly through the room. Limbs scattered through the air as blood splattered everywhere. Sato Koichi, the other girls, and even the monster-like Mo Yutong were reduced to puddles of crimson. She stared blankly at the unbelievable scene before her. The man slowly turned his head, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at her, and extended a bottle of water toward her. It's all right. I'm here. You must be thirsty. Have some water. How could it be him? It It was that fussy and decent man after all. Trembling, she wanted to take the bottle. She felt so parched, so desperately thirsty, but she lacked the strength to move. She could only watch as he opened the cap and gently tipped the water into her mouth. It tasted like sweet morning dew, like finest nectar, sweet and warm, soothing her entire being. When she regained consciousness once more, she forced her eyes open. Above her was a white ceiling with a three-bladed ceiling fan, rotating slowly, drawing a refreshing coolness through the room. She turned her head slightly and saw a window nearby leading outside to a sky of blue and white clouds, birds singing, flowers fragrant. Had she arrived in the afterlife? Yet it was rather beautiful. She lifted her upper body slightly and felt a lingering ache in her abdomen. She clenched her teeth, bearing the discomfort. Wait, if she were truly dead, would she still feel pain? Sitting on a chair nearby was a person. From behind, his silhouette exuded the same commanding presence as the man who had rescued her in the dream. It must be him. She presumed she was still dreaming. He had saved her. Since she was dreaming, she decided not to think too hard about it. Instead, she quietly admired his tall, upright figure. Without speaking, he did look rather handsome. However, at this moment his hands were busy moving in front of him below his waist. What on earth was he doing? And he seemed to be watching something with great concentration, but his broad back blocked her view entirely. Just then a soft voice drifted through the air, Kimichi. She paused for a moment, for she understood the language. She shifted her body slightly and turned her head to look. What she saw left her stunned. He was watching a computer monitor, and the scene on the screen was. She glanced back at what his hands were doing. Good heavens. He was watching the screen while. Clothes. As the voice on the screen reached a peak, the figures on screen froze, and so did his hands. Mo Yutong couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Vile creature." He turned around, touching his nose with an awkward smile. It really was him. You're awake. That was surprisingly fast. Not as fast as you, Mo Yutong shot back without thinking. Jiang Chu looked embarrassed. I didn't offend you, right? And how dare you speak to your master like that? You're watching things like that in broad daylight and your hands are still. By now Jiang Chu had turned around. Mo Yutong noticed a thick, dark object in his hand and her dagger in the other. A small bowl sat on the table in front of him, seemingly used to scrape that object. She instantly realized she had misunderstood him and was at a loss for words. Doing what with my hands? This isn't a joust stick. It cost me 100,000. It's for nourishing the blood, you know. When your medicine is ready later, just mix the powder into it and take it. Besides, you've been asleep for 2 whole days. I couldn't sleep a wink since I rescued you. This is the countryside, and thankfully, I found a brother with similar interests who had a computer with some movies on it. It's old, sure, but Tokyo Beauty is a classic. We can watch it together when you're better. Who would discuss anything with a vile man like you? Wait, isn't he dead? Mo Yutong pulled up her clothes and saw that her abdominal wound had been stitched and covered with a layer of herbal medicine wrapped in gauze. She moved slightly and felt the pain again. You're my servant. How could I let you die? I'm not your servant. Don't talk nonsense. She was truly alive. Truly still living. It was inconceivable. Without going to a hospital for a blood transfusion and emergency treatment, she should not have survived. Wait, blood transfusion. She vaguely remembered that before losing consciousness, that same vile man had cut his own arm and blood had flowed from it. Could it be? Frowning, she looked at the man who was still scraping powder. Why had he done such a thing? What's wrong? You were the one who said earlier that I could ask for anything, and you agreed yourself. You even swore an oath. Mo Yutong was stunned. She had said it. She had sworn. But that had been when she believed she was about to die, agreeing only so she could use her phone to call her mistress. Well, remember now? Of course it was just a promise. Nothing serious. You could break it if you wanted to. Mo Yutong turned her head away. I made a promise and I will keep it. Is that so? Then call me master and let me hear it. Jiang Chu wore a mischievous grin. Mo Yutong's brows furrowed tightly. Her eyes fell upon the dagger on the nearby table. Rather than become the servant of such a vile man, she might as well die. I advise against it. You still have a mission from your mistress. If you die, who will carry it out? Indeed, her mistress's orders were still unfinished. She would only die after killing the black dog and breaking Jiang Chu's legs. But she had made a promise to the man before her. Her heart was torn between duty and dishonor. In the end, completing her mission came first. Compared to her mistress's kindness, her personal dignity meant little. After a long pause, she forced out a reluctant whisper, "Master." Say it again, Jiang Chu urged. Master. A smug smile spread across his face. Good. You're worth saving. Your master here endured quite a few movies just to bring you back to life. Mo Yutong could bear it no longer and shot him a withering glance. Sit still and do not move. I will fetch the medicine first. He returned shortly with a steaming bowl of dark herbal broth mixed in the freshly scraped powder. While it was still hot, stirred it with a spoon and brought it directly to her lips. Drink this, and you will be back on your feet in 2 days. Mo Yutong gave him a wary look. Do not worry, it is not hot. I tested it myself. You tried it, and now you feed it to me. She glanced down and noticed a deep, lengthy wound on his arm. A warmth stirred within her chest. This despicable man was actually willing to endure so much just to save her. Mo Yutong's affection toward him increased by 30 points, reaching 30 out of 100. She parted her lips slightly, allowing him to slowly raise the bowl and guide the medicine into her mouth. The bitter and sour broth made her delicate brows furrow. After swallowing the last drop, she coughed lightly. Yet she had to admit the remedy was remarkable. Her previously weak and icy body was now filled with a soothing warmth, spreading comfort throughout her frame. "Are you a doctor?" Jiang Chu frowned. "Call me master." Mo Yutong pursed her lips and said reluctantly, "Master, are you a doctor?" "I'm not a doctor. I merely understand some basic medical knowledge enough to revive you." Jiang Chu said this and lay down on the bed, without even removing his shoes, resting his head unceremoniously upon Mo Yutong's firm thighs, with a deeply satisfied smile. Mo Yutong froze. How shameless could one be? He had not even asked for her permission. As she reached out to push him away, Jiang Chu spoke first. "Your name is Mo Yutong. A fine name. I shall call you Xiao Lan from now on. I am older than you." Understood, you are my master. Sensible. Your master is rather sleepy and wishes to rest. If you are hungry, there are sweet potatoes in the pot outside and water in the kettle. If you wish to watch a film, play it yourself. If you feel frightened, you may call upon your master. I do not watch such things. Then tell your master a story." "A story?" Mo Yutong glanced at the wound on his hand, her eyes flickering. Seeing him close his eyes without any improper action, she turned her gaze toward the window. "Once upon a time, there was a little girl." Before she could finish the first sentence, heavy breathing echoed from beside her. He had actually fallen asleep so quickly. Mo Yutong looked at the dagger nearby, picked it up, and gazed at the deeply sleeping man. Her expression hardened. After much hesitation, she ultimately could not bring herself to strike. She let out a soft sigh gently and carefully moved his head from her lap and placed a pillow beneath it. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed network cables and power lines running from inside the room to outside. She stepped out slowly. Beyond lay a field of rice paddies bordered by a forest. There was only one house here, a standalone villa. Indeed, the location was in a suburban rural area. Beside the walkway stood a firewood burning stove with a medicinal pot atop it. Looking up, she spotted a security camera mounted on the wall opposite the door. At present, escaping was impossible since her strength had not yet fully recovered. She returned to the room, turned on the computer, and barely had she tapped the mouse when a video began playing from the speakers. Upon seeing the explicit imagery on screen, her face flushed crimson instantly, and she immediately closed the window. She then located the surveillance storage and reviewed the earliest footage. She saw that lecherous man carrying her unconscious body inside, handing a stack of money to an older woman, whispering a few words, and watching her depart cheerfully. From the camera's angle, part of the interior was visible. The man placed her on the bed, undid her clothes, revealing her graceful figure, his expression thoroughly shameless as he stared at her for quite some time. Mo Yutong clenched her fists, anger flashing across her face. How dare he look at her so shamelessly? It was utterly detestable. Continuing to watch, he took out a small bag, removed silver needles, and began administering acupuncture. Chinese needle techniques. She happened to know something about these. Seeing his earnest and focused demeanor, her anger gradually subsided. After approximately half an hour, he picked up a dagger and sliced his own wrist. Blood flowed out, and he fed it directly into her mouth. In the video, she seemed to possess a faint consciousness, her lips parting slightly to drink. This process continued for several minutes. He must have lost nearly 700 to 800 milliliters of blood. Afterward, he applied needles to his own wound, and the bleeding stopped immediately. He then resumed administering acupuncture to her. Another half hour passed. Then the older woman returned carrying numerous items, likely medicinal herbs, including that dark brown donkey hide gelatin stick. The figure in the footage disappeared for half an hour and returned with firewood. He quickly started a fire. From preparing the herbs to boiling the medicine, he stayed awake the entire night, repeatedly adding water as it evaporated. Several times, he nearly fell asleep. A piece of burning charcoal dropped onto his leg, causing him to jump up in pain. Mo Yutong could not help but laugh, chiefly because the man's comical reaction was so amusing. The following day, he applied medicine to her wounds and fed her small spoonfuls at a time. At moments when impatience surfaced, he appeared eager to pry her mouth open and force the medicine down, but ultimately, he relinquished the idea and continued feeding her spoon by spoon. Then she watched him pick up the dagger and slice open the wound that had barely healed. Blood flowed again, and he fed it into her mouth. This time it lasted several minutes before he stopped. She gazed in astonishment. With her understanding of human anatomy, she knew that losing nearly 2 liters of blood over 2 consecutive days would cause a normal person to faint, or even fall into shock. She could see him swaying slightly as he stood up afterward. He then retrieved that dark stick, sat in a chair, opened those videos, and continued scraping with his wounded hand while watching. And then the scene reached the moment when she woke up. Mo Yutong turned to look at the man sleeping on the bed. No wonder he could fall asleep instantly. Even in her normal state, she could not have endured so long without collapsing. For some reason a pang of sorrow stirred within her heart. Why? Why had he made such a tremendous sacrifice? Was it merely to save her? Was he a fool? She had once considered killing him on several occasions. Lan affection toward him increased by 50 points, reaching 80 out of 100. Lan leaned by the bedside, gazing intimately at the handsome face, with its resolute contours, a high-bridged nose, and the slightly upturned corners of the mouth. He was a tranquil and handsome man, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Thinking of the amusing scenes she had just seen on the monitor, Lan smiled softly, pressing her lips together. A wave of drowsiness swept over her, for she had only just recovered a little. Once she let down her guard, she soon fell asleep as well. When she awoke again, she felt someone lifting her clothes. By instinct, she quickly sat up, her hand reaching for the spot where she usually kept her blade, only to find it missing. The person moving her was that dawdling man. "Don't move on changing your dressing." Lan glanced over and saw that he was indeed preparing a medicinal plaster to apply to her wound. "You could have woken me up." He looked at her with a hint of exasperation. Her face flushed. "Master, you could have woken me up." That's right. I just wanted to let you rest a bit more. Do you think you're like me with a body as strong as iron?" Lan checked the time. That scoundrel had only slept for 2 hours and was already fully rested. Watching him carefully change her dressing, Lan spoke. "Thank you, Master. Not bad, you're beginning to understand." Each call of Master sent a thrill through Jiang Chu's heart. What puzzled him was how after just a nap her favorability had soared so dramatically. Could it be that while he slept she had watched some risque video, observed his younger self, been moved by his overwhelming charm, and discovered the true meaning of life? "What's the scar on the back of your neck?" "The one with the letter and number S1. Lan's eyes widened. "Master, it was branded on me when I was a child." Jiang Chu looked surprised. "Oh, could you tell me about it? I'd like to hear." Lan's expression showed hesitation. This was her deepest secret, known only to the lady, never shared with anyone else. But she had already promised to become his servant. "Very well, Master." Lan seemed to have grown accustomed to uttering those 2 words. After all, she didn't know his name. She couldn't keep calling him a dawdling scoundrel. A promise must be kept, that was her principle. She then briefly recounted her background. In the training camp, each batch had a final exam. Results were ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D. S1 means I placed first among S level in the camp. Those who got D were eliminated, which meant death. "I see. I never imagined you had such a twisted past. Someday your master will avenge you." Lan smiled, taking it as a casual joke. Suddenly the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. 2 car doors slammed shut, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching, steady and measured. Lan narrowed her eyes. Quickly grabbing 2 daggers and holding them in a reverse grip, she hid beside the door, her expression alert. "Why are you so tense?" "Master, they must be looking for me. Those 2 are extremely formidable. I doubt I could defeat even one of them on my own. You should escape through the window immediately." Jiang Chu smiled. "Since you call me master, even if they came for you, I have to protect you, don't I?" With that he strode boldly outside. Is the master out of his mind? Lan gritted her teeth and followed him out. When she saw the newcomers, her gaze sharpened. It was indeed the 2 who had attacked her the night before. She quickly moved in front of Jiang Chu, assuming a fighting stance, and said sternly, "The one you're after is me. He's just a doctor I kidnapped. Let him go." The arriving Xiang Xiaolong and Meng Shun exchanged bewildered glances, then looked questioningly at Jiang Chu behind them. "Boss, what's going on here?" "Nothing special. She's my servant now. It's all settled." "Servant?" The 2 were even more confused. Had the boss gotten himself into such a peculiar situation in just 2 nights? Lan was equally astonished, staring at Jiang Chu as he walked out from behind her. "Master, did they just call you boss?" Jiang Chu nodded. "That's right. They work for me, so they call me boss. Also, the black dog you wanted to kill is now my subordinate. Your master's name is Jiang Chu, the one you were supposed to put in a wheelchair." Lan went from confusion to shock to utter disbelief. How could this be? The person she was supposed to kill was actually a subordinate of her master, and she was supposed to cripple her master's legs. No, wait. The mission came before the master. "You knew full well my purpose, so why did you risk your life to save me? And you could have killed me several times." Lan's eyes flickered, her mind full of questions. "Because you are my servant and I am your master." What kind of explanation was that? Where does a master nearly lose his life to save a servant? Enough. Since I am your master, this matter ends here. No, I promised the lady I would complete the mission. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. The lady. You heard that phone call last night yourself? She hung up before you could finish speaking, didn't ask about your injuries, only whether you left any evidence pointing to her. And you'd lay down your life for someone like that. Lan had indeed felt disheartened after that phone call last night, but she couldn't bring herself to believe that the lady would abandon her. Surely there was some unspoken difficulty. It had to be. All right. You also promised to be my servant, so you must listen to me. I won't force you to decide right now. Since she already considers you dead, she doesn't care whether you complete the mission or not. Even if she still wants my legs, she'll send someone else. Stay with me for now. Later we'll find a time to go together and speak with her face to face. Jiang Chu's tone was commanding and brooked no argument. Mo Yutong thought for a moment. This was the best course of action for now. She could explain later to the lady. You two came looking for me so urgently. What's the matter? Boss, your phone was off since morning. Ms. Mo and the others were worried something had happened to you, so they sent us out to find you. We had to ask around for half a day before we located this place, Xiaolong explained. By the way, we found Shin's son, but... Go on. That guy got hooked on those things some time ago. All he does is gamble and use drugs. He probably hasn't got long left. He even robbed and killed someone because he was broke. Also, our investigation revealed that Shin's ex-husband, Guo Minghua, who divorced her years ago, has a son under his name. Tests confirmed that the boy is also Shin's biological child. Years ago, when they had a quarrel, Guo Minghua lied to her saying the younger son had died, but actually he secretly took the child back to his hometown and had him raised by others. What do you think? Jiang Chu took the photos from Xiaolong. The elder son was already in a terrible state, clearly near death. After a moment of thought, informed Shin of the situation and find a way to let her make her choice. All right, boss. I'll handle this with Jiweihu. We're good at this. Thanks for your hard work. Jiang Chun got into his sports car. What are you waiting for? Get in, he said to Mo Yutong. She bit her silver teeth, lightly strode over, and sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Chun originally planned to find a place to settle Mo Yutong first, since she was an assassin and an unstable factor. But seeing that her favorability had reached 80, he felt relieved. To avoid worrying Mo Yutong and the others, he first headed straight back to the villa. Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini, and Xia Yanran were already waiting downstairs. Seeing that their man was safe, they felt relieved. Zhou Sini was the first. She opened her arms, bounced over with her twin tails swaying, and jumped up to wrap her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, her legs in white stockings wrapping around his waist, and she kissed him repeatedly on the face. Jiang Chu, Gidge, I missed you so much, boo-hoo. Jiang Chen hugged her and smiled. I was only away for 2 days. I don't care. I was so bored when you weren't home. Let me tell you, Jiang Chu, Gidge, I haven't shown you those cosplay outfits I bought last time. Alright, tonight you can show them off to your heart's content. Yay, how about I treat you to some ice cream today? No, Jiang Chu, Gidge, I can't eat it yet. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chu, Gidge, what's that look on your face? Nothing, I was just thinking that you'd look even cuter in those cosplay outfits while eating ice cream, really. I think so too. Then when I can eat ice cream, I'll wear them for you to see. Jiang Chu, Gidge. Jiang Chun gave a thumbs up. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran were speechless. This Zhou Sini was too adorable. By contrast, Jiang Chun was simply a big bad guy, the kind who would trick someone and then have them count the money for him. No, wait, that seemed to be describing themselves. When they saw another person get out of the passenger seat, a beautiful woman with a figure and face as good as theirs, a bit cold and a bit cool, they were all stunned. Jiang Chu, who is this? Oh, this is my servant Mo Yutong. You can call her Xiaolong. Servant. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran both looked shocked. What was going on? Servant. Awesome. I have a maid outfit too. I can be Jiang Chu, Gidge's servant too. Good morning, master. Please sleep well, master. Is Shin's service satisfactory today? Zhou Sini immediately got into character. Jiang Chun and the others had black lines on their foreheads. This Zhou Sini was too adorable. Jiang Chu, be serious. Xia Yanran couldn't help saying. I am serious. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He is my master. Mo Yutong nodded, acknowledging it with gritted teeth. Jiang Chun acted as if he didn't see it, a smug look on his face. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran were both stunned. Xiaolong, let me introduce you. These three are all your master's women. This is the incredibly adorable Zhou Sini. This is the domineering CEO Mo Yutong. And this is the resourceful one known as Wall Street. Shut up. I'm Xia Yanran. Hello. Jiang Chun was immediately retorted by Xia Yanran. He rubbed his nose, looking dejected. Alright, now that you see I'm fine, you can rest assured. Xiaolong, I'm a bit tired. Go up and serve your master for sleep. Greetings, mistresses. Mo Yutong clenched her teeth. This guy didn't give her any face, and as soon as he returned, he wanted her to serve him to sleep. Although she had promised to do it, it didn't need to be so blatant. She felt a bit upset inside, but she suppressed her irritation. Wait. Xia Yanran suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chu, I don't care what happened between you and Xiaolong making her call you master, but since you brought her back, she should sit as an equal with us. Xiaolong, don't mind him. He's just talking. In fact, he regards you as his woman, just like us. So you don't have to call us that way. Xia Yanran pushed her wheelchair over to Mo Yutong. Mo Yutong also walked over to Mo Yutong and took her arm, saying with righteous indignation, That's right, this time I support Sister Yanran. Jiang Chu, you can't treat Xiaolong like this. From now on, she is my good sister. If you dare bully her, I will not let you touch me for a week. After saying that, she pursed her lips, lifted her chin, put one hand on her hip, and stood proudly. Even Zhou Sini looked at both sides, then hopped over to Mo Yutong's side, with a giggle, hands behind her back, tilting her head, her twin tails bouncing, sticking out her tongue a little, looking a bit embarrassed. Jiang Chu, Gidge, they have 3 on their side, you have only 1. If I stay on your side, I'll lose anyway, so I'm coming over here. Jiang Chu thought this is a collective betrayal. Where's the promised happiness? Mo Yutong was flattered. All along at the Su family, she only listened to Mo Yutong. Every day besides handling company affairs, she only trained constantly. She was ruthless when assigning tasks, so she never had any friends, let alone best friends. Loneliness was her daily routine. But now all of a sudden she had 3 people supporting her, and they had just met. The cold seed in her heart seemed to sprout quietly. Seeing Jiang Chu on the other side looking deflated and uncomfortable after he had been so arrogant when bullying her, she couldn't help but purse her lips wanting to smile. But since she had promised to be his servant, she would keep her word. Thank you all. Mo Yutong's eyes showed gratitude. But I promised my master to be his servant. I mean what I say. Jiang Chu. The 3 women led by Xia Yanran glared at Jiang Chu, making him feel guilty. But he couldn't back down. If he did, these women would be out of control in the future. Enough, he said sternly. I know what I'm doing. Are you trying to rebel? Zhou Xini was the first to droop her little head. Mo Yutong was the second, her face showing, I was wrong. As for Xia Yanran, although she was unconvinced and wanted to be strong when she thought about it in front of Jiang Chu, she didn't seem to have any leverage since she had also promised to be his woman. At this moment Mo Yutong spoke up, Master, don't make things difficult for them. They were all trying to help me. This matter started because of me. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. It has nothing to do with them. Xiaolan, you're injured. Mo Yutong accidentally touched her wound. Mo Yutong frowned and couldn't help letting out a grunt. She then realized. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's nothing, Master healed me. Jiang Chu's stern expression gradually softened as he exhaled slowly, then stepped forward to face the 4 of them. I, Jiang Chu, make clear distinctions between rewards and punishments. If you believe you are at fault, step forward voluntarily. Mo Yutong was the first to step ahead. Zhou Xini came second, Mo Yutong third. Xia Yanran sighed softly and pushed her wheelchair forward. Very well. Since you admit your mistakes, you must willingly accept the reward. Jiang Chu spoke in a calm tone. Your reward is that each of you will hold my hand for more than 5 seconds. The tension on the women's faces melted into warm smiles at once. How simple could this be? Zhou Xini was the first to eagerly step forward, tiptoeing and laughing with playful energy. It was only because Mo Yutong gently guided her away that the moment did not linger too long. For a company whose investments easily exceeded hundreds of millions, the returns from such moments were hardly worth calculating. The second to step forward was Mo Yutong. She met his gaze with quiet composure and held on for exactly 5 seconds. Though she had experienced much in life, this was the first time she had shared such an intimate moment in front of so many people, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Then it was Xia Yanran's turn. Since she sat in a wheelchair, Jiang Chu bent slightly to meet her. How bold of you, she murmured softly, yet still reached out and held on for the full 5 seconds. Jiang Chu wore a satisfied expression. Each of the 3 had their own charm. Zhou Xini's playful sweetness, Mo Yutong's graceful confidence, and Xia Yanran's shyness veiling a quiet strength. Only Mo Yutong remained. She did not understand how the other 3 could so easily let go of their reservations. This was her first time experiencing such closeness. Yet everyone else had gone through with it, and she would not shy away. After all, their situation had arisen because of her. Standing before Jiang Chu, her heart beat rapidly, warmth rising in her chest. Looking up at his gentle smile, she gathered her courage, rose onto her toes and leaned in, only to feel a strange shiver run through her at the moment of contact. It was a fleeting gesture, like a swallow skimming water. Sister Xiaolan, that barely lasted a second. It doesn't count, Zhou Xini called out from the side. Mo Yutong knew deep inside that it was true. But after that sudden sensation, her heart trembled like a deer caught in moonlight. How could she possibly gather the courage for another? Xiaolan, if you are not ready, I will not pressure you. As he spoke, Mo Yutong felt his hand gently take hers. A warm feeling spread through her, steady, reassuring, full of a sense of safety. She noticed the deep mark on Jiang Chu's arm, and memories of the past 2 days flooded her mind. Master had given her a second chance at life. What was a simple moment compared to that? Mo Yutong took a slow breath, lifted her gaze to his deep eyes, closed her eyelids, and reached out to hold his neck with both hands keeping close. That moment carried everything she had held within. Gratitude, the thawing of long-frozen emotions, and a renewed longing to live. Mo Yutong, affection 5. From nearby, Xia Yanran spoke. How long do you plan to stay like this? Are we not going to eat? Yes, eating. I love eating the most. Mo Yutong released him, her face burning with shyness. Jiang Chu drew her gently into his embrace. From now on, this is your home. Home. Mo Yutong paused. The word was entirely foreign to her. In the detention camp, no one cared whether one lived or died. Even after the madam saved her, she had lived by routine commands, believing it was all she ought to do. The madam occasionally offered a kind word, but Mo Yutong knew her world revolved only around power, status, and young Master Su Kun. She had lived alone, eaten alone, slept alone. And yet she had felt content, for there was at least one kin remaining in this world. But now, hearing that word, home, her thoughts grew scattered. Let us go eat together. Jiang Chu took her hand and led her forward. She did not resist, for her mind was still swirling. This sweet and sour pork is wonderful. Aunt Chen, won't you join us? No thank you, I ate earlier. I'm not hungry yet. Little dragon called me over, let me see what's needed. Jiang Chu watched Aunt Chen walk away, his eyes narrowing slightly, hoping she would make the right choice. Xiaolan, come sit and eat with us. Why are you standing there? Mo Yutong noticed Mo Yutong standing behind Jiang Chu and spoke up. I am a servant. By tradition, I cannot sit at the same table as my master. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He stood up, gently guided Mo Yutong to the seat, and pressed her down until she was seated. Mo Yutong looked at him confused. Jiang Chu turned his face slightly and said, I do not impose such rules here. When I do not ask you to do something, you are free to do as you wish. As they say, you are all my companions, and we are equal. Sniff he. Mo Yutong could not help but burst into laughter. Jiang Chu's flustered expression was simply too endearing. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and placed it in Mo Yutong's bowl. Xiaolan, try this, it's delicious. I've told you your master speaks harshly, but has a soft heart. You have his favor, it's fine. That's right, Sister Xiaolan. Brother Jiang Chu is a very kind person. Whatever you want, he will agree to it. He'll buy you delicious food, fun things, beautiful clothes, and more. Here, this is for you, Sister Xiaolan. Zhou Sini mimicked the gesture and placed a piece of sauerkraut beef in Mo Yutong's bowl. Xia Yinran simply placed a piece of tofu in her bowl. Eat his heart, and it becomes yours. Jiang Chu raised his hands in mock surrender. Ha ha! Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini laughed until tears formed, while Xia Yinran covered her mouth, trying not to smile. Mo Yutong smiled for the first time, though her throat tightened slightly. Was this what home felt like? To have friends as well? She knew deep in her heart that all of this came because of Master. Mo Yutong affection 3. After the meal, Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini insisted on taking Mo Yutong out shopping, saying they would buy her clothes. With the three of them going together, Jiang Chu naturally wished to accompany them. However, all three unanimously declined, saying Jiang Chu's presence would make Mo Yutong uncomfortable. Besides, he still needed to treat Xia Yinran. With no choice, he simply transferred 5 million to them, telling them to spend as they pleased. However, compared to the hundreds of millions already invested in the company, this amount was hardly noticeable. Jiang Chu stood on the third-floor balcony, gazing at the night sky. Stars dotted the heavens above. He thought that in a few years, with severe pollution, only the moon and a couple of larger planets like Jupiter would remain visible to the naked eye. He opened the system and checked his earnings. The initial investment in Gu Yin and his group amounted to 400 million. The acquisition of the skyscraper cost 300 million, and another 100 million was allocated to Shan Yibing. In reality, only 300 million was utilized in the stock market to target the Wang Group. Consequently, the actual points he had accrued exceeded 1.1 billion. The subsequent car purchases could be disregarded entirely. Converted into Chinese currency, he was unequivocally a trillionaire. Of course, he was not foolish enough to exchange such a colossal sum all at once. Leaving aside the potential for inflation, the staggering figure alone would attract the attention of certain individuals worldwide. Some nations would stop at nothing to suppress individuals, corporations, or even countries that posed a threat to their rise. For instance, in his previous life, Huawei, a renowned company, had its heiress detained on fabricated charges for an extended period. At this moment, he must develop discreetly, expanding his power before gradually revealing his hand. The immediate priority, besides converting funds into tangible companies across various industries, was to enhance goodwill and upgrade the system to see what new functions could be unlocked. Boss. Xiang Xiaolong's voice echoed from behind. Jiang Chu turned around and nodded at the other. It seemed they had already dealt with Aunt Chen. The only unstable factor in this villa had finally been resolved. Where is she now? Downstairs with Miss Xia. Let's go and see. In the first-floor living room. Aunt Chen, who had mostly gray hair, now showed not a trace of black. Her face was streaked with old tears, and she knelt on the floor opposite Xia Yinran, who was seated in a wheelchair. Miss, I have wronged you and the master. At that time, to save my worthless son, I initially agreed to their demands to install a bug in the house. They gave my son 5 million. Later, my conscience tormented me, and I couldn't sleep every night. Eventually, I couldn't bear it and confessed everything to the master. I thought he would expose me and send me to prison, or at least drive me away. But to my surprise, the master said I could stay and continue as they instructed. He also told me that if they were to die one day, I must take good care of you. I asked why they did this. The master said, only if we die can Yinran perhaps have a chance to live. Even the usually composed Xia Yinran, though veiled, could be seen crying profusely. Her hands clad in black lace trembled uncontrollably. Aunt Chen continued, Miss, the master made me swear not to reveal the truth to you. They feared that if you knew, you would seek revenge. This item they asked me to return to you when I could no longer safeguard it. With that, Aunt Chen drew an old pocket watch from her bosom and handed it to Xia Yinran. Xia Yinran took it and opened it. Inside was a yellowed surface. The hands had stopped moving. On the lid was a photo of her as a child with her parents, all three beaming with radiant smiles. Xia Yinren finally let out a sob, though it was very soft. Miss, I am deeply sorry to your family. The day I saw you and young Master Jiang together, I felt immense joy. You are no longer alone. Young Master Jiang is a good man. I am at ease with you being with him, and I have fulfilled the task the master entrusted to me. A knife suddenly appeared in Aunt Chen's hand, and she made a swift move toward her own body. The moment Aunt Chen finished speaking, Xia Yinren sensed something amiss and urgently turned to look, but it was too late. She watched helplessly as Aunt Chen brought the knife toward herself. Aunt Chen! Xia Yinren cried out from her wheelchair, and in that moment, she stood up abruptly, though she immediately lost balance and fell to her knees. Ignoring the pain, she quickly gathered Aunt Chen into her arms. She noticed Aunt Chen's hand still on the knife handle, and a small amount of blood stained the dark coarse cloth of her clothing. Enduring the pain, Aunt Chen gasped in surprise. Miss, your legs. Yes, I can stand today. Jiang Chu healed my legs. That's wonderful. Before I die, to see you stand again is a comfort to the master's spirit in heaven. Alas, I won't live to see your face restored. With that, Aunt Chen lost consciousness. At that moment, Jiang Chu and Xiang Xiaolong arrived, alerted by the commotion. Xia Yinren looked at Jiang Chu as if he were a lifeline, urgently pleading, Jiang Chu, you must save Aunt Chen, please. Jiang Chu nodded, immediately took out his silver needles, gently parted the fabric over the wound, and inserted a few needles. Then he felt her pulse. Xiaolong, carry her to the bed. I'll get the medicine. All right. Over 3 hours later at 10 in the evening, Jiang Chu finally managed to pull Aunt Chen back from the brink. Aunt Chen slowly opened her eyes. Am I dead? Isn't this the villa? Aunt Chen, you're not dead. Jiang Chu saved you. Xia Yinren, seeing Aunt Chen finally awake, held her hand and said with emotion, Miss, why didn't you let me die? I have wronged you. Don't say that, Aunt Chen. I don't blame you. You promised my father to take care of me, so you cannot die, understand? Miss. Tears welled in Aunt Chen's eyes. Then, as if remembering something, she looked at Jiang Chu. Young Master Jiang, thank you for saving my old life. You're welcome. You are Yinren's family, and also mine. I misunderstood you before. Jiang Chu, thank you. You look a bit tired, your face is pale. Would you like to rest? Xia Yinren asked. Jiang Chu waved his hand with a smug expression. I'm fine. Your man is quite capable. Xia Yinren rolled her eyes at him. You're so unserious. Jiang Chu stood up and said, you two must have a lot to say. Aunt Chen, you need to rest. Yinren, don't rush to stand, wait until you're stable in a couple of days. I'll be going out first. As Jiang Chu walked to the door, he heard the chattering voices of 3 women. Then he saw Mo Yutong and the others approaching. Jiang Chu, we bought so many things for Sister Xiaolon. Look, this is all our loot from the evening. Zhou Sini cheerfully raised the bags in her hands. Oh really? We bought clothes for Xiaolon. She specifically put them on to show you her master. Quick, tell us how they look. Mo Yutong spoke happily as she had chosen the outfit for Xiaolon. Xiaolon had mentioned that she usually only wore sportswear and company uniforms, never anything else. So Mo Yutong bought a seductive style that she thought Jiang Chu would like. Mu Ronglon shyly stepped forward, her head lowered in embarrassment. Jiang Chu cast a glance, taking in the sight of a figure-hugging gray dress with a one-shoulder neckline and a wraparound cut. The neckline was adorned with 2 straps that broadened into a triangular shape, covering the gentle curves. Yet he noticed a slight sway. Jiang Chu, are you alright? Mo Yutong saw that Jiang Chu seemed unsteady, but his gaze was fixed elsewhere, as if in a daze. The vision before him began to blur, splitting into multiple images, then started to spin. Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu. With a soft thud, his face fell onto something soft, and he lost consciousness, caught in Murong Lan's arms. What happened to Brother Jiang Chu? Is he feeling unwell? Zhou Sini asked with a puzzled look. Master must be weak from exhaustion, which caused him to faint. Xia Yinren hurried out in her wheelchair, having just witnessed the scene. He had been tending to Aunt Chen for over 3 hours without rest. Murong Lan spoke with guilt. Master has been sleepless for 2 days to save me, barely resting for 2 hours, and he cut his wrist to let his blood flow for me to drink. That's why. What? Mo Yutong and the others turned to look at Jiang Chu's wrist, where a long, deep scar was visible. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Chu. I didn't know. I didn't mean to say that. Please don't die. Zhou Sini's words dissolved into sobs, her face streaked with tears. Jiang Chu, is he alright? Mo Yutong felt a hollow sensation, as if falling into an endless abyss, powerless. She realized that all her joy and happiness had come from Jiang Chu. Without him, money would mean nothing. What would be the meaning of life? Only now did she understand how important he was to her. Mo Yutong felt a deep sense of gratitude. Affection enhanced. Fortunately, Jiang Chu was unconscious, otherwise hearing this might have made him faint again. Xia Yinren felt a pang of guilt, knowing that Aunt Chen's situation was ultimately her responsibility. Rest assured, Master will not die. He has merely fainted from exhaustion. Let him rest, and he will recover. I will take care of him tonight. Murong Lan lifted Jiang Chu onto her back, surprising the others with her strength. I want to take care of Brother Jiang Chu too. Zhou Sini followed. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran exchanged a glance. Aunt Chen needs you. I'll go. All right. When Jiang Chu stirred awake, it was already 6 in the morning. Aside from a slight headache and fatigue, he felt fine. Zzz. Zzz. Hearing Zhou Xinyi's distinctive breathing, Jiang Chu turned his head to see her small face, with twin ponytails resting on her crossed arms, drooling as she slept. Struggling to sit up, Jiang Chu was greeted by Murong Lan, who had stayed awake all night, concerned for his needs. Master, you are awake. Though a bit tired, her training allowed her to endure. She handed him a glass of water. Jiang Chu noticed Mo Yutong asleep on the other side, exhausted from a busy day at work and an evening of shopping. I'm fine now. He took the water and emptied the glass in one go, truly thirsty. More? No, that's enough. As he moved to get out of bed, Murong Lan approached, but he waved her off. I'm okay. Help me carry them both to the bed. He was still weak, and he could see that Murong Lan was not fully recovered either. They lifted Zhou Xinyi, who was sound asleep, entirely unaware. As the saying goes, she could have been sold and not known. Mo Yutong woke up as she was being placed on the bed. Jiang Chu, you're awake. Are you alright? I'm fine. You should sleep. I'll rest in the next room. I need to use the restroom first. Mo Yutong looked at Murong Lan, who nodded reassuringly. Alright, I'll sleep a bit more. I have a meeting later. As Jiang Chu walked out, he felt a slight dizziness and leaned against the wall. Master, let me support you, said Murong Lan, still in her figure-hugging dress, her toned figure exuding a quiet elegance. He intended to decline, but the soft touch of her arm was comforting, so he allowed her to guide him into the room. I'll go to the restroom. Master, let me help you. Jiang Chu hesitated. This might not be appropriate. Murong Lan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head shyly. It's all right, master. It's my duty. Jiang Chu realized he truly lacked strength. He thought what must be done will be done. Besides, he was confident in his own physique, and she would eventually see him without pretense. In the bathroom, Jiang Chu fumbled with the drawstring of his shorts, but accidentally tied it into a knot too weak to undo it. Master, let me. Murong Lan quickly untied the knot. Before he could react, she proceeded with the next step. She turned her head slightly, her eyes widening as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Jiang Chu recalled a tale from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the ineptitude, and mused that Liu Bei, a man, could hardly prop him up. But what if it were Jiao Chan or the Qiao sisters? Back in bed, he lay down comfortably, but Murong Lan remained by the bedside. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Come sleep beside me. But I haven't bathed. Are you disobeying your master? Blushing, she slipped off her shoes and lay down, keeping a distance. Move closer. She inched closer. Next to me. With eyes closed, she moved beside him. Open your eyes. She did and saw his face close to hers. He gently kissed her lips, then wrapped his arms around her. Sleep now. Good night. She was stunned at first, but moments later she heard his steady breathing. He had fallen asleep holding her. It was the first time she had slept beside anyone, especially a man. Yet she felt a sense of comfort. A man who had saved her life, whom she called master. Being held in his arms, watching his slightly upturned lips, and sensing his masculine presence, she found herself gazing at him, fascinated. Murong Lan closed her eyes and soon fell asleep, drifting into a sweet dream. The system detected that Murong Lan's favorability had reached 90, rewarding 20 attribute points with 98 remaining. In the days when Jiang Chu was absent, the landscape of Shuigua province, particularly Nan City, underwent tremendous upheaval. The Wang Group was one of the 8 great groups, and its sudden disappearance inevitably triggered territorial disputes among all parties. Zhou Jinting and his faction focused most of their attention on the struggles below, while other major groups divided up the formerly open market. Even the 2 large groups that had previously worked closely with the Wang Group joined in, pressing their advantage, leveraging their cooperative partnerships to secure more resources. As a result, the 8 great groups of Nan City were reduced to 7, and the ranking shifted to Himing, Zhou Huang, Gucheng, and Zhao. Thanks to Jiang Chu's advance notice, the Ming Group and Zhou Group secured the majority of the Wang Group's resources, reaping enormous profits. The Zhou Group in particular jumped directly from last place to third. Although they had few legitimate businesses, they now controlled most of the underground gray industry chain, making their strength formidable. The He family, this colossal entity, still ranked first. They had also acquired considerable resources from the Wang Group's division, though slightly less than the other 2. Tianwen, regarding this round of resource competition with the Wang Group, do you know where you fell short? He Yaogua sat in the main seat of the He family's grand hall. Beside him, properly seated, was a square-faced middle-aged man named He Ho-chin, his expression grave and commanding. He wore a green military uniform with pine branches and a single star on his shoulders, marking his remarkable status. Tianwen, your uncle rarely returns home. Think carefully before you speak. The second in line was also a middle-aged man. They shared similar features, but this one wore a simple polo shirt with slicked back hair. He appeared dignified, yet carried an air of charming ease. This was He Shanhai, He Tianwen's father. Yes, father. Uncle, this time I failed to gather information promptly. I did not heed grandfather and my sister's counsel, and when I moved the key resources had already been claimed by other groups. He Tianwen stood with bowed head in the center of the hall. As he spoke, he cast a brief glance at He Shiyun beside him, who wore a smug and pleased expression. Tianwen business is like warfare. Your uncle only knows how to lead troops in a battle, but the principles are the same. Whoever grasps crucial information earlier than their opponent often holds the key to victory or defeat. One careless move can lead to catastrophic consequences. In the future, the He family will be under your command. I hope you draw lessons from this. I will heed your teachings, uncle. Indeed, you should learn from your sister Shiyun. Not only did she start a company before graduation, but she also secured agency rights across several southern provinces. Regardless of whether she ultimately succeeds, this pioneering spirit deserves recognition. He Shiyun's eyes curved into joyful arcs at the praise. Thank you, uncle. My cousin is equally impressive. He became a lieutenant colonel at 36, far surpassing most of his peers. Your cousin is single-minded, dedicating himself entirely to his duties. At his age, he still has no girlfriend. Your uncle is quite worried. Cousin prioritizes his career before marriage. Someone as outstanding as him surely has a whole regiment lined up eager to marry into his family. Uncle, look at my brother. He's over 32 and still single. Shiyun, your tongue is sharp and sweet indeed. True, there are indeed quite a few excellent girls who wish to pursue your cousin, but he rejects them all. Your uncle has no choice either. I cannot simply resort to arranged marriages like the old customs. As for your brother Tianwen, I do not worry about him. He is much like your father. Perhaps unmarried, but likely already building a family elsewhere. Cough, cough, cough. He Shanghai quickly masked his inner embarrassment. Elder brother, why drag me into this? Shiyun, you are a young woman. Do not follow the example of your eldest brother and your father. Don't worry, I am quite faithful. He Shiyun stuck out her tongue, slightly feeling a touch guilty. I may be faithful, but that arrogant master of mine certainly is not. Shiyun, since your uncle mentioned your company as your father, I must say a word or two. You and your partner Jiang Chu, without conducting market research and lacking expertise in the field, this all-in wager on fruit phones is something I deeply disapprove of. This is a cardinal sin in business. If it were not for the fact that the capital came from external investment, I would suspect you have been deceived. How could fruit phones possibly challenge Naka's current dominance? It is simply absurd. He Shanghai delivered his reprimand with stern authority. He Shiyun's expression immediately soured. Dad, just now uncle praised me for having a pioneering spirit. Why does it sound like I am doing something foolish in your eyes? I believe in master's judgment, and I trust my own vision. It will not be wrong. You have known him for only a few days, and have not even uncovered his true background, yet you dare trust him so completely. Believe it or not, I will take back those sales channels you hold. He Shiyun pursed her lips, inwardly retorting, who says I haven't uncovered his background? His foundation is remarkably solid, and he has tasted every flavor. But regarding the threat to reclaim her sales channels, although most now came from MOU's side, she had already full-throttled into preparing for something significant. She could not afford any disruptions now. Her brows tightened, and her face instantly adopted a pleading expression as she ran to grandfather, He Yawa, hugging his arm. Grandpa, look at father. He is being unreasonable and dismissive before the results are even out. He has already negated all my efforts. Please support me, Grandpa. He Shanghai looked thoroughly frustrated. He could charm and manage all kinds of women outside, yet he could never handle this precious daughter, simply because she held his greatest weakness, grandfather. Sure enough, He Yawa immediately broke into a warm, coaxing smile. All right. If your father does not support you, grandfather does. If he dares to touch your sales channels, grandfather will confine him to the ancestral hall for a month. No going out, no contact with women. Wonderful. Grandpa, you treat me the best. In contrast to his daughter's delight, He Shanghai felt as though he wished for death. A month without women, better to kill him outright. But words already spoken could not simply be dismissed. Shiyun, do not think that because grandfather backs you, you can act recklessly. This time I will let you have your way once. You invested 100 million, is that correct? My requirement is not high. If you do not lose more than half, I will count it as your victory. If you cross that line from then on, you will obey me. You will not touch business. Instead, find a suitable boyfriend, marry well, and focus on raising a family. He Shiyun looked defiant, hands on her hips. What do you mean? Are you cursing us to lose money before we even start? What if I make money, and a lot of it? He Shanghai wore a look of disdain, even toward his own daughter. If you really make money, not only will I let you get involved in the He family business, but you can also date whoever you want. I promise not to interfere. No way. That's too easy for you. You have no right to interfere with my dating anyway. If you lose, Dad, you'll be punished by not touching a woman for a month. He Shanghai said, fine. It's a deal. It's a deal. He Shiyun clapped her hands, puffed out her chest, and looked confident and proud. Haha, Shanghai, don't be too arrogant, or you might trip. Big brother, I may not be your match in military matters, but in business this little girl is still green compared to me. He Shanghai said confidently. By the way, uncle, this is the fruit phone I'm representing. It's already arrived and will be sold in the market. I have a few units here, I'll give one to each of you. He Shiyun gave one phone to each person present. He Yawa said, Shiyun, this phone has no keyboard. How do you use it? Grandpa, this is a new touchscreen. The keyboard is built in. Let me show you. He Shiyun then taught them how to operate it on the spot. Humfu would use this thing. He Shanghai said disdainfully, but he couldn't help playing with it, feeling a bit uneasy. Haha, Shiyun is so thoughtful, giving your uncle a little gift. Look, in the 2 days since I've been back, your brother hasn't given me anything, empty-handed. He Tianwen looked confused. He had sent some tea leaves, but they were thrown back, saying they didn't accept bribes. Shameless. Wait, uncle, this phone is not for you to use, but for you to take back and study. Oh, what do you mean? Is there something hidden inside? He Ho-chin looked puzzled. He Shiyun scratched her head, looking a bit conflicted. I don't know how to say it. It was my master who said it. I mentioned to him that you are a general. He Ho-chin's gaze instantly became serious. He Shiyun immediately acted coquettishly. Uncle, please let me finish. Don't use my name recklessly in the future. I know. Continue. My master said that this phone is researched and produced by the United States. The core components, namely the chip and the system, are all theirs. One must be cautious against potential harm. He Ho-chin's eyes narrowed and the others were also stunned. Is the master you speak of your partner? If so, isn't that like inviting a wolf into the house? He is indeed a partner, and the company was invested by him. But he also said that this is the general trend, unstoppable. We can only go with the flow, take the initiative, and also let the domestic market understand the shortcomings of others and learn from their strengths, while developing our own core technology, and so on. After He Shiyun finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. He Ho-chin nodded and said, although I don't want to admit it, sometimes it has to be this way. Our country also went from imitation to reference after the reform and opening up, and finally successfully possessed our own strong military strength. During this period, we had to cross the river by feeling the stones and took many detours. Your master is only 20 years old, yet he can think of making money while not forgetting to guard against risks and strengthen the country. Such a grand vision and farsightedness. Truly a formidable young man. Not bad. He Yawa rarely smiled and nodded. Tianwen, your uncle's words are also for you. I hope you will keep them in mind. Tianwen remembers. That Jiang Chu, no matter his background, just this vision alone is worth learning from. As a person, one must be as humble as a valley and constantly strive for improvement. I understand, Grandpa. Sure, you now that the Wong Corporation matter is almost settled, you can go out. It seems your friend Mo Yutong is holding an opening ceremony, 3 companies opening together. Representatives from other groups are going. Take some gifts and go have fun. By the way, remember to teach your brother when you have time. He Shiyun's eyes lit up, and she was so happy she almost jumped. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely teach my brother well. He Tianwen looked displeased. Did he need her to teach him? But he dared not say it out loud. He was the most frustrated today. Qianli Culture Media President's office. A pot-bellied middle-aged man sat upright in his boss chair, holding a phone, his face full of fawning smile. Master Shiman, rest assured. Among all the media companies in Nanshur, our Qianli Culture's influence is second to none. So far no media company dares to challenge us. Especially when mentioning your name, those company bosses are eager to flatter me. I mean you. Whom the board has entrusted me with the heavy responsibility of expanding the fruit province market. You need to build good relations with the 8 major groups. There are now 7, especially the He Group, which holds important resources and connections. I have already spoken to them. If you still mess this up, then you don't need to come back to see me. Just pack up and leave. Yes, Master Shiman, rest assured. I have already met with the right-hand man of He Tianwen, the future successor of the He Group. We had a good impression of each other. I also personally visited the other groups to smooth things over. I guarantee I won't disappoint you. Good. Get the company running well, and you'll be rewarded. I dare not. It is my honor to work for you, Master Shiman. After hanging up the phone, Wang Demu breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the beautiful secretary beside him spoke. President Wang, we received an invitation from a company called Cine Media inviting you to attend their opening ceremony. Wang Demu looked impatient. What's Cine Media? Who is Zhou Cine? I've never heard of such a figure in this industry. What's the scale of her company? Who is behind it? Report President Wang, this Zhou Cine is still a freshman at Shi University. She is the girl who became popular by singing Little Apple at the school anniversary. The company's scale seems to be just a few people. As for the backing, the company is invested by Mago. What? A company run by a college freshman is inviting me to its opening ceremony. Is she out of her mind? Does she think I'm easy to push around? She just sang a song and became famous for a while. Even second-tier stars in the entertainment industry call me President Wang. Now all the media company bosses in Nanshur come to visit me personally, begging for my agreement. And she just sends me an invitation. Who does she think she is? Wang Demu was so angry that he directly threw the invitation in his hand toward the trash, not far away, but missed. President Wang, there was a rumor that the collapse of the Wang Group had something to do with Mago. What do you think? Ridiculous. How could anyone believe that a small investment firm like Magong could bring down the Wang Group, a conglomerate worth billions with underground roots? Only a fool would buy that. It's just a smokescreen thrown out by other major corporations to divert attention. We've been in the entertainment business long enough to see through such tactics. But President Wang. Enough. You've been talking too much today. Are you questioning my judgment? No, President Wang. Still, this cine media dares to set up shop right under my nose without paying respects first. Hey, you there, call Fei Yuqing over. Yes, President Wang. The secretary turned to leave. Wang Demu's eyes flickered as he noticed her figure. Wait. Just call him from here. He leaned back in his chair, pushing it away from the desk, and crossed his legs comfortably. The secretary smiled softly and walked over gracefully. Soon Fei Yuqing knocked and entered, finding President Wang reclining in ease. It seemed the boss was in a good mood today. Since that incident at the bar, when he had inadvertently sprayed Wang in the face, Fei had been demoted. It took nearly all his savings, hundreds of thousands, to bribe his way back to his original position, and another 200,000 after that. Being summoned today must mean something good. President Wang, you called for me. There's a new company that doesn't know its place. Spread the word to those who received invitations. Tell them I'll be representing our company tomorrow to offer my congratulations. Anyone who shows up there can forget about future cooperation with us. Remember, don't embarrass me like last time at the bar. Absolutely, President Wang. I won't let you down. The invitation is on the floor. Help yourself. Fei Yuqing searched around before finding the invitation beside the trash bin. The boss was clearly still angry. He resolved to give that Zhou Cini a proper lesson tomorrow. He enjoyed putting others in their place, especially inexperienced female students. To him, she was a lamb walking into a wolf's den. As he bent down to pick up the invitation, he noticed something under Wang Demu's desk that nearly made him gasp. No wonder the boss had that expression. What a life of luxury, he thought. He wondered when he would ever taste such pleasures. Meanwhile, back at the school dormitory. Early in the morning, Xiang Hua was jolted awake by a call from Jiang Chu. Damn it, what's the matter at this hour? It's only 8 in the morning. Stop complaining. Get dressed and come downstairs. I'm waiting. Soon Xiang Hua was sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, eyes half closed, hair a mess. Where are we going? Jiang Chu gave a mysterious smile. I'm giving you a big gift. Boom! The thunderous sound of fireworks filled the air. The Magong building was bustling with activity today. Rows of congratulatory banners hung down from the building. There were drums and gongs, and even a line dance performance. What the heck, why did you bring me here? A wedding banquet. No, there's no double happiness sign anywhere. Xiang Hua was utterly bewildered inside the car. Jiang Chu drove straight in. Xiang Hua was stunned when he saw several familiar faces. Weren't those the 2 campus beauties? Mo Yutong and Zhou Cini plus 3 other goddess-level beauties he'd never seen. More importantly, Zhang Yunle was there too. He looked at the men around them, all in sharp suits, ties, and slicked back hair, every one a successful businessman. And there he was, unwashed, wearing a Bryant 24 jersey. Just as they were about to drive past, he ducked down, hoping not to be seen. But Jiang Chu stopped the car right there. Why aren't you driving? We've arrived. Where else should I go? You did this on purpose, you traitor. My reputation is ruined because of you. Jiang Chu laughed with schadenfreude. Since this wasn't his own event, he wanted to stay low-key and work behind the scenes. He hadn't dressed up too formally. Just a simple shirt, trousers, and leather shoes, no tie. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, looking effortlessly cool and handsome, with his unique hairstyle exuding charisma. As he stepped out of the car, the goddesses and other guests couldn't help but gaze at him with admiration. They had always seen Jiang Chu in t-shirts and casual wear. This was the first time they saw him in something more formal, and he looked absolutely stunning. He's so handsome, and he drives a Ferrari with one hand. Does anyone know which conglomerate's young master he is? I don't know. I've met the heirs of the 7 major groups, but never him. He's breathtaking. I'm going to bump into him later. Maybe he'll take a liking to me. Give it up. Look at President Mo and President Zhou and the ladies behind them. Any one of them is 100 times more beautiful than you. I can tell from their eyes they're all interested in that handsome man. So what if they're beautiful? They don't have my charm. Come on out. Jiang Chu pulled Xiang Hua out of the car. The latter quickly covered his face as if not seeing him made his embarrassment disappear. Everyone burst into laughter. Stop hiding. We've all seen you. Xiang Hua wished he could tear Jiang Chu apart, but he suppressed his anger. Take your hands down. Hearing Zhang Yunle's voice, Xiang Hua immediately obeyed and lowered his hands. She had her hair up in a bun, wearing a white OL suit with a white camisole underneath. A Hermes belt cinched her white trousers, revealing a sliver of ankle above white high heels. Having worked with Mo Yutong recently, her entire aura had transformed. She appeared sharp, competent, and graceful. Xiang Hua almost didn't recognize her. Why are you here? He couldn't help asking. Didn't I tell you yesterday there was a surprise? Surprise? Xiang Hua was baffled. Jiang Chu explained, didn't I say I'd set up a company for you? Today is the opening ceremony of your company. Zhou Cini's Cine Media and Mo Yutong's Magong investment are also launching today. Since there's a crowd, we decided to do it together. I dragged you here early in the morning so you could be the CEO of your own company. Xiang Hua was shocked and bewildered, his mouth wide open. After a moment, he finally reacted. I'm a CEO. Who are my employees? He looked around at the goddesses present and knew they weren't working for him. Your company currently has 2 people, yourself and Zhang Yunla. Oh, you're kidding me, the company has only 2 people. Xiang Hua seemed a bit agitated, but then a hand reached out and gently pinched his ear. What, it seems like you're not happy that I'm working for your company. Oh no, I'm happy, how could I not be happy? Xiang Hua immediately backed down. Ha ha ha. Mo Yutong and the others all burst into laughter. Mo Yutong walked over and said, don't worry, the company's approval just came through, time is a bit tight. The recruitment is already being arranged. You should thank Zhang Yunla a lot as she's been busy with these things these past few days. Xiang Hua scratched his messy hair. Of course I must thank her. Zhang Yunla couldn't help but laugh at his silly demeanor. She took the initiative to pull Xiang Hua's hand. Come on, let's go in and change clothes first. I've prepared everything. Watching the two go in, the car was also driven to the garage. Jiang Chu frowned slightly and looked at Mo Yutong, asking, why are there so few people? Didn't you send out the invitations, eh? They were sent. Most of the investment companies came, but the media companies invited by Cine seemed to have gotten wind of something and none of them showed up. At this moment, Zhao Wenna spoke up. Those companies simultaneously received a warning from Qinli Culture Media Company, saying that anyone who attends the ceremony would be opposing them, so none of them dared to come. Qinli Culture is a company that entered this area from another province. It is said that its backer is a large family with significant connections to the He Group and other groups here. Brother Jiang Chu, it's okay if they don't come. As long as you and Sister Yutong are here, I'm very happy. Today Zhou Cini had changed her usual double ponytails to a high ponytail, and she wore a black suit with black high heels. When she wasn't speaking, she looked much more mature and composed, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help smiling, revealing her 2 small canine teeth, incredibly adorable. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. He instinctively reached out to pat her head, but realizing the setting was not appropriate, he withdrew his hand. As long as you're happy. You all go ahead, I need to make a phone call. Just after Jiang Chu went inside, a Mercedes-Benz outside ignored the security guard's attempts to stop and check, forcefully driving into the venue's open area, startling many people standing there. What kind of person is this, so arrogant, nearly hit me? Exactly, I was just about to ask a handsome guy for his number, and this Mercedes just barges in like it's so great. Don't speak so loudly. This car is from Qinli Culture Media. So what if it's Qinli Culture Media? I'm an investment, it's none of my business. You don't know? Qinli Culture is now on good terms with the He Group and several other groups. Behind it is a big family from Modu. Your company is planning to expand into Modu, right? Be careful not to get tripped up. That person immediately shut up. It seems the rumors are true that the invited companies didn't dare to come because of Qinli Culture. Now there's going to be a good show. Sister Yutong, that car is too much, no manners at all. How can they do that? What if they hit someone? Zhou Cini said angrily. If it were before, Mo Yutong would have advocated for letting things slide, but now Jiang Chu gave her infinite confidence, so her face darkened with displeasure. President Mo, this is someone from Qinli Culture Company. It seems they have ill intentions. Should we inform President Jiang? Zhao Wenna reminded. No need to disturb him. Let's see what they want. The Mercedes door opened, and Fei Yuqing stepped out with an air of arrogance. He scanned the surroundings, and when he saw Mo Yutong and Zhou Cini, his eyes couldn't help but light up. They were so beautiful. Having roamed the flower garden for so many years, he had never seen such stunningly attractive women, so young. He straightened his suit, walked up to Mo Yutong and the others with his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant. I am Fei Yuqing, Market Director of Qinli Culture Media. On behalf of the company, I came to congratulate President Zhou. It's quite lively here, but I don't see any peers from the media industry. Oh, maybe I arrived too early and the others haven't had time to come yet. If you came to congratulate, then do so. Your driver was so rude, he almost hit other people. And as for those companies, if they don't come, fine. There's a big bad guy who stopped them from coming. I don't care at all, humph. Zhou Cini spoke with a cute tone, but with a hint of fierceness. Fei Yuqing was even more contemptuous. Just this. And she's running a company. However, she was quite pretty. If not for so many people present, he wouldn't have minded putting on a display of his charm and easily winning her over. Zhou Cini might be easygoing, but that didn't mean Mo Yutong would let it slide. Her face darkened as she said, I don't care who you are. Apologize to us immediately, then drive that broken car of yours far away. Fei Yuqing heard this and was amused. Oh, you must be President Mo of Magong. Didn't graduate from college, but you sure talk tough. Although we are not in the same industry, do you know what the consequences of offending our Qinli Culture Media Company will be? And you called my car a broken car? Do you know it's a Maybach? Over 2 million. Even if you're a company president, can you afford one, huh? Mo Yutong gave a cold smile and retorted, what consequences? Is your puny company more powerful than the Wang Group? She had originally thought it was just an ordinary Mercedes, but it turned out to be worth over 2 million. She hadn't realized it at first, almost making a fool of herself. It seemed she needed to learn more about such things in her free time. But thinking about the 2 billion sitting in her company's account, she wasn't worried at all. Come on, don't really think that your little company can bring down the Wang Group. If you had that ability, why wouldn't any big company executive show up on such an important day? Really ridiculous. Fei Yuqing arrogantly took a cigarette handed by his subordinate, lit it, took a puff, and blew the smoke out, nearly blowing it into Mo Yutong's face. Cough, cough. Can't you see smoking is not allowed here? So rude. I'll tell brother Jiang Chu to punish you. Zhou Sini fanned the air with her hand while angrily scolding. The other guests also dared not speak out, and Zhao Wenna had disappeared at some point. Fei Yuqing, right. You'll regret what you've done. Mo Yutong was also furious. Fei Yuqing thought to himself, anger is good, he liked seeing them angry and helpless. He continued to speak, haha, is that so? I'm here today to deliver a message. Your Cine Media opened a company without paying respects to our president, Wang, making him lose face. Even if you manage to open it, don't expect to get any resources from here. Of course, President Wang is magnanimous. If President Zhou goes to apologize in person, maybe he'll be happy. And what? So what? A cool voice spoke from the side. Mo Yutong and the others lit up with joy. Zhou Sini, wearing a look of grievance, ran over and embraced Jiang Chu, who had just stepped out. Brother Jiang Chu, this person bullied me and Sister Yutong, and even drove a car. Jiang Chu patted her head gently. I understand. Don't worry, I will show you how to make that person regret it. Zhou Sini's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It's you. Fei Yuqing's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of apprehension lingering in his gaze. Their previous encounter at the nightclub, where he had suffered embarrassment against an unknown college student, remained vividly etched in his memory. But why was he here? Could Zhou Sini be his girlfriend? However, considering he now represented Qinli culture backed by 7 major groups, he did not feel intimidated. This was an opportunity to regain the face he had lost that night. What a coincidence running into you here, Jiang Chu said with a faint smile. Sorry for embarrassing you that night, which is precisely why someone like you would dare act so shamelessly. Fei Yuqing's face darkened with anger. If not for the crowd present, he might have acted on his impulse immediately. Jiang Chu ignored him and turned his gaze toward the imposing Maybach in the center. Yutong, you were quite right earlier. This is merely an ordinary car. Who do you think you are? This is a Maybach. Go home if you don't understand luxury. Fei Yuqing declared proudly. Before his words faded, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the venue. The roar of a diesel engine and the grinding of tracks. Everyone watched in astonishment as a massive excavator entered through the gates. People stepped aside to make way. The vehicle moved deliberately toward the Maybach positioned at the center of the courtyard. With a sudden impact, a deep dent formed on the vehicle's hood. Fei Yuqing and his 2 subordinates finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was President Wang's prized possession. Stop immediately. Do you hear me? But the excavator continued its work without pause. Soon the once magnificent Maybach was reduced to scrap metal. Where is the security? Why didn't anyone stop this? Fei Yuqing felt as though his heart would burst. He had just purchased that car, and how could he explain this to President Wang? He glanced toward the entrance and found 2 security guards deliberately looking away, whistling casually. Several others were capturing the scene on their phones with amused expressions. Their dismissive glances seemed to say, you were so confident when you first arrived, yet now you are calling for help. Furious beyond restraint, Fei Yuqing marched over to the excavator and shouted at a sharply dressed man inside. Have the courage to come out and face me. The man in the suit laughed heartily. Can't you see I am having fun operating this? There is more than Lan Xiang behind this excavator. There is also me, Xianghua. Haha. Indeed, it was Xianghua himself seated in the excavator. From the beginning, he and Jiang Chu had observed Fei Yuqing's behavior with clear eyes. Xianghua had been extremely angry and wanted to confront him directly, but Jiang Chu had stopped him, reminding him that today was his moment to shine and he should not risk getting involved in conflicts. Jiang Chu had initially arranged for someone else to operate the excavator, but Xianghua volunteered, claiming he had played with his uncle's large machinery back home and found the operation straightforward. Jiang Chu had simply allowed him to enjoy himself. With the plan complete, the excavator slowly revved its engine and drove forward once more. Over everyone's astonished eyes, it passed directly over the crushed Maybach before departing gracefully, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal and a quiet courtyard. Ha ha, brother Jiang Chu, sister Yutong, you are amazing. It really became a wreck. This is so amusing. Zhou Sini laughed heartily, covering her mouth. The scene filled with quiet amusement. Everyone felt that this visit had been truly worthwhile, watching the dramatic turn of events unfold before their eyes. Soon Xianghua returned with an excited expression. That was incredibly satisfying. You all had such clever ideas. Look at that person, he almost looks tearful. Mo Yutong showed no sympathy and felt the punishment was rather mild. President Fei, what should we do? How will you explain this to President Wang? How should I know? Fei Yuqing snapped angrily, turning to glance at Jiang Chu and his companions who stood nearby with calm expressions. Young man, I do not care how capable you think you are. You have crossed Qinli cultural media today. Do you understand the consequences? We are backed by 7 major groups. Oh, is that so? Jiang Chu replied with a tranquil demeanor. Before his words settled, a new engine roar echoed from outside. Fei Yuqing was startled again, initially fearing the excavator might return, but soon realized this was a different sound, the powerful rumble of turbocharged and multi-cylinder engines. A line of luxury automobiles entered through the main gate one after another, each worth several million. Ferraris, McLarens, Lamborghinis, and Rolls-Royces appeared in succession. A red Ferrari F458 convertible and a bright red Porsche 911 stopped before Jiang Chu and his companions. Ming Lu and Xiao Fei stepped out and approached Xiang Hua and Zhou Sini, respectively, smiling as they handed over the car keys. Both Xiang Hua and Zhou Sini looked bewildered. These are congratulatory gifts for your new business, specially arranged by young Master Jiang, Ming Lu explained with a warm smile. As I promised, I will deliver on my word. No broken promises, right? And Sini, I mentioned before that I would also get you a vehicle. Consider this my gesture, Jiang Chu said with a gentle smile. Xiang Hua could hardly believe his luck. Beside him, Zhang Yunle radiated pure joy. They too now had vehicles of their own. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu. I adore you, Zhou Sini exclaimed, happily embracing Jiang Chu with overwhelming excitement. She nearly stumbled in her high heels from her enthusiasm. Take it easy, there are many people here. Zhou Sini blushed slightly. Ming Lun Guyan and Cheng Ming descended from their luxury cars one after another, walking toward Mo Yutong and her companions to offer their congratulations, accompanied by their attendants carrying numerous gift boxes. Good heavens, is that the third young master of the Ming group, Ming Lun? And representatives from the Gu and Cheng families have also arrived. Indeed, I received no notice of this beforehand. Representatives from 6 of the 7 major groups are present here. Only the He family is absent. The depth of their relationship with President Mo and her companions is truly remarkable. Not to mention their disbelief, the most bewildered ones were Fei Yuqing and his companions. Their faces were etched with sheer astonishment. With a rumble, another car rushed in. Although it was just a Porsche 911, it carried an imposing presence, charging straight toward Fei Yuqing and his group. Startled out of their daze, they hastily retreated until they stumbled and fell to the ground, even scrambling backward on all fours. The Porsche 911, displaying remarkable driving skill, executed a perfect drift and came to a halt right before them. Then the door opened, and He Shiyun stepped out briskly. Today she wore her hair in a high ponytail, a pair of sunglasses, and a white CK sports halter top that revealed her delicate collarbone and rounded toned shoulders. Beneath her proud posture, faint abdominal muscles and a slim waist were visible. She paired it with white casual trousers and white sneakers. A good dog doesn't block the way. Move aside. Ming Luan and his companions' eyes lit up. Haha, I didn't expect the He family's young lady to show up. Weren't you grounded at home? He Shiyun took off her sunglasses with a smug expression. Just because you can come, I can't. My grandfather sent me here. He Shiyun's grandfather. Ming Luan and his companions exchanged glances, revealing surprise. They hadn't expected it to be the order of the He family's patriarch. Then another small car arrived. It wasn't a luxury vehicle, but when everyone saw the license plate number 00002, they all drew in a sharp breath. Especially Ming Luan and his group, who found it hard to believe. When they saw that the person stepping out was merely a middle-aged man wearing glasses, the personal secretary of the provincial chief. The crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief, but they still dared not underestimate him. After all, he was representing the provincial chief. The middle-aged man simply walked up to Mo Yutong, and her companion smiled and said, the provincial chief is away on business. He specially asked me to come and offer you congratulations. Except for Mo Yutong, everyone else was utterly bewildered. Thank the provincial chief for his kindness. The middle-aged man finally came to Jiang Chu and shook his hand. The provincial chief says that young Master Jiang is a busy man. It's been so long, and you haven't even bothered to give him a call. Jiang Chu chuckled. The provincial chief is occupied with countless affairs. How dare I casually disturb him? The middle-aged man smiled, then got into the car and drove back. Everyone, including Ming Luan, witnessed this scene and had mixed thoughts. To have such a deep connection with the provincial chief, young Master Jiang was indeed no ordinary person. Holy crap! Did I see that? The He family's young lady is here, and even the provincial chief's secretary came in person. Hurry! I need to report to headquarters immediately. Xiao Zhao, immediately report the situation here to President Zhang and ask him to come personally. Xiao Wu, invite President Qin over right away. These are all big shots. I'm not even qualified to talk to them here. In an instant, news spread like wildfire. The media companies that had listened to Qianli culture and chosen not to come were now filled with regret. Many of them cursed Wang Demo. Company bosses from all over hurriedly set out, with congratulatory gifts on the way. The most miserable on the scene were undoubtedly Fei Yuqing and his companions. Sitting on the ground, they didn't know whether to stand up or stay put. Even the He family's young lady had come in person. There was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Now it seemed that everyone was on Mo Yutong's side. What they had thought was a good assignment had turned into a nightmare. Fei Yuqing was filled with deep regret. What mangy dog is this? Zhou Jinting and Zhou Jiqing arrived in person. Fei Yun have them dragged out, then arranged for someone to clean the ground they stepped on so as not to dirty young Master Zhang's place. Yes. Chu Fei Yun waved his hand, and several fierce-looking thugs came over to lift Fei Yuqing and his companions by their arms and legs and drag them out. What are you doing? Is there no law? Fei Yuqing shouted. Slow down. Jiang Chu suddenly spoke, then walked over to Fei Yuqing, looked down at him, and sneered, I heard you really like smoking. He gestured to Haigu, who cackled and forcefully shoved the entire pack of cigarettes into Fei Yuqing's mouth and lit it. Fei Yuqing's eyes were filled with terror as he shook his head, frantically begging for mercy. Since you're here, you're a guest. Let me treat you to a few more puffs, lest you say we were negligent in hospitality. With that, the thugs continued to drag Fei Yuqing away. If you want to call the police, go ahead. Just say it was me, Zhou Jinting, who did it. Fei Yuqing was utterly shocked. Zhou Jinting. After annihilating the Wang group, he was now the underground king of Nanshi and even the entire Shueiguo province. His methods were anything but gentle. Fei Yuqing wouldn't dare to act recklessly even with 100 times the courage. Fei Yuqing couldn't speak, but tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. Yes, he was actually crying. His two subordinates weren't any better off wailing and screaming. The thugs paid them no mind and quickly dragged them onto a van. As for where they went, the remaining guests dared not speculate recklessly, nor did they dare show any sympathy or pity. Instead, there was more schadenfreude. The more arrogant they had acted earlier, the more miserable they were now. Seeing Jiang Chu's handsome face with a hint of a sinister look, everyone couldn't help swallowing hard. They all memorized this person's appearance, vowing never to provoke him in the future. Mo Yutong saw her man's commanding presence, how he had fiercely avenged them. Clenching her little fists, she joyfully exclaimed how satisfying it was. Zhou Sini, with her eyes full of pink bubbles, was so delighted she couldn't speak. News of this unexpected little incident spread quickly. Company bosses from outside, regardless of industry, flocked in uninvited. This kept Mo Yutong and her companions extremely busy collecting business cards until their hands were sore. Especially Zhou Sini, who suddenly had to deal with so many people much older than her. She was flustered, but luckily Mo Yutong had assigned Zhao Weina to assist her. So most of the time she only needed to greet and exchange pleasantries. Young Master Jiang, I never expected this. How many beauties are you hiding in your golden house? If I'm not mistaken, every god is here who makes even the big bosses feel inferior. They're all yours, right? Ming Luan said with a smile. Though there was a hint of envy in his eyes, it was nothing compared to the allure of career and wealth. Besides, he had quite a few women by his side, only slightly less beautiful than Mo Yutong and her companions. Actually, I envy young Master Zhang's ability more. It's not just a little bit stronger. Gu Yan's words instantly resonated with the other men present. Young Master Jiang, I heard you know some medicine. Do you have any ancestral secret recipes in that area? We're all friends. At least share a little with us. Yeah, young Master Jiang, my wife is a tigress. No matter how many gifts I give her, it's not as useful as an extra minute in bed. Hurry up and give us some pointers. Hee. Cheng Ming rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin on his face. Ming Luan shook his head calmly, looking unconcerned. You guys always boast about being 7 times a night, man. Don't make young Master Jiang laugh at you. Luan Xiao, don't talk so smugly. If young Master Jiang gives us something good later, don't you ask for it. Exactly. The others nodded in agreement. Fortunately, they were seated in a private lounge within the hall, for if others had witnessed the heirs of the 7 major conglomerates discussing such matters, they would surely have been astounded. Jiang Chu touched his nose and said, Chinese medicine is profound and vast. There is no ancestral secret formula, but I can write a prescription for you. With it, you can manage an extra half-hour of exercise. After speaking, he took a piece of paper and wrote it down. Several people rushed over to grab it. Ming Luan shook his head with a sigh and chuckled. Look at you all, just half an hour. An extra half hour. Master Jiang, we were the first to know you, so I should be first. See, you're still pretending. Guyan laughed and scolded. Oh my, stop fighting over it. Just make a copy for each of you. Then each person copied it and placed it in their pocket as if it were a treasured find. Jiang Chu grinned and said, remember, don't overindulge. We will. The others also wore knowing, mischievous smiles. What are you all chatting about so happily without inviting us? He Yun complained loudly before she even reached them, accompanied by Zhou Jiqing. Ahem, a group of men immediately started coughing in unison. Master Jiang, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I need to go back and prepare medicine and hold a board meeting. I'm feeling unwell and still have a board meeting. Well, I'll be off. Bye. Cheng Ming hurried away, making a few energetic hip thrusts along the way. Well, it seems my company also has some women to meet. No, a women's meeting. No, forget it, it's just a meeting. I'm off. Guyan slipped away awkwardly. Haha, they all suddenly have things to do. Don't worry, I'm free. I'll stay and chat with you. Minglin said magnanimously, then as soon as his bottom touched the chair, his face contorted in discomfort. Oh dear, I said I shouldn't drink tea on an empty stomach in the morning. Now I have an upset stomach. I can't. I need to go to the restroom. Take some medicine, eat some medicine and go to the restroom. I won't keep you all. Haha, Zhou Jinting with an upright expression shook his head. I'll go check if those guys are still alive. In an instant, everyone had fled. He Shiyun and Zhou Jiqing stood there dumbfounded from start to finish. Finally, they looked at Jiang Chu with puzzled expressions and asked what's with them. Oh, I just gave them a prescription to strengthen their bodies. I suppose they're eager to try it out for themselves. Zhou Jiqing understood immediately and laughed. So do you usually need to take that medicine too? Me, I don't need such things. Normally you can't handle me as it is. If I took it you'd probably be in tears. Zhou Jiqing never expected Jiang Chu to be so direct in front of He Shiyun. She furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a surge of annoyance. Yet what he said was true. Those times had been intensely passionate, starting with her taking the lead, but always ending with her pleading for mercy. Could this Jiang Chu be the legendary tamer of all defiance? Hands on her hips. If I know you're skilled, but I'm no slouch either. I doubt anyone else can last longer than me. Jiang Chu raised his hand to his chin, tilting his head in thought. Well, if I think about it, you are the most impressive. Only then did Zhou Jiqing lift her delicate chin, a look of pride and satisfaction on her face. He Shiyun standing nearby was stunned into silence. Wasn't it true that the two of them had only met a few days ago like her at that dinner? In such a short time they had already shared such intimate moments together. No wonder this wretched master had never taken the initiative to see her. She had assumed that since Wenjing wasn't around he would take turns with Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini, and then it would be her turn. But now there was Zhou Jiqing, not to mention Zhao Wenna and Yu Xiaoqian outside. Who knew how many others were yet to appear? No, she would submit to no one except Li Wenjing. She would not let anyone else get ahead of her. Hello, Dad. Do I need to go back now? Okay, I'm almost done here. Zhou Jiqing hung up the phone. I have something to attend to. If you're free this afternoon, come to my place. The Heihua troupe has learned some new moves. You can even do a 360-degree spin in the air. Zhou Jiqing had just left when Jiang Chu noticed the indignant expression on He Shiyun's face. He asked, what's wrong with you? Wretched master, I want to learn martial arts right now. Jiang Chu was completely bewildered. Now, don't be silly. This is a grand opening ceremony. What martial arts? That's absurd. But He Shiyun would not listen. She grabbed Jiang Chu's hand and pulled him toward the elevator. Boom. He Shiyun directly closed the door to Mo Yutong's office. Jiang Chu was even more confused. Why did you drag me here? There's no need to come to Yutong's office to learn martial arts, right? He Shiyun put her hands on her hips, standing tall and proud. Noticing Jiang Chu's gaze lingering on her, she said proudly, I don't care. You wretched master, tell me honestly, where do I rank now? Jiang Chu paused for a moment, then glanced at her briefly, and said, with your energy, I'd say you rank 4th. He Shiyun was fuming. I didn't mean that. Then what did you mean? I'm asking among the people you care about, where do I rank now? I can accept Wenjing as 1st, but I must be 2nd. He Shiyun lifted her chin haughtily. How do you rank them? Jiang Chu asked, genuinely curious. In terms of your heart, of course. You are all equal to me. There's no ranking. Fine, then let me put it another way, by that standard. You said before that I was the first to share a room with you overnight, right? Even so, I can still concede to Wenjing. She's 1st, so I'm 2nd. Does this ranking really matter that much to you? Jiang Chu couldn't understand what she was thinking. Had she dragged him here just to discuss this? It matters. It definitely matters. According to your logic, you'd probably rank 5th now. What? 5th? Why? I was clearly the 1st. He Shiyun was indignant. That time doesn't count. You weren't feeling well. But I helped you relax, didn't I? I was the first to do that for you. Well, I suppose so. Jiang Chu's attention was focused on the door, worried someone might come in. What kind of conversation was this? Then shouldn't I be 2nd? Yes, you were 2nd. Jiang Chu didn't want to dwell on this issue. He had no idea what this cheap disciple was thinking. But He Shiyun was instantly overjoyed by the confirmation, as if she had become a different person. Are you done? I'm going out now. Jiang Chu put his hands in his pockets and was about to leave. But He Shiyun grabbed his arm, nuzzling and coaxing, Master, don't be angry. When you're angry, I feel like I need to do something to make you upset. Jiang Chu thought. Oh, here we go again. Don't be silly. Jiang Chu did not finish speaking before He Shiyun wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him in. This Shiyun was just like her personality, willful, fierce, and full of energy. She chased the little Jiang Chu around and around, never tiring of the racetrack. Jiang Chu took a deep breath of the Chanel No. 5 fragrance. After spending so much time near goddesses, and with his particular abilities, he could not only identify the brand someone was wearing, but even estimate how long ago they had applied it. He Shiyun's neck was fair and beautiful, with a ribbon tied in a butterfly knot at the back. Jiang Chu felt the same mischievous thrill he used to have back in middle school, when he saw a girl in front of him with such a ribbon around her neck. An urge to play a harmless prank and savor the secret delight of it. He began to analyze the key points. Stinky master, it's so hot in here. Turn on the air conditioning. Jiang Chu glanced at the thermostat set to 18 degrees, and a faint smirk appeared on his face. I take back what I just said. What did you say? Your rating should be more than D. It should come with a plus sign, which puts you in third place. Stinky Master, then who is second? Yutong. Impossible. She clearly wore a size smaller than mine before. Jiang Chu continued triumphantly. You said before. Your master is not only skilled in martial arts, but also possesses healing hands. After my guidance, all her previous shortcomings have been replaced. She is now approaching an E rating. Stinky Master, you had such a wonderful opportunity and didn't tell me. I won't forgive you. I'm telling you now, and the lessons are already underway, completely free of charge. He Shiyun, who had been fierce only moments before, now looked at him with dazed, alluring eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Chu noticed a pair of strong, smooth legs that gleamed faintly with vitality. She did not answer him. Instead, noticing he was sweating, she unbuttoned his shirt, took his hand, and led him to the high-tech executive chair at Mo Yutong's desk. She sat down herself, and with a gentle tap of her toes clad in snowy white cotton socks, the chair swiveled around smoothly. One hand resting on the armrest, the other touching her slightly parted lips, she said softly, "So this is Sister Yutong's desk. It certainly looks far more elegant than mine." Then in a tender voice, she murmured, "Master, I want to become truly second." Jiang Chu walked over and looked down at her. Right now, He Shiyun wrapped her arms around Jiang Chu's neck, pressed her face close to his, and breathed softly upon him. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Chu leaned in and kissed her. MMPH. He Shiyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she bit her lower lip as her gaze fell upon an article on the computer screen about the first fruit stage. Stinky Master, everything written online is nonsense. Let me see. This isn't entirely false. Jiang Chu gave He Shiyun a comforting embrace and a kiss. I don't believe it. After more than 10 minutes. Well, do you believe it now? No wonder Zhou Jiqing always wanted to find you. How could you keep such a wonderful thing to yourself until now? MMPH. Master, will you teach me martial arts? He Shiyun looked at him with soft, lingering eyes. Of course, but you must study seriously. Let's start with a horse stance to see your foundation. He Shiyun could barely last more than 10 minutes. The horse stance looked simple, but holding it for long was unbearable. I can't anymore, I'm out of energy. Let me lie down for a bit. Oh, this chair has a massage function. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lying back, He Shiyun's face filled with contentment and relaxation. Jiang Chu gave her an exasperated look. So lazy, and you still want to learn martial arts? Stinky Master, learning martial arts requires gradual progress. Like you said earlier, the key is to make the profound simple and the simple clear. Chinese martial arts are vast and profound. Stop. I never said any of those words. Jiang Chu sighed inwardly. But you're doing exactly that right now. Seeing her blissful and smug expression, he felt like tossing her into the air. Click, click. Jiang Chu, with his keen ears, heard movement outside and whispered, "Someone's coming." He Shiyun was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Chu's shirt from under the chair and the clothes on the floor. The two of them slipped into the bedroom and closed the door. No sooner had they entered than the outer door opened. Then came the sound of several pairs of high heels clicking against the floor. "Please have a seat." Xiao Qian, wasn't the air conditioning on in the office? Why does it smell like that, little rascal? President Mo, the office air conditioning has been running all along. I'll go prepare some black tea for Director Shan and Director Zhou. Go ahead. Mo Yutong turned to Manager Shan. Director Shan, tell us your thoughts. Shan Yibing replied, very well. My suggestion is to secure the copyrights for the 3 songs performed by Cindy as soon as possible and leverage her online popularity from before to create some publicity. While the 3 talked outside, He Shiyun could not identify Shan Yibing's voice, so she rose on her tiptoes, bent forward, and peered through the peephole at the door. Shan Yibing had been summoned by Jiang Chu. From behind, Jiang Chu admired the sight of ripe peaches swaying atop those long legs. A faint smile played on his lips as he stood tall and walked forward. MMPH, Stinky Master. Shan Yibing continued speaking. Even now, those 3 songs still dominate the charts for extended periods. Especially that Little Apple tune, which has become every square dancing Annie's favorite. Securing the copyrights would at least allow us to charge fees through the major music platforms. Therefore, the urgent priority is to have the 2 creators sign over the copyrights. Whether he is willing to sell remains unknown. Mo Yutong nodded and switched off the massage chair which had been running the entire time. Don't worry, that rascal will definitely sell. Rascal? Shan Yibing looked puzzled. Sister Yutong, you call Brother Jiang Chu a rascal? Zhou Sini spoke up. Yes, if he's not a rascal, who is? He is the kind who likes to do things secretly behind people's backs. Shan Yibing was puzzled as to why President Mo suddenly steered the conversation toward Jiang Chu. His eyes widened in sudden realization. President Mo, are you saying those songs were written by young Master Jiang? Yes, Brother Jiang Chu is incredibly talented. Not only did he write those 3 songs, he also arranged the music and even choreographed the dance Sister Yutong performed. It was absolutely magnificent. Zhou Sini clapped her hands in delight. He Shiyun, still catching her breath from the effort, looked both exhausted and amazed. MMPH, I didn't know you could write songs too. Hey, your man is quite capable after all. Shan Yibing. However, relying solely on Xianyi's influence is not enough to sustain a company. We need to cultivate 1 or 2 stars at least at the 3rd-tier level or recruit someone from the entertainment circle. Mo Yutong, I was just about to tell you that. We plan to sign Zhao Xiying. What? Sean Yibing's eyes showed shock. Sign Zhao Xiying? She is a top-tier celebrity. Signing her would surely boost our company. But she's already under a 10-year contract with her current agency, and only 3 years have passed. Not to mention whether she would agree the breach of contract penalty is over 100 million. Sean Yibing thought Mo Yutong probably didn't understand the entertainment industry and was just speaking casually. Mo Yutong sat in the boss chair, her long legs crossed, showing off black stockings. Her slender reddish fingertips tapped lightly on the desk, a confident smile on her face. 100 million breach penalty here, that you rascal. Sean Yibing and Zhou Xini both thought Mo Yutong was talking to herself. After all, the 100 million penalty probably scared her too. Then 100 million it is. Anyway, the rascal decided it, and it's his money to spend. You're crazy, master. If you have so much money, give it to me. I'll go be a star. Jiang Chu seemed careless and frivolous. But when he truly focused, his work efficiency more than doubled. Stinky master. You're crazy. This was also what Sean Yibing said outside. President Mo, this is 100 million. We could hire other stars, or even use it to cultivate several trainees and build a mature team. This. Wait, you said this is Jiang Chu's decision? Yes, this matter is settled. Zhao Xiying hasn't shown up since she returned from the school anniversary. I heard she also broke off several major advertising contracts. Most likely she had a conflict with her agency and is being shelved. I've already sent someone to investigate. News should come back soon. Since it's already decided, I have nothing else to say. Being able to recruit Zhao Xiying will make subsequent work much easier. I'll return to the company and prepare for the promotional campaign. Everything depends on your good news, President Mo. Alright, I'll see you out. Please, Xiaoqin, you join us too. Let the office be less crowded so the rascal's scent dissipates faster. Okay. Yu Xiaoqian looked completely bewildered. What's wrong with President Mo today? She keeps saying bizarre things. Thud. The door closed. The anxious He Shiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face was already red enough to drip water. Stinky master, it's all your fault. Yutong must know something. Jiang Chu grinned wickedly. He had realized it long ago. Who told you to insist on being second? Should we go out now? Didn't you want to learn martial arts? Now I'm teaching you, and you refuse. Stinky master, learning isn't worth it. I don't want to learn martial arts anymore. It's too hard. Next time, let's learn next time, okay? But I saw you were quite serious about it. Look where we are. When others learn martial arts, they can shout, but I have to hold it in. You have the nerve to say that. Isn't it because you dragged me here? No choice. He Shiyun had to bear the consequences she had sown herself. Jiang Chu and He Shiyun stealthily left the bedroom. He Shiyun, keeping her legs together, painfully leaned against the wall, shuffling towards the office door to open it. Seeing Jiang Chu standing still. What are you doing standing there? While there's no one around, let's hurry and leave. Jiang Chu shouted directly. Yutong, you can come in. He Shiyun looked bewildered. Did he call the wrong person? Wait, could it be outside? Creak. The door suddenly opened, and in walked Mo Yutong dressed in a black OL uniform. After closing the door again, she crossed her arms, looking at He Shiyun's slightly bent posture. Remembering her own past, she suppressed a smile. Yutong. He Shiyun's expression was incredibly awkward. It was just a guess, but she actually knew what they had been doing inside. Spoiled by this rascal, huh? He Shiyun was too shy to speak. Mo Yutong helped her to the sofa and let her sit down. Don't go out in this condition. Rest here first. I'll tell them no one will disturb us. Thank you. He Shiyun had expected a sharp confrontation. After all, back at the cafeteria, although they had all acknowledged being Jiang Chu's women, being caught in the act was still incredibly awkward. No need for courtesy. You're the daughter of the He family. Following this fellow, I actually feel I'm wronging you. Jiang Chu rubbed his nose. I'm not bad either. You're not bad, but you just spoiled Shiyun. Why not let her rest first, and then rush to drive her away? Ahem, that's not his fault. He wanted me to rest, but I was worried, and insisted on leaving. See how much Shiyun cares about you defending you. Jiang Chu, like a child who had done wrong, could only show an awkward yet polite smile. Mo Yutong poured her a glass of water. Thank you, Yutong. You're so good to me. He Shiyun was sincerely grateful. Of course we're sisters. Plus we were both school beauties at the same school. But take my advice, this fellow is quite intense. After each time I have to lean on the wall to walk, and when lying in bed, I must fall asleep immediately lest this rascal say one more time. Giggle. He Shiyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. But honestly, she had just experienced it personally. It had been over an hour, and master, that scoundrel was still full of vigor. What are you saying, speaking ill of me to my face? Jiang Chu wondered, is being intense a mistake? Mo Yutong continued. So if you ever have issues with him in the future, you can call me anytime you need. He Shiyun almost spat out her water immediately. Mo Yutong was too direct. Her eyes showed disbelief. Are you serious? Of course. You've seen my two secretaries, right? You mean they are? Exactly. Jiang Chu, this big rascal, is not only capable, but also full of energy. Who can stand his daily spoiling? Jiang Chu quickly raised his hands. All right, I surrender. I surrender. You're making me think I really am a rascal. Giggle. Mo Yutong and He Shiyun both laughed. Master, I have some good news for you. By the way, Master, I have good news. The latest smartphone has arrived, and the promotional campaign has already been launched. The plan is to hold the launch event this weekend and officially start selling. You don't know how sought after this phone is abroad. Everyone from celebrities to politicians has one, not to mention the young people who follow fashion trends. This influence has directly impacted the domestic market. As soon as people heard it was a product from the United States and saw its attractive design, many began pre-ordering before it even went on sale. Haha. Fortunately, we secured a good amount of stock. He Shiyun spoke enthusiastically, a look of pride on her face. Not bad, not bad. That deserves praise. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. He Shiyun was indeed quite talented in business. So, Master, do I get any reward? He Shiyun's face was full of anticipation and excitement. Jiang Chu gave a mischievous grin. One more time. Perverted, Master. Giggle, giggle. Mo Yutong covered her mouth with a laugh. At the office of the president of Qianli Culture Media Company, Wang Demu reclined in his chair smoking a cigar, watching his secretary working diligently on the boss's chair. A look of contentment was on his face, completely unaware of the earth-shattering events happening outside. Just then his phone rang. He had been going for 4 minutes, and was at a critical moment about to break his personal record of 4.5 minutes. Wang Demu said impatiently, "Ignore it, don't stop." The phone stopped ringing, but then the landline started. Damn it. Is there no end to this? Wang Demu cursed, and after that he couldn't go back to what he was doing. Irritated, he answered the phone and began to shout, "Which idiot is disturbing my President Wang? Something terrible has happened." "What terrible thing? Spit it out." They went in. Bang. The office door was pushed open directly, and 3 people burst in. Or rather, one person carried on a stretcher by 2 others, his head wrapped in bandages. This gave Wang Demu and the secretary, who was hurriedly putting on her clothes, quite a fright. "Who the hell are you? How dare you? Security. Where are the security guards?" "President Wang, it's me, Fei Yuqing." Fei Yuqing cried out. Wang Demu looked closely. The body and the clothes, though torn and tattered, were indeed what Fei Yuqing had been wearing when he left in the morning. How had he ended up like this? "Fei Yuqing, what the hell are you up to?" The 2 men carrying the stretcher explained what had happened this morning. Wang Demu was so shocked he nearly lost his footing. Not only had the heirs and heiresses of the 7 major groups been there, but even Secretary Zhang of the province had attended. Who on earth had he offended? Remembering young Master Shimon's instructions from yesterday, he had to go to the He family and explain everything immediately, or else his career was over. "Tell the driver to get the car ready." "President Wang, I am the driver." The 2 men carrying the stretcher were also bruised and battered, and Wang Demu hadn't recognized them at all. "Damn it. Go get the car now." "President Wang, your car. It's totaled." "What?" Wang Demu's eyes widened. He had just bought a car worth millions, hadn't even taken a girl out in it, and it was totaled. He almost coughed up blood, staggering a couple of steps and nearly falling. "President Wang, are you all right?" The 2 stretcher bearers casually dropped Fei Yuqing on the floor and rushed to support Wang Demu. Fei Yuqing from the fall lost consciousness. "If he's dead, drag him out." After calming down, Wang Demu decided to call young Master Shimon. "What is it?" "Young Master Shimon, there's something I need to report to you." Wang Demu, of course, exaggerated and fabricated the situation, describing cine media as aggressive and brutal, and the incident of the car being smashed and people being beaten. Outrageous. "Are you sure He Tianwen didn't go?" "I'm sure. Only his sister He Shiyun went." "Fine, I'll call him and ask what's going on." A few minutes later the phone rang again. "He Shiyun doesn't represent the He family. Even He Tianwen himself has to show me some respect. How dare a company run by a few women be so insolent and challenge me? I'll bring my people over personally and teach them what it means to face dozens of men. Then I await your esteemed arrival, young Master Shimon." On the other side, after receiving the news, He Tianwen also sneered at Jiang Chu. He thought Jiang Chu let women stand in front while he hid like a turtle. As for the so-called investment, it was merely a few $100 million spent to pick up girls, a prodigal son. Regarding the Wang Group incident, what he had heard was that a stock market expert had shorted the Wang Group stock, while in reality, most of the operations were handled by the Zhou Group, with Jiang Chu having nothing to do with it. Yet his sister He Shiyun insisted it was Jiang Chu's achievement. Ridiculous. To be cautious, he reported this to his father and received his approval. Indeed, he has high ambitions, but limited abilities. After all, he's still a college student. Tianwen, the Shiman family, is one of the 5 great families in Modu, second only to the 3 giants. Their strength is extraordinary. Now that we have a chance to cooperate with them, our He Group needs them for our expansion outside the province. As for Shiyun, I'll persuade her not to get involved in this matter. Understood, father. Why can't I go see Master? He's my partner. He Shiyun said angrily after hearing her father's warning. Sure, I usually indulge you, but that doesn't mean I'll let you be reckless. Now that this Jiang Chu has offended young Master Shimin, he won't let it go easily. You should keep your distance from him for a while. What? Father, you mean Master offended that young Master Shimin from Modu? But Jiang Chu has never been to Modu. What do you know? That Shanli Culture Media is a Shimin family enterprise. He beat up their people. That's a slap in the face. In short, stay home for now and don't go out. No. Now that I know Master is in danger, I have to go help him. Wait, no. Master is so powerful, how could he be in danger? I'm going out to see that so-called young Master Shimin. If I get to see him beaten into a pulp, won't that be satisfying? He Shiyun's lips curled into a crescent, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. He Shanhai could hardly believe his ears. Are you saying that Jiang Chu dares to hit young Master Shimin? Are you crazy or just stupid? Dad, I suggest you don't underestimate my master. His strength is far beyond what you know. Seeing He Shiyun's smug expression, He Shanhai nearly lost his temper. Fine, let's see what your master is capable of. I've already had your brother announce that our He family won't get involved in this, so you can't help him. Fine, whatever. Tomorrow's phone launch is coming up, and I'm busy anyway. I'm sure Master will make that young Master Shimin run away with his tail between his legs crying for his mommy and daddy. A launch event. Don't come crying to your father or grandfather for money when you lose it. I'll earn my own money and you and brother won't get a single cent from me either. How did he end up with such a daughter? Shaking head in exasperation. That evening, after returning from the ceremony, Shan Yibing lay restless in her silk nightgown, unable to fall asleep. She kept replaying the day's astonishing scenes in her mind. The young masters and daughters of the 7 major groups had all appeared. These were the powerful figures she couldn't even catch a glimpse of when her own company was at its peak. Though they claimed to be there to congratulate President Mo, President Zhou, and President Xiang, she could clearly see they were really paying their respects to that man Jiang Chu. Who exactly was he? Moreover, she had always worried that Jiang Chu was merely interested in her appearance. Yet President Mo, President Zhou, and even the heiress of the He group seemed genuinely attentive toward him. No wonder he hadn't reached out recently to meet her as promised. That day Jiang Chu had said she was his woman, but she had never agreed. So when she received the invitation, she hadn't rushed to go. She had been hesitating. It was only after hearing the rumors that she hurried over, hoping to expand her connections. Though she was beautiful and many had handed her their cards, she sensed most of them were only interested in her romantically. But once she casually revealed her connection to Jiang Chu, even the young masters of the 7 major groups approached her warmly. It was both overwhelming and delightful. Being Jiang Chu's woman didn't seem so bad after all. But then again, why hadn't he contacted her yet? What if he suggested meeting up? So frustrating. Shan Yibing affection too. Someone equally troubled was Ji Mingxi. That evening she wore a loose short-sleeve t-shirt as sleepwear, her long fair legs exposed, as she sat on her bed, listening to music and reading. Yet her mind was filled with the image of that man Jiang Chu. It had been several days since that night. Not a single call or message. They had already shared a kiss. Couldn't he at least take the initiative? Or perhaps he was deliberately ignoring her because she hadn't let him succeed. It had to be. That guy still had Mo Yutong and the others around him. Especially Mo Yutong. She must have been speaking ill of her behind his back, weaving schemes to keep him from coming to her. No, I must take the initiative. I can't let Mo Yutong's scheme succeed. She suddenly remembered the night Jiang Chu met that woman. She had worn a short skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Ji Mingxi was far more beautiful than that woman. She could dress the same way. She was certain Jiang Chu wouldn't resist. Once her decision was made, Ji Mingxi's eyes sparkled with confidence. Ji Mingxi affection too. The next afternoon after class, the school basketball court was never short of passionate boys sweating under the sun. Holy crap. Look who's that. One boy suddenly froze beneath the hoop and shouted. Even as a basketball bounced off his head, he kept his eyes wide open, staring at someone on the path nearby. The others instantly followed his gaze. It was a girl so beautiful they could hardly believe their eyes. Her long straight black hair was tied back with a soft pink ribbon into a bow. She wore a white sailor-style shirt with pink trim and a flowing ribbon at her chest paired with a red plaid skirt above her knees. It was a classic academy style. On her gorgeous long legs, she wore thigh-high black stockings and small black leather shoes. It was absolutely stunning. What made it even more striking was that this irresistible look appeared on none other than Ji Mingxi, the campus beauty. Am I seeing things? Did I play too long and get dizzy? Ji Mingxi in an academy outfit. In 3 years I've only ever seen her in plain white dresses like an ethereal fairy. I never imagined I'd see her dressed like this. The contrast alone is... Where's the tissue? I need to grab one before it's too late. A group of boys were already trembling with excitement, their eyes never leaving her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Quan. Look over there. Your Ji Mingxi looks absolutely breathtaking today. Wu Quan was strolling with a younger girl, his arm around her waist. She quickly pulled her hand away from his friend Wu Bo. After being rejected by Ji Mingxi, Wu Quan had immediately turned his attention to this younger girl. Hearing his friend's words, he looked over and froze. He had thought Ji Mingxi was already stunning, but in this outfit, she was even more captivating. Especially those fair legs contrasting with the black stockings. A gentle breeze swept through her long hair, flowing like a fairy, her skirt dancing with quiet allure. His heart raced, and something else stirred within him as well. Wu Quan, are you even listening? Go talk to her. Wu Quan tilted his chin up, slightly, a confident smile forming. He set the girl aside, adjusted his white shirt collar, and strode forward with poise. No more pretense. Last time she had said she preferred straightforward guys. This time he would confess directly. As the campus heartthrob, someone who had dined with her many times, and even won awards together, his charm would surely win her over. Go for it, Wu Quan. I believe in you. Wu Bo behind him had already pulled the girl close, grinning. But Wu Quan couldn't see any of that. His eyes held only Ji Mingxi. Certain. Confirmed. And absolute. Wu's red Ferrari suddenly pulled up beside Ji Mingxi and came to a stop. The window rolled down, revealing a face he would never forget, the face he despised most. It was Jiang Chu again. And to his horror, Ji Mingxi walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and climbed right in. Then in front of his eyes the car sped away with a roar. Damn it. Jiang Chu, you bastard. Mark my words, I'll never forgive you. Wu Quan's forehead veins bulged, his hands clenched into tight fists, his teeth gritted in anger. Behind him, Wu Bo and the girl were caught off guard. Wu Bo patted her behind and reached out, but she reluctantly stepped away and moved to Wu Quan's side, hugging his arm. Wu Quan, don't be upset. I'm still here for you. Wu Quan turned to her, stroking her cheek. You're the best. Tonight, I'll reward you. With the biggest one we can find. The girl smiled sweetly, but inside she looked down on him. None of it had anything to do with her anyway. If not for the promise of designer bags and a sports car, who would bother? After persistent persuasion from Ji Mingxi, Jiang Chu finally conceded to her slight edge and agreed to treat her to dinner. The truth was, he had been thoroughly occupied over the past couple of days. Xia Yinran's leg had recovered enough for her to walk with small steps, though she required a delicate procedure to address the facial scar, which consumed a full 3 hours. Meanwhile, Murong Lan needed wound care, and He Shiyun came daily for over an hour of work updates. He was thinking of finding some excuse to bring along his young disciple Cheng Qianma for assistance. When Jiang Chu drove to the school and saw Ji Mingxi wearing a JK uniform with sheer black stockings, he was completely taken aback. The campus beauty and accomplished scholar would never be expected to dress this way. Who could have imagined such a thing? Yet the reality stood before him, and considering how often Jiang Chu had previously admired her in simple dresses, the stark contrast doubled her allure entirely. Ji Mingxi noticed the astonishment in Jiang Chu's eyes and felt a quiet satisfaction, a small revenge for his recent neglect. He drove her to an upscale restaurant called Yinyu Rinjia. That name carries a real poetic quality, Ji Mingxi observed, admiring the entrance sign. I've dined here once before. The food and specialties are both excellent. Let's go in. Jiang Chu said his piece and walked ahead without hesitation, leaving Ji Mingxi standing beside him. Expecting him to take her hand like last time, she instinctively reached out, only to find herself hanging mid-air as he disappeared ahead. She stamped her foot in frustration. Jerk, she muttered under her breath, forced to follow after him. Together, they drew attention. Jiang Chu's handsome bearing paired with the JK uniformed campus beauty Ji Mingxi made them a striking pair, like a classic scholar and maiden. He had secured a window seat on the second floor in advance and pre-ordered, so the dishes arrived swiftly. What made you decide to wear this outfit today? Jiang Chu asked, seeking something to talk about. Ji Mingxi lifted a glass of lemon water to her lips, took a small sip, then set it down with a smile. Nothing much. Just felt like trying a different style, a different mood. Do you think it looks good? Jiang Chu studied her once more before replying. Your long dresses before made you seem ethereal and otherworldly, but this look has a touch of rebellion mixed with sensuality. Ji Mingxi beamed with delight. It takes quite a bit for a technical guy like you to say something like that. The food here is quite good. Of course, especially today. The feast for the eyes makes the meal even more tempting. Noticing Jiang Chu's intense gaze fixed on her, Ji Mingxi lowered her eyes bashfully, a quiet triumph swelling within her. She felt she had captured his attention and was closing in on winning him over completely. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from nearby. Haha, follow me, Ji Mingren, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury with plenty of companionship. Exactly, in Nan City, everyone knows our young Master Ji is impressive. When we tell our classmates we're hanging with you, they're incredibly envious, especially the girls. Knowing you drive a Porsche, they're all begging us to get your WeChat ID. Young Master Ji, where are you planning to take us after this meal? To the nightclub. Long live young Master Ji. Mingran, what are you doing here? Ji Mingxi asked in surprise as a group passed by. Jiang Chu had noticed her change in expression from the start and glanced over. There were 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women. One man walked at the center, around 1.7 meters tall, with dyed yellow hair, black earrings, and a striking face. He wore a white Givenchy t-shirt with mid-length shorts, his arm around a girl with half-dyed yellow hair. The other 2 men also had dyed hair and dressed like privileged young masters, one with his arm around a girl. They walked with arrogant, swaggering strides. Hearing his name called, Ji Mingran immediately looked over. Hey, this girl looks nice. Since young Master Ji knows her, why not invite her to join us at the club? Ji Mingran shoved the speaker's head harshly and retorted angrily, shut up. She's my sister. Sorry young Master Ji, I was wrong, I apologize. The guy knew when to back down and remained quiet despite the pain. Mingran, I asked you a question and you haven't answered. Aren't you supposed to be studying at university in Magic City? Why are you here hanging out with this kind of company? But Ji Mingran merely cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chu and his sister, then turned away with contempt. Where I choose to be is none of your business. I gave up on that arrogant university ages ago. What's the point of studying? Ji Mingxi's anger flared instantly. She slapped the table and stood up to reprimand him. If you don't study properly, how will you help your parents manage the family business someday? Go back to school right now. Smack. Ji Mingran slapped the adjacent empty table, his face also filled with anger. Whether I attend university or not, I can still run the company perfectly well. None of your business. You accuse me of associating with the wrong crowd, yet who is this arrogant fellow you're dining with right now? Aren't you the brilliant scholar? Didn't you swear you'd never date or have a boyfriend in college? Shouldn't you be buried in your textbooks at school instead? You, Ji Mingxi was rendered speechless by anger. What about you? At home you pretend to be such a proper girl in front of mom and dad, but in public you're wearing JK stockings. Who knows how bold you get behind closed doors with this useless guy? How embarrassing. Say that again if you dare. Ji Mingxi couldn't compete with her brother's sharp tongue. Who are you calling useless? Jiang Chu spoke coldly with a darkened expression. You? Don't think just because you're handsome you can seduce my sister. Do you have any idea how big our family business is? Our assets exceed 100 million. Tell you what, you better scram before I make you. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? Ji Mingxi watched in alarm as he rose from his seat and strode toward Ji Mingran and his companions. Two of Ji Mingran's associates stepped forward, chins raised with arrogance. Young Master Ji is telling you to get lost. Listen to thud. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chu kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward to crash against the wall. You thud. Thud. One kick each. Two more men went flying, including Ji Mingran himself. All three landed on the ground, clutching their chests in pain. Jiang Chu had held back significantly. There was no point reasoning with reckless young masters like this. See for yourself. Who's the real waste here? The answer is obvious. With hands tucked in his pockets, Jiang Chu looked down from his elevated position, his gaze proud and dismissive. You attacked me without warning. I refuse to accept this. Your mouth is quite stubborn. Then I will make you obedient and teach you a lesson. Jiang Chu raised his foot about to step toward Ji Mingran's face. Jiang Chu, stop it. He is my younger brother. You are not allowed to hurt him. Ji Mingxi hurried over and blocked Jiang Chu, saying, Go away. Who needs a woman to pity me? Ji Mingran spoke viciously, showing no gratitude at all. Shut your mouth. Jiang Chu, for my sake, spare my brother this one time, okay? Ji Mingxi held onto Jiang Chu's arm. Seeing his cold gaze, she felt he was truly capable of carrying out his threats, so she could only lower her tone and beg softly. Ji Mingran seemed to realize it was wiser to avoid further confrontation. With many onlookers around, he could not afford to lose face. He pushed himself up against the wall, stood unsteadily, and hurried downstairs and out. The gang members who followed him also slipped away quickly. Before leaving, Ji Mingran called back, Just wait and see. If I ever see you again, I will not let this go. With the commotion, Jiang Chu lost his appetite for the meal. Ignoring Ji Mingxi, he turned and left. Jiang Chu, wait for me. Having already paid the bill, Jiang Chu opened the car door and got in. Ji Mingxi hurriedly opened the passenger door and sat down beside him. After a short drive, they arrived at the entrance of Wanglong Bridge. Jiang Chu stood by the bridge railing, gazing into the distance, and said coldly, Why are you following me? Ji Mingxi hesitated internally, but walked up behind Jiang Chu and spoke. I am sorry. He is my younger brother. I did not expect to run into him. He is studying at university in Modu. So what if he is your brother? If you had not stopped me, he would not be able to speak anymore. I am sorry, Jiang Chu. I understand you are upset. I will find a time to talk to him and have him apologize to you in person, okay? Apologize? Jiang Chu turned to face her with a sarcastic smile. Your own brother does not seem to respect you as his sister. Do you really think you can convince him to apologize to me? Ji Mingxi lowered her head in silence, her hands clasped in front of her, unsure of what to say. Then what would it take for you to forgive my brother? I am curious. Your brother treated you that way, yet you are still defending him. Jiang Chu thought with a hint of mischief. No, my brother was not always like this. In middle and high school we attended the same school. Many boys tried to approach me inappropriately, but he always stepped in to protect me, often getting into fights because of it. He has always been good to me, and he excelled academically, earning admission to Modu University. But after going to Modu for university, something must have changed him. Jiang Chu recalled Ji Mingran's stubborn expression even after being defeated. I do not care whether what you are saying is true. He offended me, and I need to teach him a lesson, or he will think I am easy to bully. I know it is his fault. Please forgive him this one time, okay? Ji Mingxi said, then walked up to Jiang Chu, rose on her tiptoes, and gently kissed his lips before lowering her head again. Just that much? Jiang Chu asked with a smile. He was not really angry. The kick earlier had already satisfied him, though he had held back somewhat. Still, the other person must have felt uncomfortable. Hearing this, Ji Mingxi rose on her tiptoes again, wrapped her arms around Jiang Chu's neck, and kissed him. The kiss lingered for several minutes, leaving Jiang Chu with a sense of poetic tenderness. Jiang Chu experienced the poetic sensibility of the campus beauty and talented girl, her proud yet determined demeanor, Ji Mingxi's dazed expression. Can you forgive him now? It seems you truly care about your brother. However, this approach will not help him. It might actually harm him in the long run. Ji Mingxi had her arms wrapped around Jiang Chu's neck, sitting sideways on his lap. Hearing his tone soften, she realized he was beginning to forgive. Recalling his warm hands, her face still felt warm. She could not believe how easily he had won her over. Ji Mingxi favorability, 570. I do not know what to do anymore, Jiang Chu. Do you have a way to help him? Jiang Chu's lips curved into a playful smile. Why should I help him? He is your brother, not mine. If you can help turn him back to the right path, I can promise you something like what happened between you and Mo Yutong at the lake pavilion. As Ji Mingxi spoke, memories of that moment flooded her mind. She felt overwhelming shame recalling how disgusted she had been then. Yet now she could not believe the words coming from her own mouth. But if it meant saving her brother from going astray, she felt it was worth it. Lake Pavilion. Jiang Chu glanced at Ji Mingxi. All right, for your sake, I will reluctantly agree, but you will need to follow my lead. Okay. Ji Mingxi was extremely embarrassed, shooting him a look at his boldness. She took out her phone to make a call. What are you doing? I'm calling my brother to ask where he is. No need to ask. Did you not hear the mention night color club? Let us go. Huh? Are we going to a nightclub now? I have never been before. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. That is perfect. I will take you to have some fun. The Ferrari pulled directly to the entrance and stopped. As soon as Jiang Chu and his companion stepped out, a handsome young man approached to take the keys and park the car. A group of elegantly dressed hostesses at the entrance immediately gathered around upon seeing the Ferrari. Seeing the strikingly handsome man, their eyes sparkled with interest, though some clearly had ulterior motives as well. They surrounded the pair despite Ji Mingxi's beauty beside Jiang Chu, hoping that persistence might yield results. Handsome, would you like to share a drink? We can take it elsewhere afterward. Your car is amazing. Could I visit your place tonight? Jiang Chu politely declined each invitation. These women are so direct, aren't they? Ji Mingxi remarked nervously. Do you think everyone gets this kind of treatment? It is because I am handsome. TCH, so narcissistic. By 10 o'clock, Night Color Club was fully booked. Since it also belonged to the Zhou group, with no real competition, nearby business thrived. This was Ji Mingxi's first time at such a venue. Dressed in a JK uniform with black stockings, she looked like a lamb among wolves, immediately drawing various unwelcome gazes. Additionally, she noticed several young women around her age at the venue, some even younger, dressed in bright and eye-catching outfits, merely seeking to attract wealthy businessmen or spoiled heirs, allowing them to linger too closely. Everything around her seemed to be precisely what she disliked. If not for Jiang Chu gently holding her hand, she felt she could hardly endure another minute there. No seats available. What should we do? Perhaps we should leave. It's fine, seats will open up shortly. Let's go to the bar first. I'll buy you a drink. They arrived at the bar, where only one high stool remained. Jiang Chu invited Ji Mingxi to sit while he stood beside her. His gaze swept across the room, and he noticed Ji Mingran seated in a corner booth not far away. Did you see him? Yes. Ji Mingxi quickly followed Jiang Chu's line of sight, and indeed spotted her younger brother, now joined by 2 males and 2 females, all gathered around drinking. What's your plan? Wait, let me make a call. Jiang Chu picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Jinting. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here tonight? I'm at Yi's bar and need a favor. Oh, if young Master Jiang needs assistance, I must help. Please go on. Jiang Chu suddenly noticed a group of youths walking with unwelcoming expressions toward Ji Mingran's table, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Never mind, they've arrived on their own. If anything gets damaged in the commotion, just put it on my account, brother Jinting. That's all, farewell. Jiang Chu hung up and calmly observed what would unfold. Haha, you haven't seen young Master Ji's sister. She's quite striking, I'd say no one here compares to her. Monkey, shut up. Ji Mingran spoke irritably. Well, isn't this the young master himself? Came to the bar to enjoy yourself. When are you going to repay the 100,000 owed to Brother Long? A group of burly youths brushed Monkey and the others aside. Among them was a bald man with a dragon tattoo winding around his neck. He approached Ji Mingran and sat beside him. Ji Mingran immediately rose, only to be gestured firmly back down. Trying to slip away just because you recognize someone. Young Master Ji, you borrowed over 1 million from me in Moda chasing after a girl, and I couldn't find you anywhere. Unexpectedly, you've come to Nanshur. What a coincidence, haha. At Along's laugh, his companions joined in. Do you know where this is? This is my hometown. Tell me about that 100,000. You owe me 150 with interest. When do you plan to settle it? What? I only borrowed it last month, and now there's an extra 50,000 in interest. This is clearly a trap, Ji Mingran exclaimed. Along's eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth curled. That's exactly the point. I intend to trap you. So, he tapped Ji Mingran's cheek dismissively. I call you young Master Ji out of respect, but you seem to have forgotten your place. You offended young Master Shiman in Modu, and now you cross me in Nanshur. How many lives do you think you have left? Young Master Ji, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. I also have something to attend to. Farewell. The group of young men and women who had been jovially accompanying Ji Mingran promptly found excuses to slip away. Ji Mingran could only watch them depart helplessly. Brother Long, please give me some time. I'll return home and ask my father for the money. I'll repay you immediately. Will that work? Along took a swig from a liquor bottle. Last time in Modu, now in Nanshur. How am I supposed to trust you won't simply vanish overseas to some other bar? After my brothers and I exhaust ourselves searching for you. No, I wouldn't. The scene shifted to a quiet corridor beyond the bar's rear exit where the atmosphere grew tense. Along stepped forward, his expression stern. Tonight you either settle the debt or leave something behind as collateral. One of his companions restrained Ji Mingran's arm against the wall while another produced a blade, its surface catching the dim light. No, please, Brother Long, I will repay you. I promise. Ji Mingran, who had never faced such a situation before, felt his composure fracture. Ha! He's frightened out of his wits. The group of youths laughed loudly. Let my brother go. Ji Mingshi stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. Jiang Chu followed closely behind. Brother. Along and his companions turned their attention, captured by Ji Mingshi's refined features and graceful presence. Wow, Brother Long, she's quite lovely. So she's the younger sister. This could be interesting. Sister, why are you here? You must leave. Go call the police or they won't let me go. Ji Mingran urged desperately. Along struck outward and Ji Mingran doubled over, barely managing to suppress what he had just drunk. Try involving the authorities and see if your brother's hands and feet remain with him, Along said coldly. What do you want? Tell me how to free my brother. Free him. He owes us 150. Pay us and he goes. I'll pay on his behalf. Let him go. You'll pay? Where's the money? I'll bring it in a few days. Along's lips curved into a smile as he glanced at his companions. Did you hear that? She says she'll bring it in a few days. Along struck again, and Ji Mingran coughed up the drink he had consumed. Why are you hitting him? Ji Mingshi cried out anxiously. Little miss, do you truly believe we're so foolish, or are you simply naive? What makes you think you can produce such an amount in a few days? Here's what I propose. We'll release so he can fetch the money. In the meantime, you spend the evening sharing a few drinks with us. How does that sound? Sister, don't listen to them. Ji Mingran's words were cut short as he received another strike. You're shameless. Even without deeper experience, Ji Mingshi understood what they were requesting. Shameless. If you refuse, then perhaps your brother's hands and feet will serve as repayment instead. Sister, you must leave. Don't worry about me. It's my fault, I was being selfish. They're the one who's been pursuing my sister. Please take her away. I beg you. Not bad. You may be broken in spirit, but at least you care for your sister. From the shadows behind them, Jiang Chu emerged with his hands tucked into his pockets. The street lamp illuminated half his face, revealing the calm darkness of his eyes and the faint knowing curve of his lips. Young man, this doesn't concern you. Do you want to suffer the same fate? Along warned in a menacing tone. Jiang Chu, these people are dangerous. Leave. Don't involve yourself. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Jiang Chu waved his hand, signaling her to stop. Enough. Release her brother within 10 seconds, and you may leave standing. Huh. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. 10 seconds. Do you really think you're young Master Zhou Jinting? There are 6 of us here. What, you want to face all 6 alone? Huh. Ha ha ha. The group burst into contemptuous laughter. Oh, so having more numbers gives you the right to bully the few. Of course. If you have the capability, call more people too. Roar. A Kawasaki motorcycle surged into view. The rider wore a black helmet and gray vest, revealing a lightning bolt and sun tattoo on his shoulder. Immediately after, over 200 thugs wielding gleaming weapons emerged from every alley entrance, forming a complete circle around them. The suffocating pressure made Along and his 5 companions tremble. He recognized the Kawasaki rider at a glance. That sun and lightning tattoo belonged to only one person. He removed his helmet, revealing a face of commanding presence. Someone just claimed that numbers justify bullying others. Did I hear that correctly, young Master Jiang? Jiang Chu merely smiled. Thud. Along glanced between Zhou Jinting and the young man. They clearly knew each other well. This was worse than he thought. Regret washed over him completely. Wait, young Master Zhou, it's me, Along. Don't you remember? I used to work for you before. You almost made me forget. You traitorous dog. You secretly diverted my funds to run loan sharks in Shanghai. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Plop. Along's eyes widened, and he immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, young Master Zhou. I was blinded by greed. In consideration of all the help I've given you in the past, please spare me this once. I'll never dare cross you again. The other 5 thugs followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy. Along, I think you've misunderstood the situation. This is about how you offended young Master Jiang. She is his woman, and you threatened both her and her brother, young Master Jiang's own brother-in-law. Not only did you threaten to maim him, but you also harbored designs on young Master Jiang's woman. How could I possibly pardon you? Along hesitated, then shifted his position to prostrate himself before Jiang Chu, pleading for forgiveness. I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I failed to recognize your stature and offended you. Please overlook our ignorance this one time. Ji Mingran had already moved to Ji Mingshi's side. Having escaped danger and witnessing so many people arrive to rescue her, through her boyfriend, his heart swelled with emotion as he gazed at Jiang Chu with deep admiration. For Ji Mingshi, this was the first time experiencing such a situation. Everyone present carried an intimidating presence that made her heart race, but holding Jiang Chu's hand firmly provided her with a profound sense of security. Ji Mingshi approval. 10 Beatty, spare you. What did I just say? I told you 10 seconds. If you didn't release them by then, you wouldn't walk away from here. Those 10 seconds have long passed. Jiang Chu took Ji Mingshi's hand and led her toward the bar. Come along. Certain matters aren't meant for young ones to observe. As Jiang Chu walked away and the crowd of over 100 men approached with derisive smiles, desperation washed over Along and his companions. Jiang Chu had an aide take Ji Mingran to change clothes. It was far too humiliating. That was incredible, brother-in-law. Seeing them all trembling with fear was so satisfying. I'll toast to you. Ji Mingran downed his drink in one gulp, his joy unmistakable. He had nearly forgotten his own terror from moments before. Mingran, stop calling me that. Nobody's your brother-in-law. Ji Mingshi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him. Ahem. Your sister and I are merely university classmates from the same cohort. Ji Mingshi felt a slight pang of disappointment. They had shared such intimate moments, yet he claimed they were merely ordinary classmates. I don't care. You saved me from my sister Sake, so you're my brother-in-law. From now on, I only acknowledge you. Jiang Chu rubbed his nose. Being called brother-in-law would complicate things given the tangled web of relationships behind him. Mingran, his name is Jiang Chu. He has girlfriends, more than one. He's quite the womanizer. Annoyed by Jiang Chu's insistence that they were merely classmates, Ji Mingshi disregarded who had just rescued them and immediately spoke out. More than one girlfriend? Ji Mingran's eyes widened instantly, then filled with deep admiration. No way. Bro Jiang, from now on you're my role model. It's so impressive. You have multiple girlfriends and still won over my sister. What's wrong with a man having several girlfriends? Especially someone like you, handsome and connected to important figures like Zhou Jinting. Any man of your caliber should have a dozen or more. Let me tell you, my sister has never shown interest in any man beyond her books. If I hadn't caught her secretly reading those romance novels, I'd swear she wasn't into guys at all. Jiang Chu suddenly found Ji Mingran rather impressive, sharp-eyed, articulate, and precisely the kind of person he appreciated. Ji Mingran, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm your sister. How can you say such things? Ji Mingshi was nearly at her wit's end. Undeterred, Ji Mingran continued, Bro Jiang, let me tell you. Despite my sister's beauty and reputation as the top campus heartthrob from middle school through university, I can guarantee she's never dated anyone. Not once has she held a boy's hand. That distinction belongs entirely to me. Impressive. No wonder your sister dotes on you so. Jiang Chu patted his shoulder with approval. Ji Mingran's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bro Jiang, my sister is inexperienced in everything. Be gentle with her. She may seem fierce on the surface, but her heart is genuinely kind. Ji Mingran, do you want to die? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chu couldn't help but admire this fellow's boldness. The boy had sold out his own sister without even needing to think about it. Now tell me, why did you need to borrow 1,000,000 yuan? At this, Ji Mingran's expression deflated instantly. He scratched behind his ear and shifted his body aside. Mingshi, could you buy me a pack of cigarettes? Ji Mingshi looked puzzled. Buy cigarettes? Why should I go get them for you? I'm not going. Sis, just do it for brother Jiang. Ji Mingshi finally shot Jiang Chu an annoyed glance before stepping out, glancing back every few paces. With Zhou Jinting's people everywhere inside and outside the venue, Jiang Chu felt no concern. All right, you can tell me now. Though I suspect it was for a woman. Jiang Chu offered a confident smile. Ji Mingran's eyes widened in disbelief. Bro Jiang, how did you know? You don't gamble, you don't use drugs, and it's not about money. You went to that den of vice and only ordered 2 bottles of foreign liquor with beer making up the rest. Tell me, besides women, what else could there be to talk about? Amazing. As expected of my brother Jiang. As you know, my family runs a technology manufacturing company. We make over 10 million a year, which makes us quite wealthy here. Back then, those kids who called me young Master Ji made me think I was untouchable. But when I entered Shanghai University and met the heirs and rich second generation from there, I realized I wasn't even fit to be their follower. On their turf, I had no choice but to keep a low profile. I just studied and managed to place near the top, planning to grab my diploma and leave. But who knew I'd end up looking this good? Of course, I'm not as handsome as you, brother Jiang. A few girls found me attractive, and one named Su Lele treated me well, so I agreed to date her. Then one day she told me she'd angered some rich young masters outside and needed my help. I went over, and they were the most notorious heirs at university. Nobody dared cross them. They demanded 1.5 million before letting her go. To save her, I handed over my entire 5,000 and borrowed another million from a guy named Along. After that, Along and his crew came after me daily, threatening to break my legs if I didn't pay back the money. Those heirs also spread word that anyone at school who befriended me would be opposing them, so I ended up with no friends at all. Even Su Lele broke up with me immediately and kept her distance. I was too scared to tell my parents or my sister. Though we had money, my father is traditional and only gives me 2,000 monthly. With $1 million in debt, he'd surely kill me, so I never asked for help. I kept it hidden from them, registered, and paid tuition at the start of term, then never returned to that school. I stayed with a friend in Nan City until today when I ran into you all. After hearing this, Jiang Chu found it amusing. He hadn't expected the guy with dyed yellow hair to be such an excellent student. As expected, like sister, like brother. You said your family runs a technology manufacturing company. Yeah, my parents built their fortune from manufacturing plants. They have 2 large factories in Guangzhou province, mainly producing phone accessories like parts for Nokia. Hehe. So I chose manufacturing as my major, hoping to help the family business someday. Ji Mingran said this with considerable pride. Jiang Chu now had a rough idea in mind. He had firm control over half of the fruit phone sales channels, and his next move was to establish the manufacturing supply chain. This Ji Mingran had actually reminded him about this very aspect. The money issue is settled. What are your plans now? Return to school or something else? At that moment, Ji Mengshi walked back, quickly tossed a pack of cigarettes on the table, dropped onto the sofa with her arms crossed, and said irritably, "Your cigarettes." They merely glanced at each other and ignored her. Brother Jiang, to be honest, I've already finished all my university textbooks. If I go back now, I'll just become a laughingstock for those heirs. Could I stay here and follow you? Don't worry, I'll obey whatever you say. Anything you ask me to do, even driving for you. What? Ji Mingran, do you even know what you're saying? You have education, and you want to follow him around instead. Have you lost your mind? Sis, just leave this to me. Following Brother Jiang is the right call. Jiang Chu pretended to hesitate. This might actually work. Ji Mingran's face lit up with excitement as he grabbed Jiang Chu's arms with both hands. Really? I'm not done yet. If you want to follow me, you need to go somewhere first and stay for a month. If you can stick with it without quitting, then I'll let you come along. Ji Mingran patted his chest and declared with conviction, fine. A month. No problem at all. Jiang Chu, what exactly did you two just say? Where are we going? Spell it out clearly. Ji Mingran, you two, just believing whatever he says. You'd get sold and wouldn't even realize it. Sis, you went out to eat with Brother Jiang today, dressed up like that. If you don't agree or dare to tell Mom and Dad, I'll tell them about all those Liu Bei books you used to read. You. Shut up. Ji Mingshi quickly covered Ji Mingran's mouth, but he pushed her hand away and continued gossiping with delight. Brother Jiang, don't let my sister's aloof appearance fool you. She secretly reads my Liu Bei books from time to time. Ha. Ji Mingran. You're dead. Am I your sister, or is he your brother? Watching the siblings wrestle, Jiang Chu smiled. At midnight, Jiang Chu's Ferrari pulled up to the school gate. Jiang Chu, where did you say you were taking my brother? Oh, that. A friend of mine runs a security company, and they're doing some basic military training over there. I sent your brother to build character. It's nothing serious. I see, just military training. That's actually good for him. Sorry, I almost misunderstood you. It's fine. Ji Mingshi lowered her head shyly and asked Jiang Chu, I don't want to go back to the dorm. Can I stay at your place? Jiang Chu. Ji Mingshi quickly waved her hands to explain. Not what you're thinking. I won't be sharing a bed with you. You're wealthy enough to have multiple rooms, so I'll sleep alone. I just want to repay you for saving us tonight. I keep my promises. Ji Mingshi exclaimed. Jiang Chu, I never expected you to be so wealthy, living in a villa in Xiushan scenic area. Even my father couldn't afford one. It's the kind that's hard to find on the market, costing tens of millions, right? After getting out of the car, Ji Mingshi looked around and said with slight excitement. Keep your voice down, Jiang Chu said. Don't disturb others' sleep. Ji Mingshi nodded. She thought Jiang Chu was referring to his family, feeling like she was visiting her boyfriend's home for the first time and sneaking in made it rather exciting. Jiang Chu directly led her up to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Your master bedroom is so big. This walk-in closet is much larger than the one at my place. Jiang Chu, how come you have so many women's clothes here? The tags haven't even been removed. They're brand new. Do you often bring girls back to sleep, so you deliberately prepared so many clothes? Ji Mingshi wore a look of a serious girlfriend, interrogating. These aren't mine, Jiang Chu said. They probably bought them and left them here sometime. They really care about you, knowing you're a flirt. Jiang Chu was referring to Mo Yutong and the others, but Ji Mingshi thought he meant his family. Can I wear one after I take a shower? Jiang Chu replied, as you wish. Ji Mingshi stood in the walk-in closet, tiptoeing to select clothes. Her long jet black hair flowed smoothly to her waist, tied with a ribbon. Her slender figure was accentuated by a plaid skirt over black stockings that revealed long legs. As she tilted, the skirt swayed, instantly drawing Jiang Chu's gaze entirely. Adding to that, they were alone in the room and had drunk some wine. Jiang Chu walked over and embraced her from behind. Feeling her slight startle, she turned her head to speak, but he gently pressed his lips to hers, silencing her. He inhaled deeply, the fragrance emanating from her, feeling a surge of emotion lost in the moment. It was like revisiting an old place. Jimingshi pushed Jiang Chu away, panting, afraid of losing control. Jiang Chu, about that. Should I take a shower first? Shower? No need to be so troublesome, Jiang Chu said. But after a whole day, if I don't shower, won't it be unclean? Have a scent. I really can't tell you have such a hobby. Jiang Chu spread his hands and smiled. There will be a bit of scent. Some people actually like that kind of scent. It's just a little fun. If you really don't want to, it's fine. I won't force you. No, I promised you, so I'll keep my word. Actually, she thought to herself, if Mo Yutong could do it, she could too. She walked over to the bed and sat down, crossing her long legs in black stockings, her hands pressing on her skirt. Come on. Her expression was one of resigned determination. Jiang Chu shook his head and smiled. It's just tearing a pair of stockings, as if he were going to devour her. He walked over and stood in front of Jimingshi, looking down at her. The contrast between the black stockings and the tender white skin of her thighs was striking. He wondered what she was thinking, dressing up like that on purpose. Was she trying to attract his attention? Just as he was about to move, Jimingshi suddenly shifted, surprising Jiang Chu. Fortunately, he was close and standing above, or else he might have stumbled. This girl, she said. She agreed, but then wouldn't let him sit next to her. What a temper, her last stubbornness. Jiang Chu didn't care. He directly pushed one of her long legs aside and sat down beside her. This time Jimingshi was bewildered. What are you doing? What do you mean? Can't I sit here? No, shouldn't you be squatting down? Jiang Chu looked surprised. Doing that requires me to squat down. Jimingshi thought, how else could it be done without squatting? Didn't you squat down when you did it with Mo Yutong? Jiang Chu suddenly realized. This girl was competing with Mo Yutong. Alright, so you have something on underneath, right? Of course I do. Jimingshi looked incredulous, swallowed, and said, did Mo Yutong not wear anything? She wore it, otherwise I wouldn't have dared back then. He smiled, but now he dared. Jimingshi breathed a sigh of relief. She had agreed because she thought she was wearing something, so it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Jiang Chu stood up again, walked in front of Jimingshi, and then squatted down. What are you dawdling about, Jiang Chu? Off. He said. Oh. His gaze was forced to shift. This girl actually tricked him even worse than Mo Yutong. He placed his hand somewhere and started to tear directly. But Jimingshi instantly reacted and lifted her foot. Ah, Jiang Chu, what are you doing? Jiang Chu was bewildered. Tearing the stockings, isn't that what you agreed to let me do? Tear stockings? When did I say you could tear stockings? Wait, last time you and Mo Yutong were at the lake pavilion, did you tear her stockings too? You two are so playful. What else don't I know? Tell me everything. Jiang Chu said. No, that night she was bitten by a mosquito and asked me to apply medicine. Wearing stockings was inconvenient, so she asked me to tear them open to apply the medicine. That's it. What else? Jimingshi almost wished she could open a portal to crawl into. She had always thought Jiang Chu was being a simp. Now thinking about it, it must have been the angle that made her misjudge. How embarrassing. So she had just been seen. At that time, Mo Yutong must have been wearing shorts, so Jiang Chu had asked just now, and she said she was wearing something. This really couldn't be blamed on him. So this time what I agreed to was for you to tear my stockings with your hands, right? Right. Jimingshi took a slow, deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Alright, you can sit. Squatting is tiring. Jiang Chu sat down beside her, annoyed. First she told him to squat, then to sit. She changed her mind faster than turning a page. Forget it, I won't tear them. Actually, I don't have that fetish. Jimingshi saw that Jiang Chu's face was gloomy, clearly unhappy. After all, she had misunderstood him from the start, and she felt guilty. But he had also seen her secret. Are you angry? Don't be so petty. Jimingshi thought for a moment, bit her lip, then rubbed her feet together to remove her shoes, and lifted her legs to rest them across Jiang Chu's thighs. Jiang Chu exclaimed, what are you doing? This girl's tactics were exactly the same as Mo Yutong's. No wonder they were such rivals. Actually, Jimingshi didn't know why, but she remembered that boys often said Mo Yutong's best feature was her long legs, so she thought Jiang Chu probably also liked looking at legs. This is my first time wearing these leather shoes with stockings, and I've been walking for half the day. Could you help me rub my feet? Jiang Chu looked confused. He glanced at her long legs and exposed feet and agreed to her request without hesitation. But he maintained a composed expression, forcing a hint of reluctance onto his face. Alright, I'll massage you for a while. Jiang Chu began to massage her calf, and thanks to his ultimate Chinese medical arts, Jimingshi felt completely relaxed. Jimingshi said, I didn't expect you to be so good at massage, it's so comfortable. Jiang Chu replied, of course I'm known as a master of massage. She made a soft sound of contentment. After Jiang Chu stopped, Jimingshi leaned limply against him, her face flushed with shyness. Perhaps even she hadn't expected such an outcome. After a while she recovered. In her heart, she felt that this experience had brought them even closer than before. She said, "It's already 2 o'clock. Good thing tomorrow is Saturday. It's all your fault." Jiang Chu received a playful tap for no reason. He said, "You should take a shower and go to sleep. I'll sleep in the next room." She hummed in agreement. Early the next morning, even though it was the weekend, Mo Yutong got up early and dressed nicely, wearing a white fitted suit to go to work. But she saw Jiang Chu's Ferrari downstairs and thought, strange. He didn't come to my room last night. Did he bring another girl back? Zhou Jiqing. Or he Shiyun. Thinking this, she decided to go upstairs and check. She walked to Jiang Chu's master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The door was unlocked, so she opened it and walked in. Sure enough, she saw a long-haired woman sleeping in Jiang Chu's bed. Her expression showed a hint of displeasure, but where was Jiang Chu? Could he be in the bathroom? Mo Yutong wanted to walk over and scold Jiang Chu, but her high heels made noise. The woman sleeping in the bed heard the sound and immediately sat up, clutching the blanket, and looked at the visitor. Their eyes met, and both their eyes and mouths widened in shock, and they screamed. "You, Mo Yutong. Jimingshi, what are you doing here?" Mo Yutong put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm asking you. This is Jiang Chu's room. Why are you here?" Jimingshi, not to be outdone, stood up on the bed. She was wearing only Jiang Chu's white shirt. Looking down from above, she put her hands on her hips and said, "That's right. We were together last night, so what? Tell me, why are you here?" "I've always lived here." "Jiang Chu would sleep with you. I don't believe it. I'll call him out." "Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu." Mo Yutong stomped in her high heels to the bathroom and dressing room, but didn't see Jiang Chu. She walked back, crossed her arms, and said smugly, "Humph, I knew he couldn't have slept with you last night." Jimingshi said, "Liar. Fine, Jiang Chu didn't sleep with me last night, but we shared a kiss, and he gave me a massage last night." "Humph." Jimingshi also crossed her arms and turned her face away. "You've always looked down on our Jiang Chu, haven't you? Now you're chasing after him. Shameless. And so what if you kissed? Jiang Chu and I have slept together many times, and we've done more than that. Naya. What? You and him, how did you get so close so fast?" Jimingshi thought to herself, no wonder she hadn't seen Mo Yutong at school lately, and she even quit her student council job. So she had already moved out here to live with Jiang Chu. Zhou Sini yawned, covering her mouth with one hand. Her big eyes were only half open. She was wearing SpongeBob pajamas and holding a Chopper plush toy in the other arm, looking very sleepy. Zhou Sini said, "Elder sister Yutong, what's happening so early in the morning? Who is this beautiful sister? Why is she standing so high on the bed? She looks familiar, but I can't remember her name." Jimingshi recognized Zhou Sini at first glance, and shock appeared on her face again. The way she looked, it was obvious she also slept in this villa. Jimingshi remembered what Li Wenjing had said in the cafeteria about being Jiang Chu's women. At that time there were 4. Mo Yutong was there, Zhou Sini was there. Could it be that he Shiyun also lived here? Mo Yutong said, "Humph, Jiang Chu likes me, and I like him, so of course we're fast." Mo Yutong said, "Sorry, genius girl, although you're number 1 on the campus beauty ranking in this aspect, you're this." She extended her pinky finger, looking extremely smug. I want to ask Jiang Chu for an explanation." Jimingshi jumped off the bed, put on her shoes, and wanted to walk out. But she realized she wasn't wearing pants, so she turned back to find a pair of pants. However, she found that except for Jiang Chu's pants, the rest were all women's skirts and tops. Mo Yutong called out, "What are you doing? Those are my clothes. Don't bother looking. There are no pants here. Besides, in this villa, except for Jiang Chu, everyone is female. If you're scared, just change into a skirt." Jimingshi said, "Humph. Who said I'm scared?" She didn't care anymore, and just walked out like that, calling, "Jiang Chu, where are you?" The villa was quite large. Even the 3rd floor had many rooms, so Jimingshi didn't know where Jiang Chu was. Jiang Chu had just woken up and heard the agitated voices of Mo Yutong and Jimingshi from the next room. He was initially listening with a curious attitude, but when he realized the fire was about to be directed at him, he quickly hid. Zhou Sini said, "Brother Jiang Chu, why are you hiding here? Senior sister is looking for you." Zhou Sini pointed Jimingshi in the right direction. Jiang Chu thought Zhou Sini was so adorable that he would definitely reward her generously tonight. Jiang Chu had to come out and said with a smile, "Looking for me? I just woke up and don't know what happened." Murong Lan from the next room said coldly, "Master, do you need my help?" Murong Lan from the next room said coldly. She was seeing Jimingshi for the first time, so she had no particular feelings. But when Jimingshi saw another woman with looks comparable to hers, she was shocked again. "What did she just call you?" "Master," Murong Lan repeated. "What a racket this early in the morning, Jiang Chu. Did you stir up a hornet's nest?" Xia Yanran was also being pushed out from the open elevator in her wheelchair. Jimingshi was stunned once again. Another one. Although she was wearing a veil, even only the lower half of her face revealed was enough to leave Jimingshi breathless with admiration. But the woman was in a wheelchair. That guy Jiang Chu wasn't even sparing the disabled. Jimingshi felt exasperated, initially wanting to call him a beast, but then reconsidering. If he were truly a beast, she'd be no better than one for having kissed him. After the shock subsided, Ji Mingxi could only look at Jiang Chu and ask, Jiang Chu, do all of them live here? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Ji Mingxi stood stunned for quite some time. You wouldn't happen to be saying they're all your women? Yes, senior sister Mingxi, we're all brother Jiang Chu's women. Now that brother Jiang Chu has brought you here too, aren't you also his woman? This is wonderful. Our home will be even more lively from now on, Ye. Zhou Sini said happily, then ran over to Jiang Chu's side and hugged his arm. Brother Jiang Chu, if you could also invite senior sister Wenjing and senior sister Shiyun, then all 5 floral beauties from our school would be together. Wouldn't that be like the Dragon Balls, where we could make a wish? Jiang Chu smiled and patted Zhou Sini on the head. It's quite possible. Turning his face toward Ji Mingxi, he found that despite the shirt concealing much, there was an undeniable allure to it. Do you have any other questions you'd like to ask? Ji Mingxi's mind was still ringing, unable to process what she was seeing. What's there to ask? She's seen everything. Listen, miss. Brilliant scholar, you should just go back to school and read your books. Oh my, it's already 8 o'clock. I need to head to Shiyun's place for a shareholders meeting soon. Mo Yutong said hurriedly as she checked her watch. Shall I drop you back at school on my way? Hearing this, Ji Mingxi's mind snapped back into motion. Right. Mo Yutong was in the same year as her. In just a short time apart, she noticed Mo Yutong had somehow become even more beautiful, with a rosier complexion and professional attire that completely transformed her aura, similar to what she'd seen on her mother's company vice president. The gap was still there, but shrinking, and she couldn't understand how this had happened. Just moments ago, she'd mentioned going to a shareholders meeting. Who asked for your ride? Ji Mingxi frowned and asked, Mo Yutong, you haven't returned to school this whole time, and you quit your student council position. Were you just going out to work? Before Mo Yutong could respond, Zhou Sini chimed in happily. That's right, senior sister Mingxi. Sister Yutong is now the CEO of Magong Investment Co., Ltd., managing billions in funds with many employees under her. She's amazing. Brother Jiang Chu even praised her for becoming more like a real president lately. Mo Yutong, carrying an Hermes bag and clicking in high heels, walked over to Zhou Sini and mimicked Jiang Chu's gesture as she patted her head, saying, Our Sini isn't doing badly either. She's now the head of Sini Media Culture Company and has started hiring today. Soon everyone will be calling you President Zhou. Zhou Sini grinned shyly, revealing her cute tiger teeth, then suddenly her eyes widened in shock. Oh, my recruitment. Sister Yutong, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I need to host the recruitment at the company today. I have to change quickly, or I'll definitely be late. In the rush, she got confused and entered the wrong room, then hurriedly ran back out. Mo Yutong chuckled and said, No need to rush. Didn't I send Wen-Na to help you host? It's fine to go later. No, I'm still the boss of the company after all. I'll drop by to learn from Sister Wen-Na while I'm at it. Watching from the sidelines, Ji Mingxi was utterly stunned and bewildered, standing frozen as if turned to stone. Her mind struggled to process the fact that in less than a month of not seeing each other, her lifelong rival Mo Yutong had already become the president of a company worth over 100 million. Even if all her parents' fixed assets were combined, it would barely reach that scale. What was ironic was that while she, once Mo Yutong's rival, was still striving toward the goal of becoming student council president, believing that after gaining experience, she could return home to help her family and hopefully become an enviable company executive in a few years. Now Mo Yutong had reached the pinnacle right from the start. How was she supposed to compete with this? Ji Mingxi was well aware of Mo Yutong's family background. They were worlds apart from her own. Beyond Mo Yutong's materialistic desire to find a wealthy heir as a boyfriend, she possessed advantages both now and after graduation that far exceeded what Ji Mingxi could achieve. Wait, boyfriend? Rich second generation. Ji Mingxi glanced across at Jiang Chu, who was yawning, wearing loose shorts and a white oversized t-shirt, his hair in a messy bun. It must have been him. Ever since Mo Yutong had been with him, such dramatic changes had occurred, and the same was true for Zhou Sini, Li Wenjing, Shiyun, and the others. Now each of them had either returned to their own companies in Shanghai or were running businesses of their own. And all of it, every single thing, revolved around Jiang Chu standing before her. Ji Mingxi, I've already left the student council. We're no longer on the same path. Alright, I need to head to the company now. Mo Yutong kissed Jiang Chu on the cheek beside her, then walked away with confident strides. Wait. Ji Mingxi called out to Mo Yutong, but her gaze shifted to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, I want to move in here too. Jiang Chu looked taken aback. Mo Yutong was equally stunned, never expecting the proud and talented Ji Mingxi to voluntarily make such a request. Smiling, she replied, Ji Mingxi, are you sure about this? Aside from Aunt Chin, everyone here is Jiang Chu's woman. If you're looking to rent somewhere nearby, you could check around. Oh, I nearly forgot. This area is all standalone villas, and there are decent residential complexes near the school as well. Then, that's not your call to make. I'm asking Jiang Chu. I'll be Jiang Chu's woman. Ji Mingxi gritted her teeth in frustration, on the verge of blurting out those words. Jiang Chu said with a hint of apology, Yutong is right, Mingxi. The women living here are all mine, so if you move in it might be rather inconvenient for you. If you don't want to stay at the school, I can help you find a good place. He did have his intimate moments from time to time, and since Ji Mingxi wasn't yet considered his woman, it would be awkward for her to stay. Ji Mingxi froze, seeing the smile on Mo Yutong's face, as if she were being mocked. She then said angrily, "No, I must move in here. Jiang Chu, you've already kissed me. You need to take responsibility." I said, "Miss Talented, are you here to make a joke? Jiang Chun has made it perfectly clear that everyone living here is his woman, and now you come claiming one kiss means he must take responsibility. You? That was my first kiss, nothing like your casual attitude." Mo Yutong instantly erupted like ignited gunpowder, her voice sharp with fury. "What did you just say? How dare you call me casual? Yes, I may have dated quite a few wealthy young masters, but that kiss that night was my first too, okay? You are simply jealous. Jealous that I am Jiang Chen's woman, and that he opened a company for me. Who are you calling jealous? You? Fake refinement bookworm. If you have the guts, go open a company yourself, and let's see who does better. Who are you calling a pretentious bookworm? Opening a company. Fine. Jiang Chen, wait right there." Seeing the two explosive tempers clashing, Jiang Chun realized the situation was spiraling and tried to slip away unnoticed, only to discover he had already been spotted. Ji Mingxi called out excitedly, "Jiang Chun, if you agree to let me live here and open a company for me, I will promise to be your woman." Ji Mingxi becoming his woman. Boasting is easy. Just don't retract at the moment you make a promise, Mo Yutong said with a dismissive sneer. Mo Yutong crossed her arms and turned away in disdain. Whoever retracts is a puppy. Jiang Chen, she can be your woman, and so can I. She can run a company successfully, and I will surely do even better. Jiang Chen ventured tentatively. Would you like to reconsider? No. I am completely rational and clear-headed right now. Absolutely certain, and without regret. No regrets. None. Very well, since you have decided, when would you like to move in? Any empty room is yours to choose. I am moving in today. I want to stay right next to her. Seeing the resentful expression on Mo Yutong's face, Ji Mingxi felt increasingly convinced she had made an extraordinarily wise decision, raising her chin with quiet triumph. Even if you come, you will still rank behind me. My company's profits will surely exceed yours." The two glared at each other, neither willing to yield. Standing aside, Xia Yanran looked at Jiang Chun with a faint smile and said, "Congratulations again, another campus beauty falls into your circle." Jiang Chun gazed up at the ceiling, pretending he had heard absolutely nothing. When Ji Mingxi went inside to change clothes, the previously furious Mo Yutong approached Jiang Chun and said, "Well, shouldn't you thank me? I just successfully persuaded the #1 campus beauty to join you." Didn't you say you didn't like her? No, you wouldn't understand. That girl's temper is like a barrel of gunpowder. I light a single spark and she explodes. It is rather entertaining. But more importantly, your ability to captivate people is truly astonishing. Every time it leaves me breathless, and I certainly want her to taste that same irresistible feeling. Jiang Chun could only stare blankly. When Ji Mingxi emerged, she noticed Mo Yutong pulling up in a luxury Maserati and felt immediately displeased. "Jiang Chun, I need to borrow your car to go back to school and pack my things. Do you need any help?" "No need." Not long after Mo Yutong and the others left, the villa doorbell rang. A visitor had arrived, though Jiang Chun had no idea who it might be. Aunt Chen opened the video intercom. "May I ask who you were looking for?" On the screen appeared a man and a woman wearing official caps and uniforms who presented their identification. "Hello, we are here to inquire about someone named Jiang Chun." "Let them in," Jiang Chun said after a brief glance. The two visitors took seats at the stone table outside, and Jiang Chun sat opposite them. "Greetings. I am Captain Zhang Gaoyuan of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Detachment, and this is Qin Bingshuang." "Hello, I am Jiang Chun. Please let me know how I may assist. Ask away." Jiang Chun observed the two before him. Zhang Gaoyuan appeared much like any ordinary person, yet his eyes were deep and reserved, as though capable of piercing through to one's true nature. However, Zhang Gaoyuan possessed a slightly higher mental energy than average, so the other man's gaze upon him was likely that of someone judging merely a typical university student. Meanwhile, Qin Bingshuang was indeed, as her name suggested, cold and composed. Her piercing gaze examined every movement, while her posture remained perfectly upright and motionless. Beneath her tailored clothing lay an impressive figure that no fabric could conceal, and her refined features made her appear every bit a campus beauty at any prestigious university. Qin Bingshuang. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Charger, 0. Affection, 0. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, the woman displayed a faint flicker of surprise as well. He is far too young. Simply resembles a college student in his demeanor. "We are investigating a homicide case and need to ask you a few questions. Do you know Wang Hai?" Jiang Chun nodded. "Yes, I encountered him at a restaurant in the department store. He approached me to proposition my woman, and that was the only time I saw him." "And do you know Black Dog?" "Yes, I met him once at a bar and once at an outdoor park." "What kind of relationship do you share?" The kind that comes from conflict becoming friendship. Then do you know Wang Jiang? Yes. He once harassed my woman, and we had a disagreement at her company, Bingshuang Media. I understand Wang Jiang and Wang Hai are brothers. They were notorious troublemakers, and now they have been killed. This is truly justice served. They received what they deserved. Zhang Gaoyuan and Qin Bingshuang exchanged a glance, and the latter nodded slightly. Jiang Chen's speech, eye movements, and subtle expressions all aligned perfectly with the information their investigation had uncovered. It appeared this young man was not significantly involved in the case. Furthermore, the fact that a university junior remained so composed under questioning left a deep impression on both officers. Very well, our inquiry is complete. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Gaoyuan and his partner stood, and Jiang Chen shook their hands one by one. It is my duty as a citizen. Watching them depart, Jiang Chen glanced upward toward the balcony, where Murong Lan's face peered curiously over the railing. He did not expect the authorities to trace him so swiftly. Outside, Qin Bingshuang climbed into the car and murmured with mild annoyance, another wasted trip. That university student is not ordinary. Still, he is fundamentally just a student. He does not resemble a highly skilled assassin capable of delivering a fatal strike in one blow. Moreover, all his records are verifiable. His family are farmers. That may be true, but he gives me an unusual impression. His responses were almost too polished. Qin Bingshuang nodded in agreement. Let us focus our efforts on the person who killed Wang Dayo. Based on the fingerprints found at the scene, Wang Gang is the prime suspect. At that moment, Zhang Gaoyuan's phone rang. He answered, and his brows immediately furrowed. I understand. What is it? Someone discovered Wang Gang's body near a pond in the suburbs. The forensic examination indicates he died from drowning after driving drunk into the water. Qin Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Dead. How conveniently timed. Let us go to the scene and investigate. The villa returned to tranquility. Xia Yanran went downstairs to practice walking rehabilitation alone. Now she could walk at a slower pace. Jiang Chu nodded. Good, you're recovering well, faster than I expected. Thank you. One kiss. Get lost, Jiang Chu said. At that moment, a jeep drove in. Two people got off the car. One was Xiang Xiaolong, wearing a gray short-sleeved casual shirt and camouflage shorts. The other was Qiao Luoxin, with a high ponytail, a cold face, still wearing a camouflage vest and denim shorts with yellow marten boots. Her arms were toned yet fair, her neck and chest slightly glistening with sweat from morning exercise. Good morning, boss. Morning. Boss, I came to report on our progress. We are tracking down those controlling Aunt Chen's son by following the clues, but they surface too rarely, so we have not made much progress. No rush, we can take our time. The security company is almost ready. Let me know when you have time to check it. The Ji Mingren you assigned yesterday has been arranged for special training. He performed averagely today, but has a good temperament. He is stubborn and competitive. A few days of intense training should improve him. Alright, I will take a look when I have time. After saying that, Jiang Chu noticed Qiao Luoxin hesitating nearby, wanting to speak, but holding back. What do you want to say? When will you start treating the captain and the others? Xiang Xiaolong frowned and scolded Luoxin. The boss has only recently recovered. We agreed you would just report on work today. Yes, master, you have not fully recovered yet. Rest first. Boss, please do not mind us. We are not in a hurry. Let us wait until you are fully recovered. Jiang Chu waved his hand and smiled. It is all right, it was my fault. I understand your feelings, Luoxin. I will start treating you all today. But boss. Xiang Xiaolong felt deeply guilty. I have mostly recovered. Since I am the only one capable, you all will have to take turns. Is that acceptable? A smile of delight appeared on Qiao Luoxin's face. Of course. Treat the captain first, we will wait our turn. Only then did Jiang Chu realize that even with his abilities, handling everything alone was impossible. It would be better to have another helper. As soon as he thought it, his phone rang. Looking at the name, it was Cheng Qianmo. Jiang Chu's lips curved slightly. Just perfect. How come you are thinking of your master, me now? My internship has officially ended. Am I? I want to ask you to treat my illness. Have you come to your senses, eh? Yeah. Perfect. I am about to perform several minor surgeries. You can come and learn. I will share some experience and knowledge with you. After I finish, I will properly treat your condition. The implication behind those words nearly made Cheng Qianmo blush into silence. Acupuncture during physical exercise. Only this shameless master could come up with such an idea. You are performing surgery on others. At which hospital? Ahem, let me give you the address. Come over, and we will talk. Leaving Murong Lan at the villa to look after Xia Yanran, Jiang Chu got into Xiang Xiaolong's car. When they arrived at the villa where they lived, he was surprised to find Cheng Qianmo's Porsche 911 already parked there. She was standing outside the car talking with Yin Bei. Boss, this girl said she came to find you. Jiang Chu nodded. Jiang Chu, you call me here. Today, Cheng Qianmo was no longer wearing her white coat, but a tight-fitted black t-shirt that accentuated her full figure beautifully. She wore black casual shorts on the lower half, revealing a pair of long fair legs. Let us go inside and talk. Jiang Chu called the team members over, and they sat on sofas and chairs. Based on your injuries, I will start with Brother Xiang and remove the bullet from his brain. What? Brain bullet removal? Jiang Chu, what is going on? Are you joking? Cheng Qianma was utterly shocked and stood up exclaiming loudly. Jiang Chu merely glanced at her and continued, then Yin Nan Yin Bei and Jin Gang. Luoxin, since the bullet is near your heart, I must give it my all. After treating them, I will need to rest and come to you tonight. That is acceptable, right? What? A bullet near the heart? Jiang Chu, are you sure these are minor surgeries? Where are the scans? Let me see them. Also, which hospital are you planning to use? How many people do you need? I know quite a few doctors. Cheng Qianma was stunned once again. These surgeries were among the most difficult procedures in the medical field, requiring multiple experts to discuss and finalize treatment plans. Yet Jiang Chu spoke of them as casually as a simple excision. Hospital? No, we will do it here. I do not need scans. I have already confirmed the bullet positions through pulse diagnosis and observation. You can come be my assistant. Brother Xiang, have all the items I requested been prepared? Yes, everything is ready. Then let us begin. Everyone sprang into action to prepare except Cheng Qianma, who stood frozen. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open in astonishment. Intracranial bullet removal. Bullet removal near the heart. Not going to a hospital. Just inside a villa. And she was the only assistant needed. This Jiang Chu. Had he lost his mind? She knew his Chinese medical skills were extraordinary, but this was surgery. What are you standing around for? Come here, you fool. Jiang Chu urged her. You are the fool. Cheng Qianma followed, wanting to see if he was serious or merely teasing. But upstairs, when she walked into one of the rooms, she found it equipped with a shadowless lamp operating table and sterile environment set up. Exactly like a real operating room. It was actually real. Though this gave her a slight sense of relief, at least the basic conditions were there. It still did not feel like a hospital. Was this not too casual? Inside the operating room, there were only 3 people: Xiang Xiaolong, Jiang Chu, and Cheng Qianma. Both Jiang Chu and Cheng Qianma had put on masks. Jiang Chu, are you sure these few tools are enough for intracranial surgery? Just a simple scalpel, forceps, and needle and thread, no blood bags at all. What if there is excessive bleeding? This is too hasty. She rambled on until Jiang Chu impatiently told her to stop. The scalpel and small forceps she held were soaking in a bottle of dark liquid, and she had no idea what it was for. Cheng Qianma was completely baffled. Moreover, Jiang Chu was not formally trained in medicine and was practicing outside his professional scope. Drink this. Jiang Chu handed a bottle of dark liquid to Xiang Xiaolong, who drank it without any hesitation. Then he lay down on the operating table. What is this? Do I not need general anesthesia? Have you heard of Mafesin? Hua Tuo's Mafesin. Was he joking? Jiang Chu then began to apply acupuncture to Xiang Xiaolong, swiftly inserting numerous silver needles into his hands, feet, and certain areas of his head. Xiang Xiaolong now appeared as if he had fallen asleep. Once I remove the bullet, you should extract the needles from his limbs and head. Oh. Then Cheng Qianma witnessed Jiang Chu take a deep breath, focusing his entire being as he picked up a scalpel and swiftly made an incision on a specific part of Xiang Xiaolong's head. A small opening the size of a finger appeared. There was no torrent of blood, as one might imagine. It was as if time had slowed, leaving Cheng Qianma utterly amazed. Jiang Chu then quickly exchanged his tool for a specially crafted, very slender and elongated pair of forceps, which he inserted into the opening. A slight furrow appeared on his brow and faint veins emerged on his forehead, as if he was exerting immense strength. The forceps emerged, grasping an object which he dropped into a stainless steel tray with a crisp clink. He then sutured the wound and applied medicine. The entire procedure took less than half a minute, executed with flawless fluidity and without a single pause, leaving Cheng Qianma utterly stunned and wide-eyed. This surpassed everything she had learned in her studies. He had not taken any x-rays, so how did he know the exact location of the old bullet wound? And precisely where the bullet head was lodged? Why was the blood flow so slow? The forceps were in and out in less than a second. How incredibly precise and steady must his control be to achieve such a feat? She knew that the most skilled Western surgeons could stabilize their hands to fold tiny paper cranes with forceps visible only under a magnifying glass. But Jiang Chu gave her the impression that he could pick up dust from the surface of water without even wetting the forceps. It was truly extraordinary, almost like a divine skill. What are you standing there for? Remove the needles. Oh. Cheng Qianma began extracting the needles while voicing her questions. She thought Jiang Chu would ignore her, but surprisingly he answered even the questions she hadn't asked. You have studied Chinese medicine, so you should know the intricacies of the human body. Any abnormality in the body manifests itself in some way. For instance, the position of a bullet in the head causes specific effects. This is through observation and inquiry combined with palpation. By identifying which meridian is blocked, you can determine the precise location. I will tell you the formulas and effects of the medicines I used later. Master, you studied Chinese medicine, so how are you so skilled in surgery as well? Who said Chinese medicine has no surgery? How did Hua Tuo scrape the poison from Guan Yu's bone? He even attempted to perform a craniotomy on Cao Cao, but but the latter was too afraid to proceed. Jiang Chu knew from his previous life that many excavated artifacts revealed ancient surgical instruments far more diverse than modern ones. What he had learned from the system was even more extensive. Cheng Qianmao was left speechless. When Jiang Chu and the others walked out, the people outside immediately gathered around, their expressions tense and anxious. It had been too fast. Had they encountered some difficulty? Boss, the captain. He's fine. Let him rest for half an hour. The anesthesia will wear off. Here is the bullet. After saying this, Jiang Chu went to sit in a corner and closed his eyes to rest. The procedure might have seemed quick, but it had consumed a great deal of energy. The people outside were stunned beyond words. Initially, they had harbored doubts like Cheng Qianmao, but in the end, under Xiang Xiaolong's command, they had chosen to trust him. They knew Jiang Chu was skilled in martial arts, but regarding his medical abilities, they had only seen him treat Xia Yanran's leg and Murong Lan's knife wound. Their hearts had been filled with unease, but today they felt as if they had witnessed a miracle. Master's surgery. I can only say it was awe-inspiring. Cheng Qianmao's heart was still in shock. As she looked at Jiang Chu, a light gradually began to glow in her eyes, turning into sparkling admiration. Half an hour later, Xiang Xiaolong walked out on his own, though his steps were a bit unsteady. Captain. The others quickly surrounded him, supporting him. I'm fine. It's probably just the lingering effects of the anesthesia. Boss, you are incredible. I feel that dull ache in my head is completely gone. Xiang Xiaolong's face was full of joy and excitement. You've just recovered. For this week, aside from taking medicine to heal the wound and remove any residual blood stasis, you must not engage in any strenuous activity. Understood, boss. Captain, take a look at this bullet. Xiang Xiaolong glanced at the clean bullet, which bore a distinct letter Z on its surface. His expression instantly darkened. It is indeed them. He clenched the bullet tightly in his hand. Jiang Chu cast a brief glance deep in thought. With Xiang Xiaolong's successful treatment, the others' trust in Jiang Chu's medical skills reached an unprecedented level. The subsequent surgeries were also highly successful. The procedure to remove the shot pellets from Yin Nan's thigh in particular left Cheng Qianmao utterly bewildered. There were over a dozen pellets embedded in the bone, yet Jiang Chu did not use a hammer or chisel. He simply used a pair of forceps to extract them at a rate of 2 per second. Even an ordinary person trying to pick up peanuts with chopsticks at that speed would occasionally drop them, and these were smooth pellets lodged in bone. Jiang Chu's ability surpassed even the so-called prodigies at her school. It was likely unmatched anywhere in the world. It was truly remarkable. Cheng Qianmao's eyes sparkled with unwavering admiration. Jiang Chu also imparted a wealth of knowledge she had never learned before, enriching her greatly. In fact, she felt as if all her years of study had been in vain. 3 hours later. Who? Jiang Chu let out a slow breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luoxian, give them the medicine I asked you to prepare. For the next week, no strenuous activities, and supplement with acupuncture to consolidate the treatment. That should be enough. Seeing their long-standing ailments resolved in one go, everyone's faces shone with joy and excitement. Yin Nan and Yin Bei even embraced each other. Thank you, boss. Xiang Xiaolong's simple words carried profound gratitude. In his heart, he had already resolved to do his utmost for Jiang Chu for the rest of his life, and perhaps if opportunity arose, he could seek revenge. Qiao Luoxin was also delighted, a rare smile gracing her face. Though her own issue remained unresolved, seeing her comrades' conditions improve brought her great relief. All of this was thanks to Jiang Chu, the handsome and wealthy man she had once spoken ill of. She had always felt a sense of guilt, and now he had not only provided them with jobs and generous benefits, but also cured all their ailments. A true life-saving grace. Qiao Luoxin, affection 10. Jiang Chu nodded. I need to get some sleep. Don't disturb me, anyone. Qiao Luoxin intended to apologize, but Jiang Chu did not give her the chance, ascending the stairs directly, his mind entangled in complex emotions. She decided to speak to him about it later after his treatment that evening. As the clock struck 7, Qiao Luoxin had already prepared herself, having taken the herbal decoction Jiang Chu had given her earlier. This time Cheng Qianmao was not called for the procedure. Jiang Chu had previously taught her numerous acupuncture techniques and Chinese medicinal formulas, which filled her with excitement. It was evident that she held a profound interest in the medical arts and possessed remarkable talent. Recognizing that Jiang Chu intended to groom her as a successor, she approached her tasks with great enthusiasm, taking charge of administering acupuncture and changing dressings for Xiang Xiaolong and the others. Inside the operating room, Qiao Luoxin sat on the table. Remove your clothes. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, and with a gentle bite of her teeth, she slipped off her upper garment. Jiang Chu stood still, his gaze fixed upon her. She knew the process was not yet complete, and she must continue. Yet as a woman, she might have faced the situation with composure if it were anyone else. But for some reason in Jiang Chu's presence, she hesitated. On one hand, she felt shy, on the other she found it difficult to speak of it. The scar left by the gunshot was an unsightly mark, and it was located near that part of her body. In the end, she placed her hands behind her, unfastened the final restraint, and lay down. She could feel his intense gaze seemingly fixed upon that indelible scar, and a thought of self-doubt crept into her mind. He must be disappointed. Jiang Chu was indeed momentarily stunned. He glanced at the scar briefly, but what surprised him was that even while lying down she maintained the same proud and independent demeanor. Under the surgical light her form was distinct and captivating, evoking a sense of admiration. My hand can feel your heartbeat quickening, which is not ideal for the procedure. Could you try to calm your mind and focus? Xiao Luoxin's blush reached her ears. Though she had taken the herbal anesthetic, its effects had not fully set in. Yet his actions made her heart race, and she could not help but feel flustered. Indeed, Jiang Chu had misjudged the timing of the anesthetic. He allowed himself a momentary distraction, unaware that she was still sensitive. When discovered, he had no choice but to continue with a composed demeanor, proceeding with the treatment as if nothing had occurred. A few minutes later, she seemed to have fallen asleep, her heartbeat slowing. Only then did he begin. Using the same method, he placed a bullet onto the stainless steel tray. When Xiao Luoxin slowly regained consciousness, she felt a discomfort near her heart, as if something was obstructing it. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Chu observing her openly. "Don't move. Stay lying down." Xiao Luoxin complied, slowly feeling her senses return. Yet the obstruction grew more pronounced, causing her to frown and clench her teeth. She noticed Jiang Chu's brow furrow as well. "Your blood vessels are blocked by stagnant blood. It needs to be flushed out naturally, or it could be life-threatening. Don't be surprised by what I do next. Just focus on how you feel." At his words she nodded, but then her eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to resist, she could only endure the sensation, her face flushing deeply. Overwhelmed with shyness, she could even hear the powerful thumping of her heart. Then all at once the blocked area felt completely unobstructed, bringing a sense of relief and ease she had not experienced since her injury. He withdrew his hand and let out a heavy sigh. "You can rest a while longer, then get up." "Wait. I want to ask, can you treat that scar?" "Yes, but it will take several sessions." "Really?" Xiao Luoxin's face lit up with joy. Jiang Chu nodded and walked out directly. In her excitement, she realized she had again forgotten to apologize. Recalling the embarrassing moment and his clear, calm gaze, her heart still fluttered like a deer in the woods, giving rise to an inexplicable tender feeling. After Jiang Chu walked out, everyone had been waiting anxiously. Although they knew of their boss's exceptional medical skills, they could not help but worry. "Don't worry, it's fine." Their faces lit up with relief. "Captain, if we can all fully recover, can we?" "Meng Shun, I've told you not to bring that up again. We promised to serve the boss for the rest of our lives." Meng Shun and the others looked a bit downcast, but could only nod silently. "Oh, you mean to return to that place?" Jiang Chu asked curiously. "No, boss. Going back is impossible. This is no game. It's a long story involving some secrets. I can only tell you that Meng Shun was referring to going abroad to seek revenge on those people." "I see. I understand your feelings. But if you even at your peak suffered such a heavy blow, rushing into action now might cost you your lives in vain. Since you've chosen to follow me, I promise that when the time comes I will help you achieve your revenge." Xiang Xiaolong and the others' eyes lit up. "Really, boss? You would support us?" Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. "Of course. Those who hurt you must be no good. But for now your priority is to recover and become stronger while gathering information about them. Know your enemy and know yourself. Yes, we'll follow your lead, boss." Since he had to continue their treatment early the next morning, Jiang Chu decided to stay the night. The large villa had plenty of empty rooms. After taking a shower, his phone rang. It was Ji Mingxi. "Jiang Chu, where are you?" "I've moved out. I'm busy with something. I won't be back tonight. If you need anything, just talk to Mo Yutong." "I'm not talking to her. Let me tell you that one." Jiang Chu hung up, not wanting to get involved in women's conflicts. Then another call came. The rivals soon called. "Yutong, what's up? Where did you go? Ji Mingxi has practically delivered herself to you. Why don't you take advantage of her? Or should I use a needle too?" "Ahem, I'm hanging up if there's nothing important." "Wait, there is something serious." "Go ahead." Today Wang Demu, the president of Qianli Culture, called Cini. Not only did he not apologize, but he also threatened that they have the backing of the He family and the Ximen family of Shanghai. He said Cini's company will never hire any artists, nor will their protégés get any resources, and warned Cini to be careful when going out. Qianli Culture, the Ximen family. How dare they threaten my woman? Jiang Chu's expression turned serious. "I'll send people to protect you. Both you and Cini should be cautious and try to stay indoors." "I understand. You should also be careful." Jiang Chu made a call to He Shiyan. "Master, why are you calling? Are you going to teach me martial arts?" "Let's be serious. I need to ask you something." "I know what you're going to ask. That is between my father and my brother. They want to cooperate with the Ximen family to develop business outside the province." "Master, rest assured. Although I have been confined, I am firmly on your side. And I guarantee our He family will not do anything to harm you. By the way, let me share a secret. I overheard my brother saying that young Master Ximen will come personally. I wonder if he will cause trouble for you. If it is true, remember to call me beforehand when you deal with him, or film it for me. Also, since last time I noticed something different. Master, would you like to see?" I understand. Thank you. I will hang up now." Jiang Chu quickly ended the call. Truly unbelievable. Just when Xiao Luoxin had stirred something up, now it grew even more intense. He decided he would return to the villa tonight. As he stood up, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chu, are you asleep? It was Cheng Qianmo. Jiang Chu opened the door directly. He saw she had changed into loose sleepwear, her hair still slightly damp from a shower, emitting a gentle fragrance. The sight of her graceful figure was captivating. Are you looking for me? Yes. May I come in and sit for a while? Be my guest. After closing the door, Cheng Qianmo sat on the sofa. Her expression was hesitant, tinged with an indescribable shyness. What is it? Speak. Didn't you ask me to help treat you today? Have you forgotten my condition? Jiang Chu suddenly remembered. I am sorry. I really forgot. So you are. Now, had it started. But he did not notice any abnormality. Seeing Jiang Chu staring at her, Cheng Qianmo quickly covered herself with her hands. Nothing much. I can only be very careful when doing rehabilitation for them. You promised to treat me. So I came to find you. Jiang Chu was delighted inside, feeling as if luck had favored him. But outwardly he maintained a composed and serious expression. Treatment, you say? Very well. Let us begin now. Your clothes. Cheng Qianmo turned around shyly. Soon a pile of clothing appeared on the floor, dark in color. Meanwhile, a gleam flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes. When Cheng Qianmo turned back with her hands covering herself, she saw Jiang Chu's defined abdominal muscles, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Before she could finish, Jiang Chu moved closer. After so long as her mentor, this was a rare opportunity for her to be so proactive. He decided to teach her properly. For Cheng Qianmo, who rarely interacted with the opposite sex, this was her first experience. As a medical student, she had encountered countless discussions about intimacy in her studies, understanding the theories thoroughly. Students in her major were naturally more curious about such matters. Yet she had preserved her innocence until graduation due to her chronic condition and dedication to her studies. But she was still a woman, a normal one. When her roommates talked about those topics, or even kissed their boyfriends in front of her, she felt deep envy and longing. This had led to a few private habits of her own, small secrets no one knew about. Now with Jiang Chu's bold kiss, she wrapped her arms tightly around his firm, broad back. How was his skin so much smoother than a woman's? She mustered the courage to touch his abdominal muscles, her eyes wide with wonder. As a medical student, she had often been told that Chinese physique paled in comparison to foreigners. If she could return to that classroom, she would raise her hand and strongly disagree, proving every stereotype wrong right there. Cheng Qianmo's condition flared up quickly. Her face flushed like a fever, and her eyes grew hazy and dreamy. Noticing her slightly frightened gaze, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smile. Really? A medical student afraid of this? Cheng Qianmo looked at him in disbelief. Rest assured, I am professional. Jiang Chu spoke too confidently. Cheng Qianmo's brows tightened, and she gently bit his shoulder. You big liar. Jiang Chu felt extremely awkward and quickly explained, I didn't mean to. This was hardly his fault. He had never encountered this situation before either. You're bleeding? I am sorry, let me find some medicine for you. Cheng Qianmo apologized guiltily. Jiang Chu thought about it. Wait until you find it, the bleeding would have stopped already. To his surprise, Cheng Qianmo actually chuckled happily. Jiang Chu could not help but smile as well. This was a moment of pure joy for him. In the warmth of the moment, he forgot to continue with the treatment. Years of suffering seemed to find release in this moment. All her depression vanished, leaving only a gentle warmth and a soft, dreamy contentment. Cheng Qianmo's affection deepened significantly. This mentor of hers was truly remarkable. Cheng Qianmo. Age 21, height 165 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, appearance 87, affection 90. Ding. The system detects that Cheng Qianmo's affection has reached 90. Reward 20 attribute points. Remaining 138 points. These points can be used for. The next morning, Cheng Qianmo gently tapped Jiang Chu's chest with her fist, playfully scolding him. You bad Jiang Chu, you said you would treat me. Jiang Chu was so embarrassed that he repeatedly begged for mercy. Oh please Don, I was just so absorbed in the moment that I entered a rare state of forgetfulness. Besides, you didn't remind me either. You even told me not to brake and to step on the gas. You're impossible, I never said that. It's early morning and it's acting up again. What should we do? Jiang Chu gave a sly grin. Let's do what needs to be done. Soon the two of them once again experienced the roar of the Ferrari's engine. Of course, this time Jiang Chu did not forget to apply acupuncture therapy midway. He was not foolish enough to restore her to a completely normal state. He deliberately held back a bit. As long as Cheng Qianmo did not flip over, normal interactions between the sexes would no longer trigger those awkward incidents. In the small garden outside the villa, Luo Xine, you look like you didn't sleep well, Xiang Xiaolong said with a teasing smile. Xiao Luoxin gave him a dismissive glance. You know the answer already. Jing Gang chuckled. The boss has incredible stamina. He kept us up all night with his commotion. Yin Bei said, indeed, he's a real man. Meng Shen added, Nine-tailed fox, it seems you have a thing for the boss. After he treated you last night, your eyes never left him. But it's not your fault. The boss is handsome, wealthy, skilled in martial arts, and an exceptional healer. It's a mystery how he learned all that. Nonsense. I only feel guilty for saying some hurtful things earlier. Xiao Luoxin turned her head away, arms crossed. The images of Jiang Chu treating her lingered in her mind, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Indeed, for the first time in her life, she felt a restless flutter in her heart. She wished she could run a 5-kilometer hike to mask her awkwardness. Luo Xin, the boss, may have many women around him, but we've all seen that he is not like other playboys. He values everyone deeply even if he doesn't say it. Your family background isn't the best, but the boss is indeed a good match. Captain, what are you saying? Xiao Luoxin showed a rare coy demeanor, and everyone laughed joyfully. After the fruit phone launched, the market response was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. The system's smoothness and ecosystem, bolstered by the endorsements of many celebrity business owners along with its inherent appeal of favoring foreign brands, drove people across the country to rush to purchase. There were even news reports of a man selling a kidney to buy a phone. In short, wealthy second-generation heirs who could afford it flaunted the phone to impress women, while working-class individuals did not hesitate to spend 1 or 2 months' salary to buy it, proudly displaying the fruit phone logo on buses and subways. Of course, that was later. Even so, the powerful Nuajia Corporation felt immense pressure. Mo Yu, once a provincial agent for Nuajia and Fruit Province, was now straddling both sides. The headquarters in Modu exerted strong pressure, demanding he choose one. Missy, please don't tease me. I'm under tremendous pressure. Nuajia is giving me an ultimatum. Choose one, or they'll revoke my agency. Mo Yu said with a worried expression. He Shiyun, dressed in a crisp, white long-sleeved shirt, high-waisted trousers, and black heels, smiled, and said, "What's so hard about this? Let them take it back if they want. The fruit phone market is bright, they can't catch up. What's there to fear? One person's energy is limited. Don't try to please both sides. Focusing on the fruit phone will only make you more money." That's true, but I've heard Nuajia is developing its own system, reportedly in collaboration with Wanwei. You know, both are giants. I'm worried. I've heard about that too, but the current market reality is that our fruit phone has quickly captured the high-end segment with supply far exceeding demand. Nuajia's so-called system is nowhere in sight, and all their current models still run on the old Sabian system. Besides, I asked the master about it, and he said the fruit phone is irreplaceable for the next few years. I trust his judgment. If we lose money, it's his problem. He, faced with Shiyun's carefree attitude, Mo, you could only smile awkwardly. He was not like her. One wrong step could lead to a chain of disasters. Nevertheless, Shiyun's words made some sense, especially since the first week's sales revenue from the fruit phone already matched his previous 2 months' income from Nuajia. Market share was rising rapidly, and many scalpers were eagerly contacting him for sub-agencies. After much deliberation, Mo Yu slapped the table and declared, "All right. I'll trust young Master Jiang. Let's go big. Don't worry, my master won't let you down." Mo Yu gave his answer to the Nuajia headquarters, which left them shocked and furious. They had only intended to pressure him into dropping the fruit phone and reclaiming the provincial sales channels, but this push backfired, effectively driving an ally into the enemy's camp. In response, Nuajia headquarters once again resorted to strong-arm tactics, pressuring the He family in Fruit Province, demanding that He Shiyun, as the southern regional agent, release her channels. Otherwise, they would resort to open confrontation, hinting at and threatening to suppress the He family's various businesses in and out of the province. He Shanghai, the current head of the He family's business operations, upon learning the news, calmly expressed his displeasure at the shareholders' meeting with a gentle tap on the table. This Nuajia is simply going too far. One of the shareholders, He Zhongxin, said, "Chairman, Nuajia is still a powerful global company. Our He group is but an ant in their eyes. If they target our industries, given their extensive connections, we might suffer significant losses. Perhaps we should have Shiyun step back and seek their forgiveness." "Yes, Chairman. Shiyun is young and doesn't understand what a behemoth Nuajia is. Besides, her company isn't under the group's umbrella. It's not our asset. Even if the fruit phone sells, well, it's not our money." He Chaowei added, "I propose that if we choose to oppose Nuajia, we should have Shiyun merge her company into the group. After all, it would allow her to share more resources." I second Chaowei's suggestion. The He group has never been afraid of a fight. After all, Nuajia is mainly a phone company, which doesn't overlap with our core businesses. Even with their influence, the worst they can do is cost us some money. But Shiyun's company must return to the group. We can buy back her shares at the current market value, which would still be profitable for her. I agree. I agree too. The other shareholders expressed their approval of the buyback. He Shanghai exchanged a glance with He Tianwen, who responded with a nod. After the meeting, He Shanghai remarked with a sigh, "I never imagined that the company of Shiyun, which everyone once dismissed, would now be coveted by all the shareholders." He Tianwen furrowed his brow. "Father, I must admit I misjudged the market for feature phones, but this is only the beginning. The market is ever-changing. In the short term, people still prefer button-operated phones. A giant like Nokia cannot collapse overnight. They are certainly not idle. Regarding Shurian's company, if the group acquires its shares at market price, it would also acknowledge her success. She should not refuse. He Shanghai gave a wry smile, knowing his son still did not fully understand his sister's temperament. Trying to buy back shares from her would be anything but easy. Regardless, we lost our bet with her. Now those sales channels under the group's name truly belong to her, and he could not go out to meet women for a month. This was unbearable. How could he have such a daughter? Just then the secretary entered. Chairman Young Master Shimin from Modu has arrived in Nanshur, but he said he would come later. MMIC. Tianwen, handle matters among the young yourselves. Yes, father. Magong Tower had now completed all its decoration work. The entire building, including the garden facilities and parking lot, looked brand new. Even the workplace offered a pleasant view. However, the serene scene was disrupted by vehicles crashing in. A Wrangler broke through the security gate, followed closely by a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 2 Jinbei vans. What are you doing? Several security guards rushed out and shouted at the intruders. The 2 Jinbei vans opened their doors simultaneously, and more than a dozen burly men stepped out, their expressions unfriendly. The guards sent by He Go were not intimidated. They brandished batons and engaged the intruders. However, outnumbered, the guards soon fell to the ground, though some of the intruders were also injured. One guard had sensed trouble and made a phone call right at the start. Wang Demu personally opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Someone immediately laid a red carpet on the ground. First, a white leather shoe emerged, followed by a young man in a white hat and sunglasses, looking like a university student. He wore a white suit, white trousers, white shoes, and a floral shirt beneath, his attire meticulously polished. He was Shimin Su, known as Young Master Shimin. Normally, he would not bother with such trivial matters, but a remark from Qin Hao of the Qin family had spurred him. Someone from your company got beaten up. I heard the company is run by a female college student, and she's quite good-looking. Combined with a new task from the group, he decided to come personally. If you can't even handle this small company forcing me to come in person, truly useless. Wang Demu bowed and scraped his forehead, beaded with sweat. I'm sorry, Young Master Shimin. I already mentioned the He family and your esteemed name, but they simply refused to cooperate. Enough. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Have someone call them down here. Yes, Young Master Shimin. Wang Demu gave a signal, and several men immediately rushed into the building. When Shimin Su saw that the people coming were 2 women, both exceptionally beautiful, his eyes lit up. He removed his sunglasses with one hand, and after a glance a smirk appeared on his face. I never expected to find such rare beauties in this remote place. Young Master Shimin, these 2 are Mo Yutong, CEO of Magong, and Zhou Cini of Cini Media. Zhou Cini, I know her. She's the college student who turned down the invitation from our group's subsidiary. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. Shimin Su stroked his chin, his gaze unseemly as he mentally envisioned the 2 women before him. Who are you? Why did you break into the building? Mo Yutong asked coldly. Sister Yutong, he doesn't look like a good person at all, a real villain. Shimin Su's face showed even more arrogance. One had the demeanor of a CEO, the other a cute, girlish type. Together they would be quite an intriguing pair. Wang Demu, as a loyal lackey, felt obliged to show off. How dare you speak like that? Do you know who he is? He is the eldest young master of the Shimin family in Modu, known as Young Master Shimin. He owns over 20 media companies with hundreds of stars, not to mention the family's other businesses. A company like yours is nothing compared to his. Shimin Su lifted his chin, his nostrils practically pointing to the sky. I don't care if you're Young Master Shimin or Young Master Dongmen. You damaged our property. Pay up and leave immediately. You are not welcome here. You. Wang Demu was stopped by Shimin Su's gesture. Shimin Su then put his hands in his pocket, strolled slowly to Mo Yutong, and Zhou Cini looked them up and down and said in a languid, haughty tone, not bad, not bad. Beautiful and with attitude. I like it. I'll give you a chance, become my women. Your company is just starting out. I can provide all kinds of resources. Especially you, Zhou Cini. If you agree, I can put the entire Fruit Province company under your management. You won't have to slowly build this small company. You can lie back and make money. If you want to be a big star, I'll give you every priority resource to make you famous. How about that? I'm being generous to you. Other women have never received such treatment. He was merely painting a rosy picture, a trick that worked on most women. He planned to lure them in first, then film some videos to ensure their silence. By this method, he had already succeeded with over 100 women. Mo Yutong sneered. Want us to be your women? Can you give us 50 billion at once? Shimin Su's face instantly darkened. 50 billion? Are you joking? I can have top-tier celebrities for a few million. Do you know the consequences of mocking me? What are you going to lay your hands on women in broad daylight? With Jiang Chu's backing, Mo Yutong was not intimidated. Zhou Cini also put her hands on her hips and straightened her posture. You wicked man, don't delude yourself. Sister Yutong and I only have one man. That is brother Jiang Chu. Compared to him, you're far inferior. You look sleazy, pudgy with dark circles under your eyes. In brother Jiang Chu's words, you're kidney deficient. You should be called Young Master Kidney Deficient. Who are you calling deficient? You will answer for this. Shimin Su hated being called weak. He had to rely on medicine due to his excessive lifestyle, which was his greatest shame. Narrowing his eyes, he said through gritted teeth, "Who is this Jiang Chu? Tell him to come out, and stop hiding like a coward. Just wait, brother, Jiang Chu will be here soon." A Porsche 911 raced in at full speed, scattering the dozen bodyguards like startled birds, followed by a beautiful drift that brought it to a stop in the open area. "See, brother Jiang Chu is coming," Zhou Sini said, happily running over to greet him. Jiang Chu received the call and drove over in Cheng Qianma's car. As he got out, Zhou Sini immediately grabbed his arm and angrily complained, "Brother Jiang Chu, it's this big villain. He damaged our property with his car and demanded that we become his women. When we refused, he threatened to take us away and harm us." Shimin-su had long known that there was someone behind these three companies. His earlier actions were not only to intimidate and to genuinely try to take those two women, but also to see who the real owner was. To his surprise, the person was as young as himself. But no matter how capable he was, it was only in a poor province like Shueiguo, far inferior to their magic city. Shimin-su narrowed his eyes and said, "So you are Jiang Chu." Jiang Chu acted as if he hadn't heard, instead asking Zhou Sini, "Which car damaged the entrance?" "Brother Jiang Chu, it's that off-road vehicle. I saw it crash through the gate. You have 30 seconds to pay up and leave immediately or face the consequences," Jiang Chu said coldly. Shimin-su, being completely ignored, became instantly furious. Wang Demu saw his chance to step up. He walked in front of Jiang Chu, looked up at him, and said arrogantly, "Oh, quite the tough talk. Consequences, huh? We're not leaving. If you have the guts, go ahead and smash the car." Last time his car was smashed, and this time for some reason, he blurted out those words while boasting. But he didn't believe the other party would dare to act recklessly in front of young Master Shimin. To his surprise, he only saw a faint smile curl at the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth. "Xianghua, did you hear that? Someone actually made such a request." Just as Wang Demu and Shimin-su were looking confused, rumble. That excavator appeared again, with the same cocky Xianghua at the controls. This time he was even more skilled. Under the stunned gaze of Shimin-su's group, he turned the Wrangler into a pile of scrap metal in less than a minute. "I think I could get a license now, haha, this is so satisfying." Only after the excavator disappeared did they react. Seeing the once pristine car now in ruins, Shimin-su, who had never witnessed such a violent approach, flew into a rage, shouting, "You damn fools. The people in this wretched place are barbarians." Wang Demu rolled up his sleeves and walked menacingly toward Jiang Chu, raising his fist to strike. "You insolent." Before he could finish, his bulky body was sent flying backward, crashing 2 meters away with a cry of pain. "Ouch, it hurts. I can't get up. My back must be broken." Wah! Everyone was shocked again. "What are you waiting for, you idiots? Get him." Shimin-su was accustomed to throwing his weight around. His family, the Shimin clan, was in the entertainment industry and had close ties with the Du family in Magic City, which allowed them to act with impunity. Just as the burly bodyguards drew their batons and started moving toward Jiang Chu, a roaring Kawasaki motorbike rushed in, sending one of the bodyguards flying. Then dozens of people rushed in from outside, immediately surrounding the bodyguards. The bodyguards froze in place, not daring to move, looking to Shimin-su for instructions. Sweat beaded on Shimin-su's forehead. He had thought these were just two insignificant small companies, but they turned out to have such strength. The enemy was menacing, and this was not his territory in Magic City. A wise man avoids danger when outmatched. Survival was the priority. But his face darkened as he looked at the newcomer. "Zhou Jinting, are you opposing the Shimin family? I know the Zhou group has many businesses in Magic City." Indeed, it was Zhou Jinting. Dealing with a few bodyguards would have been a piece of cake for Jiang Chu, but he had deliberately called Zhou Jinting to see if the man would dare to offend Shimin-su for his sake. Even though Zhou Jinting was Zhou Jiqing's brother, in reality, most people cared only about interests. And that collision just now had already shown Zhou Jinting's stance. Jiang Chu was very satisfied. Zhou Jinting nodded. He actually understood Jiang Chu's intention and had made the decision after much hesitation. On one hand, it was because of Jiang Chu's unfathomable identity and immense financial strength. On the other hand, Jiang Chu had established a security company and recruited so many veterans. Nansher certainly didn't need that many people. But now that he had come, he must have ambitions to expand his territory, which resonated with Zhou Jinting. Moreover, Jiang Chu had set aside past grievances to treat Xiang Xiaolong and others, and on top of that, he was Zhou Jinting's brother-in-law. Who else would Zhou Jinting support, if not Jiang Chu? As for the businesses in Magic City, they could be given up. "Young Master Shimin, I am a rough man. Everything I have was earned with my life. I hate being threatened. I admit Magic City is your turf, but you'd better think clearly. This is Shueiguo Province. We are simple people here. Treat us with kindness, and we welcome you to dine with us. But if you come with ill intent, sorry, we will not back down. Today you barged into my territory with your men without cause, and even struck my people. Out of respect for you, I held my men back. But don't push me." Shimin-su gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. "I came here to discuss a partnership with the He family. Offending me is equivalent to offending the He family. Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Jinting's brow furrowed. Although the He family's businesses had no direct conflict with his, most of the administrative system had people from the He family. If things went wrong, they could be in a passive position. But he wasn't stupid. Since he had already offended the other party, backing down now would only make him look weak. You are just partners, you don't represent the He family. Shimin-su took a deep breath, his gaze coldly sweeping over Zhou Jinting, Jiang Chu, and the others. We'll see about that. Let's go. He stormed into the Rolls-Royce. The bodyguards who had been knocked down were helped into the vehicles. Wang Demu, who had been on the ground moaning in pain the whole time, was lifted by 2 bodyguards and thrown into a Jinbei van. Then they drove off in a flash, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. Damn, Jiang Chu buying that excavator was a brilliant move. So satisfying. Xiang Hua was extremely proud. Who would have thought that last time he had only joked about wanting to play with an excavator as a toy, and Jiang Chu immediately bought one. Senior Xiang Hua, can you teach me to drive it? I want to play with the big toy too. Zhou Sini said, excitedly gesturing with her hands. With Jiang Chu being so powerful, you don't need to play with big toys, do you? Ahem. This time Jiang Chu could no longer maintain his composure. How could such a dilapidated vehicle still be driven? He walked toward Zhou Jinting and said, thank you for this. The other man smiled and remarked meaningfully, even if I hadn't come, could those insignificant fellows have managed to trouble you, Master Jiang? Haha, I am a man of refinement. Zhou Jinting glanced at the group of elegant ladies behind Jiang Chu. Indeed, quite refined. Was it worth it to offend the Shimin family and the He family for my sake? Life is nothing but a series of gambles. I trust my own judgment. I believe you, Master Jiang, will not disappoint me. Am I right? What are you talking about? I can't understand a single word. Zhou Sini pouted with curiosity. We were saying that the Shuagua province is blessed with picturesque landscapes, but the world beyond its borders is equally splendid. When the opportunity arises, we shall take you all to see it, and Brother Zhou will serve as our guardian. Jiang Chu spoke these words while looking at Zhou Jinting. The latter's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood. Certainly. I await the day when Master Jiang sets sail. Hooray! Brother Jiang Chu is taking us on a trip. How wonderful! Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed joyfully. At the He Group building, inside the grand and luxurious reception hall, He Tianwen, accompanied by his secretary, welcomed the arrival of Master Shimin and his entourage. Haha, welcome, Master Shimin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are indeed a promising young man of remarkable talent and striking appearance. Shimin-su shook hands with him, smiling. It is said that Master He of the Shuagua province is exceptionally distinguished, a true dragon among men. Today I see that this is indeed true. Please. He Tianwen noticed that several bodyguards behind Shimin-su had visible bruises on their faces. Unable to resist, he asked, what happened? Shimin-su's expression darkened instantly. The beautiful secretary beside him immediately recounted what had just occurred. However, perhaps out of a sense of shame, Master Shimin did not allow her to mention the damaged car, or Jiang Chu only mentioning Zhou Jinting. He Tianwen's expression also turned grim after hearing this. This Zhou Jinting, knowing full well that you, Master Shimin, are here to discuss cooperation with me, still dares to act so arrogantly. It seems that carving up the Wang group last time has made him overly inflated, thinking he is above everyone. In his mind, He Tianwen wondered, isn't that Cine Media Company run by that woman related to Jiang Chu? How did Zhou Jinting get involved? Rest assured, Master Shimin, I will seek retribution for this insult. Thank you, Master He. The two then discussed matters of cooperation for a while. Master He, I can directly agree to all the conditions you have proposed on behalf of the group. However, I have one request. He Tianwen's brow relaxed, and his eyes lit up. The He family had hoped to expand through the Shimin family's resources, expecting it to take a long time. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed so readily. Please speak, Master Shimin. Shimin-su narrowed his eyes slightly. Our group wants the agency rights for the Fruit brand mobile phones in the 3 provinces of Mo Yutong province and Su province, currently held by your sister He Shiyun. He Tianwen's initially joyful smile froze instantly. Of course, our group is willing to buy back the rights at twice the price she originally paid. She spent 100 million to acquire 7 provinces. Now we are offering her 100 million for just 3 provinces. What do you think? As long as you agree to this condition, I can immediately sign the contract and approve your group's requests. He Tianwen pondered for a long time. Shimin-su asked, what is this matter so difficult? As far as I know, your sister hasn't even graduated from university yet. She runs this company just for fun. Now we are offering 100 million for only 3 provinces agency rights. That ensures she won't suffer any loss. And through the cooperation between the He Group and our Shimin family, the future benefits will far exceed a mere 100 million. He Tianwen waved his hand and said, it's not that I'm unwilling to agree, but my sister's company is a joint venture with others and is no longer part of the He Group. However, I can now reveal that my father has already gone to discuss buying her shares. I believe it should not be a problem. Shimin-su's brows furrowed. Though he spoke lightly, the group's directive was clear. He must secure the agency rights for these 3 provinces, even if it meant spending up to 200 million. His offer of 100 million was only an initial probe, but he felt it was already generous. Moreover, he knew that besides the Ximin family, many other powerful families were also eyeing the agency rights for the Fruit brand mobile phones. After the phone's launch, its market performance had been astonishing, truly irresistible. Thus, the group instructed him to secure the deal before anyone else. If he failed, his position as the heir apparent might be significantly compromised. Though anxious, he could not show it. He forced himself to remain composed and said, "In that case, I hope you will contact me immediately once there is any definite news." "Certainly. Transfer company shares." "That's impossible. This company was founded by Master and me without using a single cent from the group. On what grounds would I transfer my shares?" Shiyun was indignant. "Shiyun, I admit I was wrong. Your judgment was correct. But the group's shareholders have demanded this. After all, you are a member of the He family. The group intends to buy your company's shares at the current market price. That's 400 million in total. You made 300 million in just 1 month with no risk. Where else can you find such a deal? Moreover, merging with the group will also benefit you." He Shanghai tried to persuade her patiently. "No, I won't agree. This is the company I worked so hard to build, and it will surely be worth more than 400 million in the future. I won't sell it under any circumstances. You didn't believe in it before, and mobile phones aren't even the He family's main industry." Shiyun, to be honest, many powerful families, including the Ximin family from Modu, have already contacted me to discuss the transfer of your agency rights for various provinces. Out of respect for the He family, they have offered generous terms, but I know we haven't reached their bottom line yet. If you transfer the company's shares, the He family can negotiate on your behalf and secure an even better deal. But if you insist on keeping the company, you will face a pack of wolves eager to snatch your prize. I don't care if they are wolves or dogs. I will never agree. Besides, all the money for this company was invested by Master. If you can get him to agree, then I'll consider it. You mean that Jiang Chu? Didn't he say he didn't want any shares in the company? He invested the money, but just because he said he didn't want shares doesn't mean it's true. I wrote in the contract that he owns 51, I own 39, and MOU owns 10. So you figure it out. With those words, He Shiyun slipped away, leaving He Shanghai no room to argue. The master has excellent foresight, not only betting correctly on Fruit Phone, but most importantly having a disciple as beautiful and talented in business as me. He Shiyun affection 191. Father, even Shiyun ignores your words. Do we really have to go negotiate with that Jiang Chu? He Tianwen was also dumbfounded, never expecting that even his father's personal intervention would be ineffective. He Shanghai slapped his forehead, giving a bitter smile. Who made us oppose her so strongly back then? Now Fruit Phone is selling so well, its profits are almost catching up to our group's best industries. With her temper, only your grandfather might be able to persuade her, but I just want to see him, and he said Shiyun did a good job. That really infuriated me. How about this? At tomorrow's banquet, send invitations to that Jiang Chu and Mo Gong investment as well. Leak this news, and let those people find their own way to negotiate with Jiang Chu. As long as he loosens up, let Shiyun represent us to acquire his shares. Then when the group buys the shares, Shiyun will surely no longer oppose it. We'll hold the leverage and renegotiate with those big families. He Tianwen suddenly realized and smiled, saying, Father, you are indeed formidable. This way we can reap the benefits from the sidelines. Haha, I said that only because I bet that kid would prioritize selling his shares to Shiyun. This Jiang Chu, though still a college student, is unfathomable to me. This time I will truly get to know what kind of young man he is. Shimin Su hung up He Tianwen's call, then let out a cold snort. It must be that old fox He Shanghai's idea of making us compete with several big families from other provinces for this agency. Xiao Ling, who is that He Shiyun's master? The secretary Xiao Ling, who was burying herself in work, looked up at Shimin Su and said, Young master, his name is Jiang Chu. I heard that he invested 100 million in He Shiyun's company, and she later transferred 51 of the shares to him. Shimin Su frowned. Jiang Chu. Why does that name sound so familiar? Regardless, at tomorrow evening's banquet, none of them are our match. If Jiang Chu is not stupid, he will certainly choose to cooperate with our Shimin family. This agency must be secured. Shimin Su's eyes showed a smug expression, then narrowed tightly. He clasped his hands behind his head and sighed in relief after a long moment. Xiao Ling opened her mouth and said, Young master, you are the best. Jiang Chu went to perform rehabilitation therapy for Qiao Luoxin and others, and also taught Xing Qianma some Chinese medical techniques hand in hand, which made her extremely excited. She immediately threw herself into diligent study. Jiang Chu couldn't help but admire her excellent talent and hard work. After all, unlike him, who possessed a system he could learn with a simple tap, without any effort. He drove back to Villanelle. One and saw that Mo Yutong's Maserati was actually there. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening had she come back so early. Usually she would work overtime until past 10. He went to check Xia Yinran's room, but she was not there. On his way out, he ran into Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, where are Yinran and the others? Miss went out with Xiao Lan, Cinny, and Yutong. They said they wanted to climb Shou Mountain in the evening. Young Master John, you know that Mrs. Leg has just healed. She has never been out in these years. Now she just wants to go out more. That's as it should be. Jiang Chu felt a bit disappointed. When they didn't go out, they all stayed home, and the moment they went out, everyone ran off. He had originally wanted to see Cindy, that little cutie dressed in cosplay, while eating ice cream. Jiang Chu went up to the third floor and saw that a room which had been empty was now fully furnished. It should be that Ji Mingxi had moved in. He couldn't resist opening the door, turning on the light, and entering to take a look. A faint fragrance assailed his senses. Girls' rooms always smell so nice. It was neatly arranged. Aside from daily necessities, the desk and bedside table were filled with books. Truly worthy of a talented woman. Although this was not the master bedroom, the advantage of this villa was that every room had its own bathroom and dressing room, just slightly smaller than the master suite. Jiang Chu stealthily entered and took a look. Most of Ji Mingxi's clothes were plain long dresses, and her shoes were mostly flats and heeled sandals, unlike Mo Yutong, who mostly had various high heels. He opened the lower drawer, and rows of neatly stacked colorful bras in various styles appeared before his eyes. The other drawer naturally contained the most minimal clothing items. He glanced over, and when he was about to close it, his sharp eyes noticed a charging cable. He took it out and looked. Good heavens! Isn't this the same model as the one he gave to Li Wenjing before? With a rumble, his sharp ears caught the sound of his Ferrari returning. Previously, Ji Mingxi had driven it out. He immediately turned off the light and was about to go out, but unexpectedly the elevator door opened right away. Feeling guilty, he immediately closed the room door again, thought for a moment, then ran to the balcony to hide, planning to slip away from the balcony, if necessary. Creak, door opening, locking, light on. Where have they all gone? That damn Jiang Chu, he didn't come back last night, and he's not around today. I wanted to discuss starting a company with him. Ji Mingxi muttered to herself in complaint. She walked to the full-length mirror in the dressing room and admired her reflection. She wore a white short-sleeved blouse with a long tie and a pleated short skirt below. Under her straight, slender, and smooth long legs, she wore white short cotton socks and a pair of black round-toe leather shoes. These days, many more boys are looking at me, all with jaws dropping. Do they all like girls dressed in this style? At least on the #1 campus belle. It's only that blind Jiang Chu who doesn't appreciate it. I don't know when he'll be back. Saying that, she began to prepare to find clothes for a bath. She opened the drawer and took out an undergarment. When she opened the lower drawer, her eyes lit up. Then she looked around as if guilty, feeling her heart pounding, but still took it out. Then she took out her laptop, put on earphones, and opened a hidden folder. Her delicate face was instantly illuminated by the computer screen. Then her face gradually flushed. Buzz, buzz, 2 little bees flying into the flowers, flying off, flying them. Ji Mingxi rarely watched movies, as she was more accustomed to reading books. Once her roommates mentioned that Jiang Chu had given Li Wenjing a gift, and out of curiosity, she bought one online. However, she never used it in the dormitory. As she told her brother, she loved reading various books since childhood, including the Liu Bei series. The movie was secretly copied from her roommate. She was watching it with rapt attention, wearing one earbud, completely unaware that Jiang Chu had already walked up behind her. Jiang Chu cast a glance and noticed that Ji Mingxi, seated in the chair, had a soft, dreamy expression in her eyes. A gentle blush spread across her face, and her breathing was as rapid as if she had just finished a long run. Is this Sensei Amamiya? Jiang Chu suddenly spoke up. This is Misaka. Oh. Hearing someone behind her, Ji Mingxi was startled. Still occupied with her electronics project, she froze for a moment before quickly turning around to find Jiang Chu smiling warmly at her. Startled, she jerked upright and accidentally dislodged her earphones, causing the audio to play through the speakers. A startled cry escaped her lips. Ji Mingxi slammed her laptop shut. It's you. Jiang Chu, what are you doing in my room? Panic set in. How had he ended up in her private space? Wouldn't he have seen everything? What should she do? This was such an awkward situation. Why did things have to unfold like this? Ji Mingxi stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. Her expression was filled with fluster. I just got back and wanted to check if you were here. I happened to see you arriving, so. Who gave you permission to enter my room? Please leave. Ji Mingxi was so flustered she barely knew what she was saying, only feeling deeply embarrassed. Well, then I'll go check if Yutong has returned. Jiang Chu waved his hand and headed toward the door. What? Yutong? Wait, Jiang Chu, come back. Like a child caught in a misdeed, Ji Mingxi gripped Jiang Chu's arm with both hands. Can you? Please don't tell Mo Yutong about this. If Mo Yutong found out, she would never hear the end of it. She would be utterly embarrassed. Of course I can, but it depends on how you handle this. Jiang Chu returned to his seat, patting his thigh as he spoke. Ji Mingxi bit her lip hesitantly before walking over and sitting beside him. Jiang Chu wrapped an arm around her waist while opening his laptop to locate the folder he needed. Only a few. They're all old movies. Ji Mingxi pouted defensively. I don't usually watch these. I just copied them from my roommate. Yutong has far more than you. Her embarrassment faded the moment she heard this, replaced by sudden curiosity. What? She watches these too, and has more than me. Don't mention it was me, but I find it perfectly normal that she watches these. You though surprised me. Jiang Chu scrolled through the files. Ji Mingxi couldn't stop him, and her cheeks flushed crimson once more. Changing the subject, Jiang Chu asked, how much did you pay? 150. What? 150. That shop owner actually listed it at 250. Jiang Chu said with mock exasperation. Jiang Chu, I need to use the restroom. Ji Mingxi whispered shyly. Yutong mentioned she used to use something like that before, but not anymore. Why, oi? Ji Mingxi seemed endlessly curious about Mo Yutong's life. Jiang Chu smiled mischievously. Because I'm here now. He leaned in and kissed her. Ji Mingxi offered a gentle resistance before yielding softly. Dressed in her JK uniform, Ji Mingxi possessed a distinctive charm, pure like a girl next door with an elegant demeanor that balanced innocence and subtle allure. Lying on the bed with her arms around his neck, she asked, will you really help me start a company? I don't want to fall behind Mo Yutong. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Of course. I keep my promises. It's just a company. Even at a moment like this, she was still thinking about competing with Yutong. They truly were destined rivals. You promise? I promise. Ji Mingxi's brows furrowed tightly, and she gently bit his shoulder. Mo Yutong, that deceitful person. Jiang Chu was puzzled. What did she say? She said it was fine, and that she'd be very supportive. I'm sorry, did I draw blood? Does it hurt? Jiang Chu wondered why women seemed to enjoy biting, but was relieved she had chosen the other shoulder. I'm more concerned about you. I'm fine. Their bond had grown stronger. Perhaps. Mo Yutong wasn't wrong after all. It really is. Jiang Chu. Their connection deepened further. Outside, Zhou Sini's voice drifted through. Sister Yutong, why hasn't brother Jiang Chu returned yet? Is he staying out again tonight? Who knows which girl he's visiting now? Sini, you've been talking about your brother Jiang Chu since last night. What's on your mind? I just miss him. Brother Jiang Chu hasn't held me to sleep in so long. 2 nights ago, I had a nightmare about a wolf dressed as grandma coming to visit me, and it was so scary. Oh, no wonder you came to my room that night. Hey, isn't the brilliant scholar back? Sleeping this early? Knock, knock, knock. Hey, genius, it's not even late. Why are you already in bed? None of your business. Ji Mingxi shot back, through clenched teeth momentarily, forgetting her current situation. Why so fierce? Look, Jiang Chu hasn't been here for 2 nights. He knows you're the campus beauty and top scholar, yet he doesn't come to see you. Could it be that you're not charming enough? I'm very charming, he adores me. Ji Mingxi managed to say. Your voice sounds off. Are you sick? You should call Jiang Chu. He's quite skilled with healing. Just kidding. Never mind, I won't disturb your rest. I'm going to take a shower. I don't. Overwhelmed, Ji Mingxi could no longer hold on. With a soft sigh, she grew completely relaxed. Their bond had grown even stronger. Ji Mingxi, age 20, height 170 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, appearance 882, charge bonus 1, affection 91. Ding. System detects Ji Mingxi's affection has exceeded 91, rewarding 23 attribute points, remaining 151 points. Seeing Ji Mingxi asleep with an expression of exhaustion and contentment, Jiang Chu could only shake his head fondly. He gently covered her with a blanket and turned off the light. Still full of energy, he went to find Mo Yutong, but found her already asleep. She must have been truly tired from the day. Not giving up, he quietly made his way to Zhou Sini's room. She wasn't in her bed, but in the closet where he found her wearing a Nami costume. Zhou Sini had changed into a Nami cosplay outfit, wearing an orange wig atop her head. Below her waist, she wore casual fitted trousers and a pair of high-heel sandals. She posed in front of the full-length mirror. If only brother Jiang Chu were here. I wonder if he'd like this Nami cosplay. Of course he would. Zhou Sini was startled at first upon hearing Jiang Chu's voice, then a delighted smile spread across her face, revealing her little tiger teeth, and she jumped into his arms. Brother Jiang Chu, you're finally back. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Look what gift I brought you. Jiang Chu took out a black leather case. You're gifting me something, brother Jiang Chu. What is it? Zhou Sini opened it and found a Leica high-end DSLR camera. Wow. A Leica DSLR, brother Jiang Chu, how did you know I wanted such a camera? And it comes with a full set of lenses and accessories. This is amazing. Of course I know. All those cosplays you wear are to look your best. Come, let me take some photos of you. Great, great. Brother Jiang Chu, take pictures of me. Mua. Zhou Sini was absolutely thrilled, hugging Jiang Chu and jumping around with happiness. Jiang Chu had also found a master-level photography skill pack in the system. Compared to his previous skills, this relatively modest skill only cost 3 points. Under Jiang Chu's guidance, Zhou Sini struck various poses. Turn sideways, step 1 leg forward, arch your waist, look at the lens. Turn your back, raise both hands to gather your hair, look back at the lens. Bingo. Although we're not in a studio with Jiang Chu's superb technique, he made perfect use of the environment to compensate for any shortcomings. I have to say, Zhou Sini has a truly stunning figure. Every pose looks simply magnificent. Sini, come take a look. When Zhou Sini saw the digital photos transferred to the computer, she was utterly stunned. She had no idea she could look this beautiful. Attached image, Zhou Sini as Nami 1. JPG attached image, Zhou Sini as Nami 2. JPG knows she should say, Brother Jiang Chu, you're incredibly talented at photography. You take better photos than the president of the school's photography club. Do you like them? Yes, I love them so much. Pink bubbles seemed to float in Zhou Sini's eyes. Then let's take more. We're in the room now, and you can wear outfits you'd normally be too shy to try. We'll shoot different themes when we go out next time. Yes. Time was limited, so Zhou Sini chose an emperor-style qipao. When she emerged fully dressed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Flat bangs crafted from an orange wig framed her face, golden snake-shaped earrings dangled from her ears, and her large eyes shone brightly behind colored contacts. Her twin tails were let down naturally, requiring no extra styling, as her hair already reached her waist. The deep red qipao was printed with large skull motifs, and featured a high slit on one side, revealing her elegant long legs. On her feet were high heels matching the qipao's color scheme. The essence of an empress lies in more than just her flawless figure. There is also her dignified presence. And Zhou Sini, under Jiang Chu's influence, had already transformed into a true empress-like beauty. Does it look good, Oi? Absolutely beautiful. You look just like the empress herself. Even Luffy would be completely captivated. Zhou Sini blushed deeply. Then came the photo session. Zhou Sini raised her open palm toward the camera. No matter what this humble one does, she will always be forgiven, for she is simply too beautiful. The final photos made Zhou Sini exceedingly happy. Every girl who loves anime dreams of having a boyfriend who can take wonderful pictures, and Zhou Sini was no exception. Attached image: Zhou Sini as Empress Hanamcoca 1. JPG. The evening was perfect. Regarding the Empress, there was also a famous quote. Those who fall under my charm, their hearts of lust shall petrify, and their bodies shall harden along with them. And now Jiang Chu was the one under the Empress Zhou Sini's spell. The unfinished enchantment from his encounter with Ji Mengshi continued here. Zhou Sini, longing for this moment, played the role of the Empress with both pride and tenderness. The two of them gazed into the mirror together. In my eyes there is only you, brother. Even if I must stand against the entire world. The Empress looked up at his strong, broad chest and defined physique. The whole world calls me Empress, but only you, brother, are my king. Zhou Sini, affection 198. The party, hosted by He Tianwen, the heir apparent of the He group, invited distinguished representatives from major families across provinces, including the Shimen family, as well as the 6 other prominent groups within the province, along with the children of high-ranking officials. The venue was the He family's Wanda Manor. Although the event was scheduled to begin at 8 in the evening, the parking lot outside was already filled by 6 o'clock, with luxury cars valued well above 1,000,000 yuan. Each guest could bring 1 or 2 attendants or companions. Many beautiful women and socialites also used their connections to gain entry into this elite circle, where everyone carried substantial wealth. A single glance from the right person could change one's fate entirely. A BMW worth several 100,000 yuan pulled in, barely noticeable among the 1,000,000 yuan luxury cars. A man and a woman stepped out. The man wore black-framed glasses and had a round, full face. Dressed in a gray shirt, black trousers, and leather shoes, he appeared to be in his early 20s, yet already carried a paunch. The woman was none other than Song Qingqing, who had not been seen in public for quite some time. She wore an elegant designer evening gown with a light color of V-neckline and an open back, paired with a high-slit skirt that revealed her long, graceful legs. On her feet were 8-centimeter high heels. Her naturally tall stature now reached about 1.70 meters, making her even taller than the man beside her. Good heavens, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce. These are all luxury cars worth millions. Song Qingqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed. Ever since discovering Jiang Chu was a kept man, Song Qingqing shifted her focus elsewhere. She met Qian Lihao at a bar outside. Neither handsome nor tall, but his father ran a company worth tens of millions and was generous with his allowance. Qingqing, playing the part of an innocent college student, quickly won him over with the same tactics she had used on Jiang Chu, letting him shower her with gifts. But this time she was smarter. If the presents were expensive like designer bags, she would allow him small concessions, and only after accumulating enough treasures did she finally let him succeed, even fabricating that she was a virgin who had lost that innocence due to a childhood injury. Qian Lihao never suspected a thing, for he believed Song Qingqing was far too pure and simple, giving everything to him readily, spending all his family allowance on her. Adding to his pride, Qingqing was quite attractive, and he often boasted about her among his friends. Qingqing watched this. This banquet admits no one without a certain status. I managed to get this invitation through my father's connections. Stay close to me when we enter and don't offend anyone inside. Some of them are worth tens of millions or more. Dear, you're the best. Don't worry, I'll be good and cause no trouble. Song Qingqing linked her arm through his, deliberately brushing against him to make him feel lightheaded with pleasure. But in her heart she thought here was an opportunity surrounded by ultra-rich people. How could she simply behave? What if she caught someone even wealthier? Just like with Jiang Chu before, it was simply riding a donkey to find a horse. At the thought of Jiang Chu, Song Qingqing sneered inwardly. What a freeloader. Leaving him was undoubtedly the wisest decision of her life. Let's go inside first. I'll introduce you to some friends. Okay. Song Qingqing stepped inside, marveling at the opulent and lavish decorations. She noticed most of the attendees were handsome young men and beautiful women, all dressed in expensive designer clothes. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This trip was well worth it. Lihao, over here. Song Qingqing followed Qian Lihao to a corner where 2 men and 2 women stood. 2 of them she had seen before. They were Qian Lihao's friends, their families, also running companies. Wow, Lihao, is this your new girlfriend? She's so beautiful, Feng Beibei praised, appearing roughly the same age as Song Qingqing, though her eyes held considerable jealousy. Lihao having such a beautiful girlfriend and not telling us brothers. How shameless. Huang Jie swirled his red wine, praising with his words, but his eyes slyly scrutinized every part of Song Qingqing's body, lingering on her fair skin and bare legs, dreaming of what it would be like. Yeah, introduce us. Wang Li said with a grin. Song Qingqing knew exactly what those 2 men were thinking, but their family's businesses paled compared to Qian Lihao's, and they were notoriously stingy with money, so she simply pretended not to notice. Haha, this is Song Qingqing, a junior at Shi University, Qian Lihao said proudly. Song Qingqing was indeed much more attractive than the 2 women across from them. Huang Jie, seeing Song Qingqing ignore him, persisted. All the important figures are here tonight. My father is grooming me as his successor, so he brought me to observe. Exactly. Any one of these people could shake the waterfruit province with a single step. When I take over my father's company, I'll be just as formidable. Lihao, you're already impressive. Far ahead of most guys, Feng Beibei praised. Haha, thanks for the compliment. Qian Lihao's eyes lingered on Feng Beibei's exposed cleavage for quite some time. Song Qingqing wouldn't allow her prey to be stolen by another green tea BTCH. Oh Beibei, you have such good taste. Look at your ex-boyfriends, and the one before that. All tall and handsome. Her underlying meaning was clear: this woman is a player, and she only goes for tall and handsome men. Indeed, after hearing this, Qian Lihao's gaze toward Feng Beibei turned somewhat disgusted. Feng Beibei could only force a bitter smile and shot Song Qingqing a venomous glance. Look, isn't that Gu Yan from the Gu group? And the second and third sons of the Ming group, Ming Lu and Ming Luan. Wow, both Ming Lu and Ming Luan are so handsome, and both are worth over 100 million. Truly handsome and wealthy. Huang Xiaoling, who had been silent until now, said with sparkling eyes. She was Huang Jie's younger sister. Qian Lihao wasn't her type, who she came here to find a super-rich second-generation heir to cling to. The princes of the 7 major groups were her top choices, though heirs from prominent families outside the province would also suffice. Xiaoling, the women around the Ming second young master are all far more beautiful than you. I suggest you give up that idea. At the very least, you'd need to be as pretty as Song Qingqing. Huang Jie directly mocked his own sister, while simultaneously complimenting Song Qingqing, hoping to make Qian Lihao guard against her. I could never aspire to that. Being by Lihao's side is all the satisfaction I need. Noticing Qian Lihao's slightly displeased expression, Song Qingqing quickly spoke up. Sure enough, he was deeply pleased and proud after hearing this. Qingqing, if you'd like to meet third young master Ming, I could perhaps introduce you. My father has some connection with him, and I've even dined at the same table. Really? Oh my Lihao, you're so amazing. Song Qingqing exclaimed happily. But is it appropriate if I take you over? I'm actually thinking, if there's an opportunity, I could put in a good word for you. If third young master Ming is in a good mood, you might leave a favorable impression, and perhaps your family could attach yourself to this powerful tree. Qian Lihao was deeply moved inside. Where could one find such a wonderful girl? Lihao, could you take me too? Yeah, take me along too. I just want to get a closer look. The 2 women eagerly offered. Qian Lihao, however, looked at Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing smiled and said, You're my boyfriend. You decide. Beibei and the others are just curious. It shouldn't be a problem if we bring them along. Thank you, Qingqing. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is kind too. Qian Lihao liked Song Qingqing even more. Alright, since you've said so, Qingqing, we'll all go together. Song Qingqing nodded. In truth, she had already decided in her heart. These 2 women's appearances were on an entirely different level from hers. Bringing them along would only serve to highlight her own beauty, and she would not appear so conspicuous in the crowd. The 3 followed Qian Lihao as he walked over to Ming Luan. Hello, Master Luan, I didn't expect to see you again. Ming Luan turned upon hearing the voice, glanced at Qian Lihao, and for a moment couldn't recall where they had met. You are? Oh, my name is Qian Lihao, and my father is Qian Shenkai. Not long ago, we had dinner together at Yinyu Rinjia. Ming Luan suddenly remembered. Ah yes, Qian Shenkai from Xuanqian Company. Apologies, last time your father approached me about a collaboration which I declined. Huh, is that so? Qian Lihao was extremely embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. If not this time, then next time. The greatest gain is getting to know a successful person like you, Master Luan. Song Qingqing suddenly spoke up. Ah yes, Qingqing is right. Master Luan, you've always been my role model. Qian Lihao cast a look of appreciation towards Song Qingqing. And this is? Ming Luan curiously glanced at Song Qingqing. Oh, Master Luan, this is. Before Qian Lihao could finish, Song Qingqing interjected. My name is Song Qingqing. I'm still a university student. Brother Leheo brought me in. She couldn't let Qian Leheo introduce her as his girlfriend. That would ruin everything. Qian Leheo, overly nervous around Ming Luan, didn't bother to guess Song Qingqing's intentions. Oh yes, I brought her in. This is Feng Beibei, and this is Huang Shaoling. They've all heard of your great reputation, Master Luan, and specially asked me to introduce them. Ming Luan smiled and nodded. Hello, university students, that's wonderful. Today's university students are truly remarkable. Song Qingqing thought he was complimenting her, and her heart swelled with excitement. Leaving a good impression was the first step to success. Master Luan, I won't disturb you any longer. Qian Leheo quickly led the three women away. Only after they had distanced themselves did he sigh in relief. The pressure from Ming Luan had been immense. Wow, Master Luan is so handsome up close. I'd even be content being his mistress. Yeah, but he didn't even look at me twice. I'm definitely out of the running. Feng Beibei said, feeling dejected. Only Song Qingqing sneered, inwardly thinking that these two were far from catching his eye. Actually, the real stars tonight are He Tianwen of the He family, young Master Shiman from Modu, and a mysterious figure. Even Master Luan is beyond our reach, let alone He Tianwen or young Master Shiman. By the way, who is this mysterious figure? Is he really influential? I heard that the real purpose of this banquet is for many big families to acquire the agency rights from the mysterious figure. How impressive he is goes without saying. I also heard he's very handsome and young. Wow, really? Feng Beibei appeared starry-eyed. Of course. You'll see him tonight. Song Qingqing sneered, thinking that even such a man would be hers, not those two plain women. But for now she needed to focus on winning over Ming Luan. A little later, Qian Leheo happened to meet an acquaintance to discuss business. Song Qingqing excused herself and walked away alone. She found Ming Luan, picked up a glass of wine, and approached him. Oh. She pretended to accidentally bump into Ming Luan, spilling the wine onto the corner of her dress. Sorry, I didn't notice you there. Are you all right? Ming Luan apologized, realizing it was the same Song Qingqing from before. Oh no, it was my fault. I'm not used to wearing heels, so I walked too quickly. Song Qingqing took a tissue from her bag and crouched down to wipe her skirt, her posture graceful and elegant. Ever since Ming Luan obtained Jiang Chu's prescription, his vitality had greatly improved. As a seasoned flirt, he naturally saw through Song Qingqing's little scheme. But since most women were like that, and it was all about mutual consent, he didn't mind. Song Qingqing's appearance and figure were quite pleasing. He immediately helped her up and said with a charming smile, "Your dress is stained. Wait for me later, and I'll buy you a new one." "Oh, no need. I can wash it when I get home. How could I trouble you, Master Luan? To be honest, I found you quite attractive at first sight. I'd like to get to know you. How about we sit together tonight? By the way, that Qian Leheo, is he your boyfriend?" Song Qingqing quickly explained. "Him? No, he's just a friend. He." Song Qingqing. Jiang Chu had just arrived, scanning the room for any stunning beauties. He didn't notice at first, but as he got closer he realized the woman was Song Qingqing. She was wearing a V-neck dress, and he noticed she seemed a bit different than before, but her system rating remained the same. He could tell there was something artificial about her appearance. "You two know each other." Ming Luan frowned slightly, thinking that if she was Jiang Chu's woman, he couldn't get involved. But he was puzzled. Every woman around Jiang Chu was far more beautiful than this one. Why would he be interested in her? Song Qingqing noticed Ming Luan's expression and assumed he thought she had a relationship with Jiang Chu, which displeased him. She cursed Jiang Chu inwardly for ruining her plan, and her face darkened as she looked at him. "Jiang Chu, I know you like me, but you can't keep clinging to me. And haven't you become someone else's kept man? Honestly, I despise people like you. So there's no chance between us. Give up." Song Qingqing's voice was not loud, but those nearby heard clearly. "I was just thinking this guy is so handsome, maybe he's a kept man. Didn't expect it to be true. What a waste of a handsome face. If I had money, I'd get one too. Hey handsome, how much for a month?" "Huh." Others laughed. Seeing Ming Luan's dark expression, Song Qingqing thought he was angry at Jiang Chu. She continued, "Do you know who this is? He's Master Luan of the Ming group. Compared to him, you're not even worth a single finger. So get lost and go back to the woman who keeps you." Jiang Chu maintained a faint smile throughout, watching Song Qingqing as if she were a performing monkey. Then he turned to Ming Luan. "Oh, she says I'm not worth a single finger of yours. Master Luan, you have good taste. How dare you? Master Luan is not someone you can comment on. You." Then a sudden gesture from Ming Luan made everyone pause. With a swift motion, Ming Luan reached out and gently touched Song Qingqing's cheek, leaving her stunned. It was not Jiang Chu, but Ming Luan himself who had made the gesture. She touched her cheek, looking at him with confusion. "Master Luan, why did you?" "Qingqing, what happened?" Qian Leheo rushed over, worried. Ming Luan said coldly, "If you say another bad word about Master Jiang, I won't be so gentle. Do you understand? You call Jiang Chu Master Jiang." Song Qingqing was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide, as if she had misheard. It is not wrong to admire women, but one must not touch just anyone, or you will eventually suffer because of a woman, Ming Lu said, walking over and patting Ming Luan on the shoulder. "I understand, brother. Ming Lu smiled and extended his hand to Jiang Chu. Hello, young Master Jiang. I have heard of your reputation for a long time, and only today do I have the chance to meet you. My name is Ming Lu. Immediately someone exclaimed, Ming Lu, the heir of the Ming Group, is here. He is so handsome. Hello. Jiang Chu smiled and shook hands with him. Song Qingqing was utterly shocked. Wasn't Jiang Chu just a kept man? How could he be shaking hands with Ming Lu, the heir of the Ming Group, and why did the other treat him with such respect? I heard that young Master Jiang holds the agency for Fruit Phone. I wonder if the Ming Group could have the honor of you sparing one or two of them. Haha, Ming Lu, you are too sly. Young Master Jiang has just arrived, and you want to steal the deal. Shouldn't you first ask me, the host of tonight's banquet? Everyone turned to look. A man around 30 years old with a dignified and handsome appearance walked over in a well-tailored suit. Behind him followed an extremely beautiful woman, her exquisite figure wrapped in a black diamond-studded gown, resembling a cheongsam, with a high slit reaching the upper thigh. Her fair, flawless long legs shimmered under the lights, instantly overshadowing Song Qingqing. Isn't that He Tianwen, the heir of the He Group, the protagonist of tonight? I didn't expect him to come out before the event started. And the stunning beauty behind him must be his sister He Shiyun. She is absolutely gorgeous. Who is this Jiang Chu? Even He Tianwen has been disturbed, and came personally to welcome him. Didn't you hear him address the other as young Master Jiang? Anyone who can make He Tianwen call him, that must be the mysterious figure appearing tonight. Is it you? You are Song Qingqing. He Shiyun immediately recalled the girl who had splashed her with water while driving and had insulted Jiang Chu as a kept man. Aren't you the woman who supports Jiang Chu? Overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of so many important figures, Song Qingqing blurted out without thinking. Although He Shiyun was also a student at the same school and the campus beauty, she had been abroad most of the time, and Song Qingqing had rarely seen her since her return, so she did not recognize her. Now she realized that the other was the heiress of the He Group, supporting young Master Jiang. He Tianwen could not help but pause in surprise. That day my master took my car, and this woman assumed I was supporting him. She even called my master a kept man. By the way, let me tell you, back when my master was keeping a low profile and hiding his identity, he pursued this woman for several years. In the end, she treated him like a loser and dumped him for some petty thug. It's hilarious. I have never seen a woman with such poor judgment. He Shiyun gloated. Right, master? She still thinks you are being kept by me. You casually spend hundreds of millions. How much would I have to spend to keep you? Jiang Chu felt a little awkward. If you keep fooling around, you will be punished. He Shiyun instantly became quiet and obedient. So young Master Jiang has such a story. Haha, this woman is indeed foolish. She let go of someone as outstanding and wealthy as you. Truly blind. He Tianwen spoke. Brother, stay away from women like this in the future, or you might land yourself in a lot of trouble. I understand. Ming Luan's gaze at Song Qingqing was burning with anger. This woman had made him lose face in front of everyone, and had been repeatedly scolded by his brother. He wished he could slap her again. Qian Leheo, is it? Keep your companion under control. Also go back and tell Qian Shengkai. If you stay with this woman, you will never have any business dealings with the Ming Group. Qian Leheo was completely stunned. He knew very well the relative importance of a woman and his family's company. And now this Song Qingqing had not only offended Ming Luan, but also the young Master Jiang Chu, whom even He Tianwen treated with respect. Someone his father would not dare to provoke. He made a decision instantly. He raised his hand and struck Song Qingqing's face again. Song Qingqing looked at him with disbelief. How dare you hit me? What if I do? You, this wretch, offended young Master Luan and young Master Jiang. Hitting you is already light. I want you to apologize to them immediately. Song Qingqing glanced around. Everyone was mocking her, and every person before her was a powerful figure she could not afford to offend. Finally, she gritted her teeth and uttered, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Then she thought of Jiang Chu and immediately ran over, knelt on the ground, and held his leg, pleading, Jiang Chu, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. You have pursued me for so many years. There must still be a place for me in your heart. I know it. Give me a chance. I will do anything for you, okay? Jiang Chu waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Don't bother me. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Song Qingqing was knocked to the ground, tears instantly filling her eyes, but she refused to give up. I know you are very angry. It's okay. You pursued me for so long before, and I can do the same no matter how you treat me. Gritting her teeth, she got up and left. Jiang Chu sneered inwardly. This little trick was Song Qingqing's specialty. He would not have the slightest pity for her. Young Master Jiang, please come inside. Please. He Tianwen led Jiang Chu and the others into a conference room inside, where Shi Min-su and representatives of other major families had been waiting for a long time. When Shi Min-su saw the person beside, He Tianwen, his eyes widened. It's him. His face instantly turned pale. Young Master. Shi Min-su stopped Secretary Xiao Ling from speaking. I don't believe he would turn down money. Jiang Chu scanned the room. There were more than 20 representatives, each backed by a considerable force. Today he was being put on the fire, and judging by the seating arrangement, Shi Min-su sat at the front with those further back representing weaker strength. Of course, this did not mean the force behind them was weak, but rather their willingness to buy the agency rights. Besides looking for a chance to get a share, these people also had other business dealings with the He family. At the last seat, Jiang Chu actually saw a very famous person from his previous life, Yu Dazue. But now he sat in the last row with a simple smile, utterly inconspicuous. Who would have known that in a few years this man would shock the world every time he appeared at a press conference? He Tianwen spoke. Everyone, let me give a grand introduction. This is Jiang Chu, the largest shareholder and investor of Qian Company. Everyone looked at Jiang Chu with surprise or shock. He was so young, handsome, and striking. No one knew which major family he came from. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded in response. He Tianwen then proceeded to introduce the representatives of various forces present today, especially the first few. Monopolistic giants like Yidong Xindian and Li Wenjing had also sent their people. Each one carried an air of superiority, but they were not here for the agency rights. They merely wished to discuss mobile business cooperation with He Shiyun and maintain social ties with the He family. Since it was not a particularly formal exchange meeting, a few simple words of gratitude were said, and the rest of the time was left for free communication. Shimin Su voluntarily walked up to Jiang Chu and extended his hand. Hello, young Master Jiang. I am Shimin Su. We meet again. Truly we become acquainted through conflict. Jiang Chu did not shake his hand. He kept his hands in his pockets and said bluntly, just say what you have to say. Shimin Su narrowed his eyes slightly and withdrew his hand. Young Master Jiang, I am a straightforward man. In this world there are no eternal enemies, only common interests. I wish to purchase the agency rights of your company's fruit phone for 3 provinces at a high price. Jiang Chu smiled. I'm sorry, but I will not sell a single agency right, he said, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Shimin Su took a slow breath, striving to maintain his composure. Young Master Jiang, we haven't even discussed the price. A direct refusal like this, is that quite appropriate? There's nothing to discuss. No amount of money will make me sell. Besides, I don't involve myself in company affairs, I only invest money. If you have any issues, go to President He. Jiang Chu spoke the truth. He really didn't want to bother with so many company matters. But to the ears of the crowd it sounded like a blatant act of disrespect. Shimin Su's expression grew stern, his jaw tightening. Very well, Shimin Su will certainly remember young Master Jiang's carefree attitude. Jiang Chu simply ignored him and turned to look at He Tianwen. I thank young Master He for the invitation today. I'm just here to join the fun and see if there are any pretty ladies. As for company matters, let Shiyun handle the negotiations. Whatever decision she makes, I will support her. With that he walked away directly. When passing by Yu Dazue, he paused, stepped in front of him, and extended his hand. Hello, President Yu. Hello. I have seen you before, President Yu, and I was deeply impressed. Perhaps we can cooperate in the future. Here is my business card. Jiang Chu took out a business card and handed it over. Yu Dazue was utterly flattered. Met. He had no recollection. He quickly accepted it. Then he also took out his own card. Thank you, young Master Jiang. This is my card. My name is Yu Dazue. Jiang Chu nodded, then strode out of the hall with confident steps. Yu Dazue instantly became the focal point of everyone's curious gazes. This young Master Jiang had only handed out one business card from start to finish, and it was to the obscure Yu Dazue. He seemed to represent the Huawei company, but Huawei's main business was not mobile phones. Although they had some involvement, it was merely incidental, a representative of low-end devices. The crowd was baffled. He Tianwen and the others were even more puzzled, but the banquet had to continue. He put on a smile. Outside, He Shiyun stood with her hands on her hips, pouting in complaint. Master, how can you do this? You're putting all the pressure on me. We agreed before that I wouldn't involve myself in company affairs, especially these trivial matters. From now on, make your own decisions. Sell if you want. Your master is someone who deals in hundreds of millions every minute. Yes. What you gave me alone is worth more than $1 billion. Cough. What are you saying? I only invested 100 million, that's all. Jiang Chu quickly looked around to see if anyone was nearby. This disciple sure liked to tease him. However, today she was dressed in a sparkling outfit. The form-fitting dress accentuated her figure gracefully, and her long fair legs paired with high heels gave her an elegant poise. He Shiyun noticed Jiang Chu's gaze, and a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. Master, won't you teach me martial arts? Now, there's an office upstairs. It's my father's. He didn't come today, so no one will go in there. But, He Shiyun took Jiang Chu's hand and led him away. Jiang Chu mused. He had only glanced at her, yet she seemed even more eager than he was. Wasn't she too young for such boldness? Upon reaching the 3rd floor, it was indeed quite deserted. But just as they turned a corner, a graceful figure opened a door from a nearby room and walked out, bumping into Jiang Chu and the others. Oh, Shiyun, it's you. I'm sorry. He Shiyun also recognized the other person. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. What are you doing here? Jiang Chu looked over. It was a very beautiful woman with long wavy black hair cascading to her waist. She had delicate eyebrows, attractive eyes, an oval face, and a soft chin. Her eyes held a hint of vulnerability that made one want to cherish her. Her figure was well proportioned. She wore a green dress with a white collar and off-shoulder design. The chest area was made of white lace, slightly translucent, revealing her elegant collarbone and fair skin. She had a graceful silhouette, a natural attribute. She wore loose, white linen casual pants. Under the light, the silhouette of her long legs was faintly visible. The pants hugged her curves, gently revealing a subtle outline. A gentle smile always seemed to play at the corners of her mouth, giving her a warm and graceful demeanor. Jiang Chu couldn't help but pause. They didn't know each other, did they? Why did her initial attitude toward him seem so negative? He wondered about the system's assessment. Then he asked Shiyun, who is this? Shiyun said with slight displeasure, Su Xiaomei, my brother's girlfriend. Ignore her. Let's go. Saying so, she took Jiang Chu's hand and continued walking. Jiang Chu looked back at the woman and noticed that she was also looking at him with a puzzled expression. You bad master, you think she's pretty, so you want to take an interest in her, right? You seem to not like your future sister-in-law much. Jiang Chu asked. They finally arrived at He Shanhai's office. He pushed the door open and walked in. Shiyun glanced around. Indeed, there was no one inside. The entire office was not very large. It was only a temporary workspace, but it still spanned over 100 square meters with a private bathroom and bedroom. Shiyun gently guided Jiang Chu to sit on the sofa, then she sat gracefully beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. Pouting, she said, future sister-in-law, I don't accept that. She always puts on a weak and pitiful act in front of my brother, a real schemer with many tricks. Look, just one glance from her, and she's already got you hooked. Jiang Chu laughed heartily. I didn't notice that. I think you're much prettier than her. Really? You bad master. Shiyun let him continue. The fabric of her dress was soft and pliable, and the sparkling embellishments added a subtle texture. She said she's an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, and just returned from studying abroad this year. Somehow she got together with my brother, and he keeps praising her, saying she's knowledgeable and talented in business, blah blah blah. Jiang Chu didn't let her continue. Instead, he leaned in and gently kissed her lips. She responded softly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Their tender moment was interrupted when Jiang Chu, with his keen hearing, detected footsteps approaching from outside. Someone's coming. What? I didn't hear anything. Jiang Chu paid no heed to her, and directly scooped her up into his arms, carrying her into the inner bedroom and closing the door. Immediately, someone pushed the door open and entered. Master Shiman, please come in. This is my father's office. No one will disturb us here. Jiang Chu recognized that it was He Tianwen's voice. Peering through the peephole, he saw 3 people enter: Shiman, Su He Tianwen, and Su Xiaomei, whom he had just encountered. Xiaomei, brew a cup of tea for Master Shiman. All right. Her voice was sweet and soft with a hint of tenderness. Jiang Chu noticed Shiman's gaze lingering on Su Xiaomei for a long time, a flicker of something passing through his eyes. Jiang Chu suddenly felt something grasping him. Turning around, he saw that Shiyun had somehow exhausted herself and was crouching on the ground to rest. She looked up at him, revealing her neat white teeth with a mischievous grin full of sly delight. Jiang Chu was embarrassed. She showed no fear at such a moment, and even had the mood to laugh. He continued to look outside, letting Shiyun do as she pleased. Young master, your girlfriend is indeed as beautiful as a flower, even more gorgeous than the actresses under my company. I heard she is a top graduate from Cambridge. Congratulations. Haha, not at all. Compared to your romantic adventures, Master Shiman, I am far behind. Speaking of beauty, isn't Zhao Xing under your company also a stunning woman? After all this time, she must have become your exclusive property, right? At this point, Shiman's mouth twitched slightly. Over the years, he had been with many actresses, yet he had never succeeded with Zhao Xing. He had assumed that shelving her career would pressure her into compliance, but she remained unyielding and indifferent. It seemed he would have to employ another method to win her over this time. In the end, it all came down to the matter of money. Now seeing Su Xiaomei's exquisite figure, Su felt a rising interest. He considered finding a chance to obtain her contact information and see if he could engage her in a pleasant interaction following Mengda's example. It would certainly be thrilling. Back to the main topic, young master, how confident are you in persuading your sister to transfer her company shares? Well, I really can't give you an answer. My sister fears nothing and no one, even my father, can't do anything about her. But she is still a member of the He family. Spending some time to persuade her should not be a big problem. Young master, I'll say it again, whenever you can get this matter settled, the doors of the Shiman family will open to the He family. And that Jiang Chu, he has shown me no respect at all. What a nuisance. When I get the chance, I will definitely make him pay. Master Shiman, this is a personal matter between you two. Let's not discuss it. At this moment, Su Xiaomei personally brought tea over. Master Shiman, please have some tea. Shiman, seeing Su Xiaomei up close, felt his pupils dilate instantly. Jiang Chu suddenly felt a void, as if something was missing. When he turned to see what was happening, he was instantly stunned. Shiyun was now facing away from him, slightly bent forward. Her long fair legs and high heels were slightly bent. Jiang Chu turned his head back to observe the outside. Su Xiaomei had even brought a plate of small pastries. He was very hungry, and all he could see in his mind were those creamy white snacks. Shiyun seemed to be uncomfortable. With his superb medical skills, Jiang Chu could tell her condition at a glance. While he was still pondering, he had already been completely taken by surprise. Young master, let me ask you just one thing. What exactly is Jiang Chu's background? To be honest, I can't find out his real situation. My investigation only shows that his family are farmers with a few acres of land. I know nothing else. All the information is perfectly arranged. A farmer. Can a farmer come up with 100 million to invest? I don't believe it. I think he is just a pawn, and there must be someone else behind him. We just haven't found them yet. But no matter who he is, he has thoroughly offended me today. I hope that no matter what happens in the future, young master, you won't interfere. Jiang Chu felt like laughing. Go ahead and guess all you want. It seemed correct not to have given too much money to his parents all at once. They now had a group of happy friends in the countryside. After learning that Jiang Chu was earning well, they no longer worried and spent their days doing farm work and enjoying life. This air of mystery also prevented those people from acting rashly against them. Any discerning person would see it as a facade. Outside, they continued discussing other matters of cooperation for a while. Jiang Chu had no interest in this. Having been tormented by He Shiyun for so long, it was time to let her taste the power of turning the tables. Jiang Chu taught He Shiyun to place her hands against the wall and focus on the sensation in her palms. This was called stillness, a required course for martial artists. Then he had her lean her back against the wall and gently tapped it. The vibrations could help clear blockages in certain blood vessels and meridians, much like knocking a pipe, to dislodge any accumulated grime. He Shiyun's brows furrowed and relaxed alternately. Her lips glossed with lip balm were delicate, yet she had to purse them tightly. Martial arts were her greatest interest. Since meeting Jiang Chu, she realized that her previous training in Taekwondo was mere showmanship. However, the one benefit was that she could do splits very high, and with one kick, she could reach Jiang Chu's shoulder. Jiang Chu smiled and said in a low voice, I remember you used to love using this move. Annoying master, don't you like it too? Jiang Chu enjoyed her stubbornness. Annoying master. Young master, I'll take my leave now. All right. After Shiminso left. Shuame, you are truly enchanting today. Do you like it? Of course I do. 20 minutes later. Shuame, I'll go downstairs to see off the guests. If you're tired, you can head back first. You are truly amazing. I'm a bit tired, I'd like to sit here a while before leaving. All right. He Tianwen's voice carried a note of pride. Your brother isn't very impressive, Jiang Chu murmured. Do you think everyone is like you? Hurry up, my legs are numb. When Jiang Chu was about to depart, he heard the sound of rummaging outside. He immediately looked through the peephole and saw Su Shuame searching through the desk and bookcase using a small camera to photograph some documents. Where exactly is the thing the organization is looking for? Jiang Chu's eyes widened slightly and his heart tightened. Organization. This was the second time he had heard this term. He wondered if it was the same group as the one that had killed Wang Daiyou. The other person searched for a while longer. Jiang Chu saw that she was actually looking toward the bedroom, presumably intending to search this area. Trouble. They would definitely discover them if someone came in. He could escape through the window alone, but what about He Shiyun? What should he do? If all else failed, he would have no choice but to knock her unconscious. Sure enough, she was walking over. Jiang Chu frowned tightly, already prepared to strike as soon as she opened the door. Su Shuame had just placed her hand on the doorknob when her phone suddenly rang. Shuame, please come out right away. Su Shuame lowered her hand. All right, I am coming. She then stepped outside. Jiang Chu merely exhaled a breath of relief. Jiang Chu said, she is gone. He Shiyun gave Jiang Chu a playful glare. Master dear, you said you did not like that Su Shuame, yet you were clearly watching her just now. That's Sly Fox. Quiet. For safety, Wuo Master dear. Jiang Chu briefly recounted what he had just observed, though he omitted any mention of the organization. Wiping her mouth, He Shiyun wore an expression of shock. Are you serious? I always knew that Sly Fox harbored ill intentions. You should inform your grandfather about this first, and find out her true motives before proceeding. Yes, I will follow your guidance, master. He Shiyun stood up and tidied her clothes. In the Flower Kingdom, inside a certain hot spring training facility, a beautiful young woman with her hair arranged in the distinctive style of the Flower Kingdom sat alone in the hot spring, after removing her gear, revealing smooth white skin, the rising steam, creating an ethereal haze. Her flawless skin bore a single scar on the back of her neck marked S2. At that moment, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as she gazed at her raised arm with satisfaction. Just then a woman in a kimono approached hurriedly, bowing her head and lifting the hem of her dress as she walked in wooden clogs. Leader intelligence from Huaxia. She handed over a photograph. The woman glanced at the photo, and the gentle smile on her face instantly turned cold. S10, I have finally found you. In the training camp, you always came in first, favored by our master, yet you ultimately betrayed him. Therefore you must face the consequences. Splash. The woman rose suddenly, her figure graceful and well-proportioned, with a butterfly tattoo near her shoulder. The sight was striking enough to captivate anyone. Yet on her back were countless scars hinting at the hardships she had endured. She spread her arms, and the woman in the kimono immediately draped a towel around her. Notify the Flower Shadow Group to depart for Huaxiao immediately and bring her back. Yes. At Villa No. 1. Jiang Chu was in Xia Yinran's room. By now she could walk like a normal person and even jog lightly. Her body had recovered well, no longer thin and frail, but filled with vitality. Only the scar on her forehead remained. Xia Yinran sat in a chair with her eyes closed. Jiang Chu spent a full hour carefully removing the softened layer of skin, revealing smooth, tender flesh, like a baby's. After a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. It had taken him a month, but the treatment was finally complete. Jiang Chu brought a mirror and held it in front of her. You may open your eyes now. Xia Yinran slowly opened her eyes and looked into the mirror. Her pupils widened in disbelief, her expression filled with shock. Her slender fingers gently touched her perfect forehead, where two large, unsightly scars had been only moments before. Now they had completely vanished. A cascade of lustrous hair framed her face with elegant brows like distant mountains, soulful almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, rosy cheeks, and cherry-like lips. Her oval face was as smooth as jade, her skin fair and delicate. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. Could this truly be herself in the mirror? How beautiful! She could not believe she had regained her former appearance. No, she looked even more radiant than before, less youthful innocence, but with a refined charm. That confident aura she once possessed had returned. Unconsciously, Xia Yinran's lips curved into a gentle smile, those graceful pink lips, so captivating. With a bloom-like smile on her face, she even left Jiang Chu momentarily speechless. You look so beautiful when you smile. A face only fit for the heavens. Jiang Chu could not help but praise her. Xia Yinran, age 22, height 168 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, beauty 94, charm 0, affection 87. When Jiang Chu announced that Xia Yinran's appearance would be restored today, all the women set aside their work and gathered at the villa. He Shiyun, upon receiving the news, also ran over and waited outside, praying and anticipating. Hearing the sound, they all rushed inside. When they saw Xia Yinran's ethereal fairy-like beauty, every one of them was utterly stunned. Sister Yinran, you are so beautiful. More beautiful than Na Mei, more beautiful than the Empress, more beautiful than any character from the anime world I have ever seen. Among them, only Zhou Sini had seen Xia Yinran's face behind the veil before and was frightened enough to hide behind Jiang Chu at that time. The others only knew she had been disfigured, but had never had the chance to see her before. Although the contrast was not as dramatic, Xia Yinran's beauty was genuinely unmatched among them. OMG, Sister Yinran, I find you even more beautiful than before. Even I am captivated. If my brother and that mean Luan see you restored, they will surely regret it deeply. He Shiyun looked at Xia Yinran with eyes full of admiration and envy. I have never in all my time in Moda seen a woman as stunning as Yinran. Mo Yutong also offered her rare praise. Mo Yutong joked, fortunately, I met Jiang Chu earlier. If he had met Sister Yinran first and cured her, he probably would not have spared me another glance. She is simply too beautiful. I do not know how to describe her. Ji Mingxi shot Mo Yutong a sideways glance and recited, in the south there lives a beauty peerless and alone. One glance could topple a city, a second glance could topple a kingdom. Mo Yutong scoffed and said seriously, reciting poetry is something anyone can do. Fish sinking and flowers hiding, that moon concealing and geese falling. Those are all descriptions of her beauty. You really are something. He Shiyun covered her mouth and laughed. Naturally, Mo Yutong lifted her chin with a proud expression. Sister Yutong, I remember, that poem mentions beauty that makes fish sink and geese fall, isn't it? Zhou Sini said with an innocent expression. Mo Yutong glanced at the group and saw everyone trying to hold back their laughter, especially Ji Mingxi, whose expression was unmistakably smug. Your punishment is to have nightmares for a week and not come to sleep with me. Zhou Sini looked deeply wronged. Ji Mingxi patted her shoulder and said, you can come sleep with me instead. Zhou Sini's face instantly lit up with a smile. But when she saw Mo Yutong looking at her with a dark expression, her spirits deflated once more and she fidgeted with her fingers. All right, stop teasing our Sini. If you push her too far, she'll go running to Jiang Chu every day, and then you'll be the ones left out. He Shiyun, ever the clear-headed one, pointed out the truth in a single sentence. Yeah, I could just go find brother Jiang Chu to sleep with then, and I wouldn't upset anyone. This time, even He Shiyun nearly fainted. She had been so subtle, yet now she had managed to offend everyone. However, everyone knew Zhou Sini's carefree and adorable nature, and no one truly blamed her. Still, her words had planted thoughts in everyone's minds. Miss, I finally get to see the day you recover your looks. Heaven has eyes, heaven truly has eyes. Aunt Chun, who had been enduring as a servant, could no longer hold back her tears of joy. Xia Yinran held her hands and smiled warmly. Aunt Chun, thank you for taking such good care of me all this time. Without you, I fear I would not have lasted until today. No, this is what I should do. You should thank young Master Jiang. Across all of Huaxiao, only he could heal you, and his devotion to you is genuine. I have seen it with my own eyes. Xia Yinran slowly turned her gaze toward Jiang Chu. All that had happened over the past month came flooding back, His daily acupuncture sessions, the herbal compresses, the massage, and his patient listening to her troubles. Though his methods were intimate, he never forced her into anything she was uncomfortable with. And as Aunt Shun had said, her legs and scars were beyond anyone else's ability to treat. Only Jiang Chu had brought her hope, giving her a second life. Moreover, he was handsome, wielded considerable wealth, and carried an air of mystery. In that moment, his image in her mind became towering and admirable. Pink bubbles seemed to rise in her eyes, and a blush crept across her cheeks without her realizing it. Jiang Chu, thank you. Xia Yanran affection increased by 3. A system chime rang in Jiang Chu's mind. Ding. The system detects that Xia Yanran's affection has reached 90. Reward, 20 attribute points. Remaining 168. These points can be used for. Jiang Chu was somewhat surprised. Had she truly reached 90 affection so quickly? From what he recalled, most women only reached that threshold after closer intimacy. Aside from Li Wenjing, Xia Yanran was now the second. A kiss. A kiss, everyone cheered. Under the gentle pressure, Xia Yanran leaned forward and pressed a fleeting kiss to Jiang Chu's cheek. Everyone shared in the joyous moment. To celebrate, Aunt Shun prepared an extraordinary feast, and the evening passed in warm harmony. Jiang Chu asked everyone to keep the matter strictly confidential. Xia Yanran resumed wearing her black veil, though her entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Jiang Chu, there is something I would like to ask your help with, Mo Yutong said. Since Shiyun declined Shiman's offer to transfer agency rights, Sini's company has been heavily pressured by the Shiman family. They have announced that no one is to cooperate with Sini Media, making recruitment quite difficult. The Shiman family holds considerable influence in Modu's entertainment circle, while connections in the Beijing and Hong Kong circles remain limited. Additionally, Zhao Xing occasionally messages Sini mentioning that she has been shelved by her agency and receives no assignments. When Sini offered her a position at Sini Media, Zhao Xing assumed it was a joke. Jiang Chu, you know her, and I believe only you could persuade her to join us. Could you make the trip yourself to recruit Zhao Xing? Zhou Sini wrapped her arms around Jiang Chu's arm and pleaded, yes, yes. Sister Xing is in such a difficult situation now. She mentioned that Shiman Su has been making unwanted advances, and breaking the contract would require paying over 100 million in penalties. Brother Jiang Chu, please help her. Jiang Chu waved his hand. If money can solve this, there is no need for me to involve myself personally. Yutong, I must gently reprimand you. When we started the company, did I not tell you that we should either not do something at all, or do it exceptionally well? Is the Shiman family truly so formidable? Tomorrow speak with Wen Na and the others. Hire headhunters to recruit the finest talent from the Shiman family's assets regardless of cost, so long as they are willing to come. As for Zhao Xing, simply send someone to negotiate. Offer her the full penalty amount, and any salary she requests. My time is quite valuable after all. The women listened to his confident words and felt pride, but when they heard his final remark, they exchanged exasperated glances, thinking that apart from spending time with them, he rarely accomplished anything else of substance. Jiang Chu read their thoughts clearly, but could do nothing about it. He certainly could not reveal his system to them. After all, the system's tasks revolved around building relationships and managing resources. Nothing he could change. Jiang Chu, it has been quite some time. Would you not like to visit Wenjing? She changed her phone number after returning, and we cannot reach her through other means either. Are you not concerned about what might have happened to her? Mo Yutong's words struck a chord within Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing was the only woman who had shown him kindness before his rebirth, even as a nobody. She was also the one whose approval had unlocked the system's requirements. The cafeteria incident that had occurred before she left. Jiang Chu later understood her goodwill and resolved the conflicts among the girls. She had also stirred Ji Mingxi's competitive spirit. All of this had been done for him, yet he had barely done anything in return. Mo Yutong, being the first to become close to Jiang Chu, understood him best. Those who treated him well would receive multiplied gratitude in return, but those who became his enemies would face decisive and resolute consequences. The fall of the Wang group was a clear example. Now that she had brought up Li Wenjing, Jiang Chu would undoubtedly seek her out. Seeing Jiang Chu hesitate, Murong Lan could not help but speak up. Master, forgive my presumption, but I earnestly request the opportunity to return and visit Madam. I hope you will grant this wish. Little Lan. Master, just agree with me, okay? Sister Wenjing is now at Moda University. The campus beauties there are surely much prettier than us. Maybe you have the chance to win over a few more, right? You can't just charm the girls in our fruit province, you should spread your charm to other provinces, even abroad. Charm the 2D and 3D worlds, gather all the pretty girls, so we'll have many like-minded friends to cosplay with. Jiang Chu quickly waved his hands. Stop, I promise, okay? If you go on, you'll bring in ET and aliens. I'm not that into weird stuff. Then he touched his nose, a bit embarrassed that Yun had read his mind. The girls laughed it off as a joke. No matter how talented Jiang Chu was, he couldn't be Superman, could he? Like an ancient emperor with a harem of 3,000. One of them hesitated about to speak. Jiang Chu looked at Ji Mingxi and nodded. I know what you want to say. Yutong later helped Mingxi set up an investment company as well. Also, the Mogong building feels too small now. Contact Mingluan and Gaian by a piece of land in the outskirts. It doesn't matter if it's far or without roads. The most important thing is that it must be large. The larger the better. What do we need such a large piece of land for? Are we going into real estate? No. Real estate makes money too easily. I don't want you to focus on that. Remember, we are not short of money. My current goal is to build a commercial technology park belonging to your ladies' army. As for my next plan, after your companies are set up, I'll come back and hold another Legion meeting to tell you. Ladies' Legion, that sounds so majestic. The girls were surprised, never expecting Jiang Chu to think so far ahead. Building a commercial technology park for them. What a grand blueprint. Everyone felt their blood stir with excitement, eager to take action. Even Ji Mengxi, who had yet to experience the world, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chu with stars in her eyes. What she liked most was a man with ambition, drive, and lofty ideals. Xia Yinran, who had seen the world and possessed a broad vision, nodded slightly with approval. For those top global corporations, a small commercial technology center would be a minor undertaking. But since they were just starting out, they had to take it step by step. Jiang Chu Mingxi is still a bit inexperienced. I'd like to go to her company as a consultant to mentor her. Is that okay? Ji Mingxi was a bit surprised, but more than that, she felt a slight disdain. She thought that since Mo Yutong could do it, she certainly could too. But Mo Yutong and he Shiyun were shocked. Others might not know, but they were well aware of how extraordinary Xia Yinran was in business. Having her was like having a cheat code. Sister Yinran, you're going to assist her. That's unfair. You're like a cheat code in a game. Then I'm sure to lose to her in the future. Sister Yinran, come to my Qian company. I'll make you the president so I can slack off like Master He. Seeing their reactions, Ji Mingxi wondered, is Xia Yinran really that good? Xia Yinran looked at Jiang Chu, who was sitting cross-legged with a relaxed expression as if it had nothing to do with him. This guy was the real cheat code, handsome, with superb medical skills, able to write songs, compose music, and choreograph dance. She had heard from Xiang Xiaolong that he was also highly skilled in martial arts. Most importantly, his mysterious family. No one knew how much money he had. He could casually throw out hundreds of millions. Speaking of business acumen, for this fruit phone, everyone had been pessimistic, but he dared to bet big. Now it turned out he was right. She had no idea how he learned all that. Even if someone said he was an alien, she might believe it. Yutong, your company is already on the right track. You are hardworking and talented in business. With Zhao Wenna and others assisting you, you'll be fine. Moreover, everyone's companies will still be in the Mogong building for a long time. If you need anything, you can always come to me. Let's decide then. Mengxi learned well from Yinran. Running a company is not like studying for exams. Jiang Chu made the final decision. Also, after the company is established, your first task is to investigate a company called Suliang, which seems to sell mobile phones. Its CEO is Lei Jun, who previously worked at Inshan Company. Then find a way to acquire shares in that Suliang company, as many as possible. Let me know how much money is needed. Don't worry, we'll do a good job. Ji Mingxi encouraged herself. This was her first task after starting the company. She had to perform well. He Shiyun asked in confusion, Master, don't we already have the fruit phone? Why invest in another phone company? Jiang Chu just glanced at her without explaining. Alright, Yinran has just recovered. I need to apply another layer of medicine to consolidate her recovery. Jiang Chu applied a layer of medicinal paste over Xia Yinran's entire face, like a facial mask. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Okay, just lie like this tonight. After the medicine dries naturally, you can take it off. As he was about to get up, Xia Yinran's soft hand pulled him back. Jiang Chu, I promised you before that once my face healed I would be with you. Tonight if you want. Xia Yinran was too shy to say it directly. In fact, she had been struggling with this since she saw her scars gradually healing, and she had finally made a decision. Jiang Chu smiled and held her hand with his other hand. I'm not in a hurry, why are you? Your body looks fine now, but there are still many places blocked due to long inactivity. So you can't engage in strenuous activities yet. Wait a few days. Let's talk after I return. You take care of your health first. Strenuous activities. Hearing that, Xia Yinran couldn't help but look puzzled. Is this also considered strenuous activity? Jiang Chu gave a mischievous grin. Whether it's strenuous or not, you'll find out then. Yu Shaoqian had already booked the plane tickets for Jiang Chu and the others. In the morning, she sent him to the airport in the company's Alfred. Why are you here? Jiang Chu saw Zhao Wenna dressed in a light-colored professional office attire also get into the car and sit next to him. He asked in surprise. Zhao Wenna adjusted her glasses and said with a smile, President Mo asked me to accompany you, President Jiang. I'll handle the contract matters and liaise. Jiang Chu nodded. He was used to being free and had forgotten that many things could be delegated to a secretary. Although Murong Lan was also a talented person, he wasn't sure how she would choose when she saw Murong Yin and Modu. If she insisted on returning, he wouldn't force her. President Jiang, let me briefly go over the itinerary for the next 2 days. Zhao Wenna said as she organized the documents on her skirt. Wait a moment. Jiang Chu interrupted her, grinning mischievously as he patted the spot beside his thigh. Zhao Wenna adjusted her glasses with her fingers, pursed her lips shyly, and cast a discreet glance toward Murong Lan behind her, who had been wearing an eye mask since boarding, sitting upright, as if practicing the art of calming the mind. She then glanced at the driver ahead before pulling the partition curtain closed. Rising, she walked to the seat before Jiang Chu smoothed her skirt with her hand and sat down. The executive chair was quite spacious, so he let her rest her head on his chest, gently inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Let's have a chat. Zhao Wen's cheeks quickly flushed a delicate crimson. She thought to herself, you might be comfortable, but this chair truly is divine. No wonder it's a family heirloom. She continued, after we land, we'll head to the Golden Emperor International Hotel first, then have lunch at the nearby Fragrant Tower. Its design and cuisine both carry a traditional style. Zhao Xiying's company, Brilliant Entertainment, has cut off all her engagements and isolated her from the outside world, so we'll try our luck there. Investigations show she often dines at that place. Jiang Chu listened while relishing the moment, as if scaling the peaks of Mount Amei and uncovering the secrets of a treasured steed. The scenes he had once envied in idol dramas were now his reality. Soon they boarded the plane, having purchased luxury first-class tickets. Jiang Chu's first such experience. He had to admit the space was indeed generous and comfortable. He surveyed the cabin. Unlike in novels, there were no beautiful celebrities here, only a few middle-aged men in sunglasses exuding an air of aloofness. Zhao Wen had explained that while most people know of first class, it is actually subdivided into luxury first class and regular first class. The former is reserved for the truly wealthy or high-ranking officials requiring certain qualifications and advanced booking, while the latter is directly purchasable by company bosses, minor celebrities, and the like. Jiang Chu and his companions were able to secure luxury first-class tickets thanks to Zhao Wen's affluent family background, which met the eligibility criteria. Mo Gong Company's strength would have sufficed, but being newly established, it had yet to arrange such services. The middle-aged men scarcely glanced at the two flight attendants, each absorbed in their own affairs or resting with closed eyes. The system rated the flight attendants 81 and 85, close to the level of campus beauties. They were slim and tall, clad in red and white uniforms with blue and white scarves around their necks and long legs and black high heels. Many people enjoy watching flight attendants during flights because they encounter few beautiful women in daily life. And high above the clouds, what could be more pleasing than the sight of graceful attendants? Jiang Chu, perhaps due to his handsome appearance along with Zhao Wen and Murong Lan's striking looks, attracted many glances. Even the flight attendants couldn't help but look over. The two chatted and giggled in the rest area, occasionally covering their mouths. When Jiang Chu glanced their way, one immediately averted her gaze while the other boldly met his eyes with a charming smile and walked toward him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Is there anything I can assist you with? Could I have a glass of water? Of course. Sparkling water. Do you have juice? Yes, we have orange and lemon. Which would you prefer? Do you have cola? Yes. Would you like ice? All right, then give me a cup of soy milk. I'll treat you. Tang Wei covered her mouth, nearly laughing. If anyone else had made such a joke, she might have been annoyed, but given Jiang Chu's striking good looks, his luxury first-class seat, and the two beautiful women beside him, she took it as playful flirtation. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, we don't have soy milk here. Jiang Chu feigned disappointment. Well then, I'm quite fond of soy milk, especially black bean. It's good for the kidneys. Beside him, Zhao Wen turned her face away as if to say, I don't know this person. Murong Lan remained silent behind her eye mask. Tang Wei was also amused and blushed. Could you leave your number? I'd like to treat you to soy milk sometime. Tang Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding and giving her phone number. Modu, Brilliant Entertainment Co. Ltd. Master Shiman, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I failed to welcome you properly. Zhang Xinrong, in a white suit and black shirt, held a cigar. Upon seeing a young man in sunglasses swaggering through the entrance, he immediately put on a flattering smile and lowered his posture. President Zhang, you know the purpose of my visit. This Zhao Xiying under your company. I pursued her twice, and she rejected me twice. Shiman spoke slowly, extending 3 fingers adorned with a sapphire ring. But I have a rule: never 3 times. I don't wish to be rejected a 3rd time today. Having failed in the Fruit Province and been ridiculed by shareholders back at headquarters, he had spent a day fuming. Remembering the irresistible allure of Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini, and Su Xuemei, and now having only Zhao Xiying among his stars who caught his eye, he was determined to win her over today, no matter what. Yes, Master Shiman. You know Zhao Xiying's temperament. After she returned, I had her shelved, and now she receives no engagements. Zhang Xinrong leaned in and whispered into Shiman's ear, later, we'll take her to dinner at Fragrant Tower. She'll drink until she's unconscious, and then out of her desire to curry favor with you, she'll make some inappropriate advances. Shiman twisted his neck. Last time by Chinha was also wild. She pounced on me after drinking, and I couldn't even dodge. Next time, I'll invite the renowned director Wang Weijia to dinner. You should join us. Zhang Xinrong's eyes gleamed. Director Wang Weijia was a leading figure in the Hong Kong entertainment circle, one of the 3 major circles. Though ostensibly just a director, his influence was immense, with close ties to the Xiong Group and an abundance of star resources. Few in the entertainment industry would refuse him, and he was originally from Modu, wielding significant influence there as well. Only you Master Shiman have the prestige to invite someone of Wang Weiji's caliber. My admiration for you flows like the endless river, unstoppable and overwhelming. In the Tangchun Epine residence, the most luxurious and affluent neighborhood in Modu, countless celebrities reside within its premises. Deng Pei paced back and forth in the spacious, bright, and opulent living room, dialing one call after another. Finally, she placed her phone on the sofa with a sigh and complained, seeing it's been over a month. Those companies we once collaborated with, or that had previously expressed interest, are now making all sorts of excuses to refuse us. Since we returned from that trip, we haven't received a single booking. I told you before not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Zhao Xing, dressed in a Mickey Mouse pajama, a long t-shirt that could be worn as a dress, lay on the sofa applying a facial mask while watching television. The garment revealed her smooth, slender legs all the way to her thighs, evoking quiet curiosity. This isn't about the school anniversary at all. You saw the broadcast effect of the anniversary, plus the news of us giving sweet potatoes to fans and... Deng Pei interrupted. And the rumor of you entering Jiang Chu's room caught by paparazzi. These are all hot topics. I understand that. But now General Manager Zhang doesn't care at all, causing this wave of traffic to be wasted. Compared to you, young Master Shiman is the one he's concerned about. And now young Master Shiman thinks you've been unfaithful, and he says you're pretending. Just some unpleasant remarks. The other day he even called to offer 5 million for you to spend the night with him. It's infuriating. Enough being shelved is fine. Isn't it good? Before I had endless bookings and no time to sleep. Now I can sleep in every day feeling comfortable. Oh my dear, seeing in the entertainment industry, everyone tries to earn as much as they can while young and beautiful. Once the peak period passes, you can only do commercial performances. I'm worried, even if you aren't. I was hoping to see if there's a chance to break into film this year. There's no use worrying. The contract is 10 years with only 3 years left. The penalty is over 100 million. Even if I sold the house, I couldn't come up with that much money. Deng Pei said with mild exasperation, you're too honest. If you were like others who signed dual contracts to evade taxes, you wouldn't be so broke now. Zhao Xing frowned slightly. Let me make this clear, one thing at a time. Earn money openly and honestly. Don't touch those matters. Alright, now even if I wanted to, no one would want me. Unable to find a better solution, Deng Pei could only sink helplessly into the soft sofa and let out a sigh. The doorbell rang. Hello? General Manager Zhang. Dinner. Discuss Xing's bookings. Great, we'll be right there. After hanging up, Deng Pei was excited. General Manager Zhang said he's got us a booking. He must have had a change of heart. He wants us to go to Xiangmenlu for dinner and discuss the booking. We haven't been there to eat since we came back. Heaven is still looking after our Xing. Zhao Xing shook her head and smiled. At noon, Zhao Xing, wearing large black sunglasses, and Deng Pei arrived at the Guanhanqing room at Xiangmenlu. Zhao Xing had a special fondness for this room, as Guanhanqing was a renowned Ming Dynasty playwright and performer, one of the 4 great playwrights. The fame and expense of Xiangmenlu stem from each room having a themed performance. Now a young woman in her 20s was gently playing a guqin in another part of the room, performing a piece titled Autumn in the Han Palace. The melody was captivating and thought-provoking. In such an environment, inspiration for her work easily arose. General Manager Zhang always likes to be late, Deng Pei complained. Pei, I haven't offended you, have I? I'm still half a minute early. Zhang Xinrong's voice came from the doorway. He was followed by several people, one of whom was Xiao Biqi. Today she wore heavy makeup, her face pale, as if coated with thick powder, and she donned delicate earrings and a necklace. She was dressed in a low-cut, off-shoulder, sparkling, light-colored fitted dress that revealed a generous amount of her upper chest. Her lower half was padded, though it was unclear how much, and she wore black stockings and silver high heels. Her face wore an expression of constant arrogance. The moment she entered and saw Zhao Xing, a look of deep disdain and contempt flickered in her eyes. Deng Pei's expression also soured upon seeing Xiao Biqi. Wasn't this supposed to be a discussion about Zhao Xing's matters? Why had this unpleasant woman been invited? Zhao Xing merely furrowed her brow slightly. Please sit, General Manager Zhang. Xing is always so gracious, haha. Come sit. Soon the dishes were served. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Xinrong had yet to mention the main topic. Deng Pei grew impatient and directly asked, General Manager Zhang, you invited us to dinner to discuss our Xing's bookings, correct? Xiao Biqi put down her chopsticks, turned away with arms crossed, looking displeased. Zhang Xinrong smiled. Yes, I did want to talk about the booking. He then gestured to an assistant to pour him a drink. Biqi, pour a glass for Xing. Xiao Biqi immediately became agitated. Why should I pour her a drink? Just do as I say. Are you trying to embarrass me as well? Xiao Biqi clenched her teeth, shot a sharp glance at Zhao Xing, and reluctantly filled the glass in front of her. Deng Pei felt a surge of satisfaction, but Zhao Xing was somewhat troubled. She could sense that Zhang Xinrong's words were also directed at her. Xing, I know you rarely drink, so I'll only have one toast with you. If you don't even give me this face, then there's no need to talk about the rest, Zhang Xinrong said with a stern expression. Deng Peipei nudged Zhao Xing with her elbow. Zhao Xing picked up her glass and gestured toward Zhang Xinrong. He then beamed with joy. That's more like it. Come bottoms up. Zhang Xinrong watched as Zhao Xing finished her drink, a subtle look of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Now can you tell us, General Manager Zhang? Zhao Xing set down her glass, unable to suppress a slight frown. She touched her chest gently, the liquor at least 53 degrees, burned as it went down. Seeing you were nurtured by our company. It hasn't been easy getting to where you are today. When we signed the contract, I always considered your interests. Other artists didn't receive such treatment, you know. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. I'll always remember that. Zhang Xinrong noticed Zhao Xing's eyes beginning to glaze over and her body swaying slightly. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, that's right. Peipei, go to the car and get the booking contract. I forgot to bring it. Deng Peipei, unaware of any issue, nodded happily and agreed. Seeing you two chat. I'll be right back. With that, she hurried out. Okay. Zhao Xing felt her head grow heavy and her eyes struggled to stay open.